Family. When Liu Zhe awakened his martial soul at 6 years old, he placed his hand on the crystal ball, and it bang, exploded. It turns out he had to wait 6 years for the system after crossing over, and after enhancing his body, he ran away. He went to the martial soul hall to awaken, and his right hand became his martial soul with soul power exceeding level 10. In the forest, he encountered a 1,000-year-old Xianming bear and managed to obtain a soul ring, gaining the gravitational field soul skill. So awesome. Let me tell you, that crystal ball was right in my hand, and with a bang, it exploded. It shattered so completely that crystal shards filled the sky. Family, who understands? I was completely stunned. The mentor responsible for the awakening had his eyes nearly popping out, looking at me like I was some prehistoric giant beast. This story is long, and it all begins with my terrible system. I, Liu Zhe, an ordinary traveler, have been in Douluo continent for 6 years. 6 years. Do you know how I spent these 6 years? The flowers I waited for have withered, and there hasn't been a shadow of a golden finger. I was lying on a big rock by the Douluo Great Forest, feeling emo when suddenly ding, the long-awaited external help finally arrived. I was so excited that I almost did a backflip on the spot. Guess what happened next? The system told me, "Dear, don't think too much. I'm just a temporary worker. It'll help you enhance your body and awaken your potential, but then I have to go to the next world, mainly for companionship, like a trial card." I was completely dumbfounded. What the heck? Just arrived and already leaving? I hadn't finished my sentence when a white light swallowed me, and I heard, "Body enhancement 1.50.99. Ding. Enhancement complete, goodbye." I was anxious at that moment, saying, hey, system, you're abandoning me like this? It was quite articulate. "Dear, we've never officially bound, so how can we talk about abandonment?" Goodness, it left me speechless. It finally dropped a line, "They'll come back when you reach a certain level," and then whoosh, it really left. I was left alone in the wind, confused. After calming down, I thought, wait, didn't the system say my awakened martial soul wouldn't be weak? I just turned 6 this year and can awaken. Thinking of this, I got a jolt and dashed toward the martial soul hall in town. You know, a body enhanced by the system is indeed strong. I ran for so long without even panting. Upon arriving at the martial soul hall, it was filled with kids around my age. I casually found a corner to sit and waited for the tool-like soul master who would decide my fate. Soon, a big brother in a black robe came out to control the scene, babbling a bunch of formalities, then divided us into several teams to awaken in small rooms. When it was my team's turn, the mentor kindly asked who would go first. Am I going to let them? I dashed right up, shouting, "We'll go." The mentor laughed and asked my name. I got a bit dramatic and said, "Change not my name, nor my surname. I am Liu Zhe." This made him chuckle. He asked me to stand in the 6-pointed star formation and then began to stimulate my soul power. The next second, let me tell you, the scene was incredible. A blinding white light shot up into the sky, dazzling everyone. The mentor was stunned, muttering, "Could it be a peerless martial soul?" I felt myself enveloped in light, and when I opened my eyes again, my red eyes had become even more enchanting. The mentor came closer and was dumbfounded. There was nothing beside me. He asked, "Little friend, what did you awaken?" I coolly extended my right hand and said, "My right hand is my martial soul." My entire right hand was covered in dense, strange inscriptions, extending down to my forearm. The mentor probably saw this for the first time and was taken aback before quickly handing me the crystal ball. "Here, let's measure your innate soul power." Without hesitation, I pressed my hand on it. Then, the scene from the beginning happened. The crystal ball's light was blinding, followed by a crack sound, and it was covered in cracks. The mentor turned pale, shouting at me, "Quick, let go. It's going to explode." Before I could react, bang, it exploded. Fortunately, he was quick and pulled me aside. I looked at the fragments on the ground and foolishly asked, "Mentor, what's my soul power?" He squeezed out a smile that was more tragic than crying. "Liu Zhe, your soul power has already exceeded level 10. The exact amount, this ball can't measure. You'll have to come with me." When I heard this, I was overjoyed. A divine martial soul was secured. I didn't even hear what he said next, turning around and bolting straight to the Douluo Great Forest. I needed to get a soul ring quickly. However, I was still too young. As soon as I entered the Douluo Great Forest, I thought I was invincible and started wandering around. Then, out of nowhere, I accidentally locked eyes with a 1,000-year-old Xianming bear. That bear went crazy, chasing me like I owed it money. I ran while cursing, "Big guy, didn't I just look at you? Is that necessary?" Fortunately, my physical condition was good, and being small helped me slip through various tree gaps. I don't know how long I ran, but I was exhausted when I finally spotted a narrow cave that the bear surely couldn't enter. I slid in, and the big bear got stuck at the entrance, angrily pushing against it. I got excited and shouted from inside, "Aren't you tough? Come in and fight me." This sentence drove it wild, and it charged at me. Later, realizing it couldn't get in, it just lay at the cave entrance, staring at me with a look that said, "I won't leave until you come out." I saw this and thought, "Oh, so you want to challenge me?" I glared back fiercely. "Just wait. They'll turn you into my soul ring." After saying that, I ignored it and began meditating, studying my peculiar martial soul. As I meditated, I entered a particularly strange place. At first, there was chaos, and in the distance, a light point was calling me. I desperately floated towards it, only to find the distance never changed. Just as I was about to doubt life, I suddenly realized, why should I chase it? Let it come find me. Thinking this, I closed my eyes, and the whole world changed in an instant. I found myself standing in a pure white space, surrounded by flowing golden inscriptions, with a magnificent palace right in front of me. I walked step by step toward the palace, and those inscriptions followed me like little followers. Just as I was about to enter the palace, a voice rang out, "You've finally arrived." I looked up and saw a man sitting on the throne, radiating an aura that made him feel supreme. He told me he had been waiting for me for a long time, just to let me know my own abilities. He said my right hand was called Hand of Rules, capable of mastering the power of rules. When I heard this, I almost laughed out loud. The power of rules. Doesn't that make me invincible? Then he doused me with cold water. Don't get too happy too soon. To truly master the Hand of Rules, you must break the rules of this world. Otherwise, you'll only be able to use a fraction. Break the world's rules? Isn't that becoming a god? He didn't say much, just told me the method of use was on that throne, then transformed into golden light and merged with it. I looked at that throne and my heart ignited. Aren't rules meant to be broken? I laughed and plopped down on it. In an instant, a massive amount of memories surged into my brain, causing me pain that nearly made me pass out. But I held on for the sake of becoming stronger. This little pain was nothing. I don't know how long it has been since I opened my eyes again. The clothes on me have shrunk, and I've grown half a head taller. The bear at the cave entrance is long gone. I walked out of the cave, and the sunlight was so bright that I could hardly open my eyes. I casually broke off a branch, activated my soul power, and the inscriptions on my right hand immediately glowed with golden light, covering the entire branch. Holding this divine weapon branch, I swung it at a nearby large tree, and with a thud, the tree, which needed two people to hug, was actually severed in half by my branch. The cut was smooth enough to use as a mirror. This is the ability I currently possess, golden pattern coverage, which can make anything incredibly sharp. Although it's simple, it's enough for now. I pondered that I must obtain the soul ring of that Xiaogang bear. I followed my memory back to the place where I had encountered it before, and, coincidentally, it was just returning from foraging. When enemies meet, they become particularly hostile. It roared and charged at me. Still so irritable, huh? I chuckled and performed a light back jump to dodge its attack. I'm no longer the little ghost who could only run away. I casually picked up a stone from the ground, covered it with golden patterns, and threw it at it. The bear thought it was an ordinary stone and tried to withstand it. But with a thud, the stone pierced through its shoulder, blood gushing out. It was stunned, knowing its defensive power. Even ordinary thousand-year-soul beasts couldn't break through. Realizing something was wrong, it turned to run. I sneered. "Now you want to run?" A few more golden patterned stones flew out, accurately piercing through its limbs. It cried out in pain and fell to the ground, unable to move. I walked over to it, stroked its fur, and softly said, "Don't blame me, I want to become stronger, and I need your soul ring. To break the rules of this world, one must pay a price, right?" After saying that, I picked up a sturdy tree trunk, covered it with golden patterns, and with a swift motion, gave it a quick end. A circle of deep purple thousand-year soul rings slowly rose. I brought it back to the bear's cave, sat cross-legged, and began to absorb it. To be honest, I wasn't very confident after all. Absorbing a thousand-year soul ring as the first one was practically asking for death. But I believed in my insights from the throne. When the first ray of sunlight from the continent shone in, I opened my eyes, and I succeeded. I stretched lazily, feeling the surging power within me. My first soul skill was quite interesting, gravitational field. I waved my right hand at a distant boulder, and instantly, the boulder was pressed into the ground by an invisible, immense force. My first soul skill was simply far ahead. After familiarizing myself with the soul skill in the forest, I returned to town. I had gained strength but knowledge. This passage is truly a remarkable expression of the thoughts that many spectators wish to voice but dare not. Just as Lu Erlong attempted to offer counsel, Shen Sanxiang had already turned away, striding toward the dazed, ancient soul beast. However, what transpired next left everyone utterly astonished. Shen Sanxiang did not deliver a fatal blow. Instead, he gently drew a small blade across the beast's hide, extracting a single drop of blood. Lu Erlong was left bewildered, questioning, Sangxiong, what on earth are you doing? Shun Sangxiong began to speak earnestly yet absurdly, claiming, my martial soul has informed me that there is no need to slay it. A single drop of blood will suffice to forge a soul ring. Of course, this was mere fabrication. The true reason was that his external aid had just arrived. The system notification read, congratulations, host, for employing a clever ruse to defeat an opponent beyond your level. You are rewarded with a growth-type soul ring of 10,000 years. What a staggering fortune. It was enough to incite envy. The entire internet erupted, with comments flooding in at a frenzied pace. What? Being born with a 50-level potential is one thing, but now he can obtain a 10,000-year soul ring from just a drop of blood? Is there any room for competition left? I seriously suspect this lad is a transformed 10,000-year soul beast. Amidst the discussions, the video displayed Shun Sangxiong initiating his actions. He performed a series of gestures that no one could decipher. In the next moment, a pitch-black 10,000-year soul ring materialized around him. Lu Erlong was completely astounded, managing a wry smile as she remarked, Sangxiong, I truly fear that your secret may not remain hidden for long. If that occurs, not only I, but the entire Lan Dian Ba Wang Long family will be unable to protect you. Can you guess Shun Sangxiong's response? This little rascal shook his head, his expression akin to one who had just heard a joke. What is there to fear? There is no one around. Besides, the only ones capable of moving against me are the Spirit Hall, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and the Haoyan School, right? He began counting on his fingers, analyzing. As for the Spirit Hall, if they press me too hard, I shall simply join them and see what they say. Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is a cunning old fox. Lacking absolute certainty, he would not dare to act against me. And as for the Haoyan School, his dismissive laughter was laden with contempt. Even more astonishingly, the scene shifted to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, where Ning Fengji, upon hearing Shun Sangxiong's analysis, chuckled and remarked to Douluo, this little fellow truly sees through me. My goodness, a mere 6-year-old child has deciphered the political landscape of the entire continent. Such intellect is simply extraordinary. Lu Erlong remained unconvinced and brought up the two great empires, Tiando and Xingluo. Shun Sangxiong scoffed at the notion, the Tiando Empire has a decent relationship with my family. As long as I do not provoke them, they shall not act against me. And the Xingluo Empire? What does it even amount to? He launched into a tirade. Out there, they say Xingluo is stronger than Tiando. Anyone believing that is utterly foolish. With their royal family succession method akin to raising poisonous insects, brothers killing each other, their internal strife will be their undoing. If I were Emperor Shuiyi, I would simply hire a tidal Duo, eliminate their emperor and princes, and then wait for their nation to disband on its own. This declaration turned Lu Erlong's face crimson, as she had once been among those foolish enough to believe such notions. She found herself torn between anger and admiration, as his reasoning seemed all too valid. She could only suppress her frustration, feigning agreement. While Shun Sangxiong was busy racking up accolades, the grand screen shifted, revealing the unfolding story of Tang San. In the scene, a staff member from the Spirit Hall named Su Yuntao was lethargically awakening the martial souls of the children in Shenghan Village. The first few were all useless souls like sickles and hoes, and he was quickly losing patience. When it was Tang San's turn, a burst of golden light erupted, indicating full innate soul power. Yet upon seeing that the martial soul was blue silvergrass, Su Yuntao's expression instantly soured. Had Tang San not insisted, he would have deemed the soul power test unnecessary. Viewers were left exasperated. Is this Su Yuntao blind? Full innate soul power. Yet he disregards it simply because it is blue silvergrass? Su Yuntao quickly clarified that he had reported it. Yet there had been no response from the martial soul city. Little did he know that at that moment, Bibi Dong from Two Worlds was coldly observing his comments, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. Next, Old Jack took Tang San to enroll at Nuoding Academy. The gatekeeper's disdainful attitude was palpable as he scrutinized the proof from the Spirit Hall. Blue silvergrass, full innate soul power? He tossed the proof right in Old Jack's face, exclaiming, this must be a hoax. Blue silvergrass with innate soul power? Be gone, be gone. This stirred a hornet's nest. The comment section erupted with thousand rin snow and BB Dong exchanging heated barbs. To save face, BB Dong feigned concern, ordering, "Seize that gatekeeper and teach him a lesson." Lu Erlong could not contain her outrage. "BB Dong, you are truly hypocritical." Just as the gatekeeper was about to act against old Jack, Tang Xin sprang forward, swiftly incapacitating him. At that moment, Xiaogang made a grand entrance, blocking the gatekeeper and feigning to examine the proof, declaring, "It is genuine. I shall take this child." It turned out, the gatekeeper's arrogance had all been orchestrated by Xiaogang, waiting for the opportune moment to heroically rescue Tang San and seamlessly accept him as his disciple. Such a benevolent gesture. Initially, many viewers found Tang San commendable, appreciating his gratitude and willingness to defend the village elder. Yet the next moment, the tables turned unexpectedly. The grand screen suddenly zoomed in on Tang San's face, revealing his inner thoughts. That gatekeeper is fortunate. Had the master arrived a moment later, I would have had no choice but to eliminate him. The Tang sect's grand code states that once an enemy is identified, one must eradicate the roots. Otherwise, they will only bring additional troubles. The atmosphere plunged into utter silence. On screen, Tang San stood innocently. Yet his thoughts were consumed with how to eliminate a mere gatekeeper who had exchanged a few harsh words with him. The contrast was chilling. Those who had just praised Tang San were now left aghast. What? Is this child insane? He wishes to kill over mere words? The most terrifying part is that he can consider such actions with a completely innocent expression. It's absolutely horrifying. From now on, one must steer clear of him, lest even the slightest misstep be perceived as a death sentence. Some even speculated that if he truly did kill at the academy gates, old Jack and the entire Shanghan village would face dire consequences. In an instant, all eyes on Tang Xin shifted from admiration to a bone-chilling dread. The scene returned to reality, where the atmosphere in the Shrek carriage had reached a freezing point. Ma Hongjun shrank closer to Dai Mubai, whispering, "That gatekeeper, he won't really be." Tang San interjected firmly, "No." Ma Hongjun appeared skeptical. "Really?" Tang San maintained a stoic expression, mentally noting Ma Hongjun's doubt, and replied, "Of course, if you do not believe me, ask Xiao Wu. When we left Noting Academy, he was still alive." Xiao Wu, under the scrutiny of everyone, could only force a smile and nod in agreement. She spoke no lies. When they departed, the gatekeeper was indeed alive. But the state he was in was another matter entirely. Dai Mubai attempted to diffuse the tension. "All right, he is just an ordinary person. Whether he lives or dies is inconsequential. Do not let such trivial matters cause doubts among our companions." Oscar chimed in, asserting that they were geniuses who need not concern themselves with the lives of ordinary people. Only Zhu Zhuqing shot a cold glance at Tang San, softly suggesting, "In the future, let us remain cautious. There are far too many clever individuals in this world." The carriage fell into a deep silence, and unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere, Ma Hongjun hastily sought a new subject. "Hey, what do you think that fellow Shin Sanqiong is at now? What level has he reached?" Oscar immediately responded, "I believe he must be at least level 70 by now. His first soul ring alone is 10,000 years, with the second and third being 20 and 30,000 years respectively. By this calculation, just the first 5 soul rings alone could elevate him from 50 to over 60 levels. And considering he is a monster with innate 50 level potential, do you really think he has not advanced at all in 6 years? Ridiculous." Upon hearing the mention of Shen Sanqiong, Ning Rongrong transformed from a mere onlooker into an ardent admirer, engaging in a spirited debate with Oscar. Oscar, feeling a pang of jealousy as he witnessed his beloved being praised, retorted, "That is not necessarily the case. Reaching level 60 and above signifies becoming a soul emperor. An advancement is not as simple as it appears. Look at our academy's teachers, many of whom have remained at the soul emperor level for decades. I dare say, if he has attained level 64, that would be remarkable." Ning Rongrong, unimpressed, rolled her eyes dramatically and exclaimed, "Are you truly this foolish or merely pretending? Comparing our Shrek Academy's teachers to him, they possess innate power of level 50. Are they even worthy of comparison?" This is utterly nonsensical. Her disdain for the Shrek crew was palpable, and her words were blunt. Oscar found himself at a loss for words, his heart shattered. He had hoped that Ning Rongrong had softened her demeanor, considering a rekindling of their past, only to discover it was a facade, leaving him despondent and speechless. Noticing the tension escalating within the vehicle, Xiaowu quickly interjected to diffuse the situation. Let's first watch the comparison video. Please, let's all calm down. Her intentions were not merely to support Ning Rongrong, but also to protect her brother, Tang San, who was the catalyst for the current conflict. Although Ning Rongrong feigned indifference, her body betrayed her as she settled comfortably and gazed up at the grand screen. The others, acknowledging her unspoken plea, ceased their quarrel. As the screen illuminated, an unexpected silence enveloped the room. The footage revealed a 6-year-old Tang San kneeling before Yu Xiaogang, performing 3 resounding bows. Yu Xiaogang rushed to assist him, admonishing, "Silly boy, why bow when taking a master? This is a ceremony reserved for parents and rulers." To this, Tang San replied with great solemnity, "Once a master, forever a father." I found myself momentarily captivated by the eloquence of his words. The audience erupted in applause, acknowledging the child's respect for his teacher, despite his somewhat calculating demeanor. Yet, the internal monologue of Yu Xiaogang left me astounded. Externally, he expressed his gratitude with fervent good, but internally pondered, "While I am touched, this little white mouse must still fulfill its purpose. My lifelong ambition depends on him." The dynamic between the master and apprentice was nothing short of theatrical. The scene shifted to a more exhilarating moment as Yu Xiaogang took Tang San on a quest to hunt for his first soul ring, only to encounter a 400-year-old mandala snake. The spectacle was almost unbearable to witness. Yu Xiaogang, a mere 29-level soul master, attempted to confront the beast but was swiftly overpowered, urging Tang San to flee. What kind of mentorship is this, where the master instructs his disciple to escape while he himself cannot hold his ground? In a twist of fate, it was the 6-year-old Tang San who could no longer bear the scene, compelled to reveal his extraordinary skills. With a series of enigmatic maneuvers, he subdued the serpent in a matter of moments, inciting an uproar among the spectators. The barrage of comments exploded in disbelief, questioning the true roles of teacher and student. A 29-level master unable to defeat a 400-year-old soul beast? This master must be lacking. Just as the online community mocked Yu Xiaogan's inadequacies, a more shocking revelation followed. The screen zoomed in on Tang San, exposing his inner thoughts. "What should I do? The teacher must have seen my techniques. This is my greatest secret. Should I eliminate him? A surprise attack could ensure a fatal blow." At that moment, I was left in sheer astonishment. In mere moments, he had transitioned from declaring his loyalty to his master to contemplating betrayal. This was a twist beyond comprehension, more rapid than the swift changes of a Sichuan opera mask. Just as he hesitated, Yu Xiaogang called from afar, "Tang San, are you all right?" Taking a deep breath, Tang San resolved, "Let me attempt to deceive him first. If that fails, I shall find the opportunity to act." The online audience erupted once more, this time with outrage. What a revelation. One moment, a tender student, the next, a potential patricide? This child is inherently wicked. To harbor such thoughts at the age of 6? His parents must not be paragons of virtue, either to raise such a son. This wave of criticism swept across the internet, dragging Tang San's parents into the fray. Meanwhile, in the Shrek convoy, Dean Flinder could no longer remain silent and urged Yu Xiaogang, "Xiaogang, your disciple harbors sinister intentions." Yu Xiaogang, however, remained composed, his expression unchanged as he responded, "I am aware." Flinder, taken aback, reached to touch Yu Xiaogang's forehead, questioning his sanity. "You are aware, yet you still accept him?" With a sigh, Yu Xiaogang elaborated, revealing that during their last soul-hunting expedition, he had sensed a fleeting intent to kill emanating from Tang San. Aware that the methods Tang San employed were secrets not to be divulged, he chose to play along, feigning belief in the boy's lies. Flinder urged him, "Then you must sever ties with him immediately. The entire world knows he wishes to harm you. Expelling him from your tutelage would leave no room for reproach." Yet Yu Xiaogang replied, "There is no need. We are merely utilizing one another. He benefits from my knowledge, while I use him to validate my theories. As long as I do not infringe upon his core interests, he shall not turn against me. I began to grasp the nature of their relationship. One harbored intentions of betrayal, while the other viewed his apprentice as a mere experiment, a perfect, albeit perilous, pairing. Meanwhile, within Tang San's carriage, the atmosphere had plummeted to an icy chill. Tang San, with a grim countenance, inquired of Xiao Wu, "Do you believe in me?" After several moments of hesitation, she hesitantly replied, "I suppose I do." Yet, even she could sense the insincerity of her own words. Having known Tang San for 6 years, today was the first time she discovered this side of him. Observing her reaction, Tang San fervently professed, "Xiao Wu, remember this. No matter what transpires, you shall always be my sister. Anyone who seeks to harm you must step over my dead body." Had this been a previous moment, Xiao Wu might have been moved to tears. However, in light of a person who one moment professed paternal affection and the next contemplated violence, the promise sounded like a chilling jest. She merely nodded, saying nothing further. Dai Mubai and Oscar attempted to mediate. "Oh, he hasn't acted against you yet." Indeed, the master has said nothing. Unfortunately, their attempts garnered no attention. Ma Hongjun subtly shifted away from Tang San, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing offered no expression, their gazes fixed skyward. At that juncture, the screen continued to unfold the narrative. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang resumed their discussion regarding the mandala snake as if nothing had transpired. Yu Xiaogang proposed, "Tang San, you should absorb its essence. 400 years is just right." Tang San hesitated. "Teacher, my martial spirit is blue silvergrass, a plant type. Can I truly absorb an animal soul ring?" I could hardly contain my laughter upon hearing this inquiry. Yu Xiaogang, with a serious demeanor, presented his core theory on martial spirits, asserting that beast and plant martial spirits could absorb one another, claiming it was his groundbreaking research that others dismissed and mocked. He then looked at Tang San with hopeful eyes, asking, "Tang San, would you like to give it a try?" Having been impressed by Yu Xiaojiang's earlier recognition of his twin martial spirits, Tang San, lacking understanding of martial spirits, was easily convinced, responding resolutely, "Teacher, I am willing. I trust your research." Delighted, Yu Xiaojiang quickly commenced the absorption process with Tang San. The barrage of comments erupted once more. "What is this? A plant type absorbing an animal type soul ring? This is as fundamental as eating and drinking. Can this truly be considered his research achievement? What kind of charlatan is this so-called master? Does Tang San have a few screws loose? One moment he contemplates murder, and the next, he transforms into a self-sacrificing disciple willing to validate a theory. This master and apprentice duo, one a fraudulent master and the other a master of disguise, have brought disgrace upon the entire Douluo continent." Just then, a new barrage of comments erupted, intensifying the flames. In the first world, Shun Sangxiong exclaimed, "Sister Lu, did you see that? Yu Xiaojiang has ruined a genius just like that. You should never trust his theories again." Lu Erlong sent a question mark. The entire internet fell into a stupor. Shun Sangxiong fired back. Lanin Chao is a healing-type martial soul, yet he insists on making Tang San follow the control path. Isn't that ruining his future? Goodness. Let me tell you, Shun Sangxiong is quite the schemer. This is not helping Tang San at all, but rather tossing a firecracker into the powder keg that is Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San. In another world, Yu Xiaojiang was caught off guard, jumping out to refute. "Nonsense. On what basis do you claim I am wrong?" As a result, an even more impressive idea emerged. In the first world, Shuanian Lanin Huang Ayin stated, "What Shin Sangxiong said can be rebutted, but what about my words? How will you counter that?" Yu Xiaojiang was left dumbfounded. "Who are you?" Ayin retorted with confidence. "Are you blind? Can't you see my title is Shuanian Lanin Huang?" The Ayin from another world also chimed in, explaining that the Lanin Huang is the emperor among all Lanin Chao, appearing only once every 10,000 years. Now, Yu Xiaojiang was utterly silenced. Ayin immediately began to persuade Tang San. "Tang San, what level are you now?" Tang San replied, "Level 31. Ayin sighed, "Alas, you have already wasted 3 soul ring slots. Let me think. I will provide you with the subsequent soul beast information in a few days. I just wonder if it is still timely to make changes now. Tang-san, being quite suspicious, responded, "Why do you want to help me?" Ian casually concocted an excuse. "Because you are the only soul master cultivating lawn, Yin Chao." Tang-san responded non-committally, "All right," thinking he should secure the information first. Seeing this, Ian added, "By the way, I will also provide a copy to the Tang-san from another world." This provoked the Xiaogang from the second world, who became furious, outrageous. "This is too much. You want to poach from me?" Consequently, the two Ains from different worlds teamed up to confront him. Just then, the BB Dong from the second world descended, protecting her white moonlight, Xiaogang, saying, "What qualifications does a fallen 10,000-year soul beast have to belittle the honor of my spirit hall's elder?" Goodness, this stirred a hornet's nest. Both Lu Erlong from the two worlds retaliated against BB Dong simultaneously, and the two BB Dongs did not back down, directly issuing threats. Upon seeing Lu Erlong being bullied, Shun Sangxiong also stepped in, directly poking at BB Dong's sore spot. "Let's wait until we capture Tang Hao before discussing the authority of the Spirit Hall." The scene was utter chaos, akin to a battle of deities. Yu Xiaojiang from the second world, witnessing several women arguing fiercely over him, felt a sense of pride, yet could not bear the embarrassment of hiding behind them. Thus he shouted, "Enough! My matters do not require your interference." He then turned to call out, "The other me from another world, are you not going to come out and say something?" He intended to pull his other self into reclaiming his dignity. What happened next? The Yu Xiaojiang from the first world calmly stated, "Let's see how Xiao Sin chooses. I believe he will make the right decision." Goodness! His words enraged the hot-tempered Yu Xiaojiang from the second world, causing him to lose his composure and faint on the spot. Meanwhile, Shun Sangxiong, unaffected, began messaging Lu Erlong. Their conversation was sweet and engaging. Shun Sangxiong said, "Sister Lu, I will return tomorrow." Lu Erlong immediately panicked, feeling both joy and concern. Isn't returning now akin to delivering yourself as a gift? What level are you at? If you are below level 90, do not return, or I will flee and you will never find me. Does anyone understand? This is not a threat. It is clearly worry. Lu Erlong is fierce. She believes Shun Sangxiong is at most level 70 or 80 and deliberately mentions level 90 to deter him. However, upon hearing this, Shun Sangxiong chuckled and replied, "Sister Lu, you have miscalculated. Sorry, but I am currently at level 94, a title de law." Let me tell you, once this message was sent, the entire barrage exploded. But once the dust settled, everyone, yes, everyone, thought this guy had lost his mind, boasting without a shred of evidence. At the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji immediately convened an internal meeting. He counted on his fingers, saying, "This kid has reached level 94 in 6 years? What an international joke. Even if he were on a rocket, it wouldn't be this fast." Yet, he quickly shifted tones, jokingly suggesting that if it were true, he would even sacrifice Rongrong to obtain such genes. Goodness, the expressions of Jian Dalu and Gu Douluo soured, their glares seemingly wishing to take him down right then and there. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan was even more straightforward, outright refusing to discuss the matter of level 94, thinking anyone who believed it was a fool. The clan leader, Yu Yuanjin, promptly tasked his unreliable father, Yu Luomian, "You go and persuade your daughter to come back." As for the Spirit Hall, BB Dong had originally planned everything, but upon seeing the situation, she immediately changed her mind. She told Judo, "You all go, do not follow the original plan. Find a way to lure that kid away from Lu Erlong." Let me tell you, BB Dong is all about anything that can irritate Lu Erlong. She would do anything. The scene shifted back to Lu Erlong, who was momentarily stunned. Coming back to her senses, her first response was, "You little rascal, you are lying to me, right?" As for Shun Sangxiong, he did not answer directly, instead opting for flirtation. "When have I ever deceived you? Just like that time, I told the truth, and you ended up giving me a good thrashing." Upon uttering this, the barrage changed colors. Does anyone understand? A group of old lechers began to wildly speculate, unleashing a flurry of suggestive remarks. BB Dong, witnessing this scene in her secret chamber, burst into laughter, feeling that Lu Erlong's reputation was now tarnished, and there was no hope left with Xiaogang. But guess what? On the Xiaogang side, he displayed remarkable emotional stability, entirely unconvinced. Instead, Lu Erlong's father, Yu Luomian, publicly urged for a marriage, declaring, "If you truly get together with Sangxiong, I will arrange a wedding for you." This left Lu Erlong's face turning green with anger. Just as the situation turned awkward, Shen Sangxiong stepped in to mediate, suggesting they watch the video. Then, ding, the first comparison ended. The result? Shen Sangxiong 99.99, Tang San 001. It was utterly insane. Following this was the reward distribution. Shen Sangxiong received 10 interdimensional fragment tokens, a 10,000-year self-selected body bone, and a true soul pill recipe. On the other hand, Tang San received a pitiful array of fragments, a 10-year rabbit skull, and a recipe fragment. Next came the thrilling lottery segment. 10 lucky viewers would receive 10,000-year soul bones. Guess what? Of the 10 spots, 9 were from our first world. Lu Erlong, Bibi Dong, and Ain all won. The second world participants were immediately thrown off balance, bombarding the barrage with complaints of unfairness. Inside the Shrek carriage, Ma Hongjun clutched a 10,000-year soul bone, grinning like a child weighing 200 pounds. Ning Rongrong's eyes twinkled, asking if he would sell it. Ma Hongjun, ever straightforward, replied, "How much will you offer?" Ning Rongrong, channeling her full presence as a young lady, asserted, "When we reach Tiando City, come back to my clan. Money is no object." Dai Mubai, standing nearby, advised the chubby one not to sell, when suddenly, Yu Xiaogang barged into the carriage, interrupting. He said to Ning Rongrong, "You have not even offered money. The highest bidder wins, right?" Ning Rongrong, laughing in anger, replied, "Are you bidding? Do you even have money? I offer 50 million gold soul coins. What about you?" Yu Xiaogang possessed a thickness of skin rivaling that of a city wall, and he unabashedly began to weave grandiose dreams for Ma Hongjuan, asserting that for the honor of the team, he should offer his soul bone to Tang San without charge, allowing him to elevate them to victory and bask in the glory of a championship. I truly thought I had witnessed everything in 2025, dear friends. Yet here we have such moral coercion. Even Philand could not bear it any longer and promptly dragged him out of the carriage. Meanwhile, my protagonist Shen Sangxiong gazed at the rewards, and suddenly, with a thump of his thigh, he exclaimed, "Lo and behold, this comparative video system is none other than the golden finger I lost. What a troublesome contraption." Nonetheless, he remained optimistic, as he had already reaped sufficient benefits. He patted the Siberian husky beneath him and quickened his pace towards Lamba Academy. The following morning, Liu Erlong was still slumbering when she suddenly felt a weight upon her. Upon opening her eyes, she found Shen Sangxiong's handsome visage mere inches away. Flustered and furious, Liu Erlong demanded, "Get off." "How old are you?" Shen Sangxiong, in a display of stubbornness, retorted, "What's there to fear? No one is watching." To prove his prowess, Shen Sangxiong unleashed his martial soul. Lo and behold, a full 9 crimson soul rings of 100,000 years. Liu Erlong's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief, utterly convinced. With a mischievous grin, Shen Sangxiong teased, "Sister Liu, what about the promised compensation?" Liu Erlong attempted to wield her elder status against him, declaring, "I am your Aunt Liu." To which Shen Sangxiong boldly countered, "That is not for you to decide." Then, the room was filled with the melodious sounds of intimacy. Even the husky at the door barked curiously. After a full 3 hours, Liu Erlong lay there, a mix of anger and resignation on her face, exclaiming, "I finally understand, you little rascal. All those years you promised to repay me when you grew up, and this is how you intend to do it. Tell me, is this truly your way of repaying me, or am I repaying you?" It is akin to inviting a wolf into the fold. Shen Sangxiong, feeling wronged, protested, "I merely added a few more steps than before." He even turned the tables, claiming that it was Sister Liu who initiated everything. The moment those words left his mouth, Liu Erlong's face transformed from red to purple, overwhelmed with embarrassment, and she promptly kicked him out of the room. I nearly fell apart. Just as I was gathering myself, I noticed that silly dog, the husky, cocking its head at me with an expression of wisdom, as if it were saying, "You fool, don't you understand?" My temper flared, and I shot a glare at it. "What are you looking at?" To which, from inside, Liu Erlong shouted, "Why are you arguing with a dog? Hurry up and come back inside." Upon hearing this, I understood the implication. I immediately rubbed my hands together, pushed aside the mutt, and dashed into the room. Under the watchful gaze of the husky, I swiftly closed the door behind me. This commotion lasted until evening. Just as we were starting to recover, Liu Erlong received a small note from a pigeon. Upon reading it, her expression darkened. "Yu Luomian has arrived." I couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to myself that the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex clan had a remarkably slow reaction time. I had returned with such significant news, and they had only just dispatched someone. However, Liu Erlong was unfazed and waved her hand, saying, "Let us go meet them." She had complete confidence in my abilities. We strolled to the dean's office, and as soon as we pushed open the door, an irritated voice exclaimed, "Why did you just arrive now?" I recognized this as Liu Erlong's rather irritable father. "Yu Luomian." Liu Erlong frowned. "Didn't you just arrive?" Yu Luomian, nearly breathless with anger, retorted, "Who said I just arrived? I got here at noon. I even had lunch in your cafeteria." Liu Erlong was taken aback and turned to her assistant, who nodded repeatedly, confirming that indeed he had arrived at noon. This was curious. Had the messenger pigeon lost its way? Unable to fathom this, Liu Erlong decided to get straight to the point, asking, "What brings you here?" What transpired next was simply extraordinary. Yulian scrutinized Liu Erlong from head to toe, then cast a meaningful glance in my direction, his expression reminiscent of an experienced traveler spotting a fellow wanderer. With a sigh, he declared, "I originally had something to discuss, but now it seems there is nothing to talk about." Dear friends, who understands this? This father-in-law, with just a look, had sold out his own daughter. Liu Erlong, blissfully unaware, simply responded, "If there's nothing, please take your leave." The awkwardness was palpable, as Yu Luomian had been quite pleased with me until his daughter dismissed him so bluntly. He paused at the door, patted my shoulder, and lowered his voice, saying, "Take care, Erlong." I couldn't help but smile. This father was rather amiable. I assured him, "Fear not," with no sense of guilt about potentially harming his daughter, confidently asserting my intentions. Once Yu Luomian departed, Liu Erlong cautiously sat down, her posture suggesting she was no stranger to such situations. Curiously, she inquired, "What was that silent exchange about?" As I surveyed her office, I casually remarked, "Your father has already discerned our relationship." "What?" Liu Erlong froze in shock. "How could he know?" I shrugged. "How else would he know? He can see it with his own eyes. Did you not mention that your father was quite the flirt in his youth? He surely has plenty of experience with such matters." After a moment's contemplation, she nodded in reluctant agreement. Then, she suddenly asked, "By the way, are you hungry?" Of course. After a day of such exertions, how could I not be hungry? Just as I was about to respond affirmatively, I caught her ambiguous expression and swiftly modified my answer. "I'm indeed a bit hungry, but Sister Liu, you must not be, having consumed so much water. Get lost." A fiery ball of wrath zoomed past my ear, accompanied by my hearty laughter. As we walked towards the cafeteria, I couldn't help but reminisce, for Lamba Academy had remained unchanged over the 6 years. Just as we neared the entrance, someone called out, "Shin Sangqiong?" Turning around, I was greeted by a stunning young woman, Jiangzhu. Before the arrival of the Shrek trio, she was the beauty of Lamba Academy, aside from Liu Erlong. I, of course, recognized her, but I could not let it show. It would be rather odd to return after 6 years and address her by name immediately. So, I feigned ignorance. "Big sister, who are you?" Seeing my amiable demeanor, Jiangzhu sighed in relief and introduced herself as a member of the advanced class. I smiled and replied, "You are older than me. Thus, you should call me Junior." After a moment's hesitation, she acquiesced. I casually asked, "Sister Jiang, have you eaten? If not, why not join us?" Saying this, I expertly opened the door to Liu Erlong's private room. However, the young lady, being particularly considerate, waved her hand, indicating she wouldn't intrude and chose to leave. An hour later, in the private room, Liu Erlong was guzzling water, and I could no longer bear it. I handed her a chicken wing, saying, "You should eat some food, don't just drink water." She huffed, viciously biting into the chicken wing. "You still dare to say? It's all your fault." Her glare sent a shiver down my spine, as if she were not devouring a chicken wing, but something far more sinister. As we continued to eat, she suddenly queried, "I heard you were chatting and laughing with Jiangzhu just now." My heart skipped a beat, but I maintained an unruffled facade. It is quite normal for classmates to share pleasantries. Liu Erlong gazed at me with a peculiar expression. Classmates? You, a titled Douluo of level 94. Still wish to be a student? I sighed. You wouldn't understand my troubles. After mingling in the outside world for so long, being a student is the most comfortable. Besides, I am not yet 25. I still wish to participate in this year's Continental Soul Master Competition. Upon hearing this, Liu Erlong began to analyze, explaining that my participation as a titled law would surely provoke discontent from the Spirit Hall and other academies, for it would constitute an overwhelming advantage. After some contemplation, I proposed, then how about this? I will personally train a few individuals to compete as a gift for you. Saying this, I handed her the formula for the true soul pill, which could facilitate the evolution of martial souls. Liu Erlong gasped in astonishment. If this is genuine, it could bring both fortune and misfortune. I smiled confidently. Fear not. With my current strength, even a peerless Douluo of level 99 would find it hard to threaten my safety. My prowess is undoubtedly unparalleled. To maintain confidentiality, I casually proposed the idea of reforming the academy, suggesting the establishment of an inner and outer court. To gain entry into the inner court, one must sign a contract of servitude, becoming an integral part of the academy. At first, Liu Erlong hesitated, believing this to be contrary to the traditions of Douluo Dalu. However, I assured her that this was an opportunity for them, a stroke of good fortune. Ultimately, I persuaded her, and she entrusted me with the complete management of the inner court. After our discussion, I casually produced a 10,000-year-old skeletal fragment. Liu Erlong gasped upon seeing it, insisting that it was far too precious to accept. I thought to myself that what she had given me was far more valuable. Seeing her adamant refusal, I decided not to press the issue and instead retrieved a fragment from a fire dragon of a mere 10,000 years. Of course, I kept the fact that it was capable of growth to myself. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain. Liu Erlong was astonished. Another skeletal fragment? Where did you acquire so many? I replied nonchalantly. I obtained them from defeating monsters. She expressed envy, lamenting that despite having slain numerous soul beasts in her day, she had yet to encounter even a 10-year soul bone. This time, she finally accepted it, and I felt satisfied, teasing her further. Come, let us drink another cup of water, in hopes of garnering even more. Just then, a sudden outburst of howling from a husky and cooing from a pigeon echoed through the courtyard, interrupting our pleasant evening. Irritated, I shouted out, while Liu Erlong suggested it sounded like a pigeon. I stepped outside to investigate, only to find the husky trotting towards us, clutching a homing pigeon in its mouth. Upon retrieving a note from the pigeon's leg, my expression turned peculiar. Liu Erlong leaned in for a closer look. Is that old Master Fu and his companions? Why are they visiting at such an hour? Embarrassed, I scratched my nose, speculating they had likely arrived earlier. It dawned on me why Yu Lumian had come by midday, and we only received news in the evening. This troublesome dog was my loyal little guardian, intercepting any pigeons that might disrupt my opportunity to repay kindness. Liu Erlong was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this rambunctious dog might actually be of some use. We donned our attire and proceeded to the reception hall, where Liu Erlong reminded me to keep my distance from Yu Xiaogang, assuring me not to harbor jealousy. I scoffed, insisting that she must not get too close to him, nor should they converse privately behind closed doors. She rolled her eyes at me, but solemnly promised to comply. Upon entering the reception hall, Franel jested that he had nearly fallen asleep waiting for us. Liu Erlong, with a composed demeanor, shifted all the blame onto the husky, claiming it had merely been playing with the pigeon. As her words lingered in the air, Yu Xiaogang stepped forward, his face clouded with melancholy, addressing her. Erlong, it's been a while. How have you been? Liu Erlong simply rolled her eyes and leaned closer to me. Do I appear to be anything less than well? Yu Xiaogang mistook her sarcasm, continuing with a heavy heart. I'm sorry, but our relationship truly cannot progress. Lu Erlong let out a derisive laugh, realizing she felt neither love nor hatred for him anymore, just a sense of indifference. Yu Xiaogang, taken aback by her response, was puzzled. This was not the script he had envisioned. He had imagined Lu Erlong would weep and rush into his arms, professing her disregard for everything. He stubbornly inquired, "Erlong, do you not have anything to say to me?" "I have nothing to discuss with you," Lu Erlong replied curtly, turning to engage with Franald, leaving Yu Xiaogang in a state of bewilderment. Meanwhile, a few of the young students from Shrek, including a lively girl named Ning Rongrong, approached me, curiously asking if my initial soul power truly was at level 50. I nodded with a smile, and her eyes sparkled with excitement, just as I was about to request her to introduce me to her classmates for an opportunity to tease Tang San. A stoic girl named Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward to introduce herself and Xiao Wu. Upon seeing Xiao Wu, I couldn't help but chuckle. The rabbit spirit looked at me as if she had seen a ghost, trembling all over. I feigned ignorance, smiling as I addressed her. "Xiao Wu, do we know each other? Why do you look at me as if I am some terrifying specter?" Xiao Wu nearly burst into tears. Unable to fathom that I was indeed a tidal daw, I could only imagine the thoughts racing through her mind. Tang San, noticing his sister was being bullied, rushed over to protect her, glaring at me with hostility. I maintained my innocent facade, suggesting, "Perhaps there is a misunderstanding between us. If it pleases you, we could discuss this privately later." Ma Hongjun, the hefty lad beside us, muttered under his breath, "Boss Dai, do you think he's taken a liking to Xiao Wu?" Though his voice was low, it was crystal clear to all present, being soul masters. I stoked the flames further. A graceful lady deserves a gentleman's affection, after all. Tang San turned pale, interjecting, "Xiao Wu is still just a child." I ignored him entirely, focusing on the now petrified Xiao Wu, uttering a classic line, "Dear Rabbit's sister, you wouldn't want to disappoint me, would you?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu shivered, seemingly resigning herself to fate, and nodded. "I understand. I will lead the way." Tang San was taken aback. "Xiao Wu, rest assured, I will remain here. Nothing will happen to you while I am in this academy." I must emphasize, Tang San was thoroughly bewildered. He could not comprehend that Xiao Wu, who had always been his little shadow, was now contradicting him. Did she not see that I was merely looking out for her? Just as he was about to protest further, the oft-overlooked master Yu Xiaogang suddenly leaped into action, blocking Tang San's path. He was fully aware of the delicate balance at play and did not wish for any discord between me and his prized pupil. Clearing his throat, he assumed an air of authority, addressing me. "Song Xiong, it is indeed inappropriate for a young lady like Xiao Wu to accompany you. How about this? You two can find a room in the academy to converse, while Tang San can stand guard at the door." I was utterly dumbfounded. I had merely intended to tease Tang San today, yet these people had concocted an entire narrative in their minds. I erupted. Are the members of Shrek Academy always so colorfully imaginative? I have stated repeatedly that I wish to inquire privately with Xiao Wu, but somehow it has morphed into something sinister in your interpretations. Especially you, Tang San. I pointed an accusatory finger at him. Are you her brother or her father? Why do you feel the need to control her every interaction? If she were your girlfriend, I might understand your possessiveness. But you cannot simultaneously call her your sister while acting as if only a boyfriend has the right to dictate her affairs. I assert that your behavior, if placed in the context of 2025, would be labeled as pseudo-incestuous and genuine manipulation. You must choose your role. As my words hung in the air, Tang San fell silent, his face alternating between red and pale, a sight to behold. Those who understand family dynamics would recognize that he was aware he had overstepped. As a brother, he was too intrusive, and as a boyfriend, he lacked the designation. As the atmosphere grew tense, Lu Erlong swiftly intervened, suggesting we should eat as the meal was ready. Franald hastily chimed in, and the Shrek members, eager to escape the mounting tension, scampered off to the dining hall. Before leaving, Tang San attempted to persuade Xiao Wu to join him, but she shook her head and said, "Brother San, you go ahead. I will come over shortly." She had come to understand that as a tidal Dalu, if she truly wished to harm her, no one could stop her. It was better to clarify things herself. Seeing that he could not change her mind, Tang Xin reluctantly walked away, glancing back 3 times. Once everyone had left, I leisurely spoke, teasing her little rabbit. Your courage is truly remarkable. Is it not enough to stay in a small place like Notting City? You dare to follow Tang San to the perilous Tiando City. Are you preparing to hold a concert in Wuhuan City next? Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed, and she retorted softly, I am a fan, not a white one. I was momentarily taken aback, instinctively coughing, you know what I mean? However, noticing the peculiar look in my eyes, she hastily clarified, what I mean is, my fur is pink. Goodness, I nearly misunderstood. It turned out she was referring to the color of her soft-boned rabbit fur. Gathering her courage, she asked, you clearly know I am a 100,000-year-old beast. Why don't you take action? I rolled my eyes. Her intelligence indeed left much to be desired. I shrugged and replied, I have no interest in soul rings or soul bones. I only adore beauty and gourmet food. As we spoke, I noticed her fuzzy rabbit ears twitching, and my curiosity surged. Unable to resist the temptation, I reached out and pinched one. The texture was surprisingly pleasant. Hey, what are you doing? Xiao Wu exclaimed, startled, covering her ears and hopping back. I quickly apologized, retrieving a necklace from my storage soul guide and handing it to her. Don't be angry, this is for you, as an apology. Initially, she proudly refused, but I casually remarked, this item can suppress the soul beast aura on you. Are you sure you don't want it? As soon as I finished speaking, she snatched it away. Watching her clumsily struggle to open the clasp for a while, I stepped over, moved behind her, and gently tucked her long hair aside to help her wear it. Just as I fastened the clasp, a booming voice echoed from the cafeteria entrance. What do you think you're doing? I turned to see Tang San rushing over like a madman. A flurry of hidden weapons flying towards us without restraint. I quickly pulled Xiao Wu behind me, and with a light flick of my finger, all the hidden weapons clattered to the ground. Not forgetting to taunt him, I said, aren't you worried about hurting your sister? Tang San stubbornly replied, I have confidence in myself. I would never accidentally harm Xiao Wu. He hurried over, but Xiao Wu immediately stepped in front of him, fearing he might provoke me. The title Douluo. Xiao Wu was left with no choice but to lie. Brother San, you misunderstood. He accidentally bumped into me, which is why he shouted. And this necklace is his apology. Seizing the opportunity, I added, Tang San, didn't you say Xiao Wu is your sister? Why haven't you bought her even a single piece of jewelry? If she didn't struggle with wearing necklaces, would I need to do it for her? Ultimately, the issue lies with you. Tang San's face turned green from my words, and he managed to stammer, we are commoners. We have no spare money for these useless ornaments. I laughed outright. You are pretending to be poor? The pile of hidden weapons you just threw could sell for enough to adorn Xiao Wu from head to toe with luxury items. You are simply selfish. If you love her, let her forge for you. If you love yourself, create hidden weapons for your own use. Truly a double standard. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu fell silent, while she still helped Tang San pick up the hidden weapons scattered on the ground. I knew a thorn had been deeply embedded in her heart. After they left, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing walked over from the cafeteria entrance. Ning Rongrong, with a mischievous smile, remarked, Zhuqing, you have ample resources, so you must not be hungry. Goodness! Zhu Zhuqing's face darkened. The pace was so fast, I nearly couldn't keep up. Just as I was about to suggest we eat together, I instinctively glanced at the swaying cattail behind Zhu Zhuqing. I thought Xiao Wu's ears were real, but Zhu Zhuqing's tail was dismissed as merely an ornament, leaving me feeling rather embarrassed. Upon entering the cafeteria, Lu Erlong pulled me over, saying that Flandra wanted to form a joint battle team. Before she finished speaking, Yu Xiaogang jumped in, expressing his desire to take me as his disciple and to tailor a training plan for me. I chuckled, looking at him. You want to take me as a disciple? Do you even know my level? He pondered for a moment and guessed, around level 62, right? I almost burst out laughing. What kind of ways will never break through level 30 teach me? Teach me how to stall my level? Your flawed theories would expose you completely if compared to videos. They're either common sense or fallacies. Even elementary students would shake their heads in disbelief. Where does your confidence come from? Yu Xiaojiang's face turned purple with anger. Unable to counter my words, he began to vent at Lu Erlong. Erlong, Is this the child you raised? Completely lacking in manners. Lu Erlong exploded in response. You think I lack manners? Then get lost. Go to wherever you think is more cultured. If I hadn't intervened, she might have slapped him. I couldn't bear to lose this source of entertainment. Otherwise, where would I find joy in the future? Ultimately, it was Flandra who came to mediate, and the matter was smoothed over. The next afternoon, we held a team selection. I noticed the Shrek members had arrived, but Tang San was absent. I called out to Xiao Wu, who shook her head, indicating she did not know. I surmised that they were likely arguing over the necklace I had given her. Dai Mubai was anxious, stating, Tang San is our strongest. Without him, our combat strength will be halved. I shot him a glance. You might not even make it to the main team. Why are you so anxious? He exploded. I have the highest soul power. Why can't I be selected? I sneered. Is high soul power all that matters? How did level 31 Tang San possess half the combat strength of the team? Dai Mubai fell silent. I cleared my throat and announced to everyone, listen closely. I will select members based on talent, effort, and perseverance, not soul power. Now, I will call out names for the main team. Hundreds of eyes focused on me, and the atmosphere grew tense. I slowly spoke. Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward, surprised. Then, I closed the documents in my hands and casually stated, all right, at this stage, she is the only main team member. Everyone else is a substitute. The entire battle arena erupted in chaos. Everyone was stunned. I had chosen the one with the lowest soul power as the sole main member. Was this absurd? Just as Dai Mubai could no longer endure and was about to confront me, an enormous sound erupted from above. A cold voice resonated throughout the continent. The second comparison video is about to be released. This time, the comparison features the protagonist's first solo training. After the comparison, 10 lucky viewers from the bullet screen will be drawn, each receiving 100,000 comparison video points. Everyone 100,000. This immense fortune was finally coming our way. On the screen, dazzling golden words appeared. Shun Sanqiong's 6-year training comparison with the awakened Tang San in the City of Slaughter. Meanwhile, in the core area of the Stark Do Great Forest beside the Lake of Life, the Titan giant ape, Ming, anxiously scratched his head to Ming. What should we do? It has started again. Should we wake the Lord up? Ming decided, all right, wake the Lord. Let me tell you, Ming is quite well informed. He mentioned that recently, human soul masters coming to our territory have been murmuring about some lucky spots with tangible rewards, and the rules have changed, presenting a golden opportunity for our soul beast clan. If we don't take a share, wouldn't that be foolish? Upon hearing this, Ming's thoughts aligned, and he quickly nodded in agreement. The two giant beasts, after some discussion, headed towards that secret place. Indeed, not only the Star Do Great Forest, but even the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor from the extreme north could no longer remain idle. They began issuing commands. The entire soul beast realm was energized, ready to make a grand move in the human world. Meanwhile, the camera shifted back to the battle arena of Lamba Academy. Ning Rongrong's gaze was fixed on me, her curiosity about Shun Sanqiong practically written on her face. I surmised that Shun Sanqiong was also quite anxious. For over the past 6 years, the treasures bestowed upon him by his golden finger have been abundant. Who knows what secrets this troublesome video might unveil? Just as the thought crossed my mind, the large screen illuminated. On it appeared a small child, our protagonist Shun Sanqiong, who audaciously stole a horse from Lamba Academy and fled. His expression was one of sheer delight, murmuring to himself that he needed to run far away, lest he be caught and returned by Sister Lu. In the next moment, he found himself in a valley, and upon closer inspection, I realized this was the very location where Qian Xuanji and Tang Hao once clashed. Then came the most explosive scene of all. This boy, merely 6 years old, stood in the valley and entered into a frenzy of mockery. He began by resurrecting the saying from Xiaogang that there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. While it sounded reasonable at first, upon deeper reflection, did it not imply that everyone on the continent who could not become a title Douluo was being denigrated as useless? What a stroke of logical brilliance. He then pivoted his discourse to analyze the brawl between Qian Xuanji and Tang Hao. He mused that the fact this incident became public was utterly absurd. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, possessing a god-tier martial soul, was defeated in a 3-on-1 by a rival of a lower rank. And such a disgraceful matter would surely compel the Spirit Hall to silence all witnesses. How could it possibly become common knowledge? He then provided his own answer, asserting that it must have been the 3 sex-incompetent allies who deliberately spread the rumors to undermine the Spirit Hall. He declared these individuals were clearly lacking in common sense. Was not their very foundation built on the unwritten rule of strong martial souls overpowering weak ones? Now, they were promoting the idea that the weak could topple the strong, digging their own graves. One day, when the common folk awakened to this truth, what would become of these so-called great families? I was taken aback. This child possessed such clarity of thought at merely 6 years old, truly a paragon of lucidity. But that was not the end of it. He slipped over to a nearby circle, claiming it to be the site of a yin sacrifice. Then, he made a stunning declaration. He audaciously claimed that Yin had been sold by Tang, who was now counting the profits. He began to dissect this assertion point by point, and I was left in awe of the logical chain he articulated. First, if your wife is a 100,000-year-soul beast and pregnant, why would you not hide her away in a secluded place, but instead stroll around a Spirit Hall's territory, as if you were eager for everyone to know that your wife is a walking tonic? Second, why would you choose to wander about just as you are on the cusp of attaining your 9th soul ring? The timing was impeccable, more precise than a punch clock. Third, the chosen battleground was a desolate wasteland, devoid of any vegetation, which entirely hampered the blue-silver Emperor's capabilities. Was this not a blatant attempt to endanger your wife, merely to acquire that 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone? This maneuver was nothing short of a textbook example of deceit. Upon uttering these words, the barrage of comments exploded. Bystanders were dumbfounded. Those who once idolized Tang, now felt like fools. Immediately, Yin from both worlds questioned Tang, demanding to know if this was true. Then, factions like the Xiaogang sect and the Piji clan, who harbored grievances against the Yin sect, sprang forth to corroborate Sun Sangqiong's claims as the truth. And what was the outcome? Both versions of Tang San, in righteous indignation, leaped forward to denounce Tang on screen, labeling him as utterly shameless for betraying his wife, vowing to slay him one day in order to vindicate his father. I was in stitches. Who could comprehend the absurdity of these 2 filial sons publicly judging their own father? The Yin sect's reputation was in tatters. As if that were not enough, the formidable beasts of the Star Doe Forest, the Snow Emperor from the extreme north, and other powerful creatures were incensed, issuing a continent-wide bounty on Tang. Anyone who spotted him was to report immediately, with lethal force authorized. Meanwhile, amidst the uproar, Sun Sangqiong had completed his exploration of the valley and arrived at the foreboding gates of the city of slaughter. The guards, upon seeing a mere child, attempted to shoo him away. Sun Sangqiong, however, tired of their chatter, effortlessly struck out, sending their captain flying into the wall like a sack of potatoes. And then, with a cheerful grin, inquired, "May I enter now?" The remaining guards, rendered speechless, quickly nodded and bowed, ushering him inside. Upon entering the city, a charming receptionist, designated as number 9527, approached him. Sun Sangqiong's lips twitched, likely recalling some peculiar film. He inquired about the differences in trials available. The receptionist explained that there was a sightseeing mode designed for the offspring of noble families, which was risk-free and allowed for immediate departure. The other option was a hellish hardcore mode, requiring one to engage in 100 battles to escape or perish within. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Sangqiong chose the hellish mode, confidently asserting, "No worries, I am invincible among my peers." Such bravado was commendable. The city of slaughter erupted once more with commotion. Ordinary citizens were terrified, fearing that malevolent beings might emerge. Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall hurriedly appeared to maintain order, asserting that they were keeping a watchful eye. However, a titan from the Li Ji clan foolishly criticized the Spirit Hall, only to be rebuked by Yang Wudi from the Piji clan, who reminded him that the Yin sect had abandoned them. Was he incapable of using his brain? Ultimately, Ning Fengji stepped in to mediate, explaining that the city of slaughter was a natural prison that could not be recklessly destroyed. While they squabbled, Shun Sangxiong had already ascended to the arena. A burly man, scarred and imposing, emerged, hoping to bully the child and put on a show. What ensued? His powerful punch was effortlessly caught by Shun Sangxiong with a single hand. With a slight smile, he remarked, "You strike me, and I shall return the favor. Seems fair, does it not?" No sooner had he spoken than his other hand slowly pressed against the man's chest. In the next moment, the man was sent flying backward at an astonishing speed, crashing through a dozen spectators and shattering the protective barrier, ultimately embedding himself in the arena wall, unable to extricate himself. Silence enveloped the crowd. Those watching the live broadcast were equally astounded. The young ladies from Tianshui Academy and Qihua Academy momentarily ceased their quarrels, captivated by Shun Sangxiong's extraordinary combat prowess. The subsequent scenes unfolded as if on fast-forward. This boy, as if clocking in for work, engaged in 3 battles daily, effortlessly dispatching opponents without so much as allowing them to graze his garments. Over the course of 34 days, he accumulated 100 victories with alarming ease. The receptionist, Black Pearl, was left in a daze. She had prepared to collect his remains, but instead witnessed a stunning display. After concluding his final match, as he prepared to depart, he turned to Black Pearl, who had shared the past month with him, and asked, "Hey, would you like to leave with me?" And what do you think her response was? She replied that the King of Slaughter would not approve. I couldn't help but chuckle. "Dear lady, he was offering you a chance at freedom, yet you were concerned about your employer's consent?" Yet I must say, the expression on Shun Sangxiong's face was as haughty as could be, as he declared, "He has 2 choices. Either he agrees after I beat him into submission, or he graciously accepts my gift and politely accompanies me." My goodness, such audacity. One might think he were the King of Slaughter's progeny. He confidently continued his analysis, stating that the old man had long been drained by the 9-headed Bat King, and he could easily dismantle that old fellow with a single punch. Upon hearing this, Black Pearl's eyes sparkled with intrigue, realizing that he might truly be capable, for the oppressive rules of the city of slaughter were utterly ineffective against Shun Sangxiong, as if they were mere farts, entirely useless. In the blink of an eye, they indeed managed to exit. Black Pearl, akin to a husky released from a cage, frolicked about, exuberantly inhaling the air of freedom. And what of Shun Sangxiong? He sat there, furrowing his brows as he gazed at the newly acquired Shashan Lingyu, expressing disdain with a remark, "Is this it? It feels rather underwhelming." At that moment, I felt an urge to slap him. What was he pretending to be? This was something others had fought tirelessly for, yet here it was reduced to mere electronic waste in his eyes. Then, even more absurdly, he summoned his true dragon martial soul, and with a snap, devoured the gleaming Shashan Lingyu. Yes, you heard that correctly. He consumed it as if it were a snack. At that moment, the live broadcast erupted in chaos. Qian Dalu and Poseidon, 2 ancient figures, were left dumbfounded, utterly shocked. But the crux of the matter, dear friends, was that Lu Erlong, I must tell you, had overturned her vinegar jar. Through the screen, she began to call out to Shun Sangxiong, "Well done, young man. Have you learned to keep a beautiful woman hidden away? Where have you concealed that Heijinju?" Those who understand know this felt like the reigning queen confronting the mistress. Heijinju was also alarmed, hastily clarifying in the comments that there was nothing between them. Lu Erlong's next statement left me speechless. She said, "Forget it. If you truly have feelings for him, come to Lamba Academy. He is too powerful. I can barely hold my ground alone." Help! What audacious words. In 2025, one could still hear such heavyweight declarations. Was this a call to form a team? And so, this matter passed. 3 days later, the 2 ventured to the seaside to watch the sunset. Shun Sangxiong once again put on an act, reciting poetry. The sunset is infinitely beautiful, yet it is near dusk. Heijinju genuinely believed him, her face filled with admiration. Wow, you can compose poetry too? I thought to myself, isn't this something even middle schoolers can recite? Shun Sangxiong calmly nodded, I suppose. His audacity was thicker than a city wall. After his theatrical display, he directly wrapped an arm around Heijinju's waist and, step by step, began to ascend into the sky. Yes, you heard that right. He seemed to defy gravity, as if walking upon invisible steps, soaring upwards. Heijinju immediately let out a dolphin-like shriek. The live screen went wild once again. Even Dalu was baffled by his actions, akin to activating a flying cheat. Looking spectacularly impressive. As they flew, they landed on an island. No sooner had they touched down than a horde of pirates surrounded them, each one more menacing than the last. Shun Sangxiong feigned innocence. Huh? Where's this? I had no idea. I just saw people and came down. Then, the leader, a girl named Zijinju, stepped forward and called him out. Stop pretending. I saw you flying over. Now tell me, what is your purpose for coming to my Zijinju island? I thought a fight was imminent, given the tension in the air. Yet, Shun Sangxiong's maneuver was truly audacious. With a grand sweep of his hand, he showered the surrounding henchmen with gold coins, as if it were raining, burying them in a cascade of wealth. Then, with a calm demeanor, he stated, We will be staying here for a while. This is for our lodging and meals. Lead the way and prepare us a grand seafood feast. Then provide us with your finest accommodations. Remarkable. Such abundant wealth was hard to resist. Zijinju stood there, utterly stunned, probably having never encountered such a straightforward resolution. After lounging on the island for 3 days, Shun Sangxiong finally got down to business. He ventured hundreds of miles out to sea and dove in. Moments later, the ocean began to churn violently, resembling boiling water. Subsequently, a fish the size of a small mountain surfaced, its belly gleaming white. Shun Sangxiong sat cross-legged atop the fish, and nearby, with a clang, a soul bone floated into view. The viewers on the live screen went wild, exclaiming that his luck was extraordinary. A soul beast of 40,000 years had directly yielded a soul bone. But did you think that was the end? No, that was merely the beginning. Shun Sangxiong appeared to be operating on a cheat code. He dove underwater, caught fish, resurfaced, and each time, a soul bone dropped. Dive, catch fish, resurface, another soul bone. As long as it was a soul beast over 10,000 years old, it would invariably drop. It was as if he had activated a rare drop script in a game, leaving everyone in stunned silence. The screen was devoid of comments. All viewers were rendered speechless by his outrageous feats. After a long while, Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, finally sent a comment. Her voice trembling slightly. Shun Sangxiong, were those endless soul bones truly dropping in the footage just now? Shun Sangxiong, equally astonished, replied, Those images were indeed real. What does the Pope intend? Bibi Dong began to entice him, saying, Come to my spirit hall. If you are reluctant to part with your loose sister, you can bring her along. Shun Sangxiong dismissed her. No need. Bibi Dong further inquired, Would you consider selling your soul bones? The moment those words left her mouth, it stirred a hornet's nest. Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Emperor of Heaven Do, Shui, both jumped in shouting, Young friend, sell to me. My Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has plenty of money. My Heaven Do royal family also wishes to acquire a few pieces. It was akin to a marketplace brawl over cabbages. Shun Sangxiong simply replied with 2 words, dismissing them all. Not for sale. Ha ha ha. How satisfying that was. I relished his disregard for anyone's face. Then, seeing Shun Sangxiong's prowess, Zijinju was intrigued. She revealed that she had discovered an ancient ruin but lacked the strength to open the door, proposing they explore together. Shun Sangxiong agreed readily. Upon arrival, they found a magnificent palace. Zijinju, a soul emperor at level 65, stated she couldn't budge the door even with all her strength. Shun Sangxiong stepped forward and said, Everyone, step back, and then delivered a single punch. Boom! The door was obliterated. With just one punch, that silver-white door was reduced to rubble, leaving only the frame behind. Inside, it resembled an ancient research facility. Zijinju discovered a blueprint on a table, inscribed with the design for a level 5 soul guidance cannon. Shun Sangxiong took a look and explained that this was a piece of ancient technology from 10,000 years ago, known as a soul guidance device. Once energy was input, it could fire a projectile equivalent to a full force strike from a Soul King. My goodness, was this not a soul guidance version of an RPG? He then found a finished product on another table and handed it to Zijinju. Here, would you like to give it a try? Zi Jinzhu took the cannon, aimed at the wall, and fired off 9 rounds in rapid succession, collapsing the wall completely. She was left dumbfounded, murmuring that this was the treasure every support type soul master dreamed of. The viewers on the live screen were once again in a frenzy, pleading to buy the blueprint. Ning Fengji even offered to let Shun Sangxiong choose 10 treasures from the 7 treasure glazed tile school's treasury. Yet, Shun Sangxiong remained steadfast with his 2-word response, not for sale. Zi Jinzhu was perplexed, questioning why he would pass up such monetary gain. At that moment, Shun Sangxiong underwent a transformation. He stated that this soul guidance technology should not be disseminated. If it became widespread, it would merely serve as a toy for the wealthy, leaving ordinary people with no hope of rising up, only exacerbating class stagnation. I was taken aback. I never expected him to possess such awareness. Zi Jinzhu appeared bewildered, and Shun Sangxiong directly teased her. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. That's a matter of intelligence, and I can't help it. Haha. He effectively silenced the conversation, infuriating Zi Jinzhu, who playfully punched his chest. They continued deeper and discovered an even more formidable blueprint for a level 9 sky-splitting cannon, which could likely obliterate a tidal Douluo. Just then, with a loud crash, a wall beside them suddenly collapsed, revealing thousands of neatly arranged boxes inside. 8 hours later, Zi Jinzhu excitedly danced over to report. There are a total of 1,200 boxes, all containing storage soul guidance devices. Shun Sangxiong, rising from his reclining position, generously stated, "Well, let's split these evenly between us." But guess what? Zi Jinzhu simply waved her hand, nonchalantly saying, "Forget it. You could take all these storage soul guidance devices." I was astonished. Was this still the same money-driven female pirate? Even Shun Sangxiong couldn't help but tease her. How strange. You, a female pirate, are actually willing to let go of wealth offered so freely. Zi Jinzhu spoke with utmost sincerity. The benefits I have gained this time are already substantial. Without your assistance, I might never have managed to open that door to the outside world in my entire life. Shun Sangxiong, perceiving her honesty, found himself at a loss due to her unexpected demeanor. Ultimately, he replied earnestly, "Very well. I shall accept these storage soul-guiding devices. From this moment onward, we are friends. Should you wish to hunt for soul rings or encounter insurmountable troubles, feel free to seek me at Lamba Academy. I promise to find the most suitable solutions for you." Upon hearing this, Zi Jinzhu could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter, playfully pointing at his youthful face. "No, brother. Don't you find your serious demeanor utterly amusing?" It seemed that she had seized the opportunity to tease him in return. Time passed, and after a brief span of 10 days, during which he spent his days fishing on the island and relishing life, Zi Jinzhu approached him once more, shrouded in mystery. Eager to share a secret, she said, "Let me tell you, there exists a place in this sea called Xiaogang, where one can participate in a divine examination. If you succeed, the rewards are extraordinary. An increase in soul power, divine gifts of soul rings, and an extension of your soul ring's lifespan. Given your talent, why not take a chance? I can arrange a ship to take you there." At that moment, he couldn't even muster the energy to lift his eyelids, and simply replied, "Not going." She was taken aback. Why not? With your talent, the benefits you could gain would be extraordinary. Who knows? You might even become the next high priest of Xiaogang. He scoffed, his disdain palpable. Haitian? Merely a hypocritical sham. You want me to participate in his examination? Are you trying to discuss me? The moment these words left his mouth, Zi Jinzhu's face turned pale. She glanced around furtively as if she were a thief, ensuring no one was nearby, before hastily covering his mouth, her voice trembling. "You're insane. If the people from Xiaogang hear this, it would be your end." Simultaneously, the barrage of comments from the comparison video erupted with chaos. A multitude of self-proclaimed titled Douluos from Xiaogang, such as Hailong and Haixing, were fervently shouting that he was courting death and waiting for their punishment. Even a so-called Haima Douluo from another world emerged, insisting that when the time came for retribution, he should be included as well. Then, a heavyweight entered the fray. A figure named Bo Sexy, the high priest of Xiaogang, issued a direct ultimatum. demanding he immediately go to Haitian Dao to plead for mercy, or else he would come to regret his words. He couldn't help but laugh, retorting in the comments, "Bo sexy, is it? You can't even leave Haitian Dao. How could you possibly reach me? Your titled Douluos, the strongest among them, barely reaches level 95. If they dare come to Lamba Academy, I will make sure they understand why the flowers bloom so brilliantly." Bo sexy was left bewildered. "How do you know so much about Haitian Dao? Kianda, is it you who spoke of this?" Remarkably, the high-ranking elder from Wuhuan Dian, Kianda, who became quite emotional, exclaiming, "I merely came to enjoy the spectacle. Why am I being implicated?" However, Bo sexy refused to listen, insisting it was indeed him. Kianda Oliu was on the verge of tears, lamenting, "Even if he, referring to Tang, hadn't disappeared, you would still pin this on me." Without hesitation, Bo sexy admitted, "Of course." Kianda Oliu, filled with resentment, directly tagged him. "You little brat, why don't you speak up? Clearly, this is your affair, yet the one suffering is me." He replied, "What reason is there to reason with such a woman? With her temperament, if you manage to subdue her, whatever you say is right. If not, everything you say is wrong. Remember, to hold a woman's heart, you must either make her fall in love with you, or let her harbor hatred for you." Upon finishing, he unleashed a barrage of taunts directed at Bo sexy. "So, Bo sexy, you little rascal, if you have the capability, come and catch me. I will be at Lamba Academy, waiting for you. If you manage to catch me, I will make sure you enjoy a delightful time." This provocation sent Bo sexy into a frenzy. It was said that there was not a single intact item left in her palace. Enraged, she declared that he had successfully angered her. He continued to fan the flames. "Have you forgotten why we argued? I just cursed the Haitian, and you weren't this furious then. It seems the Haitian holds little significance in your heart." Bo sexy, fuming, logged off, leaving behind a warning that he'd better not fall into her hands, before dispatching the Hailong, Haixing, and Haimao title Douluos to Lamba Academy to capture him. Those in the vicinity understood that the entire Haitian Dao was working overtime for his sake. Even more astonishing, the deep-sea demon whale king sided with him, declaring that the Haitian was indeed worthless. The scene shifted back to him and Xi Jinju. He looked at her earnestly and asked, "Would you betray me?" She felt uneasy under his gaze, shifting slightly, her voice wavering. "Aren't we friends? I would never betray a friend. However, you must be cautious in the future. Do not speak carelessly." He chuckled, leaning closer to her ear. "I never knew I held such a high status in your heart. Rest assured, I am indifferent to others." Her cheeks flushed, and she rolled her eyes, yet curiosity got the better of her as she leaned in to quietly ask, "Why do you harbor such animosity towards Haitian Dao? Logically speaking, as a land-based soul master, you shouldn't know so much." Mimicking her, he whispered half-truths into her ear. "Since childhood, I have loved to read various historical accounts and secret tales. Naturally, I've learned a great deal. Can historical accounts be trusted?" She questioned skeptically. You wouldn't understand," he replied with experience. "Only in historical accounts do they dare write anything." She was convinced, her eyes filled with curiosity. "All right, then tell me, why is Haitian so hypocritical?" Noticing her gossipy demeanor, he realized she held little reverence for the Haitian. Clearing his throat, he began to reveal, "You know there's a guardian beast of Haitian Dao, the Mohandabai Shah, known as Xiaobai, right? It's the Mohandabai Shah, not Zaibai Bai Bai." She retorted, "Don't mind the details." He waved his hand dismissively. "Since you know her, you must also be aware that her clan is sworn enemies of the evil demon whale clan, correct? Herein lies the issue. Before Haitian ascended to godhood, why didn't he lend a hand to eradicate the evil demon whale clan for his steed? Later, when Xiaobai, his brother, was also slain by the evil demon whale, why did Haitian Dao remain utterly silent? Even if just for appearances, sending someone to slay a small whale would have sufficed. Would you not say this is pure PUA?" As soon as he spoke, the Mohan Dabai Shah, known as Xiaobai, lost her composure, questioning indeed why. Bo sexy stubbornly insisted that he was attempting to sow discord. He pressed further, "So why is that? Is avenging your guardian beast so difficult?" Bo sexy had no retort and could only comfort Xiaobai, promising that a reasonable explanation would eventually be given. He interjected sarcastically, Yes, Zaibai bye bye, don't worry. Once the evil demon whale king has perished, the explanation will surely come. You must understand the difficulties faced by Xiaogang. Bo Sexy, infuriated, quickly summoned a figure known as Haimo Nu to voice her stance. Haimo Nu proclaimed that if the evil demon whale were to cause trouble again, she would certainly intervene. Is that all? Xiaobai retorted, not foolish, realizing that she merely claimed to assist without ever mentioning a word of killing. Where lies the sincerity in that? She feigned understanding and quickly dispatched a clan member to deliver a message to Zhizhenju, informing her that Xiaogang had sent 3 titled Douluos to capture him. This maneuver was simply extraordinary. Time flew by, and more than 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, he spent over a month absorbing 7 soul bones, propelling his soul power to level 70, leaving Zhizhenju speechless. He then began to indulge in idleness, spending his days researching soul rings and soul bones on the island. At the outset, Zhizhenju and her sister Xiaogang persistently advised me not to squander my talents. However, everything changed one fateful day when, in their presence, I effortlessly dispatched a sea soul beast aged 70,000 years with a single strike, rendering them utterly speechless. From that moment on, as long as I refrained from dismantling islands, I was free to pursue any endeavor I desired. On this particular day, I finally emerged from my seclusion and sought out Zhizhenju, inquiring where I might find a 100,000-year soul beast. She paused momentarily, then quickly regained her composure, exclaiming, "Are you intending to hunt a 100,000-year soul beast? That's an entirely different realm from one aged 70,000 years. Just because you can defeat the latter does not guarantee you can conquer the former. Do you doubt my abilities?" I replied with a mischievous grin, adopting a cheeky expression. "It seemed I had not trained with you for too long, leading you to forget my prowess." Zhizhenju's complexion paled in fear, and with a shriek, she scattered a pile of documents across the table and fled. Upon examining the materials, I was astonished. True to the ocean's nature, the quantity of 100,000-year soul beasts was staggering. 3 days later, following the map, I arrived at a territory known as the Steel Lobster King. Just as I hovered above the small island, an attack comparable to that of a 92nd level titled Douluo surged toward me. An ambush. How uncouth to attack before parleying. Yet I remained unfazed, retaliating with a swift slap that sent the lobster shell flying, then charging directly toward the source of the assault. What followed were thunderous explosions. After a mere 10 minutes, the island was submerged by half, and a colossal lobster lay defeated at my feet. At that moment, the entire contrast video's comments erupted in chaos. Everyone was astounded, wondering how a soul emperor at level 70, who had yet to absorb his 7th spirit ring, managed to single-handedly slay a 100,000-year soul beast. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Ningfengji of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and Jiangu Doulu, as well as the Emperor Xiaoye of the Tiando royal family, could no longer remain composed. They had initially regarded me as a worthy investment, but now their gaze shifted to that of a fully matured monster. Their attitude pivoted dramatically, transitioning from cautious observation to desperate attempts to win me over at all costs. The situation with the Tiando royal family was particularly amusing. The Emperor Xiaoye trembled with excitement, instructing Prince Xue Qinghe to immediately seek me out at the Lamba Academy, sparing no expense to gain my support for the royal family. His inept son, Xue Beng, attempted to claim credit, but was swiftly rebuffed by a single remark from Xiaoye. Meanwhile, after absorbing the 100,000-year spirit ring, I proceeded to do something that left everyone utterly aghast. I held the newly acquired 100,000-year spirit bone and, despite already possessing a full set of spirit bones, began the forcible refinement process. Everyone was bewildered. What was I attempting? Self-detonation? I grimaced in pain, beads of sweat cascading down like a waterfall, pooling beneath me. Yet in a fleeting moment, a surge of ecstatic realization washed over me, and I bellowed, "This is indeed feasible." After what felt like an eternity, I finally opened my eyes. I had succeeded. I had forcibly fused 2 spirit bones into a singular new entity. The only drawback was that the 100,000-year spirit bone only extended the lifespan of my right arm's bone by 50,000 years. Yet this was inconsequential. What mattered was that I had achieved it. With a resounding crash, this spectacle completely shattered the perceptions of all present, triggering an unprecedented upheaval. In the comments, Shui Yuer from the Tianshui Academy, momentarily abandoning her playful banter, earnestly inquired if my feat was genuine. I confirmed it was possible, but cautioned that the process was excruciating and the outcome wasteful. However, Feng Xiaoyan interjected with disdain, claiming the technique was impractical and questioning who would squander spirit bones so recklessly. I was truly exasperated. Was it so difficult to acknowledge another's excellence? Nonetheless, those grand powers held a different perspective. Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was filled with regret, promptly deciding to consult me about the fusion method, intending for his daughter Ning Rongrong to attempt it, confident that their family could afford any potential losses. Meanwhile, Bibidong of the Spirit Hall was seething due to the lack of news from Yueguan. I must say, Bibidong's expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot. When one of her subordinates stammered that Yueguan had been delayed by Xiaogang, Bibidong abruptly ceased her inquiries. Clearly, there was some clandestine entanglement between those two. She turned to coax her beloved disciple Hulaina, her tone remarkably gentle. "Nana, would you like a grand spirit bone gift package?" Upon hearing this, Hulaina's eyes sparkled with excitement, eagerly nodding. "Teacher, I am willing." Nana is not afraid of hardship. Bibidong promptly began to weave grand plans. "All right, don't rush. I'll first find some unfortunate souls to serve as test subjects. If it proves safe, then you shall have it. Remember, when the time comes, unleash your potential without fear of waste. Our spirit hall has vast resources. Decades, or even centuries of spirit bones are akin to refuse. Plentiful. Ah, dear friends, who truly understands? This is undoubtedly a scheme to fulfill one's ambitions at the expense of others' lives." Concurrently, other major sects convened, their discussions growing heated. After much debate, they collectively realized their stock was alarmingly meager. Each glanced at one another, bewildered. It seemed their collections comprised only a few fragments of spirit bones, all mere scraps. In an instant, those who had previously been pontificating fell silent, their spirits dampened. They either stared at the ceiling or scrutinized their own toes. The atmosphere, so awkward it could have produced an entire apartment's worth of discomfort. The younger generation stifled laughter, nearly succumbing to internal injuries, as they wrestled with existential doubts. The scene shifted back to me. I mused that the lifespan of my right arm's bone still felt insufficient. What to do next? The answer was simple and direct. I produced another right arm bone and, in front of the entire continent, snapped it into fusion, perhaps emboldened by my prior experience. This time the process was expedited. I'm splendid. Another piece should elevate it to 100,000 years. And thus, I indeed retrieve another fragment. Witness, dear friends, as I appeared akin to an assembly line worker, extracting spirit bones, fusing them, familiarizing myself with the power in an endless loop. In the blink of an eye, the two spirit bones on my person had both ascended to the coveted 100,000-year crimson quality. My soul power simultaneously surged to level 80. The comment section erupted in chaos. Yu Qianxin from the Blue Lightning Overlord sect was the first to speak out. Wait a moment. 200,000 years spirit bones, and your soul power only increased by 3 levels? This defies logic. This fusion of spirit bones must be a deceptive trick. A chorus of voices quickly joined in. Thank goodness I didn't attempt it. I would have suffered a tremendous loss. Clearly, this is merely a gimmick, visually appealing but functionally deficient. I assure you, these individuals exemplified the classic case of sour grapes. Then, Zhu Jiyun of the Xinglao Empire boldly chimed in with piercing clarity. Are you all blind? Did you not see how the color of his spirit rings has darkened to near black? That energy is undoubtedly being utilized to upgrade his spirit rings. You fools. This young lady possessed genuine insight. Yet, Yu Qianheng from the Tiando Royal Academy, a true simpleton, did not believe her and interjected. What nonsense. How could spirit bones possibly upgrade spirit rings? Zhu Zhiyun rolled her eyes, nearly lifting them to the heavens, and coldly retorted. Is this the level of the chief of the Tiando Royal Academy? No wonder you remain eternally second-rate. The exchange was utterly exhilarating. Shu Yuya, that little admirer, once again inquired of me, while Hu stood nearby, brimming with jealousy. I, adhering to Zhu Zhiyun's sentiment, remarked, "She speaks the truth. But do not attempt to replicate this. My martial spirit is unique. If you try, it may end in disaster, and I shall bear no responsibility." I certainly could not divulge the truth. This was my core technology. However, I was acutely aware that among this crowd, there would undoubtedly be those undeterred by danger willing to experiment. True to form, the comment section was flooded with eager individuals clamoring to capture soul beasts for experimentation. As for those cunning old foxes from the major sects, they feigned concern, yet secretly plotted to wait for these reckless youths to serve as guinea pigs before reaping the rewards. Such is humanity's inherent flaw. Then, the video escalated further. I had reached level 80, and armed with the map provided by Zijinju, I sought out the nearest habitat of a 100,000-year soul beast, charging forth with determination. The previous 100,000-year beast had taken me considerable time to defeat. This time, it took merely 6 minutes. In a swift and decisive motion, I toppled a colossal crab, akin to a small mountain. Absorbing the soul rings and merging with the soul bones, I executed a series of maneuvers with effortless grace. The scene flickered brilliantly, and before anyone could comprehend, all 7 of my soul bones gleamed crimson, each one a remarkable 100,000 years old. My soul power surged, breaking through to the formidable level of 90. Yet, this was merely the beginning. I swiftly turned to seek out another 100,000-year soul beast, and in a rather absurd display, I dispatched it with a single strike, elevating my soul power to an astounding 94. Can you believe it? 9 soul rings, each 100,000 years old, and a complete set of 7 soul bones of the same age, culminating in my ascendance to the rank of a 94th level title, Douluo. I soared into the air, truly leaving my competitors far behind. The barrage of comments ceased, as spectators were left in stunned silence, their jaws likely resting on the ground. The unfortunate souls from Sea God Island turned pale with dread. Sea Star Douluo trembled as he inquired, "Brother Hailong, shall we pursue them?" Sea Dragon Douluo, nearly in tears, stammered, "How would I know? Wouldn't that be delivering ourselves to them?" After much deliberation, they devised a brilliant plan. To split up, one would hastily return to the island to summon reinforcements, while the other 2 would stake out near Lanba Academy for 2 months. I couldn't help but chuckle. This was a classic case of procrastination paired with a call for help strategy. Meanwhile, at Qibao Liuli clan, Ning Fengji wasted no time and bolted towards his family's treasury, evidently prepared to make a grand investment to win me over. Conversely, at the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong exhibited a surprising calmness. When her subordinates urgently asked if they should send additional personnel, she waved them off, declaring it unnecessary and instructing them to let him return. She realized that with my extraordinary prowess, it was improbable I would serve as a subordinate to anyone else. This woman possessed remarkable insight. The video continued, and I found myself back at Zijin Pearl Island. The girl, Zijin Zhu, feigned surprise, claiming she thought I had perished, her eyes reddened with tears, a charming contradiction. Then, the screen abruptly darkened and jumped ahead 3 years. I was astounded. Even the gentleman in the video would be wary. 3 years later, I was fishing by the Lake of Life in the Stardow Forest, muttering to myself about the absence of fish. My words struck a nerve with the lake's guardian, De Ming, who erupted from the depths, bellowing, "I am the Tianqing Yomeng, not a fish." I teased him deliberately, "Oh, Tianqing Luleng?" This provocation infuriated De Ming, who attempted to retaliate but was swiftly knocked unconscious by a punch, resulting in a visibly swollen bump on his forehead. Before he succumbed to unconsciousness, he likely pondered, "I have not wronged any of you." Subsequently, his brother, Ming, the Titan Great Ape, pursued me for nearly 3 months, seeking vengeance for his elder brother. As I evaded him, I mocked, "Little monkey, are you not tired? It was merely a bump on your brother's head. Is it really necessary?" Eventually, I grew weary of the chase and delivered him a punch that sent him to slumber. Just as I had finished besting the 2 dominant creatures of the Stardow Forest, the screen darkened once again, and the subtitle announced that the comparison with Tang San was about to commence. The inhabitants of the second world rejoiced, finally taking center stage. Seizing the moment, I turned to tease Dai Mubai. Did you not claim that Tang San was half of your team's strength? Come, let us savor his glorious moments together. My smile was one of knowing amusement. As the screen illuminated, a strikingly handsome young man clad in blue appeared, effortlessly carving his way towards the city of slaughter. The screen prominently displayed two characters, Tang San. The barrage of comments erupted. Who is this? Tang San? Has he undergone plastic surgery? How has he transformed so completely? At Shrek Academy, the portly Ma Hongjun nearly drooled, clinging to Tang San's leg, pleading, Brother San, please share your secrets of transformation. Tang San, brimming with pride, feigned innocence. I have no idea how this happened. How hypocritical. While everyone was still in shock over his appearance, Tang San had already entered the city of slaughter. The reception he received was decidedly different from mine, marked by an aloof demeanor. Why? Because his father, Tang Hao, was outside providing support, which afforded him a modicum of respect. Otherwise, he would likely have been ignored. Yet, this fellow felt self-satisfied, asking a series of naive questions, and with an air of comprehension, declared, all right, I basically understand. Now take me to the arena. His demeanor suggested he believed he was conducting an inspection. The most comical moment occurred on the way, when he, suddenly brimming with righteousness, questioned a receptionist, if the spirit hall is so just, why do they not eradicate this wretched place? The receptionist stared at him, bewildered, as if confronted with a fool, explaining that those imprisoned here were merely societal outcasts, and that the spirit hall would welcome such a free prison. What did Tang San retort? He scoffed, indeed. The city of slaughter is a byproduct of the spirit hall's indulgence. I was utterly astounded. His reasoning was convoluted, yet somehow he managed to circle back to disparaging the spirit hall. The barrage of comments erupted in disbelief. Did Tang San exchange his intelligence for this appearance? Using the spirit hall support to insult them, what an ingrate. Upon hearing this, both versions of Tang San were incensed, engaging in a heated exchange in the comments. A place like the city of slaughter should not exist. What is wrong with my desire to eliminate it? His conviction was unyielding. Just as it seemed this would escalate into an all-out online war, Xiaogang swiftly intervened to protect his beloved disciple, while Bibi Dong also urged everyone to watch the video. These two, they were perfectly in sync. In the video, the receptionist had grown tired of him, leading him in silence. At that moment, a captivating figure appeared. From a distance, a girl observed someone attempting to ambush Tang San and, for reasons unbeknownst to her, intervened to assist him. The two easily dealt with the assailant and subsequently engaged in conversation, marking the beginning of their acquaintance. The screen shifted back to the spirit hall, where Bibi Dong gazed at the enchanting young woman on the screen, softly uttering, "Na na." It seemed that the future version of her harbored quite the fondness for this Tang San. I must say, Bibi Dong's expression was reminiscent of a friend who had just caught me in a moment of gossip, laden with significance. Hulaina's face flushed, and she stammered, essentially admitting that she felt a twinge of affection for the future Tang San, who had become remarkably handsome. Yet, she maintained a facade of indifference, insisting she was focused solely on cultivation, using the elite competition as a shield. As for Bibi Dong, she was entirely motivated by her affection for Xiaogang, even willing to facilitate a connection between her cherished disciple and Tang San, showing no opposition. Just then, the scene shifted again, revealing the rapid progress of the two in the video. Within the city of slaughter, Hulaina instantly fell for Tang San, who was disguised as Tang Yin, their interactions filled with flirtation. Just as they celebrated their 100th victory, a comment suddenly exposed Tang San's true identity. What the heck? Dual spirit. One of them is the Haotian hammer. This guy belongs to the Haotian sect. The entire internet erupted, akin to disturbing a hornet's nest. Xiaogang hastily distanced himself, asserting that Tang San was his only disciple and had no ties to the Haotian sect. Tang San echoed this sentiment, declaring that he had grown up in a village and was entirely unaware of the Haotian sect. Bibi Dong, sensing an opportunity, boldly extended an olive branch to Tang San in front of the entire internet. Tang San, Join our spirit hall. With your talent, you will undoubtedly become an elder in the future. Her strategy was nothing short of brilliant, achieving 3 objectives: winning over Yu Xiaogang, protecting Tang San, and repaying the favor owed to Tang Hao. Truly, it was masterful. However, Tang San, surprisingly, climbed the ladder and replied, "Thank you, Your Holiness, I will consider it." This infuriated his father, Tang Hao, and mother, Ain, lurking in the shadows, trembling with rage. Lu Erlong, unable to contain herself, criticized Bibi Dong for her cunning, only to be silenced by Bibi Dong's retort, as she simply lacked the power to contest. Amidst the chaos, the video continued. Tang San and Hulayina traversed the Hell Road, but Hulayina, exhausted, requested Tang San to knock her unconscious and carry her away. Can anyone comprehend the intensity of this moment? After Tang San rendered Hulayina unconscious, his expression instantly turned icy. He retrieved a beautiful, snow-white herb from his pocket and unhesitatingly tossed it into the blood pool below, muttering, "City of Slaughter, King of Slaughter. I hope you enjoy the gift I have left behind." He then fled with Hulayina. I was utterly dumbfounded by this audacious act. The barrage of comments exploded, with everyone questioning the nature of the herb. Yang Wudi from the Paji clan verified. That is a highly toxic celestial herb, the snow-colored swan's kiss. Contact with it means certain death. The City of Slaughter is done for. Panic ensued in the City of Slaughter, and a manhunt for Tang San was launched across the internet, threatening that if he dared to return, he would meet a grim fate. Meanwhile, Tang San found himself mercilessly criticized online, his fists clenched in anger. His mentor, Yu Xiaogang, was there attempting to PUA him, saying, "Do not argue with them. Verbal sparring is futile. Once you become a title Dalu, who would dare to speak against you?" I was truly astounded. This master-disciple duo was nothing short of legendary. Then, the second comparison concluded. Guess what? Shun Sangxiong garnered over 430 million votes, and Tang San, a mere 4 votes. The laughter in the comments section was relentless, with Fire Dance and the others mocking whether those 4 votes came from his 2 worlds' father and mentors. The emotional value provided was utterly non-existent. It was all about authenticity. When the rewards were announced, the contrast was devastating. Shun Sangxiong received a self-selected external spirit bone from 100,000 years, an ascension pill formula, and a staggering 100,000 points. In stark contrast, Tang San was left with just a 10-year-old soft-boned rabbit arm bone, a fragment of a pill formula, and a pitiful 10 points. It was nothing short of a public execution. Immediately afterward, the big screen announced the commencement of the Soul Master Rankings, Combat Power Rankings, Talented Individual Rankings, and a Rouge Rankings. Upon the announcement of the Rouge Rankings, men and women across the internet went wild, especially the young ladies from Tianshui Academy and Qihua Academy, who began bickering in the comments about who would make the list. I tell you, these individuals truly understand the secrets of popularity. However, Shun Sangxiong paid them no heed. He directly took Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai, and the other 10 to the back mountain, commencing their first lesson. The task was simple, without using soul power. They had to endure in his domain for an hour to pass. Dai Mubai, with a tongue too loose, muttered, "Is it really that simple?" As a result, Shun Sangxiong immediately sealed their soul power, activating the true dragon domain. Bang, bang, bang. Except for Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, who managed to last a few more seconds. The other 8, including Dai Mubai, collapsed in an instant, crushed under the terrifying gravity, their faces nearly buried in the dirt. Once he lifted the domain, Shun Sangxiong taunted Dai Mubai. "Did you not claim it was easy? How is it that you cannot even surpass a girl now?" Dai Mubai's face turned a deep shade of crimson, and he stubbornly replied that he was unprepared. Zhu Zhuqing shot him a disdainful glance. Who here is prepared? Enraged and embarrassed, Dai Mubai attempted to assert his fiancé status, only to be rebutted by Shun Sangxiong. In the academy, everyone's status is equal. If we must discuss status, she is the main force while you are merely a substitute. Her standing is higher than yours. Dai Mubai was left speechless, utterly humiliated. At that moment, Lu Erlong arrived. announcing that Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, along with the Sword Dalu and Bone Dalu, had all come to see Shen Sanqiong. Shen Sanqiong accompanied Ning Rongrong to meet them. I tell you, the reception room was piled high with gifts. Ning Fengji, a shrewd individual, immediately began praising Shen Sanqiong for his youth and talent. Ning Rongrong, cuddling her father, acted adorably, and Shen Sanqiong chimed in, praising her for her sincerity rather than mischief. Seeing an opportunity, Ning Fengji, after some pleasantries, cut to the chase. First asking Shen Sanqiong's views on the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Spirit Hall. Shen Sanqiong replied that he harbored no ill feelings towards the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but insisted that the Spirit Hall must not fall. After a long pause, Ning Fengji shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Young friend Sanqiong, what do you think of my daughter Rongrong?" Shen Sanqiong responded positively. Ning Fengji then revealed his intentions. "Once Rongrong is older, how about a marriage alliance between our two families? Dear friends, a new era of marital alliances was upon us." Shen Sanqiong was forthright, stating that this matter required Lu Erlong's input. However, he immediately proposed a counteroffer, suggesting that his academy would have an inner and outer court, inviting Ning Rongrong to join the inner court. Ning Fengji, of course, was not pleased. Marrying off his daughter was not the same as recruiting a son-in-law. He bluntly asked, "What benefits are there to joining the inner court?" Then, I must tell you, Shen Sanqiong dropped a bombshell. With unyielding calmness, he looked at Ning Fengji and stated, "I can help Rongrong's martial spirit evolve into the Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda." When those words left his lips, it was as if thunder struck the ground. Ning Fengji and his companions sprang from their seats, their expressions akin to having seen a ghost. Even Ning Rongrong, who had been shy, could no longer afford to blush, her wide eyes fixated on Shen Sanqiong as if seeking the truth in his face. Ning Fengji's voice trembled. "Young friend Sanqiong, is that truly the case?" Dear friends, who understands? The transformation from Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda to Nine Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda had been the ambition of their sect for generations, ingrained in their very DNA. Shen Sanqiong carried an air of supreme confidence, affirming, "Of course, it is true. If I cannot accomplish this, you may have Rongrong withdraw from the team at any time. I shall not utter a word of dissent." Such confidence was akin to signing a gambling agreement. What could Ning Fengji say? This was not a trap. It was a windfall, and he had to seize it. He promptly agreed, "All right, as long as what you claim is true. Rongrong will henceforth be a member of Lamba Academy. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will extend our utmost assistance whenever needed. This investment, should it succeed, would yield immeasurable returns." After Ning Fengji and his companions excitedly departed, Ning Rongrong approached, her cheeks flushed, shyly asking, "Do you really have confidence in this?" Shen Sanqiong nodded. Already plotting to procure goods from Douluo, he had to acquire that ice and fire yin-yang eye. Seeing his determination, Ning Rongrong felt relieved. But the thought of the marriage alliance made her blush once more. Just as Shen Sanqiong intended to ease her worries, Lu Erlong called from outside. "Sanqiong, the Crown Prince of Shui Qinghe has arrived." Well, the main character had arrived. In that same reception room, I assure you, the atmosphere was electric. As Shen Sanqiong took his seat, he fixed his gaze intently on the Crown Prince Shui Qinghe, causing the disguised young lady Qian Renxue to squirm uncomfortably, filled with anxiety. She must have been thinking, "Does he see through me? Does he know?" Feigning calmness, Qian Renxue asked, "Brother Shen, is there something on my person that seems amiss?" Only then did Shen Sanqiong withdraw his gaze, take a sip of tea, and leisurely respond, "No, I was simply pondering why His Highness the Crown Prince sought me." Qian Renxue then proceeded with the matter at hand, inviting Shen Sanqiong to become a vassal of the Tiando royal family. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Sanqiong shook his head. "I do not enjoy being constrained." Qian Renxue quickly clarified that being a vassal was merely a title, requiring no daily duties, and only needing to act in critical moments. Her anxious demeanor was convincingly portrayed, as if to prevent Shen Sanqiong from harboring any doubts. However, Shen Sanqiong's next words brought the conversation to an abrupt halt. He stated, To speak frankly, even if I were willing, I doubt the Tiando royal family possesses anything of value to offer me. I was present at that moment, nearly bursting into laughter. This statement was profoundly impactful. Translated, it meant, "You are too poor. I am not interested." Qian Renxue was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes blinking in disbelief, as she likely had never encountered someone so straightforward. Yet, being a seasoned actress, she quickly recovered. "Brother Shun, what do you desire? Speak, and perhaps we possess it." "Ah, here it comes, the moment I have been eagerly anticipating." Shun Tsangxiong grinned widely and said, "Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall tell you. That comparison video mentioned future rankings, did it not? My demands are not extravagant. As long as the Tiando royal family can bring me the future first place from the stunning rankings, I will agree to become a vassal." He was teasing her right in front of Qian Renxue. He was fully aware that the future #1 on the stunning beauty list would indeed be her, Qian Renxue. It was akin to unboxing a treasure right before her eyes, and of the highest caliber. The expression on Qian Renxue's face at that moment was something to behold. She was earnestly analyzing the situation, saying, "This might be quite difficult. Firstly, we do not know when the list will be released. Secondly, the first place will undoubtedly be snatched away by the Wuhuan Temple. What about my CPU? If it weren't for Shun Tsangxiong being able to see through her facade and the green fury etched on her face, he might have almost fallen for her act." Shun Tsangxiong merely shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as if to say, "It is what it is." Qian Renxue could no longer maintain her composure. She forced a smile, said she would discuss it with her father, and then fled without a backward glance. I reckon if she had lingered for another second, she would have lost her temper and kicked Shun Tsangxiong right there. Once she was far away, Shun Tsangxiong burst into laughter, remarking, "Qian Renxue is quite self-absorbed, so confident that she will surely be the first." That evening, Shun Tsangxiong took us to the Tiando Great Soul Arena for a team-building event. As we reached the entrance, Xiao Wu, looking quite embarrassed, said, "Senior Shun, I don't have the money to register." Shun Tsangxiong feigned surprise. "Oh? Didn't TU receive a subsidy every month?" Xiao Wu's face turned even redder as she murmured, "I don't have a storage soul guide. All my money is with Tang-san." At that moment, I rolled my eyes heavenward. Zhu Zhuqing and the others regarded Xiao Wu with expressions that seemed to ask if she had been manipulated. Ning Rongrong, with her straightforwardness, blurted out, "Have you been deceived by Tang-san?" Ma Hongjun chimed in, "Really, Tang-san is something else. Couldn't he spare a little money for you? He left without even leaving you some pocket money. Isn't he worried you might starve?" Even the usually aloof Zhu Zhuqing rarely spoke up, stating, "Tang-san truly is a bit unreasonable. Look at that. The eyes of the masses are indeed sharp." Shun Tsangxiong must have been laughing heartily inside. While outwardly he maintained a serious facade and handed Xiao Wu a storage soul guide, saying, "Here are 100 gold soul coins for you to borrow. Pay me back once you earn some money." Just look at the grace of this man. As we entered the venue, I heard Tai Long from the back of the line, still perplexedly asking his grandfather, "Do we really have to recognize someone like Tang-san as our leader?" The next day, Shun Tsangxiong was still indulging in slumber when he was abruptly kicked out of bed by Lu Erlong. The two were playfully bantering when suddenly, a resounding voice echoed across the continent. "Today, the Yanji list will be announced, and all those who make the list shall receive rewards." Good heavens! The entire continent was in an uproar. With the release of this list, not only did the beauties on the list receive rewards, but any man who could capture their hearts would receive the same. Family, our time of boundless wealth has finally arrived. The list commenced from the 100th position, skipping over the common folk and fast-forwarding to the top 10. 10th place, Lu Erlong. Our Erlong sister was overjoyed and immediately announced a celebratory dinner for the evening. However, the Erlong from another world felt disheartened, believing the whole thing to be meaningless. Little did she know, the two worlds used Xiaogang, upon seeing the special reward of 91,000 years of soul ring longevity for those who could win the heart of a beauty, was envious and began calculating how to woo Erlong again. The list continued, revealing familiar names such as Princess Shueku, Duguyen, Shui Binger, and Hulaina. The old man Dugobo was even dissatisfied, grumbling that his granddaughter Douluo Yin was merely in 8th place, insisting she ought to be in the top 3. It was hilarious. The old man truly knew how to stir the pot. Yet, the most explosive revelations were still to come. The list surprisingly included the names of soul beasts. Names such as Ain, Bai Ji, and Zg appeared. While the entire continent was bewildered by the term fierce beast, Shun Sangxiong in his room casually remarked to Lu Erlong, "Oh, fierce beasts. They are simply soul beasts over 200,000 years old." I tell you, although this was a private comment, it was broadcasted through the live stream, nearly crashing the entire continent's servers. 200,000 years. What does that even mean? In the Wuhuan temple, Qian Dalu was dumbfounded, while Bibi Dong's eyes lit up upon hearing it. Her second martial soul still required several soul rings. This was essentially a top-tier delivery right at her doorstep. She immediately contemplated heading to the Stardow forest to stock up. When Ghost Douluo saw the expression on the Pope's face, he promptly requested, "Your Holiness, should I investigate this matter?" Without a second thought, Bibi Dong agreed. "Yes, go ahead, but remember, do not force matters beyond what is possible." Ghost Douluo received the order and swiftly departed. However, I must mention, Bibi Dong rarely took the time to offer such advice. Why? Because Ghost Douluo was one of her few staunch supporters, and he also had the potential to collaborate with her trusted aide, Yu Guan, on a martial soul fusion skill, making him a core team member. Thus, she unusually expressed concern. Just as the Wuhuan Temple was preparing to dispatch personnel to the Stardow Forest for team building. On the other side, the atmosphere in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family's conference hall had plummeted to freezing levels. The family patriarch, Yu Engine, wore a long face as he glared at his precious younger brother Yu Yin, demanding, "I ask you once more, where exactly did Erlong find that Shun Sangxiong? He knows terms like fierce beast that we have never even heard of. This boy undoubtedly harbors great secrets." Good heavens, Yu Engine was truly vexed. Every time he felt he was about to see through Shun Sangxiong, the latter would counter with a bombshell, leaving him perplexed and filled with mystery. And guess what Yu Yin said? He didn't even lift his eyelids, simply stating, "I don't know." His attitude was as if to say, "Mind your own business regarding my daughter S-Man. As long as he treats her well, he could have sprung from a crack in the stone for all I care." Yu Engine was immediately infuriated, slamming the table and shouting, "So you know nothing, but you only care that he treats your daughter well, right? I've long been displeased with you protecting that boy, not allowing me to test him. Now, I found my opportunity to vent." Yu Yin, no longer bothering to feign ignorance, retorted, "Isn't that enough? He is someone of a higher rank than you, Yu Engine. Do you think you can simply act against him?" Seeing that the two were about to argue again, the chief elder quickly intervened to mediate. All right, we are all family. Why quarrel? Luomian has a point. As long as we know Shun Sangxiong has a good relationship with Erlong, that suffices. After all, Erlong shares our blood. When it comes to the survival of the family, would she really stand by and do nothing? Right now, we should focus on the NG list and not waste time here. Upon hearing this, the second elder's eyes immediately lit up, eagerly chiming in, "The elder is right. I have an idea. Let us quickly utilize the family's connections to find all the young ladies on the list. Then, we should have our family's unmarried elite disciples pursue them, especially those from humble backgrounds. With our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family's reputation and the promise of a legitimate wife position, I doubt they would be unmoved." I tell you, once this idea was proposed, the entire conference hall erupted. What a brilliant plan. I think it's feasible. Let us implement it. We must act swiftly. If we delay, other factions will think of it too. In mere moments, a group of old men reached a consensus, completely bypassing the stunned Yu Engine and Yu Yin, issuing commands for a full family mobilization to arrange marriages. It was simply astonishing. While the entire continent was in an uproar over fierce beasts and the Yenji list, the Sky's comparative video did not care for such matters. After a brief pause, it began to unveil an even more explosive list. 4th place, Zhu Zhuqing from Two Worlds. Reward: self-selected soul ring longevity increased by 97,000 years. Special reward: anyone who can win the heart of Zhu Zhuqing will also receive the same reward. Tied for 4th place, The enchanting Xiao Wu of Two Worlds. Reward. The option to select a soul ring with an additional duration of 97,000 years. Special reward. Anyone who can capture Xiao Wu's heart shall receive the same reward. Tied for 4th place. The captivating Ning Rongrong of Two Worlds. Reward. The option to select a soul ring with an additional duration of 97,000 years. Special reward. Anyone who can win Ning Rongrong's affection shall also receive the same reward. Oh, my family, who understands this? These 3 ladies are all at Lanba Academy. Now, Lanba Academy has become the focal point of the entire continent. The threshold will likely be trampled by those soul masters aspiring to reach greatness. These are not merely 3 young women. They are 3 walking soul rings of 100,000 years. Before everyone could recover from their astonishment, the rankings continued to refresh. 3rd place, the Snow Empress of Two Worlds. Identity. The foremost among the 3 kings of the extreme north. Reward. An enhancement of cultivation duration by 98,000 years. Tied for 3rd place, the Ice Emperor of Two Worlds. Identity. The Ice Emperor Scorpion. Reward. An enhancement of cultivation duration by 98,000 years. Goodness. Outcome: 2 formidable soul beasts. From the extreme north, no less. Now, even the realm of soul beasts cannot remain indifferent. Then, the main event arrives. 2nd place, Bibi Dong of Two Worlds. Identity: the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Reward: the option to select a soul ring with an additional duration of 99,000 years. Tied for 2nd place, Poseidon of Two Worlds. Identity: the High Priestess of Sea God Island. Reward: the option to select a soul ring with an additional duration of 99,000 years. I tell you, the moment this ranking was revealed, the entire world fell silent. Bibi Dong, the merciless and powerful Pope of the Spirit Hall, actually ranks 2nd. She must be in disbelief. And Poseidon, the enigmatic High Priestess of Sea God Island, is even more shrouded in mystery. One stands atop the land, while the other dwells in the depths of the ocean. These 2 extraordinary beauties sharing 2nd place has piqued everyone's curiosity to its peak. In the comments, some have already begun to make jokes. To the east is Bibi Dong. To the west is Poseidon. The 1st place cannot possibly be the South Emperor or the North Beggar, right? At Haoqian's sect, Elder Tang Lai smashed the table beside him in frustration, roaring that demoness Bibi Dong actually ranks 2nd. This strengthens the Spirit Hall's power. Sect leader Tang Xiao, however, remained relatively calm. Do not be hasty. She is still just one person. We will proceed according to our plan, allowing Yuehua to leverage her connections to reach out to those young ladies on the list. As long as our Haoqian sect's younger generation can secure 20, our resurgence will not be far off. While they plotted, the golden light in the sky surged once more, and the long-awaited 1st place was finally about to be revealed. 1st place, Qianren Xue of Two Worlds. Identity: the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall. Current location: the Tiando Imperial Palace. Reward: the option to select a soul ring with an additional duration of 100,000 years. Tied for 1st place, Guyu Na of Two Worlds. Identity: the Sovereign of Soul Beasts. Current location: the Star Do Great Forest. Reward: an enhancement of cultivation duration by 100,000 years. Boom! The entire continent erupted in a frenzy. Qianren Xue, the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, has been lurking within the Tiando Imperial Palace. This is akin to rubbing the face of the Tiando Empire in the dirt. The Emperor of the Xinglua Empire, Dai Xianfeng, immediately began mocking in the live stream. Ha ha ha. Brother Shuiyi, your household is quite lively. The Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall has infiltrated your home, and you remain oblivious? Doesn't this mean that once the opportunity arises, your reign as emperor will come to an end? Emperor Shuiyi's face turned green with rage. But he had learned to be clever, promptly employing the rhetoric previously taught to him by Shun Sangqiong, delivering a wave of reverse PUA. How do you know there are no pieces of the Spirit Hall within your Xinglua Imperial Palace? If there truly are none, then I would look down upon you. An empire so inconsequential that the Spirit Hall cannot be bothered to plant spies. Does that signify it is powerful enough to render the Spirit Hall ineffective? Or weak enough to be disregarded? Surely, This is evident to all. This remark left Dai Xianfeng a loss for words, and, after some time, he could only retort with a feeble accusation of sophistry, retreating in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Emperor Shui, having ended the live stream, promptly ordered Crown Prince Shui Qinghe to take full responsibility for addressing the Spirit Hall's hidden agents within the palace. Oh, my family, who understands this? He sent Crown Prince Shui Qinghe to capture the traitors. Yet the traitor is none other than Shui Qinghe himself. This maneuver is a classic case of self-sabotage. How can one catch oneself? As the rankings concluded and the rewards were distributed, the luminous screen in the sky gradually dimmed. 2 hours later, within the office of the dean at Lanba Academy, Lu Erlong breathed heavily. Her cheeks flushed. It turns out there is still a final step to ensure that the beloved receives the reward. Shun Sangxiong smiled. They must be wary of you beautiful ladies being easily deceived into relinquishing your rewards. After exchanging affectionate banter for a while, Shun Sangxiong remarked, "By the way, I will be taking the team to the setting sun forest. We should return by tomorrow." Lu Erlong nodded obediently, not asking further questions. By evening, Shun Sangxiong set out with the team. As they traveled, Ning Rongrong felt something amiss. "Senior Sangxiong, isn't this the wrong path to the great fighting soul arena?" Without turning his head, Shun Sangxiong replied, "Yes, today I am taking you to the setting sun forest." As he spoke, he cast a furtive glance at Dai Mubai, mentally planning how to ensnare Tang San. Ning Rongrong grew more curious. "What are we going to the setting sun forest for? It seems none of us need a soul ring, do we? There are rare treasures capable of evolving your 7 treasures glazed tower into the 9 treasures glazed tower." Shun Sangxiong stated, his voice barely above a whisper, yet clear enough for everyone in the team to hear. "Really?" Ning Rongrong was instantly exhilarated, soaring with excitement. This was the dream of generations for the 7 treasures glazed sect. It was about to be realized through her. In her excitement, she leaped onto Shun Sangxiong, inadvertently pressing her lips against his cheek in an intimate encounter. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. After a considerable interval, when Ning Rongrong's face had turned as red as an apple, and she ceased to speak, Xiao Wu hesitantly approached Shun Sangxiong and whispered, "Is what you said about the ferocious beast true?" Shun Sangxiong shot her a glance. Of course. Internally, he scoffed at her ignorance. How could a 100,000-year soul beast be unaware of the powerful beings near her own home? Xiao Wu fell silent for a few seconds, her voice tinged with bitterness and confusion. Then why don't they step forward to support our entire soul beast clan? In her view, if those formidable ferocious beasts were willing to stand up, her mother would not have perished. Need I say more? Shun Sangxiong replied without hesitation. It's either selfishness or sheer ignorance. To him, those ferocious beasts were merely incompetent allies, akin to a reversed version of, "Thank you for being there. You warmed all 4 seasons." Xiao Wu clenched her fists, speaking with venom. Do they not realize that once we weak soul beasts are gone, even if they remain powerful, it means the extinction of a soul beast clan? Shun Sangxiong was genuinely surprised, casting a more attentive glance at the little rabbit. "Oh, I did not expect you to possess such insight. Based on this awareness alone, you would be a far superior candidate for the position of sovereign of soul beasts than Guyu Na and her ilk." Xiao Wu, feeling slightly irritated by his scrutiny, retorted, "I am not a fool. I can understand such simple logic." Shun Sangxiong merely chuckled, opting not to elaborate further. Xiao Wu, vexed by his demeanor yet too timid to express her frustration, redirected the conversation. "Are De Ming and Air Ming doing well? They should be fine." Shun Sangxiong thought of the sizable bump on the head of the Tianqing bull python and couldn't help but smile. "I miss them," Xiao Wu sighed. "Perhaps I should return to see them. Let's discuss it later," Xiao Wu casually added. As their journey continued, the group traveled by carriage and reached the central area of the setting sun forest in just over 3 hours. Standing before the ominous miasma, Shun Sangxiong summoned his soul power and called out loudly, "Dugabo, Shun Sangxiong is going to pay you a visit. Please reveal yourself." After a brief moment, a somewhat surprised voice replied, "Shun Sangxiong, come in." As soon as the words were spoken, the toxic miasma parted automatically, revealing a safe passage. Shun Sangxiong led the way inside, reminding those behind him, "Remember, do not touch anything once we are inside, or you may find yourself regretting it." Behind the miasma, an old man with green hair had been waiting. It was indeed Douluo. He looked at Shun Sangxiong and asked nonchalantly, "What brings you here, young friend?" Shun Sangxiong got straight to the point. "Two matters. First, I wish to assist you and your granddaughter in detoxification. Second, I seek to exchange this piece of land for a treasure." Douluo's pupils constricted. "How did you know I was poisoned?" "This is information known only to my granddaughter." However, he quickly waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind, that is not important. What matters is whether you truly have a way to detoxify." "Of course," Shin Sanxiong replied with a confident smile. "If you doubt my words, I could demonstrate my abilities first." Douluo pondered for a moment. With Shun Sangxiong's strength, there was no need for trickery to kill him. Thus, he nodded, "Very well, follow me." In the chamber, Douluo sat cross-legged, and Shun Sangxiong placed his hand on his shoulder. Half an hour later, he withdrew his hand and said, "You may assess your condition now." Douluo did not even need to test. The sensation of his body becoming increasingly lighter during the detoxification process was starkly different from the torment he had previously endured. He stood up excitedly. "No need. I am fully healed. Young friend Sangxiong, you have cured my poison. Consider this land a token of gratitude. There is no need for negotiation." Shun Sangxiong chuckled. "If you truly understood the significance of this piece of land, you might be inclined to fight me for it." Douluo shook his head. "Regardless of its significance, it pales in comparison to the lives of my granddaughter and me." "Do you genuinely believe so?" Shin Sangxiong replied with a half-smile. Douluo returned the smile. "Of course. Is it possible that this land could yield something that would allow one to attain divinity?" Laughter erupted from Shun Sangxiong, leaving Douluo utterly bewildered. After a prolonged moment of mirth, he gazed profoundly at Douluo. "I hope you will not regret this decision in the future. Although I, Douluo, am not a virtuous man, I have always been one of my word." Douluo quickly realized he might have made a significant sacrifice, yet he did not regret it. It was worthwhile to forge a bond with a formidable figure like Shun Sangxiong, even at the cost of a piece of land he could not utilize. "Very well." Shun Sangxiong observed him closely, etching this favor in his memory. Moments later, beside the ice and fire yin-yang eye, Shun Sangxiong plucked a dragon-shaped celestial herb and handed it to Douluo. "Consume this, and your martial soul will evolve. You will no longer need to fear the backlash of toxins." Douluo gasped in astonishment. Such a precious item should be reserved for Yin Yin. It is more suited for her. Upon hearing this, Douluo contentedly accepted the celestial herb and began to refine it nearby. Once Douluo departed, Shun Sangxiong commenced his grand endeavor of gathering resources. He first harvested all the celestial herbs that Ning Rongrong and the others could utilize, then plunged into the ice and fire yin-yang eye. After wandering for over half an hour, he finally discovered the Dragon King crystals of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King in a particularly concealed location. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During this time, Ning Rongrong successfully evolved her martial soul into the 9-treasure glazed tile. And Ning Fengji was so overjoyed upon learning this news that he nearly promised his daughter to Shin Sangxiong on the spot, wholeheartedly supporting her admission to the inner court of Lamba Academy. That afternoon, on the back mountain of Lamba Academy, Shun Sangxiong was instructing Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, as an agile attacker, remember that agility comes first, followed by attack. He halted Zhu Zhuqing, who was rushing towards Dai Mubai, and added, "Your task is to create distractions. Find openings, and then deliver a decisive blow. It is not about head-on confrontation." Zhu Zhuqing paused and nodded. "Yes, I understand." "Good. This girl is quick to grasp concepts. It makes my task easier." He then shifted his gaze to the lively figure of Xiao Wu nearby. "Xiao Wu, you two halt." I found myself perplexed and directly asked her, "Explain to me, what type of soul master are you?" She blinked innocently. "Me? I am a power attacker. Don't you know?" I nearly choked in disbelief. "Power attacker? I've never heard of a power attacker soul master with a skill tree as disordered as yours. One moment you employ control-type charm, the next you utilize agility-type teleportation, and most absurdly, you possess an invincible golden body. What are you thinking?" This is not a power attacker. You have become a jack of all trades. Such a skill configuration, if not for the protagonist's halo shielding you, would have resulted in immediate disqualification in any respectable academy for the reason. Unclear positioning, a mishmash. She was not convinced and muttered softly, "Bunnies are so cute. Isn't it normal to charm opponents?" I retorted, "A cooked bunny is even cuter." Xiao Wu's face flushed with anger, and she turned her head away, refusing to acknowledge me. Just as I was about to tease her further, a thunderous boom erupted from the sky, shaking the very heavens. Goodness! That large screen in the sky began to act up again. Everyone was startled and instinctively looked up. A chilling voice echoed through the air. "Today we shall announce the talent rankings and initiate the comparison of characters from past and present. Now, we begin the announcement of the talent rankings. 100th place, Xiao Chilao. Innate Soul Power Level, 7. Reward, 1 Grand Soul Master Pill." I must tell you, when this reward was announced, the world erupted. It could directly elevate one to the level of Grand Soul Master. Shui Yu from Shui Academy exploded in the comments. Damn, aren't there Soul Respect pills, Soul King pills, and even titled Douluo pills afterward? Achieving divinity in a single day is not a dream. Then, the most dazzling figure appeared. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, BB Dong, transformed into the top merchant of the realm. Flooding the comments with offers. Spirit Hall is purchasing Grand Soul Master pills in unlimited quantities. Interested parties may negotiate. The list scrolled rapidly, with the likes of D. Rinja and Oscar swiftly passing by. When it reached Oscar, the fun began. 80th place, Oscar. Innate Soul Power Level, 7. Flander exploded in disbelief, ranting in the comments. Impossible. Little Oscar is the first food-type soul master with innate full soul power in history. But guess what? The screen had no intention of sparing him, promptly displaying data that slapped him in the face. Ning Rongrong, innate level 9, age 12, level 26. And she still slacks off. Oscar, age 14, level 29. Flander, do you still insist he possesses innate full soul power? The comments erupted with laughter at his expense, ridiculing him for boasting and being countered. The rankings continued, with Ma Hongjun at 60 and Dai Mubai at 59. His brother Davis immediately commented sarcastically, "Oh, Mubai, you made the list too." Their father was even harsher, directly commanding, "Any surplus soul respect pills must be returned to the family." Dai Mubai was filled with resentment, but dared not utter a word. Then the climax arrived. 12th place, Zhu Zhuqing of Two Worlds. Innate Soul Power Level, 7. Acquired Comprehensive Talent, Extreme. Davis's eyes nearly bulged out. He and his wife, Zhu Zhuyun, both possessed innate levels of 8, yet a level 7 Zhu Zhuqing surpassed them. For what reason? Simply because of the 5 words, Extreme Acquired Talent. Zhu Zhuqing's superficial father also made an appearance, feigning concern as he said, "Zhuqing, come home. If you do not wish to be the crown princess, you can be an elder of the clan." Zhu Zhuqing coldly replied, "No need, I'm doing well now." How satisfying that was. The rankings continued upward, with Dugabo, Zhu Daluo, and Guido all clustered within the top dozen. Notably, the rankings specifically stated, no member of Haotian sect is allowed to appear on the list. The reason? To be revealed later. This maneuver heightened the suspense significantly. Then, we reached the heavyweight section. Hu Laina placed 8th, while Feng Xiaotian and Xiao Wu shared 7th place, both possessing innate full soul power. Ning Rongrong, having evolved her martial soul into the Jiu Bao Liuli Ta, soared to the 6th position. Her father, Ning Fengji, was still putting on an act until he was interrogated by Yu Yuanjin, at which point he reluctantly admitted his daughter had encountered extraordinary circumstances. Then, the most explosive moment of the event unfolded. 5th place, Tang San from Two Worlds. First martial soul, Blue Silvergrass. Second martial soul, Haotian Hammer. Innate soul power, level 1. The audience fell into a stupor. Level 1? How could this possibly secure the 5th position? However, the crux lay ahead. Special bonus, Xian Tiangong. Reward. Due to Tang San's ranking being primarily attributed to Xian Tiangong, his reward will not be granted. Ha ha ha. I nearly burst into laughter. This maneuver was nothing short of brilliant. They bestowed upon him a ranking, allowing him to bask in glory, yet simultaneously made it abundantly clear that this was not a reflection of his own merit, hence no reward for him. This could be deemed the finest electronic offering of 2025. Xiaogang was in the comments, laughing uncontrollably. Success attributed to Xiaogang. Failure also attributed to Xiaogang. Tang, Sim must be utterly frustrated now. The list continued, with the fourth place going to Poseidon and Dalu, possessing innate level 15. Third was Rinxue, with innate level 20. The entire world was left shattered. As it turned out, the highest innate soul power was not level 10. Second place, Dong from Two Worlds. Acquired comprehensive aptitude, supreme limit. Tied for second place, Xiaogang from Two Worlds. Acquired comprehensive aptitude, supreme limit. Goodness gracious, two women directly overshadowed Rinxue's monstrous innate talent of level 20. Xiaogang had been feigning ignorance, claiming to possess only level 9 while actually having full innate soul power. Finally, the first place was revealed. First place, Xiaogang. Martial Soul, True Dragon. Innate soul power level, 50. Acquired comprehensive aptitude, supreme ultra limit. Special bonus, nameless true method. Reward, 5 title Douluo pills. The arena fell into silence. Upon the conclusion of the talent rankings, the distribution of rewards commenced. At this moment, Tang San could no longer contain himself. The two Tang Sans from different worlds simultaneously leaped into the comments, questioning, "Wait, this is unacceptable. Why does Xiaogang, possessing a special bonus, receive a reward?" The cold response from the big screen was chilling, because Xiaogang's ascent to first place was due to his innate talent, not a special bonus. The comments section erupted, filled with ridicule directed at Tang San. Hilarious. Does he not understand his own situation? Some individuals simply lack self-awareness. Before the audience could fully react, the screen transitioned. The rewards had been distributed, and now commenced the third character comparison of past and present Xiaogang chapter. At that moment, I felt as if 11 pairs of eyes, akin to searchlights, were all focused on me. I was utterly bewildered. What could possibly be showcased from my past life? A recluse who merely stayed at home, eating and sleeping, while venting frustrations about Tang San online. Goodness, are they going to expose my disparaging remarks against him? That would truly be a catastrophic social embarrassment. As I was caught in this mental storm, the grand screen suddenly illuminated, nearly startling my soul out of my body. Upon closer inspection, my pupils trembled. Xiaogang, Doji Li, 3 stages, low level. Goodness gracious! This was the iconic opening scene from Do. The golden finger has played quite grandly, bestowing upon me a skin experience card of the protagonist from Do. Has it not? I stood there dazed, my mind buzzing. As anticipated, the comments section exploded. The natives of Douluo were in utter chaos, as if they had discovered new lands. The student from Tianxue Academy, Xiaoyu, was the first to jump forth, her head filled with questions. Doji, 3 stages? What on earth is that? Did they misread it? And it should actually be innate soul power level 3? I wished to commend her for her unique reasoning. Then she began to critique. What kind of broken family is this, where their own kin have poor talent? And instead of offering consolation, they resort to mockery, devoid of any human compassion. They are destined to go nowhere. Following suit, Huowu from Chihua Academy joined in. What can one expect from a family that misreads innate soul power level 3 as Doji level 3? Their CPUs are practically overheating. Dear friends, who understands? Listening to their critiques nearly made me laugh out loud. Well said. Keep it coming. Back in the day when I read the novels, I was just as passionate in my commentary. This was akin to finding an internet voice substitute. However, the next moment, Xiaogang and Huowu turned pale, fearing their sisters had inadvertently offended me, the esteemed one, and hurriedly sent apologies in the comments. I was nudged by Lu Erlong and finally snapped back to reality, hastily replying that it was fine. I thought to myself, why are you apologizing? They were merely speaking the truth. Not only was I not angered, but I wish to shower each of them with gifts. I even made a point to add that they need not refer to me as Your Excellency. Simply calling me by my name would suffice. The former felt quite jarring. Seeing my generosity, Shueyu grew emboldened, fully revived, and directly referred to me as Brother Tsangqiong, continuing her inquisitive nature. I was at my wit's end, merely able to remind them, is it not possible for you to interpret the 4 characters past and present literally? Yet, they remained confused, each one more bewildered than the last. I grew weary of explaining and let them continue watching. As the scene shifted, the testing persisted, with each individual bearing the surname Shun taking the stage, showcasing Douluo levels 5 and 7. The people of Douluo gradually began to comprehend that the cultivation in this world was not based on soul power, but rather something called Do-Chi. They were still speculating where Wutan City could possibly be, with both the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire denying its existence. Naturally, it was impossible for them to find it since they were not even in the same server. At that moment, the most dazzling figure made her entrance. A breathtakingly beautiful young lady gracefully approached my past self, sweetly calling out, Brother Tsangqiong. The video was quite considerate, directly labeling her as Gu Suner. My past self wore a bitter expression and said, do I still have the right to be addressed as such? And guess what happened next? Suner stepped forward, linking her arm with mine, her eyes sparkling as she declared, no matter how others perceive you, in my heart, you will forever be the mightiest. Oh my goodness. At that moment, the comments section erupted. A multitude of admirers lamented. I too wish for such a loyal and beautiful sister. Some astute individuals noticed that while everyone else bore the surname Shun, she bore the surname Gu, promptly concluding, she is not a biological sister. Brothers, I still have a chance. Furthermore, a knowledgeable commentator began analyzing the storyline, asserting that Suner must come from a notable family, and that my past self was now a waste. Even if Suner were willing, her family would never consent, thus our fates were inevitably tragic. Strangely enough, his analysis was remarkably astute. Just then, an unexpected figure broke the defenses of the Martial Soul Palace's Pope, Bibi Dong. She directly interjected, rebutting the commentator. As long as there is true love, what need is there to heed the idle gossip of the outside world? At worst, we can find a place to live in seclusion. Dear friends, I was moved to tears. She had completely immersed herself in her own story with the master, yearning to see a perfect conclusion to compensate for her own regrets. This was a moment where the pure-hearted warriors fell silent. Upon witnessing the Pope's intervention, the commentator was left speechless, quickly conceding defeat. The scene continued, with the moon shrouded in darkness and a chilling wind blowing. As my past self lay alone on a cliff, lost in despair, muttering to himself, is it my fate to remain at merely 3 stages of Do-Chi? No sooner had he spoken, when a sinister old man's chuckling voice suddenly emerged. Ah, young one, do you require assistance? My past self was startled, jumping up in fright, scanning the surroundings for anyone present. The elderly man leisurely remarked, stop searching. I am within the ring on your hand. My goodness, the resonance is unmistakable. The classic grandfather segment has arrived. A translucent soul materialized from the ring, somewhat bashfully admitting, you have truly suffered over these 3 years. Without your fighting spirit, I have no idea how long I would have been asleep. My past life, filled with indignation, gritted my teeth and inquired, so, your meddling is the reason for my regression in cultivation? The old man awkwardly rubbed his hands together. Hee, it seems that way. However, I was also left with no choice. How about this? I will provide you with ample compensation. Lu Erlong and the others nearby were utterly baffled and directly asked for clarification regarding the old man's situation. I could only offer a straightforward explanation. Consider him as a person who exists solely as a soul without a body. In the scene, my past self clenched his fists tightly. The old man, aware of his shortcomings, hastily proposed a compensation plan. How about this? I will gift you a volume of Wuming Zhenfa and teach you the art of alchemy, enabling you to become an alchemist. What do you think? The comments section erupted. Wuming Zhenfa. It is the unique enhancement listed on the talent leaderboard. An alchemist? Does this relate to the Broken Clan? Yang Wudi quickly distanced himself, asserting that our Yang family has no such person. My past self regained composure and began to negotiate. Becoming an alchemist is appealing, but what rank are you? In your current soul state, do be cautious not to overexert yourself. You have absorbed my fighting spirit for 3 years. The old man, provoked by my challenge, puffed up with pride, clasping his hands behind his back and began to boast. Are you still testing me? Let me put it this way. The strongest 6th-rank alchemist in the Gamma Empire, Gu He, is nothing before me. My past self rolled his eyes, wearing an expression that seemed to say, go on, keep boasting. However, the comment section was already in a frenzy. The Gamma Empire, the Snow Knight Emperor, and the Luo Emperor were both bewildered, questioning where such an empire came from in Douluo continent. I could only lay it bare. Indeed, it belongs to another world. Upon this revelation, the crowd erupted into chaos. It was louder than any prior commotion. The Luo Crown Prince Davis impulsively suggested an alliance with Douluo continent to conquer that world. I could not resist mocking. You ought to be grateful that the two worlds are not interconnected. Otherwise, Douluo continent would have changed its name long ago. I casually began to explain the realm classifications to them. Fighter, Master Fighter, Great Master Fighter, Spirit Fighter, King Fighter, Emperor Fighter. One Emperor Fighter could easily annihilate your Luo Empire in a single day. I added, to put it simply, a low-ranking King Fighter is roughly equivalent to your ordinary title Douluo. As for the ranks of Emperor Fighter, you can deduce that for yourselves. As I finished speaking, the comments section fell silent, as if in a library, both from our world and Tang San's world. Everyone was rendered speechless by the terrifying gap in power, including Qian Renshua. In the scene, my negotiation with the old man continued. He elaborated, the brilliance of Wuming Zhenfa lies in its ability to evolve alongside the practitioner's cultivation level, possessing limitless potential. Hearing this, my past self thought, isn't this just a plus version of Finju? What a windfall. Naturally, I would not take advantage without offering something in return. I proactively pledged that if the old man's compensation was satisfactory, I would never decline any future requests, as long as they were feasible. The old man was quite pleased and finally revealed his true intention. I hope that when your strength is sufficient, you can assist me in reforming a physical body. Well, there it was. The main quest had arrived. This statement thrilled Ain and Bibi Dong, one seeking resurrection and the other desiring a clean body, both pressing me for methods to create a body. I had to inform them. Creating a body requires a rare substance known as Yihua, the most extraordinary flame in existence. Douluo continent lacks such a thing. Disappointed, they could only return to watching the video. In the scene, I received my golden opportunity and immediately entered a state of intensive training. Time swiftly passed, and a month had gone by. One day, a group of distinguished guests arrived at the hall of the Shun family. The leading woman appeared to be a pampered sect elder. After sipping her tea without raising her eyes, she addressed my entire family in a tone reminiscent of an official announcement, stating, Shun clan leader, let us speak plainly. I have brought Yinran here to annul her engagement with Shun Sanqiao. I must say, the audacity with which the old man spoke was remarkable, as if he were declaring that he was doing us a favor by confronting us on our own turf, completely devoid of any sense of propriety. In response, Shunjan, the head of the Shun family, ignored him entirely, his gaze sharp as a knife, fixated on the silent Nalan Yinran beside him. His meaning was crystal clear. Who do you think you are? The principal is right here. He then asked, Niece, is this matter your family's decision or your own? What question that was effectively blocking every possible escape route. Nalan Yinran could not evade it and candidly admitted, it is my own decision. My family is unaware. How could the family members understand the fury that erupted within me? I was infuriated. If one truly wishes to break an engagement, they should privately discuss it with a couple of elders to maintain face for all parties involved. Instead, she chose to make it public, bringing outsiders to confront us. This is not just a breach of etiquette. It is an act of enmity. In plain terms, it is clear that she deems my friend Shun Sanqiao unworthy after he lost his talents 3 years ago, transitioning from genius to a failure. A classic case of the strong seeking to distance themselves from the weak, yet she still wishes to establish a facade of pursuing freedom. How distasteful. At that moment, Sister Lu Erlong was so enraged that she had already shattered several chairs. If it weren't for my friend holding her back, I suspect she would have displayed a hand-to-hand combat performance right there. Did you think this was the end? The most shocking events were yet to unfold. The elderly man, sensing the tension, hastily intervened, pulling a small box from his ring. He said, "Clan leader Shun, do not be angry. Our sect leader is aware of the impact this matter has on you and has specifically asked me to bring a token of apology." Upon opening it, we discovered a Jiu Chi Wan. I tell you, the elders of the Shun family were utterly captivated, their eyes wide and mouths watering, having previously reveled in our misfortune. Now, they were akin to starving wolves presented with meat, their greed unabashed. The old man was filled with pride, boasting that this pill was personally refined by their sect's Master Guhi, emphasizing its unparalleled quality. The implication was clear. Here, as a sweetener for you. Swallow this humiliation. Just as the elders prepared to urge my friend to consider the greater picture, Shun Sangxiong stood up. He calmly stated, "Old Mr. Guyi, please take your pill back. The matter between Miss Naylan and myself is far from simple." With that, he strode directly before Naylan Yinran. She, still displeased, coldly replied, "I do not like you." "Can't you see that?" My friend retorted, his tone even colder than hers. "I do not like you either. However, this marriage was arranged by my father and your grandfather. By coming here, what face are you leaving for your grandfather?" Naylan Yinran, growing impatient, declared, "This is my affair. It has nothing to do with my grandfather." Surely, she thought to herself, I am backed by Yunlan Zong, the future sect leader's wife. What is a mere Naylan family worth? My friend laughed, his laughter laced with derision. "Oh, from your tone, it seems you do not even regard your own grandfather? Well, even if you offered yourself as a bride, I would not dare accept." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire venue fell silent. Shun Sangxiong, without hesitation, wrote a divorce letter in front of everyone. Yes, you heard it correctly, a divorce letter. He tossed the document into Naylan Yinran's lap, enunciating each word. "It is not you who is annulling the engagement, but I, Shun Sangxiong, who is divorcing you." Then, without looking back, he turned and walked away. How exhilarating. She came to annul the engagement and ended up being divorced instead. This operation was nothing short of textbook level. It was a beautiful counter to her expectations. Utterly satisfying. Did you think this was the conclusion? Not yet. My friend had just left when his childhood companion, Shun Suner, rushed over with a sorrowful expression, saying, "Sangxiong Gij, I may have to leave soon." At that moment, my heart sank. After just ending an engagement, now his sister was also planning to depart? Shun Sangxiong was equally taken aback and inquired if she was returning to her family. Suner forced a smile and replied, "Indeed, Sangxiong Gij. You already know I am not of the Shin family." My friend sighed, gently stroking her hair. "Of course, our elders don't even regard my father, the clan leader. But at your word, they are as obedient as lambs. Doesn't that indicate something?" Suner then revealed her origins, stating that she hailed from an ancient clan known as Guzu, urging him to become stronger and to find her in the central domain. She leaned on my friend's shoulder, filled with reluctance to part. Once Suner had departed, an elderly figure named Yao Lao emerged from my friend's ring, commencing a lecture on the true nature of this world. I was stunned. The revelations were astonishing. Yao Lao explained that our continent's cultivation levels range from Do, Ji, Li to Do Di, an extensive hierarchy. Here, a Do Wang could reign as a local emperor, while a Do Huang could establish a grand empire. However, if these powerful individuals ventured to the central domain, a Do Wang would merely be a mid-level official, and a Do Huang would only be a senior executive, lacking any real influence. Above them were Do Zun, Ban Sheng, and Do Sheng. My mind was overwhelmed. Then, Yao Lao dropped a bombshell. Those so-called superpowers were merely superficial. The true rulers of the central domain were ancient imperial clans, unknown to ordinary people. And that young lady, Suner, belonged to one of the foremost families among these ancient clans. The pressure was immense, my friends. Having a top-tier beauty as a girlfriend, while I was merely a fledgling just emerging from the depths. How could I ever pursue her? From that day forth, My friend became utterly obsessed, embarking on relentless training. Previously, he would spend time with Sun'er. Now, he isolated himself, fully devoted to intense cultivation. 9 months flew by, and he finally regained the Doja realm. Just as he was about to share the good news with his father, he sensed something amiss in the family atmosphere. The elders were all looking glum. Upon inquiry, he discovered that the Shun family's marketplace was being targeted by a clan named Jialai. They had developed a healing potion that surpassed theirs, monopolizing the market. My friend returned to his room, slammed the Jialai family's healing potion onto the table, and asked Yao Lao, "Old man, you claim to be superior to that ancient river, right? Do you have a healing potion that works better than this rubbish?" Yao Lao picked it up, disdain evident on his face. "Is this a joke? A battle-hardened piece of trash. I could provide you with a formula that would work several times better." My friend's eyes lit up, reaching out eagerly. "Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and get it to me." Yao Lao rolled his eyes. "Fine, I was already planning to teach you alchemy after your breakthrough. We'll start with this simple healing potion for practice." My friend was dumbfounded. "Me? Alchemize? Of course. Who else would do it?" Yao Lao retorted sharply. "Whether you can do it or not, you'll find out through practice. Now, let us head to the auction house to buy some materials." Let me tell you, that fiery girl named Huo was watching the live stream from above, and upon seeing the alchemy process, she felt inspired and insisted on trying her hand at it. My friends, it was a classic case of imitation. Her eyes said, "I can do it," while her brain declared, "I've mastered it." But when it came to her hands, they simply retorted, "You too can leave." I sat back, waiting for her to blow up her own academy. As luck would have it, before Huo could make her move, our protagonist delivered a stunning blow to his entire family. I tell you, just as Shun Xiaogang finished concocting the medicine, Yao Lao floated out, took a glance, and smirked. Barely usable. Goodness, this was a wave of arrogance. Deep down, he was thoroughly shocked. He remembered his own first attempts at alchemy, failing over 100 times before achieving any semblance of success. While this lad succeeded in just a few tries, what a prodigious talent. However, Shun Xiaogang had no time to dwell on that, since his family was on the brink of destruction. In the conference hall, the elders were frantic, resembling ants on a hot pan, clamoring to confront the Jialai family. Why? Because Jialai had monopolized the healing potion market, forcing the Shun family into a corner. Just when the elders were about to make a decision to fight, Shun Xiaogang, our protagonist, strolled in leisurely. The head elder, seeing him, became furious, shouting, "Get out! This is not a place for you." Oh, this old man clearly did not learn from experience. Shun Xiaogang ignored him entirely, walking straight to the table. With a flourish, he produced a multitude of small jade bottles, filling the entire table. His father, the clan leader Shenzhan, was taken aback. "Son, what is this?" Shun Xiaogang smiled faintly. "Father, these are our Shun family's healing potions." The moment those words left his mouth, the entire hall fell silent. As if they had all been struck dumb, eyes wide and jaws dropped. His father stuttered, "Is this for real?" Without further ado, Shun Xiaogang grabbed a bottle, swiftly darting to the head elder, pulling out a dagger, and before the elder could react, he swiftly made a cut on his arm. Then, in a dramatic flourish, he poured the powder over the wound. Just as everyone braced for the elder to explode, a miracle occurred. The bloody cut began to heal visibly, scabbing and peeling away within mere seconds. In just a few moments, the skin appeared as smooth as new, without a single scar. Even AI couldn't have created something so outrageous. At that point, the entire audience was petrified. The head elder stared at his arm, his mouth agape, capable of holding an egg. The clan leader trembled with excitement, examining the small bottle. After a long pause, he finally asked, "Xiaogang, where did you get this medicine?" Shun Xiaogang calmly sat down, took a sip of tea, and casually replied, "I concocted it." "What?" his father exclaimed in disbelief. The head elder jumped in, incredulous, "Impossible. An alchemist must at least be a doja. You, a mere Zhili tier 3 waste. What can you concoct?" My friends, this old man was truly a stubborn stone in the latrine, both foul and unyielding. No one in the room believed him. Not even his own father looked convinced. Shun Xiaogang smiled. He set down his teacup, slowly rising. In the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from him, though fleeting. The pressure of a doge left everyone present pale. Then he added leisurely, "Oh, I forgot to mention, I broke through to doge over 10 days ago." With that, he flicked his sleeves and strode out, leaving the crowd gasping in shock, raising the temperature of the hall several degrees. Having resolved the family crisis, Yao Lao presented him with a new task. He explained that merely having healing potions was insufficient. Cultivation needed to keep pace. And he produced a new treasure, body-refining spiritual liquid. This remarkable substance was used for bathing, capable of enhancing one's physique and accelerating cultivation. Yao Lao set a small goal: procure enough for a year's supply, enter seclusion for a year, and directly ascend to Doshi. Goodness, with spring passing and autumn arriving. Over 10 months flew by. Xiaogang remained confined, soaking in that divine liquid daily. One day, he finally awakened from his cultivation, excitedly standing up from the tub, shouting, "I've finally broken through to Doshi." Just then, Yao Lao leisurely floated out, clearing his throat. "Ahem, could you perhaps put some clothes on first? Who are you showing off to?" The embarrassment was palpable, far too embarrassing. However, the esteemed Yao Lao immediately doused him with a bucket of cold water, remarking that with such speed, he was far from being able to meet his fiancée, Sunner, who had connections reaching the heavens. A new plan was devised, to venture out and hone his skills for 2 years before heading to a place known as Jianan Academy. Yet, before embarking on this journey, Xiaogang resolved to conduct a thorough sweep first. Donning a black robe, he stealthily made his way to the gates of the Jialia family. Observing the dejected guards on the opposite side, he let out a cold chuckle. Yao Lao's voice echoed in his mind, advising him to take the lead, promising assistance only if he found himself unable to prevail. Nodding in agreement, Xiaogang strode forth with determination. Just as the guards attempted to stop him, inquiring about his identity, his voice, icy as frost beneath the robe, declared, "I am the one who will take your lives." Before the words even settled, he surged forward, incapacitating each guard with a single blow. Thus, he bulldozed his way in, exhibiting a raw and unrefined ferocity. 3 days later, having completely obliterated the Jialia family from Wutan City, Xiaogang officially embarked on his journey of trials. His first destination was the Beast Mountain Range. He initially arrived at a place called Qingshan Town, located on the outskirts of the mountains. The town was bustling with activity. At that moment, Yao Lao suddenly exclaimed in his mind with a serious tone, "Wait, do you see that woman in the blue attire ahead? Follow her." Xiaogang glanced over and indeed noted that the young woman stood out, exuding an ethereal grace. As he discreetly trailed her, he inquired about the situation. Yao Lao instructed him to follow for now and promised to explain later. Fortunately, the young woman was often accompanied by mercenaries vying for her attention, allowing him to blend into the crowd without raising suspicion, eventually discovering that she resided in a grand apothecary. Once he had discerned her whereabouts, he pressed Yao Lao for an explanation. "Can you tell me now what the issue is with that young woman?" Yao Lao paused before revealing a shocking revelation. "If I am not mistaken, she possesses the Innate poison body." Xiaogang was left utterly bewildered. "What on earth is that? Is it impressive?" Yao Lao sighed, beginning to elucidate. The Innate poison body, though it sounded intriguing, was, in fact, a cursed constitution. It was inherently toxic. Anyone who came into contact with its bearer would face death. And, as the individual's strength increased, so too would the potency of the poison, eventually culminating in a catastrophic eruption that would render the land barren for miles around, a disaster beyond measure. Most troubling was the fact that the possessor had no control over this affliction. Good heavens, is this not akin to a walking biochemical bomb? How tragic. That evening, Xiaogang stealthily approached the young woman's door, feeling a twinge of apprehension. "Yao Lao, is it really appropriate to enter a young lady's room at this hour?" Before he could complete his sentence, the room was suddenly illuminated by candlelight, and a gentle feminine voice beckoned. "Since you are here, you may as well come in." Caught off guard, Xiaogang felt an overwhelming wave of embarrassment as he pushed the door open. Inside, the young woman clad in blue, the little medical fairy, calmly invited him to take a seat, stating, "I noticed you were following me this afternoon. Shun Sanxiong was left in awe of her composure. He hurriedly introduced himself. I am Shun Sanxiong, and I have come to discuss your unique constitution. The moment his words left his mouth, the previously composed expression on the little medical fairy's face paled instantly, her hands now clutching several packets of colorful poison powder, her gaze shifting to one of acute vigilance and despair. Seeing her prepare to act, Shun Sanxiong quickly raised his hands in a placating gesture. Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. I am here to assist you. To his surprise, the young lady seemed to believe him. Initially wary, holding the unknown powder as if ready to exchange blows, she gradually calmed down under Shun Sanxiong's assurances, putting away the lethal items. I must say, Shun Sanxiong's efficiency was truly remarkable. With just a few words, he conveyed his purpose and analyzed her Innate poisoned body with clarity, leaving the little medical fairy momentarily stunned. Although she still harbored doubts. After all, who would be so kind to a stranger? The grand scope of his proposition won her over. Fast forward to the next day, and they found themselves akin to elite soldiers, standing at the edge of a seemingly bottomless cliff. Shun Sanxiong pointed downward, declaring, the treasure lies within the cave halfway down. The little medical fairy, undeterred, immediately resolved to descend with him. After considerable effort, they finally entered the cave. Inside lay a simple stone platform holding 2 boxes. Shun Sanxiong picked up one, its cover inscribed with the title 7-colored poison scripture, and without a second glance, tossed it to the little medical fairy, declaring, this is yours. He then picked up the other book, Purple Cloud Wings, flipping through its pages and remarking, this is a flight combat technique. You should copy it once we are out. Such actions, I assure you, elevated his favorability to unprecedented heights. The little medical fairy's gaze instantly transformed from one of suspicion to admiration. As if she were seeing a charming hero for the first time, her previous wariness dissipated entirely. 3 days later, they had relocated to a celestial valley brimming with rare treasures. After completing her training, Shun Sanxiong inquired about her future plans. The little medical fairy, with a perplexed expression, lamented her toxic constitution, believing it made her a burden wherever she went. Without hesitation, Shun Sanxiong suggested, why not accompany me? At that moment, I sensed something awry. Sure enough, the little medical fairy's face flushed crimson, resembling a boiled shrimp, her hands at a loss for where to rest. In an attempt to ease the tension, she hastily proposed, how about I perform a dance for you? Without waiting for Shun Sanxiong's consent, she began to dance gracefully. Alas, such romantic moments are fleeting. A month later, as Shun Sanxiong prepared to depart, the little medical fairy resolved to remain behind, stating that her lack of strength would only be a burden, and she would choose to seclude herself in the valley. Shun Sanxiong did not press her, only urging her not to give up, promising to help her find solution. The little medical fairy was deeply touched, declaring that Shun Sanxiong was her only friend in this life. After bidding farewell to the gentle and kind little medical fairy, I felt an emptiness within. Yet, merely 10 days later, Shun Sanxiong plunged deep into the heart of the Beast Mountain Range, where I witnessed an astonishing scene. I tell you, it was akin to Godzilla battling King Kong. A breathtaking beauty clad in a flowing azure gown was locked in combat with a massive, golden-purple lion that resembled a small mountain. With a mere flick of her hand, she unleashed a wind blade spanning dozens of meters, carving deep gorges into the earth. The lion, in turn, unleashed a violet energy blast that flattened the mountain's peak. The sheer destructive force was staggering. Even the tidal Douluo from the Douluo continent would likely struggle to withstand the residual impact. I later learned that this enchanting lady was named Yun, a powerful Dohuang. The lion was a 6th-tier magical beast, the purple gold-wing Lion King. Their conflict arose over the purple spirit crystal, and when negotiations fell through, the lion demanded a transformation pill, which Yun could not provide, thus leading to their fierce battle. Initially, they exchanged blows, but soon the fight escalated to a life-and-death struggle. The speed of the combat was such that even shadows could scarcely be discerned. Moments later, Yun inadvertently fell victim to a cataclysmic attack from the Lion King, sent sprawling like a kite with severed strings, losing consciousness upon impact. I watched in alarm as Shun Sangxiong crouched low, ready to charge forward, when Yao Lao's voice resonated in his mind. Are you truly considering rescuing her? Observing the Lion King's movements, Shun Sangxiong replied, I cannot simply stand by and do nothing. Yao Lao, ever nonchalant, dismissed it with a casual, do as you wish, leaving Shun Sangxiong to his own devices. Thus, Shun Sangxiong stealthily approached Yun Yun, seizing the opportunity while the Lion King was distracted, and managed to rescue her. When Yun Yun regained consciousness, she found herself in a cave. As she opened her eyes, she beheld Shun Sangxiong tending a fire and roasting fish. With a smile, he approached her, offering a bottle of healing medicine, stating, My name is Shun Sangxiong. I happen to save you. The name struck a chord, though she could not place it immediately, so she introduced herself with a pseudonym, Yunji, as she accepted the medicine. Shun Sangxiong, a paragon of virtue, exited the cave after speaking, leaving her to tend to her wounds alone. However, it was not long before a faint voice echoed within the cave. Could you please come in for a moment? Shun Sangxiong, bewildered, stepped inside to find Yun Yun, blushing, request assistance with a wound on her back that she could not reach. The atmosphere was so charged that it felt as if time itself had frozen. Shun Sangxiong, confronted with her smooth back and the injury, stood there in a daze, his hands trembling as if afflicted with Parkinson's disease. Eventually, it was Yun Yun who, unable to bear the silence, urged him to proceed cautiously. Thus, he steeled himself and complied. Days passed, and Yun Yun's wounds healed significantly. In gratitude, this young lady, unaccustomed to manual labor, resolved to cook for Shun Sangxiong. However, in the midst of her bath, she inadvertently washed away the powder they had placed at the entrance to deter beasts. An ominous premonition struck me, and sure enough, as Shun Sangxiong returned from his training, a thunderous roar erupted from outside the cave. Confused, he learned from Yun Yun that she was responsible for the mishap. The expression in his eyes mirrored that of a bewildered dog, filled with exasperation. Incensed, Yun Yun, feeling slighted, declared her intent to confront the beast. Shun Sangxiong seized her arm, exclaiming, Stop! Your powers are sealed. Do you wish to march to your demise? After his commanding shout, he dashed out alone. Inside the cave, Yun Yun was a flurry of anxiety, pacing like a restless ant on a hot skillet. After what felt like an eternity, Shun Sangxiong returned, disheveled but uninjured, prompting her to rush forward to support him, exhaling in relief upon realizing he was merely in disarray. With a flourish, she presented him with a charred fish. Eager for praise, Shun Sangxiong, gazing at the lump of coal, hesitated, Is this edible? Yun Yun, indignant, shot back, as a dignified Do Huang. How could I not produce a delightful dish? Reluctantly, he took a bite, his face immediately contorting in distaste. Yet, he maintained his composure and praised, Quite commendable. He then offered another piece to Yun Yun. Here, you should sample your own handiwork. What a fine display of shared fortune. Unprepared, she took a hefty bite, her expression turning more grotesque than if she had consumed something foul. Shun Sangxiong could no longer contain his laughter. Enraged, Yun Yun pounced at him, and the two became entangled in playful chaos. Amidst their frolic, an unexpected tension arose. They suddenly felt an intense heat enveloping them, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Shun Sangxiong's countenance changed as he inquired, What seasoning did you use while cooking the fish? Yun Yun, puzzled, replied, I don't know. I just added a bit of everything. To his horror, one of the bottles contained a potent aphrodisiac he had concocted. Now, the stakes had escalated. Yun Yun collapsed in Shun Sangxiong's embrace, her strength sapped, her gaze hazy, yet she managed to threaten, Shun Sangxiong, If you dare lay a finger on me, I will ensure your demise once I recover. Shun Sangxiong, equally affected, lamented, I wish I could control myself. Within him, reason and instinct clashed in an epic struggle, creating a tumultuous chaos. Desperately, he called for help from Yao Lao, who jested, having multiple Do Huang wives isn't so bad, is it? Shun Sangxiong, frantic, retorted, Enough of your jokes. I am not one to take advantage of someone in distress. Seeing that he was on the verge of losing control, Yao Lao finally imparted a secret technique. Shun Sangxiong, a resolute individual, battled through the turmoil and managed to expel the potion's effects from Yun Yun's body. Then, in a desperate bid to regain composure, he rolled and tumbled out of the cave, plunging into the frigid stream. With a shock of the cold allowed him to regain clarity and employ the secret technique to stabilize himself. Once he had expelled all remnants of the potion, he wasted no time, dragging his nearly shattered self back towards the cave. An impending sense of doom washed over me as I thought. He is surely going to face Yun Yun's wrath. Upon reaching the cave entrance, he found her waiting with a sword, her gaze as fierce as that of a guardian ready to defend her territory. Shun Sangxiong, with a thick skin, grinned and approached. I didn't do anything. You must have sensed it, right? Yun Yun's face flushed crimson, yet she retorted defiantly. Didn't do anything? Haven't you taken advantage enough? At that moment, Shun Sangxiong understood that there was no imminent danger. Instantly, he shifted into a brazen mode, raising his hands in mock surrender. Wasn't it you who initiated this? Realizing he had not provided a satisfactory explanation, she eventually lowered her sword and retreated into the cave, simmering in frustration. Days roll by, and one day, I noticed that Yun Yun's hair had reverted to its original black hue, indicating that her seal had been lifted. Shun Sangxiong hurriedly approached her, asking, "Are you planning to confront that great lion again?" Yun Yun coolly affirmed with a nod. Shun Sangxiong, seemingly misaligned in his reasoning, insisted on assisting her, inquiring, "Shall I accompany you?" As she turned, her demeanor had transformed from the previous week's fragility to that of an aloof queen. Shun Sangxiong quickly laid out his plan. "I will distract the Zijin Yishir Wang while you retrieve what you seek." Yun Yun frowned, her expression revealing her reluctance and concern beneath her dismissive facade. "Do you have confidence in this?" Shun Sangxiong, brimming with assurance, replied, "Rest assured." Ultimately, Yun Yun acquiesced, but repeatedly cautioned, "Very well. But remember, if danger arises, flee immediately and do not act recklessly." Those around them would understand the masked concern behind her words. Soon, they arrived at the vicinity of the lion's lair. Before Yun Yun went to lure the beast, Yao Lao's voice echoed in Shun Sangxiong's mind, chiding him for his propensity to show off. Shun Sangxiong, resigned, replied, "Let me help her this once." Once Yun Yun had drawn away the mighty lion, he swiftly slipped into its den. However, who would have guessed that there was a young lion in the cave? With a single roar, the little lion summoned all surrounding beasts, encircling Shun Sangxiong. I watched in trepidation as he struggled against the onslaught. But just as he was about to succumb, Yun Yun descended from above, clearing the area with a single stroke of her sword. It was a stunning display. Shun Sangxiong thrust the items into her hands, exclaiming, "Your timing is impeccable." Then, overwhelmed, he succumbed to unconsciousness. When he regained consciousness, he found Yun Yun vigilantly at his side. Upon noticing he had awakened, her demeanor shifted instantly. She scolded him sternly. "Didn't I instruct you not to act rashly?" Her swift change of temperament was astounding. Shun Sangxiong, unperturbed, smiled, "I merely wish to avoid disappointing you." Yun Yun, exasperated, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, expressed, "Though failure is manageable, if you were to come to harm," her voice faltered, her expression betraying her discomfort. Seizing the moment, Shun Sangxiong grasped her hand. Pressing for clarification, "What would you do?" Yun Yun, startled like a frightened deer, struggled to escape. Shun Sangxiong, unwilling to release her, exerted his strength, drawing her into an embrace, holding her tightly. I must say, the formidable Do Huang, in his arms, became docile, struggling briefly before yielding. They remained entwined for what felt like 10 minutes, until Yun Yun gently tapped his back, whispering, "All right, are you not going to let go?" Shun Sangxiong leaned closer, whispering sweetly in her ear, "A lifetime is insufficient." After their tender moment, they turned to more serious matters. Shun Sangxiong expressed his intention to continue training in a magical beast mountain range before attending the Jialan Academy, assuring her that one day he would return as a formidable presence to seek her out. At this juncture, Yun Yun finally revealed her truth, stating, "Sangxiong, I have not been entirely honest with you. My name is not Yun Ji, but Yun Yun, the current leader of the Yunlan sect. In that instant, I sensed Shun Sanxiong's grip on her stiffen. His voice had changed, tinged with bitterness as he inquired, Nalan Yanran is your direct disciple? Yun Yun finally registered the information, her entire being in a state of shock. You are the fiancé of Yanran? Goodness, this was undeniably awkward. My dear family, this plot twist is the ultimate development of falling for one's betrothed S-master. The two of them fell into a profound silence within the cave. The atmosphere so peculiar it could freeze the air. When Shun Sanxiong awoke once more, his neck ached as if he had been knocked unconscious. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself alone in the cave. Yun Yun had already departed. Nearby, a neatly folded blue inner armor lay in place. At this moment, Yao Lao emerged to deliver the final blow. She has left, and this is what she bequeathed to you, an inner armor of the Douluo level, the likes of which cannot be found elsewhere in the entire Jiama Empire. Shun Sanxiong was momentarily stunned, speechless as he gazed at the inner armor. I tell you, this is not merely an offering of equipment. It is a heartfelt gift. Although presenting a female inner armor to a male is an abstract notion, the sentiment behind it is weighty. Thus, the affair with Yun Yun reached a pause. Shun Sanxiong lingered in that memory-laden cave for 7 days before resuming his journey deeper into the Warcraft Mountains. His training continued for over 3 months, diligently propelling himself to the pinnacle of the 9-star Doshi. He discovered another cave and, armed with the Sankai Dan, one that Yao Lao had just refined for him, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Yao Lao, if I consume this, I will surely break through to the Doshi, correct? Yao Lao remained remarkably composed. Of course. Shun Sanxiong began to revel in the thought. If I return now, the members of my family will surely be left agape. Yao Lao doused his enthusiasm. That is merely a stroke of luck. You gathered many high-grade medicinal herbs in the valley of Xiao Isian. Otherwise, you need to train for another year. Shun Sanxiong did not argue, settling down cross-legged, prepared to consume the medicine and elevate his rank. Half a month later, Shun Sanxiong successfully advanced to the Doshi. Initially planning to exit the mountain to procure some supplies, he happened upon a hotel in town. Yao Lao, with his keen hearing, unexpectedly caught wind of a group of powerful individuals in the adjacent room conspiring about the news of Yao. What fortune, at last, has graced me? Without a second thought, Shun Sanxiong took a shortcut, arriving at the territory of the snake people before the group clad in black. He concealed himself within a grand palace, murmuring to Yao Lao in his mind, is this news reliable? Would the snake people reveal such significant information about Yao? Yao Lao's voice trembled with excitement. I cannot ascertain the veracity of the news, but I can assure you that within this palace, Yao indeed exists. Shun Sanxiong felt nothing, to which Yao Lao rolled his eyes. You are just a novice to Doshi. It would be strange if you could sense it. When Shun Sanxiong inquired about when to act, Yao Lao replied, wait. The Queen Medusa has already reached the pinnacle of Douluo. I'm not fully recovered, and confronting her directly is unwise. We shall let those black-clad individuals engage first, allowing us to profit from their conflict. Shun Sanxiong considered this strategy reasonable and promptly relocated to a more concealed corner. Just as he settled in, a captivating female snake person with a serpentine tail approached gracefully, ultimately stopping atop a high platform. I recognized her immediately. This was none other than the illustrious Queen Medusa. After a considerable time, sounds of battle erupted outside the palace. Yao Lao remarked, the black-clad individuals have arrived, and they appear to be more numerous than before. No sooner had he spoken than his expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming, not good, and enveloping Shun Sanxiong with his spiritual energy. In the next moment, a resounding explosion rocked the air. I tell you, that platform was obliterated, and a shockwave surged outward, instantly reducing the entire palace and surrounding structures to ruins. The scene resembled a nuclear explosion. Shun Sanxiong was nearly paralyzed with fear, questioning Yao Lao about what had just transpired. With no time to explain, Yao Lao urged him, no time for questions. Quickly, seize the Yao and depart. Shun Sangxiong, quick-witted, suppressed his lingering dread and dashed towards the direction Yao Lao indicated, retrieving a Qingsuan from the debris before turning to flee. I tell you, he ran faster than a rabbit. After several hours of frantic escape, he finally paused to catch his breath, only to discover a small creature coiled around his waist. A pristine white snake with large, adorable eyes was gazing at him. Shun Sangxiong held it in his hand, finding it rather charming, and tentatively inquired, Yao Lao, what kind of snake is this? When did it climb onto me? Yao Lao glanced over and explained, it climbed onto you when you took the Iowa. It seems to harbor no ill intent. And given the urgency of the situation, I did not have time to warn you. Shun Sangxiong gently stroked its little head, and to his surprise, the small snake neither resisted nor recoiled, instead closing its eyes in apparent enjoyment. Just as he was reveling in this delightful moment, Yao Lao interjected with a curious tone. If I'm not mistaken, this little white snake is none other than the Queen Medusa. Startled, Shun Sangxiong nearly dropped the snake. This was the transformation of Queen Medusa? It took him a moment to regain his composure, his words stumbling. Yao Lao nodded, elaborating. Clearly, she intended to utilize the Qinglin Di Xinhua to ascend to Douluo, but her accumulation was insufficient, resulting in failure. This little white snake is likely a contingency she left behind for rebirth through the secret arts of the snake people. My dear family, this was exhilarating. Not only had he stolen the Yaowa, but he had inadvertently acquired the very being herself. Shun Sangxiong regarded the delicate creature in his grasp, contemplating for a moment before deciding to take things as they come. By the time she recovers, I may well have attained the rank of Douluo, or even a level beyond. As he pondered, Yao Lao suddenly wore an enigmatic expression, half smiling as he observed him. Yun Yun is pursuing you. Would you like to meet her? Upon hearing that unforgettable name, Shun Sangxiong froze, his actions halting. How would she be here? Yao Lao explained. She likely followed the group of black-clad individuals, but is now pursuing you alone. She should arrive in about 10 minutes. Then let us await her arrival. Shun Sangxiong removed his gray cloak and stood still, his emotions complex as he awaited Yun Yun's approach. Moments later, a figure clad in green swiftly descended from the horizon. When Yun Yun landed before Shun Sangxiong and recognized him as the one she had longed for, she was taken aback. Sangxiong, is it truly you? It has been so long. Shun Sangxiong concealed his tumultuous feelings, smiling as he looked at her. Just as Yun Yun intended to inquire about his presence there, she caught sight of the Io in his hand, exclaiming in surprise, You were the one who seized the Io amidst the chaos? Shun Sangxiong raised the fire lotus with a smile, clearly indicating his involvement. Yun Yun recalled the terrifying shockwave from earlier, anxiety flooding her demeanor. How could you venture into such a hazardous place? At that moment, she no longer concerned herself with the Io. Her thoughts were consumed by Shun Sangxiong's safety. She urged him, Since you require the Io, you must leave at once. They may soon be upon us. Noticing Shun Sangxiong's reluctance to move, Yun Yun pressed again. You must go quickly. It will be troublesome if they catch up. Remember, do not venture into such perilous places again. Shun Sangxiong understood the gravity of the situation. Remaining would only bring trouble to both of them. He gazed deeply into Yun Yun's eyes, sighed softly. Very well, I shall depart. With that, he turned and left, without a trace of hesitation. However, just as Shun Sangxiong had taken approximately 30 steps away, he suddenly halted. In a swift motion, he turned around and sprinted back toward Yun Yun. Subsequently, in her somewhat bewildered gaze, Shun Sangxiong embraced her tightly and leaned down to seal their lips together. At the very least, Shun Sangxiong and Yun Yun will not be fated to be apart due to the actions of that unfilial disciple. Anonymous individual from the second original Douluo world. This is exceedingly unfair. I recall that the last time I acted thus, I received a resounding slap. Yet, why has Shun Sangxiong not only escaped such a fate, but has instead received a response? Anonymous individual from the first variant Douluo world. Your actions were mere antics, while Shun Sangxiong's were born of mutual affection. Can they be compared? Ning Rongrong, a core disciple from the inner court of Lanba Academy in the first variant Douluo world. Alas, time is insufficient. Otherwise, there might have been even more splendid performances. Shui Wearer from Tian Shui Academy in the first variant Douluo world. Even if there were more splendid performances, we would be unable to witness them. In due time, it will undoubtedly be a radiant spectacle illuminating the grand screen. Simultaneously, the comparison video flickers. Yao Lao, may I begin refining this extraordinary fire shortly? In a cave within the monster beast mountain range, Shun Sangxiong produced the extraordinary fire, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Indeed, however, you must remember, exercise utmost caution while refining this extraordinary fire. Otherwise, the fate of Queen Medusa could easily become yours. Yao Lao spoke gravely. Rest assured, I possess but a single life and shall not act recklessly. By the way, Yao Lao, what do you think if I refine this extraordinary fire? To what realm might I ascend? Seizing a moment of recovery, Shun Sangxiong inquired curiously. This is the Qinglian Di Xinhua, ranked 19th on the extraordinary fire list. If it were to possess intelligence, I estimate its strength to be on par with a half-step dozong. Thus, after refining this Qinglian Di Xinhua, while preserving its essence, you should attain around the level of 7-star Douling. Yao Lao contemplated before providing a rather conservative estimate. Shui Wearer from Tian Shui Academy in the first variant Douluo world. My Qinglian Di Xinhua is truly formidable. Wu from Qihua Academy in the first variant Do world. I never anticipated that such a petite, extraordinary fire could possess the strength of a half-step dozone. Yu Qianxin from Leitang Academy in the first variant Douluo world. I am astonished that I am surpassed by a mere flame. Dugabo, the poison Douluo from the first variant Douluo world. Youngster, what do you consider this? Merely a soul master. As a titled Douluo, I too am no match for a flame, yet I have not complained. Duguyan from the Royal Academy of Tiando in the first variant Douluo world. Grandfather, how can you compare with a child? Dugabo, the poison Douluo from the first variant Douluo world. I have always been unrestrained and unreserved. What of it? Xuexing, the Prince of Tiando in the first variant Douluo world. The poison Douluo's demeanor is indeed one of candor, devoid of pretense. Chapter 82. Commencing the refinement of Qinglian Di Xinhua Duguyan from the Royal Academy of Tiando in the first variant Douluo world. Humph. What candor and what lack of pretense. It is merely a lack of respect for the elderly. Moreover, my perspective diverges from yours. You all only see the might of this Qinglian Di Xinhua, yet I perceive the inferior attributes of Shun Sangxiong. He now seeks to refine this Qinglian Di Xinhua to enhance his own power, having begun to treasure it. However, during his previous encounter with Yun Yun in the desert, his actions of discarding the Qinglian Di Xinhua were executed with remarkable fluidity, without a hint of hesitation. I believe that if this Qinglian Di Xinhua truly possessed intelligence, it would surely lament, "Shall I depart?" Duguyan's words left Xuexing embarrassed and retreating. Yet they prompted many to recall the scene of Shun Sangxiong discarding the extraordinary fire to embrace Yun Yun. In an instant, a new wave of discussions arose among the vast majority of individuals from both worlds, and soon, the entire barrage section was filled with various light-hearted jests. Dugabo, the poison Douluo from the first variant Douluo world. Yin Yin, do not speak so recklessly. When a couple is in love, any sensible individual should voluntarily withdraw. Yet that extraordinary fire even insisted on Shun Sangxiong discarding it on the ground. Evidently, the fault lies with that extraordinary fire. Duguyan from the Royal Academy of Tiando in the first variant Douluo world. I never imagined you would be such a grandfather. Wait, grandfather? Are you advocating for Shun Sangxiong because he has provided you with some benefit? Dugabo, the poison Douluo from the first variant Douluo world, as expected of my granddaughter. Truly astute. Duguyan from the Royal Academy of Tiando in the first variant Douluo world. What? Speak quickly. What benefits have you promised Shun Sangxiong? Duguyan suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Dugabo, the poison Douluo from the first variant Douluo world. When you return from this training, I shall disclose it to you in person. For now, let us continue watching the comparison video. With that, Dugabo sealed his lips, ignoring Duguyan's barrage of inquiries, whether threats or playful entreaties, refusing to respond any further. Meanwhile, the comparison video continued. I never anticipated that an extraordinary fire ranked 19th would already possess the strength of a half-step dozone. By the way, Yao Lao, your white flame should also be an extraordinary fire, right? After all, the pressure I felt from that white flame in the past was considerably stronger than that of the current Qinglian Di Xinhua. Shen Sanqiong had long been curious about Yao Lao's cold yet fiery flame, and now he had the opportunity to inquire. Indeed, my white flame is indeed an extraordinary fire. Moreover, it ranks 11th on the extraordinary fire list. As he spoke, Yao Lao became lost in reminiscence, recounting the process of how he acquired this ancient cold fire with clarity. It seems I have once again underestimated the vastness of the world. I had initially thought that even the top-ranked extraordinary fire would only correspond to a barely competent Do zone practitioner. Yet now, I have been met with a slap in the face. Shen Sanqiong could only smile wryly. He realized that when one's own realm is insufficient, it is futile to speculate on matters too distant. Otherwise, one would merely face continuous humiliation without any other possibility. Thus, there remains much for you to learn. Let me tell you this. The extraordinary fire ranked 3rd on the list, the Jinglian Yaohua, possesses strength comparable to a 6-star Doshang. Yao Lao smiled as he spoke. Yao Lao, how do you know that Jinglian Yaohua is so powerful? Shen Sanqiong was astonished. He believed that if Yao Lao had truly witnessed the Jinglian Yaohua, which could rival a 6-star Doshang, then Yao Lao should now be a figure revered by future generations. How could he still be present before him? The space where the Jinglian Yaohua resides appears periodically. As more individuals enter and exit, naturally, much information regarding the Jinglian Yaohua has been disseminated. Yao Lao sensed that Shen Sanqiong's gaze towards him was somewhat peculiar, yet he did not dwell on it. The space where the Jinglian Yaohua resides. What does this mean? Shen Sanqiong felt that the more he learned, the more bewildered he became. To carve out a habitable realm from the void, such as the hallmark of a Doshang. Thus, any force possessing a Doshang typically resides not upon the Do-Chi continent, but rather within the realms they have themselves manifested. Master Yao elucidated this profound truth. Is this truly the case? Shen Sanqiong queried, utterly astonished. For someone hailing from a humble origin, Master Yao's explanation was nothing short of fantastical. He decided against further inquiry, fearing that such questions might destabilize his Dao heart and jeopardize his endeavor to refine the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. Fortuitously, he had returned to his optimal state and deemed it the appropriate moment to commence the refinement of this extraordinary fire. Upon witnessing Master Yao's nod of affirmation, Shen Sanqiong resolved to refrain from questions, dedicating over half an hour to centering his mind until tranquility enveloped him completely. With a determined resolve, he bit down and swallowed the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, immersing himself in the unyielding process of refinement. In the realm of the Douluo continent, Shui Yuerer from the Tian Shui Academy reflected. Having witnessed the might of Do Huang surpassing demigod levels, she pondered the power of Do Zone and those beyond. Yet, she realized that she, akin to the character in the comparative video, had been but a frog at the bottom of a well, ignorant of the vastness above. Huo Wu from the Qihua Academy expressed her incredulity at the immense power Doshang warriors must possess. Feng Xiaodian from the Shinfeng Academy urged patience, assuring them that clarity would soon unfold. Yao Zi from the Jiwu Academy mused, considering the terrifying possibility that their Douluo continent might also be a space crafted by a formidable being. Yu Qianxin from the Leitang Academy dismissed the notion, cautioning against fear of the unknown, for if they were indeed trapped within a created space, it would spell disaster for them. Shui Yuerer inquired whether their Douluo continent could truly be such a realm, to which Shen Sanqiong reassured her that it was not. As the dialogue unfolded, Yu Qianheng from the Tiando Royal Academy asserted that it was implausible for their continent to be merely a crafted space. The vastness of Douluo continent surpassed the capabilities of any Doshang. Indeed, unless witnessed firsthand, one could hardly fathom the true might of a Doshang, especially when a peak Do Wang could easily sweep across territories. Yao Zi conceded. Perhaps her imagination had run wild. In truth, Even a Dosheng, no matter how formidable, could only create a space the size of a small city. If a Dosheng could manifest a realm the size of Douluo continent, it would render them nearly omnipotent, overshadowing even the mightiest Dodi. With a jest, she lightened the mood as they resumed watching the comparative video. As time passed, Shun Sangqiong's refinement of the Qinglian Earth Heart fire progressed so smoothly that Master Yao, who had remained vigilantly prepared to assist, began to question the authenticity of the fire being refined. "How do you feel?" Master Yao inquired, noticing that Shun Sangqiong's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 9-star doling, yet he sensed something amiss. "Feelings? Aside from attaining the 9-star doling, I seem to have no other sensations," Shun Sangqiong replied, bewildered. Since acquiring the Qinglian Earth Heart fire, he had been warned of the dangers in refining such a fire. Yet the outcome was unexpectedly benign. "Perhaps your innate talent is extraordinary," Master Yao mused. "Or it could be that you share a fateful bond with the Qinglian Earth Heart fire, allowing you to refine it without peril, even enhancing your cultivation to the 9-star doling." He waved his hand, wishing to sidestep further discussion of the dangers of refining the fire, fearing it might unsettle his own Dao heart. "Master Yao, shall we continue our training in the Monster Beast Mountain Range, or proceed to the Jianan Academy?" Shun Sangqiong shifted the subject, noting Master Yao's disinterest in the previous topic. "First, we shall venture to the valley where Xiao Yixian resides to gather some medicinal herbs you will need, and then we will make our way to the Jianan Academy." Master Yao decided. "Understood," Shun Sangqiong affirmed, rising to leave the cave. As the scene shifted, Xiao Yixian, upon seeing Shun Sangqiong at the entrance of her valley, rushed toward him with delight. "I have returned with plans to gather medicinal herbs before heading directly to Jianan Academy," he replied. "Accompany me." After leaving Jianan Academy, I shall journey to the central region, where I believe solutions to your predicament may be found. Master Yao had already outlined their next steps during the journey, mentioning Xiao Yixian's issues in passing. "Really?" Xiao Yixian shuddered with anticipation. "Indeed, come with me," he encouraged, placing his trust in Master Yao's words, which seemed almost certain to provide a resolution for Xiao Yixian's ailment. She responded, nearly overwhelmed with joy. As the scene transitioned again, Shun Sangqiong and Xiao Yixian arrive at the outskirts of Jianan Academy, finding themselves in the peculiar Jianan town. Upon witnessing the stark contrast between the two towns, merely a kilometer apart, Xiao Yixian expressed her astonishment. After all, this Jianan town was the domain of Jianan Academy, which suppressed all nearby imperial powers. The inhabitants of the Black Corner region would think twice before causing trouble here. Shun Sangqiong casually replied to Xiao Yixian while conversing with Master Yao in his mind. "Master Yao, what is your assessment? If my senses are correct, the evil within Jianan Academy should soon erupt," Master Yao expressed with delight. "Why do I sense a hint of schadenfreude in your tone?" Shun Sangqiong responded, slightly exasperated. "Let us proceed to find a place to stay. In light of the recent eruption of the Yao, should the Jianan Academy succeed in suppressing it, we shall depart immediately. However, if they fail, we shall assist in subduing the Yao." It seemed that Yao Lao did not hear Shun Sangqiong's murmurs, as he continued speaking to himself. "Let's go. We should first seek a tavern to lodge in." Upon hearing Yao Lao's words, Shun Sangqiong subtly nodded and addressed the little healer, who was scanning the surroundings. The scene shifted once more. "My apologies, esteemed guest, but we have only one room available," the attendant in the Seoul Inn of Jianan Town stated apologetically. "Then let us take that room." Before Shun Sangqiong could respond, the little healer eagerly nodded in agreement. "Is that appropriate?" Shun Sangqiong hesitated. His own reputation mattered little. However, he could not neglect the little healer's standing. "It is of no concern. Moreover, there is but one room left. What can we do? If we delay, even this room may be booked by another. Shall we sleep in the streets instead?" The little healer understood Shun Sangqiong's apprehensions, yet she remained unfazed. "Very well then. You may take the bed. I shall manage with the chair for the night." The little healer's reasoning was sound, and thus Shun Sangqiong could not further object. "Here is the key to your room. Please take care of it," the attendant said, understandingly handing the key to the little healer. Additionally, Prepare some meals and bring them to our room. Before departing from the counter, Shun Sangxiong ordered several dishes. Chapter 84. A Double Life to Envy. In the core disciples' inner courtyard of Lanba Academy from the variant Douluo world, Ning Rongrong mused. With the girls taking the initiative, there should be some intriguing performances tonight. Although the forces of righteousness will undoubtedly appear, I eagerly anticipate it. In the same world, Shui Wearer from Tian Shui Academy remarked, "How splendid it would be if it could be broadcast live. Perhaps I could lend a hand, or at least cheer them on." Feng Xiaotian from Shun Feng Academy responded, "Goodness, it was only today that I discovered how many girls on Douluo continent are so bold. Fortunately, my sister Huo Wu remains pure." Shui Wearer replied, "Feng Xiaotian, have you heard the saying that birds of a feather flock together? Do you truly believe that Huo Wu, who can play with me, is devoid of such traits?" Huo Wu interjected, "Do not slander me." Feng Xiaotian declared, "I trust my sister Huo Wu." Shui Wearer chuckled. Meanwhile, the comparison video continued. "Are you feeling a bit nervous?" The little healer teased with a smile. "Have you lost your courage to enter a girl's chamber alone at night? I was seeking you for a serious matter then." Shan Sangqiong replied, feeling quite embarrassed. "How is that different from now?" The little healer shot him a glance. "Your meals have arrived," the attendant called from outside the door, which brought a sense of relief to Shun Sangxiong and dispelled the slightly ambiguous atmosphere that had enveloped them. The scene transitioned again. 7 days later. Boom! On this day, as Shun Sangxiong and the little healer strolled through the streets, a resounding explosion echoed from afar. A massive serpent of flames soared into the sky, soon engaging in battle with a group of powerful beings. "Yao Lao, is this the Yao of Jianan Academy? The falling heart flame?" Shun Sangxiong inquired. "Indeed, that fiery serpent is the embodiment of the falling heart flame," Yao Lao confirmed after sensing it. "Cool, me. Let's go take a look." "This is the Yoa you mentioned waiting for?" the little healer softly asked. "Yes, I need to go see. You should return to the inn first." With that, Shun Sangxiong hurried toward the scene of the incident. "I will accompany you." This time, the little healer did not heed Shun Sangxiong's words and followed closely behind. "It may be dangerous. I might not be able to protect you," he cautioned, halting to shake his head in refusal. "Have you forgotten that I am now a 4-star Do Wang, with a realm surpassing yours? The Innate poison body is not merely a name. Without the need for deliberate control, my realm can soar like the wind, devoid of any bottlenecks." "Very well, let us hasten." Reminded by the little healer, Shun Sangxiong realized that she had long surpassed the inexperienced girl he first encountered. Indeed, the little healer nodded with delight. Ever since learning from Shun Sangxiong that there was a way to control her Innate poison body, she had ceased to restrain its traits and instead embraced them, utilizing various poisons to rapidly enhance her strength. The scene shifted once more. In the forest of Jianan Academy, Shun Sangxiong and the little healer fled ahead, while the falling heart flame relentlessly pursued them. The powerful beings of Jianan Academy had long been severely injured and forced to retreat by a single lash of the serpent's tail. "Why does this Iowa seem to pursue us frantically?" the little healer questioned, glancing back at the red-eyed, falling heart flame chasing them. "I do not know," Shun Sangxiong replied, addressing her query while attempting to lead the falling heart flame to a more secure location for battle, as per Yao Lao's instructions. "This falling heart flame is no match for even the Dozong experts. Do you truly believe you can capture it?" The little healer shifted the topic, noticing Shun Sangxiong's uncertainty about the EOS fervent pursuit. "Do not worry," he assured, grasping the little healer's hand and quickening their pace. The scene transitioned again. Over an hour later. "This should suffice. We are now safe here." Just as Shun Sangxiong was unsure of where he had run, he finally heard Yao Lao's voice instructing him to halt. Upon hearing this, Shun Sangxiong slowed his pace, and, after running a few more 100 meters, he came to a stop with the little healer. "Do you need me to do anything?" the little healer inquired, aware that Shun Sangxiong had chosen a location and was preparing to act. "Use your poison to surround the area. Although it is certain that no one will disturb us here, one cannot guarantee that some magical beast might pass by." "I understand." Xiao Yixian nodded, and under her control, strands of gray mist enveloped the area within several miles. "Yao Lao, it is now in your hands." with everything prepared, and the fallen heart flame having caught up to less than 500 meters from them during their pause, Shun Sangxiong relinquished control of his body to Yao Lao. Rest assured, leave it to me. With control over Shun Sangxiong's body, Yao Lao chuckled and engaged in battle with the rapidly approaching fallen heart flame, using his bone spirit cold fire. Soon, under Yao Lao's formidable strength and the suppression of the higher-ranked bone spirit cold fire, the colossal serpent formed by the fallen heart flame was subdued before it could flee, becoming the second extraordinary fire in Shun Sangxiong's possession. You should refine this fallen heart flame here. With a sigh of relief, Yao Lao returned control of the body to Shun Sangxiong and spoke. All right. However, this time, as Shun Sangxiong refined the fallen heart flame, the presence of the heart fire caused a sudden outburst, coinciding with Medusa Queen transforming into human form. As a result, both Xiao Yixian and Medusa were ignited by Shun Sangxiong. Chapter 85. Reaching the Central Domain Tian Shui Academies, Shui Yuai, goodness. When Shun Sangxiong and Xiao Yixian shared a room, I was fully prepared to watch a grand spectacle, yet nothing transpired. Now, unexpectedly, I find myself unprepared for such a dramatic event. Nevertheless, I was not mistaken. The light of righteousness has indeed appeared. Ning Rongrong, a core disciple of Lanba Academy in the Douluo world, it seems that Xiao Yixian appears quite willing, showing no signs of resistance. Unlike Medusa Queen, whose gaze suggests she would devour senior Sangxiong alive. Shui Wearer, by the way, brother Sangxiong, what exactly happened back then? What could have led to such an occurrence? Although everyone can see from the comparative video that Shun Sangxiong's state was unusual, the reason for his transformation remains unknown. Shun Sangxiong, I was influenced by the heart fire of the fallen heart flame. Subsequently, Shun Sangxiong elaborated on the benefits and drawbacks that the heart fire could bring to a person. Feng Xiaotian from Xinfeng Academy. One can only say that this was Medusa Queen's destiny. Why did she choose to appear precisely when Shun Sangxiong was affected by the heart fire? Unnamed from the Douluo world. Regardless of the reason, Shun Sangxiong is certainly bullying Medusa Queen. Unnamed from the Douluo world. At that time, Shun Sangxiong was also influenced by the heart fire. Therefore, although Shun Sangxiong may have erred in this matter, he cannot be entirely blamed. It chiefly depends on his attitude once he regains consciousness. Unnamed from the Douluo world. Wait a minute. Isn't Medusa Queen a peak Do Huang stronghold? She is not like Yunyun. Can she really not contend with Shun Sangxiong? Unnamed from the Douluo world. Brother, it seems you have discovered something remarkable. Do you think it is possible that Medusa Queen was willing but felt too shy to resist? Unnamed from the Douluo world. Regardless of the reason, I am utterly consumed by jealousy. Both Xiao Yixian and Medusa are rare beauties. To win even one of them would be an extraordinary stroke of luck. Yet, Shun Sangxiong has managed to pursue both. Alas, I am quite vexed. While the audience in the comment section fervently debated Shun Sangxiong's dual pursuit, the comparative video suddenly shifted to a new plot point. I am truly sorry. I had no idea it would turn out this way. After nearly a day and night of turmoil, Shun Sangxiong had completely regained his consciousness. Now, gazing at the two exhausted women before him, he genuinely did not know whether to laugh or cry. How do you plan to handle us? Xiao Yixian, unlike Medusa, who coldly regarded Shun Sangxiong in silence, calmly inquired about his intentions. Perhaps I should marry you both? Shun Sangxiong tentatively suggested. Since the deed is done, no matter how tangled the situation, he would not evade the responsibility. That works. Receiving the desired response, Xiao Yixian blushed and nodded. And you? Noticing Xiao Yixian's agreement, Shun Sangxiong turned his gaze towards the silent Medusa Queen. Gong, a succinct word encapsulated Medusa's feelings at that moment. Yao Lao, why didn't you stop me earlier? Having faced embarrassment with Medusa Queen, Shun Sangxiong began to inwardly grumble. How could I stop you? Without your consent, I could not control your body. However, rest assured, I remained within the ring while you fought, not witnessing a single moment. Yao Lao's tone carried a clear, teasing note by the end. Sigh. I hope Medusa Queen does not stab me while I sleep. Ignoring Yao Lao's jest, Shun Sangxiong silently chuckled to himself. You need not worry about that. Before long, Medusa Queen will revert to her small white serpent form. Yao Lao reassured him. Regardless, this remains a lurking danger. It appears I must devise a plan to resolve this matter. Otherwise, I will undoubtedly face continuous troubles in the future. Shen Sangxiong did not wish to live in constant apprehension. Sangxiong, what is your current realm? At that moment, Xiao Yixian suddenly questioned. I have reached the peak of 9-star Douluo. Shen Sangxiong sensed his surroundings, somewhat astonished by the speed of his advancement. Upon awakening earlier, he was completely taken aback by the scene before him, which delayed his opportunity to assess his realm. I initially thought my cultivation speed was quite rapid. I never expected yours to surpass mine. Xiao Yixian expressed her admiration. This is primarily due to the energy of the extraordinary fire. Hence, if one were to consider it, your cultivation speed is indeed more remarkable. Shen Sangxiong shook his head. Indeed, you two should not resist. I shall bestow upon each of you a fragment of the fallen heart flame, which will enhance your cultivation speed and refine your fighting spirit. With that, Shen Sangxiong flicked his finger, and 2 transparent flames entered the bodies of Xiao Yixian and Queen Medusa. Of course, Xiao Yixian offered no resistance, while Queen Medusa found herself unable to do so. This is truly miraculous. Upon the flame's entrance, Xiao Yixian immediately tested its effects and was astounded by the remarkable results. Observing this, Queen Medusa furrowed her brow and discreetly experimented as well. The outcome was indeed delightful. 3 days later, as they exited the spatial wormhole, Xiao Yixian glanced back curiously. Was that spatial wormhole truly arranged by those formidable beings? Indeed, Shen Sangxiong replied, though he was not well versed in such matters. It was all knowledge imparted by Yao Lao. The methods of those powerful individuals are exceedingly terrifying, Xiao Yixian expressed with a sense of reverence. You two shall become a true powerhouse in the future, Shen Sangxiong assured her. You should wait until she genuinely resolves her physical issues before making such declarations, retorted Queen Medusa, who had softened from her initially cold demeanor and now occasionally quipped back at Shen Sangxiong after 3 days of interaction. Regardless, I will not allow any harm to befall Xiao Yixian. This is a promise from a man to his woman. After stating this, Shen Sangxiong did not glance at the reactions of the 2 women, but instead oriented himself and beckoned them to follow. In another realm, Shui Yuer exclaimed, Brother Sangxiong's promise is both domineering and heartwarming. Huo Wu interjected, You've fallen for him again. Your aspirations seem limited. Otherwise, a reliable person would be discussing the so-called spatial wormhole. Indeed, Shui Yuer acknowledged. It appears that Yu Qianheng's previous conjecture was utterly misguided. After all, compared to the video, Brother Sangxiong made it abundantly clear that any powerhouse who reaches the Douzun realm can create such spatial wormholes connecting 2 distant locations. Du Yin remarked, This isn't merely a fault of Tianheng. Who would have thought that a Dou Sheng, merely 3 great realms below a Dou Huang, could possess such immense power? Thus, rather than attributing Tianheng's misjudgment to sheer error, it is more accurate to say that the disparities in strength and abilities between each major realm in the Douqi continent are exceedingly vast. Huo Wu countered, Isn't it a difference of 3 great realms? Yet you fail to mention the 9 transformations Douzun and the mid to high-level semi-holy realms. Du Yin responded, Those 2 realms are clearly categorized within the Douzun tier. Moreover, even if we consider them as separate major realms, the gap between Dou Huang and Dou Sheng is only 5 great realms. According to our Douluo continent standards, such a difference is not an insurmountable chasm. Shui Yuer mused, It all comes down to perspective. Brother Sangxiong, do you agree? Indeed, Shen Sangxiong affirmed. The Douluo continent is exceedingly weak. If everything is measured against the standards of the Douluo continent, the blunders you will make in the future will be numerous. Just as Shen Sangxiong's words cast a heavy silence over everyone from both worlds, the video transitioned to a desolate and perilous landscape. It seems that those who possess the Innate poison body indeed live in dire circumstances, Xiao Yixian sighed as she surveyed the increasingly treacherous path ahead. If we manage to acquire the method to control the Innate poison body this time, then all future bearers of such a constitution will no longer meet tragic ends. Shen Sangxiong gently clasped Xiao Yixian's delicate hand, offering comfort. Yes, she nodded, her cheeks flushed, her earlier melancholy swiftly replaced by shyness. "Young man, halt immediately," suddenly echoed Yao Lao's voice within Shun Sanqiong's mind. "What is it?" Although uncertain of the situation, Shun Sanqiong swiftly pulled Xiao Yixian and Queen Medusa behind a massive rock for concealment. There are likely two 4-star Do Zun level experts confronting each other ahead. Yao Lao's tone was grave. Two 4-star Do Zun confronting each other? What folly drives them to this desolate place? As he communicated with Yao Lao, Shun Sanqiong relayed the information to the two women. The power of Do Zun is formidable, and their battles cause immense destruction. Generally, Do Zun experts refrain from engaging in open conflict, opting for secluded areas when a decisive confrontation is unavoidable. Yao Lao explained, this is to avoid accidentally injuring the descendants of those they cannot afford to offend. Additionally, they wish to prevent their own territories from being devastated, inciting the wrath of powerful forces. "I see," Shun Sanqiong acknowledged, recognizing the rationale. After all, for Do Zun experts, relocating to an uninhabited area for battle is but a fleeting moment, and there is little reason to risk offending other powerful entities by fighting in populated areas. When the two Do Zun engage in battle, I will use my spiritual energy to conceal the three of you. As long as you remain quiet, they shall not detect your presence. With that, Yao Lao invoked his spiritual power, cloaking a 10-meter radius around them. Just as Yao Lao concluded this, the sounds of the impending battle grew closer, and the cataclysmic scene of combat gradually unfolded before Shun Sanqiong and the two women. "Good heavens!" exclaimed Lan Ba from the Shrek Academy. "How vast is this Do Chi continent that it can withstand such levels of devastation? If this were our Douluo continent, the land would have been plowed before the two Do Zun even finished. It is no wonder that there exists an unspoken rule among Do Zun to battle in uninhabited areas. Otherwise, should they unleash their full might within a city, would there be any survivors left, aside from those protected by equally powerful Do Zun?" Shui Yuer pondered. "Is it my eyes playing tricks on me? I swear I see the space around those two Do Zun warping." In the variant Douluo world at Chihua Academy, Huowu inquired, "Your eyes should be functioning properly, right?" At that moment, Huowu herself was uncertain if Shui's vision had faltered, as she too had witnessed the distortion of space surrounding the two Do Zun powerhouses. In the variant Douluo world at Tianshui Academy, Shui Yuer asked Brother Sanqiong, "Did I see incorrectly?" In the variant Douluo world, Shun Sanqiong replied, "You did not misinterpret. Manipulating space is a standard capability of a Do Zun powerhouse." Chapter 87. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? In the variant Douluo world at Tianshui Academy, Shui Binger remarked, "Hearing about it is one thing, but witnessing it is entirely another. Previously, I could only listen. Even a Doxing powerhouse would merely marvel at the other strength. Yet now, having seen it with my own eyes, even a mere 4-star Do Zun is enough to render one speechless." What Shui Binger articulated mirrored the sentiments of nearly everyone from both worlds. In the variant Douluo world, at the Plan Academy, Yao Zi posed a question, "Is this truly something a human can achieve?" In the variant Douluo world, at Tianshui Academy, Shui Binger responded, "Yao Zi, do not forget, in terms of the realms of the two worlds, that world's Do Zun powerhouses have long since stepped into the domain of deities, even surpassing the realm of gods within our Douluo continent." In the variant Douluo world at the Plan Academy, Yao Zi conceded, "Well then, it seems my perspective and vision require significant enhancement." In the variant Douluo world at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Bon Doa Gu Rong commented, "The spatial manipulation of this Do Zun far surpasses my capabilities. If I could comprehend the ability to manipulate space like a Do Zun, I would be invincible." In the variant Douluo world at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Sword De Chun X interjected, "Do not indulge in dreams. What realm do others inhabit? And what realm do you occupy?" In the variant Douluo world at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Bon Doa Gu Rong retorted, "Humph. Old swordman, just wait. Once I master the ability to manipulate space, I shall certainly give you a thorough beating every day." As the discussion among the group continued, The comparison video swiftly showcased scenes of the two Do-Zun battling, leading towards its conclusion. Finally, these two Do-Zun have concluded their fight, remarked Xiao Yixian, patting her bun as she observed the two powerhouses coldly snort and turn away. Let us proceed. We still have a considerable distance to our destination, Shun Sangxiong stated directly. The scene shifted. A day later, after traversing through a marsh laden with poisonous mists, Shun Sangxiong and his companions finally arrived at their destination. Shall we enter together? In case there are troubles inside, we can tackle them collectively, Shun Sangxiong suggested before a massive stone door. I have no objections, replied Queen Medusa with an air of indifference. I'll follow your lead, Xiao Yixian gently nodded. Very well, it is settled then. With that, Shun Sangxiong stepped forward and forcefully pushed open the stone door before him. The scene shifted again. 10 days later, is she all right? Queen Medusa inquired, her brow furrowing as she sensed Xiao Yixian's aura nearly fading away. Rest assured, Xiao Yixian is fine, Shun Sangxiong reassured her. However, you have been out for over 10 days. Why have you not transformed back into a little white snake? With the presence of Yao Lao, Shun Sangxiong felt confident in Xiao Yixian's condition, while he found Queen Medusa's state perplexing. After all, according to Yao Lao's speculations, Queen Medusa should have reverted to her original form long ago. What's the matter? Am I disturbing you in Xiao Yixian's activities? Queen Medusa scoffed. That is not what I meant. I was merely concerned for your well-being, Shun Sangxiong replied as he took a seat beside her. I consulted with that little one. She agreed to let me continue living outside for a while longer. Queen Medusa explained her current situation unexpectedly to Shun Sangxiong. Now I understand. Shun Sangxiong nodded in realization. By the way, do you have a name? After a brief pause, he inquired further. Medusa, Queen Medusa stated flatly. That cannot be your true name, Shun Sangxiong responded, slightly taken aback. The queens of the Serpentine race have all borne this name. It is a tradition within our lineage, she explained. That will not do. I shall bestow upon you a name unique to you, Shun Sangxiong declared, noticing that she neither approved nor disapproved of his suggestion, which he took as tacit consent. Based on your words, your current form is that of a 7-colored sky-swallowing python. Henceforth, you shall be called Kai Lin. What do you think? Shun Sangxiong felt quite pleased with the name. Regrettably, Queen Medusa offered no response. The scene transitioned once more. On this day, Shun Sangxiong and Kai Lin were engrossed in their training when they suddenly sensed Xiao Yixian's aura returning to normal from its previously faint state, prompting them to exit their training. How do you feel? Shun Sangxiong asked as he approached Xiao Yixian, who had also opened her eyes. I succeeded, she exclaimed. Moreover, thanks to the inheritance from this esteemed elder, I am now a 9-star dozone. Shun Sangxiong's voice drew Xiao Yixian back to reality, and she excitedly embraced him. I didn't expect an extra surprise. Shun Sangxiong shared in her joy. Had Kai Lin not been quietly observing nearby, he might have engaged in a game of intimate understanding with Xiao Yixian. Since we have succeeded, let us depart. Yesterday, I received a recall message from my clan through secret means. I must return and investigate, he stated decisively. Noticing the two had no intention of parting, Queen Medusa suddenly interjected. They summoned you back? Do you have any idea what transpired? Upon hearing this, Shun Sangxiong frowned and released Xiao Yixian. I do not know, Queen Medusa admitted, shaking her head. Very well then, let us make haste back, Shun Sangxiong resolved without hesitation. In the variant Douluo world, at Tang Academy, Yu Tianxin expressed, if only I could encounter an inheritance that would allow me to elevate several realms at once. In the variant Douluo world, at Qihua Academy, Huowu replied, you might consider exploring desolate places. Perhaps fortune will favor you with such an inheritance. In the variant Douluo world, at Tianxue Academy, Shui Yuer laughed, Huowu, you truly are quite mischievous. At this moment, none are aware of the existence of any formidable legacies on our Douluo Dalu. Yet here you are, recklessly suggesting such absurd ideas to others. Chapter 88, Fortuitous Encounters. Academy of Blazing Fire, Huowu, why not give a try? What if there really is something? Academy of Heavenly Water, Shui Yu, you fool. Honestly, rather than relying on your unreliable methods to search for those uncertain legacies, It would be wiser to emulate the protagonists of biographical novels and take a gamble by leaping into the abyss for luck. Academy of Blazing Fire. Woo. Goodness. My approach merely consumes time, while yours directly risks life. I initially thought you had changed your ways or had developed feelings for Yu Tianxin, which is why you defended him. I never anticipated your malicious intentions lurking here. Academy of Thunder, Yu Tianxin. Ladies, what grievances do I hold against you? One seeks to squander my time, while the other is even more ruthless, wishing for my demise. Academy of Plants, Yao Zi. Are you still joking? Look at Shun Sangxiao. He is truly akin to a protagonist from a biographical novel. In their eagerness to return swiftly, Shun Sangxiao and his companions opted for a shorter yet perilous route. Surprisingly, they encountered no danger. Rather, they stumbled upon an unusual flame along the way. I ask you, are you not vexed? At this juncture, the inhabitants of both worlds, captivated by the dramatic scene in the comparison video, beheld it with varied expressions. Old Yao, what kind of strange fire is this? Shen Sanqiong gently cradled the docile golden-black flame in his hand, inquiring. Just moments ago, Shan Sanqiong had disclosed Old Yao's existence to the two ladies. Thus he no longer needed to confine his questions to his thoughts as before. This should be the Jiu Eugene Zuhua, ranked 7th on the strange fire ranking. In the ring, Old Yao scrutinized for a moment before exclaiming in astonishment. The 7th-ranked Jiu Eugene Zuhua? How peculiar. How could such a highly ranked strange fire be so easily captured? Had it resisted, even together we might not have subdued it. Shun Sangxiong gazed quizzically at the strange fire in his hand. As for that, I am uncertain. However, aside from the Jiu Eugene Zuhua, other strange fires do not possess this hue. Old Yao too remained perplexed by the current situation. Could this be a strange fire not recorded on the ranking? As Shun Sangxiong prepared to examine the flame more closely, the dark golden fire surged into his body with unprecedented swiftness, before he could even act. Sangxiong. Curse it. Young man, how do you feel? The sudden turn of events left Xiao Yixian and her companions aghast, having momentarily been stunned. I seem to be fine. Wait, something else not right. Then, under the increasingly anxious gazes of Xiao Yixian and the others, Shun Sangxiong seated himself. Unnamed from Variant 1 of Douluo world. I cannot comprehend this. Is this situation fortunate or unfortunate? Unnamed from Variant 1 of Douluo world. The Shin Sangxiong in the comparison video cannot possibly perish here and be reborn in our Douluo Dalu. Can he? Unnamed from Variant 1 of Douluo world. That seems unlikely. Observe closely. There is no trace of tension or pain on Shun Sangxiong's face. Thus, everything should still be under his control. At this time, not only were the majority of individuals from both worlds discussing the recent events, but even Xiao Yixian and her companions in the comparison video were no exception. Old Yao, is Sangxiong all right? As half an hour passed without Shun Sangxiong awakening, Xiao Yixian could no longer contain her concern. Do not fret. So far, this lad is unscathed. In fact, his realm is rapidly advancing. At this moment, Old Yao's soul energy was fully activated, and he understood precisely what was transpiring with Shun Sangxiong. That is reassuring. Upon hearing this, a weight lifted from Xiao Yixian's heart. She then turned to Queen Medusa, remarking, You seemed quite anxious about him earlier. How tiresome. Do you think I would forgive him for such actions? I merely feared that if he perished, that little fellow would forcefully emerge. Queen Medusa wore an expression of disdain. Is that so? Observing the insincere Queen Medusa, Xiao Yixian smiled slightly, but chose not to pursue the matter further. The scene shifted. 3 hours later. Sangxiong, do you feel any discomfort? Upon seeing Shun Sangxiong awaken, Xiao Yixian rushed forward, filled with concern. I am fine. Shun Sangxiong gently brushed Xiao Yixian's hair aside, shaking his head with a smile. You refine that strange fire so easily. At this moment, Queen Medusa inquired, recalling her own experience of forcibly refining the Qing Liendi Xianhua. It cannot be said that the Jiu Eugene Zhu Hua was effortlessly refined by me. Rather, it appears that, for reasons unknown, the Jiu Eugene Zhu Hua willingly allowed itself to be refined by me. Thus, I was able to succeed in such a short span of time. Otherwise, with my previous strength, it would have been nearly impossible to achieve. As he spoke, Shun Sangxiong summoned the successfully refined Jiu Eugene Zhu Huo once more, seeking to discern its essence. Enough! Let us hasten our journey. Slightly disheartened by Shun Sangxiong's words, Queen Medusa turned to leave. Consider a peak Do Huang, merely attempting to forcibly refine a flame ranked 19th, nearly meeting her demise. Yet Shun Sangxiong, without any effort, had the 7th-ranked flame presented to him on a silver platter. Indeed, it is a matter of envy. Academy of Heavenly Water. Shuiyu This is undeniable evidence. Brother Sangxiong is the protagonist of that world. Academy of Blazing Fire. Huwu. I feel that even on Dalu, Shun Sangxiong enjoys the treatment befitting a protagonist. Otherwise, how could he possess innate soul power at level 50? Academy of Thunder. Yu Tianxin, you should consume less of those biographical novels. There are no true protagonists in this world. Chapter 89. Sun Er's Fury. The comparison video continues. Time flies, and after days of relentless travel, Shun Sangxiong and his companions have returned to the desert territory of the Snake People. However, upon their arrival, Queen Medusa was filled with rage, nearly losing control. Do not rush. Let us first search the surroundings for any clues. Shun Sangxiong reassured them. No need. Our serpent clan possesses our own secret techniques, allowing us to leave behind some valuable information. Upon finishing her words, Medusa soared towards a certain direction. Moments latte. She opened her eyes, prompting Shun Sangxiong to urgently inquire about her findings. Although we lost some clansmen, the majority have retreated to a relatively safe location. The expression on Queen Medusa's face had significantly improved. Do you know what transpired? You Serpent Clan are undisputed rulers in this vicinity. Who would dare to provoke you? This was a perplexing point for Shun Sangxiong. Even someone like him, hailing from a lesser region, had heard of the formidable nature of the Serpent Clan. He simply could not fathom which force in the entire Giamatti would dare to challenge the Serpent Clan. Uncertain, from the information I gathered, I only know that those who attacked our Serpent Clan are peculiar creatures. Oh, by the way, these bizarre beings not only assaulted our clan, but also targeted several other empires in the Giamatti region, inflicting varying degrees of damage, Queen Medusa stated. What? Both Shun Sangxiong and Xiao Yixin gasped in astonishment. Let's head to Wutan City and investigate. With that, Shun Sangxiong took the lead towards Wutan City. A scene shift revealed that Wutan City had also suffered an attack. Observing the townsfolk laboring to repair the collapsed walls, Shun Sangxiong's expression grew grave. Rest assured, based on the extent of damage at the city gates and walls, it is evident that the assailants are not particularly strong, so the Shun family should be safe. Xiao Yixin comforted him. Indeed, Shun Sangxiong nodded in agreement. As they spoke, the group arrived above the Shun family estate. Upon sensing that his father was engaged in discussions regarding the recent attack in the conference hall, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Enemy attack. As Shun Sangxiong and the others began to descend, the guards of the Shun family finally noticed their presence and immediately sounded the alarm. It's me, Shun Sangxiong. Seeing the entire Shun family on high alert, Shun Sangxiong promptly revealed his identity. Sangxiong? Hearing that familiar voice, Shun Zhan, who had just rushed out from the conference hall, was momentarily taken aback. Scene shift again. Inside the Shun family conference hall, Sangxiong, have you reached the pinnacle of the 9-star dozone? Even after witnessing Shun Sangxiong flying without wings, Shun Zhan still felt as if he were dreaming. Father, this is not the time for pleasantries. I need to know if there are any remains left by those attackers within the clan, Shun Sangxiong stated. None. Strangely, once those creatures are vanquished, they instantly dissolve into a cloud of black mist. When discussing serious matters, Shun Zhan suppressed his myriad thoughts and responded earnestly. Just then, a sinister voice echoed from outside. They have returned. Shun Zhan rose, gazing at the sky with a grave expression, and turned to Shun Sangxiong beside him. Inform everyone in the Shun family to remain indoors. I will personally investigate. Without waiting for Shun Zhan's reply, Shun Sangxiong exchanged a glance with the two women and soared into the sky. Yao, do you know what these creatures are? Outside Wutan City, Shun Sangxiong looked down at the multitude of strange beings below, struggling to identify them from his memory. How is this possible? Unlike Shun Sangxiong's confusion, Yao Lao's expression changed dramatically upon seeing the peculiar creatures below. Yao Lao. Noticing Yao Lao's demeanor, Shen Sangqiong's expression turned serious. These are the Yi Mo, Ima. Young man, I advise you to flee to the central region with your people at once. Regaining his composure, Yao Lao urged Shen Sangqiong to escape. Are Yi Mo, Ima truly that formidable? At this moment, not only Shen Sangqiong, but also Xiao Yixian and Medusa looked at Yao Lao with puzzled expressions. I encountered references to the Yi Vo Ima in the remnants of the true techniques I provided to you. There was but a single phrase, indicating that the mystery surrounding the disappearance of the ancient Dodi may be related to the Yi Vo Ima. Yao Lao spoke with unprecedented seriousness. Hearing this, the three of them simultaneously inhaled sharply. There is no need for further elaboration. The weight of the term Do-Di alone surpassed all words. I never expected that such a small place could harbor 3 Do zone. Just then, a burst of laughter resonated from the rear of the Yi-Do Ima ranks, followed by a gray shadow, swiftly approaching Shen Sangqiong and the others. A Do Zun expert? Sensing the arrival's power, a sense of dread filled Shen Sangqiong and his companions. Were it not for other pressing matters, I might have entertained myself with you. For now, you will obediently perish. With that, the Yi Ima expert extended his hand, preparing to strike Shen Sangqiong and his companions. Insolence. However, just as Shen Sangqiong intended to unleash the power of Ihua to confront the Ima expert, and buy enough time for Xiao Yixian and Queen Medusa to escape, a pitch-black spatial rift silently appeared high above Wutan City. Immediately after, a chilling voice resonated from within. Sono? As Shen Sangqiong's gaze met that of Sun'er, who emerged from the spatial rift, he gently called out her name. Brother Sangqiong, this Ima has displeased me. May I take action to vent my frustration? Sun'er maintained her gentle and understanding demeanor in front of Shen Sangqiong. Very well, then I shall leave it to you, Sun'er. Shen Sangqiong understood that Sun'er was being considerate of his pride in saying so. Hearing this, Sun'er's smile widened, but in the next moment, noticing the Yi Mo Ima, Do Zun attempting to flee, her expression shifted to one of derision. Do you think you can escape? With that, Sun'er mirrored the earlier movement made by the Yi Ima, Do Zun as she raised a delicate hand and forcefully grasped towards the escaping figure. It seems that even though I have encountered numerous opportunities, I still cannot surpass you. Observing the Yi Ima, Do Zun being crushed into a cloud of black mist by Sun'er from a distance, Shen Sangqiong couldn't help but smile wryly. It is inappropriate to say so. Sun'er has achieved her current success relying on the strength of her ancestral bloodline. However, Sangqiong Gij has genuinely attained his accomplishments through his own efforts. Stepping forward, Gu Sun'er approached Shen Sangqiong and, reminiscent of her childhood, embraced one of his arms. This girl. Shen Sangqiong smiled, intending to say something, but noticed Sun'er's gaze shifting from him to the petite medical sage and Kai Lin beside him, causing him to inwardly lament. Sangqiong Gij, who are these two sisters? Indeed, before Shen Sangqiong could respond, Sun'er's seemingly playful yet discontented eyes turned back towards him. This is the medical sage, and this is Kai Lin. They are all with me. Shen Sangqiong then proceeded to explain the circumstances surrounding his relationship with the medical sage and Kai Lin without any concealment. To him, choosing to hide or deceive would only hurt the 3 women. Instead, he preferred to speak the truth and bear all the blame himself. In the variant Douluo world, Tianshui Academy, Shui Yuera remarked, Sangqiong Gij is truly a real man, although a bit flirtatious. He is far superior to those scoundrels who play around and refuse to take responsibility, even turning the tables. In the variant Douluo world, Chihua Academy, Huowu added, Shen Sangqiong has not merely the medical sage and Kai Lin. Do not forget, at Yunlan's sect, there's also a Yun waiting for him. Oh right, I almost forgot that Yafei from the auction in Wutan City seems to have different feelings for Shen Sangqiong as well. Now, I suppose Gu Sun'er, the main wife, will have quite a headache. In the variant Douluo world, Thunder Academy, Yu Qinshi noted, you are all thinking too simply. This Lord Sanxiong has only been out training for a short time and has already attracted so many emotional entanglements. How could it possibly decrease in the future? In the variant Douluo world, Lamba Academy, Ning Rongrong remarked, putting aside the emotional debts, Gu Suner is truly formidable. Just a simple grasp towards that Do Zun of the Yi Moju, and he fell without any ability to resist. This is simply invincible. In the variant Douluo world, Tianshui Academy, Shui Yuer affirmed, Suner is indeed powerful. Especially that demeanor of easily extinguishing enemies with a mere gesture is incredibly impressive. While discussions unfolded in the barrage section, the comparison video continued to play. I say, you are really out of line. Our young lady is constantly thinking of you at home. Yet, here you are playing around. At this moment, witnessing the family's Jewel bowing her head in silence, one of the two accompanying her could no longer suppress their dissatisfaction. Elder Xian, do not speak carelessly. Considering what has transpired, it would be false to claim that Gu Suner is not feeling frustrated. However, no matter how disheartened she may be, she will not allow others to disrespect Shun Sanxiong. Alas, hearing such words, Suner still defended Shun Sanxiong, causing Elder Xian to open his mouth, but ultimately let out a helpless sigh. I am sorry. Shun Sanxiong grasped Suner's now icy hand, filled with regret and heartache. It's all right. This is not something you, Sanxiong Gij, can control. Suner shook her head, releasing Shun Sanxiong's hand. Her face once again adorned with a smile as she approached the medical sage and Kai Lin to converse. In the variant Douluo world, Thunder Academy, Yu Tianxin exclaimed, wow, Gu Suner is truly the best wife in the world. I wonder when I will meet such a perfect girl to marry. In the variant Douluo world, Tiando Royal Academy, Yu Qianhing chuckled. In the variant Douluo world, Plan Academy, Yao Zi remarked, that chuckle encapsulates 1,000 words. In the variant Douluo world, Tianshui Academy, Shui Yuer noted, it also conveys all disdain. In the variant Douluo world, Chihua Academy, Huwu added, moreover, it reveals unabashed contempt. In the variant Douluo world, Thunder Academy, Yu Tianxin challenged, Yu Qianheng, does your chuckle truly carry so much meaning? Yu Tianxin was left with a headache from the remarks of the three women. In the variant Douluo world, Tiando Royal Academy, Yu Qianheng replied, I'll give you a gesture. The rest is for you to ponder. Meanwhile, the comparison video continued. In the Shun family's conference hall. What? You say our Shun family was once an ancient imperial clan? Shun Sanxiong appeared incredulous. In truth, at this moment, it was not only Shun Sanxiong who was shocked. Everyone in the conference hall, apart from Gu Suner and the other two, including the medical sage, Kai Lin, and Yao Lao, who heard this revelation, questioned whether their ears were deceiving them. Actually, the reason I came to the Shun family when I was young was to obtain the key capable of opening the Do Emperor's cave. However, later, at this point, Suner's face turned slightly red, and she paused. The key to open the Do Emperor's cave? Upon hearing this, Shun Zhan furrowed his brows and suddenly took out the family heirloom from his arms. He was a clever man, combining what Gu Suner had just said about the Shun family being an ancient imperial clan. He quickly deduced that the so-called key to open the Do Emperor's cave might very well be the family heirloom passed down through generations in their Shin family. Yes, that's it. I never expected such an important item would be carried by Uncle Shun at all times. No wonder, when I searched the Shun family back then, I found no traces whatsoever. Gu Suner first shot a glare at Elder Xian and the others who were breathless at the sight of the key in Shun Zhan's hand, then helplessly said, this thing is of no use to our Shun family anymore. If your Gu family wants it, you can have it. Even a fool knows what the Do Emperor represents in the Duki continent. Shun Zhan naturally understood that the already weakened Shun family could not possibly safeguard this fragment of the key to the Do Emperor's cave. Rather than risk it attracting unwanted attention and bringing disaster upon the Shun family, it would be better to directly give it to the Gu family now. At least the Gu family was well aware that the fragment of the Do Emperor's cave key was in the Shun family, yet they had never truly taken action against them. Uncle Shun, this is not appropriate. Sune ashuk hit. Take it. If you're worried that this rascal Sanxiong has any ulterior motives, then consider this fragment of the key as our Shun family's betrothal gift. After all, compared to the foundation of the Gu clan, This fragment of the Do Emperor's cave key is the only thing our Shun family can present at the moment. Having said that, seeing Sun'er's face turning crimson, Shun Zhan ceased to tease her and instead handed the key fragment to the elder, known as Elder Xian. Gazing blankly at the fragments of the key in his hand, Xian Lao felt as if what was once a cherished treasure had suddenly transformed into a hot potato. To say nothing of the consequences, if the patriarch were to discover that he had betrothed Sun'er for a mere fragment of a Do Emperor's dwelling, his return would surely be fraught with difficulties. Song Qionggu, Sun'er began, I have come primarily to invite you to visit the Tianmu of our ancient clan. On the other side, suppressing her shyness, Gu Sun'er addressed Shun Sanqiong. Tianmu? What kind of place is that? Shun Sanqiong inquired, perplexed. Let us discuss it as we walk. The Tianmu opens only for a limited time, Gu Sun'er elucidated. Then here, Shun Sanqiong expressed concern about the potential for new aberrant demons to appear. Do not worry, Gu Sun'er assured him with a gentle smile. Our Gu clan will have people keeping watch. Very well, Shun Sanqiong replied, reassured by her words. After a brief exchange with his father Xin Zhan, as well as Xiao Yixian and Kai Lin, he followed Sun'er and her companions into the spatial rift. A scene shift occurred. Is this the Gu clan? Shun Sanqiong thought, as he opened and closed his eyes to find himself above a city. This is merely the periphery of our Gu realm, Gu Sun'er explained, shaking her head. Gu realm? Shun Sanqiong questioned, bewildered. Yes, she affirmed. Our entire Gu clan exists as a separate realm. Hence it is referred to as the Gu realm. With that, Gu Sun'er took Shun Sanqiong higher into the sky. It seemed boundless. Just how vast is the Gu realm? As they ascended, Shun Sanqiong looked around, realizing he could not see the end of the Gu realm. I do not know. I have never reached the boundary, Gu Sun'er confessed. How many people reside within the Gu realm? Shun Sanqiong asked curiously, having seen several grand cities scattered throughout. Perhaps over 10 billion, Gu Sun'er replied after some contemplation, revealing a figure that left Shun Sanqiong astounded. How astonishing! Just the population of a single family surpasses that of our entire Douluo continent by several folds. It is truly shocking, remarked Shui Yuerer from the first variant Douluo world. This is simply unbelievable, added Huo Wu from the first variant Douluo world. Such exaggeration, commented Hu Laina, the holy maiden of the spirit hall. Compared to the Gu realm, what is our Douluo continent? An island or merely a fragment? Compared to the Gu family in the comparative video, my 7-treasure glazed tile school seems utterly insignificant, said Ning Rongrong, a core disciple from Lanba Academy. Is this the true might of a Do saint? If one were to encounter such a powerful being, despair would not even begin to describe it. Pondered Poseidon Island's high priest Posiusai. If a Do saint possesses such strength, then the Do Emperor's power must be beyond comprehension, reflected Dalu. The grand offering of the Spirit Hall. In the face of Do saints, the so-called gods of the Douluo continent are hardly worthy of carrying their shoes, remarked the Black Dragon King from the first variant Douluo world. Song Qionggu. If a Do saint is already this incredible, how formidable must a Do Emperor be? Shui Yuer inquired. The hallmark of becoming a Do Emperor lies in enhancing the bloodline power of all clan members, Shun Sanqiong explained. What does that mean? Huo Wu asked. In simpler terms, the moment I break through to become a Do Emperor, my parents and biological children will instantly ascend to at least an 8-star Do saint. Others with more distant blood ties will elevate to varying ranks based on their lineage, Shun Sanqiong clarified. All right, I should not have asked that question. My heart has shattered into 108 pieces, each inscribed with the words Do Emperor, Shui Yuer lamented. It is no wonder that the ancient imperial clans wield such immense power, mused by Qin Xiang, the young clan leader of the Min family. A Do Zun can effortlessly tear apart space, while a Do Saint can create boundless realms. But these feats pale in comparison to what a Do Emperor can achieve. They can mass-produce you at will, he asserted. At this moment, the barrage of comments erupted into unprecedented chaos. As the true form of the Gu realm created by the Do Saints, and the Do Emperor's ability to generate Do Saints and Do Zuns represented a staggering reality that the denizens of Douluo continent could scarcely fathom, even in their wildest dreams. Meanwhile, On Poseidon Island, the high priest contemplated, should we apologize to Shin Sangxiong? The sea maiden Douluo cautiously regarded Poseidon. If we apologize, does that not imply that Lord Poseidon was in the wrong? Do you realize the ramifications this could have for us on Poseidon Island? C1 Douluo frowned. But the genuine technique in Shin Sangxiong's possession can elevate him to Do Emperor. Does that mean we can simply overlook his disrespect towards Lord Poseidon and his insolence towards the high priest? Though she said this, Si Huan's conviction was evidently wavering. If we do not address this, who among us wishes to see Shin Sangxiong grow powerful enough to obliterate our entire Poseidon Island? In truth, apologizing to Shin Sangxiong is in consideration of Lord Poseidon. Otherwise, regardless of whether Shin Sangxiong becomes a Do Emperor or merely a beginner Do Zone, Lord Poseidon will still face dire consequences, the sea maiden Dalu argued, growing increasingly convinced of her stance. That is contingent upon whether Shin Sangxiong can even become a Do Zone. After all, this is not the world depicted in the comparative video, where peculiar items and various elixirs that enhance cultivation abound. I harbor doubts about whether he can rely solely on his innate talent to reach Do Zone or higher. Sima voiced her skepticism. Perhaps in the past, such doubts would have been justified. However, with the emergence of the comparative video, everything was uncertain. The sea maiden Douluo understood that without a deity willing to pass down the divine position through the divine examination, no matter how exceptional Shin Sangxiong's talent might be, he would only ever reach the 99th level at most. Yet now, she dared not entertain such thoughts. Very well, let us continue observing for now. As for everything else, I will need to deliberate further. On the other side, Poseidon noticed the escalating quarrel among the several holy pillars and swiftly raised her hand to intervene. Upon hearing the words, several of the Shengzhu nodded in agreement, redirecting their attention to the comparison video. Meanwhile, the comparison video continued. After experiencing initial curiosity and shock, Shin Sangxiong gradually calmed himself. At this moment, he stood before a middle-aged man alongside Sun'er. Are you Shin Sangxiong of the Shin family? The middle-aged man inquired, his face dark with displeasure. Junior Shin Sangxiong of the Shin family pays respect to his esteemed elder, Shin Sangxiong replied. Although he could not entirely ascertain the identity of the middle-aged man, it was evident that someone who could summon Sun'er to meet him was likely the clan leader of the ancient clan, and Sun'er as father. I expected the Shin Sangxiong who has been constantly mentioned by Miss Sun'er to possess 3 heads and 6 arms. It turns out he is merely a minor figure at the peak of the 9-star Do Zone. The man scoffed, expressing disdain for Shin Sangxiong's qualifications to be with Sun'er. Before the middle-aged man could say more, a stern-faced youth stepped forward, unabashedly displaying his contempt for Shin Sangxiong. Ancient ya, mind your tone and attitude. Otherwise, I wouldn't hesitate to let you lie on the ground for a year and a half, Sun'er warned, her expression turning icy. Sun'er, you know that you are the only divine bloodline of our ancient clan. If you insist on being with Shin Sangxiong, there are matters he cannot evade. Observing the dark expressions of the youths accompanying Ancient Ya, the middle-aged man reluctantly spoke, Sun'er, leave this to me. As Sun'er was about to say more, Shin Sangxiong grasped her hand and shook his head, not wishing for her to clash with her entire family on his behalf. Furthermore, as a mere 1-star Do Zone, it was uncertain who would prevail in a full-scale battle. Very well, Sun'er assented after a brief hesitation, recognizing Shin Sangxiong's prudence. However, to preclude any potential future troubles, she cast a fierce gaze over the others present and declared, I hope this is the last time. Rest assured, I guarantee it will only be this once. The middle-aged man assured. As the clan leader, he needed to test Shin Sangxiong. Otherwise, he would have no explanation for the clan members. However, if Shin Sangxiong passed the test, anyone who dared to trouble him would soon learn that his 9-star Do Shang prowess was not to be trifled with. After all, he had no choice but to support his only daughter, even if it meant begrudgingly assisting the young man who had stolen his precious daughter as heart. Thus, Shin Sangxiong and Ancient Ya clashed under the watchful eyes of all present. Initially, Ancient Ya dominated Shin Sangxiong due to his superior cultivation realm. However, as time progressed, the cold smirk on Ancient Ya's face began to fade. When Ancient Yi finally sensed danger and his expression shifted dramatically, Shun Sangxiong unleashed a long-prepared strike, catching him off guard at his jaw. In the next moment, Ancient Yi was sent flying from the arena like a kite with its string cut. In disbelief at his unexpected defeat, Ancient Yi attempted to rise and speak, only to worsen his injuries, tilting his head and losing consciousness. In a different realm, the students of the various academies reacted to the event. Sangxiong brother is truly formidable. He is indeed worthy of my admiration, Shui Yiwerer from Tian Shui Academy remarked. Shui Yiwerer, you certainly know how to flatter yourself, Wu from Chihua Academy replied. To defeat a stronger opponent is no small feat. Such individuals are rare. Shui Binger from Tian Shui Academy added. Wu, your sister claimed to be shocked for 1,000,000 years. How long has it been since then? And you are already done being astonished? Shui Binger teased. Can we not be so tedious? She retorted. By the way, that middle-aged man should be Ancient Sunner's father, right? I noticed he always looks at Sangxiong Sr. strangely. Ning Rongrong, a core disciple from Lanba Academy, observed. Haha, Rongrong. When you grow up and bring home a boy you wish to marry, you will see your father regard him with that same peculiar gaze. Shui Yi from the Tiando Empire chuckled. Ning Fengji, the head of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, found himself at a loss for words, though he could not help but agree with Shui Yi's insight. Chapter 93. Entering the Do Sheng realm. The comparison video continues. 3 hours later. Sunner, why did you separate from your clan members? Where are you taking me? Shun Sangxiong inquired as Ancient Sunner hurriedly pulled him through the Tian Mu. Sangxiong brother, do you remember me telling you that your Shun family is also one of the ancient imperial clans? Ancient Sunner replied with a question rather than a direct answer. Of course I remember. But what does that have to do with where you're taking me? Shun Sangxiong rolled his eyes. The place I am taking you is the burial site of one of your Shun family ancestors, Ancient Sunner explained. The burial site of one of my ancestors? Shun Sangxiong exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Ancient Sunner affirmed with a nod. Is my ancestor still alive? Or is it a different kind of living? Shun Sangxiong pondered, recalling Yao Lao's current state, assuming the ancestor might also exist in a spiritual form. No, he has completely fallen. However, due to his immense power, a trace of his will remains. Recently, Shun Sangxiong had shared Yao Lao's circumstances with her, and now Ancient Sunner understood what he meant by a different kind of living. By existing through will? What kind of power did our Shun family ancestor possess? Shun Sangxiong was once again astonished. Half-stepped OD. Ancient Sunner's voice carried a rare ripple of emotion as she spoke of her ancestor's cultivation level. It was simply due to the fact that, in comparison to this ancestor, even her father was significantly inferior. Half-stepped OD? Upon hearing these words, Shun Sangxiong stumbled, nearly falling from the air. Wait, if that ancestor truly was a half-stepped Do Emperor, then in this era devoid of Do Emperors, who could have possibly led to his demise? At this moment, Shun Sangxiong suddenly pondered this profoundly serious question. The Soul Clan? Gu Sunner coldly uttered. The Soul Clan? Could it be that this Soul Clan was also an ancient imperial clan? Shun Sangxiong clenched his fists tightly. Indeed, the Soul Clan is indeed one of the ancient imperial clans. In the past, when the ancestor of the Shun family attempted to forcefully break through to the Do Emperor level but suffered severe injuries, the entire Soul Clan seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on him, ultimately paying an enormous price. At this point, Gu Sunner refrained from continuing, but Shun Sangxiong had already grasped the unspoken implications of her words. Despicable. A cold light flashed in Shun Sangxiong's eyes. Though he had never met the ancestor of the Shun family, it did not hinder him from harboring intense animosity towards the Soul Clan. Ning Rongrong, a core disciple of Lanba Academy in the Douluo world, remarked, what a pity. That was a half-step Do Emperor. If only the ancestor of Senior Sangxiong had successfully broken through to the Do Emperor back then perhaps the entire Duki continent would belong to the Shun family by now. Shui Yiwerer from Tian Shui Academy responded. That is certainly the case. Once that ancestor of the Shun family broke through to the Do Emperor, he could simply tend to his fields at home, and his descendants would continuously assist him in ruling the world. Wu from Chihua Academy replied. Shui Yiwerer, I find myself too weary to even retort your comments. Shui Ware replied, "What is wrong with me? Did I speak incorrectly? A Dou Emperor possesses such formidable abilities. If not utilized effectively, wouldn't that be a waste?" Huo Wu conceded, "Your reasoning is quite sound. I find myself unable to counter it." Shui Ware retorted, "TCH. As a girl of keen understanding, we are essentially two sides of the same coin. No one should accuse the other." After finishing, Shui Yuer grinned mischievously, disregarding Huo Wu's rebuttals in the comments, and redirected her focus to the comparison video. Meanwhile, as the comparison video shifted, Gusener and Shun Sangxiong arrived at the deepest part of the Tianmu. "Is this the burial place of my ancestor from the Shun family? How do we enter?" Shun Sangxiong surveyed his surroundings and found no entrance. Haha, after so long, the descendants of the Shun family have finally arrived. However, before Gusener could speak, a voice filled with joy emerged from within the tomb. In the next instant, Shun Sangxiong felt a darkness envelop him, and when his sight cleared again, he was astonished to find himself and Suner in a stone chamber, where a youthful specter stood smiling at them. "Descendant Shun Sangxiong, I greet my ancestor." Although Shun Sangxiong was surprised by the youthfulness of the specter, he quickly deduced the identity of this young specter based on what he had heard before being transported here. "You are quite impressive. Without the augmentation of Dou Emperor blood, achieving the pinnacle of 9-star Dou Zong at your age is already considered an extraordinary talent." The young specter expressed great satisfaction. Previously, he had thought that if the Shun family could produce a Dou Wang, he would be immensely grateful. After all, due to his actions, the Dou Emperor bloodline of the Shun family had entirely withered, and with the Soul clan lurking nearby, he could not even guarantee the continued existence of the Shun family, let alone expect them to produce a highly accomplished young member. "My achievements are entirely due to the contributions of Yao Lao and a stroke of luck." Shun Sangxiong recounted his journey briefly. "So, the young specter nodded. Well, time is of the essence. I shall assist you in reawakening your Dou Emperor bloodline. The future of the Shun family will depend on you." Without waiting for Shun Sangxiong to respond, the young specter moved him to a nearby stone pool and initiated the ritual to activate the Dou Emperor bloodline. Soon, as the Dou Emperor bloodline within Shun Sangxiong gradually awakened, his realm began to soar like the wind. Ultimately, at the moment when Shun Sangxiong's Dou Emperor bloodline was fully activated, he ascended to the revered realm of Dou Sheng, a level beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Chapter 94. Ungratefulness, what a shame. The young specter lamented as he observed Shun Sangxiong, sensing the surge of power within him. "Ancestor, in less than half an hour, I have already progressed from the pinnacle of 9-star Dou Zong to 1-star Dou Sheng. Such speed is comparable to a myth. What is there to be dissatisfied about?" Shun Sangxiong, having never experienced the era when the Shun family was the most powerful clan, could not fathom the ancestor's current sentiments. Alas, no more needs to be said. Regardless of regrets, everything is irreversible. "All right, this place is about to be destroyed. I shall send you both out." The young specter shook his head, preparing to transport Shun Sangxiong and Suner directly out. "Wait, I still do not know the ancestor's name. I hope you will enlighten me." Upon hearing this, the young specter did not cease his actions. Just as Shun Sangxiong and Suner were being transported out, his proud voice echoed in their ears. "My name is Shun Xian." The scene shifted. 7 days later. "Yao Lao, I am now a 1-star Dou Sheng. It is time to find some superior materials for my body." At the exit of the ancient realm, Shun Sangxiong bid farewell to the reluctant Gu Suner and headed towards the Dan Tower. Excellent. At last, I have not misjudged someone." Observing Shun Sangxiong's fulfillment of his promise, Yao Lao chuckled heartily. "Misjudge someone? What does that mean?" Shun Sangxiong queried, having a limited understanding of Yao Lao. "You are now sufficiently powerful. It is safe to share with you." After a brief silence, Yao Lao began to recount his story. Shui Wearer from Tian Shui Academy remarked, "This Han Feng is truly a treacherous wolf." ISNT. Yao Lao kindly raised him, taught him skills. And he not only fails to express gratitude, but even conspires with those from the Soul clan to ambush Yao Lao. He is the very embodiment of ingratitude. He should consider that without Yao Lao's care, he would have perished long ago. Yao Zi from the Plan Academy added, "It seems there may be no one in this world as ungrateful as Han Feng. In the realm of the first variant of the Douluo world, within the esteemed Lan Ba Academy, the core disciple Ning Rongrong expressed her curiosity about the unfolding narrative. She wondered whether the senior Zhang Qiong would confront Han Feng, as depicted in the comparison video. Meanwhile, Yu Qianxin from Lei Ting Academy remarked that the answer would soon reveal itself as the video continued. The video showcased a flurry of emotions. How detestable! It is incomprehensible that such a disgraceful entity exists in this world. If I discover Han Feng's whereabouts, I shall not let him escape my wrath." Upon hearing the tale from Yao Lao, Shun Sanxiong was filled with fury. The Douqi continent is indeed vast. To locate a single individual amidst its expanse is no easy feat. Your primary task now is to seek out the Yihua. Everything else can be addressed later. Yao Lao then urged the still aggrieved Shen Sanxiong to take action. "I understand." Shen Sanxiong acknowledged the wisdom in Yao Lao's words. Even though he had attained the rank of a one-star Doushang, finding one person across the entire Douqi continent was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. In the days that followed, Shen Sanxiong hurried to the Dan Ta, where, as the champion of this year's alchemy competition, he acquired the reward of the San Qianyin Yen Fire. Simultaneously, upon recognizing the mysterious figure competing for the championship as a member of the Soul Clan, he took decisive action to eliminate him and graciously accepted the Yihua, known as Hai Xian Yen. Following the completion of his affairs at the Dan Ta, Shen Sanxiong set off for the next location of Yihua, the Funyin Valley. Unfortunately, the Yihua there had become uniquely imprinted by countless generations, rendering it impossible for anyone outside of Funyin Valley to refine it. However, due to the friendship between the first-generation ancestor of Funyin Valley and his own ancestor, Shun Xian, Shen Sanxiong chose to assist the current Valley Master in concocting a medicinal pill to heal his daughter before departing. Afterward, Shen Sanxiong traversed various locations, pursuing any whispers of Yihua, regardless of their authenticity or credibility. His relentless pursuit yielded considerable rewards, accumulating an array of rare treasures within several spatial rings. Despite only acquiring 3 varieties of Yihua, ranked beyond the 10th. Notably, he discovered a perfectly preserved body of a half-saint within the ruins of a deceased half-saint powerhouse. Yao Lao, all the materials required for refining the body are finally gathered. At this moment, Shen Sanxiong temporarily resided within the ruins, intending to first refine Yao Lao's body and subsequently concoct medicinal pills from the treasures to elevate his cultivation. Indeed, Yao Lao nodded. He was now so excited that he struggled to find words. Let us commence. Understanding Yao Lao's eagerness, Shen Sanxiong refrained from further discussion, presenting the materials before Yao Lao, and closed his eyes, earnestly beginning the refinement of the half-saint's body. In the realm of the first variant of the Douluo world, Huo from the Qihua Academy noted the commencement of the body refinement process, expressing uncertainty about its success. Yu Qianxin from Lei Ting Academy optimistically suggested that success was likely, but if complications arose, there would be alternatives, as conflicts with the Soul Clan meant that acquiring a powerful body could be achieved through other means. Yao Zi from the Plan Academy commented on Yu Tianxin's ruthless pragmatism, while Shui Wearer from the Tian Shui Academy observed a resemblance between Huo and Tang Horror from Funyin Valley. Chapter 95, A Great Trouble Approaches. The comparison video continued. Time passes unnoticed in the pursuit of cultivation, and months slipped away in the blink of an eye. Young man, do you still intend to seek out Yihua? Yao Lao inquired, now appearing in corporeal form beside Shen Sanxiong. Indeed, I have a target in mind. It is the third-ranked Yihua, the Jinglian Yao. During this time, thanks to the abundant treasures in Yihua acquired, Shen Sanxiong's cultivation had reached the rank of a 4-star Doushang, instilling confidence in his ability to secure the Jinglian Yaohua. Typically, the Jinglian Yaohua resides within its own created space, making it challenging to locate. Yao Lao cautioned, I could investigate the location where the Jinglian Yaohua previously emerged. Perhaps it will yield some clues. Regardless, as long as I utilize the old strategy of pursuing leads indiscriminately, I might encounter unexpected surprises. If so, proceed as you see fit. Yao Lao did not hinder him, understanding that each use of spatial power leaves traces, and with good fortune, Shun Sangxiong might indeed discover the location of the Jing Lian Yaohua. The scene shifted. Months passed once more. Indeed, hard work does not go unrewarded. I have found it. Standing in a desolate expanse, Shun Sangxiong sensed a familiar aura identical to that of the Jing Lian Yaohua, his joy evident. Who are you? When did such a young four-star Do Sheng appear in the Do-Chi continent? A voice of astonishment echoed from the void. I am Shun Sangxiong of the Shen family. Upon speaking, Shun Sangxiong unleashed a punch that shattered the space housing the Jing Lian Yaohua. How audacious! It seems you come with ill intentions. Upon seeing Shun Sangxiong boldly intrude upon its territory, the Jing Lian Yaohua assumed a combat stance. If you willingly allow me to refine you, I shall spare your intellect, Shun Sangxiong declared. A mere four-star Do Sheng dares to speak to me thus? What ein Absurd ist. Infuriated, the young man formed from the Jing Lian Yaohua launched an attack against Shun Sangxiong. The scene changed once more. Stop. Enough. I concede. Just promise you won't erase my intellect, and I shall reveal a secret regarding the Do Emperor. The Jing Lian Yaohua, now thoroughly exasperated, lamented its predicament as a 5-star Do Sheng being outclassed by a 4-star Do Sheng, causing it to question its very existence. Speak, if it is truly significant information. I may grant you my agreement. Shun Sangxiong, panting heavily, managed to sit atop the Jing Lian Yaohua as he spoke. I am aware of a place that harbors a semi-finished Dan Wan of the Do D level. Should you acquire this Dan Wan, you would undoubtedly become the first Do D in the past 10,000 years. The Jing Lian Yaohua whispered, seemingly cautious of being overheard by others. Where is this place? Shun Sangxiong's eyes brightened. It lies beneath the Jia Nan Academy. After a moment's hesitation, Jing Lian Yaohua, upon noticing Shun Sangxiong's enigmatic smile, reluctantly divulged the information. In the world of the first variant law, Tinshui Academy, Shui Yuera remarked, how curious that I feel a sense of pity for Jing Lian Yaohua. In the world of the first variant law, Chihua Academy, Hua Wu mused, is this not a case of speaking the harshest words and enduring the most severe repercussions? In the world of the first variant law, Lamba Academy, core disciple Ning Rongrong commented, if Jing Lian Yaohua speaks truthfully, then Senior Sangxiong could soon ascend to the rank of Do Di, suggesting that his comparative video may soon conclude. It is indeed time for it to conclude. How long has it been? Yes, it is our world's turn now. The comparative video continues. In a certain forest at Jia Nan Academy, Jing Lian Yaohua questioned Shun Sangxiong. You do not intend to venture into the Do Di's cave now, do you? Is there anything wrong with that? Are you attempting to deceive me? Shun Sangxiong narrowed his eyes, using Do Chi to prod the essence of Jing Lian Yaohua within him. I'm not deceiving you. However, your current strength is merely that of a 7-star Do Sheng. What can you accomplish inside? Furthermore, that semi-finished Imperial Dan Wan is not to be trifled with. Without the strength of a 9-star Do Sheng, you would merely be offering yourself as a meal. Jing Lian Yaohua cautioned. Tell me, could the Do Di cave you speak of be the same as the one that the key fragment from the ancient 8 imperial clans can unlock? At this moment, Shun Sangxiong posed a question that left Jing Lian Yaohua momentarily speechless. I only know that this is the cave of the Tuo Shi ancient emperor. As for which Do Di cave the key fragment from the ancient clans opens, I have no knowledge of that, Jing Lian Yaohua replied. It appears that it is indeed the same Do Di cave, Shun Sangxiong remarked with a slight smirk. The scene transitions. In the days that followed, Shun Sangxiong heeded the counsel of Jing Lian Yaohua and refrained from entering the cave of the Tuo Shi ancient emperor. Instead, he traversed various perilous locales, continuing his endeavors and training. Regrettably, after merely a month, he was compelled to return upon receiving alarming news from Gu Sun Air. The message disclosed that the EMO clan had resurfaced, swiftly conquering the other 4 domains beyond the central region within 3 days. Simultaneously, the Soul clan, another ancient imperial clan, covertly allied with the Emo clan and ambushed all ancient imperial clans, resulting in significant losses for several of them. Moreover, in a dire turn of events, all key fragments possessed by the ancient imperial clans that could unlock the Dodi cave had also fallen into the hands of the Soul clan, including the 2 fragments belonging to the Gu clan. Fortunately, Shun Songxiong felt some relief as Sun Er assured him that the Shun family, along with those connected to him, had been taken to the Gu realm by the Gu clan and had suffered no harm. Chapter 96. Huo Wu's Peculiar Thoughts. The scene shifts again. Is this the cave of the Tuo, Shi ancient emperor? Sun Er's father inquired. By this time, 10 days had passed since Shun Songqiong received the news from Sun Er. According to Jing Lian Yaohua and Su Wu Tanyan, this is merely the external area of the Tuo, Shi ancient emperor's cave. One must traverse this secret passage to access the inner sanctum. The atmosphere was tense, and Shun Songqiong, not wishing to withhold information, shared everything he had learned from Jinglian Yaohua and Su Wu Tanyan. Your fortune is truly remarkable. First, you found and tamed Jinglian Yaohua, and then upon returning to the Gu clan, you fortuitously discovered the severely injured Su Wu Tanyan. Alas, you have traversed the path of cultivation in merely a few years, a journey that took me over a century to complete. This compels me to suspect that you may be the fated child, summoned by the world will in response to an impending crisis of annihilation. Ancient Yuan's final words garnered consensus among those present, as they could find no other explanation for Shun Songqiong's extraordinary prowess. Let us proceed swiftly. Delays may lead to unforeseen complications. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the gazes of the others, Shun Songqiong chuckled awkwardly. Hold on, Ancient Yuan interjected, stopping Shun Songqiong from entering the secret passage. He then turned to the leaders of the other ancient imperial clans and stated, I believe that the opportunity to become an emperor should be granted to Shun Songqiong. Do you all concur? The ancient clan leader jested. To become a Dodi, one must first attain the rank of 9-star Dosheng. Yet among us, even our strongest is merely an 8-star Dosheng. Even if we were to seize the chance to become an emperor, we would not dare attempt it. After all, our lives are precious, and we would not gamble them knowing it is impossible to ascend from 8-star Dosheng directly to Dodi. The speaker was the leader of the Lei clan, and as soon as he finished, the other clan leaders nodded in agreement. Very well. I hope you all remember that if we engage in internal strife now, our only fate awaits us is destruction. With that, Ancient Yuan patted Shun Songqiong on the shoulder, signaling that it was time to enter. In the first variant Douluo world, Lamba Shrek, Ma Hongjun remarked, This old man is quite impressive. He truly stands up for his son-in-law. In the first variant Douluo world, Wuhuan Temple's second elder, Jin Yi, noted, To relinquish the opportunity to become an emperor to another is truly remarkable. In the first variant Douluo world, Wuhuan Temple's grand elder, Qian Dalu, commented, This reflects great vision. In the first variant Douluo world, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fengji, acknowledged, Ancient Yuan's perspective is indeed elevated. If it were someone ordinary, facing such a monumental opportunity, they would not hesitate to claim it for themselves, even at the expense of their closest kin. Ning Fengji recognized that he could not act with the same selflessness as Ancient Yuan in the face of such immense benefit. Meanwhile, the comparative video continued. Sun Er, it has been nearly a month. Has that fellow not yet absorbed the Danwan? After successfully fending off the attacks from the Yimo clan and the Hun clan, Gu Yuan, albeit somewhat disheveled, returned to the Gu Di cave, anxiously inquiring. Not yet. Gu Suner shook her head, her eyes filled with concern. She feared not only for Shun Songqiong's safety, but also whether they would be able to wait for his emergence. Do not worry, came the comforting voice of Xiao Yixian. You'll be fine. Upon hearing this, Gu Suner glanced at Xiao Yixian, then at Kai Lin, Yun Yun, and Ye Fei, forcing a smile. Suddenly, chaos erupted. This is not good. A member of the Yimo clan had arrived, this time accompanied by a king-level Yimo. What? Upon hearing that a king-level Yimo, comparable to a Do emperor, had arrived, despair spread across the faces of all present. With a thunderous crash, The protective barriers surrounding the Dou Emperor's cave shattered instantly. It is over. Once I eradicate you, there will be no power left to oppose my clan in this world. The king-level Yimo, clearly a man of action, did not grant Gu Yuan and the others a moment to respond before raising his left hand to unleash his second attack. As Gu Yuan and his companions braced for their imminent doom, Gu Suner and the other beloved ones of Shun Sangxiong gazed longingly at the sealed location of Shun Sangxiong when suddenly, the temperature in the vicinity surged. To their astonishment, a colossal hand of flames emerged from Shun Sangxiong's seclusion, intercepting the attack from the king-level Yimo. Simultaneously, an overwhelming force emanated from the Shun family members, transforming them into the most formidable presence on the scene in an instant. Such is the terrifying nature of the Dou Emperor bloodline, remarked Shui Yuerer from the Tianshui Academy. Astounded, that was but a fleeting moment. The entire Shun family had elevated to at least the realm of Dozun, leaving those who had diligently trained feeling utterly inadequate. You could marry a Dou Emperor, suggested Gu Qingbo from Tianshui Academy. Thus, your child would be born stronger than a deity. What a splendid idea, replied Huo Wu from the Qihua Academy. If my child is born of a Dou Emperor, they would at least be an 8-star Dou Sheng. With proper guidance, once they become a Dou Emperor, I too would become at least an 8-star Dou Sheng. Do not be naive, Huo Wu, cautioned Feng Xiaodian from the Xinfeng Academy. Such a person would never be wholly devoted to you. Do you wish to share them with others? Huo Wu's unintentional remarks sparked a flicker of intrigue in the hearts of many, causing Feng Xiaotian to feel alarmed. Why not share? Huo Wu retorted. It is hardly unacceptable. Sangxiong brother, Shui Yuer interjected. Huo Wu has set her sights on you. Be cautious and do not let her succeed. I am not a Dou Emperor yet. Shun Sangxiong responded. However, with your innate talents, becoming a Dou Emperor is surely just a matter of time, said Ning Rongrong from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Academy. Thus far, only you possess the unknown true method to become a Dou Emperor. Indeed, agreed Shui Yuer. Therefore, boys must take care of themselves in this world. There are plenty of predatory women around. Doesn't Tang San possess the Xiantian skill? Inquired by Chun Xiang, the young leader of the Minji clan. Perhaps it could lead one to become a Dou Emperor? That is impossible, replied Shui Wu from Tianshui Academy. If Tang San's Xiantian skill could indeed elevate one to the Dou Emperor level, his ranking on the talent list would not be so low. Seeing you girls so engrossed in conversation makes me envious, lamented Yu Tianxin from the Thunder Academy. If only I were a girl, I would be pursuing Shun Sangxiong right now. By the way, Shun, how do you feel about that? I must clarify that I do not share such interests. Shun Sangxiong stated emphatically. Yu Tianxin, can you refrain from being so repulsive? I was just eating, and now I feel nauseous, Shui Yuer admonished. Yu Tianxin, can you not bring disgrace upon our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? Added Yu Tianheng from the Royal Academy. Enough with the chatter. Let us focus on the comparison video. Interjected Yao Zi from the Plan Academy. The battle of the Dou Emperors had commenced. Thankfully, Shun Sangxiong's breakthrough occurred just in time. Had it been a second later, we would have all been doomed, remarked a 1-star Dou Sheng from the Ling clan, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he watched the fierce clash between Shun Sangxiong and the king-level Yimo. It is still not a time for comfort. We cannot be certain that Shun Sangxiong will triumph. A strong member of the Stone clan furrowed his brow. After all, he has only just broken through to the Dou Emperor level, and he still trails behind the king-level Yimo. What do we do? Another member of the Stone clan raised his hands in resignation. All we can do is hope for Shun Sangxiong's victory. Even a 9-star Dou Sheng at peak perfection would not withstand a single blow from a Dou Emperor. Even if we all joined forces, we would be of no assistance. At this moment, in the battleground suspended in the sky, the king-level Yimo addressed Shun Sangxiong. You have achieved the status of Dou Emperor at such a young age, indicating your cultivation talent surpasses that of the So clan. Here is an opportunity. If you agree to join my Yimo clan, I guarantee that we shall not harm your friends and family. Sensing Shun Sangxiong's potential, the king-level Yimo was keen on recruiting him. In truth, the number of Dou Emperors among the Yimo clan, including himself, was a mere handful. Thus, if they could enlist a Dou Emperor, sparing those close to him would not be a problem. Upon hearing this, Shun Sangxiong merely scoffed, intensifying his offensive. Oof, you're truly ungrateful. Since you disregard my kindness, you shall taste the bitterness of punishment. With that, the royal level unleashed his full power. On the other side, Shun Sangqiong, sensing the sudden surge of ferocity in the royal level's attacks, took a deep breath and ceased his probing, equally unleashing his full strength. Thus, the two combatants, fully committed, battled from day into night and back into day, ultimately culminating in Shun Sangqiong's desperate strike that successfully vanquished the royal level before him. How infuriating! I cannot believe I was defeated by you, a mere newcomer to the Dodi realm, the royal level exclaimed, clutching his wounds, his face a mask of disbelief. Defeated? You shall perish here, Shun Sangqiong replied coldly, also nursing his wounds. Suddenly, as Shun Sangqiong's words lingered in the air, the royal level felt an overwhelming danger approaching and instinctively tried to teleport away. Too late. However, Shun Sangqiong had anticipated this move and would not allow the royal level to escape. Just as the royal level made a move, a tremendous force erupted from within him, leaving him unaware of what had transpired before he vanished forever from this world. In the realm of the variant Douluo world, Tianshui Academy, Shui Yuer exclaimed, "Indeed, Brother Sangqiong has triumphed." Shuewu added, "Impressive." By Chen Xiang, the young clan leader of the Minji clan, remarked, "This Do's vitality is astonishingly resilient. Even with a pierced heart, he remains unscathed. If it were a title Douluo, he would have likely perished by now." Yu Heru of Tianshui Academy commented, "To be alive, even after losing a body, being merely pierced through the heart, is nothing." Huowu from Chihua Academy noted, "Now, comparing to the video, Shun Sangqiong has indeed become a Dodi and defeated a royal level of the same rank, completely eliminating the crisis in that world. I wonder if there are further tales to unfold." Shui Binger speculated, "There must be. If the story concluded here, why would Shun Sangqiong have come to our Douluo continent? Thus, something else must have transpired, leading Shun Sangqiong to ultimately become a child upon arriving in Douluo continent. Though I hesitate to say it, the end of this tale may likely be tragic." Chapter 98. Wait for my return. The comparison video continued. A decade had passed since the Dual D battle. During this decade, Shun Sangqiong utilized the Bodi's power to capture all members of the Soul Clan. During this time, Han Feng, the white-eyed wolf, was also caught by Shun Sangqiong in a secluded forest and handed over alive to Yao Lao, allowing Yao Lao to determine Han Feng's fate. Subsequently, Shun Sangqiong established the Heavenly Court to address the various traumas inflicted upon the continent by the Yiyuo clan. Finally, when everything began to turn for the better, Shun Sangqiong adopted a more hands-off approach. In the back mountain of the Heavenly Court, the Imperial Garden, Shun Sangqiong lay comfortably basking in the sun with a cup of tea, attended by maidens. Shen Yu, just returning from a busy day, chided him, "I say, Your Majesty, everyone else is bustling about, yet you lounge here, enjoying the sun and tea. You truly know how to indulge." "Oh, it's you, cousin Shen Yu. If you enjoy managing others so much, why not find yourself a husband to manage you instead? You're not getting any younger. What will you do if no one wants you in the future?" Shun Sangqiong, eyes still closed, recognized her presence immediately, for only Shen Yu dared to confront him. Whether he was a mighty warrior or deemed a fool, never straying from her straightforward nature. "Mind your own business. With all your meddling, you would be better off managing the affairs of the Heavenly Court. I truly do not understand what is so appealing about you that so many young women support your carefree demeanor, even taking on all responsibilities to ensure your comfort." As she spoke, a flicker of complex emotions passed through Shun Yu's beautiful eyes before she swiftly concealed it. In the variant Douluo world, Tianshui Academy, Shui Yuer exclaimed, "There is certainly a significant development. Clearly, cousin Shun Yu's gaze towards brother Sangqiong is unusual." Huowu from Chihua Academy remarked, "Who wouldn't be fond of such a remarkable individual? I can understand Shen Yu's feelings. It is a pity that Shun Sangqiong seems oblivious to her affections." Ning Rongrong, a core disciple from Lamba Academy, noted, even if he was unaware before, comparing to the video, Senior Sangqiong is now a Badi powerhouse. He must surely sense the fluctuations in Shun Yu's gaze, even without opening his eyes. Yu Tianxin from Tang Academy speculated. So, does this mean Shun Songqiong is subtly rejecting her? Ning Rongrong replied. Perhaps only Senior Songqiong himself knows. Meanwhile, the video shifted. What is wrong? Xin Yu asked in astonishment as Shun Songqiong suddenly sat up and gazed towards the distant horizon. We may be facing a great trouble again. Shun Songqiong's expression turned grave. Could another Dodi have emerged? Xin Yu understood that for Shun Songqiong to deem it a significant trouble, it could only mean the appearance of yet another Dodi. It should not be so, Shun Songqiong replied. After years of cultivation, I have reached the pinnacle of the 9-star Dodi. If the opponent were merely another Dodi with my current strength, I could easily subdue them with a single blow, and it would not evoke any sense of danger. Shun Songqiong shook his head. That Xin Yu opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, taken aback by how much Shun Songqiong had grown, while also being deeply shocked by the potential existence that might surpass the Dodi level. No, I cannot allow this unknown powerhouse to enter our world. Otherwise, even if I were to prevail in the end, the entire world would suffer consequences far beyond our endurance. With that, Shun Songqiong dashed towards the source of the sense power. However, just as he was about to cross the barrier of the world, his figure halted abruptly, and he transmitted a message to Xin Yu below. Wait for my return. I promise you 7 or 8 children. Yu Tianxin from Tang Academy remarked, what a bold declaration. This is the most hardcore confession and promise I have ever encountered. However, this method seems to be quite effective. Upon hearing this, Xin Yu, although her face flushed like a monkey's skin drum, surprisingly nodded in agreement. The core disciple of Lanba Academy in the first variant of the Douluo world, Ning Rongrong, observed that, in comparison to the video featuring Senior Songqiong, it was evident that Shun Yu was aware of Shun Songqiong's affections. This promise could indeed be considered a beautiful matter. The young clan leader of the Minji clan in the first variant of the Douluo world by Qinxiang pondered. When exactly did Xin Yu develop feelings for Shun Songqiong? From Shun Yu's recollections, she always appeared disdainful and displeased whenever she encountered Shun Songqiong. Shuewu from the Tian Shui Academy in the first variant of the Douluo world speculated that Xin Yu had likely begun to harbor thoughts of Shun Gongzi after he had brushed against her thigh. However, perhaps at that time, she herself was unaware of this truth. Shui Wearer from the Tian Shui Academy echoed Shuewu's sentiment, agreeing with her assessment. Yu Qianheng from the Tian-Do Royal Academy expressed his curiosity about what realm lies beyond the Dodi level. Huo Wushuang from the Qihua Academy suggested that this would soon be revealed. They decided to continue watching, certain that explanations would come. The comparison video continued. At this moment, Shun Songqiong had followed the sensed fluctuation of power to enter a new world, where he beheld a peculiar creature, oddly shaped yet distinct from the Yi, standing before him with a seemingly mocking smile. Is that power fluctuation emanating from you? Shun Songqiong inquired gravely. Hee, the creature replied, showing no regard for Shun Songqiong. In its eyes, he was merely a minor 9th rank supreme, easily crushable at its whim. Who are you? What is your connection to the Yi Ma? Shun Songqiong thought this disdainful attitude would facilitate the extraction of information. Chapter 99. Entering a new world Yi Ma? The creature scoffed. They are merely one of my subordinates. However, even if my subordinates are useless, I will not allow others to disrespect me. When it mentioned the Yi Mozuo, its expression was one of contempt, yet it transformed into a menacing glare when speaking of its own dignity. The Yi Mozuo is one of your subordinates? They possess Do-Di strongholds. What level are you to claim they are beneath you? Shun Songqiong feigned disdain while studying the enigmatic being. Do-Di stronghold? That is merely the supreme level of this world. Before my lower Earth Supreme, even the highest ranks of this realm are rendered inconsequential. Lower Earth Supreme? Shun Songqiong was taken aback. You look utterly uninformed. Let me enlighten you. Below the supreme level is not worth mentioning, as only those who have reached the supreme level can barely be considered strong. The supreme level is divided into 9 ranks, 1 being the lowest and 9 the highest. Beyond the 9th rank supreme lies the lower Earth Supreme, upper Earth Supreme, and the Earth Supreme Great Perfection. Above them are the legendary Heavenly Supremes, categorized as Spirit Grade, Immortal Grade, and Saint-grade heavenly supremes. Seeing Shun Songqiong's bewildered expression, the ostentatious Xing could not resist elaborating on the realm classifications of this world. Eagerly anticipating Shun Songqiong's astonished reaction to indulge in a sense of superiority. So, you are merely one rank above me? However, Xiaogang miscalculated this time. After hearing the classifications, Shun Songqiong unexpectedly uttered a remark that darkened Xing's expression. What do you understand? Although the 9th rank Supreme is just one level below the Earth Supreme, the difference between the two is as vast as the heavens and the earth. With that, Xiaogang, as if to demonstrate the disparity, reached out with one hand to grasp Shun Songqiong. Yu Qianhing from the Tiando Royal Academy remarked on the sudden appearance of so many levels. Huo Wushuang from the Qihua Academy noted that it was not excessive and could be consolidated into the two major realms of Earth Supreme and Heavenly Supreme. Huo Wu from the Qihua Academy concurred, but speculated that the differences between each minor realm within the Earth and Heavenly Supremes must be exceedingly vast. Yao Zi from the Plan Academy added that if the disparities were not significant, a 1-star to 9-star classification could suffice. Shui Yuer from the Tian Shui Academy questioned if they did not find this individual rather amusing. Ning Rongrong from the Lanba Academy remarked that rather than being amusing, this fellow was merely a boastful fool. Bai Chunxiang from the Minji clan felt that the individual was merely bragging, claiming that the difference between the 9th rank Supreme and the lower Earth Supreme was like heaven and earth, yet apart from his initial attack. He was thoroughly dominated by Shun Songqiong. Shui Yuer reiterated that it must be because Brother Songqiong was exceptionally powerful, enabling him to challenge beyond his rank. In any case, now that Brother Songqiong had entered this new world, they were certain that the discrepancies between the Supreme, Earth Supreme, and Heavenly Supreme would soon be revealed. The comparison video continued. Is this the difference between the 9th rank Supreme and the lower Earth Supreme? Shen Songqiong observed the peculiar being sent flying, spewing blood, and smiled. He felt this battle was considerably easier than his previous confrontation with the Do Di of the Yiudu, although the creature before him exuded a terrifying aura. When it came to combat, Shun Songqiong discovered that it was nothing more than a silver-plated spearhead. You, initially humiliated and enraged. The creature could not withstand Shun Songqiong's mockery, spitting out a mouthful of blood and collapsing, devoid of breath. Did he actually die from anger? Shen Songqiong scrutinized carefully, realizing the individual was not feigning, and was momentarily rendered speechless. The scene shifted. This truly is a higher-level world. It was astonishing to see such rare medicinal herbs, typically scarce in the Doqi continent, abundantly scattered across the ground. It seems I must strive to elevate my realm in this world, and once I possess sufficient strength for self-preservation, I can consider relocating the entire heavenly court. At this moment, Shun Songqiong had been exploring this land for several hours. Upon casually entering a forest and observing the abundant treasures scattered across the ground, he promptly formulated a rough plan in his mind. He wondered if there were other forests nearby. Nevertheless, he concluded that the pursuit of more treasures was worth the risk. Should he encounter other formidable beings, he could simply flee. After contemplating the treasures before him, Shun Songqiong hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to take the risk and soar to a higher altitude for a better view. Variations of the Douluo world, Tianshui Academy. Shui Yuer, if I am not mistaken, those small black dots before us must represent large landmasses, correct? Variations of the Douluo world, Lanba Academy. Core disciple Ning Rongrong. Compared to the speed of senior Songqiong soaring in the videos, this does not appear to be particularly swift. Is it truly large land? We have all seen it with our own eyes. Variations of the Douluo world, Qihua Academy, Huo Wu. As far as the eye can see, it is boundless. Just how vast is this new world? Variations of the Douluo world, Minji E clan, young clan leader by Qinxiang. I initially thought the Doqi continent was sufficiently expansive. However, when compared to these large landmasses before us, it is akin to comparing an adult to a mosquito. Reflecting on the size of our Douluo continent versus the Doqi continent, it is indeed disheartening. Chapter 100 commences with a playback of Tang San's past and present. As Shun Sangxiong ascended to a high altitude and glimpsed a mere fragment of this new world's grandeur, he experienced a fleeting moment of distraction. However, having weathered numerous storms over the years, he quickly regained his composure. At this moment, Shun Sangxiong revised the plans he had recently established. The scene shifted. In the days that followed, Shun Sangxiong ventured alone throughout this new world, honing his skills. During this time, he became acquainted with Luo Li, Wen Qingxian, Ing Huanhuan, Ling Qingzhu, Qin Yanjing, and Ling Shi, among others. With their assistance, he swiftly attained the pinnacle of Saint-grade Tianzuan. Yet, just as Shun Sangxiong believed that his newfound strength was sufficient to safeguard those within the heavenly court after relocating them to this new realm, an unforeseen event transpired. The previously low-profile extraterrestrial evil clan, emboldened by the return of their ancestor from imprisonment, launched a large-scale assault on the Great Thousand World. Faced with this alarming situation and feeling his own strength inadequate, Shun Sangxiong resolved to enter seclusion in hopes of achieving a higher realm. The scene shifted once more. A year later, when the Great Thousand World was on the brink of collapse, Shun Sangxiong successfully broke through to a higher realm at the critical juncture, defeating the ancestor of the extraterrestrial evil clan. Subsequently, under Shun Sangxiong's leadership, the Great Thousand World began its counteroffensive against the extraterrestrial evil clan. In the final battle, Shun Sangxiong utterly annihilated the ancestor of the extraterrestrial evil clan, leaving them with no opportunity for resurgence. Time flew by, and a century passed. Throughout this century, Shun Sangxiong far exceeded the promises made to Shun Yu. Yet, perhaps it was in his nature to be perpetually busy. When the time reached the 120th year following the decisive battle, new troubles arose once again. This time, there was no formidable enemy. Instead, Shun Sangxiong was forcibly transported to another world, on a higher tier. Naturally, in this new realm, Shun Sangxiong was bound to undergo fresh trials, during which he inevitably encountered new companions. Scenes flashed rapidly. After experiencing the extermination of the seven gods, the slaying of the inheritor of the immortal palace, betrayal in the fringe, being afflicted by the immortal banishment curse, slaying true immortals, entering the immortal domain, single-handedly battling 3 quasi-emperor immortals, and suppressing the corpse immortal emperor. He ultimately left behind a relatively secure world for everyone before vanishing from their sight. As time passed, many years later, when Shun Sangxiong's former allies in the heavenly court found themselves incapable of suppressing the emerging dark powers, they cried out in despair. Emperor Sangxiong, where are you? Husband, can you hear us? We are all calling for you. Why have you not returned? At this moment, as all the dark powers looked on mockingly at the heavenly court's desperate struggle, some remaining ordinary people, bereft of hope, suddenly beheld a battered figure illuminating the skies. Appearing before them, I am here. I've always been here. Ah, so these are the ones you seek to protect? They sneered. Unfortunately, you cannot safeguard them. At that moment, the 10 dark primordials, mirroring Shun Sangxiong, emerged before everyone. Had it not been for your ability to resurrect infinitely, I would have long obliterated you all. Shun Sangxiong remarked coldly. Such arrogance. With that, the 10 dark primordials charged at the already wounded Shun Sangxiong. Come at me. Be welcomed. Do you think that after all these years of injury, I would repeatedly seek to obliterate you merely out of boredom? Huh, you underestimate me greatly. Now, let us walk together toward destruction. With those words, Shun Sangxiong charged forth against them. In the end, amidst a silent flash of brilliance, Shun Sangxiong and the 10 dark primordials, along with all dark powers, vanished from the scene. Thus concluded the playback of Shun Sangxiong's past and present. Freezing the images within the comparative video. Variations of the Douluo world, Tianshui Academy, Shui Yuer. Sister, I despise you. Who would have thought this story would indeed be a tragedy? You jinx. Sob. Variations of the Douluo world, Tianshui Academy, Shui Banger. Can you really blame me for this? Variations of the Douluo world, Qihua Academy, Huowu. Given the current circumstances, it seems Shun Sangxiong must have perished alongside those dark primordials, right? Variations of the Douluo world, Jiwu Academy, Yao Zi. That seems likely. However, Since young Master Shun can be reborn, might those dark primordials of the same realm also have a chance at rebirth? Variations of the Douluo world, Tianshui Academy, Shui Binga, that is highly unlikely. Did you not hear young Master Shun in the comparative video state that these techniques were specifically developed to counter those dark primordials? Variations of the Douluo world. Minji clan, young clan leader by Xiaogang. That is reassuring. If those dark primordials truly had the potential for rebirth in the Douluo continent, we would have no chance to escape. After all, a Dozun strong enough could render our entire continent utterly defenseless, not to mention the realms beyond that. Variations of the Douluo world, Lamba Academy, core disciple Ning Rongrong. Let us not even discuss the realm beyond that. From the moment I entered the realm of dominance, the profound shock within my heart became ineffable. I suspect that the sentiments of most others resonate similarly with mine. Otherwise, the barrage of comments during that period would not have been so sparse. Meanwhile, in Variant 1 of the Douluo world at Lamba Academy, I found myself bewildered. What is the meaning of this? Why does my so-called comparison video of past and present lives include several compilations of novels? At this moment, Shun Sangqiong was at a loss on where to begin his critique. "What are you pondering?" asked Lu Erlong, noticing Shun Sangqiong's peculiar expression. "The story of Tang San's past and present is about to unfold. Let us observe," he replied with an awkward smile, gesturing towards the already playing comparison video. Chapter 101. Tang San faces criticism and seeks an apology. The video commenced with past and present Tang San edition. In Variant 2 of the original Douluo world, an anonymous observer remarked the new comparison video had begun, expressing curiosity about the past of this ruthless character, Tang San. "I hope his past is somewhat credible. I do not expect him to be a grand hero who saves the world, but he should at least embody the spirit of a true man," mused another anonymous viewer for Variant 1. "I estimate that it will be a stretch. Nevertheless, the footage has begun. Let us appreciate it," said the first anonymous observer. The scene shifted to a desolate village recently ravaged by slaughter, where all the villagers had perished, leaving only a child who had inexplicably escaped this calamity. The opening visuals tightened the hearts of most viewers from both worlds, as the words uttered by the disciple were unbearably poignant. "Alas, since we have encountered this child, let's take him back to Tang Min for nurturing," sighed Elder Tang Ming to his disciples, who nodded in agreement. The scene transitioned again, revealing a robust young man patting Tang San's shoulder in a dormitory. "You are now the most formidable disciple of the outer sect. I believe it will not be long before you are granted admission to the inner sect. Do not forget your brothers then," he said enviously. "Fear not, Brother Tang Lian. Your kindness towards me will not be overlooked. Once I enter the inner sect, I will surely find a way to bring you along," Tang San assured with an innocent smile. "Excellent. Your promise suffices. It seems I did not misjudge you. You are a person worthy of deep friendship." Tang Lian beamed at Tang San's assurance. "Brother Tang Lian, I must return to the training hall to continue my cultivation," Tang San suddenly declared. "Understood. Go ahead. I shall leave the dormitory unlocked," Tang Lian replied, trusting Tang San, who routinely practiced for several hours at this time. "Huh, do you think I am unaware? You are only interested in my potential, hoping to elevate yourself once I grow stronger." How naive, Tang San thought to himself, ridiculing Tang Lian's delusion of being accepted into the inner sect. "Even if I were to become the leader of Tang Min one day, I would not permit you entry. Allowing a disciple with mediocre talent into the inner sect would only diminish its prestige." Unbeknownst to Tang Lian, he was regarded as nothing more than a pawn in Tang San's eyes, while he fantasized about a stable life alongside Tang San in the inner sect. An anonymous viewer in Variant 2 lamented, "It is over. In this comparison, we are destined to lose." Another chimed in, "Who gave you the audacity to believe Tang San could triumph over the heavenly emperor, Sangqiong? One must have dreams, or what distinguishes them from mere fish?" Retorted another. The young clan leader of the Min family in Variant 1 commented, "This Tang San is truly despicable. He shamelessly enjoys the kindness of others while viewing them as mere tools for his advancement, solely because they perceive him as a potential investment. If you were truly noble, you would refuse their kindness outright," another viewer interjected. "Perhaps there is a misunderstanding," suggested a viewer from the Blue Tyrant Shrek Academy. This is no misunderstanding. Just look at the title before your name. It is evident you belong to the same academy as that Tang-san. I advise you to be cautious around him. He regards even his benefactors as if they were trash, so imagine how he views you, his peers. At any moment, he might betray you for personal gain. Utter nonsense. Tang-san retorted from the Blue Tyrant Shrek Academy. I demand an apology, said another from the original Shrek Academy. What lowly creature dares to demand my apology? Replied a viewer from the Tianshui Academy. If my sister is mistaken, I shall compel her to apologize. However, I do not believe she has erred, stated another from the Tianshui Academy. Your actions during the comparison video were crystal clear, alongside your inappropriate behavior in previous videos. Everyone has their own judgment on the matter. How dare Tang-san, of all people, demand an apology? Questioned a viewer from the Fiery Academy. If Tang-san were merely shameless, it would not be so alarming. There are many without dignity in this world. What is truly frightening is his complete lack of awareness of his own faults. That is what is most perilous. As discussions of Tang-san's behavior swirled among the viewers, the grand screen shifted once more, revealing a scene from 3 nights later. Is my effort insufficient? Why has Tang-si, who is far inferior to me, already become an inner sect disciple while I remain unrecognized? Tang-san pondered, gazing at the distant Xiaogang pavilion from a chain bridge, his thoughts entangled in turmoil. I must devise a plan to obtain the supreme scriptures of the inner sect. It appears that I am left with no choice but to proceed in this manner. After standing in place for quite some time, at a certain moment, Tang-san's eyes suddenly flashed with determination. After glancing around and confirming that no one was paying attention, he stealthily made his way to a shadowy area and donned a set of night gear. Chapter 102. The Unrepentant Tang-san. In the second primitive Douluo world, an anonymous observer remarked, "Oh, judging by Tang-san's words, it seems he intends to steal the so-called supreme scriptures of the Tang sect's inner sanctum." Another voice responded, "Surely not. After all, he was raised by the Tang sect and taught their skills. No matter how ungrateful he may be, it would be unfathomable for him to repay kindness with enmity." From the first variant Douluo world, Shui Wearer of the Shui Academy commented, given Tang-san's character, coupled with what he said before putting on the night gear, is there any need for further discussion? We should view all his actions with the darkest interpretations possible and hold no expectations of him. Shui Wearer was quite vengeful. Previously, she had merely spoken the truth. Yet Tang-san shamelessly demanded an apology from her. Now, with an opportunity for retaliation, she would not let it slip away easily. In the first variant Douluo world, Bai Xiang, the young clan leader of the Min family, lamented, "It is unjust to compare a great hero with a scoundrel. I feel sympathy for young Master Shun Sanqiao." Another voice interjected by Xiang, "Since Tang-san is from the Haoyan school, he is somewhat of a relative to you. Is it truly appropriate for you to say that?" Bai Xiang replied, "What is inappropriate about it? Besides, in the comparison video, Tang-san is about to infiltrate the tallest tower. We shall soon discern whether he is wronged." Meanwhile, amidst the discussions in the comments section, Tang-san had already scaled the outer railing and entered the interior of the Xiaogang pavilion. The footage displayed Tang-san, clad in night attire, entering the Xiaogang pavilion without even glancing at the various books and materials on the lower levels, heading straight to the highest tier. Upon seeing the secret manual placed on the jade pedestal in the center, he was instantly captivated, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he approached the pedestal and grasped the book with trembling hands. "This sect's secret scripture is now mine," he murmured to himself, feeling the texture of the book in his hands. As he perused the Xintian Dalu, he discovered that the knowledge contained within was indeed far more profound than that found in ordinary manuals. He carefully concealed the scripture within his garments and stealthily departed from the Xiaogang pavilion. Shui Wearer of the Shui Academy exclaimed, "Is Tang-san foolish?" He brazenly took the sect's secret manual, as if he wanted everyone to know it was missing. She had now transformed into Tang-san's foremost critic. Huo Wu from the Chihua Academy added, "Tang-san's intellect is indeed questionable. He could have simply copied the contents of the manual with pen and paper, yet he swaggered away with it. Does he not realize that such a crucial scripture is routinely inspected by designated personnel? Bai Qingshan remarked, "What a foolish, shameless individual who lacks gratitude." Shui Wearer then pressed, "Tang San, do you have nothing to say for yourself?" To which Tang San, from the Shrek Academy, responded, "I am guiltless." In the second primitive Douluo world, he affirmed, "Indeed, I, Tang San, have never betrayed the Tang sect. If you continue to watch, the truth will be revealed." At that moment, the comparison video transitioned to a different scene. On a cliff, Tang San spoke to himself amidst the biting cold wind. What was inevitable has finally come. Yet, he soon found peace within himself. "I understand that stealing my sect's ultimate skill is an unforgivable crime against the sect's regulations. However, I swear to the heavens that I have never disclosed any of the skills I learned to the outside world. I do not seek the elders' mercy," he continued. "I merely wish to convey to you, esteemed elders, that I, Tang San, have never forgotten my roots. I did not in the past, nor will I ever in the future." Noticing the elders standing nearby in silence, Tang San continued speaking. At that moment, he was remarkably composed, perhaps the calmest he had ever been in his life. "Everything I possess has been bestowed upon me by the Tang sect. My life and abilities are all granted by the sect. Therefore, whether in life or death, I am a person of the Tang sect. I am aware that the elders will not permit an outer disciple who has violated the sect's rules to remain. If that is the case, let me merge with the nature of this mountain." Saying this, Tang San activated his Xiantian skill, shattering his clothing with a resounding blast. "Stripped bare, I depart with nothing but the last gift I leave for my sect," he proclaimed. "Aside from myself, I shall take nothing from the Tang sect." He left the Xiantian Dalu beneath the first brick at his door. Tang San was now returning everything to the Tang sect. "Ha ha ha," he laughed, suddenly stepping back and leaping forward towards the approaching shadows. Thus, Tang San's past life came to an end, and the comparison video gradually faded to darkness. Shui Wearer of the Shui Academy exclaimed, "Tang San, confess. Are you out of your mind? I ask you, has a donkey kicked your brain? Why would you strip down for no reason? You are simply blinding my eyes. This is absurd. Such misfortune." Ning Rongrong, a core disciple of the Lamba Academy, sighed, "Alas, I am no longer pure. Wasn't there always a ball of white light obscuring the view? Why this time is there not only no white light, but a close-up too?" Bai Qingshan from the Min family remarked, "Disgusting." Shuaiwu from the Shui Academy added, "It seems that in the future, when watching Tang San's comparison video, we must be cautious not only of his outrageous behavior, but also of his tendency to strip and display himself when displeased." Chapter 103, continuing to critique Tang San. Tang San from Shrek Academy remarked, "A bunch of tedious individuals. You all only saw me strip. Did you not consider the reason behind it? Moreover, the words I spoke in the comparison video should suffice to demonstrate my loyalty to the Tang sect. Shui Yuer, Shui Binger, and the others. Shouldn't you apologize to me?" In the variant Douluo world, at the Tianshui Academy, Shui Yuer expresses her incredulity. "Apologize? For what? Is it not your fear of punishment from the Tang sect's regulations that drives you to contemplate such a drastic escape? After all, any sect would be utterly merciless towards someone like you, who disregards its rules and illicitly learns its sacred techniques. It could be said that the consequences for such transgressions would render the offender's life a living hell." At the Chihua Academy, Huowu concurs, Shui Yuer is correct. "Tang San, do you truly believe that uttering a few eloquent words at that cliff can transform your wrongdoing into righteousness? The act of stealing a sect's sacred techniques, regardless of the rationale, is indistinguishable from betrayal. Let me make this clear. If the elders of the Tang sect, swayed by your talent, were to overlook the punishment you deserve for your transgressions, it would set a dangerous precedent. Soon, everyone within the sect would follow suit, leading to inevitable internal strife within a decade." Shui Yuer continues, "Truth be told, Tang San, had you chosen not to leap into the abyss of despair, but instead follow the elders back to face your punishment, I might have held you in higher regard. Yet here you are, lacking even the courage to accept your punishment. And you wish for me to apologize to you? I will forever stand by my words. Do you deserve it?" Tang San, from the Lamba Academy, interjects, Do you not see that my leap was a declaration of intent? Shui you towards a declaration? What intent remains for you? Is it the unwavering loyalty to the Tang sect? Or perhaps the notion that, despite flouting its rules, you still harbor love for it? Spare me the farce. A true devotee would never lead the charge in disregarding their sect's regulations. Shui Binger adds, and that is not all. You repeatedly claim that everything you possess is granted by the Tang sect, including your very life. In such a context, what right do you have to terminate your own existence? Du Guyan from the Tiando Royal Academy asserts, there is no need for us to engage in such lengthy discourse with Tang San. He is incapable of comprehending it. His actions reveal that his thought processes are unlike those of a rational individual. In fact, upon first viewing him in the comparison video, I felt an inexplicable urge to distance myself from him. Tang San protests, you all understand nothing. From the original Douluo world, Tang San of Shrek Academy size. Let be. What is there to discuss with those who harbor bias against us? In any case, our paths shall not intertwine with theirs. Shui Yueya remarks, truly, those devoid of shame are invincible. As the discussions unfold, the voice from the comparison video gradually resonates. The third comparison video concludes. Based on the collective acknowledgement from all beings who viewed the comparison video across both worlds, the ultimate victor of the third comparison is Shun Sanxiong. Below are the vote counts for the two protagonists. In the variant Dalu world, Shun Sanxiong received 431, 241, 0, 18 votes. In the original Douluo world, Tang San received 3 votes. The rewards for the protagonists from the comparison video are now to be announced. First, the rewards for the victor. Shun Sanxiong from the variant Douluo world. Reward 1, 10 cross-boundary symbol fragments. Reward 2, a self-selected soul ring of 100,000 years. Reward 3, the first 5 volumes of the original True Solution. Reward 4, 100,000 points in comparison video credits. The rewards for the victor, Shun Sanxiong, have been distributed. Now, the rewards for the defeated Tang San are as follows. Reward 1, 1 cross-boundary symbol fragment. Reward 2, a self-selected soul ring of 10 years. Reward 3, a volume of the Sunflower Manual. Reward 4, 10 points in comparison video credits. The rewards for the defeated Tang San have been distributed. We will now draw 10 lucky names. Each lucky recipient will receive 100,000 comparison video credits. The lucky names are Shui Binger from the variant Douluo world, Shui Wearer from the variant Douluo world, Hulaina from the variant Douluo world, by Chunxiang from the variant Douluo world, Ning Rongrong from the variant Douluo world, Feng Xiaodian from the variant Douluo world, Mengda from the variant Douluo world, Lu Huangshu from the variant Douluo world, Jian Wei from the variant Douluo world, Pan Yinlian from the variant Douluo world. This comparison video has concluded. Shui Yuer exclaims, haha, did you see that? Last time Tang San garnered 4 votes, yet this time he only received 3. I wonder which of his 4 supporters defected. Huo Wu from the Chihua Academy responds, that is already quite generous. I initially believed Tang San would be lucky to retain even 2 votes. After all, based on the content presented in this comparison video, one could argue whether he even qualifies as the child of his parents in this world. Yao Zi from the Plan Academy speculates. Perhaps the missing vote was from one of Tang San's fathers in one of those worlds. Shui Yue dismisses et. Regardless. A worthless individual like Tang San will inevitably face abandonment by all. Bai Chunxiang, the young leader of the Min clan, inquires, Director Lu Erlong, does your Lamba Academy still accept new students? Director Lu Erlong of Lamba Academy affirms, yes, we do. Bai Chunxiang asks, if I were to join Lamba Academy, would I be able to cultivate the original True Solution? Director Lu Erlong responds, wait a moment. I will consult Shun Sanxiong. Chapter 104. By Chunxiang's decision, the Titan Unleashed. At Lamba Academy, Lu Erlong turns to Shun Sanxiong, who is perusing the original True Solution, and asks, what is your opinion on Bai Chunxiang's inquiry? Shun Sanxiong closes the original True Solution and states, Bai Chunxiang, if you wish to cultivate the original True Solution, there are 2 options. The first is to become a main team member in our Lamba Academy's elite competition. However, this option only grants access to the techniques of the first 3 volumes of the original True Solution. The second option is to become an inner disciple of our Lamba Academy. This option comes with no restrictions. And should I later acquire the subsequent volumes of the original True Solution, they will be accessible to all inner disciples. Shui exclaims, "Wow. The treatment offered to members of the main team at Lamba Academy is truly exceptional." Suddenly, I find that the 100,000 years of self-selected soul bone in my hand has lost its allure. In the variant Douluo world, the fiery dance of Huo Wu and Shui wear at the Qihua Academy, you can flaunt your soul bone all you want. However, on another note, becoming a member of the main team at Lamba Academy grants one access to the first 3 volumes of the original True Solution, which is indeed an unparalleled privilege. To speak plainly, if one manages to cultivate these first 3 volumes of the original True Solution, those so-called gods on Douluo continent would amount to nothing. In the variant Douluo world, at the Tiando Royal Academy, Devi Yen states, "In truth, there is no need to reach the 3rd volume. Simply perfecting the first volume to its utmost can allow one to stride confidently across the Douluo continent. Take my grandfather, titled his strength is merely 1,000 gene, yet the limit of power in the first volume of the original True Solution, the blood transformation realm, is a staggering 100,000 gene. I believe, with a punch delivering a force of 100,000 gene, even those demigod-level powerhouses at the pinnacle of soul masters would be left unrecognizable." In the variant Douluo world, Poisoned Tugabo agrees. That seems about right. After all, if the chrysanthemum Doa from the Spirit Hall were to receive a punch of 100,000 gene, his charming visage would surely be marred. The chrysanthemum Doa, Yuguan, rebuts, "Do you think I am foolish? Instead of considering how to evade the attack, you suggest taking it on the face." The leader of the Min family, by he, addresses Shun Gongzi. "I wonder what implications your 2 choices hold." By he is well aware of his granddaughter's long-held dream, and he is now taking the initiative to engage in the conversation. Shun Sangxiong replies, "If one merely aspires to join the main team of the Lamba Academy elite competition, they may leave the academy at any time upon graduation. However, one must ensure that the original True Solution or any other true methods are not taught to others. Otherwise, I shall personally eliminate the families of both the giver and receiver, as well as those who remain silent." As for the alternative choice, as I mentioned before, joining the inner court of Lamba Academy is akin to entering a sect. Members would receive unlimited resources for training, but would forever remain within the inner court of Lamba Academy. Baihe then inquires, if Xiaogang chooses to join the inner court of Lamba Academy, does that imply that the Min family would also become part of the academy once she inherits it? Shun Sangxiong responds, "Should that day come, Bai Qinxiang will indeed become the head of the Min Hall within the inner court of Lamba Academy. Naturally, the inner court will not interfere in the internal affairs of the Min Hall, but must be obeyed by it. To put it simply, it would be akin to the relationship between your single attribute 4 clans and the previous Haotian sect." Baihe asks, "Can members of the Min Hall cultivate the original True Solution or other true methods?" Shun Sangxiong replies, "Once officially part of the Min Hall, all members, except for the Hall Master, will have access to the cultivation methods of the first 3 volumes of the original True Solution. However, this is a temporary rule. Should I obtain the subsequent volumes of the original True Solution, adjustments may be made. Nonetheless, the guarantee of access to the first 3 volumes will remain unchanged." Baihe concludes, "We, the Min family, need to deliberate on this." Shun Sangxiong consents. The young clan leader of the Min family, Bai Chunxiang, chimes in, "Grandfather, there is no need for deliberation. I have already set out. I will first join the inner core of Lamba Academy to see if it truly suits our Min family. If it does, joining will pose no problem." Baihe sighs, "This girl, very well. Since you have made this decision, I shall abide by it, as you will eventually be responsible for the Min family." Titan, the leader of the Li family, interjects, "Oh, Bai, this simply cannot be." Although Titan's grandson studies at Lamba Academy, he still leans towards Tang Hao, believing that their single attribute 4 clans are subordinate to him. Seeing Baihe showing signs of rebellion, he is naturally unwilling. Baihe responds, "What is the problem? Xiaogang is the future leader of the Min family. She is entitled to make her own choices. But he knows Titan admires Tang Hao and has never blamed him for the harm caused to their single attribute 4 clans. But he is unaware that Titan has always regarded their clans as Tang Hao's. Titan insists, our single attribute 4 clans have always been intertwined. How can you unilaterally make such a significant decision? Ultimately, Titan does not dare to mention Tang Hao in front of everyone, resorting to other excuses. Yang Wudi, leader of the Pa family, states, it's fine, I support Old Bai. Niu Gao, leader of the Yu family, adds, I also support Old Bai. Titan, frustrated, exclaims, you all. Seeing the other 2 old friends backing Bai He's decision, Titan is deeply vexed. However, before he can concoct a better excuse to counter the 3, his grandson, Tai Long, delivers an unexpected blow. At Lamba Academy, Tai Long states, Grandfather, I also believe joining Lamba Academy is quite favorable. After observing the comparison between Shun Sangxiong and Tang San's past and present, Tai Long's mindset has undergone a complete transformation. Titan responds, Little monkey, silence. As the time grows late, the gathering is dismissed. Meanwhile, Shun Sangxiong, ignoring Titan's ongoing banter in the commentary section, waves his hand, disbanding the team. Tai Long approaches Shun Sangxiong with a fawning expression. Senior Shun, may I join the inner court? Shun Sangxiong replies, First, persuade your grandfather. He does not refuse, willing to offer them a chance, as long as the Li family can reconsider their stance and not entangle themselves with Tang San. Assured of fulfilling the task, Tai Long slaps his mouth and quickly heads towards the school gate. Ning Rongrong, filled with eagerness, approaches Shun Sangxiong, asking, when can I obtain the original true solution? Shun Sangxiong thinks for a moment, suggesting, after dinner, come to the hut on the back mountain and recite it slowly. Ning Rongrong, pouting in reluctance, protests, what? I have to recite it? Can I just copy it down directly? Shun Sangxiong responds, you may copy it if you wish, but you must do it yourself. I will not assist you. Rest assured, with the protection of comparative videos, I am not concerned about anyone attempting to seize the original true solution manuscript from Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, after some contemplation, concludes that copying it would indeed be much simpler than memorizing it, and thus agrees. By the way, Zhu Qing, in the evening, you and Rongrong made your way to the mountain cabin, where I presented to you the first 3 chapters of the original true solution. Naturally, should you wish to take notes, do remember to bring your own paper and pen. Having settled Rongrong, Shun Sangxiong reminded Zhu Qing a few times. Thank you. Zhu Qing expressed her gratitude. No need to thank me. This is what you have earned through your own efforts, Shun Sangxiong replied, shaking his head. This was not merely a matter of courtesy. Rather, Shun Sangxiong disapproved of the Xingluo royal family and the Zhu clan, wishing to provide Zhu Qing with an opportunity for resistance. Of course, if one were to claim that there were no ulterior motives, Shun Sangxiong would merely smile and remain silent. Simultaneously, at the 7 Treasures glazed tile school in the first variant of the Douluo world, Feng Ji exclaimed, it seems we are indeed fortunate at the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. Rongrong has just joined the inner court of Lamba Academy and has already reaped such substantial benefits. Inside the conference hall, Sword Douluo Qinshin spoke with excitement. This is primarily due to Shun Sangxiong's generosity. If it were up to me, I would certainly not have revealed the original true solution. Bon Douluo Gu Rong candidly stated, although the original true solution may not be the most effective cultivation method in Shun Sangxiong's possession through analogous reasoning, others might still derive even more formidable cultivation techniques from it. In the end, no one could predict whether it would affect Shun Sangxiong's current unparalleled status. Since Shun Sangxiong was willing to share the original true solution, it indicated he was confident in maintaining control over the situation. I believe we should seriously discuss whether we ought to fully join Lamba Academy, Feng Ji suggested, having a broader perspective and deeper thoughts. I have no objections. Such matters are for you to decide. Feng Ji, Sword Douluo Qinshin shrugged, echoing the sentiment of Bon Douluo Gu Rong. In the first variant of the Douluo world, within the Spear Hall, what brings you here? Bibi Dong inquired, observing the procession of individuals entering the Hall of Offerings with a flicker of displeasure in her eyes. Given such a significant incident, are you not planning to take any action as the Pope? The second offering, Gold Crocodile Douluo, spoke bluntly, showing no concern for BB Dong's irritation. Are you after the original true solution? Upon hearing this, a sardonic smile crept onto BB Dong's face. She felt that these old fools had lost their minds in their pursuit of cultivation. Even without directly confronting Shun Sanqiong, one could discern his extraordinary strength from his ability to fell a 100,000-year-soul beast with a single strike. Yet these individuals were intent on provoking trouble with him. We are not foolish. Even if we could defeat Shun Sanqiong, we still have a protective barrier of the comparison video, which would prevent us from obtaining the original true solution. What we propose is to send a team to negotiate with Shun Sanqiong, striving to exchange for the original true solution. Let us not forget that Shun Sanqiong has a considerable fondness for our spirit hall. As long as the benefits are substantial enough, he may not refuse. Gold Crocodile Douluo paused for a moment. Moreover, I have heard that Yuegwan is currently with Tang-san. I hope you can order Yuegwan to bring Tang-san back. Thus, even if we do not acquire the original true solution from Shun Sanqiong, we can still obtain the Sunflower Manual from Tang-san. After speaking, Gold Crocodile Douluo fixed his gaze on BB Dong, awaiting her response. Meanwhile, Shun Sanqiong showed little interest in the actions of other factions. After handing the original true solution to the two women, he retreated into the adjacent room. Thus, the night passed in labor. At dawn, while Shun Sanqiong was still lost in dreams, a sudden knocking echoed from the door. "Senior Sanqiong, are you awake?" came the voice of Ning Rongrong. "I am awake. What is the matter?" Shun Sanqiong quickly donned his clothes and opened the door. "The girl named by Chunxiang has arrived. Dean Erlong sent me to call you." As she spoke, Ning Rongrong's gaze toward Shun Sanqiong bore a hint of peculiarity. That was quite prompt. "Let us go and have a look. She may, like you, become a core disciple of our Lamba Academy South Inner Court, and you both can familiarize yourselves with one another." Ignoring Ning Rongrong's strange expression, Shun Sanqiong nodded and spoke as they walked. Inside the office of the Lamba Academy Dean, Shun Sanqiong asked, "Have you made your decision? You should know that once you choose to join the Inner Court of Lamba Academy, there is no turning back. I have considered it thoroughly. If the Inner Court is unsuitable for our Min family, I can forego my position as clan leader. It will not affect the Min family in any significant way." Bai Qinxiang replied earnestly. "You're quite honest. I appreciate those who speak plainly. Very well. Since you have confirmed your desire to join the Inner Court of my Lamba Academy, I shall approve your application." Shun Sanqiong had a degree of trust in Bai Qinxiang's character. Although she was related to Tang Hao and Tang San, her approach was entirely distinct from theirs. "When will I be able to obtain the original true solution?" Upon receiving Shun Sanqiong's consent to join the Inner Court, Bai Qinxiang was eager to know. "Tonight, bring your own pen and paper to the mountain cabin to transcribe it. For now, it is the time for the elite competition team to train," Shun Sanqiong instructed. "All right." Bai Qinxiang nodded in resignation, acquiescing to the arrangement. Chapter 106. Tang San returns to seek the immortal herb in the training ground of the back mountain of Lamba Academy. Shun Sanqiong called out, "That's enough, Xiaogang. You may come down now." After assessing Bai Qinxiang's martial soul and soul skills, he halted her fluttering in the air. "Your martial soul, the sharp-tailed swift, possesses impressive speed, which is indeed your advantage. However, I must inquire, since your Min family martial soul lacks offensive soul skills, why not devise a strategy to compensate for the deficiencies of the sharp-tailed swift martial soul?" Noticing Bai Qinxiang's somewhat anxious gaze, Shun Sanqiong directly addressed the issues he observed. "We Min family are impoverished. We cannot afford high-grade soul bones, and we even struggle to purchase low-grade ones. Therefore, even if we wish to use soul bones to enhance our martial soul as shortcomings, it is simply unfeasible," Bai Qinxiang candidly admitted, despite her feelings of inferiority. "Surely, after so many years, you have not merely thought of using soul bones to address your martial soul's inadequacies, have you? Such a luxurious approach is something even a wealthy faction like the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would hesitate to consider," Shun Sanqiong said, placing a hand on his forehead in exasperation. "Senior Sanqiong is correct. We at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School are indeed affluent. yet providing each member with a set of soul bones is utterly unattainable. At this moment, Ning Rongrong, standing nearby, nodded in agreement with Shun Sanqiong's assertion. If soul bones are not an option, what alternatives are available? Bai Qinxiang did not question, but genuinely sought to know what other methods could be employed to compensate for the deficiencies of her Min family martial soul prior to the emergence of cultivation techniques. At this moment, not only was Bai Qinxiang gazing at Shun Sanqiong with confusion, but the others in the team also observed him with curious expressions, eager to see what solutions he could propose. Isn't this quite simple? Your Min family has maintained a harmonious relationship with the Leaf family for generations. Why not have the Leaf family forge a batch of superior quality daggers for you? Then, you can leverage the speed advantage of the sharp-tailed Swift to swiftly strike at your opponent's throat with those daggers. Shun Sanqiong rolled his eyes. From the original text, it is evident that Tang San's hidden weapons could breach divine defenses, and that weapons were prohibited in the Continental Elite competition. This indicates that a Soul Master's soul power does not provide protection against ordinary iron weapon attacks. Furthermore, disregarding Tang San's techniques with hidden weapons or any enhancements they may possess, this was merely a contrived advantage created for the narrative. Otherwise, all members of Tang San's side would have been eliminated by the formidable forces of the Spirit Hall. Is it not permissible then? Upon hearing this, Bai Qinxiang was momentarily stunned, then quickly donned an expression of disbelief. Why is it not permissible? Who decreed that one must defeat their opponent using soul ring techniques or soul bone abilities? Shun Sanqiong could now confirm that all individuals across the Douluo continent had, in some manner, been manipulated by the deities of the divine realm. Otherwise, the Min family, with its multitude of members, would certainly not overlook such a straightforward method. It appears that no such regulations have ever been established. On the other side, Bai Qinxiang scratched her head, frowning in contemplation for a while before hesitantly speaking. Let me handle the dagger matter. At this moment, Talon, who had been listening intently, felt that Shun Sanqiong's reasoning made sense and suddenly volunteered to take on the task of crafting daggers for Bai Qinxiang. If you require any rare materials in the process of forging the daggers, feel free to inform me. My 7th Glazed Tile School has an abundance of resources. Ning Rongrong also kindly chimed in. Thank you. Witnessing this, Bai Qinxiang was almost moved to tears. While she held a certain disdain for the Li family's unwavering loyalty to Tang Hao, it did not diminish her gratitude towards Talon for offering his assistance. Moreover, there was also Ning Rongrong, whom she had just met, willing to contribute precious metals from her family to aid in the crafting of daggers. Sanqiong, Tang San has returned. Could you perhaps grant him another opportunity to join the battle team, if only for my sake? It is not necessary for him to enter the main team immediately. He could simply train alongside Mu Bai and the others. Just as the atmosphere on site was growing increasingly pleasant, Flinder arrived with Tang San and awkwardly inquired, "Wasn't he training with Yu Xiaogang? Did Yu Xiaogang consent to this?" Shun Sanqiong neither agreed nor disagreed. During team training, Tang San may join you. However, when the team disperses for free activities, Xiaogang will begin to instruct Tang San, Flinder said. That's fine. Tang San can train with the team. However, I must make it abundantly clear that if he disobeys, I will not hesitate to discipline him. Shun Sanqiong anticipated that Tang San likely had some ulterior motives regarding his relationship with Yu Xiaogang, yet having him nearby would facilitate Shun Sanqiong's plans to outmaneuver Tang San, who otherwise might elude him. Rest assured, Tang San has always been quite obedient. Upon saying this, Flinder suddenly remembered that Tang San's true identity had been exposed in the comparative videos, revealing that he was no longer the innocent persona he once pretended to be. And he awkwardly chuckled. Tang San, I have observed the martial souls and combat styles of the others. Now that you wish to join the training, it is time for you to showcase your martial soul and fighting style. Shun Sanqiong ignored Flinder's embarrassment and addressed Tang San directly. In response, Flinder showed no intention of lingering and, after exchanging farewells with the original Shrek team, left the training ground. In the evening, Dalu, do you know how Ning Rongrong's martial soul evolved from the 7th Glazed Tile to the 9th Glazed Tile? After a day's training, Tang San discreetly pulled Dai Mubai to a secluded spot to inquire about the evolution of Ning Rongrong's martial soul. That's a long story. Dai Mubai glanced around to ensure no one else was present before recounting the events that transpired in the Sunset Forest when Shen Sangxiong brought them there. Is that true? Although Tang Xin asked this, his heart was already fully convinced. After all, he found it hard to believe that Dai Mubai would possess knowledge of such rare herbs. The only explanation was that Dai Mubai had indeed witnessed it firsthand. This cannot be false. If you do not believe me, you can ask the fatty and Xiao Ao. If not for Tang San's potential usefulness, Dai Mubai would have wanted to sever ties with him. While he was not a paragon of virtue, he at least had some principles, unlike Tang San, who was a self-serving, unprincipled opportunist. Dai Lauda, please do not be angry. I am simply too shocked and wanted to confirm if I had misheard. How about this? You take me to the place in the Sunset Forest where the celestial herbs grow. Once I obtain the celestial herbs, I will share with you the most suitable one for you. What do you think? With his true identity already exposed in the comparison videos, Tang Xin felt no need to maintain his facade any longer. One herb is too few. I recall that Shen Sangxiong left behind many celestial herbs in that location. Dai Mubai shook his head. A person can only consume one celestial herb in their lifetime. Even if you were to receive several, it would be of no use. Moreover, I do not intend to take many celestial herbs. I will only take one that is useful for me and one that is beneficial for my teacher. Then I will stop. Tang San, inwardly infuriated by Dai Mubai's greed, maintained a facade of calmness as he attempted to persuade him. Do you truly believe that? Dai Mubai scoffed. Those celestial herbs belong to Shen Sangxiong. If I were to take too many, he would undoubtedly pursue the matter relentlessly. However, if I only take 3, even if Shen Sangxiong notices that 3 herbs are missing, I doubt he would choose to make a scene over it. Tang San's reasoning was sound. Very well then. Dai Mubai appeared to accept Tang San's words, while secretly thinking that he was merely guiding the way, and if Shen Sangxiong discovered the truth later, he could easily shift the blame onto Tang San. Let's depart at once. Seeing that Dai Mubai had finally acquiesced, and to prevent any potential complications, Tang San urged him to head outside the school. Meanwhile, in the office of the Blue Tyrant Academy's principal, Erlong, where have you been? Why did it take you so long to return? I have been waiting for you until now. Seated upon the sofa, upon seeing Lu Erlong entering through the door, Yu Xiaogang adopted a stern demeanor and inquired with displeasure, "What brings you here?" Noticing Yu Xiaogang in his office, Lu Erlong refrained from closing the door or stepping inside. Instead, he crossed his arms and coldly responded, "Can you come in and close the door?" Yu Xiaogang, failing to recognize the change in Lu Erlong, remained seated and issued commands as if to an elder. In truth, he had never entertained the notion that Lu Erlong would reject him. Following the previous discord between them, he had directly taken Tang San away for some time. This was partly due to the arrival of Zhu Douluo in Tiando City, providing him with a free assistant, and partly because Yu Xiaogang intended to issue a warning to Lu Erlong, conveying that should Lu Erlong incite his displeasure, he could readily seek out the Wuhuan Temple, or even Bibi Dong herself. He believed that the fact he and Tang San had brazenly entered the Wuhuan branch in Tiando City would be easily traceable by Lu Erlong if he so desired. Speak plainly about your business. I am quite busy. Unfortunately for Yu Xiaogang, Lu Erlong did not exhibit the submissiveness he had anticipated. Instead, he spoke in a detached tone. What is this attitude? Is there anything more pressing than my affairs? Yu Xiaogang slammed his hand on the table. This time, Yu Xiaogang was genuinely furious. He felt that Lu Erlong was in need of a lesson. He had already refrained from blaming her for her previous insolent behavior against him. But her lack of gratitude and subsequent escalation was intolerable. Upon witnessing Yu Xiaogang daring to strike the table before him, Lu Erlong swiftly advanced, seizing Yu Xiaogang by the collar, as if he were a mere rag doll, and hurled him out of the office. You! Staring in disbelief at the abruptly closed door of the dean's office, Yu Xiaogang remained in shock for several minutes before regaining his composure. Lu Erlong, you will regret today's actions. He vowed silently, enduring intense pain as he rose and limped towards his own room. Only then did he truly comprehend that Lu Erlong had changed beyond recognition. Meanwhile, several hours later, riding swiftly, Tang San and Dai Mubai finally arrive at the outskirts of the poisonous mist circle at the center of the setting sun forest. Is this the place? Gazing at the swirling gray fog before him, an insatiable greed flickered in Tang San's eyes. Yes, this is indeed the place. But how do you intend to enter? It is crucial to note that this poisonous mist was laid down by the poison Douluo, a title Dalu. If you charge in recklessly, you may very well lose your life. Unbeknownst to Dai Mubai, while the shape and color of the poisonous mist appeared unchanged since his first visit, some rather intriguing alterations had been made during their departure with Shun Sangqiong. You need not concern yourself with that. Since I dare to come, I naturally have my methods. Now, I shall proceed. You can wait here. Once I emerge, we shall return overnight, thereby minimizing the chances of Shun Sangqiong discovering anything amiss. With that, Tang San ingested his self-prepared antidote powder and activated his Xian Tiangong for protection, confidently stepping into the poisonous mist. If you do not want me to accompany you, all the better. Dai Mubai had intended to minimize his involvement in this matter, and Tang San's decision aligned perfectly with his wishes. However, before Dai Mubai could find a place to sit, a lithe figure leapt forth from a mist, lunging at him before he could react. This was soon followed by the sounds of Dai Mubai's furious curses and the desperate cries of Xiao Wu. Ultimately, amidst Dai Mubai's earth-shattering wails, the sounds of commotion echoed throughout the scene. How tragic! It was likely that Dai Mubai would carry this shadow for the rest of his life. At that moment, Shun Sangqiong, who had been secretly following Tang San and Dai Mubai, observed the unsightly scene below and took out a crystal recording stone to begin documenting the event, all the while reveling in their misfortune. 3 hours later, Dai Mubai, regaining consciousness, found himself staring at the equally unconscious Tang San not far away. Gritting his teeth to suppress his discomfort, he kicked Tang San away. However, this action also aggravated his wounds, causing him to gasp in pain, which took some time to subside. After approximately half an hour, Dai Mubai felt considerably better and forced himself to stand, limping toward the Tang San he had just kicked. At this moment, his eyes were filled with fury, and upon reaching Tang San's side, he wasted no time in delivering a flurry of punches and kicks to the still unconscious boy. Soon, Tang San's visage transformed dramatically under Dai Mubai's assault. Did you not claim you had a way to enter? Did you not say that if I guided you, you would handle everything else? Were you not confident in yourself? After a while, Dai Mubai grew fatigued, standing to the side, panting while gritting his teeth. Tang San, as the third prince of the Xingluo Empire, I have never suffered such a significant loss or humiliation. You're the first to dare treat me this way. But do not worry. I shall not take advantage of your unconsciousness to harm you. That would be too lenient. I intend for you to suffer for a lifetime. With that, Dai Mubai's gaze turned icy as he summoned all his strength and delivered a fierce kick to Tang San's vital area. Instantly, a scream far more pitiful than Dai Mubai's rang out through the forest. Witnessing this unexpected turn of events, Shun Sangqiong, who had been observing the spectacle from above, widened his eyes in astonishment. Initially, he had intended merely to annoy Tang San, allowing him to experience the thrill of battling against beasts. However, he had not anticipated that this grand performance would be interrupted by the misfortune of Dai Mubai. Even more surprising was that Dai Mubai was so ruthless that he had driven Tang San into a state of despair. Dai Mubai, how did you and Tang San end up here? What is going on? At this juncture, Shun Sangqiong realized it was time to reveal himself. Thus, as Dai Mubai prepared to flee, he descended from above, feigning a look of astonishment. Shun, Senior. Upon seeing Shun Sangqiong's sudden arrival, Dai Mubai was immediately flustered. How could he explain this? Regardless of the incident involving Tang San or their purpose for coming here, he could not disclose any of it. Otherwise, the former would perish, and the latter would be crushed by Shun Sangqiong. How could Tang San sustain such grave injuries? It cannot possibly be your doing, can it? Otherwise, when I questioned you earlier, why did you appear so flustered and unable to answer my inquiries? With a look of concern, Shun Sangqiong approached Tang San, furrowing his brow as he inquired. It was not me. Everyone within the Shrek Academy knows that while my soul power level surpasses Tang San's, should it come to a confrontation, I would not stand a chance against him. At this juncture, Dai Mubai felt an overwhelming sense of regret. He lamented that his previous lack of diligence and cultivation had led to this predicament. Had he been stronger than Tang San, he would not have been outdone this time. Are you truly innocent in this matter? Shen Sangxiong asked, skepticism etched across his face. I assure you, it was not me, Dai Mubai replied, shaking his head. He understood the effects of that particular poison. Once afflicted, the victim would be unaware of the assailant's identity. Therefore, as long as he denied involvement, no one could provide evidence of his culpability. Let's move on. Tang San is gravely injured. We must transport him for treatment. As for who is responsible, we shall ascertain that once Tang San regains consciousness. After speaking, Shan Sangxiong instructed Dai Mubai to ride alongside Tang San on one horse while he mounted another, hastening toward Lamba Academy. Despite his reluctance, Dai Mubai, wishing to avoid drawing suspicion, suppressed his discomfort and nausea, holding Tang San as they rode after Shen Sangxiong. In the infirmary of Lamba Academy, the physician assessed Tang San's injuries, noting that while his other wounds were minor and would heal with rest, the critical issue lay in the damage to a specific area. If left untreated, it could lead to complications throughout his entire body. Physician, is there truly no way to assist this child? He is but 13 years old. Without that part, how will he live in the future? Flinder glanced at the stunned Xiaogang and felt compelled to speak up. It is not that I wish to refrain from helping, but rather that I am unable to do so, the physician replied, shaking his head in resignation. It is ludicrous. The situation is dire, and my options are limited. Sangxiong, do you have no means of assistance? Flinder turned to Shen Sangxiong, aware that his abilities might provide a solution. I'm merely a title Dalu, not the Celestial Emperor from the comparison videos. Shen Sangxiong responded, his expression devoid of emotion. Alas, hearing that even Shen Sangxiong was powerless, Flinder sighed deeply and fell silent. For him, Shen Sangxiong represented the last flicker of hope. If even he could not devise a remedy for Tang San, Flinder could scarcely imagine who else might. You must decide whether to treat this student's injury quickly. Delays could place his life at risk, the physician urged, noting the silence that had enveloped the room. We are merely his teachers and lack the authority to make such decisions. Perhaps we should summon Xiao Wu to decide? After all, she is Tang San's sister. A relative of sorts, Flinder suggested, albeit reluctantly. What a preposterous idea. Can you truly expect a young girl to make such a decision? Flinder, it seems you are regressing with age, retorted Lu Erlong, shooting him a disapproving glare. Chapter 109. Tang How appears Shen Sangxiong. What has transpired? Why has Tang San ended up like this? As the group fell into silence again, due to Lu Erlong's discontent, Yu Xiaogang seemed to snap back to reality and turned angrily towards Shen Sangxiong, who was seated calmly sipping tea. How would I know? When I encountered Tang San and Dai Mubai in the Sunset Forest, Tang San was already in this state, Shen Sangxiong replied, signaling for Lu Erlong to remain quiet before continuing. Dai Mubai, come here. I have questions for you. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang redirected his scrutiny toward Dai Mubai. Master, what do you require of me? Yu Xiaojiang's voice was loud enough to alert those waiting outside, including the entire battle team, who followed Dai Mubai into the room, eager to learn what had happened. I ask you, how did Tang San sustain injuries in that area? Yu Xiaojiang's gaze was icy as he locked on a Dai Mubai. It happened thus. Yesterday evening, Tang San suddenly approached me, inquiring why Ning Rongrong's martial soul evolved from the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda to the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. I thought it was not a secret, so I explained that Ning Rongrong's soul had evolved after consuming an immortal herb. To my surprise, upon hearing this, Tang San expressed a desire to gather those immortal herbs and promised that if I guided him, he would share one with me afterward. I allowed my greed to overtake me and agreed. Subsequently, we arrived at the location shrouded in toxic mist, where he instructed me to wait outside while he ventured in alone. I did not think much of it and intended to sit down and wait. However, before I could settle, a shadow ambushed me. After that, I remember nothing. The highest form of deception lies in blending truth with a single falsehood. And for someone as skilled in flattery as Dai Mubai, this was not a challenge. Moreover, the events had transpired long ago, allowing him ample time to compose a series of countermeasures. So that is the case. No wonder you and Tang San were found in the heart of the sunset forest. Shun Sangxiong realized. Senior Shun, I apologize. Dai Mubai feigned a remorseful demeanor. Let go. It is only natural to be tempted by the allure of immortal herbs. However, I trust this will be the last instance. Otherwise, you shall face dual penalties. Considering Dai Mubai's actions toward Tang San, Shun Sangxiong waved his hand, generously declaring this matter resolved for now. Thank you, Senior Shun. I assure you, I will never again entertain thoughts of those immortal herbs. Dai Mubai feigned gratitude, tears welling in his eyes. Was it you who caused Tang San to end up like this? At this moment, Yu Xiaogang redirected his accusatory gaze back toward Shun Sangxiong. It is not that Yu Xiaogang places his trust in Dai Mubai, but rather he is acutely aware that Dai Mubai is simply no match for Tang San. Should the two engage in a confrontation, it is Dai Mubai who would find himself incapacitated. Haha, if I were indeed responsible, what could you possibly do? Shun Sangxiong scoffed. This left Yu Xiaogang momentarily speechless. As Shun Sangxiong stated, if he were indeed the perpetrator, what could Yu Xiaogang do about it? If it were anyone else, even other titled law, he would dare to utilize the power of the Spirit Hall to exact a price from them. However, when it comes to Shun Sangxiong, Yu Xiaogang distinctly remembers the words of Zhu Deyueguan when he departed. Do not provoke Shun Sangxiong, lest the Spirit Hall be unable to protect you. Very well. Let us now discuss how to address the issue concerning Tang San. The physician is still waiting. Observing Yu Xiaogangs compliance, Shun Sangxiong ceased to engage with him further. Senior Shun, has something happened to Tang San? Given Shun Sangxiong's demeanor, it appeared that Tang San might be facing a grave predicament. Xiao Wu, who had been standing expressionless beside Tang San since entering, finally inquired, driven by past affections. You all may exit. This matter is best handled by us. Casting a glance at Shun Sangxiong, who intended to speak candidly, Lu Erlong promptly ushered out the other team members along with Shun Sangxiong, leaving only Tang San behind. Meanwhile, as Shun Sangxiong and the team departed the infirmary, Yu Xiaogang halted the discussions among the others and initiated a barrage of messages in the comment section. Variant Douluo World, Lamba Academy Yu Xiaogang. Is His Holiness the Pope present? In the presence of outsiders, Yu Xiaogang was quite self-aware and refrained from directly addressing Bibi Dong by name. Variant Douluo World, Spirit Hall, Pope Bibi Dong. What can I assist you with, Elder Yu? Variant Douluo World, Lamba Academy Yu Xiaogang. My disciple has sustained severe injuries. I wonder if His Holiness could dispatch several high-ranking healing soul masters to Lamba Academy to treat him. Upon receiving an instantaneous reply from Bibi Dong, Yu Xiaogang's earlier despondency dissipated, replaced by a sense of pride. Variant Douluo World, Spirit Hall, Pope Bibi Dong. Your disciple is injured? Who is responsible for this? Variant Douluo World, Lamba Academy, Yu Xiaogang. The identity of the assailant is currently unknown. In truth, Yu Xiaogang yearned to disclose that it was Shun Sangxiong, but he ultimately refrained. After all, he was uncertain whether the Spirit Hall could triumph over Shun Sangxiong. Yet he was certain that he would be met with a warm reception from Shun Sangxiong should he speak such words. Variant Douluo World, Spirit Hall, Pope Bibi Dong. Where did your disciple sustain these injuries? The Spirit Hall shall provide you with an explanation. Variant Douluo World, Lamba Academy Yu Xiaogang, in the Sunset Forest. For now, let's not dwell on that. Please send several high-ranking healing soul masters at once. Yu Xiaogang, feeling somewhat vexed, wondered why Bibi Dong failed to prioritize the urgency of the situation. Variant Douluo World, Spirit Hall, Pope Bibi Dong, understood. The high-ranking healing soul masters will arrive at Lamba Academy by nightfall at the latest. Variant Douluo World, Lamba Academy Yu Xiaogang. Thank you, Your Holiness. Yu Xiaogang exhaled in relief. At this moment, unbeknownst to everyone, upon witnessing the exchange between Yu Xiaogang and Bibi Dong in the comment section, Tang Hao abruptly abandoned all his current tasks and hastened towards Lamba Academy, arriving at its gates in just an hour. Chapter 110. Xiao Wu's Anomaly. Tang Hao's Fury. Senior Xiaogang, has Tang San's battle spirit artifact malfunctioned? Meanwhile, en route to the training grounds at the back mountain, Ning Rongrong broke the silence among the group. It is too early to say. Have you not seen that Xiaogang is still trying to find a solution in the comment section? Shen Sangxiong pointed at the barrage on the large screen above. To be fair, Ning Rongrong truly lived up to her reputation as the little witch. Her remarks could sometimes leave even Shen Sangxiong at a loss, were it not for the knowledge that Ning Rongrong merely spoke in jest. Shen Sangxiong might have hesitated to approach her. Haha, with such a level of expertise, Xiaogang dares to call himself a master. When it comes to healing, the Jiao Haidang family has always held the top rank. Yet here he is, seeking assistance from the Spirit Hall. What high-ranking healing soul masters could they possibly have that would surpass those of our seven-treasure glazed tile sect? It seems that with Xiaogang's help, Tang San is truly doomed. Ning Rongrong unabashedly expressed her schadenfreude. Ning Rongrong, since you are aware that the so-called Jiao Haidang family should be sought for treating Tang San, why did you not mention it while in the room? Oscar could not resist interjecting. Why should I? What happens to Tang San is of no concern to me. Besides, it is common knowledge among the spirit master community across the Douluo continent that for treating severe injuries, one should seek out the Jiao Haidang family. If Xiaogang is unaware of this, who can he blame? Previously, Ning Rongrong had held a considerable interest in Tang San's hidden weapons, often having to show him some favor to acquire them. However, now that she had already obtained the handwritten manuscripts of the first 5 chapters of the original True Solution from Shen Sangxiong, Tang San's hidden weapons had lost their allure. Under such circumstances, she had no intention of compromising herself for the sake of her sex members possessing the 7-treasure, glazed tile, martial soul, allowing them to have means of self-defense. The changes in Ning Rongrong's thoughts were unbeknownst to Oscar. Observing Ning Rongrong's reckless behavior devoid of any sense of teamwork, Oscar could not help but frown and state, regardless of the situation, Tang San is still our teammate. TCH. In response, Ning Rongrong cast Oscar a significant eye roll, instantly dealing a blow to his already fragile pride. Senior Shun, what are you doing in the Sunset Forest at this late hour? At that moment, Xiao Wu suddenly inquired. I intended to gather a suitable immortal herb for Xiangxiang. However, given the circumstances, I was unable to venture in and collect it. As Shen Sangxiong spoke, he glanced at Xiao Wu, curious about her current demeanor. Logically, given that Tang San had been rendered incapacitated, Xiao Wu, the White Rabbit, should have been in a state of frenzy. Yet, inexplicably, since witnessing Tang San's plight in the room, she had maintained a calm demeanor throughout their journey. Oh! Upon hearing Shen Sangxiong's words, Xiao Wu frowned slightly and nodded in a subdued manner. Xiao Wu, considering what has happened to Tang San, shouldn't you exhibit some reaction? He is your brother, after all. This prompted Shen Sangxiong's curiosity to deepen. Xiao Wu's current demeanor was entirely incongruent with her character. It was as if she were no longer the Xiao Wu he knew. He distinctly remembered that in the original narrative, when Tang San faced off against the 2 brothers in the blacksmith shop, Xiao Wu was ready to unleash her fury simply because they had nearly harmed Tang San. My martial soul is merely a rabbit. Even if I worry for Tang San, there is little I can do. Xiao Wu fell silent for several moments before responding. As Shen Sangxiong was about to express his thoughts, a sudden, formidable aura emanated from the direction of the infirmary behind him. You all should retreat to the training ground on the back mountain, he commanded. His countenance darkened considerably, having scanned the area with his spiritual awareness and discovered that it was Tang Hao, this reckless individual, who was causing the disturbance, dismissing him entirely. The members of the team nodded in agreement, sensing the overwhelming presence, and thus refrained from lingering nearby. Why are you still here? Upon observing that everyone hastily departed, only Xiao Wu remained, drawing closer to him with evident anxiety. Shen Sangxiong felt puzzled. I believe it would be safer for you to stay by my side with that title all around, Xiao Wu asserted. Did I not provide you with a necklace to mask your soul beast's aura? Do not worry. With this necklace, even if you were danced before BB Dong, she would remain oblivious to your true identity. Shen Sanxiong initially thought something was amiss with Xiao Wu, only to realize it was this. I shall accompany you. I promise not to cause you any trouble. As long as that title Dalu was not targeting her, Xiao Wu felt a semblance of confidence. After all, there were numerous ordinary students present. If they were unharmed while she faced danger, Xiao Wu would certainly question her existence. As you wish. Since Xiao Wu was insistent, Shen Sanxiong refrained from further protest. Ultimately, his primary concern was to protect the many students from harm, so he did not mind safeguarding Xiao Wu as well. Of course, the foremost reason was that the closer Xiao Wu stood by him, the greater the torment she could inflict upon Tang San, which delighted Shen Sanxiong immensely. Meanwhile, within the infirmary of Lamba Academy, Tang Hao, beneath the Haotian crown, exclaimed, "Do not be angry. I have summoned high-ranking healing soul masters from the Spear Hall. I am confident they will find a way to heal Tang San." Yu Xiaogang, supported by Flandra and Zhao Wujin, appeared on the verge of collapse under Tang Hao's oppressive aura. This is how you care for Tang San after I entrusted him to you? If he had merely sustained severe injuries, I would not be so concerned. But look at Tang San's current state. With each word, Tang Hao's fury intensified. Had it not been for Tang San's potential for recovery and the backing of Yu Xiaogang from the Spirit Hall and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, he might have resorted to violence. We will spare no effort in healing Tang San. Trust me, I desire his recovery more than you do, Yu Xiaogang asserted earnestly. No need. I know where to go for Tang San's treatment. Now, summon Dai Mubai and that Shen Sanxiong. I have questions for them. Tang Hao understood he could not frequently visit Tiando City, so he wished to resolve everything in one go. Oh, what is it that you wish to ask me? Just as Shen Sanxiong and Xiao Wu arrived at the infirmary entrance, they overheard Tang Hao's brazen intent to question him, eliciting a cold laugh from Shen Sanxiong. Chapter 111. Tang Hao's defeat and unconsciousness. Shen Sanxiong's dark humor more than 10 minutes later. How is this possible? You're clearly still a title Douluo at level 94. How can you be so formidable? Above Lamba Academy, Tang Hao spat blood, his aura waning rapidly. It is not my strength. Rather, you are too weak. Their conversation turned sour, as Shen Sanxiong had been thoroughly disgusted by Tang Hao's arrogance. In a fit of anger, he struck Tang Hao, sending him soaring from the infirmary to hover above Lamba Academy. Weak? Tang Hao found this notion laughable. You do not believe that the Spirit Hall has yet to apprehend you due to your prowess, do you? Shen Sanxiong rolled his eyes. Ha. It seems my absence for several years has nearly led people to forget my past achievements. Very well. Since that is the case, I shall demonstrate the true power of the Haotian Dalu. Ninth Spirit Ring, explode. Tang Hao, unaware that Bibi Dong had been secretly aiding him, was incensed by Shen Sanxiong's contempt. He did not truly believe that the reincarnated Shen Sanxiong, who had seemingly lost everything, could stand as a rival to him. The Haotian Dalu, capable of defeating a 95-level title Dalu with a single blow. Such arrogance was unfounded. Calmly observing as Tang Hao unleashed the cataclysmic energy from his ninth spirit ring towards him, Shen Sanxiong merely shook his head in indifference. Subsequently, before the astonished gazes of all present at Lamba Academy, he extended a single finger and effortlessly blocked Tang Hao's seemingly apocalyptic strike. Tang Hao spat blood once more. This time, he could no longer maintain his levitation and plummeted straight towards Lamba Academy below. Sanxiong, are you all right? The reputation of Tang Hao loomed large, and Lu Erlong naturally worried for Shen Sanxiong's safety. Though Shen Sanxiong appeared at ease, there was still a chance of danger. I am fine. If you do not believe me, take a look. Saying this, Shen Sanxiong wiggled his index finger in front of Lu Erlong. How annoying. It was unclear what thoughts Lu Erlong entertained upon seeing Shen Sanxiong's finger, but her face flushed slightly as she let out a soft exhale. Your Highness Sanxiong, may I request your clemency to allow me to take my second brother back for treatment? Rest assured, I, Yu Xian, shall compensate for any damages caused by my second brother to your esteemed academy. Just as Shen Sanxiong contemplated Lu Erlong's thoughts, a gentle yet graceful voice resonated from the entrance of Lamba Academy. Tang Hua, The interruption of his thoughts made Shun Sangxiong turn to see an ageless woman in palace attire standing there. Indeed, it is I. Tang Yuehua bowed respectfully to Shun Sangxiong. If you wish to take Tang Hao away, mere compensation will not suffice. Moreover, only an infirmary has been damaged. Lambo Academy is not in need of such funds. It is certainly not the time to release Tang Hao. After all, Shun Sangxiong still wished to confront Tang Hao in a manner befitting a husband before long. If Tang Hao were to perish now, how could he partake in such amusement? What compensation does your highness Sangxiong seek? I, Yuxian, shall do my utmost to procure it for you. It was only reasonable to negotiate. In truth, Tang Yuehua understood that relying solely on ordinary material compensation would not suffice to persuade Shun Sangxiong to release Tang Hao. What if I were to say, I desire you? Shun Sangxiong's mischievous nature resurfaced. Agreed, but only for one night. Tang Yuehua clenched her fist within her sleeve, yet she felt unable to abandon her second brother. As for seeking assistance from the Haotian sect, she did not even dare to entertain the thought. Not to mention that the members of the Haotian sect were no match for Shun Sangxiong. The elder's resentment towards her second brother was so profound that they would likely dismantle Tang Hao before Shun Sangxiong even had to intervene. Is this statement genuine? Tang Yuehua's willingness to go this far reminded Shun Sangxiong of whispers from his original world that suggested she harbored special feelings for Tang Hao. Initially uncertain, he now believed it to be nearly indisputable. Indeed, Tang Yuehua took a deep breath and said, "Very well, Tang Hao. You may take him away." Shun Sangxiong waved his hand dismissively. His primary focus was on dealing with Tang San, so as long as Tang San remained here awaiting his fate, that sufficed. Thank you, Your Excellency Sangxiong. Upon hearing Shun Sangxiong relent, Tang Yuehua felt an inexplicable mix of joy and sorrow. Ultimately, she managed to conjure a faint smile, expressed her gratitude, and had someone escort the unconscious Tang Hao away from Lanba Academy. Are you truly planning to seek out Tang Yuehua this evening for mischief? At that moment, Lu Erlong, seeing that the matter had been resolved, could not help but inquire. She wondered if Shun Sangxiong possessed some peculiar inclinations. After all, why was he so attentive to women of a more mature age? Certainly not. With that, Shun Sangxiong exchanged a few more words with Lu Erlong before departing with the astonished Xiao Wu towards the training ground on the back mountain. Simultaneously, shortly after the conclusion of Shun Sangxiong's battle with Tang Hao, all who had witnessed the confrontation in Heavendo City expressed their excitement through the barrage of comments on the grand screen. Anonymous from Variant Dual World. Brothers, I am utterly astounded. The Heavenly Emperor Sangxiong effortlessly blocked the attacks of the Haotian Douluo with just a single finger. You should have seen the spectacle. It was truly breathtaking. Anonymous from Variant Dual World. I witnessed it too. One can only say that the invincible Tang Hao before the Spirit Hall seemed no different from an ant in the presence of Lord Sangxiong. Shui Wearer from Tianshui Academy. Did Sangxiong brother engage in a battle with Tang Hao? Where did it occur? Why did I not see it? Anonymous from Variant Douluo World. They fought above Lanba Academy in Heavendo City. Naturally, you wouldn't be able to see it from Tianshui Academy. Shui Wearer from Tianshui Academy. I see. By the way, Sangxiong brother, you weren't injured, were you? Anonymous from Variant Douluo World. No. Shui Wearer from Tianshui Academy. That's a relief. Huo Wu from Chihua Academy. Where are you foolish? Didn't you see those comments stating that Shun Sangxiong blocked Tang Hao's attack with just a single finger? Shui Wearer from Tianshui Academy. I did see it. That is why I asked if Sangxiong brother's finger was injured. What did you think I was inquiring about? Chapter 112. The arrival of the positive spirit ranking list in the following days. Shun Sangxiong's extraordinary performance during his battle with Tang Hao generated considerable buzz among the common folk in both worlds, allowing all factions to gain a clearer understanding of his true strength. Consequently, while some merely observed the spectacle, such as various small to medium factions and numerous ordinary spectators, others, like Haotian Sect and Xinglua Empire, began to regard Shun Sangxiong as a potential threat and increase their vigilance. Likewise, some factions found themselves in a state of conflicted vigilance and desire for alliance, such as the Spear Hall, the Heaven Do Empire, and various large, prestigious spirit master academies. However, among them, the most troubled and perplexed was undoubtedly Tang Yuehuavuxian. That night, she had prepared everything, anticipating Shun Sanqiong's visit. Yet as dawn broke, she found herself still waiting, having seen neither hide nor hair of him. This left her so frustrated that she could hardly eat throughout the day. Moreover, the most agonizing part was that she could not confront Shun Sanqiong about his absence, fearing the implications of such a confrontation and how others might perceive her. Forget it. There's no need to dwell on this matter. He likely only spoke idly. She reasoned with herself. After all, how old is he and how old am I? It is improbable that he would find interest in someone of my age. With that thought, Tang Yuehua shifted her gaze from the direction of Lanba Academy. While she felt a sigh of relief, there was also a tinge of melancholy in her heart. This was not due to any romantic feelings for Shun Sanqiong, but rather a lament for her own lost youth. Thus, the tranquil days passed, one after another. One morning, while Shun Sanqiong was training the team members at the back mountain, as usual, the long silent comparison video finally stirred with new activity. Today, 2 lists would be announced: the positive spirit ranking list and the negative ranking list. Note, those listed on the positive spirit ranking list would receive rewards, while those on the negative ranking list would face consequences, with the enforcers receiving corresponding rewards. Anonymous from variant Douluo world. A new negative ranking list has emerged. Furthermore, those who take action against the individuals on this list can earn rewards. This truly involves the participation of the entire populace. This comparison video is like a second chance at life for me. Anonymous from variant Douluo world. You are overestimating the situation. The specifics remain uncertain. If the rewards for dealing with those on the negative ranking list turn out to be substantial, it is quite possible that all who appear on that list will be captured by the major factions and treated as experience fodder. In that case, we ordinary folks will only be left to envy from the sidelines. Anonymous from variant Douluo world. Let us set aside the negative ranking list for now. The upcoming positive spirit ranking list feels comparable to the previous talent ranking, doesn't it? After all, the quality of one's spirit essentially reflects one's innate talent. Anonymous from variant Douluo world. That is a fair point. Spirits are spirits, and talents are talents. While they are related, they are not entirely synonymous. If spirits could wholly represent one's talent, then all individuals possessing the same spirit on the Douluo continent would achieve similar accomplishments. Yet, as exemplified by the Lan Dian Ba Wang family, in 100 years, they have only produced one title Da, while the rest barely reached the soul Douluo level. As the discussions unfolded in the barrage, the comparison video's voice resonated once more, announcing the names of those listed on the positive spirit ranking list. 100th place, Zhang Fei from both worlds. Spirit, Shadow Cat. Identity, Principal of Tilly Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Current location, Tilly Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Reward, 1,000 year self-selected 4-limb soul bone gift package. 80th place, by Baoshan from both worlds. Spirit, Heavenly Star Furnace. Identity, Vice Chairman of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Current location, Heaven Do Royal Academy. Reward, 1 selection of a soul bone package with a duration of 21,000 years. Ranked 60th, Oscar of 2 worlds. Martial Soul, Sausage. Identity, Substitute member of the Lamba Shrek team. Current location, Lamba Academy. Reward, 1 selection of a soul bone package with a duration of 41,000 years. Ranked 40th, Ma Hongjun of 2 worlds. Martial Soul, Evil Fire Phoenix. Identity, Substitute member of the Lamba Shrek team. Current location, Lamba Academy. Reward, 1 selection of a soul bone package with a duration of 61,000 years. Ranked 20th, Yao Zi of 2 worlds. Martial Soul, Crimson Flame Thorn. Identity, Young Lady of the Yao family in Yao City. Current location, Plan Academy. Reward, 1 selection of a soul bone package with a duration of 81,000 years. Rank 19th, Zhu Zhuyun of 2 worlds. Martial Soul, Nether Spirit Cat. Identity, Young Lady of the Zhu family in Xingluo. Current location, Xingluo Royal Academy. Reward, 1 selection of a soul bone package with a duration of 82,000 years. Zhu Zhantian. head of the Zhu family in the variant Douluo world. It is peculiar that among several members of our Zhu family, only Zhu Yun received the reward. Comparison video. Even with identical martial souls, their qualities vary significantly. Zhu Zhuyun possesses the highest quality martial soul within the entire Zhu family. Zhu Zhantian, I see now. Ranked 18th, Davis of Two Worlds. Martial soul, White Tiger. Identity, the Crown Prince of the Xingluo Empire. Current location, Xingluo Royal Academy. Reward, one selection of a soul bone package with a duration of 83,000 years. Dai Xuanfeng, Emperor of the Xingluo Empire in the variant Douluo world. It is a pity that our ancestral martial soul ranks only 18th. Davis, Father, this is already quite impressive. The ancestral martial soul of the neighboring Tiando royal family, the Great White Goose, ranks only 99th. Dai Xianfeng, haha indeed. Dai Xuanfeng chuckled maliciously. Chapter 113. Tang Zhao's discontent with the ranking of the Haoyan Hammer Shuiyi, Emperor of the Tiando Empire in the variant Douluo world. What is there to be proud of? With so few of you in the Xingluo royal family, even if your martial soul ranks 18th, what significance does it hold? When our 100,000 swans charge, no matter how strong your tiger is, it will surely fall. Unnamed individual. The words of Emperor Shuiyi ring true. 100,000 swans, even if unable to defeat you, can surely overwhelm your few little tigers. Shuixing, Prince of the Tiando Empire in the variant Douluo world. This sounds like support for our Tiando Empire, yet it feels rather twisted. Ranked 15th, Shuei Wearer of Two Worlds. Martial soul, Azure Wave Dolphin. Identity, Young Lady of the Shuei family in Tianshui City. Current location, Tianshui Academy. Reward, one selection of a soul bone package with a duration of 86,000 years. Ranked 14th, Dugu Yin of Two Worlds. Martial soul, Phosphorescent Serpent. Identity, Young Lady of the Dugu family. Current location, Soto City Great Fighting Soul Arena. Reward, one selection of a soul bone package with a duration of 87,000 years. Ranked 13th, Feng Xiaodian of Two Worlds. Martial soul, Twin-Headed Demon Wolf. Identity, Young Master of the Feng family in Xiaogang City. Current location, Xiaogang Academy. Reward, one selection of a soul bone package with a duration of 88,000 years. Ranked 12th, Huowu of Two Worlds. Martial soul, Fire Shadow. Identity, Second Young Lady of the Hua family in Qihua City. Current location, Qihua Academy. Reward, one selection of a soul bone package with a duration of 89,000 years. Unnamed individual. It seems that the rankings in the martial soul list and the talent list greatly differ from many individuals appearing on both. Huowu from Qihua Academy. I cannot speak for others, but Shuei Wearer is undoubtedly low in the talent list due to her laziness. Shuei Wearer from Tianshui Academy. I have no grand ambitions. Why exert myself so diligently? Moreover, my parents currently manage family affairs. When they retire, I shall entrust the household responsibilities to my younger sister, Shuei Binger. Huowu from Qihua Academy. Shuei Binger is truly fortunate to have such a wonderful sister. Ranked 10th, Xiao Wu of Two Worlds. Martial soul, Softbone Rabbit. Identity, substitute member of the Lamba Shrek team. Current location, Lamba Academy. Tied for 10th, Hulaina of Two Worlds. Martial soul, Demon Fox. Identity, Saintess of the Spear Hall. Current location, Spear Hall. Reward, one selection of a soul bone package with a duration of 91,000 years. Tied for 10th, Gu Rome of Two Worlds. Martial soul, Bone Dragon. Identity, Elder of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Current location, Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Reward, one selection of a soul bone package with a duration of 91,000 years. Tied for 10th, Yuguan of Two Worlds. Martial soul, Marvelous Mushroom Chrysanthemum. Identity, Elder of the Spirit Hall. Current location, Spirit Hall. Reward, one selection of a soul bone package with a duration of 91,000 years. Tied for 10th, Gue Mei of Two Worlds. Martial soul, Enchantment. Identity, Elder of the Spirit Hall. Current location, Spirit Hall. Reward, one selection of a soul bone package with a duration of 91,000 years. Ranked 9th, Ning Fengji of Two Worlds. Martial Soul, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Identity, Sect Master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Current location, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Reward, 1 selection of a soul bone package with a duration of 92,000 years. Tied for 9th, UU Engine of 2 Worlds. Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Identity, Sect Master of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex Sect. Current location, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex Sect. Reward, 1 selection of a soul bone package with a duration of 92,000 years. Tied for 9th, Tang Sand of 2 Worlds. Martial Soul, Haotian Hammer. Identity, Substitute member of the Lamba Shrek team. Current location, Lamba Academy. Reward, a self-selected 4-limb soul bone package with a limit of 92,000 years. In the first variant Douluo world, the head of the Haotian sect, Tang Xiao, exclaimed, "Impossible! The Haotian hammer is renowned as the foremost weapon spirit. How could it be ranked 9th? The second high priest of the spirit hall in the first variant Douluo world, the golden crocodile, retorted, "The foremost weapon spirit? What a grantiest! If you dare, use your Haotian hammer to compete with the 7 killing sword and see who truly reigns supreme." Ning Rongrong, a core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy in the first variant Dual World, added, "Grandfather Jin's 7 killing sword spirit is indeed hailed as the foremost in offense." In the comparative video, it was stated that the Haotian hammer is regarded as the foremost weapon spirit not for its strength, but rather due to the multitude of its bearers. Should the number of those possessing the Haotian hammer ever dwindle to match that of the 7 killing sword or the 9 heart Tang, its reputation might not surpass that of the Broken One clan's Broken Soul Spear spirit. Yang Wudi, the clan leader of the Broken One clan in the first variant Dual World, acknowledged, "Thank you for the acknowledgement in the comparative video. However, this is the truth. If the soul power levels are the same, I am fully confident in defeating an opponent wielding the Haotian hammer." Tang Xiao, head of the Haotian sect, sighed alas. Since the comparative video has stated it, I must concede. 8th place, 2 Worlds Golden Crocodile. Spirit, Golden Crocodile King. Identity, Second High Priest of the Spear Hall. Current location, Spear Hall. Reward, a self-selected 4-limb soul bone package with a limit of 93,000 years. 8th place, tied 2 Worlds Shin Xian. Spirit, 7 Killing Sword. Identity, Elder of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Current location, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Reward, a self-selected 4-limb soul bone package with a limit of 93,000 years. 8th place, tied Dugabo from the first variant Douluo world. Spirit, 3-clawed Flood Dragon, ranked 8th due to incomplete evolution. Identity, head of the Dugu clan. Current location, Dugu clan. Reward, a self-selected 4-limb soul bone package with a limit of 93,000 years. Chapter 114. The confusion regarding the spirit ranking 7th place. 2 Worlds at Een. Spirit, Blue Silver Emperor. Identity, Blue Silver Emperor. Current location, a certain cave. Reward, a self-selected 4-limb soul bone package with a limit of 94,000 years. 6th place, 2 Worlds Bibidon. First Spirit, Death Spider Queen. Second Spirit, Soul Devouring Spider Queen. Identity, Hope of the Spirit Hall. Current location, Spirit Hall. Reward, a self-selected 4-limb soul bone package with a limit of 95,000 years. Due to possessing twin spirits. Rewards are doubled. 5th place, Ning Rongrong from the first variant Douluo world. Spirit, 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Identity, Core Disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Current location, Blue Tyrant Academy. Reward, a self-selected 4-limb soul bone package with a limit of 96,000 years. 5th place, tied 2 Worlds Yi Lingling. Spirit, 9 Heart Tang. Identity, Young Lady of the 9 Heart Tang family. Current location, Soto City, Great Soul Arena. Reward, a self-selected 4-limb soul bone package with a limit of 96,000 years. 5th place, tied by Chun Xiang from the first variant Douluo world. Spirit, Emperor Luan. Identity, Core Disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Current location, Blue Tyrant Academy. Reward, a self-selected 4-limb soul bone package with a limit of 96,000 years. In the first variant Douluo world, by he, the clan leader of the sensitive clan, inquired Xiaogang, has your spirit evolved? By Xiang, a core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy, replied, yes. This is a reward for joining the Inner Academy. Grandfather, I have now become a powerful attack type and agility type soul master, no longer the awkward soul master who relied solely on speed. Bai He chuckled, awkward soul master? Bai Qingxiang grinned, hee hee. This is a specific classification designated by our academy's head for our sensitive clan. I find it quite fitting. Bai He teased, you little girl. Yang Wudi, leader of the Broken One clan, congratulated, old Bai Bird, congratulations. In future battles, your sensitive clan will no longer be mere bystanders. The rapport between them was excellent, allowing Yang Wudi to speak freely. Niu Gao, leader of the ruler clan, jested, old Bai Bird, you ought to treat us this time. Don't be like before and cry poor. Niu Gao also joined in the teasing, while Titan likewise took the opportunity to poke fun at Bai He. Fourth place, Two Worlds Xianren Shua. Spirit, Six-Winged Angel. Identity, Saintess of the Spirit Hall. Current location, Heavendo City. Reward, a self-selected 4-limb soul bone package with a limit of 97,000 years. Fourth place, tied Two Worlds Poseidon. Spirit, Sea God. Identity, High Priestess of Sea God Island. Current location, Sea God Island. Reward, a self-selected 4-limb soul bone package with a limit of 97,000 years. In the first variant Douluo world, the Sea Dragon Dalu of Sea God Island remarked, the previous talent list emphasized comprehensive qualifications. It's understandable that the High Priestess did not make the top 3. Yet, why is it that a divine spirit cannot enter the top 3 in the spirit ranking? The second High Priest of the Spirit Hall, the Golden Crocodile Dalu, expressed his curiosity as well. The comparative video noted a divine spirit does not equate to strength. It merely indicates that the bearer of the divine spirit once ascended to divinity. For instance, Tang, whose spirit is the Haotian hammer, managed to defeat those wielding the six-winged angel spirit and the sea god spirit. In the first variant Douluo world, Shui wearer from the Tian Shui Academy questioned, if the Haotian hammer spirit is superior to the six-winged angel and sea god spirits, why is its ranking lower than these two divine spirits? The comparative video explained, the quality of these two divine spirits is indeed higher than that of the Haotian hammer. Although Dalu and Poseidon lost to Tang, it is because they were not equipped to compete. If it were Shun, Sangxiong, Bibi Dong, or Shui Binger wielding either of these divine spirits, they could easily dominate Tang of the same rank. In fact, Shun Sangxiong could defeat Tang within 3 moves. This explanation left the individuals from Sea God Island and the Spirit Hall in the first variant Douluo world in stunned silence, causing the previously vocal discontent in the comment section from the 4 powers to vanish without a trace. Third place, Two Worlds Shui Binger. Spirit, Ice Phoenix. Identity, the second young lady of the Shui family in Tian Shui City. Current location, Tian Shui College. Reward, one self-selected 4-limbed soul bone package with a limit of 98,000 years. Variant Douluo world, Tian Shui College, Shui Yuer, astonishing. I was originally puzzled as to why my sister was not on the list, but it turns out she was here to astonish me. Variant Douluo world, Xingluo Di Gua Crown Prince Davis. Is the Ice Phoenix martial soul truly that formidable? I recall that previously on the talent list, Shui Binger secured second place solely based on her acquired comprehensive aptitude. Yet this time, without any additional enhancements, how did she achieve such a high ranking? Davis' inquiry echoed the thoughts of everyone across both worlds. In fact, even Shui Binger herself was perplexed as to how her martial soul could rank third. Comparative video. The reason you perceive the Ice Phoenix martial soul as weak is that Shui Binger has trained incorrectly. The Ice Phoenix martial soul should primarily focus on strong and agile attack systems while also incorporating control, defense, and healing systems. To clarify, the Ice Phoenix martial soul is versatile and can train across all systems, yet Shui Binger has only pursued the control system within the auxiliary paths. Under such circumstances, it naturally appears weaker. To draw an imperfect analogy, if one were to utilize a powerful attack martial soul like the 7-kill sword as a defense, the outcome would undoubtedly fall short of even the most basic defensive martial souls. Variant Ball World, Tianshui College, Shui, Bing. So that's how it is. It seems that everyone in my maternal clan has chosen the wrong path. Variant Ball World, Chihua Academy, Huowu. Is this what they say about choice being more important than effort? Choosing incorrectly may lead one further from their goal, no matter how hard they strive. Chapter 115. The announcement of the inferior list begins. Second place. Variant Doal World, Lu Erlong. Martial Soul, 4-clawed Silver Dragon. Identity, Dean of Lamba Academy. Current location, Lamba Academy. Reward, 1 self-selected 4-limbed soul bone package with a limit of 99,000 years. Variant Douluo World Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Sect, Vice Sect, Master Yulomian. Excellent. Sangxiong, I knew I was right about you. Variant Douluo World Shunned Sangxiong. From any perspective, this is what I ought to do. Variant Douluo World Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Sect, Vice Sect, Master Yulomian. Ha, splendid. First place. Variant Douluo World Shunned Sangxiong. Martial Soul, True Dragon. Identity, Dean of the Inner Court at Lamba Academy. Current location, Lamba Academy. Reward, 1 self-selected 4-limbed soul bone package with a limit of 100,000 years. The martial soul ranking has concluded, and the rewards are being distributed. The rewards from the martial soul ranking have been dispatched. Variant Doal World Anonymous. The martial soul ranking has finally come to an end. This negative list is about to commence, and I've been waiting forever. Variant Doal World Anonymous. I have already formed a team of 20 with my friends. We are currently stationed beside the most inferior individual in our city. Variant Doal World Anonymous. Goodness, does the first place in the martial soul ranking carry no prestige? There isn't even anyone discussing it. Variant Doal World Anonymous. It's not that the first place lacks prestige. Rather, everyone knows Shun Sanxiong is undoubtedly first. So there is no sense of anticipation left. Thus, when the outcome aligns with their expectations, most simply smile and move on. Variant Doal World Anonymous. Indeed, if Shin Sanxiong were not the first this time, there would be far more discussions. Variant Doal World Anonymous. All right, let's refrain from speaking. The list of inferior rankings is about to be announced. We shall now proceed to unveil the names of those on the inferior list. 100th place, Tan Yen from both worlds. Martial Soul, Green Knife. Soul Ring Configuration, White, Yellow, Yellow, Purple, Purple. Soul Power Level, 54. Strong Attack System Weapon Soul King. Identity, one of the 3 swordsmen of Soto City. Current location, Soto City Firework Street. Reason for ranking, persecuting good families. Special reward, anyone who successfully teaches Tanyan a lesson will receive a reward, the value of which corresponds to the severity of the lesson and the rank of the punished on the inferior list. No harm to the life of the punished is permitted, or no reward will be granted. Note, each individual may only teach the same inferior list member a lesson once every 7 days. Variant Doal World Tianshui College Shui Yuer. This information is exceedingly comprehensive. It even includes the type of martial soul, soul ring configuration, and soul power level. This is essentially a reference for those wishing to teach a lesson to the individuals on the inferior list, preventing the situation where they end up being taught a lesson themselves. Never mind, regardless of what the reward is, the Tianshui battle team is heading to Soto City. Shui Yuer's thoughts were quite erratic. One moment, she marveled at the thoroughness of the comparative video, and the next, she was eager to rush to Soto City to capture those on the inferior list. Variant Doal World Tiando Royal Academy, Yu Qianheng. Yu Tianshui College should go elsewhere. Our royal fight team is precisely in Soto City. By the time you arrive, they will have undoubtedly been captured by us. Variant Doal World Chihua Academy Huowu. Shui Binger. Should our 2 teams collaborate to capture a few higher-ranked individuals from the inferior list? Variant Doal World Tianshui College Shui Binger. Certainly. Variant Doal World Shanfeng Academy Feng Xiaotian. Why not? Let us form a team from the 4-Element Academy. This will enhance our chances of success. Feng Xiaotian aimed to achieve his goal of teaming up with Huowu through this indirect approach, as Huowu would most likely decline his request otherwise. Variant Doal World Thunder Academy Yu Tianxin. Although I know you have ulterior motives, Feng Xiaotian, My Thunder Academy agrees. Variant World Chihua Academy Huo Wushuang. Then let us set off now and gather in Tiano City. Huo Wushuang paid no mind to Feng Xiaotian's intentions, believing him to be adequate enough. If his sister agreed in the future, he would not oppose. Variant World Tianshui College Shui Bing'er agreed. 99th place. Ikao from both worlds. Martial Soul, Swan. Soul Ring configuration. White, yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Soul Power Level. 53. Healing System Battle Soul King. Identity. One of the 3 swordsmen of Soto City. Current location, Soto City Firework Street. Reason for ranking. Persecuting good families. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches Ikao a lesson will receive a reward, the value of which corresponds to the severity of the lesson and the rank of the punished on the inferior list. No harm to the life of the punished is permitted, or no reward will be granted. 98th place. Unlucky from both worlds. Martial Soul, Heavenly Double Shields. Soul Ring configuration. White, yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Soul Power Level. 53. Control System Weapon Soul King. Identity. One of the 3 swordsmen of Soto City. Current location, Suwatawa City, Firework Street. Reason for ranking. Persecution of innocence. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches a lesson to the unpleasable will be rewarded. The value of the reward corresponds to the severity of the lesson and the ranking of the recipient on the disgrace list. No harm to the recipient's life is permitted. Otherwise, no reward will be granted. Rank 70. Zhang Yin from 2 worlds. Martial Soul, Iron Mouth. Soul Ring Ratio White. Soul Power Level. Level 11 Control System Equipment Soul Master. Identity. Instructor at Suwatawa Low Level Soul Master Academy. Current location. Office of the Dean of Suwatawa Low Level Soul Master Academy. Reason for ranking. Enjoys inverting right and wrong. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches a lesson to Zhang Yin will be rewarded. The value of the reward corresponds to the severity of the lesson and the recipient's disgrace list ranking. No harm to the recipient's life is permitted. Otherwise, no reward will be granted. Variant Douluo World, Tianshui Academy, Shueyuer. What is happening in Suwatawa City? They have just announced 31 individuals on the disgrace list, and shockingly, 11 of them are from Suwatawa City. Variant Douluo World, Martial Soul Hall, Pope BB Dong. Stella, is this how you manage the Soul Masters of Suwatawa City? Once this matter is resolved, return to the Martial Soul Hall headquarters and give me an explanation. Chapter 116. Shun Sanqiong's ranking causes a stir. Rank 50. Wu Sigua from 2 worlds. Martial Soul, War Horse. Soul Ring Ratio. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Soul Power Level. Level 55 Agility Attack System Battle Soul King. Identity. Lord of Shilin City. Current location. Lord's Mansion of Shilin City. Reason for ranking. Selling the secrets of the Tiando Empire, using his concubine as an excuse. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches a lesson to Wu Sigua will be rewarded. The value of the reward corresponds to the severity of the lesson and the recipient's disgrace list ranking. No harm to the recipient's life is permitted. Otherwise, no reward will be granted. Rank 11. Li Time In from 2 worlds. Martial Soul, Heavenly Strategy Spear. Soul Ring Ratio. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Soul Power Level. Level 59 Strong Attack System Equipment Soul King. Identity. Lord of Tang City. Current location. Lord's Mansion of Tang City. Reason for ranking. Willing to harm his brothers and nephews to become the Lord of Tang City. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches a lesson to Li Time In will be rewarded. The value of the reward corresponds to the severity of the lesson and the recipient's disgrace list ranking. No harm to the recipient's life is permitted. Otherwise, no reward will be granted. Rank 10. Shun Sanqiong from the variant Douluo World. Martial Soul, True Dragon. Soul Ring Ratio. Raid, 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 raid. Soul Power Level. Level 95 All System Title Douluo. Identity. Dean of the Inner Academy of Lamba Academy. Current location, Lamba Academy. Reason for ranking, a good husband, your wife. I shall nurture. Evaluation, this is a true pomelo. Special reward, anyone who successfully teaches a lesson to Shun Sanqiong will be rewarded. The value of the reward corresponds to the severity of the lesson and the recipient's disgrace list ranking. No harm to the recipient's life is permitted. Otherwise, no reward will be granted. Variant Douluo World, training ground of Lamba Academy. At this moment, Shun Sangxiong was drinking water, and upon catching sight of his name on the disgrace list for such a ludicrous reason, he promptly spat out the tea. How amusing your reason for ranking is. By the way, you didn't seek out Tang Yuehua that night, perhaps because she is still a maiden? Lu Erlong remarked with a sly smile. Unbeknownst to Lu Erlong. At the same moment, a similar thought had crossed the mind of Tang Yuehua, the head of the Moon Pavilion, not far from Lamba Academy. Well, Shun Sangxiong awkwardly scratched his head. How was he to explain this? Although he did not seek out Tang Yuehua that night for the reason Lu Erlong suggested, he indeed had an affinity for that sort of thing. Meanwhile, without delving into Shun Sangxiong and Lu Erlong's conversation, the members of the training team below were observing Shun Sangxiong's actions while whispering amongst themselves. Senior Sangxiong certainly understand a lot. Ma Hongjun grinned. What are you thinking? Recently, Senior Sangxiong has always been with us. Have you ever seen him go out alone? Unlike you, who rushes to the splendid world immediately after soul training at the Great Soul Arena every night. Ning Rongrong retorted. Rongrong, that is where you were mistaken. Among our team, it's not just me who goes out. Look at Tang San. Hasn't he often gone out to have fun after his injuries healed? In contrast, Boss Dai seems to have stopped going out for quite some time now. Ever since Ma Hongjun sold his soul bone to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he and Ning Rongrong had become good friends. I was testing, not playing, Tang San replied coldly. What a joke. How could that sort of place befit him? If it weren't for Xiao Wu's reluctance and having given him a slap, how could he lower himself to go to such a place for testing? Although the places his father and aunt helped him find were quite upscale, it did not change its essence. Testing? What have you tested? Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes. Playing is playing. Even calling it testing is truly hypocritical. He suddenly thought that if there were a negative list for hypocrites like Tang San, he would undoubtedly be on it. What does that have to do with you? Tang San's expression shifted from cold to dark. In fact, some time ago, after Bibi Dong's maneuvering, he finally sought assistance from the Jiuxin Haidang family. However, Tang San's injuries were too severe and the time had dragged on too long. Even with Yi Linglong's help, he could only barely regain some functionality. Currently, with the aid of medicinal pills, Tang San could probably hold on for about 10 seconds. Without them, he could only stare blankly. TCH, seeing Tang San's demeanor, Ma Hongjun was too lazy to continue the conversation and turned to chat in the comment section. Meanwhile, in the comment section, Variant Douluo World, Tinshui Academy, Shui Yuer, there's nothing wrong with Brother Sangxiong's hobby. Why is he on the disgrace list? Variant Douluo World, Anonymous. The important thing is not Shun Sangxiong's hobby, but who can teach him a lesson. Even Tang Hao, one of the twin stars of the Haoyan sect decades ago, was only on the receiving end, let alone others. Variant Douluo World, Anonymous. What is so difficult about it? Don't you all use your brains? Isn't it known that Grandmaster Shun has such a hobby? You may search at home to see if there are any suitable sisters-in-law or younger siblings whom you could bring to negotiate terms with Shun Yi. For instance, persuading Shun Yi to refrain from resisting a lesson would be quite amusing. Anonymous in the A0 Variant Douluo World. Goodness, I can't believe you thought of such a strategy. You truly are quite clever. Anonymous in the A0 Variant Douluo World. This method is excellent. I happen to have someone at home who fits the criteria, and I plan to give it a try at Lamba Academy. Everyone, await my good news. Ning Rongrong, a core disciple at Lamba Academy. Enough with the nonsense. Senior Sangxiong is not that type of person. Bai Chun Xiang, a core disciple at Lamba Academy. Indeed, with Senior Sangxiong's strength, if he were indeed such a person, who could escape his grasp? Yet, has anyone heard any scandal about Senior Sangxiong in this regard? Chapter 117. Tang San directly confronts Oscar. Rank 9. Jiang Zishang from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Chessboard. Soul Ring Distribution. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Soul Power Level. Rank 59 Control, System, Weapon Soul King. Identity, Lord of Qiqing. Current location, Lord's Manor of Qiqing. Reason for ranking, deceiving others. Evaluation, a truly despicable individual. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches Jiang Zishang a lesson will receive a reward, the value of which corresponds to the severity of the lesson and the ranking of the individual being taught. No harm to the life of the individual is permitted. Otherwise, no reward will be granted. Rank 8. Oscar from 2 Worlds. Martial Soul, Sausage. Soul Ring Distribution. Yellow, yellow, purple. Soul Power Level. Rank 32 Food System Weapon Soul Master. Identity. Substitute member of the Lanba Shrek team. Current location, Lanba Academy. Reason for ranking, dark-minded. Evaluation, a truly petty individual. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches Oscar a lesson will receive a reward, the value of which corresponds to the severity of the lesson and the ranking of the individual being taught. No harm to the life of the individual is permitted. Otherwise, no reward will be granted. At the training ground behind Lanba Academy, Ma Hongjun exclaimed in disbelief, nearly losing control of his fists. Oscar, you may play the part of a virtuous individual, but you are, in fact, a dark-minded scoundrel. Ning Rongrong, with her small fists clenched, was eager to participate. At this moment, Tang San, ever straightforward, offered Oscar a resounding slap without uttering a word. Tang San, are you being excessive? Oscar is our classmate. How can you act this way? Dai Mu Bai, who had long harbored resentment towards Tang San, stepped forward, glaring at him as Oscar was sent sprawling by the slap. Tang San from the A0 variant Doll World. According to the comparison video, I have already lightly taught Oscar a lesson. Why have I not received a reward? Ignoring Dai Mu Bai and other discontented members of the team, Tang San directed his inquiry at the comparative video. Comparative video. The official commencement will only begin once all individuals on the list have been announced. Tang San from the A0 variant Douluo World. Very well. Nodding in acknowledgement, Tang San thought to himself that Oscar was right before him and could not escape. If necessary, he could always give him another slap later. As for Dai Mu Bai's interference, Tang San dismissed it entirely. Previously, they had maintained a decent relationship, and he would have given Dai Mu Bai some consideration. However, since their return from the Sun Moon Forest, Dai Mu Bai's attitude had remained cold, and Tang San had no intention of continuing to extend warmth to someone who offered only frigid reception. Rank 7. Dai Mu Bai from 2 Worlds. Martial Soul, White Tiger. Soul Ring Distribution. Yellow, yellow, purple. Soul Power Level. Rank 38 Assault System Soul Master. Identity. Substitute member of the Lanba Shrek team. Current location, Lanba Academy. Reason for ranking, fickle, lacking responsibility. Evaluation, pursuing one individual after another. Discarding the previous. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches Dai Mu Bai a lesson will receive a reward, the value of which corresponds to the severity of the lesson and the ranking of the individual being taught. No harm to the life of the individual is permitted. Otherwise, no reward will be granted. Rank 6. Hulaina from 2 Worlds. Martial Soul, Fox Spirit. Soul Ring Distribution. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Soul Power Level. Rank 54 Control System Soul King. Identity. Saintess of the Spirit Hall. Current location, Spirit Hall. Reason for ranking. Likely to betray the Spirit Hall that raised her. Evaluation. A pitiful ingrate. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches Hulaina a lesson will receive a reward, the value of which corresponds to the severity of the lesson and the ranking of the individual being taught. No harm to the life of the individual is permitted. Otherwise, no reward will be granted. In the main hall of the Spirit Hall, Hulaina trembled as she knelt, not daring to lift her head. Rise, Bibi Dong stated flatly. She contemplated the future destruction of the Spirit Hall and felt no qualms about her disciple's potential betrayal. In fact, if her disciple chose to betray the Spirit Hall, it would only reinforce the correctness of her plans and thoughts. Teacher, Hulaina spoke, observing her mentor's demeanor, which only heightened her fear. Past experiences taught her that when Bibi Dong spoke in such a tone, it often preceded a purge. Sighing, Bibi Dong's voice softened. She had always regarded Hulaina as her own daughter and could never bear to harm her. Seeing Hulaina in such a state of fear and helplessness stirred her heart. Rank 5. Bibi Dong from 2 Worlds. First Martial Soul, Death Spider Emperor. First Martial Soul Ring Distribution. Yellow, purple, 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 black, 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 red. Second, martial soul, soul devouring spider emperor. Second, martial soul ring distribution, black, 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 red. Soul power level, rank 99 control system peerless Douluo, currently sealed, can utilize a maximum of rank 97 super Douluo soul power. Identity, Pope of the Spirit Hall. Current location, Spirit Hall. Reason for ranking, appearing loyal and righteous, yet fundamentally heartless and unprincipled. Evaluation, a truly foolish ingrate. Special reward, anyone who successfully teaches a lesson to Bai Dong shall receive a reward, the value of which shall be determined by the severity of the lesson and the ranking of the recipient on the disgraceful list. The recipient's life must not be endangered. Otherwise, no reward shall be granted. In the variant Douluo world, the Hall of Spirits, the Pope's Chamber. Teacher, how have you made it onto the list? At this moment, Hu Lainan nestled in Bai Dong's embrace, her expression one of astonishment as she inquired. Unfortunately, Bai Dong's countenance was dark with fury, and she showed no inclination to respond. Why is this happening? I was the one who was wronged in that incident. Yet somehow it has become my fault. Bai Dong seethed within her heart. She naturally had deduced what the comparison video referred to, and it was precisely this understanding that intensified her anger. Chapter 118. Tang Shun and Tang, how both on the disgraceful list, no one knew the fury that boiled within Bai Dong. And the comparison video offered no indication either. After a customary pause of several seconds, a new list of individuals was announced. Fourth place, Tang Shun from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Hao Tian Hammer. Soul Ring Configuration, black, 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 red. Soul Power Level, Demigod, under control. Can exert a maximum of level 91 soul power. Identity, the previous generation Hao Tian. Current location, City of Slaughter. Reason for ranking, in his youth, in pursuit of strength, he unscrupulously exploited the lives of innocent individuals to hasten his cultivation, thereby creating the vague concept and system of evil soul masters, laying the foundation for the rampant emergence of evil soul masters in later generations. Evaluation, the progenitor of the first generation of evil soul masters. Special reward, anyone who successfully teaches a lesson to Tang Shun shall receive a reward, the value of which shall be determined by the severity of the lesson and the recipient's disgraceful ranking. The recipient's life must not be endangered. Otherwise, no reward shall be granted. In the variant Douluo world, the High Priestess of Sea God Island, Bo Se Shi, Tang Shun, is actually in the City of Slaughter? Wait, who is it that has him under control? Bo Se Shi's brows knitted in concern, yet she ultimately dared not leave Sea God Island to rescue Tang Shun. In the variant Douluo world, the leader of Hao Tian's sect, Tang Xiao, I care not who controls my grandfather in the City of Slaughter. You had better release him immediately. Otherwise, my Hao Tian sect will not rest until we settle this score with you. In the variant Douluo world, High Priestess Bo Se Shi, you Hao Tian sect should wait a few days. I will send some title Douluo to assist you. Dalu, I'm aware of the conflict between your Hall of Spirits and the Hao Tian sect, but I hope that you do not interfere with this matter. In the variant Douluo world, Grand Elder of Hall of Spirits, Dalu, am I to simply watch as you rescue Tang Shun and then have him come to trouble my Hall of Spirits? In the variant Douluo world, High Priestess Bo Se Shi, I shall persuade him to let it go. After all, both your Hall of Spirits and Hao Tian sect were at fault in that incident. In the variant Douluo world, Grand Elder Dalu, alas. In the variant Douluo world, Anonymous, how amusing. Knowing full well that Tang Shun is the progenitor of the first generation of evil soul masters, you still plan to send someone to rescue him. It seems that Shun Yi was indeed correct. Sea God Island is no benevolent place. In the variant Douluo world, Anonymous, you have omitted one critical point. Since Tang Shun is the progenitor of evil soul masters, does that not imply that Hao Tian sect is the very nest of evil soul masters? The implications are chilling. This perhaps elucidates why the talent ranking excluded all title Douluo from Hao Tian sect. After all, employing harmful methods for cultivation, no matter how quickly one progresses, bears no relation whatsoever to true spiritual talent. In the variant Douluo world, Lia Yang Douluo Tang Lia. This is utter nonsense. My Haotian sect has always conducted itself with integrity and will not tolerate any slander. Such claims will not be acknowledged by Haotian sect, lest the situation escalate beyond control. In the variant Dou world, Anonymous, Tang Chen's status as the progenitor of evil soul masters is stated in the comparison video. Compared to your Haotian sect, I undoubtedly place greater trust in the comparison video. In the variant Douluo world, sect leader Tang Xiao. Think as you will. In any case, my Haotian sect has nothing to be ashamed of. Tang Xiao was fully aware that in comparison to the authority of the comparison video, they were insignificant. Moreover, such matters often become more convoluted with attempts at explanation. Thus, he decisively concluded the topic. In the variant Douluo world, Anonymous. Haha. Third place, Tang Hao from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Haotian Hammer. Soul Ring Configuration. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. Soul Power Level. Level 95 Title Doa. Identity. Haotian. Current location. Yuxian. Reason for ranking. 1 in pursuit of a yin. He resorted to various means merely to deceive a yin's affections. Reason for ranking. 2 after successfully winning a yin's heart for fame and power. Tang Hao. During a yin's pregnancy. Not only failed to take her to safety, but repeatedly brought her to areas traversed by Qian Sunji. He even falsely proclaimed to Yin that he wished to show her the wonders of the world, when in truth, he aimed for Qian Sunji to discover a yin's true identity, thereby forcing Yin to sacrifice herself for him and their unborn child. Reason for ranking. 3 acting selfishly. After obtaining the 100,000-year soul ring from a yin sacrifice, he wholly disregarded the safety of Haotian sect, attacking Qian Sunji and his group, which resulted in severe losses for Haotian sect, ultimately compelling them to retreat into seclusion. Following this battle, Tang Hao obtained the 100,000-year soul ring he desired, gained sympathy and praise from those unaware of the truth, and successfully shifted the blame for his wife's harm onto the Hall of Spirits. Reason for ranking. For to further portray himself as a victim. Tang Hao frequently sought revenge against the Hall of Spirits after his resurgence. Yet, he dared not provoke them in Spirit City, instead targeting the branches and sub-branches of the Hall of Spirits in smaller cities, showing no concern for the innocence of the personnel within those establishments. Evaluation. A truly wicked individual, yet a master of deception, leading countless fools to be ensnared by his remarkable acting. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches a lesson to Tang Hao shall receive a reward, the value of which shall be determined by the severity of the lesson and the recipient's disgraceful ranking. The recipient's life must not be endangered, otherwise, no reward shall be granted. In the variant Douluo world, Anonymous. I weep. I am but one of the fools among them. In the variant Douluo world, Anonymous. I weep as well. I too am a fool, as described in the comparison video. In the variant Douluo world, Anonymous. Count me in. In the variant Douluo world, Anonymous. What is there to weep about? We are merely ordinary individuals, and is it not quite natural for us to remain oblivious to the truth of matters? The ones who genuinely ought to weep are those formidable powers. After all, the events of your were disseminated by these very forces, and the praises bestowed upon Tang Hao were likewise the first to emanate from within their ranks. Chapter 119. The reason for Yu Xiaogang's ranking in the variant Douluo world of Yuxian. Second brother Yu. Tang Yuehua gazed in disbelief at the ranking reasons for Tang Hao displayed in the comparison video, then turned to observe Tang Hao's grim countenance, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Yuehua, it appears I must leave this place, Tang Hao stated gravely. Otherwise, not only I, but you too may find yourself in peril. Where are you going? Tang Yuehua, recognizing the urgency of the situation, swiftly suppressed her tumultuous emotions upon hearing this. I do not know. In any case, I must first exit the confines of Tiando City. His current position had been exposed by the comparison video. If he did not flee immediately, he, the Haotian Douluo, might soon find himself besieged. In the past, when he had not appeared on this so-called disgraceful list, no one would dare to seek trouble with him. However, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. With the advantages conferred by the comparison video, not only shunned Xiaogang, but even the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School might disregard their mutual agreements and take action against him. Furthermore, even those whom he had previously held in disdain, such as the Tiando royal family and the influential figures from the esteemed Soul Master Academies in the vicinity of Tiando City, might conspire to seize a share of the spoils. Very well, follow me. At the lowest level of Yuxian, there existed a secret passage leading to the dense forest outside the city. In truth, this passage had been prepared by Tang Yuehua for herself, a means of escape should the day arise when the Haotian clan could no longer serve as her support, allowing her an opportunity to flee before those who coveted her beauty could capture her. Oh, Yuxian possesses a secret passage? Initially, Tang had been pondering where to flee to evade shunned Sanqiong's pursuit, but he was pleasantly surprised by Tang Yuehua's revelation. Second brother, sister-in-law has yet to send a single barrage questioning you. She may truly be upset. If possible, you should apologize to her. Tang Yuehua provided no further explanation regarding the passage's purpose, merely guiding him quickly while offering her reminder. I understand. Tang Hao nodded, then hesitated momentarily before sending a message in the barrage area. Variant Douluo Tang Hao. I am sorry. He offered no further elaboration, for words were now futile. Variant Douluo World 100,000 Year Blue Silver Emperor Ain. What are you apologizing for? Why not state it plainly? Variant World Tang Hao. I merely wish to convey that if I could turn back time, I would certainly take you to a safe place to live in seclusion. Regarding the events of the past, it was impossible for Tang Hao to claim he felt no remorse. Variant Douluo World 100,000 Year Blue Silver Emperor Ain. Alas, nothing can be undone. Variant Douluo World Blue Tyrant Shrek Tang San. Mother, please forgive father. You must understand that he has languished in despair for 6 long years over this matter. Surely, he was momentarily bewitched and has since regretted his actions. Variant Douluo World 100,000 Year Blue Silver Emperor Ain. I have told you not to call me mother. You are Tang San of the Tang clan, not my son Tang San. Ain replied coldly. Initially, she had hesitated, but ultimately, she could not accept the notion that her son bore the memories of another. Variant World Tang Hao. Ain, why must you be this way? Regardless, Tang San is your child, born after 10 months of pregnancy. Even if he possesses the memories of his previous life, does that negate the fact that he is your son? To Tang Hao, as long as Tang San inherited the Haotian hammer, a family legacy, and Ain had not betrayed him with other disciples of the Haotian clan, it was irrefutable that Tang San was indeed his son. Variant Douluo World 100,000 Year Blue Silver Emperor Ain. You may acknowledge him if you wish. I shall not. After speaking, she disregarded any further conversation between Tang Hao and Tang San, with a lack of drama to entertain them. The onlookers redirected their attention back to the comparison video. At this moment, the comparison video dutifully presented a new list of entrants. Second place, Xiaogang from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Dog Pig. Spirit Ring Configuration, Yellow, Yellow. Spirit Power Level, 29th Level Assault Soul Master. Identity, Honorary Elder of the Martial Soul Hall. Current location, Lambo Academy. Reason for ranking, 1 in his youth. Xiaogang traversed various powers in search of a breakthrough to surpass the shackles of the 29th level of spirit power, ultimately arriving at the Martial Soul Hall. Upon discovering that the Martial Soul Hall's Saintess, Bibi Dawn, had a rather peculiar taste and was somewhat naive, he employed certain tactics to successfully win her over, subsequently utilizing her connections to clandestinely acquire knowledge from the Martial Soul Hall. Later, when Xiaogang realized that the ordinary confidential knowledge from the Martial Soul Hall could not aid him in breaking through the 29th level, he chose to slightly organize the theoretical knowledge pilfered from the hall and publish it under his own name. Reason for ranking. 2. He instigated discord between Bibi Dawn and her mentor, Qian Xuanji, resulting in the greatest calamity in the history of Douluo continent. Reason for ranking. 3. Despite being at fault, Xiaogang insisted on placing the blame entirely on the Martial Soul Hall and Qian Xuanji, as well as Bibi Dawn. Despite Bibi Dawn enduring significant tribulations to protect him, which nearly drove her to the brink of despair. Xiaogang consistently portrayed himself as a melancholic figure rejected by Don due to his perceived inability to break through the 30th level. Reason for ranking. For the Martial Soul Hall provided Xiaogang with abundant research resources, and Don leveraged her influence to assist him in publishing the knowledge he had plagiarized from the hall under his name. Yet, Xiaogang never acknowledged the benefits he received from the Martial Soul Hall or Don, instead consistently disparaging them. Reason for ranking. 5. Although he publicly lamented being spurned by Don and claimed to be suffering from a deep emotional wound requiring considerable time to heal, he swiftly developed a favorable relationship with another woman within a mere month. Chapter 120. Don in despair. Reason for ranking. 6. Despite recognizing the insignia representing the core disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan on another woman, Lu Erlong, Xiaogang deliberately withheld his own identity as a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan from her. The individual, unburdened by guilt, readily accepts Lu Erlong's affection rooted in romantic sentiments, passively witnessing Lu Erlong's deepening entanglement without the slightest remorse. Reason for ranking. 7. Exploiting Lu Erlong's feelings. Xiaogang gradually seized leadership of the team from his elder brother, Flander, transforming the entire group into laborers dedicated to his personal research endeavors. Reason for ranking. 8. He willingly accepted the wedding organized by Flander for himself and Lu Erlong. Yet upon learning of Dong's ascension to the papacy, he silently departed for several days, returning with an air of nonchalance as if nothing had transpired, ultimately choosing to marry Lu Erlong. Poor Lu Erlong remained oblivious that during Xiaogan's absence, he had inquired about the happenings within the Wuhuan Hall, and, upon discovering the fall of Qin Xuanji and Dong's succession, without hesitation relayed the intention to wed Lu Erlong back to the Lan Jianba Wanglong clan. This led to a fateful night when Lu Erlong's father intervened to halt their marriage, allowing Xiaogang to escape unscathed under the pretext of rejecting sibling romance, free from any disgrace. Thus, the infatuated Lu Erlong waited an agonizing 20 years for him. Reason for ranking. 9. When Xiaogang realized that Dong, following her ascension, did not extend an invitation for his return to the Wuhuan Hall as he had anticipated, he once again turned his attention to Lu Erlong. With Flander's assistance, Xiaogang established a pact with Lu Erlong, who had awaited him for 2 decades, agreeing to be spiritual partners without a physical union. However, as the Wuhuan Hall faced annihilation and the entirety of Douluo continent fell under the dominion of Tiando, Xinghua, and the upper 3 sects, Xiaogang, now emboldened by his newfound authority, brazenly reneged on their previous agreement and truly united with Lu Erlong. Evaluation. This is a character devoid of regard for familial ties, lacking love for anyone else, with only self-interest at heart. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches Xiaogang a lesson shall receive a reward, the value of which correlates with the severity of the lesson and the ranking of the individual taught, provided that the life of the taught is not endangered, or else no reward shall be granted. In the variant Douluo world, Wuhuan Hall's Grand Priest Dalu remarked, "Is this what you meant when you said you would persuade Tang to let go after rescuing him?" The Grand Priest of Sea God Island, Poseidon, responded, "Perhaps the reason for your Wuhuan Hall's destruction does not solely lie with Tang Chen." Dalu retorted, "Do you truly believe that? Without your collusion with Tang against my Wuhuan Hall, would Tiando, Xinghua, and the upper 3 sects even dare oppose us?" Poseidon fell silent, acknowledging the truth in Liu's words. Had it not been for their alliance, Dalu alone could have dealt with the forces of Tiando and Xinghua. Moreover, she could not deny that if Tang was unwilling to relinquish his grievances against the Wuhuan Hall, she would undoubtedly support him. Dalu concluded, "Let us cease this matter of rescuing Tang. Should your people from Sea God Island venture into the city of slaughter, do not blame me for lacking compassion and taking matters into my own hands." He indeed harbored affection for Poseidon. Yet when faced with the prospect of jeopardizing the foundation of the Wuhuan Hall to appease her, Dalu made a clear choice. Meanwhile, inside the papal chamber, the atmosphere plummeted to an icy silence. At a critical moment, Bibi Dong's scepter cracked under pressure, awakening her to restrain some of the cold aura emanating from her. Then, amidst the anxious gazes of Hulina and several titled Dalu, Bibi Dong pointed to the doors of the papal chamber and coldly commanded, "All of you, get out." Outside the papal chamber, Elder Yuewan inquired, "What history lies between the teacher and you, Xiaogang?" I have never witnessed such a terrifying expression on the teacher's face. Hulina quietly turned to ask the nearby 50thLevel, who replied, "Do not ask. Even if you do, I shall not divulge." Yueguan cast a furtive glance at the closed doors, seemingly fearing that Bibi Dong might overhear. However, Yueguan's concerns were unfounded, as Bibi Dong, once the chamber was vacated, violently destroyed her papal chair and began to wreak havoc on everything in sight, transforming the papal chamber into ruins under her overwhelming wrath. It dawned on her that everything he had previously said was a deception. He had left Lu Erlong not out of lingering affection for her, but rather to secure greater benefits from her as long as she remained single following her ascension to the papacy. She realized that her teacher had not lied. He had been sowing discord between her and her mentor. She acknowledged the truth and shunned Sanqiong's words. She was indeed a fool. How foolish of me. I even endeavored to assist you in elevating your soul power, risking exposure to procure various pills for you. In the end, what I received was nothing but scorn and derision from you. At this moment, Bibi Dong sat amidst the ruins, her eyes vacant as she fixated on the glaring list of 9 reasons for you, Xiaojiang's notoriety, unleashing a chilling laugh. Chapter 121, the first on the list. Tang San rank 1. Tang San from 2 worlds. First, martial soul, blue-silver grass, unawakened. Second, martial soul, Haotian hammer. Soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple. Soul power level, 37th level control, system battle soul master. Identity, substitute member of the Shrek battle team. Current location, Lamba Academy. Reason for ranking, 1 extremely petty. For instance, if someone inadvertently provokes Tang San, he will seek relentless revenge. Reason for ranking, 2 highly double standard. For example, in the Grand Soul Arena, during absolutely fair soul battles, if someone from Tang San's side severely injures an opponent, regardless of intent, he considers it perfectly acceptable. However, if an opponent inadvertently and only slightly injures someone from his side, he deems it an egregious offense warranting death. Reason for ranking, 3 extremely greedy. For instance, Douluo sincerely regarded Tang San as a cherished friend across generations. Not only did he bestow upon Tang San several of his treasured possessions, but he also consented to allow Tang San to gather herbs from his medicinal garden. Consequently, Tang San brazenly cleared the garden, leaving it barren, as if he had plowed the ground 3 feet deep. Reason for inclusion, for utter shamelessness. Upon Douluo's return, when he beheld his once flourishing garden now utterly depleted, he expressed his discontent. Instead of acknowledging his mistake, Tang San defiantly countered Douluo, asserting that it was Douluo who permitted him to harvest the herbs, and questioned why he now seemed regretful. He shamelessly shifted the blame for his own wrongdoing onto another. Reason for inclusion, 5 exploitation of emotions. He repeatedly capitalized on Hulina's affection for him, reaping countless benefits. Reason for inclusion, 6 ingratitude, cold-heartedness. While Douluo may have been unaware of the herb's value, Tang San, as a disciple of the Tang sect, was acutely aware of their significance. Yet, after depleting the garden, he did not return a single herb to Douluo or Douluyen. It is worth noting that among the members of the Doulu family who inherited the Bai Lin Shi martial spirit, all had departed this world prematurely, with none reaching a natural end. However, this family tragedy could have been resolved with just 1 herb, which would eradicate the flaw in their inherited martial spirit, allowing future generations to escape the curse of short-lived lives. Instead, Tang San chose to ignore this, allowing the Doulu family's misfortune to perpetuate. He completely disregarded the fact that these herbs rightfully belonged to Douluo. Reason for inclusion, 7 malicious intent, prioritizing self-interest. He clearly recognized that his childhood companion Xiao Wu had transformed from a 10,000-year soul beast, the soft-bone rabbit, rather than seeking to protect her. He nonchalantly encouraged her to participate in the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy elite competition, where she was ultimately discovered by the Spirit Hall and forced to sacrifice herself for him, her so-called good brother. He completely forgot the promise he made to Xiao Wu during his own troubled times, when he insisted she call him brother to regain a sense of family. Reason for inclusion: 8 facade of purity, yet morally depraved. He often portrayed himself as a paragon of virtue, aloof from beauty. However, no matter how cunningly the enemy attacked him, he always managed to evade their strikes. Yet, when a girl attempted to kiss him, he never succeeded in dodging. Reason for inclusion: 9 total disregard for benevolent relatives. When seeking help from his Aunt Tang Yuehua, he engaged in a minor conflict with someone from Yuxian and responded with excessive force, showing no concern for the fact that it was his aunt's territory and her subordinates. Reason for inclusion: 10 extreme hypocrisy, believing the fault always lies with others. During his first visit to the Haotian school, Tang San was still weak, and upon meeting several elders, maturely stated, "That incident was my father's fault," and bowed an apology for his father. On his second visit, having significantly improved his strength, yet still unable to confront the elders, he stated, "That incident was not my father's fault," but this time without any further action. By his third visit, Tang San had gained enough power to easily suppress the elders, boldly declaring that incident was the fault of the Haotian school. This time, he acted not to apologize, but to demand that all members of the Haotian school apologize to his father Tang Hao, even including his uncle, who had always defended him and Tang Hao. Evaluation: 1 beyond words, deserving of condemnation. Evaluation: 2 the true progenitor of the evil soul master, heralding the rise of evil soul masters beginning with Tang San. Special reward: anyone who successfully teaches Tang San a lesson will receive a reward, the value of which corresponds to the severity of the lesson and the standing of the lesson taker on the disgrace list. However, the life of the lesson taker must not be endangered, or no reward will be given. Anonymous in the Douluo world. Let me take a moment. The reasons for Tang San's inclusion on the list have left me utterly astonished. Anonymous in the Douluo world. Wait a moment. It is shocking to realize that within the renowned Haotian Tang family, 3 of its 4 generations have made it to the disgrace list, ranking 1st, 3rd, and 4th. One must wonder, had Tang Hao's father not passed away, would he also have ranked highly on the disgrace list? Will we then see a 4-generation disgrace list featuring a grandfather and grandson? Anonymous in the Douluo world. I had previously only heard of the 3 heroes of one family and the 4 generations of 3 dukes. This time, the Haotian Tang family has truly opened my eyes to what it means to have a family of 3 disgraceful members, unparalleled across the globe. Chapter 122. Xiao Wu's distrust of Tang San. Anonymous in the Douluo world. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. To my surprise, there exists a 10,000-year transformed soul beast hidden within the Lamba Academy. In the council hall, Douluo Chun Xian suppressed his excitement and remarked enviously, "However, I wonder if there will be anyone reckless enough to attempt capturing that soul beast from Lamba Academy." Hearing this, Douluo Guron retorted mockingly, "It's hard to say. This world is never short of those who would risk their lives for profit." In truth, Ning Fengji was also quite tempted by Xiao Wu's soul ring and soul bone. However, he was well aware that neither he nor the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School could intervene. After all, Ning Fengji did not believe that Shun Sanqiong would fail to recognize the true identity of that rabbit. Since Shun Sanqiong had already discerned the rabbit's true form but chose not to act, he must have other plans in mind. Regardless, we merely need to observe from the sidelines. If someone does attempt to capture that rabbit at Lamba Academy, all we need to do is inform Shun Sanqiong of which force made the move. Pausing for a moment, Ning Fengji continued, "This plan is excellent. Although Shun Sanqiong is powerful, he has risen too quickly, and his intelligence-gathering abilities cannot possibly compare to our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. If we can support him in terms of intelligence, it would be equivalent to him owing us a favor." Jianduo Chunxin wholeheartedly concurred with Ning Fengji's proposition, while Gu Rong, who enjoyed opposing Chunxin, merely nodded in agreement without voicing any dissent. In the Tiando Palace of the first variant Douluo world, Xiaogang spoke reluctantly. Father, shall we truly refrain from taking any action against that Xiao Wu? What if Shun Sangqiong is willing to surrender her? Within the study, his words reflected not foolishness, but a desire to undermine the relationship between his elder brother, Xue Qinghe, and Shun Sangqiong. Although Xue Qinghe had not had any further interactions with Shun Sangqiong since their last meeting, Xiaogang suspected ulterior motives. Therefore, it seemed prudent to create disruption if possible. Shui remained unaware of Xiaoping's inner thoughts. Observing Xiaoping's seemingly hopeless demeanor, he felt a surge of frustration. Alas, Qinghe, thankfully, you're not like your fourth brother. You possess capabilities. Otherwise, the Tiando royal family would indeed be in peril. Watching Xiaoping depart with a troubled expression, Shui sighed, weary at the increasingly aggressive actions of the Wuhuan temple. Father, my fourth brother is still young. In a few years, as he matures, I believe he will grow more capable. Xue Qinghe, Qianringshu, counseled. Indeed, let us hope for that. Very well, you may leave. As discussed, the task of apprehending those on the infamous list shall be entrusted to you. Shui waved his hand. I take my leave, your majesty. Simultaneously, various factions across the Douluo continent, regardless of their size, were urgently deliberating on capturing the individuals listed on the infamous list, as well as the matter concerning Xiao Wu, the 10,000-year transformation rabbit. However, apart from a few dominant factions accustomed to tyranny in their territories, most merely glossed over Xiao Wu's situation, redirecting their focus entirely towards the more tangible rewards of apprehending those on the infamous list. After all, capturing those on the list promised immediate benefits, while the rabbit, under the watchful gaze of Shun Sangqiong, was deemed unattainable. At the training grounds behind Lamba Academy in the first variant Doll world, Tang San, who had grown up alongside Xiao Wu since the age of 6, was the most astonished. You are indeed a transformed soul beast. Indeed, I am a 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit transformed, Xiao Wu replied, subtly distancing herself from the crowd, particularly from Tang San, whom she regarded as a brother. She was acutely aware of the implications from the comparison video, which had clearly indicated her fate of being sacrificed to Tang San. Uncertain of what had transpired in the original storyline, Xiao Wu was resolute in her unwillingness to be sacrificed to anyone, not even to him. No wonder you have rabbit ears. Initially, I thought there was an issue during your martial soul awakening, leading to the retention of some of its characteristics, Ning Rongrong remarked, stepping closer to Xiao Wu with intrigue. She held no particular animosity towards Xiao Wu's identity as a transformed soul beast. After all, Xiao Wu was her classmate, and she could not bring herself to harm her. What is wrong with all of you? Why do you stare at Xiao Wu like that? Do you intend to harm her for her soul rings and bones? Following Ning Rongrong's display of goodwill, Bai Qinxiang approached Xiao Wu, glaring at Tang San, Oscar, and Dai Mubai with disapproval. Do not forget, Xiao Wu is our classmate. Furthermore, Senior Shun would never allow you to act against her. Bai Qinxiang's words were supported by Zhu Zhuqing, who stood beside Xiao Wu, clearly conveying her support. Thank you all. As Jiang Zhu also resolutely joined Xiao Wu's side. She felt profoundly moved by the warmth emanating from her friends. Shouldn't I be the one asking what you intend to do? I merely expressed curiosity about a transformed soul beast, having never encountered one before. Conversely, you all seemed on the verge of attacking me. Amidst the peculiar atmosphere, Dai Mubai interjected, reproaching the 5 girls instead. Dai Laoda is correct. I too am merely curious about the differences between beings like Xiao Wu, a transformed soul beast, and actual humans. Moreover, as a food-type soul master, even if I wished to do something, my strength would not permit it. Following Dai Mubai's lead, Oscar quickly chimed in. Xiao Wu, we have been together for so long. Do you not trust me? How could I ever harm you? Tang San did not continue along the lines of Dai Mubai and Oscar's remarks, but feigned hurt at Xiao Wu's distrust. Tang San, are you blind or deaf? The comparison video has made it abundantly clear. If nothing changes, Xiao Wu's ultimate fate alongside you is sacrifice. I cannot fathom how you dare blame her for not trusting you. Ning Rongrong retorted, disgusted by Tang San's theatrics. Indeed, the video did state that you would sacrifice yourself to me, but such an act must be voluntary. Therefore, even if I were to wrong the entire world, My concern for you surely comes from the heart. Otherwise, how could you willingly sacrifice yourself? Tang San ignored Ning Rongrong's accusations, his primary focus being to regain Xiao Wu's trust, leaving any grievances with Ning Rongrong for another time. Let us all remain calm. Xiao Wu shook her head. She had seen the fleeting look in Tang San's eyes, which, though momentary, sent a wave of unease through her. That look suggested not only a desire for her soul rings and bones, but also a deeper, suffocating greed that was difficult to articulate. You have the final say. Just do not ignore me. Xiao Wu, remember, I will always be your brother. With that, Tang San ceased to press her. He understood that Xiao Wu was in a state of heightened vigilance, and anything he said or did would likely be met with suspicion. To regain Xiao Wu's trust, Tang San must patiently wait for the storm to pass and gradually mend their relationship. In truth, Xiao Wu's previous feelings were not misplaced. For Tang San, who has long been deprived of love since his past life, the sister he desires is one who would never abandon him, regardless of circumstances. Yet, how could a sentient being, endowed with self-awareness, possibly fulfill such a desire? Thus, transforming Xiao Wu into his soul ring and soul bone became the only viable solution. Although this action would render Xiao Wu unable to converse or banter with him, Tang San's objective would still be achieved. From that moment on, Xiao Wu would be forever bound to him, making it impossible for her to leave. Perhaps such thoughts appear terrifying to others, but for the inherently selfish Tang San, he found no fault in this notion. After all, he merely wished for a family member who would remain steadfastly by his side. What could be wrong with that? With the conversation with Xiao Wu concluded, Tang San redirected his attention to Oscar and Dai Mubai. Seizing an opportunity while they were distracted, he executed a deceptive maneuver, swiftly appearing before them and delivering a powerful blow to their faces. A resounding impact echoed as both Dai Mubai and Oscar were sent hurtling backward. With the increasing exposure of comparison videos, it seems you've grown careless, Tang San remarked Ma Hongjun as he approached the unconscious forms of Dai Mubai and Oscar. Observing their injuries, noticing their distorted expressions, he couldn't help but taunt. Where's my reward for the comparison video? Ignoring Ma Hongjun, Tang San stood patiently for approximately a minute, frowning as he awaited the rewards for punishing Dai Mubai and Oscar, which had yet to be dispensed. Did I not mention before that rewards would only be granted after the scum list concludes? The comparison video responded. Why are you in such a hurry? Hasn't the scum list already been announced? Tang San retorted. Indeed, it has been announced, but I have yet to declare it concluded. However, since you are so eager, I shall grant you a favor. I had intended to reveal other lists early as well. After a brief pause, a commanding voice resonated. The negative scum list has been fully revealed. From now on, any being that successfully punishes those listed will receive corresponding rewards. Tang San, feeling indignant at the comparison video's words, was about to voice his displeasure when a familiar voice approached from afar. Prepare yourself. With a powerful strike, Ning Rongrong, whose skills had dramatically improved, sent Tang San crashing against a nearby cliff before he slowly slid to the ground. What are you waiting for? Everyone attack. This is the top-ranked prize on the scum list. As long as he doesn't die, hit him with all you've got, she urged, charging towards the dazed Tang San and unleashing a barrage of 99 slaps. Rongrong, step aside. Watch me give this Tang San an impromptu haircut. Ma Hongjun exclaimed as a fiery blast transformed Tang San's appearance into a Mediterranean hairstyle. A series of sounds erupted as Tang San was kicked about like a shuttlecock by Ning Rongrong and by Qinxiang. Let me take a turn, Zhu Zhuqing said, summoning her martial soul to inscribe the words "Number 1 scum" onto Tang San's body. Senior sister Jiangzhu, increase the healing intensity. I have many more tricks up my sleeve. Ning Rongrong declared, producing a multitude of small toys from her storage soul tool and inviting everyone to join in, using them all on Tang San. Everyone step back. Let me show you my technique. At this moment, Tai Long appeared with a bag, temporarily dismissing the others before approaching Tang San and placing the bag over his head. Tai Long, what on earth is in that bag? It reeks, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, stepping back while pinching her nose. Hee hee, you'll see for yourselves. Sensing the timing was right, Tai Long retreated several meters and unleashed his soul power to tear the bag open. Upon revealing its contents, everyone collectively gasped and retreated several steps, casting speechless glances at the smug Tai Long. Chapter 124. The scum list rewards cause a stir. Meanwhile, on the training ground high platform, Lu Erlong observed the entire team, except for Xiao Wu and the unconscious Dai Mubai and Oscar, joining in the punishment of Tang San, feeling both amused and exasperated. Aren't you going to intervene? Why should I? It was Tang San who disregarded the rules, first by ambushing Dai Mubai and Oscar. Besides, Rong Rong and the others are aware. They won't truly harm him. Otherwise, that initial strike could have sent him flying, came the reply. Honestly, seeing Tang San get punished, Shun Sanxiong would be applauding rather than trying to stop such a gratifying spectacle. Do as you wish, as long as you are happy, Lu Erlong said before standing up. I need to summon you Xiaogang to my office and use the excuse of which foot he steps with first to give him a thorough lesson. It will be a small measure of retribution for me in the comparison video, and perhaps I can snag some rewards as well. Stretching and loosening his muscles for the impending action, he prepared himself. Be careful when you do. You're now a level 98 Super Douluo. Don't accidentally incapacitate someone as fragile as you, Xiaogang, Shun Sanxiong advised. Don't worry. I've been familiarizing myself with my newfound power. Incidents like accidentally collapsing a house won't happen again, Lu Erlong assured confidently. Let us hope so, Shun Sanxiong remarked, observing Lu Erlong leave with enthusiasm. Half an hour later, Shun Sanxiong noted, it's about time. There will be plenty of opportunities to teach Tang San a lesson. As he gazed at the sun descending on the horizon, he approached the fray surrounding Ning Rongrong and the others. After this lesson, he shouldn't attempt to escape, right? Ning Rongrong adjusted her appearance, returning to her demure demeanor before engaging in conversation. He has nowhere to run. Here, he will only face some hardships. But if he tries to flee and ends up caught by other forces, he could spend the rest of his life in darkness. Besides, he can't escape. I have already marked him. As long as he remains on this Dalu, no matter where he flees, I will be able to sense his presence. Noticing that the members of the team shared similar concerns as Ning Rongrong, Shun Sanxiong smiled, alleviating everyone's worries. That is reassuring. Upon hearing this, the group sighed in relief. And soon, members such as Tai Long were responsible for escorting the unconscious Dai Mubai and his companions back to the front courtyard. However, there was a notable difference. Dai Mubai and Oscar were carried back, while Tang San was dragged back by Tai Long by 1 foot. Comparative video. Ning Rongrong successfully taught Tang San a lesson and now possesses a soul sage level replacement ring symbol. Note, the replacement ring symbol allows the exchange of corresponding level soul rings. For instance, the soul sage level replacement ring symbol obtained by Ning Rongrong grants the soul master the opportunity to absorb the 7th soul ring anew. Comparative video. Bai Qinxiang successfully taught Tang San a lesson and now possesses a soul sage level replacement ring symbol. Comparative video. Zhu Zhuqing successfully taught Tang San a lesson and now possesses a soul king level replacement ring symbol. Comparative video. Jiangzhu successfully taught Tang San a lesson and now possesses a soul emperor level replacement ring symbol. Comparative video. Ma Hongjun successfully taught Tang San a lesson and now possesses a soul king level replacement ring symbol. Comparative video. Tai Long successfully taught Tang San a lesson and now possesses a soul emperor level replacement ring symbol. Comparative video. Jingling successfully taught Tang San a lesson and now possesses a soul emperor level replacement ring symbol. Comparative video. Huang Yuan successfully taught Tang San a lesson and now possesses a soul emperor level replacement ring symbol. Comparative video. Lu Erlong successfully taught you Xiaogang a lesson and now possesses a title Douluo level replacement ring symbol. Variant Douluo World, Tianshui Academy. Shui Wearer. This reward is simply splendid. If I could acquire a set of 9 replacement ring symbols, wouldn't I have the chance to possess 900,000-year red soul rings like Brother Sanxiong in the future? Variant Douluo World Plan Academy. Yaozi. It appears that the configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings will no longer be exclusive to the talented. Variant Douluo World Chihua Academy. Wu, everyone move a bit faster. After we gather, we shall promptly set out to catch those on the disgraceful list. Variant Douluo World, Xinfeng Academy. Feng Xiaodian, Sister Wu, our Xinfeng Academy is about to arrive at the agreed meeting place. Variant Douluo World, Fierce Beast, Black Dragon King. DT. Is it truly our fate as soul beasts to be doomed to extinction? Comparative video. DT. You are overthinking. I treat both humans and soul beasts equally. Your kind can also come out to catch those on the disgraceful list for a lesson. There is no need to worry about the gods seeking trouble with you. I have already sealed off Dalu. Those gods may see you, but they cannot enter. Variant Douluo World, Fierce Beast, Black Dragon King, DT. I see. That explains why there has been such unreasonable activity on Dalu without any reaction from the gods. They have been restrained. As the barrage area buzzed with excitement over the rewards received by Ning Rongrong and others, Shen Sanxiong and his companions arrived at the front courtyard of Lamba Academy. How peculiar. Typically, at this hour, the academy is quite lively, yet today it seems unusually desolate. Walking along the main path of the courtyard, Ning Rongrong and the others glanced around, only spotting a few stray cats, and exclaimed in surprise. Most of the students are at the main gate. Shen Sanxiong's voice carried a hint of resignation. It can only be said that Lu Erlong is capable of anything. She actually hung Yu Xiaogang above the entrance of Lamba Academy, and then set him ablaze until he was crimson. All at the main gate. What transpired there? Without waiting for Shen Sanxiong's response, Ning Rongrong and the others hurried toward the gate. Fine. If you wish to see, then go ahead. But remember to return these 3 rascals to the dormitory first. Otherwise, it may cause chaos. Seeing the remaining few men also eager to join, Shen Sanxiong waved them off. Chapter 125, Training, Capturing Those on the Disgraceful List. Hee, old poison, how much longer will you hide? If you do not emerge soon, I shall take my leave. Watching Ma Hongjun and Tai Long depart, Shen Sanxiong turned to a corner and smiled. Old man, when have I hidden? I merely refrained from disturbing you, as you appear to be busy. As soon as Shen Sanxiong's words fell, a green figure emerged from the corner. You have come to see me unexpectedly. You must have some matter to discuss. Has Dugu Yin returned? That does not seem right. I recall you Qianheng mentioning in the barrage area that he planned to remain in Suatua City with the entire Huangdo team to capture those on the disgraceful list. While speaking, Shen Sanxiong led Dugu Bo to his office. As for Yin Yan's affairs, we shall wait until she returns to address them. This can be considered her final assistance to the academy before leaving Tianshui Royal Academy. In truth, I came today primarily to inquire about my martial soul. Why is the comparative video evaluating my current martial soul as being incompletely evolved? Dugu Bo stated, it may be because your body was severely damaged by poison previously, and that divine herb consumed too much energy to help restore your damaged body, resulting in the incomplete evolution of your martial soul. This was the only answer Shen Sanxiong could conceive. In fact, had it not been for the comparative video's evaluation of Dugu Bo's martial soul, Shen Sanxiong would have genuinely been unaware that Dugu Bo's martial soul had not fully evolved. I see. Dugu Bo furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before nodding in agreement with Shen Sanxiong's explanation. After all, it is an undeniable fact that every hidden danger within his body had been eliminated after refining that divine herb. It is getting late. Since you are here, let us share a drink. As for your martial soul, I will think of another solution. By the way, here is the handwritten copy of the first 5 chapters of the original truth. You may take it to practice. Shen Sanxiong had promised never to treat the Dugu family unfairly, and he certainly would not break his word. All right, since I'm going back alone anyway, it would be better to dine here. It would be more lively. Dugu Bo accepted the handwritten copy of the original truth that Shen Sanxiong offered, glanced at it, and remarked, the characters on this paper appear so elegant. It does not seem like your handwriting. I had Shuangmawai transcribe it. Shen Sanxiong stood up and shrugged. Shuangmawai? Dugu Bo was taken aback. That would be by Qinxiang. Shen Sanxiong felt a bead of sweat. Having become accustomed to speaking privately, he inadvertently let it slip. Oh. Upon hearing this, Dugu Bo understood and responded with a knowing tone. Although he was not young, he was still aware of such matters. This so-called Shuangmawai certainly possesses considerable charm. There is nothing between us. Shen Sangxiong was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the typically aloof Douluo possessed such a wealth of knowledge. It seemed this fellow was not as upright in his youth as one might presume. Rest assured, I comprehend. Men are quite ordinary in this regard. As he spoke, Douluo patted Shen Sangxiong on the shoulder, wearing an expression that suggested he was a fellow traveler in the journey of life. Think what you will. Shen Sangxiong rolled his eyes and chose to ignore Douluo, who was trailing behind him. By the way, did you not acquire 50thLevel pills? Why have you only advanced one level in soul power thus far? Douluo inquired suddenly. Those pills hold little significance for me. My primary focus remains on that nameless true method. Hence, I have given all 50thLevel pills to Lu Erlong. Since Lu Erlong has chosen to follow me, I must ensure she possesses adequate means of self-defense. Otherwise, should any unfortunate incident arise, no amount of regret would suffice. This could be regarded as Lu Din's well-deserved reward for her hardships, Douluo remarked with a sigh. The following morning, at the entrance of Lamba Academy, Shen Sangxiong addressed Xiaogang, who stood beside Tang San, resembling a pig's head, with a calm demeanor. Are you certain you wish to accompany us in capturing those on the disgraceful leaderboard? I am resolute. Moreover, I can impart some valuable knowledge to them on the way. Thus, these team members can engage in both training and learning simultaneously. Of course, these were merely Xiaogang's excuses. The true reason lay in his fear that Lu Erlong might concoct some new scheme to embarrass him in the coming days. Although his body had not sustained any tangible harm from yesterday's incident, he had felt a profound sense of humiliation. Indeed, Xiaogang would prefer to suffer physical injuries and lie bedridden for a year than endure the kind of humiliation he experienced yesterday. For individuals like Xiaogang, the most crippling blows stem not from physical harm, but from assaults on their dignity. If you wish to accompany us, I have no objections. However, aside from your disciple Tang San, please refrain from meddling in the education of the other students, Shen Sangxiong replied, exasperated. Understood. Aware of the scrutinizing gazes of those present, which ranged from disdainful to expressionless, Xiaogang could only nod obediently. At that moment, he nostalgically recalled the days when Bibi Dong had obeyed his every word. Regrettably, since the revealing of his disgraceful actions through the video, Bibi Dong had ceased all communication with him. For instance, after he was finally released by Flander last night, he attempted several times to contact Bibi Dong from his room, only to be met with a dismissive "heh." This left him wondering whether Bibi Dong had lost her sanity. Let us depart. Shen Sangxiong waved his hand, leading the way. Simultaneously, within the Pope's palace, Juliana approached Bibi Dong, whose eyes were red-rimmed, and tentatively asked, "Are you all right, teacher?" "I'm fine. By the way, have you dispatched anyone to capture those on the disgraceful leaderboard?" Bibi Dong replied, her expression unfaltering. "We have. 2 teams are led by my brother in Yen." Juliana answered cautiously, anxious not to provoke her teacher. "Good. At least Yueguan and the others have some utility." Bibi Dong acknowledged with a nod of satisfaction. "By the way, Nana, prepare yourself. We will be heading to Lamba Academy together shortly," she continued. "Teacher, must you go in person? Wouldn't that create too much of an impact?" Juliana hesitated. "It matters not. Go and prepare." Bibi Dong waved her hand dismissively. At that moment, she had little inclination to ponder the implications of her actions. Chapter 126, Preparations to Meet Ain. Outside Tiando City, 2 horse-drawn carriages sped along, one following the other. "Senior Sangxiong, is it not a bit late for us to set out? I noticed in the barrage that other academy teams have been on the move throughout the night." Suddenly, Ning Rongrong's voice emerged from the carriage ahead. "No worries. Even if we fail to capture anyone, we still have 4 individuals from the disgraceful leaderboard in our possession. We are inherently at an advantage," Shen Sangxiong replied, nonchalantly gesturing toward the carriage trailing behind. "That is a valid point. Across the entirety of Douluo continent, no other faction possesses the same advantage as Lamba Academy, effortlessly holding 4 individuals from the disgraceful leaderboard without lifting a finger." With Shen Sangxiong's reminder, Ning Rongrong quickly came to her senses. "Wait a moment. Shouldn't it be 5 individuals from the disgraceful leaderboard? Senior Xiaogang, have you forgotten that you're also among them? Bai Chunxiang interjected, a hint of playful malice in her tone. This served as Bai Chunxiang's small act of revenge. Given that Shun Sangxiong had previously compelled her to transcribe the original true explanation 100 times under the pretense of eavesdropping. Upon hearing this, Shun Sangxiong was momentarily taken aback. To be honest, he had indeed forgotten that he, too, was on the disgraceful leaderboard. I believe Senior Sangxiong should not be on the disgraceful leaderboard at all. It merely stems from some peculiar hobbies. He hasn't committed any actual wrongdoings. In this regard, Ning Rongrong held a differing opinion. Just a few small interests, who could claim to be entirely free of their own little secrets. In truth, what surprised me the most was that guy, Ma Hongjun. Who would have thought that among the 4 male students of Shrek Academy, he, who seemed the least serious, will be the only one not listed on the disgraceful leaderboard? After a brief pause, Ning Rongrong added, "This is likely a reminder that one should not judge solely by appearances and that one cannot truly know a person as heart." Zhu Zhuqing recalled Tang San, who had always presented himself as an honorable gentleman, and then thought of Dai Mu Bai, who, despite appearing somewhat disheveled, indulged in debauchery more than anyone else, and couldn't help but voice her sentiments. In fact, Zhu Zhuqing did not oppose Dai Mu Bai having other romantic interests, provided they were reputable. Yet, ironically, Dai Mu Bai's romantic entanglements numbered in the hundreds, encompassing every conceivable background, yet none were from reputable families. Ma Hongjun's only blemish was his romantic escapades. However, I have heard he has never forced anyone. All his relationships have been consensual. It is likely for this reason that he was not included on the disgraceful leaderboard. Tyren, who had been friendly with Ma Hongjun, remarked in his defense. To claim that it was entirely consensual would be misleading. When I first arrived at Shrek, I witnessed him trying to forcefully break up with his girlfriend, a situation that Small Dance chimed in on. "Small Dance, are you feeling all right?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise. Previously, Small Dance had always been gloomy, and Ning Rongrong thought it would take her several months to return to her former carefree self. One who would engage in any topic of conversation. "Yes, I am well now. Thank you all for your concern." Xiao Wu smiled at Ning Rongrong and expressed her gratitude to the 4 women who had accompanied her throughout the night. "You have recovered quite swiftly." Ning Rongrong's expression was rather peculiar. In truth, she had misunderstood a bit. Without the opportunity for the Titan giant ape to abduct Xiao Wu, her feelings for Tang San were purely fraternal, devoid of any romantic inclination. Although the revelations about Tang San left Xiao Wu feeling bittersweet and pained, it did not evoke a sense of despair, nor did it necessitate months of solitude for her to recover. "Shun Sangxiong, may I join the Inner Academy?" Playfully sticking out her little tongue at Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu turned to Shun Sangxiong and inquired, "You must think carefully. Once you join the Inner Academy, there's no turning back. It is uncertain what this rabbit is thinking, but since she wishes to join, Shun Sangxiong had no reason to refuse. I am aware of the rules." Xiao Wu nodded. She could now be considered a solitary individual and in a precarious situation. Therefore, for her own safety, she needed to find a protector among humans. Shun Sangxiong, who was already aware of her identity yet had not harmed her and possessed considerable strength, was evidently the most suitable candidate. "Very well. From now on, you shall be a core disciple of Lanba Academy's Inner Academy." As he spoke, Shun Sangxiong retrieved a handwritten manuscript of the original true solution from his storage soul guide and handed it to Xiao Wu. "How infuriating. This is all my hard work transcribed." Upon seeing her own handwriting on the manuscript, Bai Qinxiang's cheeks puffed up in indignation. "Who told you to eavesdrop?" Shun Sangxiong shot Bai Qinxiang a sidelong glance. "I did not. It was merely that your voices were too loud," Bai Qinxiang retorted, feeling both embarrassed and annoyed. At her words, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's faces turned slightly red, while Tai Long and the others chose to ignore the exchange, observing with a detached demeanor. It seems that even 100 repetitions are insufficient. For some reason, Shun Sangxiong always enjoyed teasing Bai Qinxiang. Bai Qinxiang shot a glare at Shun Sangxiong and ignored him, refusing to engage further with someone who would bully her. As time passed, amidst their stops and starts, the group finally arrived at a place known as Xiaogang village on the afternoon of the third day. However, the group from Lanba Academy did not enter the village. Instead, under Shun Sangqiong's guidance, they arrived at a concealed cave. What are we doing here? After dismounting the carriage, Ning Rongrong looked around, perplexed. There happens to be a listed individual hiding nearby, ranked 39th on the list of undesirable souls. It can only be described as a coincidence. Shun Sangqiong had originally intended to wait until the current trial involving the listed individual concluded before coming to Xiaogang village to retrieve Yin. However, upon checking the locations of the listed individuals using comparative video scores, he discovered that one was indeed hiding in the forest behind Xiaogang village. Under such circumstances, Shun Sangqiong naturally opted to visit Xiaogang village first. Oh, there is a listed individual here? Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong gasped softly and promptly, alongside the others, summoned their martial spirits, poised for battle. He's in that cave over there. If you walk about 500 meters ahead, you will see the cave. Shun Sangqiong pointed in a direction, and then, paying no further heed to how the students would go about capturing the Soul Master level undesirable, he strode directly into the nearby cave. Chapter 127. The villagers of Xiaogang village confront Tang, San inside the cave. Why are you all following me? Shun Sangqiong turned back, exasperated. It's merely capturing a level 41 Soul Master. We hardly need to intervene. Bai Qinxiang remarked. In truth, they were simply curious about Shun Sangqiong's intentions for entering the cave. How about this? Next time, I can take you all to the city of Slaughter to practice against Tang Shun. While saying this, Shun Sangqiong did not drive the 5 women away, but instead led them to a patch of blue-silver grass adorned with golden veins. This blue-silver grass is quite unusual. Ning Rongrong circled the golden-veined blue-silver grass, resting her chin on her hand, offering her opinion. Did you really need to say that? Bai Qinxiang squatted down and gently stroked the distinctive blue-silver grass before her. This should be the blue-silver emperor, right? Xiao Wu hesitated. After all, as a soul beast, her understanding of soul beasts far exceeded that of Ning Rongrong and the other 4 women. Indeed, this blue-silver grass is the king among blue-silver grasses, the renowned 100,000-year blue-silver emperor. That is Ayin. Shun Sangqiong nodded. 100,000-year soul beast. Blue-silver emperor Ayin. ISNT that Tang, San's mother? Apart from Xiao Wu, the other 4 women were taken aback. Ayin. I have already recognized you. How long will you remain motionless? Do you need me to touch you before you react? Observing the curious 4 women continuously reaching out to touch her, Ayin remained unresponsive, prompting Shun Sangqiong to tease her. What are you doing here? Also, how did you know I was here? Perhaps fearing that Shun Sangqiong would truly make a move, Ayin finally spoke. However, as Ayin was still just a small blue-silver grass, only the 4 who had cultivated the true method could hear her voice. I am here to take you away. As for how I knew you were here, that is not for you to concern yourself with. After saying this, Shun Sangqiong disregarded whether Ayin was willing and directly uprooted her, replanting her in the flower pot he had brought along. What kind of person are you? Ayin was quite irate. Being taken by me is certainly better than being taken by Tang Hao, Shun Sangqiong replied. Where do you intend to take me? Upon being asked by Shun Sangqiong, a yin's thrashing branches and leaves came to a halt, and after several seconds, she seemed to resign herself to the question. Is it necessary to ask? Of course. It is Lanba Academy. But rest assured, I will find a way to help you transform back into your original form swiftly. Shun Sangqiong made a promise. This arrangement would benefit both parties. After all, a mere plant is hardly captivating. Only after Ayin transforms can Shun Sangqiong appreciate her beauty fully. If you can truly assist me in transforming quickly, I will owe you a favor. At this moment, Ayin was genuinely tempted. When her husband became unreliable and her son was not truly her son, Ayin was left with only the desire to transform. Do not worry. I'm a person of my word. Although Shun Sangqiong thought to himself, a favor is trivial, a lover would be more appropriate. Half an hour later, no wonder you insisted on bringing Flender along. It turns out you planned to have him act as a courier to transport the captured undesirable back. On the small road of Xiaogang village, Ning Rongrong recalled the splendid expression on Flinder's face upon hearing Shun Sangxiong's words, and could not help but chuckle. Fortunately, my soul power level is not high. Otherwise, I would likely be unable to escape. Beside me, Bai Qinxiang glanced at the pot of blue-silver emperor that Shun Sangxiong had forcibly placed in her arms, sharing a sense of camaraderie with Flander. Are you Tang San? Amidst the playful banter among the girls, a villager from Shenghun village approached Shun Sangxiong and his companions. As a stranger drew near and recognized Tang San's somewhat swollen yet familiar face, he furrowed his brow and inquired with anger, "Is that you?" "It is I, Uncle Parker." Acknowledged by the villager, Tang San realized he could no longer feign ignorance and could only muster a forced smile to greet him. "Uncle? Haha, I wouldn't dare take such a title." Parker, a middle-aged man, retorted with a cold sneer. "Uncle Parker, you cannot allow the biased perceptions from the comparison videos to cloud your judgment of me. After all, those disgraceful incidents, should they ever occur, are matters for the future. I have not committed such acts thus far." Tang San pleaded desperately. "My disdain for you does not stem from your notoriety as the first on the disgraceful list, but rather from your ungratefulness," Parker replied, his face filled with contempt. "How am I ungrateful?" This was not Tang San's deliberate pretense. He genuinely did not understand why Parker accused him of being ungrateful. "You are truly a heartless wretch, Tang San. If you were merely pretending to be oblivious, you might have a slight chance for redemption. However, it is evident that you are genuinely unaware of your own ingratitude, which is truly hopeless. Enough. I will ask directly, how did the village chief treat you during your childhood?" Parker nearly lost his temper. "The village chief treated me well," Tang San admitted, unable to deny it. Moreover, when he returned to Shenghun village years ago, Xiaowu had accompanied him. If he were to lie now, it would undoubtedly lead to greater disappointment from Xiaowu. "Good. Since you acknowledge that the village chief treated you well, can you explain why, over the past few years, you have not once returned to visit him?" Parker's anger escalated. This left Tang San speechless, unsure how to respond. Should he say that his father, Tang Hao, was no longer here, and thus he had no reason to return? "Tang San, during your childhood, your father Tang Hao was completely neglectful of you. Without the village chief's assistance, you might have starved to death long ago. The village chief seeks no recompense, yet during your breaks, you cannot even spare a moment to visit him. Is this not excessive? If you are not an ungrateful wretch, then what are you?" Parker's fists clenched tighter. "It is not that I am unwilling to return, but my studies are quite demanding. I not only attend classes, but also work at the blacksmith shop during my free time. I scarcely have any leisure to pursue my own desires," Tang San defended himself. "Huh." Parker was so enraged by Tang San's response that he laughed. He then wasted no time in relaying their conversation verbatim to the comment section, intending for everyone to weigh in on the matter. Chapter 128. Tang San's defense crumbles. Desiring confrontation in the commentary section, a participant remarked, without exaggeration or bias, "It is clear that Tang San is simply deceiving people. If someone truly holds another in their heart, how could they not return for years to check on them? If it were me, no matter how busy I was, I would make time to visit, even if just briefly." Another participant declared, "I must clarify that Tang San worked in my shop. However, we are not a ruthless establishment. If there were issues, he could easily take leave. Moreover, our business is not so demanding as to prevent him from visiting the village chief. I can assert that Tang San's absence from the village is due to his complete disregard for the village chief and his unwillingness to visit." The principal of the Nodding Academy added, "We must also clarify that our academic schedule is not so rigorous. We have cultural classes only in the morning, with the remainder of the day free for self-directed activities. Whether one chooses to cultivate their soul power or engage in other pursuits, the academy does not interfere." As the statements from the blacksmith shop owner and the principal of the Nodding Academy were posted, it became apparent that both institutions maintained a flexible academic structure. A participant commented, "In truth, any disgraceful incident involving Tang San seems unsurprising." Another added, "I once thought I was quite disgraceful, but compared to this esteemed Tang San, I realize I'm still lacking." Yet another remarked, "This is entirely normal. Our rankings on the disgraceful list are far beneath that of Tang San." A participant noted, Though my brothers and I are no saints, at least we understand the importance of gratitude and the bare minimum of decency. Parker from Xiaogang village stated, Tang-san, do you see? Even your former school and workplace have issued statements. It is clear that your claim of being too busy to visit the village chief is nothing more than a deceptive fabrication. Stop regarding yourself as the only wise one while viewing others as fools. Parker smiled at the sullen-faced Tang-san, his frustrations somewhat alleviated by the barrage of disdainful comments directed at Tang-san. The village chief, Jack sighed. Parker, let go. I must have misjudged him. Parker replied, Village chief, your kindness is excessive. Since you do not wish to hold a grudge, I too will refrain from wasting further words with this disgrace. Otherwise, the more I speak with him, the more nauseated I feel. With that, Parker cast one last disdainful glance at Tang-san before turning to leave. Wait, Parker. Tang-san, believe I have not wronged you. Yet you have relegated our conversation to the barrage section and act so aggressive. Today, should you fail to provide an explanation, it seems you shall find it quite difficult to depart from this place. At that moment, Tang-san stepped forward, positioning himself directly in front of Parker. Although Elder Jack and Parker wished to let matters rest, Tang-san was determined to confront Parker. How dare you repay kindness with malice and strike at me? Do not forget, you were raised on the kindness of Xiaogang village, and my family has supported you greatly. Parker took a few steps back, his heart racing with anxiety. After all, he was merely an ordinary person. Despite Tang-san being just a teenager, it would be exceedingly easy for him to dominate someone of Parker's stature. Here is a gold soul coin, surely enough to repay the debt for those meals you received. With that, Tang-san retrieved a gold soul coin from his storage soul guide and tossed it toward Parker. However, whether intentional or accidental, the coin struck Parker precisely on his tear duct. Instantly, tears and snot streamed uncontrollably from Parker. On the other side, it appeared that Tang-san had been thrown off balance by Parker's actions. Ning Rongrong clenched her delicate fists at the sight of Parker's pitiful state. Perhaps, after speaking, Shen Sanxiong hurriedly approached as Tang-san prepared to strike Parker. Before Tang-san's fist could make contact, Shen Sanxiong delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head. In an instant, the previously cold expression on Tang-san's face was replaced by a flurry of stars, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Senior Shen, what is the meaning of this? After a prolonged silence, Tang-san finally emerged from his confusion, grappling with the questions of who he was, where he was, and what he intended to do. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, he noticed that his assailant was none other than Shen Sanxiong, the harbinger of misfortune, which left him feeling even more frustrated. Slap. Without uttering a word, Shen Sanxiong struck Tang-san's head again and then coolly instructed him to apologize. Uncle Parker, I am sorry. Although Tang-san was filled with indignation, he understood that under the same roof, one must bow their head, especially after witnessing the faint, enigmatic smile on Shen Sanxiong's lips. Tang-san knew that a refusal to apologize would lead to dire consequences. Tang-san, upon your arrival in our Dalu, though your body was still small, your mind already functioned as that of an adult. I will refrain from uttering the inapt phrase regarding parental neglect. However, I must advise you, actions speak louder than words. If you continue this reckless behavior, you may find yourself topping the next negative leaderboard. After imparting this lesson, Parker bent slightly toward Shen Sanxiong in gratitude. Chapter 129. Bye-bye Dong finally meets Xiaogang, while Shen Sanxiong and his companions awaited Flinder's return in Xiaogang village. Lamba Academy was abuzz with excitement due to the arrival of Pope Bye-bye Dong, student A of Lamba Academy. Wow, is this truly His Holiness the Pope? I never imagined I would witness such grandeur in my lifetime. Student B of Lamba Academy. For some reason, although I once shared the same interests as Senior Shen, upon seeing His Holiness, I find myself devoid of any disrespectful thoughts. Student C of Lamba Academy, you are quite bold, unlike me, who can only gaze at that enchanting Hulaina trailing behind the Pope. Student D of Lamba Academy, speaking of which, Hulaina is rather fortunate not to have been dealt with by the Spirit Hall in secret. In the office of the Lamba Academy principal, Bye-bye Dong. What brings you to Lamba Academy? closing the door to shield themselves from the murmurs of the students outside. Lu Erlong finally returned to her seat to inquire. Lu Erlong was uncertain of Bai Bai Dong's current emotions, but upon seeing her, only feelings of pity remained. "Where is Yu Xiaogang?" Bai Bai Dong retorted. Upon arriving at Lamba Academy, she had sensed no trace of Yu Xiaogang. "I do not know. He went out with Sang Xiong to apprehend those on the disgraceful leaderboard." Lu Erlong shook her head. "Huh. With his mere 29th level of soul power, how dare he accompany them? A sambat morbid smile graced bv dongistaze. Are you all right?" Lu Erlong furrowed her brows, sensing that Bai Bai Dong seemed off-kilter. "What could possibly be wrong with me? Rather, it is you who has chosen a man so much younger than yourself as your husband. Are you not afraid of being ridiculed for being an old cow eating tender grass?" Bibi Dong remarked. "What others say or think is of no concern to me." Lu Erlong had always been this way. Once she made a decision, she would ignore any opposition. "You remain as you were." Bai Bai Dong recalled how, even years ago, when most of Douluo mocked Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaogang, Lu Erlong never shied away from it. "Surely, you do not wish to engage in this unproductive conversation with me?" Lu Erlong replied, somewhat exasperated. "I merely wish to understand what kind of person my rival was back then." Bibi Dong smiled. Strictly speaking, this was the first time Bai Bai Dong and Lu Erlong had sat together for a conversation. "I am now with Sang Xiong, not your rival." Lu Erlong rolled her eyes. To be honest, if this had been a few years prior, Bai Bai Dong's words would have brought her joy. Yet now, she had willingly submitted to shun Sang Xiong's whims, and the mention of Yu Xiaogang stirred no emotions within her. "Indeed, we are not rivals, nor have we ever been. We are merely two unfortunate souls who have been toyed with by Yu Xiaogang." As she spoke, Bibi Dong's voice grew increasingly hollow. "You, too, might find someone who genuinely cherishes you to marry. After all, with your age and level of soul power, your journey ahead is long. Rather than endure a life of suffering, it is better to let go and embrace a new life. Just as I did. I once loved Yu Xiaogang just as much as you did, yet I have long since cast him aside." Lu Erlong was at a loss for words and could only use her own experiences to console Bai Bai Dong. "Ha! Unfortunately, I'm not like you. You have the chance for a fresh start while I do not. Nonetheless, I must thank you. Who would have thought that the very person I once wished to eliminate would now sincerely seek to comfort me?" With a smile, Bai Bai Dong's eyes brimmed with tears once more. Upon witnessing Bai Bai Dong's tears, Lu Erlong felt a pang of helplessness and sighed, lamenting how deeply Yu Xiaogang had wounded Bai Bai Dong. "Very well. I shall seek out Yu Xiaogang now and will not disturb you further." Moments later, Bai Bai Dong shattered the silence within the room, wiping away the tears from her face. As she stood up and opened the door, she instantly reverted to her demeanor prior to entering. "I hope you will be well." Lu Erlong bid farewell to Bai Bai Dong as she departed from Lanba Academy, silently expressing his thoughts as he watched her gradually fade into the distance. Meanwhile, for the next period, Shunt Sang Xiong continued to lead the group from Lanba Academy on their travels across the Douluo continent. Their journey was indeed fruitful. One afternoon, just after finishing a meal, as Shunt Sang Xiong prepared to pack his belongings and pursue their next target, which was the closest to them, two figures suddenly soared through the sky. Bai Bai Dong? Upon recognizing the visitors, Shunt Sang Xiong instinctively exclaimed, "Shunt Sang Xiong, we have finally met." Bai Bai Dong, accompanied by Hu Lai Na, approached Shunt Sang Xiong a few meters away and greeted him. "What brings you here? Have you come for someone?" After speaking, Shunt Sang Xiong glanced at Yu Xiaogang, who was nearby, and suddenly turned pale. "Yes, I have come for Yu Xiaogang." Bai Bai Dong did not beat around the bush and directly confirmed it. "You intend to personally teach Yu Xiaogang a lesson?" Shunt Sang Xiong speculated. He could not fathom that after witnessing the exposure of Yu Xiaogang's actions in the comparison video, Bai Bai Dong would still choose to forgive him after a few days of sorrow. "You guessed correctly. However, rest assured, once everything is over, I will compensate you." "What do you think?" Bibi Dong smiled. "That is certainly acceptable, but please do not kill him, regardless of whether there would be compensation or not." Shunt Sang Xiong would not refuse Bai Bai Dong's request. After all, witnessing Bai Bai Dong personally teaching Yu Xiaogang a lesson was an exceedingly rare spectacle. "Thank you." Bai Bai Dong nodded, then turned her gaze toward the dazed Yu Xiaogang. "Yu Xiaogang, Do you know the purpose of these pills? At this moment, Bai Bai Dong did not immediately take action, but instead retrieved several jade vials containing pills from her storage soul guide. Dong Air. Yu Xiaogang trembled as he called out. Do you know? These pills were all procured for you. For instance, this vial contains only one pill. It possesses the power to elevate you from level 29 to level 30. As she spoke, Bai Bai Dong opened one of the jade vials and revealed the pill within. Chapter 130. Bai Bai Dong ruins Yu Xiaogang. Tang San follows suit. Gulp. Upon seeing the Grand Master pill in Bai Bai Dong's hand, Yu Xiaogang momentarily forgot his unease and swallowed hard. Do you want it? Bai Bai Dong was quite pleased with Yu Xiaogang's reaction. Dong, I. Looking at the Grand Master pill in Bai Bai Dong's delicate hand, Yu Xiaogang struggled to avert his gaze, wanting to say something. Slap. However, before Yu Xiaogang could utter a word, Bai Bai Dong delivered a sharp slap to his face, her expression shifting from smile to one of icy coldness. Shut up. How dare you call me Dong Air? Cough, cough. Yu Xiaogang, having been knocked aside by Bai Bai Dong, turned pale, and as he coughed, a few bloody teeth fell from his mouth. I originally thought that as long as I could help you, it would all be worthwhile. In hindsight, it seems I was entirely foolish. Bai Bai Dong approached the fallen Yu Xiaogang, looking down at him from above, and began to apply pressure on the Grand Master pill in her hand. No, seeing his hope of breaking through to level 30 about to be crushed before his very eyes. Yu Xiaogang disregarded the pain in his body and hastily scrambled to stop her. Unfortunately, Bai Bai Dong intended for Yu Xiaogang to witness his hopes of advancement being obliterated before him, so she would not relent. What a waste. At that moment, Yu Xiaogang, disregarding everything else, hurriedly crouched down to search for the fragments of the Grand Master pill. Yet he was destined for disappointment. With Bai Bai Dong's formidable strength, the Grand Master pill had long since been reduced to powder, leaving no remnants behind. Are you truly pained by this? Bai Bai Dong observed Yu Xiaogang, who was desperately searching for the fragments of the Grand Master pill on the ground, and felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction swell within her. Bai Bai Dong, you have gone too far. After searching fruitlessly for a long time, Yu Xiaogang, filled with an inexplicable courage, stood up and pointed at Bai Bai Dong, launching into a tirade. Slap. Once again, Bai Bai Dong sent Yu Xiaogang flying with a sharp slap. This is my possession. What right do you have to concern yourself with it? Furthermore, what is my identity, and what is yours, you worthless fool, to dare speak to me in such a manner? However, it was evident that Bai Bai Dong was still enjoying herself, only causing Yu Xiaogang pain without truly injuring him. Bai Bai Dong, are you not being reasonable? Did you not claim these pills were for me? Yu Xiaogang spat out a few more broken teeth, enraged. Goodness, I am truly astonished by Yu Xiaogang. How does he manage to maintain his composure while shifting the blame for his own issues onto others? Not far away, Bai Chunxiang, witnessing this scene, exclaimed in shock. What of it? Xiong seemed unfazed. After all, in the original narrative, when Yu Xiaogang first sought Bai Bai Dong for the cultivation method of the twin spirits, she refused to provide it. Yet, instead of reflecting upon his own shortcomings, Yu Xiaogang bo li kenthrantit bibidon. Given Yu Xiaogang's previous conduct, Xiong found nothing surprising about his current actions. Is this not something significant? Bai Chunxiang looked at Xiong, her expression filled with astonishment. She simply could not fathom the depths of Yu Xiaogang's shamelessness. In response, Xiong merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. At this moment, not only were Bai Chunxiang and the others shocked by Yu Xiaogang's words, but even Bai Bai Dong was taken aback by his reasoning, suddenly questioning what it was that had initially attracted her to this man. However, Bai Bai Dong quickly regained her composure. Observing Yu Xiaogang's eyes fixated tightly on the jade vial in her hand, she noted his lack of remorse for his previous shameless remarks, causing her interest to wane. She realized that she had been foolish to think she could provoke Yu Xiaogang with mere words. With someone like him, from a certain perspective, he was invincible. If she wished to stir any emotion within him, she could only strike at his weaknesses. Otherwise, he would not be affected in the slightest. With this thought in mind, a cold smile appeared at the corners of Bai Dong's mouth. She lifted her hands, and under the stark change in Xiaogang's expression, she brought her hands together and then apart. No, this time, Xiaogang did not suffer a blow, but his anguished cry echoed through the air, startling a small bird flying overhead and nearly causing it to tumble from the sky. Ha ha! Upon hearing the anguished cries of Xiaogang, and witnessing him trembling as he collapsed to the ground, desperately scavenging the grass for the scattered powders, whether belonging to the Yuping or the Dan Wan, Bai Dong could not help but laugh heartily from the depths of her being. Xiaogang, these Dan Wan were initially prepared as a birthday gift for you. Since they were meant for you from the outset, the most fitting conclusion for them, when you are unworthy of possessing them, is to destroy them before your very eyes. Thus, it declares to this world that we are now strangers. With that, a chilling glint flickered in Bai Dong's eyes. In the next moment, Xiaogang, who had been searching the ground for the Dan Wan powder, suddenly stiffened, clutching his vital points in silence before collapsing. On the other side, several male students from Lanba Academy shuddered at this sight, instinctively protecting their own vulnerabilities. Particularly Tang San, who had already experienced such a fate once, was now drenched in cold sweat. And the areas healed by Jiao Xan Haidang seemed to throb with pain again. Tang San, I previously sought out a way to cure you for Xiaojiang's sake. Now that my relationship with him has severed, I shall reclaim what is owed. With these words, Bai Dong struck again. Just as she could love those connected to her, she could equally harbor hatred towards them. A moment later, have you finished? Shen Sanxiong could not help but marvel at Bai Dong's ferocity. She was indeed formidable. Yes, this is my compensation for you, Bai Dong nodded, producing 2 tokens engraved with the character Dong from her storage soul guide. What are these? Shen Sanxiong inquired, examining the tokens from every angle. These are my personal insignias. Each token allows me to perform one task for its bearer, Bai Dong explained. Any task? Shen Sanxiong asked, feeling that this was akin to a favor from Ayin. As long as it is within my capabilities, Bai Dong affirmed. Chapter 131. Encounter with the 4-Element Academy, since Bai Dong stated that any task within her ability is permissible. I shall utilize 1 token for her and the other for Qianren Xue. That seems reasonable, does it not? Alas, if only I could acquire 1 more token. Then even Hulaina could be included. Resolving this in his mind, Shen Sanxiong's ambition grew. By the way, may I temporarily place Nana in your Lanba Academy? At this moment, Bai Dong's voice interrupted Shen Sanxiong's thoughts. Why? He queried, glancing at the silent Hulaina, suspecting that Bai Dong had already discussed this matter with her, as she showed no reaction. I will be entering seclusion for a while. However, you are aware that Nana's future betrayal of the Wuhuan Palace has been exposed through comparative videos. I worry that during my seclusion, those in the offering hall may pose a threat to her. Bai Dong gently caressed Hulaina's hair, a flicker of affection in her eyes. Shall I procure another token? Shen Sanxiong suggested. Certainly, Bai Dong replied, retrieving another token from her storage soul guide and handing it to him. Rest assured, Hulaina will not come to harm while she is by my side, Shen Sanxiong assured, patting his broad chest. Then I entrust her to you. Although Bai Dong sensed something amiss in Shen Sanxiong's smile, she dismissed the thought. After quietly instructing Hulaina a few more times, she soared into the air towards the direction of the Wuhuan Palace. Shen Sanxiong, what shall we do now? Shall we return to Lanba Academy? Or continue pursuing those on the disreputable list? White Xinxiang approached swiftly after the important matters were settled. Naturally, we shall continue pursuing those on the disreputable list. Shen Sanxiong replied without hesitation. That is good. In reality, White Xinxiang did not wish to return to Lanba Academy so soon due to the troubles caused by Xiaogang and Tang San. After all, there are only 100 individuals on the disreputable list, excluding those who cannot be captured. If they were to return to Lanba Academy to escort Xiaogang and Tang San, they might find that all the targets have already been apprehended. Inform Flinder that I will give him half an hour to tend to the injuries of Tang San and Xiaogang. After half an hour, we will set out to capture the next individual on the disreputable list. To be honest, Shen Sanxiong was unsure of Flinder's true thoughts. He often referred to Xiaogang as Little Gang as though he regarded him as a brother. However, when faced with real challenges, Flinder always seemed to remain on the sidelines, silently watching as his companions faced adversity. This was the same with Zhao Wujing and Tang Hao in the past, and now with Bai Bai Dong and Yu Xiaogang. Very well, White Xinxiang replied cheerfully. By the way, how did you find us? Once White Xinxiang departed, Shen Sangxiong turned to Hulaina and asked. The teacher is the Pope of the Wuhuan Palace. It is quite simple to find someone who is not intentionally hiding, Hulaina explained, retracting her gaze from Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang. I see. Shen Sangxiong nodded, engaging in casual conversation with Hulaina. 5 days later, there are indeed a multitude of people gathered here, Jiang Zhu remarked as she disembarked from the carriage, taken aback by the assembly of at least 10,000 souls outside the city of slaughter. After all, this is a standoff between the Wuhuan Palace and the Haotian sect. It is only natural that many would come to witness, Ning Rongrong remarked, following closely behind. I wonder where the Haotian sect finds the audacity to confront the Wuhuan Palace now, White Xinxiang scoffed. I truly do not understand the situation of the Wuhuan Palace. They have been in a standoff with the Haotian sect for nearly 3 days now, yet there has been no engagement. Tai Long expressed his confusion. Who knows? Ma Hongjun shrugged dismissively. Sangxiong Gij, is that you? Suddenly, a melodious female voice rang out from a distance. It is I. You must be Shui Yuer, Shen Sangxiong responded, turning toward the source of the voice to see a figure clad in blue approaching swiftly, accompanied by a group from the 4 Elements Academy. Am I truly that famous? Sangxiong Gij could recognize me. Shui Yuer blushed. It is likely because you are the only one who refers to Shen Sangxiong as Sangxiong Gij. White Xinxiang interjected before Shen Sangxiong could speak. That is still quite nice. At least I have my own exclusive title with Sangxiong Gij, Shui Yuer said, her spirits lifted rather than diminished by White Xinxiang's remarks. Having encountered the majestic Sangxiong, the other students of the Si Yuansuo Academy soon gathered before Shen Sangxiong. However, due to his status as a titled Duo and the uncertainty surrounding his true temperament, they maintained a respectful distance of 3 to 4 meters, unlike Shui Yuer, who clung closely to him. As I mentioned in the bullet screen, you may call me Shen Sangxiong or simply Sangxiong, he remarked with a roll of his eyes. I told you, Sangxiong Gij must be quite approachable, Shui Yuer proudly proclaimed. Sister, don't go overboard, Shui Binger interjected. Watching her sister comfortably wrap an arm around Shen Sangxiong, her expression darkening slightly. Sangxiong Gij, how many of the bottom-tier list contenders did your Lanba Academy capture? Shui Yuer ignored her sister's displeasure and engaged Shen Sangxiong in conversation. Excluding the few who were already on our academy's bottom-tier list, we captured a total of 10, Shen Sangxiong replied after a moment of contemplation. Wow, that's quite a number. Our Si Yuansuo Academy managed to catch only 7, Shui Yuer gasped, her face filled with envy as she regarded Shen Sangxiong. Much like her fellow students, it was also a stroke of luck on our part, Shen Sangxiong added truthfully. I believe having only 100 contenders on the list is quite insufficient. In such a short time, aside from those who are beyond capture, the others have already been swept away. If another negative list were to emerge, it would be ideal if it could encompass up to 100 million. Shui Yuer mused dreamily. Shui Yuer, if the negative list truly expanded to 100 million, I suspect you would also find yourself on it. Wu teased at that moment. How could a naive and adorable girl like me ever end up on such a list? Shui Yuer retorted, convinced that aside from her slight infatuation, she bore no faults and had never committed any wrongdoing. If she were to be listed, it would imply that there were no good people left on Douluo continent. Those devoid of shame are invincible, Wu scoffed lightly. Shen Sangxiong, have you stored the captured bottom-tier contenders in your carriage? Yu Qianxin inquired, somewhat puzzled. No. When we capture these bottom-tier contenders, our first order business is to give them a thorough beating, and then we send them back to Lanba Academy to be locked away, Shen Sangxiong explained. And what is the source of those intermittent cries of pain emanating from your carriage? Yu Qianxin asked with curiosity. Oh, that's just Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. I've grown accustomed to their sounds over the past few days. Had you not brought it up, I might not have even noticed, Shen Sangxiong said, revealing a hint of amusement. It seems the Pope isn't holding back. Yu Tianxin's expression flickered with complexity. Though Yu Xiaogang had long been expelled from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, there remained an undeniable connection that stirred mixed feelings within Yu Tianxin. Perhaps, Shun Tsang Qiong shrugged. He did not mention that had he not commanded the carriage to travel at maximum speed and specifically chosen the roughest paths, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang would have had ample time to heal, rather than continuing to wail daily as they currently did. Meanwhile, as Shun Tsang Qiong conversed with the students of Si Yuansua Academy, a resonant voice echoed from the headquarters of the Spirit Hall. Tang Xiao, you would do well to return to your rat's nest in all honesty. Our esteemed Spirit Hall is merciful and trustworthy. As long as your Haoyan sect does not stir trouble, we shall not pursue your annihilation. However, should you insist on entering the city of slaughter to rescue Tang Chun, I fear I will have no choice but to send you to meet the ancestors of your Haoyan sect. Upon finishing, a figure materialized before the crowd, having transformed into their martial spirit's true form. It was the second elder, Jean Douluo. Hulaina gasped softly. It seems no one from Sea God Island has come. Compared to the Sea God, Poseidon ultimately chose to abandon Tang Chun, unwilling to risk high-ranking forces from Sea God Island for his rescue, Shun Tsang Qiong observed. One wonders if the beleaguered Haoyan sect will retreat in the face of difficulty. Ning Rongrong mused, watching as the Haoyan sect members emerged from their headquarters. They brought a chair from their carriage, intending to leisurely enjoy the unfolding drama. As the Haoyan sect positioned themselves near Jean Douluo, the atmosphere shifted into an eerie tension, prompting many spectators who had come to witness the spectacle to instinctively step back several paces. Have you reached a decision, Haoyan sect? Jean Douluo inquired impatiently, observing the silence from the Haoyan sect members before him. You Spirit Hall are truly overstepping, Tang Lai. The fiery seventh elder of the Haoyan sect retorted, unable to contain his temper. We have come solely to rescue our sect's ancestor. What does this have to do with your Spirit Hall? It seems there is nothing left to discuss. Jean Douluo responded with a nonchalant tone, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Having faced the Haoyan sect for so long, his patience had been thoroughly exhausted. Had he not been advised by the Grand Elder to refrain from violence, he would have dispatched them upon first encountering the Haoyan sect members. You Spirit Hall have sent only one Super Doa, while we of the Haoyan sect have come with numerous individuals. In a true battle, the outcome is uncertain, Tang Lai asserted. With that, the Haoyan sect, including Tang Xiao, unleashed their martial spirits, consisting of one Super Da, two titled Douluos, and over 20 soul Douluos and soul saints, simultaneously charging at Jean Douluo as if they had prearranged their attack. In their eyes, they believed they could take advantage of the Spirit Hall's negligence to swiftly eliminate Jean Douluo, subsequently wreaking havoc on the city of slaughter and rescuing Tang Chun. As for the aftermath, they deemed it trivial. Once they successfully retrieved their ancestor, the tables would turn, and it would be the Haoyan sect pursuing the Spirit Hall for retribution rather than the other way around. Such audacity! Jean Douluo seethed as he watched the unfolding scene, nearly exploding with rage. He had extended his patience to the Haoyan sect multiple times, yet they not only failed to express gratitude, but also initiated an attack against him. Consequently, Jean Douluo no longer held back, disregarding the numerical disparity, and leaped forward to engage with the 20-plus members of the Haoyan sect. On the other side, Song Qiong, who do you think will emerge victorious? Shui Yue asked, taking a sunflower seed from Ning Rongrong and offering one to Shun Tsang Qiong while blinking curiously. Without a doubt, Jean Douluo will prevail. Shun Tsang Qiong replied as he consumed the seed. But I've heard that the Haoyan sect possesses formidable techniques like the Haoyan 9 Absolutes and the Exploding Rings, which allow for battles beyond their level. Shui Yue expressed her concern. Divine techniques? Huh. Shun Tsang Qiong chuckled lightly. These are merely deceptive words meant to mislead. How could one who is not even a deity possibly develop so-called divine techniques? Moreover, what constitutes a divine technique? It refers to the skills of the gods. For a mere mortal to dare to wield a divine technique raises the question of whether one can even harness such power with human strength. Even if one could, the user would likely be consumed by the very technique they attempt to employ. Back in the original world, every time Shen Sangxiong heard someone claim that the Haoyan sect possessed divine techniques capable of easily battling above their rank, he could not help but laugh. To draw a parallel, if you possess a mere 1,000 units of energy, how could you possibly utilize a skill that requires 1,000,000? This is nothing short of glorifying the protagonist to the point of absurdity. Furthermore, dismissing the notion that the two divine techniques of the Haoyan sect might require minimal energy is futile. If those so-called divine techniques were indeed powerful yet low in energy consumption, what would become of the Wuhuan Temple, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and the two imperial factions of Tiando and Xingluo? It seems that the Haoyan sect would have swept across the Douluo continent long before Tang San achieved divinity. Instead of gradually transforming the entire continent into Tang's domain after his birth. Chapter 133. Only Tang San and Yu Xiaogang must suffer. I do not believe in the purported strength of the Haoyan 9 absolutes and the blast ring. Although the Douluo continent may be relatively weak, countless extraordinary talents have emerged over the millennia. Which of those individuals could possibly be inferior to Tang Chun? Yet none of them, without exception, have created a single divine technique. What right does Tang Chun have to develop the Haoyan 9 absolutes and the blast ring in his 40s? Thus, I wholeheartedly support Shen Sangxiong's assertion that the Haoyan 9 absolutes and the blast ring are merely fabrications propagated by those with ulterior motives or exaggerated by the Haoyan sect. Huo Wu remarked, "This reasoning holds merit. I can believe that the Haoyan 9 absolutes and the blast ring might slightly enhance combat power. However, to claim that they are as formidable as the rumors suggest is something I cannot accept. Take the blast ring, for instance. Even if one detonates the 9th spirit ring, which is a 100,000-year spirit ring, it would at most enhance the power of a 100,000-year spirit beast, proving useful only in evenly matched battles, but utterly ineffective in overwhelming confrontations." Shui Bing added, "But how do we explain that Tang Hao, upon just becoming a title Dalu, defeated 3 title Dalu from the Wuhuan Temple?" Shui Yue questioned in confusion. "The depths of this matter are profound." Shen Sangxiong shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. Indeed, the reason Tang Hao could defeat Qian Xuanji, Yu Guan, and Gue Mei shortly after becoming a title Dalu is simple. The Shura God intervened in secret. It can be said that since Tang Chen's generation, the Shura God has been covertly assisting the Haoyan Tang clan, helping Tang San defeat Bibi Dong. Even the Angel God was discreetly eliminated by the Shura God. Otherwise, Qian Rinchue's divine trial would not have been so outrageous and grotesque. Look, the Haoyan sect is about to be defeated. At that moment, Bai Qinxiang pointed at the battlefield. Truly, it is bewildering. Grandfather claimed that the Haoyan hammer was incredibly powerful. And this is the result? Without even mentioning how Tang Xiao and those 2 title Dalu fare. Those several Haoyan sect spirit masters who are said to be able to contend with title Dalu are being effortlessly swatted away by Jin Idolua like children. Tai Long scoffed. Will all these members of the Haoyan sect perish here today? Jiang Zhu was somewhat taken aback. Previously, she rarely encountered soul saints, and now witnessing so many strong individuals of at least soul saint level potentially falling before her felt surreal. I doubt it. At this moment, Shen Sangxiong sensed a pure aura emanating from afar and speculated. Alas, Jine, let them have a lesson. That should suffice. Indeed, as Shen Sangxiong surmised, just as Jin Yi's soul skill was about to strike Tang Xiao, a figure imbued with a sacred aura intervened. Very well. Qian Daliu's words were not something Jin Yi could disregard, and after directing his soul skill towards the ground, he reluctantly ceased his attack. Dan Xiao, I have stated before that you Haoyan sect should abandon any hopes of rescuing Tang Chun. Do not think of negotiating. My patience is limited. Now, you may leave. After halting Jin Yi, Qian Dalu did not reveal himself, leaving behind a few cold warnings before returning to Wuhuan City. Let's go. Tang Xiao recognized the futility of the situation, clutching his injured arm, gasping for breath, and issuing the order to retreat with a face full of resentment. Half an hour later, Shen Sangxiong, I did not expect you to arrive as well. At this moment, the grand spectacle between the Wuhuan Temple and the Haoyan sect had come to a close. And just as Shun Sanqiong was about to lead the group from Lamba Academy away, the familiar voice of Xue Qinghe, Qian Renxue, suddenly reached his ears. Since all the targets on the scum ranking have been captured, there is nothing else to do, so I might as well come to watch the show. Shun Sanqiong replied with a smile. He had thought that their last encounter had offended this foremost beauty to the extent that she would no longer speak to him. How many scum ranking targets did you capture? As she spoke, Xue Qinghe's gaze shifted to Dai Mubai and Oscar within Shun Sanqiong's group, excluding those already from Lamba Academy. We captured a total of 10. Shun Sanqiong reiterated to Xue Qinghe. Impressive. Our Tiando royal family dispatched over 1,000 people and managed to capture only 5. Xue Qinghe replied with a bitter smile. By the way, can we negotiate? Pausing, Xue Qinghe seemed to have thought of something, her eyes lighting up. Negotiate what? Shun Sanqiong inquired. The scum ranking targets captured by our Tiando royal family could be dealt with by your Lamba Academy members. Likewise, our Tiando royal family can address your Lamba Academy's scum ranking targets. How's that sound? Xue Qinghe proposed. That would be quite unfair to us. Shun Sanqiong feigned a troubled expression. How about this? I can arrange for you to select 5 treasures from our Tiando royal treasury. What do you think? Xue Qinghe considered for a moment and added a little incentive for Shun Sanqiong. Any treasure? Shun Sanqiong thought of the Han Hai Qiankuan Jiao. Although it held little value for him, it was indeed a priceless treasure for Tang San, to prevent it from falling into Tang San's hands through some fortuitous event. Shun Sanqiong felt it best to keep it in his possession. Any treasure is fine. Xue Qinghe nodded nonchalantly. After all, one does not feel pain when selling their father's land. Very well. However, it must be said in advance that the only individuals whom your Tiando royal family can reprimand are those 10 individuals ranked on the inferior leaderboard that we have captured. Shun Sanqiong stated, what conditions must be met to include Tang San and the others? Xue Qinghe, Qian Renxue, primarily focused on including those few top-ranked individuals on the inferior leaderboard. If they are not included, what is the point? Or should I consider it a favor owed to me by you for 4 people? Conveniently, Tang San, Xiaogang, Dai Mubai, and Oscar each would correspond to 1 favor. Shun Sanqiong, with a hint of goodwill, offered his opinion. It must be within my capabilities. If you expect me to relinquish the Tiando throne to you, that is out of the question. Xue Qinghe, Qian Renxue, hesitated for a moment and replied, rest assured, it is certainly something you can accomplish. Shun Sanqiong nodded with a smile. It appears that Tang San and Xiaogang will have to endure some hardship. After all, they cannot be killed. At most, they will just face some challenges. Chapter 134. Strength Ranking Sanqiong Gij. May I join along with my sister? Water said, while expressing her reluctance. However, I possess no treasures to offer you. Perhaps I could become your wife? If that is insufficient, my sister Shui Binger could join as well. Woo-woo. Before Water could finish her sentence, her sister Shui Binger, who looked as if she wished to devour her, covered her mouth. Young Master Shun, I apologize. My sister often speaks without thinking. Please do not take it to heart, Shui Binger explained, feeling rather embarrassed as she suppressed Water. It is quite all right. In fact, I find Water personality rather charming. Having such a lively spirit around makes daily life far from dull. Yet, to be honest, you and Water hardly resemble siblings. Rather, you appear more like the elder sister, while Water seems the younger. It is rare for someone with Water cheerful and straightforward demeanor to be met with disdain, and Shun Sanqiong certainly did not belong to that minority. Many who do not know much about me and my sister share this belief. Perhaps it is because of your appearance, Shui Binger remarked. You do not resemble Water, who possesses a completely doll-like face. Sanqiong Gij, do you prefer my doll-like face or my sister's mature elegance? At this moment, Water, having escaped Shui Binger's grasp, dashed to Shun Sanqiong's side to inquire. I like both, Shun Sanqiong jested. Did you not see the comparison video about my reputation? I'm a true gem. With those words, the attendees suddenly remembered that Shun Sanqiong was the 10th-ranked individual on the inferior leaderboard, and he had earned his place based on the merits of being a good spouse and the acclaim of being a gem. The instigator, WhoRoasts, was left in a daze, unsure of how to respond. All right, let us depart from here. More and more people are approaching us. They must have seen Shin Sangxiong and wish to get closer. Shui Qinghe, Qianrenxue, was the first to regain her composure after a long moment. Glancing at the approaching crowd, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this particular noon, while dining, WhoRoasts was lamenting how the comparison video had yet to release the new rankings when, seemingly in response to her murmurs, the video suddenly burst forth with brilliance. Today, the strength ranking and national activities will be announced, along with new character comparisons. Number 1 variant Douluo World, Tinshui Academy. WhoRoasts, could it be that the comparison video heard my voice? Number 1 variant Douluo World, Qihua Academy, Huowu. It is obviously a coincidence. After all, you are not anyone significant to the comparison video. Number 2 original Douluo World, unknown, national activities. It won't be like the inferior leaderboard, where we ordinary folks can only watch and eat popcorn, will it? Number 1 variant Douluo World, unknown. Does your number 2 world Wuhan Hall not have a decree allowing ordinary people to pay 1 silver soul coin to discipline an individual captured by the Wuhan Hall? Number 2 original Douluo World, unknown. No, not at all. Damn, is your number 1 world this enjoyable? Number 2 original Douluo World, unknown. If only I could come to your number 1 world. At that point, it wouldn't just be 1 silver soul coin for a single punishment. Even if it were 10 or 100 golden soul coins for 1 punishment, I would be sure to bring my children along. Now, let us begin announcing the list of those who are ranked in the strength ranking. Note, those on the strength ranking may be challenged. If the challenger wins, they will take the ranking of the defeated. If the challenger loses, they will be prohibited from challenging anyone on the strength ranking for 7 days. Rank 1000, Li Wanner from 2 worlds. Innate strength 100, acquired strength 19,000, support strength 0. Reward. This ranked individual earns a point of comparison video credit daily. Rank 901, Mo Xiaoyu from 2 worlds. Innate strength 110, acquired strength 20,500, support strength 0. Reward. This ranked individual earns 100 points of comparison video credit daily. Rank 801, Oscar from 2 worlds. Innate strength 100, acquired strength 100, support strength 30,000. Reward. This ranked individual earns 200 points of comparison video credit daily. Number 1 variant Douluo World, unknown. What does this support strength mean? Number 2 original Douluo World, unknown. It should be intended for support type, healing type, and food type soul masters, I believe. I recall that Oscar S. Wuhuan is dumplings. Number 1 variant Douluo World, unknown. Speaking of which, doesn't that kind of Wuhuan, which is not a combat Wuhuan, allow even our low-level assault type soul masters to challenge them? Comparison video. During the challenge, both parties will enter a designated arena. At that time, support strength can also exert its corresponding power, leaving no room for loopholes. Number 1 variant Douluo World, unknown. What a pity. Rank 501, Li Lang from 2 worlds. Innate strength 120, acquired strength 50,000, support strength 0. Reward. This ranked individual earns 500 points of comparison video credit daily. Rank 101, Ning Fengji from 2 worlds. Innate strength 120, acquired strength 100, support strength 80,000. Reward. This ranked individual earns 900 points of comparison video credit daily. Rank 61, Yiling Long from 2 worlds. Innate strength 100, acquired strength 100, support strength 115,000. Reward. This ranked individual earns 940 points of comparison video credit daily. 51st place, Tang Lai of 2 worlds. Innate combat power 150, acquired combat power 130,000. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. Those listed in this ranking may earn 950 comparison video points daily. 19th place, Bai Ji, the Emerald Swan of 2 worlds. Innate combat power, 160. Acquired combat power, 75,000. Auxiliary combat power, 150,000. Reward. Those listed in this ranking may earn 982 comparison video points daily. Chapter 135. The top 3 of the combat power rankings variant Douluo World. Anonymous 1. We are now ranking against ferocious beasts. It is a perfect opportunity to observe the strength comparison between humanity and soul beasts. Original Douluo world. Anonymous 2. Although our second world lacks Shun Sangqiong, I still consider him the strongest. Original Douluo world. Anonymous 2. I concur that Shun Sangqiong is indeed the mightiest. After all, it is said that Tang Hao could contend with the Titan giant ape, which has a history of 100 years, even before he became a title Douluo. The Titan giant ape is rumored to be able to battle ordinary soul beasts of 10,000 years without losing ground, which illustrates Tang Hao's formidable strength. Yet, when Tang Hao fought Shun Sangqiong, he could not even breach the defense of Shun Sangqiong's index finger. All of this underscores Shun Sangqiong's invincibility. Variant Douluo world. Anonymous 1. The number of Tianqian adherents is increasing. Original Douluo world. Anonymous 2. Nonsense. I am merely stating facts. How has it turned into Tianqian adherents? It seems that acknowledging others' excellence remains a challenge for certain individuals. Tied for 19th place. Yu Engine of Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 160. Acquired combat power, 225,000. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. Those listed in this ranking may earn 982 comparison video points daily. Tied for 19th place. Tang Hao of Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 160. Acquired combat power, 225,000. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. Those listed in this ranking may earn 982 comparison video points daily. 17th place. Chun Xin of Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 180. Acquired combat power, 242,000. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. Those listed in this ranking may earn 984 comparison video points daily. 14th place. Helldragon King ZG of Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 180. Acquired combat power, 260,000. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. Those listed in this ranking may earn 987 comparison video points daily. 13th place. Qi Wang, the three-headed red demon hound of Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 180. Acquired combat power, 268,000. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. Those listed in this ranking may earn 988 comparison video points daily. 12th place. Ice Emperor, the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion of Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 190. Acquired combat power, 273,000. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. Those listed in this ranking may earn 989 comparison video points daily. 11th place. Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear, Bear King of Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 200. Acquired combat power, 280,000. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. Those listed in this ranking may earn 990 comparison video points daily. 10th place. Demon I'm Magic Tree, King of 10,000 Demons of Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 180. Acquired combat power, 285,000. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. Those listed in this ranking may earn 991 comparison video points daily. Variant Douluo world, Anonymous 1. It appears that only ferocious beasts are ranking now. Variant Douluo world, Anonymous 1. Do not be hasty. Our human strong ones will soon take their turn. I maintain my confidence in Shun Sangqiong. 9th place. Douluo of Variant Douluo world. Innate combat power, 140. Acquired combat power, 300,000. Auxiliary combat power, 0. True Law combat power, 3,000. Reward. Those listed in this ranking may earn 992 comparison video points daily. Tied for 9th place. Jean E of Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 190. Acquired combat power, 300,295. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. Those listed in this ranking may earn 992 comparison video points daily. 8th place. Qian Dalu of Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 180. Acquired combat power, 392,000. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. Those listed in this ranking may earn 993 comparison video points daily. 7th place. Poseidon of Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 180. Acquired combat power, 395,000. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. Those listed in this ranking may earn 994 comparison video points daily. 6th place, Tang of 2 Worlds. Innate combat power, 180. Acquired combat power, 400,000. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. Those listed in this ranking may earn 995 comparison video points daily. Note: currently under control, unable to exert full strength. But the maximum strength is still accounted for. Variant Douluo World, 50thLevel Yuguan. Old Poison, you have managed to secure such a high rank. Variant Douluo World, Poison Douluo. This is all thanks to the contributions of my young friend Sancho. From now on, you will no longer be able to bully me. Instead, I can truly enjoy your company. Variant Douluo World, 50thLevel Yuguan. You have quite the imagination. Do you think I am foolish? I shall not meet with you alone again. Variant Douluo World, Poisoned over the bow, damn. Have you no shame? 5th place, Lu Erlong of Variant Douluo World. Innate combat power, 150. Acquired combat power, 400,000. Auxiliary combat power, 0. True law combat power, 50,000. Reward. Those listed in this ranking may earn 996 comparison video points daily. 4th place, BB Dong of 2 Worlds. Innate combat power, 1,000. Acquired combat power, 498,000. Auxiliary combat power, 0. The rewards for those ranked on this list include the daily acquisition of 997 points of comparative video currency. It is noted that although full potential cannot be exerted at the moment, the strongest capabilities are still calculated. The 3rd place is held by the Ice Empress of the 2 Worlds, Shui Di. Her innate combat power is 200. Her acquired combat power stands at 500,000, and her auxiliary power is 0. The rewards for those ranked also include the daily acquisition of 998 points of comparative video currency. In Chapter 136, Shun Sanxiong, who is absent from the combat power rankings, is mentioned in the context of the first variant Douluo World, the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. It is rather amusing to contemplate that had this combat power ranking been announced 2 days earlier, the Li family would not have seized the opportunity to ambush Lu Erlong while Shun Sanxiong was away from Lamba Academy. Within the assembly hall, Sword Dalu Qinshin shook his head, finding a sense of schadenfreude as he mourned for the Li family. It can only be said that misfortune has befallen them, for no one could have anticipated Lu Erlong's rapid transformation from Soul Sage to Super Douluo in such a brief span. The speed at which she ascended her spirit power level is utterly astonishing, even more so than Shun Sanxiong. You cannot fathom the shock I felt when I rushed to Lu Erlong's aid and witnessed her merely exhaling, sending the Li family's ancestor, an 81st ranked Soul Dalu, flying in an instant. Bon Dalu Gu Rome, while not as gleeful as Qinshin, also teased the Li family. However, when he spoke of Lu Erlong, his expression turned unusually grave. The members of the Li family are simply fools, believing that because a junior in their clan is married to the Avalanche Prince, they can act without restraint. Now, it seems, the Snow Emperor's wrath upon receiving this news is formidable. He disregarded Avalanche's pleas for mercy and ordered the immediate arrest of everyone in the Li family, top to bottom, sending them to the Celestial Prison. Ning Fengji stated calmly, "It is evident that the Snow Emperor intends to leave the fate of the Li family in Shun Sanxiong's hands upon his return. It is a clear matter to any discerning individual, and Sword Dalu Qinshin would not be oblivious to it. However, one must pity Avalanche. He did nothing wrong and merely sought to plead for the Li family, unaware of the truth, only to be harshly punished by the Snow Emperor." The more Gu Rong spoke, the more his smile widened, prompting Ning Fengji and Qinshin to join his laughter. The 7 Treasures Glazed Sect supports Prince Shui Qinghe. So witnessing Avalanche's misfortune is indeed a cause for celebration. In the first variant Douluo World, the Spirit Hall, it was utterly unexpected to discover how deeply hidden BB Dong's true self was. Had it not been for the exposure of the comparative video, we might have remained in the dark indefinitely. Within the Hall of Offerings, the 3 offerings felt a sense of trepidation. They had often provoked BB Dong's ire, and should she hold a grudge, it would not be long before she found an excuse to trouble them. Should we take advantage of her current inability to wield her full strength and eliminate her? The second offering, Jin E, gestured towards Dalu with the intent to dispose of BB Dong. No, we cannot do that. Regardless of the circumstances, she is Schwer's mother. We can allow her to act as she pleases in the future, and we shall remain uninvolved. Upon witnessing Jin E's actions, Dalu shook his head from his elevated position. In truth, he too was shaken by the revelation of BB Dong's true power. Previously, he had thought that he could suppress her at will, but the current situation clearly indicated otherwise. How could I have forgotten? Although Schwer's relationship with BB Dong is strained, she is ultimately her biological mother. If we were to harm BB Dong, Schwer would surely be furious. Reminded by Dalu, Jin E slapped his forehead and sighed. Very well. Let us all be more cautious in the future and refrain from provoking BB Dong as we did before. She will not come after you. After all, you are all the backbone of our spirit hall, and BB Dong would not be foolish enough to undermine her own foundation. Dalu declared decisively. A chorus of agreement echoed within the Hall of Offerings. In the first variant Douluo world, the Infeng Tower, it is astonishing that according to the current rankings, the Pope is likely the strongest among female soul masters. Yet her demeanor is remarkably understated. I have often heard tales of the illustrious Haotian Daw, as well as the exploits of Sword Daw, Bone Daw, Poison Daw, Chrysanthemum Daw, and Ghost Daw, yet I have never encountered any rumors regarding the Pope. Shuei gazed at BB Dong's name in the comparative video, filled with admiration. What does fame matter? Shuei Binger interjected coolly. She is inherently a modest individual. Thus, she comprehends BB Dong's preference for subtlety. While we are sisters, we are hardly on the same wavelength. Shuei rolled her eyes dramatically at Shuei Binger, and then turned her attention to Shun Sanqiong's face, stating, Brother Sanqiong, without a doubt. You must be ranked first on the combat power list again. Perhaps, Shun Sanqiong replied with a smile, glancing at the somewhat displeased Xue Qinghe. Qian Rinxue, nearby, unconcerned. It is not a possibility, but a certainty. Shuei puffed her cheeks and waved her little fist, redirecting her focus back to the comparative video. In second place is the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Dition, with an innate combat power of 300, acquired combat power of 51,500, and auxiliary power of 0. The rewards for those ranked include the daily acquisition of 999 points of comparative video currency. In a tie for second place is the Deep Sea Demon Whale King, Lan Di, who shares the same stats. In first place is the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuna, boasting an innate combat power of 500, acquired combat power of 1 million, and auxiliary power of 200,000. The rewards for her ranking include a daily acquisition of 1,000 points of comparative video currency. In the first variant Douluo world, Shuei exclaims, What is this absurdity? Not only am I unranked, but why is even brother Sanqiong absent from the list? In the second original Douluo world, an anonymous voice inquires, Indeed, even Tang Hao, a defeated opponent, ranks 19th. Why is Master Shin not listed? Is there an error in the comparative video? Or perhaps there exists a 0 rank that we are unaware of. An anonymous voice from the first variant Douluo world retorts, Doesn't this simply indicate that Shun Sanqiong's combat prowess is merely a product of the exaggerations from his admirers? Another voice chimes in, Are you out of your mind? Have you considered the current situation? If there were no formidable beings among humanity capable of suppressing the Soul Beast clan, one might find oneself in a perilous slumber, never to awaken again. Chapter 137, The Elite Combat Power Rankings. The list currently announced pertains to the older generation. Individuals aged 26 and below will not be included. The forthcoming list will feature the Elite Combat Power Rankings for the younger generation under 26. From the one variant Douluo world, Shuei of the Shuei Academy remarked, So that's how it is. In that case, there is no cause for concern. You truly frightened me just now. From the one variant Douluo world, Yu Qianxin of the Thunder Academy expressed, Does this mean I also have a chance to enter the combat power rankings? Oh no, rather the elite combat power rankings. From the one variant Douluo world, Huowu of the Fire Academy stated, I do not seek much. A rank around 100 would suffice. This way, in roughly 120 days, I could exchange for a 10,000-year-old soul bone. From the one variant Douluo world, Yao Zi of the Plan Academy responded, Wu, this does not seem like your character. I remember you to be quite competitive. Wu replied, a high ranking means frequent challenges, leaving me little time for cultivation. It is not worth it just to gain a few extra points in comparison video scores each day. From the one variant Douluo world, Feng Xiaotian of the Divine Wind Academy declared, from now on, I shall be Wu's protector. Anyone wishing to challenge her must first defeat me. Otherwise, I shall challenge 100 individuals daily, depriving them of any time to rest. Wu retorted, do not be foolish. I can handle my affairs without your interference. As the discussions unfolded in the comments section, the announcement of the Elite Combat Power Rankings commenced. Note 1. The rules for the Elite Combat Power Rankings are identical to those of the Combat Power Rankings. Note 2. Those on the Elite Combat Power Rankings may challenge those on the Combat Power Rankings, while the latter cannot challenge the former. Note 3. Those holding positions on both rankings will receive comparison video scores corresponding to both rankings. Shui Yue exclaimed, Vow, to receive 2 comparison video scores. This significantly reduces the time needed to exchange for a 10,000-year-old soul bone. Wu cautioned, that requires you to possess the capability. Shui Yue declared, Brother Cang Qiong will surely succeed. I wish to witness his battle against Gu Yuna, the top contender on the Combat Power Rankings. From the one variant Douluo world, Gu Yuna's ranking was announced. Rank 100, Yu Tianhe from both worlds. Innate power, 110. Acquired power, 1000. Auxiliary power, 0. Reward. This ranked individual receives 1 comparison video score daily. Rank 501, Ling Yang from both worlds. Innate power, 110. Acquired power, 2200. Auxiliary power, 0. Reward. This ranked individual receives 500 comparison video scores daily. Rank 101, Bai Ling from both worlds. Innate power, 120. Acquired power, 3700. Auxiliary power, 0. Reward. This ranked individual receives 900 comparison video scores daily. Rank 100, Oscar from both worlds. Innate power, 100. Acquired power, 100. Auxiliary power, 3800. Reward. This ranked individual receives 901 comparison video scores daily. Rank 90, Ma Hongjun from both worlds. Innate power, 110. Acquired power, 4100. Auxiliary power, 0. Reward. This ranked individual receives 911 comparison video scores daily. Rank 80, Dai Mubai from both worlds. Innate power, 120. Acquired power, 4400. Auxiliary power, 0. Reward. This ranked individual receives 921 comparison video scores daily. Rank 70, Shui Yue from both worlds. Innate power, 120. Acquired power, 4800. Auxiliary power, 0. Reward. This ranked individual receives 931 comparison video scores daily. Shui Yue remarked, 70 is quite respectable. Wu responded, you lazy one. It would be wise to put in more effort in your cultivation. Otherwise, those who seek to surpass your rank through their own diligence will leave you in a dire situation. Shui Yue countered, I have my sister. She will undoubtedly rank among the best on the Elite Combat Power Rankings. Should anyone dare to usurp my position, I shall send my sister, Shui Binger, to deal with them. Shui Binger interjected, I will not assist you in such matters. Shui Yue threatened, if you do not help me, I will arrange for your marriage in my capacity as the young clan leader of the Shui family. Wu inquired, is there a candidate? Surely it cannot be just anyone. Perhaps I could offer my brother, Wu Shuang? Wu Shuang objected, I am a person, not an object. What do you mean by offer? Wu retorted, humph. Shui Binger is exceptionally beautiful and excels in every aspect, far surpassing our peers. If she were to be with you, it would be a blessing you have earned over several lifetimes. I am willing to facilitate this for you, and you should simply revel in the joy of it. Yet, you dare to argue? Truly, a person oblivious to their fortune. Shui Yue asserted, Wu, I shall not trouble you with my sister's affairs. I have already chosen the best candidate. Before Shui Yue could finish her thought, Shui Binger, unable to bear it any longer, sealed her with a soul technique. Rank 60, Shui Wu from both worlds. Innate power, 110. Acquired power, 100. Auxiliary power, 5500. Reward. This ranked individual receives 941 comparison video scores daily. Chapter 138. Tang Yuehua's request, rank 50. Yao Zi from both worlds. Innate power, 120. Acquired power, 5800. Auxiliary power, 0. The rewards for those listed in this ranking allow them to earn 951 points of comparison video credits daily. Rank 40. Liang de Shiji de Huo Wushuang. Innate battle power, 130. Acquired battle power, 6000. Auxiliary battle power, 0. The rewards for those listed in this ranking allow them to earn 961 points of comparison video credits daily. Rank 30. Ling Hesiji de Dugjian. Innate battle power, 120. Acquired battle power, 4200. Auxiliary battle power, 2000. The rewards for those listed in this ranking allow them to earn 971 points of comparison video credits daily. Rank 20. Liang Shiji de Yutianxin. Innate battle power, 130. Acquired battle power, 6400. Auxiliary battle power, 0. The rewards for those listed in this ranking allow them to earn 981 points of comparison video credits daily. Rank 17. Ling Hesiji de Douluo. Innate battle power, 130. Acquired battle power, 6500. Auxiliary battle power, 0. The rewards for those listed in this ranking allow them to earn 984 points of comparison video credits daily. Rank 16. Liang Shiji de Yutianheng. Innate battle power, 140. Acquired battle power, 6600. Auxiliary battle power, 0. The reward for those listed in this ranking allow them to earn 985 points of comparison video credits daily. In the one variant Douluo world, an anonymous individual from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family remarked that it is quite disheartening that the twins, Yu Qianheng and Yu Qianxin, are unable to break into the top 15 of the Heavenly Pride power rankings. In the one variant Douluo world, Dugian from the Tiando Royal Academy retorted, "Then what rank do you hold? Truly amusing. Are you not afraid of being struck down by the wind?" The anonymous individual responded, neither boasting nor belittling. Across the entirety of Douluo continent, there are at least 50 million youths, and for Yu Qianheng and Yu Qianxin to rank 16th and 20th respectively among such a vast number is truly commendable. Rank 15. Ling Hesiji de Setache Suyun. Innate battle power, 130. Acquired battle power, 6700. Auxiliary battle power, 0. The rewards for those listed in this ranking allow them to earn 986 points of comparison video credits daily. Rank 14. One variant Douluo world Xiaowu. Innate battle power, 130. Acquired battle power, 6000. Auxiliary battle power, 0. True method battle power, 800. The rewards for those listed in this ranking allow them to earn 987 points of comparison video credits daily. Note: the age of a transformed soul beast is calculated from the time it assumes human form. Rank 13. Liang Shiji de Daiwasi. Innate battle power, 140. Acquired battle power, 6900. Auxiliary battle power, 0. The rewards for those listed in this ranking allow them to earn 988 points of comparison video credits daily. Rank 12. Liang Shiji de Fengxiaoyan. Innate battle power, 150. Acquired battle power, 7100. Auxiliary battle power, 0. The rewards for those listed in this ranking allow them to earn 989 points of comparison video credits daily. In the one variant Douluo world, Huo Wu from the Blazing Fire Academy exclaimed, "Fengxiaoyan, you surpass me?" Huo Wushuang, also from the Blazing Fire Academy, remarked, "Sister, have you not realized? In every encounter with you, Fengxiaoyan has always held back." Fengxiaoyan from the Divine Wind Academy chuckled. He, primarily because Huo Wu is quite formidable. Otherwise, even if I wished to hold back, it would be impossible to lose without leaving a trace. Shui Wearer from the Water Academy commented, "Fengxiaoyan, you are truly a gentleman. Unfortunately, sentiment does not equate to love. Moreover, given Huo Wu's character, she is destined not to appreciate such a pursuit." Fengxiaoyan responded, "I believe that sincerity can move mountains." Shui Wearer replied, "Then so be it." Knowing Huo Wu, she has distinct standards for a partner. Clearly, from any perspective, Fengxiaoyan does not meet her criteria. Were it not for considering him a friend, I would not even bother to offer a warning. Rank 11. Lianga Shiji de Yalingling. Innate Battle Power, 100. Acquired Battle Power, 100. Auxiliary Battle Power, 7,150. The rewards for those listed in this ranking allow them to earn 990 points of comparison video credits daily. Rank 10. Lianga Shiji de Tang San. Innate Battle Power, 150. Acquired Battle Power, 3,300. Auxiliary Battle Power, 0. True Method Battle Power, 4,000. The rewards for those listed in this ranking allow them to earn 991 points of comparison video credits daily. The anonymous individual in the one variant Douluo world laughed, haha. Although Tang San's rank is high, he surely cannot maintain it. Just thinking about it brings me comfort. Tang Yuehua, the master of the Moon Pavilion in the one variant Douluo world, inquired of Shen Sanxiong, can I use gold soul coins to secure Tang San's ranking? Shen Sanxiong replied, you should discuss this with the comparison video team. What use is it to tell me? Can I prevent others from challenging Tang San? Tang Yuehua insisted. As long as you say a word, who would dare to refuse you? Shen Sanxiong responded, you overestimate me. Tang Yuehua countered, you underestimate yourself. Ning Rongrong, a core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy, remarked, Aunt Yuehua, does your Moon Pavilion have sufficient funds to hire senior Sanxiong? To note, Tang San's current rank is 10th, allowing him to earn 991 points of comparison video credits daily. 100,000 points can be exchanged for a soul bone with a 10,000-year lifespan. Such a soul bone is worth 100 million gold soul coins. Thus, you would need to provide senior Sanxiong at least 1 million gold soul coins daily. Ma Hongjuan from the Blue Tyrant Shrek Academy added, a 10,000-year soul bone selling for 100 million gold soul coins is already the lowest price. I sold my own 10,000-year soul bone to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School for 130 million gold soul coins. Chapter 139. Qian Rinyu's Heavenly Pride Power ranking Tang Yuehua, the master of the Moon Pavilion in the one variant Douluo world, exclaimed, this. Earlier, she merely thought of securing Tang San's rank through Shen Sanxiong, without considering the implications. Now, upon hearing Ning Rongrong's analysis, she realized the gravity of the situation. Xue Ka, the princess of the Tiando Royal Academy, addressed Tang Yuehua, Teacher Yuehua, Tang San is quite wicked, so why bother with him? With your wealth, it would be more prudent to seek assistance from Shan Gongzi. Perhaps he could devise a way to facilitate the evolution of your Wuhan. Shueku, however, was perplexed. The video comparison had already revealed how Tang San would disregard his aunt in the future. So why was Tang Yuehua still aiding him? Dan Zuhu, the master of the Moon Pavilion in the variant Douluo world, sighed. You wouldn't understand. The specific reasons were not something she could disclose. Ningrongrong, a core disciple of Lan Ba Academy in the variant Douluo world, chimed in with a chuckle. I am quite curious to see how Aunt Yuehua appears when wielding the Heaven Hammer. Tang Yuehua replied, it would undoubtedly be quite ungraceful. Imagining herself swinging the Haotian hammer sent a shiver down her spine. Nevertheless, her thoughts swiftly returned to Tang San, and she murmured to herself, how good. I am truly unable to assist Tang San. Rank 9, Yin of 2 worlds. Innate Combat Power, 140. Acquired Combat Power, 7,700. Support Combat Power, 0. Reward. Those ranked here receive 992 points of comparison video credits daily. Rank 8, Xiaoyu of 2 worlds. Innate Combat Power, 140. Acquired Combat Power, 7,900. Support Combat Power, 0. Reward. Those ranked here receive 993 points of comparison video credits daily. Rank 7, Shui Bingyer of 2 worlds. Innate Combat Power, 1,000. Acquired Combat Power, 7,500. Support Combat Power, 0. Reward. Those ranked here receive 994 points of comparison video credits daily. Shui Wearer from Tian Shui Academy in the variant Douluo world remarked, if my sister did not choose the wrong cultivation path, I wonder if she would rank higher. Huo Wu from Qihua Academy in the variant Douluo world responded, that is certainly the case. Shui Binger added, the situation cannot be altered. Why dwell on it? Rank 6, Zhu Zhuqing of the variant Douluo world. Innate Combat Power, 120. Acquired Combat Power, 6,000. Support Combat Power, 0. True Law Combat Power, 3,000. Reward. Those ranked here receive 995 points of comparison video credits daily. Zhu Jian from Xing Luo Royal Academy in the variant Douluo world congratulated her sister. Sister, I truly commend you. Those around perceived this as a sarcastic remark, including Davis and Zhu Jian's parents. Yet only Zhu Jian knew her genuine happiness for her sister. Zhu Zhuqing of Lanba Academy said coldly, "Thank you." Zhu Jian continued, "It seems your decision to escape was indeed correct. However, it is unfortunate that Dai Mubai is not a suitable match. No matter how strong you become, with Dai Mubai as a hindrance, your fate will ultimately remain unchanged." Zhu Zhuqing retorted, "That is of no concern to you." After much contemplation, Zhu Zhuqing had already relinquished her feelings for Dai Mubai. Her current aspiration was to diligently cultivate the original true solution, and once she achieved mastery, she would return to the Zhu family alone, using her overwhelming power to abolish their cold-blooded rules. Subsequently, she would truly sever ties with the Zhu family forever. Zhu Zhiyun cautioned, "Since you seem disinclined to hear it, I shall refrain from further comments. However, allow me to offer a final piece of kind advice. Take care of yourself." Rank 5. By Chunxiang of the variant Douluo world. Innate combat power, 120. Acquired combat power, 7,000. Support combat power, 0. True law combat power, 2,900. Reward. Those ranked here receive 996 points of comparison video credits daily. By Chunxiang, a core disciple of Lanba Academy in the variant Dalu world, exclaimed, "Haha, Grandpa, you didn't see this coming, did you?" At this moment, Bai Qinxiang felt grateful to Shun Sanqiang. Despite often being bullied by him, he had secretly provided her with numerous precious resources, allowing her rapid progress. Bai He, the clan leader of the Min family in the variant Douluo world, remarked, "Indeed, I never anticipated that one day a true prodigy would emerge from our clan." Yang Wudi, the clan leader of the Pa family in the variant Daluo world, teased, "Old by bird, are you treating us again?" Niao Gao, the clan leader of the Yu family in the variant Dou world, suggested, "Let's South revisit that place. The prices are just right. Otherwise, if we inadvertently bankrupt Old by bird, it will be him treating us while we foot the bill." Talon from Lanba Academy in the variant Dou world commented, "Grandpa, did you see? This is the advantage of joining the inner court." Titan, the clan leader of the Li family in the variant Dou world, acknowledged, "I see." As Titan was about to say something to Bai, he overheard his descendant bringing up old matters again, leading him to exhale in exasperation. Talon asked, "So what is your take?" Titan replied, "I'm merely observing." Rank 4. Hulaina of Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 120. Acquired combat power, 11,000. Support combat power, 0. Reward. Those ranked here receive 997 points of comparison video credits daily. Rank 3. Ning Rongrong of the variant Douluo world. Innate combat power, 100. Acquired combat power, 100. Support combat power, 9,000. True law combat power, 2,500. Reward. Those ranked here receive 998 points of comparison video credits daily. Rank 2. Qianren Xue of Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 150. Acquired combat power, 25,000. Support combat power, 0. Reward. Those ranked here receive 999 points of comparison video credits daily. Chapter 140. The Sea God Island plans to give Xiao Bai to Shun Sanqiang. In the variant Douluo world, at the Yinfeng Tower, I realized that my combat power pales in comparison to Xueji's. Despite my teacher's unwavering dedication to my training, I still find myself trailing behind Xuejie, collecting dust. As I spoke, I secretly glanced at the side profile of Xue Qinghe, Qian Rinxue. Unfortunately, no matter how formidable Qian Rinxue's combat power may be, it cannot alter the fact that she is not diligent in her pursuits. Shun Sanqiang seemed to imply something. What could it mean? Hu Laina discreetly cast a glance at the subtly altered expression of Xue Qinghe, Qian Rinxue, understanding her unease and concern. Thus, she spoke up to inquire on behalf of Qian Rinxue. Given that Qian Rinxue possessed an innate soul power level of 20, if she had devoted herself entirely to cultivation, her soul power level should have surpassed 80 by now. It was inconceivable for her to exhibit such meager combat prowess. Hence, my assertion that she was neglecting her studies holds true. Shen Xiong's argument was cogent and compelling, instantly alleviating the tension within Shui Qinghe, Qianren Shui, who had clenched her fists tightly. Perhaps Shui Jie was preoccupied with something of great importance. Meanwhile, upon hearing Shen Xiong's explanation, Hulina also breathed a sigh of relief. However, she still offered a somewhat ambiguous retort. What could possibly be more important than enhancing one's own strength? I refrained from commenting on the comparison video that followed, but prior to it, considering Qianren Shui's innate talent, aside from eating, sleeping, attending to personal needs, spending time with loved ones, and leisure, any other endeavor would be a waste of time. At times, Shen Xiong found it truly perplexing whether Qianren Shui's decision to infiltrate the Tiando was due to a lack of intellect or a stubborn desire to provoke Bai Baidong, thus jeopardizing her own future. I am unaware of her specific activities, yet Shui Jie is undoubtedly astute. Whatever she is engaged in, she must have her own justifications. Hulina shook her head, perhaps fearing that excessive words might lead to missteps. After finishing her thoughts, she redirected her attention to the comparison video, which, at that moment, was announcing the new rankings. Rank 1. Shen Xiong from the variant Douluo world. Innate combat power, unknown. Acquired combat power, 550,000. Auxiliary combat power, 550,000. True law combat power, 1 million. Reward. Each ranked individual will receive 1,000 points in comparison video credits daily. The combat power rankings and the extraordinary talent rankings were released. The rewards and comparison video credits will be distributed every 24 hours. Note, if a ranked individual is successfully challenged within 24 hours, even if they regain their original ranking the very next second, the timing will reset. Anonymous from the variant Douluo world. Fellow fans at this point, does anyone oppose the notion that Shen Xiong is the preeminent figure in the entire Douluo continent? Anonymous from a variant Douluo world. I finally comprehend why Tang Hao, the renowned Haotian Douluo, appears as insignificant as a chick before Shen Xiong. The disparity in their combat power metrics is nearly tenfold. In the core area of the Star Doe Forest. Master, if Shen Xiong were to challenge you, what should we do? Di Tian inquired anxiously. What is there to fear? If he challenges me, I shall concede. We're a few comparison video credits, compared to cultivating a favorable relationship with a human powerhouse who does not oppose our Spirit Beast clan. Gil Yunat replied nonchalantly. Indeed, the master is wise, Di Tian exclaimed, awakening from his stupor and promptly showering praise. On Sea God Island. High Priest, what stance should we adopt towards Shen Xiong in the future? The Sea Woman Douluo felt that certain matters could no longer be postponed. What are your thoughts? In response, Poseidon remained silent, glancing at the others. Ultimately, aside from a few trivial exchanges, we hold no significant grievances with Shen Xiong. Given that the sea god cannot descend to the mortal realm, I believe it is essential to cultivate a good relationship with Shen Xiong to preserve the sea god's foundation on the Douluo continent. The sea dragon Dalu pondered for a few moments before speaking. What should we offer to dispel the misunderstandings with Shen Xiong? We cannot simply arrive empty-handed. The sea star Dalu wholeheartedly agreed with the sea dragon's sentiment, yet their island possessed nothing of value beyond some large pearls. Their ostensible mission to resolve misunderstandings with Shen Xiong was, in truth, an apology from Sea God Island. Arriving empty-handed would render them a laughingstock. However, Sea God Island lacked any treasures to present. Surely we cannot. At this point, Hai Huan glanced at Poseidon, seated at the head of the table. Hesitating to continue, though internally she pondered, surely we cannot present the High Priest as a gift to Shen Xiong. As for gifts, that should not pose an issue. The seahorse Dalu appeared to have an epiphany, his eyes gleaming. Oh, does Sea God Island possess some treasures of which we are unaware? At this moment, not only did the sea woman Dalu curiously inquire, but the others, including Poseidon, also looked at the seahorse with intrigue. Do you all remember the reason Shen Xiong ascended the infamous list? The seahorse Dalu, seeing everyone's attention shift to him, spoke in a hushed, mysterious tone. It was due to his reputation as a good husband, The sea demoness replied without hesitation. Therefore, do you not see the implication? The seahorse's eyes sparkled. But where shall we find a suitable little wife who would catch Shun Sangqiong's eye? The sea spear Dalu quickly reviewed potential candidates in his mind, only to find none fit for the role. That is simple. Xiaobai would be the perfect match. When Xiaobai was mentioned, the seahorse's expression remained unchanged. Xiaobai is our guardian beast of Sea God Island. It would be inappropriate to simply offer her. The sea demoness did not oppose the seahorse's suggestion, but had reservations regarding the candidate proposed. Do you truly believe that after the incident with Shun Sangqiong confronting the sea god in our island, Xiaobai would remain utterly loyal to us? I am merely being cautious, the seahorse asserted, not only addressing the sea demoness, but speaking to all present. Chapter 141. The fourth comparison video commences. That seems reasonable. But will Xiaobai agree? And are you not concerned that she might become close to Shun Sangqiong and whisper sweet nothings in his ear? The sea dragon tentatively supported the seahorse's proposal, but harbored some doubts. Naturally, we cannot divulge the truth to Xiaobai. We can explain that we are left with no choice, and that to prevent her from turning against us, we shall keep all her kin here. Of course, this must not come across as keeping hostages, but rather as ensuring that her family resides in her maternal home. However, we must closely monitor the Mo Honda by Sha clan in the future to prevent the CIMO Hu Jing clan from harming them as before. The seahorse reiterated his advice. Seahorse, I did not realize you were so astute. Upon encountering the seahorse Dalu, all questions arose in his mind, prompting the sea spear Dalu to give a thumbs up. TCH. The seahorse rolled his eyes and then shifted his gaze towards Poseidon. Let us proceed as per your suggestion. Hai Long. This matter shall be entrusted to you. After observing that everyone present turned their attention to her, Poseidon spoke expressionlessly before rising to leave the conference hall. As numerous factions convened once more in their respective chambers to discuss the affairs concerning Shun Sangqiong, the voice of the comparative video echoed once again. The fourth character comparison was about to commence. With the theme, Shun Sangqiong's entry into the Sea God Island compared to Tang San's entry into the Sea God Island. Anonymous from variant Douluo World Number 1. Indeed, it is another comparison between Shun Sangqiong and Tang San. Anonymous from original Douluo World Number 2. Can't we compare someone else with Shun Sangqiong? I believe that even if we randomly selected a pig from a pigsty, it might garner more votes than that small fry, Tang San. Anonymous from original Douluo World No. 2. It is a fact, not merely a feeling. While a pig may not perform any awe-inspiring feats, at the very least, it won't commit malice. Unlike Tang San, who is either engaged in wicked deeds or on the path to them. Anonymous from original Douluo World Number 2. The footage is appearing. Pay close attention. I shall give Tang San one final chance. If he remains unchanged this time, I will berate him 1,000 times daily. Meanwhile, the comparison video gradually came into focus. Is that the Sea God Island ahead? On a grand vessel, Huowu arrived at the bow, gazing towards the distant, vaguely visible island, inquiring. Indeed, that is the Sea God Island, nodded the nearby Zijinju. Sangqiong, what are your plans regarding the inhabitants of Sea God Island? Receiving an answer, Huowu then turned to Shun Sangqiong. That will depend on whether the people of Sea God Island can repel our heavenly court's advance, just as they did against the Wuhuan Temple decades ago. Shun Sangqiong replied nonchalantly. Then Sea God Island is doomed. With your current strength, who could withstand even a single strike from you? However, that Poseidon is a stunning beauty. Don't you have any thoughts, you great lecher? Interjected Shui Yuia. I never impose on others. As he spoke, Shun Sangqiong maintained a completely serious demeanor. Hee, do you think we believe that? Bai Qinxiang approached from behind, her expression one of disdain. Why would you not believe it? Have I ever coerced you into doing things you were unwilling to do? Shun Sangqiong tugged at Bai Qinxiang's twin ponytails, eliciting a playful protest from her. How shameless. If you never troubled us, then what about my situation? At this moment, Du Guyan scoffed derisively. That was your own initiative, mind you. Even if you were upset, you should direct your grievances towards your grandfather. Shun Sangqiong remarked, unflustered. You were not afflicted by spring poison. You could have easily refused. Du Guyan's expression darkened. Why should I refuse? with a great beauty presenting herself. Would I still decline? Am I still a man? Shun Tsangxiong rolled his eyes, nearly losing sight of his own pupils. You. Enough, Yin Yin. That was years ago. What purpose does it serve to bring it up now? Du Guyan wished to say more, but was stopped by Yi Lingling beside her, still as obedient as ever. Lingling. Shun Tsangxiong gently stroked Yi Lingling's hair. Anonymous from Variant Doll World Number 1. Why do I feel increasingly odd listening to the dialogues in the comparison video? Anonymous from Original Dalu World Number 2. You are not alone in feeling this way. Anonymous from Variant Doll World Number 1. Tinshui Academy. Shui Yuer. Wu. What does that look of infatuation towards Tsangxiong Gij signify in the comparison video? Anonymous from Variant Doll World Number 1. Chihua Academy. Wu. Infatuation, my foot. I merely exhibited a hint of admiration. There is nothing as you describe. Anonymous from Variant Doll World Number 1. Tiando Royal Academy. Du Guyan. Grandfather. What did you do in the comparison video? Anonymous from Variant Doll World Number 1. Poison Douluo. Du Gubo. How would I know? Du Gubo suited slightly. Having indeed harbored such thoughts, yet they had not yet been executed before being exposed in the comparison video. Anonymous from Variant Doll World Number 1. Tiando Royal Academy. Du Guyan, you just wait. When I return, I will surely give you a proper reckoning. Du Guyan was genuinely incensed. The comparison video had revealed everything, and her grandfather still pretended to be oblivious. Anonymous from Variant Doll World Number 1. Blue Tyrant Academy. Core Disciple Xiao Wu. I just want to know, why does my belly look so large in the comparison video? Anonymous from Variant Doll World Number 1. Blue Tyrant Academy. Core Disciple Ning Rong. What is there to question? Obviously, there are little bunnies involved. Anonymous from Variant Doll World Number 1. Blue Tyrant Academy. Core Disciple Bai Qinxiang. Just who is the father of those little bunnies? Anonymous from Variant Doll World Number 1. Tinshui Academy. Shui Yuer. It must be Tsangxiong Gij. Could it possibly be that Tang San? However, to be fair, when Xiao Wu grows up, dressed in that silvery pink attire, and paired with her unparalleled beauty, she will undoubtedly surpass her current appearance by several magnitudes. Chapter 142. Tang San infuriated to the point of spitting blood in the Yinfeng Tower, although the attendees were bantering and jesting in the comment section. The atmosphere in the room was quite peculiar. Xiao Wu, how could you do this? Suddenly, Tang San, who had been resting in his room, burst out, shouting at Xiao Wu. What did I do? Xiao Wu, her expression shifting from astonishment to annoyance, retorted. What do you think? Tang San's face darkened. He could not believe Xiao Wu would feign ignorance of his meaning. If you are referring to the events in the comparison video, then my answer is, I do not know either. Xiao Wu found Tang San utterly absurd. The version of her in the comparison video had clearly grown up, depicting events from years later, leaving her uncertain of what had transpired. Come, return to my room with me. With that, Tang San reached out to pull Xiao Wu back to his room. Tang San, have you forgotten what I told you? Xiao Wu sidestepped, evading Tang San's grasp, fuming. Xiao Wu, regardless of your thoughts in my heart, you will always be my little sister. Everything I do is for your own good. Be obedient and come back to my room. Seeing her evade him, Tang San furrowed his brow and spoke earnestly. If you truly regard me as your little sister, then you should wish me well. Look here. Xiao Wu pointed to her image in the comparison video. The girl in this video is beaming with joy and happiness. Xiao Wu had grown utterly weary of Tang San's behavior, finding it utterly incomprehensible. However, Tang San could only open his mouth in silence. It must be said that the smile on Xiao Wu's face in the comparison video radiated genuine warmth, particularly the affectionate glimmer in her eyes. A treatment that Tang San had never experienced even during the best of times in their relationship. There is no room for hesitation. If you consider me your sister, then bless me. I believe that if I can smile so genuinely and radiantly in the future, it must mean that I will deeply love my future husband, and he, in turn, will love me equally. Xiao Wu was mercilessly piercing to the heart. She no longer wished to engage in frivolous banter with Tang San. Upon hearing her words, Tang San coughed up a mouthful of blood, his gaze transforming into one of intense resentment. Yet, this resentment was not directed at Xiao Wu, but rather at Shun Tsangxiong, who was watching the scene unfold. No, I haven't said anything at all. Why are you looking at me like that? Is it possible that your feelings for Xiao Wu are not those of an older brother for his younger sister, but rather of romantic affection? But you're no longer capable of such feelings. Even if Xiao Wu were willing, could you bear to let her live a life of torment? Observing this, Shun Sanxiong looked at Tang San with an innocent expression, but his words caused Tang San's lips to twitch in irritation. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted as laughter erupted among the onlookers, with Dai Mu Bai's amusement being the most exaggerated, dispelling the previously awkward silence. Moments later, Tang San, now expressionless after being ridiculed, returned to his room, and Xiao Wu recalled that her earlier words had a hint of ambiguity, prompting her to quickly clarify. Enough, Xiao Wu. You should take a look at the comparison video. The version of you there is practically swooning over Sangxiong brother. Shui Yuer chimed in teasingly. Oomph. The version of you in the comparison video isn't much better. No one is in a position to criticize anyone, Xiao Wu retorted, flustered. Hee. Feel free to say whatever you wish. I have nothing to hide. Unlike you, who refuses to acknowledge the evidence right in front of you, Shui Yuer replied nonchalantly. You. Xiao Wu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. All right, Shui Yuer. If you continue to speak so freely, I may have to seal you away again. At this moment, recognizing that the conversation was about to veer into uncomfortable territory because of Shui Binger could no longer restrain herself and intervened. She understood her sister all too well. Though she appeared petite and adorable, she was, in reality, a seasoned tease. If she did not intervene now, the conversation would likely turn risque within minutes. All right. I won't say another word. It's hard to tell who is the older sister and who is the younger sister, Shui Yuera remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the comparison video, unable to resist uttering a long-standing quip. Meanwhile, the comparison video continued. Who are you? Why have you trespassed onto my sea god island? As the people on the ship spoke, they had already arrived within a few thousand meters of Sea God Island. At that moment, a sudden female voice interrupted their conversation. Are you the magic soul, great white shark Xiaobai? In truth, Shen Sanxiong had already noticed her. However, if Xiaobai did not intervene to stop them from landing, Shen Sanxiong did not wish to create difficulties for her. You know me? Xiaobai, surprised by Shen Sanxiong calling her name, immediately transformed into her human form and jumped onto the ship where Shen Sanxiong stood. I not only know you, but I also know the high priest of Sea God Island, Poseidon, and one of the sacred pillars, the Sea Lady Dalu, the Sea Witch. Shen Sanxiong was quite pleased with Xiao Bai's transformed appearance, finding her far more appealing than her anime counterpart. Why do you only know about the females? Xiao Bai inquired, puzzled. What is there to remember about the males? They can love whomever they wish. Shen Sanxiong spoke with an air of nonchalance, prompting the nearby women to stifle their laughter while casting him playful glances. So, what brings you to our Sea God Island? Xiao Bai, now perceiving Shen Sanxiong as a bold character, redirected the conversation back to serious matters. I have a grievance against the Sea God. Thus, I intend to teach him a lesson and, in the process, claim Sea God Island for myself. Shen Sanxiong spoke candidly. You are audacious. Upon hearing Shen Sanxiong's audacious words, Xiaobai exploded in anger and immediately sent a warning signal to the inhabitants of Sea God Island. Xiaobai, before the sacred pillars arrive, can we have a discussion? Shen Sanxiong did not stop Xiaobai from sending the signal. Instead, he smiled and continued speaking. There is nothing to discuss with someone who shows disrespect to the sea god. Xiaobai regarded Shen Sanxiong warily. Oh, is that so? You don't even wish to discuss avenging your brother? Shen Sanxiong said with a hint of amusement. What? At his words, Xiaobai trembled, stunned for a moment before replying. What good intentions could you possibly have? Do not concern yourself with my motives. Simply tell me if you wish to avenge your brother. Shen Sanxiong knew that the matter of Xiaobai's brother was a lingering pain in her heart, making it impossible for her to resist his bait. I do, but I do not believe you possess the capability. If even the high priest of Sea God Island, Poseidon, cannot assist her in avenging her brother, Xiaobai did not believe that this unknown figure could manage it. If I can capture the entire evil demon Orca clan and hand them over to you, would you be willing to join me? It was a simple task for the current Shen Sanxiong to capture the evil demon Orca clan. If you truly can capture the evil demon Orca clan and deliver them to me, I will remember you for a lifetime. Xiao Bai did not express agreement or disagreement. After all, one was her master, and the other was the benefactor seeking vengeance for her brother. She found herself at a loss for how to choose. My lord, is it not a bit excessive to undermine our sea god island in front of me? At that moment, several figures, immensely powerful to ordinary people, swiftly approached from the distance, among them a woman in red at the forefront, who spoke with displeasure. Am I being excessive? I shall provide you with a refined and enhanced version of the text. In a moment, there shall be even more outrageous revelations. Would you care to witness them? Sensing the semi-divine soul power emanating from the speaking woman, Shun Sangxiong smiled with a hint of audacity. Pray tell, who might you be? He inquired. I do not recall any grievances between you and us at the Sea God Island. Noticing the malice in Shun Sangxiong's tone, Poseidon reflected upon recent events and realized that no one had ventured out from Sea God Island lately, thus concluding that it was impossible to have offended anyone. Puzzled, she spoke out. The warning provided by Xiao Bai, albeit of the highest caliber, was merely a caution to the inhabitants of Sea God Island regarding the strength of the approaching foe. It conveyed no further information. Consequently, unaware of Shun Sangxiong's previous disrespect towards the sea god, Poseidon, upon sensing the unfathomable power of Shun Sangxiong, was reluctant to unwittingly provoke a confrontation between Sea God Island and him. Shall you speak, or shall I? Shun Sangxiong did not respond to Poseidon's inquiry. Instead, he turned to Xiao Bai as if they were old friends. Xiao Bai, do you know the reason? As Poseidon descended next to Xiao Bai, she turned her gaze toward him upon hearing Shun Sangxiong's question. He speaks, Xiao Bai retorted, casting a glare at Shun Sangxiong before reiterating his earlier words. In truth, after conversing with Shun Sangxiong, Xiao Bai intended to shield him from the repercussions of his earlier insolence towards the sea god. However, Shun Sangxiong's brazen demeanor made it clear to Xiao Bai that, even if she remained silent, he would inevitably speak out himself. Such audacity. At this juncture, the other 7 titled Douluo from Sea God Island had arrived on the scene. Upon hearing Xiao Bai's explanation, Seahorse Dalu was the first to leap forward, vociferously rebuking Shun Sangxiong. It seems we at Sea God Island have not demonstrated our might for too long, allowing anyone to dare provoke us. Sea Spear Dalu followed suit, coldly asserting, indeed, great priest, it is imperative that we impart an unforgettable lesson to this young man, so that all may witness the enduring strength of Sea God Island. Sea Dragon nodded in agreement, proclaiming, young man, you ought not to show disrespect to the sea god. Remember, in your next life, to guard your tongue. At that moment, Poseidon ceased to address him as your excellency, instead summoning her martial spirit along with 8 black and 1 red soul rings. As a guardian, she understood, well, that without inheriting divine status, even the most extraordinary genius could only reach level 99 at best. She sensed no divine aura from the man before her. Despite his terrifying prowess, Poseidon, bolstered by the power of the sea god, did not believe that Shun Sangxiong could overturn her authority upon the seas. What is this? Do you wish to strike at me? It appears you remain oblivious to the current situation. Very well. Allow me to awaken your awareness. With that, Shun Sangxiong summoned his true dragon martial spirit, and the 9 golden soul rings exuded an overwhelming pressure, rendering the faces of all present from Sea God Island as pale as parchment. Who can enlighten me on the nature of these golden soul rings? Aren't soul ring colors ranked from low to high as white, yellow, purple, black, and red? A voice from Variant Douluo World questioned. If the golden soul ring does not belong to these 5 colors, and cannot possibly be a year-limited soul ring, could it be that this golden soul ring is of a 1,000,000-year limit? Stop the nonsense, another voice from original Douluo World retorted. In this world, how could there exist a 1,000,000-year limit soul ring? Do not forget, the highest age limit on the entire Douluo continent belongs only to the Silver Dragon King. Guyana, even if Shun Sangxiong were to defeat her, he could only acquire 1,000,000-year soul ring. Yet in the footage, he possesses a total of 9 golden soul rings. Is it not said that Shun Sangxiong has devised a method to elevate the age of soul bones? Perhaps he has transformed all his soul rings into those of a 1,000,000-year limit. I find that improbable. The footage lacks any comparative context. Thus, there would be no soul ring rewards. If Shun Sangxiong truly used the method of elevating soul bones to convert all 9 of his soul rings into million-year rings, just how many high-age soul beasts would he need to hunt? Chapter 144. Poseidon's Conditions, Great Offering. Do you understand what the golden soul rings signify? Is it truly as speculated in the comments that they are million-year soul rings? Asked second, offering Jin Ao. I cannot say for certain. Yet the likelihood of them being million-year soul rings is significant, Dalu replied, shaking his head before expressing his thoughts. In fact, Dalu had previously inquired with the angel god regarding soul rings exceeding 100,000 years, but received no answer. Over the years, through various studies and observations, he had come to suspect that information regarding soul beasts and soul rings above 100,000 years was a closely guarded secret. Since even the Great Offering deemed the golden soul rings possessed by Shun Sangxiong in the footage to be of million-year limits, it must be true, Jin Ao concluded, and the other offerings nodded in agreement. Let's continue to observe. Knowing Poseidon, she will undoubtedly inquire further, and we shall ascertain the truth regarding these golden soul rings. Dalu dismissed their flattery with a casual wave of his hand and returned his focus to the footage. At this moment, not only Dalu, but also leaders from various factions in both Douluo worlds, after fervently discussing among their kin, redirected their attention to the comparison footage. What is the age limit of your golden soul rings? Poseidon inquired, feeling for the first time that events were spiraling beyond her control. This sensation had never before been experienced, even in her encounters with Dalu and Tang. A million-year limit soul ring, Shun Sangxiong replied nonchalantly. Did not the sea god enlighten you on this matter? Indeed, they are truly of a million-year limit, Poseidon murmured. Although she had surmised the nature of the soul rings from their oppressive presence, speculation remained mere conjecture, lacking substance. Poseidon, do you still intend to resist? It is of no consequence. If you truly feel aggrieved, I can allow you to strike first. Otherwise, once I make my move, I fear you may not even have the opportunity to retaliate. This is not arrogance on Shun Sangxiong's part, given his current strength. Even if Poseidon were to summon the sea god, he would still have to obediently lie down and submit. Can we, the inhabitants of the sea god island, truly resist? Had you not concealed your true power from the outset, perhaps our meeting would not have been so fraught with tension. Poseidon let out a bitter laugh. It would be a lie to say that she was not frustrated. After all, she was not foolish. Facing an opponent she had no hope of defeating, she would choose to feign ignorance, pretending she had not heard the disrespect towards the sea god. I have not concealed my true strength. Rather, I have reached a state of simplicity and purity. Shun Sangxiong has come to either recruit or annihilate the sea god island. So how could he possibly hide his true power? Whether strength is concealed or not is now of no importance. Speak. What is it that you truly desire? As she spoke, Poseidon retracted her martial soul and spirit rings, abandoning any pretense of resistance. It is simple. I have but one request. The sea god island shall henceforth become a subordinate force of my heavenly court. Of course, to prevent any treachery from your side, every individual on the sea god island must humiliate the sea god's illusion for 10 minutes. Shun Sangxiong declared. This is impossible. Poseidon's expression turned ghastly. Then it seems the only option left is to destroy your sea god island. After saying this, Shun Sangxiong's true dragon martial soul soared into the sky above the sea god island, energy beginning to gather around him. As a deity, why must you trouble us mere mortals? Moreover, do you not fear that after annihilating our sea god island, you will have to explain yourself to the divine realm? Sensing the aura of destruction emanating from the sky, Poseidon could only invoke the divine realm, hoping to instill some trepidation in the person before her. You say I am a deity? Shun Sangxiong looked at Poseidon with a bemused expression. Mortals can never possess a spirit ring of a million years. Although I do not know what method you employed to conceal the aura of divinity, the age of your spirit rings has betrayed your true identity. Poseidon was confident that the person before her was undoubtedly a deity. Otherwise, he could not be so formidable that she felt no inclination to resist. Although Tang was also stronger than her, The difference between them was negligible. Ha! Observing Poseidon's serious demeanor, Shun Sangxiong could no longer contain his laughter. Senior, if you withdraw now, I assure you that I will not report today's events to the sea god. Poseidon was perplexed as to why Shun Sangxiong laughed and had no interest in understanding. She only wished to prevent the impending attack from descending. It seems your sea god island has not interacted with the people of Douluo continent for far too long, to the extent that you regard me as a deity. Enough. My patience is limited. I will count to 10. If your answer is still a refusal, then the existence of the sea god island shall no longer be necessary. With that, Shun Sangxiong ceased his laughter and began to count. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. Wait. If you wish for our sea god island to join your ranks. That is not impossible. However, I too have a condition. Just as Shun Sangxiong was about to announce 10, Poseidon stepped forward, gritting her teeth. What condition? Speak. If it is reasonable, I can agree. Shun Sangxiong's face broke into a smile once more. Although I am the high priestess of the sea god island, all significant matters are ultimately determined by the illusion of the sea god. If you can defeat the sea god's illusion, I will lead the entire sea god island to join your forces. This was Poseidon's last resort. If even the illusion of the sea god cannot withstand the person before her, then changing allegiances would not be out of the question. Chapter 145. The Awakening of the Sea God's Illusion. Is it really that simple? Very well. I accept. Shun Sangxiong replied. He had expected Poseidon to seize the opportunity to propose some exceedingly troublesome condition. Yet this? Is it truly so simple? Though that illusion is merely a fragment of the sea god's divine will left on Douluo continent, its combat prowess is comparable to that of the true sea god. Upon hearing Shun Sangxiong agree to her terms, Poseidon breathed a sigh of relief. What the outcome would be next would depend on the sea god's illusion. Lead the way. Shun Sangxiong felt that Poseidon's cleverness had backfired. It should be known that what he had initially stated was that all individuals on the sea god island must humiliate the sea god's illusion for 10 minutes. If Shun Sangxiong did not possess the means to capture the sea god's illusion alive, how could he have made such a demand? Follow me. With that, Poseidon wasted no time and led Shun Sangxiong directly toward the sea god's illusion. Variant 1, Douluo World, Martial Soul Hall, S. Grand Priest Dalu, CC. Have you truly capitulated? Variant 1, Douluo World, Sea God Island, as High Priestess Poseidon. How could I know? This matter has yet to unfold. Variant 1, Douluo World, Martial Soul Hall, S. Grand Priest Dalu. I do not understand. Since you so easily relinquished the sea god, why did you previously call for the annihilation of my martial soul hall? Variant 1, Douluo World, Sea God Island, as High Priestess Poseidon. You cannot even defeat me. Why should I allow the Sea God Island to submit to your martial soul hall? Variant 1, Douluo World, Martial Soul Hall, S. Grand Priest Dalu. Yet my martial soul hall is indeed stronger than your Sea God Island. Variant 1, Douluo World, Sea God Island as High Priestess Poseidon. You are weaker than I am. Variant 1, Douluo World, Martial Soul Hall as Grand Priest Dalu. Can you not give me a little face? Variant 1, Douluo World, Sea God Island as High Priestess Poseidon. You are weaker than I am. Variant 1, Douluo World, Martial Soul Hall as Grand Priest Dalu. Variant 1, Douluo World, Sea God Island as High Priestess Poseidon. Shun Sangxiong. Can you tell me where our Sea God Island has offended you? If Shun Sangxiong had come to confront them in reality, Poseidon might have speculated that it was due to their previous conflict that had led to his disdain for the Sea God Island. However, in the video, the Sea God Island had never had any disputes with Shun Sangxiong. Yet, they still found themselves facing his wrath. This was evidently unreasonable. In the first variant of the Douluo world, Shun Sangxiong boldly declared his opposition to the Sea God, deeming the allegiance of the inhabitants of Sea God Island to the deity their greatest transgression. The High Priestess of Sea God Island, Posey, questioned his animosity, suggesting that he had never even encountered the Sea God. Shun Sangxiong, acknowledging the potential insincerity of his motives, admitted that perhaps it was merely a matter of personal discontent with the Sea God. Posey, sensing the irreconcilable tension, pondered whether there might still be a chance to ease the discord between Shun Sangxiong and the sea god. She could scarcely fathom the heights of achievement Shun Sangxiong might reach in the future, particularly with the aid of comparative visual aids. Thus, she was willing to make considerable sacrifices to mend a rift. While contemplating this, her gaze subtly shifted towards the sea which seated nearby, considering the possibility of sending her and Xiao Bai to Shun Sangxiong. Shun Sangxiong asserted that the matter between him and the sea god was his own, promising not to harm them as long as they distanced themselves from the deity. He insisted that his intentions were not to obliterate them, as evidenced by the numerous chances he had afforded them. Posey sighed, recognizing Shun Sangxiong's unwavering resolve to confront the sea god. This realization filled her and the others from Sea God Island with a sense of helplessness, alongside a few alternative thoughts. After all, in a world driven by self-interest, if the sea god were to grow stronger, they would undoubtedly fight for him. Conversely, if a defeat was all but guaranteed, apart from a few zealots, most would prioritize their own safety and that of their families. Meanwhile, the comparative visuals continued to unfold. Now you wish to depart? It is not too late. Posey solemnly declared before the statue of the sea god. Hasten your summoning. A mere shadow of the sea god. Shun Sangxiong scoffed dismissively. Very well, Posey replied, casting a complex glance at Shun Sangxiong before commencing her summoning ritual. In the original Douluo world, an unnamed figure expressed anticipation at finally encountering the legendary deity, inquiring about the sea god's rank among the divine. I just asked, Shui wearer from the Tian Shui Academy interjected. That rascal is a first-level deity, implying he holds a notable position within the divine realm. Huo Wu from the Qihua Academy expressed curiosity about the possibility of seizing the sea god's divinity, intrigued by the notion that possessing divine status equated to attaining the ticket to immortality. Yao Zi from the Plan Academy countered that even if it were possible, it would still pertain to the water attribute, irrelevant to her as a fire attribute soul master. Huo Wu retorted, citing Shun Sangxiong's assertion that even fire attribute soul masters could inherit the sea god's divinity. Surely not, Yao Zi responded, questioning the logic that a soul master should inherit a god's attributes. That is what Shun Sangxiong stated. Regardless, I believe it, Huo Wu affirmed. Is this truly the sea god? Shui wearer exclaimed in astonishment. But why is he adorned in metallic embellishments? Is he not weighed down by them? At that moment, under Posey's summoning, the sea god's shadow awakened. Posey, who are they? Why have you brought them to the core of my sea god island? The sea god's shadow inquired with an air of authority. Great sea god, Posey began, bowing respectfully before recounting the unfolding events in detail. Exceptional talent. What a pity. The sea god's shadow remarked calmly after hearing Posey's account, shaking his head as he regarded Shun Sangxiong, unperturbed by the latter's disrespectful words. To the sea god, Shun Sangxiong was merely a diminutive ant, foolishly believing that possessing a few million-year soul rings qualified him to oppose a true deity. However, just as the sea god's shadow regarded Shun Sangxiong with disdain, the latter had no intention of yielding, swiftly delivering a resounding slap to the self-satisfied visage of the sea god's shadow. "Ha! That was splendid!" exclaimed Londi, the deep-sea magic whale, king of the second original Douluo world. Indeed, I have longed to deliver such a blow to the hypocritical face of the sea god. He added, relishing the moment. Londi, you have gone too far, Posey admonished. And what can you do about it? Do you dare to confront me on my own territory? Londi retorted. His words, though aggravating the inhabitants of Sea God Island, rang true. They had to concede that he spoke with a degree of validity. At that moment, Shui Yuer mused. The sea god's shadow must be utterly bewildered by this turn of events. Just look at his foolish expression compared to how he presented himself earlier. Indeed, since becoming the sea god, he had only encountered reverence from those he met. Never had he encountered someone as audacious as Shun Sangxiong, who approached him with such brazen disregard. The sea god's shadow stood in stunned silence for over a minute, until another resounding slap brought him back to his senses. Igniting his fury, "You seek death," he bellowed, abandoning all pretense as he launched an attack. Gone was the calm demeanor. Instead, A ferocious expression overtook his features. Foolish. Shun Sanxiong scoffed at the approaching strike, swiftly evading to the sea god's shadow's rear and delivering a powerful kick that sent the shadow sprawling. I will rend you into pieces. The sea god's shadow howled, lying awkwardly on the ground, humiliated before his subordinates. With another swift kick, Shun Sanxiong sent the sea god's shadow flying several meters away, stepping forward to place his foot firmly upon the fallen deity. You should consider yourself fortunate. Had it not been for the absence of that yellow-brown disc upon my person, I would have already delivered that kick to you. As he spoke, Shun Sanxiong retrieved a leather rope from his storage soul guide and began to lash it against the skin drum of the sea goddess phantom. In an instant, the grand hall echoed solely with the sea goddess phantom's cries of agony intermingled with curses. Variant Douluo World Anonymous 1. Surely this cannot be right. Is the sea god truly this weak? It feels as though Shun Sanxiong is reprimanding the sea god as a father would son, with the latter lacking even the slightest capacity for resistance. Original Douluo World Anonymous 2. Clearly, this is not a matter of the sea god's weakness, but rather Shun Sanxiong's overwhelming strength. Did you not notice that even the supreme priest of Sea God Island, a being of extraordinary prowess, lacked the courage to confront Shun Sanxiong? Variant Douluo World Anonymous 1. Alas, the sea god is rather pitiable. Witnessing his current suffering reminds me of the time I faced consequences for my mischief as a child, when my father treated me to a stir-fried bamboo shoot and pork dish. In that sense, it is indeed, as the previous commentator suggested. This scene is reminiscent of Shun Sanxiong, the father, chastising the unfortunate son, the sea god. Variant Douluo World Anonymous 1. Haha. I can relate. In my childhood, I too frequently enjoyed the stir-fried bamboo shoots and pork prepared by my father. Original Douluo World Anonymous 2. One might say that a childhood without stir-fried bamboo shoots and pork is an incomplete childhood. As the viewers in the comments section jested, the sea god's phantom in the comparative video exhibited new actions. Wretch, how dare you humiliate me thus? If that is the case, let us perish together. Wrath of the angry sea. At this moment, the sea god's phantom had entirely disregarded his own kin on Sea God Island. In truth, his desire was to obliterate everything on Sea God Island, for his current disgrace could not be revealed to his second soul. Otherwise, even beings like Poseidon, while outwardly respectful, would undoubtedly mock him internally. You are quite ruthless. To deal with me, you are even willing to forsake your own kin. Shun Sanxiong. Feeling the towering waves of seawater surging from all directions towards Sea God Island, could not help but find it amusing. Sea God, why? While Shun Sanxiong relied on his senses to grasp the external situation, Poseidon, as the high priest, possessed a clear understanding of the tremendous power the wrath of the angry sea wielded. She could not fathom why, despite having such a wealth of energy, the sea god did not opt for a potent single-target attack, but instead resorted to this indiscriminate area assault. Because all of you have witnessed what you should not have seen, believing that all present would surely perish. The sea god's phantom ceased its pretense and spoke the truth. So it is, Poseidon mused, momentarily taken aback before regaining her composure. She understood that the higher an individual's status, the more they valued their reputation. This is a natural inclination, and she could empathize with the sea goddess' actions. Chapter 147. Poseidon personally annihilates the sea god's phantom. Variant Douluo World Half-Divine Beast Deep-Sea Demon Whale King Londi. People of Sea God Island. Do you see? This is the true visage of the sea god. Are you not surprised and astonished? Variant Douluo World Fierce Beast Black Dragon King Dtion. It is not merely the sea god. All gods are thus. They project an image of righteousness while secretly being more despicable than refuse. Variant Douluo World Fierce Beast Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear Dtion. I feel you are insulting refuse. Refuse still has some value for recycling, but those gods? Heh. Variant Douluo World Fierce Beast Emerald Swan by G. After this ordeal, if the people of Sea God Island survive, they will surely transition from supporters of the sea god to his adversaries. At long last, they have the opportunity to confront those gods, and any wise soul beast cannot help but engage in mocking banter. Variant Dual World Blue Ba Academy Core Disciple Ning Rongrong. This is certain. The sea god is about to annihilate them. If they continue to support him, they will truly be fools. Variant Dual World Blue Ba Academy Core Disciple by Xinxiang. One can only say it is no wonder Shen Sangxiong holds the sea god in such disdain. The sea god's true nature is far more repugnant than Shen Sangxiong previously suggested. Variant Dual World Fiery Academy Huowu. I wonder what choice Poseidon will make in the comparative video. Variant Dual World Heavenly Water Academy Shueyu, or what is there to speculate? Just continue watching and you shall find out. Meanwhile, the comparative video continued. Do you have a way to save Sea God Island? At this moment, Poseidon in the footage turned to Shen Sangxiong after a few seconds of silence and asked. Of course I do, Shen Sangxiong replied. Then it is settled. As long as you can save Sea God Island, I, Poseidon, guarantee that I will lead all the strong individuals from Sea God Island to join your forces. In truth, Poseidon comprehended the sea god's reasoning. However, understanding did not equate to genuine acceptance. In reality, her loyalty to the sea god was not as profound as she outwardly displayed. Otherwise, in the original narrative, she would not have harbored murderous intentions toward Tang San, who inherited the sea god's divine position. A wise choice. Receiving Poseidon's promise, Shen Sangxiong smiled slightly. He then activated the seventh soul skill of the true dragon martial soul, the true dragon of God, and directly seized control of the entire ocean, dissipating the towering waves that were rushing toward Sea God Island into nothingness. The ensuing events unfolded simply. With the loss of control over the ocean, the sea god's phantom experienced a drastic reduction in combat power, subsequently having its divine strength restrained by Shen Sangxiong, and ultimately dissipated entirely under the onslaught of all the inhabitants of Sea God Island. Variant Dual World Half-Divine Beast Deep Sea Demon Whale King Lan Di. Good heavens. Poseidon, you truly are more formidable than one might expect. Did you see the look in the sea god's phantom's eyes as it was shattered? It was utterly fascinating. I suspect this sea god would never have imagined that his end would come at the hands of you, the high priest of sea god. Original Dual World Half-Divine Beast Deep Sea Demon Whale King Lan Di. Indeed, the green bamboo, snake's mouth, and the yellow wasp's stinger, both are venomous. Yet the last line is variant Dual World Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon. I acted solely for self-preservation. In the original world of Douluo, the High Priestess Poseidon of Sea God Island, number 2, Sai. You have the presence of Shen Sangxiong at your side, allowing you to rest easy. At worst, you could join his faction as shown in the comparison video. But what about me? In the variant world of Douluo, the High Priestess Poseidon of Sea God Island, no. 1. I do not know. Number 2. I should not have asked you. In the variant world of Douluo, the demigod beast, the deep sea demon whale king. Lan Di, that is a valid point. You are two versions of the same person from different worlds. It is perfectly clear what the other is contemplating. No. 1. Perhaps you could lead the people of Sea God Island to leave for the time being. Did the comparison video not mention that the gods of the divine realm cannot descend? As long as you can evade the phantom of the sea god, there should be no immediate danger. Number 2. It seems that is the only option left. Could you not subtly persuade Shen Sangxiong to shield you from that sea god phantom? I feel so passive in this situation. At this moment, the Poseidon of the second world was truly vexed, having suffered an undeserved misfortune. Number 1. If this were happening in your world, would you have any concern for me? Número 2. No. Number 1. Then what more is there to discuss? Let us continue with the comparison video. 3 days later. Sangxiong, are you truly at ease allowing the people of the original Sea God Island to continue under the leadership of Poseidon? On the deck of the large ship, Huowu frowned and inquired. It cannot be said that Poseidon is leading them entirely. Did not Xiao Bai and the sea which leave with us? Shen Sangxiong replied indifferently. Just 2 individuals. Although they possess the strength of tidal Dalu, they are hardly enough compared to the multitude from the original Sea God Island. Huowu shot a glance at Shen Sangxiong and handed him the shelled sunflower seeds. It matters not, as long as I am strong enough. Poseidon would not dare to harbor any ulterior motives. As he spoke, Shun Sanxiong tossed all the sunflower seeds into his mouth. I still feel uneasy. Poseidon can easily persuade her former employer to take action, which speaks volumes of her unreliability. Perhaps we should ask Sister Shui or Sister Dong to assist Poseidon in managing this newly established dragon palace. Huowu suggested. She has always felt that Poseidon is too ruthless. Absolutely not. Letting Qianren and Bibi Dong manage various affairs is out of the question. Shun Sanxiong knew that although both had ample management experience, they were not suited for such tasks. Chapter 148. The fourth comparison video of Shun Sanxiong concludes in the variant world of Douluo, an anonymous figure, if I am not mistaken. Bibi Dong seems to be the name of the pontiff. Does she not? Anonymous. Could it be a case of namesakes? Anonymous. What do you think? Who else besides the pontiff could be entrusted with monitoring Poseidon? This unparalleled tidal Douluo? Anonymous. That is a fair point. But this news is rather explosive. Could it mean that the pontiff might withdraw from the Spirit Hall and join the faction established by Shun Sanxiong? Anonymous. What if in the future, not only does the pontiff choose to join Shun Sanxiong's faction, but the entire Spirit Hall falls under his control? Anonymous. Hiss. That does not seem entirely impossible. Meanwhile, at the Infeng building, Shun Sanxiong, there is nothing wrong with you being with Sister Shui. After all, you two are quite well matched. But you entangling with my teacher seems rather absurd. Hulaina expressed her dissatisfaction. This has not yet occurred. Furthermore, if Bibi Dong does not agree, can I still force the issue? Shun Sanxiong retorted. You are willing to pursue someone so much older than you? I am truly impressed. Shui Qinghe, Qianren was now quite angry, mocking Shun Sanxiong while inwardly cursing Bibi Dong for her shamelessness. Age is irrelevant. The key is that Bibi Dong is quite beautiful. As the saying goes, one's values follow their appearance. As long as one is attractive, why concern oneself with inconsequential matters? Do not even mention the comparatively younger Bibi Dong. Even the older Poseidon piques Shun Sanxiong's interest. If it were not for the presence of so many people, Shui Qinghe, Qianren would have transformed to show Shun Sanxiong just how beautiful she, the most stunning woman in Douluo Dalu, truly is compared to Bibi Dong. On the other side, at Sea God Island in the variant world, High Priestess, Xiaobai has already agreed to my previous plan. But should we still proceed as originally intended? In the conference hall, Seahorse Dalu spoke bitterly. Let us continue according to the original plan. Poseidon, after listening to the uproar outside, fell silent for several seconds before speaking. See which, would you like to join Shun Sanxiong? After a long pause, Poseidon, noticing the 7 individuals in the meeting room were tense and silent after discussing Xiaobai's matters, took the initiative to ask. I will go take a look. If Shun Sanxiong proves to be a decent individual, I will remain there. Upon hearing Poseidon's inquiry, the sea which glanced at her image beside Shun Sanxiong in the comparison video, hesitated briefly, but then resolved firmly. Very well. You will take charge of this matter regarding Xiaobai. The rest of us shall evacuate this island as swiftly as possible in batches. Upon hearing this, Poseidon nodded and then issued the latest command to the group. At this moment, the comparison video continued. Hee, I see that you have taken a liking to Poseidon, which is why you treat her so favorably. You now have both water and fire, namely Shui Yuerer and myself. You certainly desire an east and west as well. Now that East Sister Bibi Dong has fallen into your grasp, only Poseidon remains. Huowu, who understood Shun Sanxiong well, immediately discerned his true intentions. With such disregard for your husband, let us see how I will deal with you tonight. Shun Sanxiong's expression faltered at Huowu's words, and he retorted fiercely. Umph, as if you have never dealt with me before. Huowu's face reddened as she shot Shun Sanxiong a glare. Today it will be doubled. No, tripled. I shall also have Rong assist me with her martial soul to enhance my speed. Shun Sanxiong continued his fierce declaration. You wish for my demise. Just say it outright, Huowu remarked with irritation. Enough of the pretense. Speak honestly. How do you intend to deal with both sexy? Noticing the peculiar glint in Shun Sanxiong's eyes, Huowu hastily inquired to prevent him from doing anything reckless in broad daylight. Bo Sexy is quite a challenging individual to handle. She has always harbored feelings for Tang, and it is likely difficult to change her mind. Understanding her implication, Shun Sangxiong shrugged and shared his perspective. Initially, did not Sister Dong also have feelings for you, Xiaogang? In the end, she was still won over by you. Wu appeared somewhat unconvinced by this assertion. You make a fair point, Shun Sangxiong nodded. By the way, I recall you mentioning that when Bosexi served as the high priest under the sea god, she could not leave Sea God Island. However, now that she has joined our heavenly court, she is free. Are you not concerned that she might seek Tang on the Douluo, a continent? At that moment, Wu recalled something Shun Sangxiong had previously said, and her expression turned contemplative. Rest assured, I have long since established a barrier around that place. No one who has attained the title of Douluo can enter. Shun Sangxiong smiled. Do you know where Tang is? Wu exclaimed in surprise. The king of slaughter in the city of slaughter. After Shun Sangxiong spoke, the video began to gradually zoom out, eventually fading into darkness. Variant 1 Dalu World. City of Slaughter. Anonymous. What? The King of Slaughter is actually Tang. Variant 1 Dalu World. City of Slaughter. Anonymous. While it is astonishing, it is rather reasonable. After all, it is impossible for a peerless Dalu to remain undetected while hiding in our City of Slaughter, especially as we all search for him. However, if this peerless Dalu were to be replaced by the King of Slaughter, a being we seldom encounter, everything suddenly seems far more plausible. Variant 1 Dalu World, Wuhuan Temple. Grand Elder Qiandoliu, what a blunder. I previously failed to realize that the King of Slaughter is Tang. Variant 1 Dalu World, Peerless Dalu Bosexi, Tang. Variant 1 Dalu World, City of Slaughter, King of Slaughter. I am now the King of Slaughter, not Tang. I merely occupy Tang's body. Chapter 149. An unpleasant encounter at Foam Tower. Rong. I never expected that your Jiu Bao, Liuli Pagoda martial soul could be used in such a manner. Shui Yuer glanced at the blushing Wu, then at the embarrassed Shun Sangxiong, before casting a teasing gaze toward Ning Rongrong. I also did not foresee such a usage. Ning Rongrong, too, felt a bit flustered. Whether it was the previous 7 treasure, Liuli Pagoda, or the current Jiu Bao, Liuli Pagoda, she had utilized it for cracking walnuts as a source of illumination and had devised numerous other applications, yet she had never considered this particular function. Why do you say everything out loud? Now I will be socially dead. Wu, already red-faced, began to complain about Shun Sangxiong upon hearing Shui Yuer's gleeful remarks. Shun Sangxiong opened his mouth, unsure of how to respond. He certainly could not disclose that this method was something he had learned from other Daluo fan novels in his previous world. Shun Sangxiong, the Grand Elder is calling for you. Just as laughter erupted from everyone present, except for Wu Shuang and Feng Xiaotian, who Laina suddenly interjected. Variant 1 Daluo World. Shun Sangxiong, does Qiandoliu have some matter to discuss? Qiandoliu, having temporarily alleviated Shun Sangxiong's predicament, spoke courteously as the video comparison revealed Shun Sangxiong's actions against Bibi Dong and Qian Rengshu. Variant 1 Daluo World, Wuhuan Temple, Grand Elder Qiandoliu. You could choose only one between Bibi Dong and my granddaughter Qian Rengshu. Variant 1 Daluo World, Wuhuan Temple, Saintess Qian Rengshu. Grandfather, what nonsense are you spouting? Who would want to be with him? Shueqing He, Qian Rengshu, turned a shade of green with anger. Variant 1 Daluo World, Wuhuan Temple. Grand Elder Qiandoliu, I am merely taking precautions. Shun Sangxiong, what is your answer? Variant 1 Daluo World. Shun Sangxiong, this is the only question I cannot answer or agree to. Variant 1 Daluo World, Wuhuan Temple, Grand Elder Qiandoliu. Young man, you are being excessive. Do you know who Bibi Dong is? Variant 1 Daluo World, Shun Sangxiong. Who she is not significant. What matters is how she perceives the situation. I can only say that I will never coerce anyone in such matters. However, if the other party is willing, regardless of the obstacles ahead, I shall stand in front of her, shielding her from all harm and malicious gossip. Variant 1 Daluo World, Wuhuan Temple, Grand Elder Qiandoliu. Alas, with no arguments left and unable to fight back, Qiandoliu was thoroughly vexed. Variant 2 Original Daluo World, Wuhuan Temple, Pope Bibi Dong. Unfortunately, you arrived too late. Variant 2, Original Daw World, Wuhuan Temple, Saint Tiskian Ringshu. He is from another Douluo continent. Even if he had arrived earlier, you would not have encountered him. Variant 2, Original Douluo World, Wuhuan Temple, Pope Bibidong. If you remain silent, no one will consider you mute. Upon Bibidong's words, the fury of both Qian Ringshu from the two worlds surged to new heights. However, before they could unite once more against Bibidong, the voice from the comparison video began to play. Now, we shall commence the character comparison of Tang San. Zhejian Pearl Island. What a pity. You all are not good people. Otherwise, I could have taken you to that relic to try your luck. Zhejian stood on the shore, watching the gradually departing vessels, pondering silently. Variant 1 Douluo World, Lamba Academy Core, Disciple Ning Rongrong. Sister Zhejian, though I may be a bit mischievous, I cannot be considered a bad person, can I? Variant 1 Douluo World, Lamba Academy Core, Disciple Xiao Wu. I'm not a bad person either. Variant 1 Douluo World, Zhejian, I do not know. You'd have to ask the other me from a different world. Variant 2 Original Douluo World, Zhejian Island Master Zhejian. I do not know either. However, I can read people well. Since the me in the comparison video says so in her heart, then the issue must lie with you. Variant 2 Original Douluo World, Shrek Academy Ning Rongrong. What issues could we possibly have? Variant 2 Original Douluo World, Zhejian Island Master Zhejian. That is for you to determine. Variant 1 Douluo World, Lamba Academy Zhu Qing. It must be due to your association with Tang San. After all, everyone is aware of Tang San's character, and by mingling with him, you must have been led astray unknowingly. Remember, like attracts like, and proximity to vermilion makes one red, while proximity to ink makes one black. If the worldviews of two individuals are entirely disparate, it necessitates that at least one party is willing to alter their perspective to align with the other. Otherwise, it is implausible for them to coexist harmoniously. In the variant Douluo World by Chen Xiang, a core disciple of the Lamba Academy, remarked, Zhu Qing's assertion holds merit. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong from the original Douluo World, representing the Shrek Academy, responded, Indeed, I have adjusted and moderated my temper merely to assimilate into the Academy. There should be nothing wrong with that. However, if not for this reason, I truly cannot fathom any other possibility. Bai Qianxiang, again from the variant world, added, I believe that is precisely the case. Let us not forget that in Shrek, the decisions are predominantly made by Yu Xiaogang and Tang San. Yet, we are all now acutely aware of their true natures. What can one truly learn by altering oneself according to their whims? Ning Rongrong retorted, By heavens, it seems that may indeed be the case. Regardless of who advises me, I must depart from Shrek. I have no desire to become a detestable individual like Tang San or Yu Xiaogang. Bai Qianxiang pondered, why is it that my counterpart in another world has also mingled with Tang San and his associates, the young clan leader of the Min family? Bai Qianxiang responded, I am uncertain. Yet, I can assert that even without the emergence of comparative videos, I have never contemplated attending the so-called Shrek Academy. In fact, had it not been for the videos, I would not have even known who Tang San was or the location of Shrek Academy. Bai Qianxiang continued, I have conceived a possibility. Could it be due to the Li family? Among the 4 single attribute clans, only the Li family still harbors sentiments for Tang Hao. Chapter 150. The trial the comparative video continued. Several days later, Tang San and his companions, after enduring a series of tribulations, finally ascended to Sea God Island. However, before they could proceed further, a squad of guards from Sea God Island obstructed their path. We admire the renowned Sea God Island and hope to pass the trial to join, they declared. Observing the scene, Dai Mubai stepped forward and spoke assertively. Are you Land Soul Masters? The middle-aged leader of the guards frowned and inquired. How could you discern that? Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback. You Land Soul Masters may not perceive it, but we Sea Soul Masters can. The middle-aged man dismissed them coldly. Now, leave this place. Sea God Island does not welcome you. Isn't Sea God Island open for entry through trials? Why are you turning us away? At this juncture, Tang San approached Dai Mubai, frowning at the middle-aged man, feeling somewhat displeased. In the variant Douluo world, an unnamed individual mused, Indeed, this world is dictated by strength. When Shun Tsangxiong arrived at Sea God Island, he was warmly welcomed, yet Tang San and his group were outright refused entry. Another responded, "You're speaking too soon. Observe. The middle-aged man from Sea God Island is actually well-intentioned." The unnamed individual countered, "If you were truly well-meaning, why not express it kindly instead of with cold words? To be blunt, such so-called good people are far more loathsome than the wicked." Another chimed in, "Well said. In my view, such individuals are not benevolent, but rather exhibit a patronizing demeanor. They assert dominance when one appears weak and cower when confronted with strength." Yet another commented, "You lot are merely overindulged. He is just a gatekeeper. What is there to deliberate? Let's continue watching. I am eager to discover the benefits of the legendary divine trial of Sea God Island." At this moment, the comparative video transitioned, and Tang San and his companions found themselves before a man clad in black. "I am one of the sacred pillars of Sea God Island, the Sea Horse Douluo. If you wish to participate in the divine trial, you must first pass my test," he stated. "Do not think that Sea Horse is targeting you intentionally. All land soul masters wishing to join the divine trial at Sea God Island must first undergo the test set by a sacred pillar Da," the middle-aged man explained. Noticing the disconcerted expressions of Tang San and his companions, "Since this is the rule, please enlighten us, Venerable One," Tang San replied confidently after a moment of contemplation. "Very well. Follow me," the Sea Horse Douluo instructed, leading them onward. "Venerable One, what is this?" Tang San questioned as they arrived at the shoreline. Sensing the multitude of sea spirit beasts in the water, "My test is quite simple. If you can traverse this expanse of sea, you will have passed my trial," the Sea Horse Douluo elaborated, offering no further explanation. "All right," Tang San replied after a brief hesitation. While this trial might seem insurmountable for others, it posed little challenge for the Shrek 7 monsters. He was entirely confident that they would all succeed. "I am the leader of the Shrek 7 monsters. I shall proceed first," declared Dai Mubai, stepping forward. "Very well," Tang San nodded, moving to the center as everyone turned their gaze towards Dai Mubai, who had begun his trial. In the variant Douluo world by Qinxiang remarked, "Zhu Qing, it appears that in the future depicted in the comparative video, you ultimately forgave me, did you not? Otherwise, you would not have shown concern when I attempted to traverse that so-called sea." Bai Qinxiang responded, "That was another version of me, not the me from this world." Ning Rongrong from the original Douluo world interjected, "Regardless of which world you hail from, you have ultimately forgiven us. Moreover, judging by our ages in the comparative video, it seems we triumphed in the final battle for the throne." Davis, the crown prince of Xingluo from the original Douluo world, exclaimed, "That is impossible." Zhu Chuyin from the Xingluo Royal Academy retorted, "A defeat is a defeat. What's so impossible about that?" In light of the comparative video featuring Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, considering their ages, if they were to suffer defeat, the most favorable outcome for them would be mere house arrest. It is inconceivable that they would be granted permission to venture to the Sea God Island. Variant 1, from the Douluo world, Prince Davis of the Xingluo Empire. Bamboo Yun from another realm speaks the truth. This is not a time for speculation. Variant 2, from the original Douluo world, Zhu Yun of the Xingluo Royal Academy. Zhu Qing, it seems I have underestimated you in the past. You have passed the trial of the Sea of Seas with such ease. Variant 1, from the Douluo world, Lanba Academy. Oscar, is it my turn now? However, why am I so close to Ning Rongrong? Could it be that, according to the original development, I truly ended up with Ning Rongrong? Variant 1, from the Douluo world, Lanba Academy. Core disciple Ning Rongrong. Gung, do you think that is possible? Variant 2, from the original Douluo world, Shrek Academy. Oscar, why is it impossible? If we were not a couple, would we be this close? Variant 2, from the original Douluo world, Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong. Our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School has a regulation that core family members cannot be involved with non-combat soul masters. Just considering this rule alone, you will be excluded. I have mentioned this before. Have you forgotten? Variant 2, from the original Douluo world, Shrek Academy. Oscar, how do you explain this scene in the comparative video? If we were not together, would you allow me to carry you? At this point, Both Oscared from the two worlds found their spirits gradually invigorated. Chapter 151. Tang-san, you have truly disappointed me. Variant 2. From the original Douluo world, Shrek Academy. Ning Rong Rong, of course not. If I must provide an explanation, it is quite simple. The first possibility. Our Seven Treasures glazed tile school has been destroyed, leaving me as the sole survivor. In such a scenario, with no family left, the family regulations would naturally cease to exist. The second possibility. Our Seven Treasures glazed tile school, including my father and both grandfathers Jiangu and others, have all turned to sand sculptures, resulting in a collective disregard for family rules, risking the disintegration of our clan, thus allowing me to marry a food system soul master. After all, if the sect master, deputy sect master, and elders all lead in violating the sect's rules, the members below would undoubtedly follow suit, disregarding the sect's regulations. At that point, without external pressure, our Seven Treasures glazed tile school would be on the path to destruction. The third possibility, the Ning Rong Rong in the comparative video, who also possesses the 9-treasure glazed pagoda martial soul, is not me. She is merely a puppet sharing my martial soul, appearance, and even memories. Otherwise, I would not only feel no connection towards you, but even if I did, I could not selfishly choose to be with you at the potential cost of my family's ruin. As the deputy sect master of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, I could be playful and mischievous, but in matters of great significance, I will not be swayed by personal feelings, for that is my responsibility as a deputy sect master. This is something that ordinary individuals like you or those selfish family decision-makers will never comprehend. Variant 2, from the original Douluo world, Shrek Academy. Oscar, I understand. Who says I do not? You have articulated so much and taken many turns only to convey the message that I should not aspire to what is beyond my reach. Variant 1, from the Douluo world, Lanba Academy, core disciple Ning Rong Rong. Your summary is quite apartment. Variant 1, from the Douluo world, Lanba Academy, Oscar. Haha. Variant 1, from the Douluo world, sect master of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, Ning Feng Ji. It seems Rong Rong has grown up. Variant 2, from the original Douluo world, sect master of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, Ning Feng Ji. Indeed. I used to worry about her future due to her little witch temperament. It turns out her little witch is quite understanding. Now I truly feel at ease. Variant 2, from the original Douluo world, Shrek Academy, Ning Rong Rong. I have always been sensible, all right? It is you who have biases against me. Variant 1, from the Douluo world, Lanba Academy, core disciple Ning Rong Rong. Exactly. Variant 1, from the Douluo world, Lanba Academy, Shrek Ma Hongjun. Huh? It's finally my turn. Wait. No way. Could it be that I'm also paired with Xiaogang? Variant 1, from the Douluo world, Lanba Academy, core disciple by Chun Xiang. In the words of Rong Rong, you, fat horse, should get lost. Variant 2, from the original Douluo world, the Min Family's young clan leader by Chun Xiang. Are you certain about the comparative video? How could I possibly be with this Mahongjun? Comparative video. The specific reasons will be revealed later. Variant 2, from the original Douluo world, the Min Family's young clan leader by Chun Xiang. Alright. Variant 2, from the original Douluo world, Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun, Xiang. Although we have yet to meet in this world, since we are together in the comparative video, it at least suggests we are fated, right? Why don't we give it a try? Variant 2, from the original Douluo world, the Min Family's young clan leader by Chun Xiang. Did I not tell you to get lost? What fate are you talking about? Am I not aware of myself? From the gaze of the person in the comparative video, it is evident that she's clearly not willing to be with you. Variant 2, from the original Douluo world, Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun. Really? I did not notice that. Variant 1, from the Douluo world, Lanba Academy, core disciple Ning Rong Rong, another world-s fat horse. Spare us the act. I refuse to believe that with your playful nature, you cannot see that Xiang in the comparative video feels absolutely nothing for you. Variant 1, from the Douluo world, Lanba Academy, Shrek Ma Hongjun, Sai. Rong, let us not break the illusion. We are still good friends. Variant 1, from the Douluo world, Lanba Academy, core disciple Xiao Wu. Enough of your nonsense. Look at me. Why does the version of me in the comparative video appear so foolish, as if only a shell remains? Variant 1, from the Douluo world, Lanba Academy. Zhu Zhuqing. Could it be because you have already made a sacrifice? Variant 1, from the Douluo world, core disciple Xiao Wu. No. If I had sacrificed, there should be nothing left. Variant 1, from the Douluo world, Tian Shui Academy. Shui Yuer. You have never sacrificed before. How would you know what remains after a sacrifice? Variant 1, from the Douluo world, Lanba Academy. Core disciple Ning Rongrong. Indeed. Did not Ain also sacrifice? She is now returned as a blue silvergrass. Variant 1, from the Douluo world, Lanba Academy. Core disciple Xiao Wu. According to what you said, Rong. I should also have turned into a little rabbit. Yet, the version of me in the comparative video is entirely human. Variant 2, from the original Douluo world, Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu, why say so much? Just ask the comparative video directly. Comparative video, why do I appear this way? Comparative video, after you sacrifice yourself for Tang San. For certain reasons, you did not completely dissipate and instead transformed back into a rabbit, and then Tang San utilized some means to restore you to human form. However, your essence remains ensconced within Tang San's soul ring. Thus, the image of you depicted is merely a sentient shell. Variant Douluo world, Lanba Academy, Tang San, Xiao Wu. Did you hear that? No matter what transpires, I shall never relinquish you. Original Douluo world, Shrek Academy, Tang San. Indeed, Xiao Wu. I concede that I failed to protect you, yet I shall exert every effort to revive you. Variant Douluo world, Lanba Academy's core disciple, Xiao Wu. But my sacrifice was indeed a consequence of your actions. Even if you ultimately revive me, it would still be a debt owed. Yet why does it seem from your words that you expect my gratitude? Original Douluo world, Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu. Tang San, you have truly disappointed me. Original Douluo world, Shrek Academy, Tang San. No, Xiao Wu, that is not my intention. Chapter 152. The levels of the divine trial as the individuals from both the Lanba Academy and Shrek Academy gazed in astonishment and incredulity at the comparative video. The 8 figures within had successfully navigated the underwater trials set by Seahorse Douluo through their respective means. Your performance has genuinely astounded me. No, to be precise, it has left me in utter shock. Seahorse Douluo gazed at the 8 individuals with an unusual expression of admiration. Senior Seahorse, do we now possess the qualification to partake in the divine trial? Tang San remained composed, betraying no signs of distress. Since you have passed my trial, you have indeed earned the right to participate in the divine trial. However, for land-based soul masters, the divine trial on Sea God Island is perilous. There is no notion of failure, only success or demise. I now grant you one final opportunity. I hope you will contemplate this thoroughly. Will you face the peril of the divine trial, or will you retreat to where you came from? Seahorse Douluo inquired. No need for consideration. We decided before arriving at Sea God Island. Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged resolute glances and stepped forward with determination. If so, then let us commence. As he spoke, Seahorse Douluo summoned a beam of blue light from the sacred pillar and pointed it towards Dai Mubai. Senior Seahorse, what is this? Tang San questioned with curiosity. This determines the level of the divine trial for him. The divine trial on Sea God Island is categorized into levels: white assessment, yellow assessment, purple assessment, black assessment, and the red pinnacle assessment. Seahorse Douluo elucidated. I see. Tang San nodded, redirecting his gaze to Dai Mubai, now enveloped in the blue light. At that moment, the blue light surrounding Dai Mubai transformed from blue to white, then swiftly transitioned from white to yellow, and from yellow to purple, ultimately settling on black. It is indeed the Black Level 6 trial, more than I initially faced. Might the individual before us be a sinner? Seahorse Douluo murmured, his gaze complex as the black light receded. Senior Seahorse, why do you label Dai Mubai as a sinner? Ma Hongjun could not restrain his curiosity. I previously mentioned the 5 levels of the divine trial on Sea God Island. The white and yellow assessments consist of only 1 trial each, and passing them is deemed successful. Upon reaching the purple assessment, distinctions begin to arise, with the purple level potentially consisting of up to 3 trials. Thus, one must complete a maximum of 3 trials to be deemed successful. The black level, however, entails at least 4 trials and a maximum of 6. The black level 6 trial represents the highest difficulty within this category. I can inform you that in nearly a century, the black level has only appeared 31 times, with 24 failures, leaving 7 successful candidates, the current 7 guardians of Sea God Island's sacred pillars. Even so, among these, only the mightiest, the Sea Dragon Dalu, has endured the black level 6 trial. Moreover, as your land-based soul masters, the duration for each trial, which typically spans 10 years for sea soul masters, is reduced to a year specifically for land soul masters. Hence, I deem him a sinner. Otherwise, how could the benevolent sea god descend the black level 6 trial, which is nearly a guaranteed death sentence? Seahorse Douluo provided a thorough explanation. Variant Douluo world, nameless person, haha. Let me tell you a joke. The sea god is very kind. Haha, that truly cracks me up. Original Douluo world, nameless person, Seahorse Douluo. Could you share your current sentiments? Variant Douluo world, nameless person, you are rather cruel. How can you expect Seahorse Douluo to respond? Variant Douluo world, Sea Dragon Douluo. I find myself perplexed by this character comparison of Tang-san. Seahorse has not explicitly stated that the level of the divine trial hinges entirely on the innate talent of the individual undertaking it. Yet, based on Dai Mubai's talent, it is inconceivable for him to receive the black level 6 trial. Otherwise, would Douluo continent not suddenly be inundated with countless extraordinary talents surpassing the black level 6 trial? Variant Douluo world, Lanba Academy's core disciple, Ning Rongrong. If my conjecture is correct, the Dai Mubai in the comparison video must have consumed a divine herb, greatly enhancing his innate talent. After all, during the announcement of the trash list, the video did state that Tang-san raided the poisoned Douluo's herb garden. The matter of the divine herb was not something Shun Sangxiong had instructed Ning Rongrong to keep confidential. Thus she spoke without any reservations. Variant Douluo world, Lanba Academy's core disciple, by Chen Xiang. I concur with Rongrong's assessment. My sharp-tailed swallow martial soul transformed into the current Emperor Wan martial soul only after consuming a divine herb. Variant Douluo world, Sea Dragon Douluo. If that is the case, it becomes reasonable. Original Douluo world, nameless person. In this respect, it seems Tang-san has done well. At least he shared the divine herb with his companions. Variant Douluo world, nameless person. Ha! How naive. In the midst of their conversation, the comparative video continued. Senior Seahorse, is it my turn now? At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing, having regained her focus from Seahorse Douluo's previous remarks, stepped forward to inquire. After all I've said, will you not reconsider? Seahorse Douluo furrowed his brow slightly. We have come here to undergo trials. If the trials are too simplistic, would our journey not be in vain? We have indeed created numerous miracles, and I have faith that this time we shall conjure yet another. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head and replied nonchalantly. Very well. You are truly full of vigor. Few possess the courage that you do. Upon finishing his words, Haimato regarded Zhu Zhuqing with approval, gesturing towards her with a nod. Chapter 153, Tang-san is no good. In the variant Douluo world, at the core disciples of Lanba Academy, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, Wow, Zhuqing, you appear so calm and confident compared to the one in the video. I believe this is the first time I've seen you wear such an expression. Shui wearer from the variant Douluo world, Tian Shui Academy, concurred, indeed. I wonder what transpired in the future to transform this ice-cold beauty into someone entirely different. Could it be due to her victory over her sister and brother-in-law in the fated battle? Zhu Zhuqing from the variant Douluo world, Lanba Academy, contemplated, it feels peculiar. Perhaps the Zhuqing in the video truly underwent some cataclysmic events that compelled her to change. Otherwise, I could never morph into that version. She mused it could also be, as Rongrong jested, that the Zhu Zhuqing in the video, who looks exactly like me, is merely a puppet. Yao Zi from the variant Douluo world, Jiwu Academy, suggested. Perhaps it is a matter of love? After all, love has the power to transform everything and embrace all. Zhu Zhuqing from the variant Douluo world, Lanba Academy, replied. I harbor no feelings for Dai Mubai. If not for being born into the Zhu family, destined to bear the burden of internal strife, I would have no connection with Dai Mubai at all. Zhu Zhuqing from the original Douluo world, Shrek Academy, echoed her sentiment. That is precisely what I wish to convey. Huowu from the variant Douluo world, Chihua Academy, questioned, what is going on? Both Zhuqing claim they will never resemble the one in the video. And Rongrong asserts that the one in the video is not her. Why do I suddenly feel a chill? Guyana, the Silver Dragon King from the variant Douluo world, mused, I have some inkling, yet I cannot be certain at this moment. Guyana from the original Douluo world added, I believe it is close to the truth. Ning Rongrong, core disciple of Lanba Academy from the original Douluo world, inquired, what do you mean? Is it possible that my jest has become reality and that someone has plotted against Zhuqing and me? Guyana, the Silver Dragon King from the variant Douluo world, advised, let us continue observing. If any among you 8 in the video receives a divine examination, the answer will become evident. As the two Ning Rongrongs felt a sense of unease from Guyuna's words, the divine examination level of Zhu Zhuqing in the video was confirmed. Black level, 5th examination. Haima Douluo was taken aback once more. Haima, it is now my turn, Oscar reminded. Oh, very well, Haima instinctively responded, shifting his gaze from Zhu Zhuqing. It is also black level, 6th examination. Initially, Haima assumed that as a food-type soul master, Oscar would face a lower divine examination than the previous 2, yet the outcome astonished him. Exceeding the 6th examination. Before Haima could react, Ning Rongrong approached him, chanting incantations. It is indeed the top level, 7th examination. Moments later, upon seeing Ning Rongrong's divine examination level, Haima shouted in surprise, his voice echoing thunderously. Miss, may I inquire your full name? After a pause, Haima Douluo slightly bowed, paying his respects to Ning Rongrong. My name is Ning Rongrong, she replied, puzzled by Haima's sudden change in demeanor. Miss Ning Rongrong, it is an honor to serve as your examiner. Should you require anything on the island, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall do my utmost to assist you, Haima said respectfully. Haima, I am merely one examination away from Rongrong. Is the difference truly so vast? Oscar blinked, unable to restrain his curiosity. The top-level examination differs fundamentally from the black-level examination. Since its inception, there has never been a record of failure in the top-level examination. The last appearance of a top-level examination on Sea God Island was during the examination of our High Priest. If Miss Ning Rongrong passes the top-level examination, she shall become the heir to the High Priest and the future leader of Sea God Island, Haima explained, his gaze unwavering from Ning Rongrong. Is it possible that the top-level 7th examination is simpler than the black-level 6th examination? Tang San inquired. Certainly not. The overall difficulty of the top-level 7th examination is several tiers higher than that of the black-level 6th examination. However, each occurrence of the top-level examination signifies the emergence of a new generation of High Priest. Thus, no matter how challenging it may be, success is assured. Haima Douluo clarified, shaking his head. Now I understand, Ning Rongrong remarked. Haima, let us proceed. Xiang, it is your turn. Tang San nodded, gesturing to Bai Chunxiang beside him. Very well. Bai Chunxiang stepped forward without hesitation, standing before Haima. Yellow level, 1st examination? Just as Haima Douluo prepared for another black level examination, Bai Chunxiang's divine examination level nearly caused him to seize up. Bai Chunxiang from a variant Douluo world, core disciple of Lanba Academy, lamented, is my talent truly this lacking? Shun Sangtian, am I unworthy of joining the inner academy of Lanba Academy? Did you pull strings for me? Shun Sangtian from the variant Douluo world replied, at Lanba Academy, we do not evaluate individuals based on their talent, but rather on their character. Even someone without a martial soul, provided they possess good character, can train in my inner academy for a decade and still defeat demigods like a father dominating his son. Moreover, you must have been targeted by that deceitful sea god. I have seen your original talent, and while it may be slightly inferior to Rongrong and the others, it could never be as low as a yellow level, 1st examination. Based on my comparison of Rongrong's current talent, If she is a top-level 7th examination, you should have been approximately a purple level. 3rd examination before consuming the celestial herb. Ning Rongrong from the variant Douluo world, core disciple of Lanba Academy, commented, Xiaogang, I believe that you're yellow level. First examination results stem not only from the sea god's deliberate targeting, but also from the fact that Tang San did not provide you with a celestial herb. It can only be said that in this matter, Tang San is truly unworthy, refusing to offer a celestial herb even to his own cousin. Chapter 154. Gu Yuna's terrifying inference. Talon from the variant Douluo world remarked, you should be content. I believe that Tang San has exhibited enough benevolence in his dealings with Xiaogang. Although he did not provide her with the celestial herb, he at least took her to Sea God Island to participate in the divine examination. Look at me. I did not even possess the qualification to be taken to Sea God Island for the divine test. I cannot discern whether Tang San holds our Li Ji clan in any regard. Ultimately, Tai Long seemed to imply that he wished for his grandfather to completely abandon the notion of mingling with Tang San's family. In the original Douluo world at Shrek Academy, Tang San pondered, is there a possibility that in comparison to the video, I do not recognize you at all? In the variant Douluo world at Lanba Academy, Tai Long retorted, how could I not know you, the sole legitimate descendant of the Li Ji clan, when I am acquainted with Xiaogang? Do not forget whenever we, the 4 single attribute clans, make any significant decision, we convene together, especially regarding the momentous matter of re-establishing ties with your Haotian Tang family, which pertains to the survival of our clan. We will deliberate with utmost caution. It can be said that if any member of our 4 single attribute clans is by your side, it signifies that we are all united in support of you. In the variant Douluo world at Lanba Academy, the core disciple Ning Rongrong warned Tai Long, be careful, for Tang San may very well declare that you have chosen the path to your demise. Tai Long laughed. Indeed, it seems I must adopt a more modest demeanor in front of Tang San. As the group shared laughter by Chen Xiang in the comparison video, regaining her composure, suddenly blushed and performed an act that left everyone both inside and outside the video utterly astonished. The scene revealed by Chen Xiang, after a moment of hesitation, as if she had resolved something, displaying a determined expression, and like a whirlwind, she dashed into Ma Hongjuan's embrace, initiating a wall slam. In the original Douluo world at Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, what on earth is happening? Why did Xiaogang suddenly wall slam me? By Chen Xiang. The young clan leader of the Min Ji clan retorted, do not call me Xiaogang. To borrow from Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, the person in that video is not truly me. In the variant Douluo world at Lanba Academy, Ma Hongjun responded, are you all toying with me? You all seem to use the same excuse. Once Rongrong has used it, Zhuqing follows, and now Xiaogang is using it too. Are you all waiting for Xiao Wu to use this excuse next? In the variant Douluo world at Lanba Academy, Xiao Wu replied, it depends on the situation. If necessary, I may utilize it as well. The Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna interjected. In truth, this may not merely be their excuse. At that moment, Gu Yuna spoke up. Ma Hongjun, perplexed, asked, what do you mean? In the original Douluo world, Gu Yuna explained, it is evident that the reason this human girl, by Chen Xiang, wall slammed you is that it is part of the divine examination task. However, the genuine divine examination would never encompass such an evaluative component. I was not mistaken in my earlier assertions. I previously hesitated to assert that there was something amiss, but now I'm certain. The Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing in the comparison video have either had their original consciousness erased by the deities or their thoughts completely rewritten. In fact, when Bai Qianxiang chose to wall slam you, it marked the moment she began to be influenced by the sea god. I can assure you that in the final moments of the comparison video, Bai Qianxiang will undoubtedly accept you with genuine affection. In the variant Douluo world at Lanba Academy, Bai Qianxiang exclaimed, what? Ma Fatty, I can introduce my cousin to you, but keep your distance from me. Ma Hongjun grinned. Really? You would introduce your cousin to me? He understood that a relationship with Bai Qianxiang was implausible, but this moment from the comparison video could grant him a wife, and he would certainly not refuse. As for Gu Yuna's earlier remarks, he dared not dwell on them. Bai Qianxiang affirmed, indeed, in the original Douluo world at Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun added, I want in too. Bai Chenxiang replied, as long as you do not harbor intentions towards me. I can have my cousin who is willing to be with you seek you out. This is not Bai Chenxiang trying to sabotage her cousin. Although Ma Hongjun may not be the most handsome, his talent is indeed commendable. In a world where strength reigns supreme, many would be willing to marry a promising soul master like Ma Hongjun. In the original Douluo world at Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun concluded, deal. In the variant Douluo world at Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji urgently inquired, Miss Gu Yuna, do you possess any evidence to substantiate your claims? On the other side, Ning Fengji pressed, how can you now demand evidence when it was your own daughter who stated that the Bai Chenxiang in the comparison video is not the true her? Gu Yuna retorted, moreover, even if I provided you with evidence, what would you do with it? Just by observing the scenes in the comparison video, it is clear that those lofty deities need only a thought to manipulate you ordinary inhabitants of Douluo continent, without even lifting a finger. And you, apart from being at their mercy, are powerless to act. Oh, and regarding the angel god lineage of the Wuhuan Hall, you should be cautious. Did the comparison video not indicate that your Wuhuan Hall would ultimately be annihilated? I suspect that it was not Tang Chen's doing, but rather the sea god utilizing Tang San and his companions to achieve this. Understanding the insidiousness of the divine realm, Gu Yuna, upon witnessing the divine examination content for Bai Chenxiang, had already discerned the sea god's intentions to vex the divine realm. She certainly did not mind providing a little inconvenience to those deities. Chapter 155, a request from another Douluo world in the original Douluo world. The high priest Dalu observed, I am aware. Dalu is no fool. Upon realizing that the sea god's divine examination was unexpectedly simple, he immediately sensed the underlying conspiracy. After all, he had participated in the divine examination himself and was well aware of its difficulty. If the divine examination were truly so effortless, why would each task be allotted a decade for completion? In the variant Douluo world at Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji implored, Song Qiong, I have entrusted my daughter to you. You must not allow her to come to harm. Although Gu Yuna's words were painfully harsh, Ning Fengji could not refute them. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, even when united, stands no chance against a peerless Douluo of the 99th rank, let alone contend with true deities. In this dire situation, Ning Fengji had no choice but to seek assistance from Shun Sangqiu. Rest assured, declared Shun Sangqiu, I may not claim the ability to confront the God King, yet I possess a few subtle methods that will suffice. In truth, Shun Sangqiu, well versed in the narrative, knew far more than Gu Yuehua. While Gu Yuehua discerned the sea god's conspiracy upon witnessing Bai Chenxiang's divine examination task, Shun Sangqiu had identified its discrepancies long before in the original world. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had indeed been subtly influenced in their thoughts and ideologies. But this was orchestrated not by the sea god, but by the Shura god. The intricacies of this situation were far deeper than Gu Yuehua could have imagined. Ning Rongrong, core disciple of Lamba Academy, inquired, Sangqiu, are there no issues with me, Zhuqing, Xiaowu, and Xiangxiang? I have resolved your concerns, replied Shun Sangqiu. It was merely a flicker of divine thought, utterly powerless against the strength I cultivated through the nameless true method. Then why did you not inform us? Ning Rongrong pressed. It was not a significant matter. There was no need to burden you with it. Moreover, even if I had told you, I doubt you would have believed me. Like Gu Yuehua, Shun Sangqiu desired to enlighten the divine realm, reveling in the opportunity to subtly instill disdain for the divine among the inhabitants of both worlds. How could that be? Ning Rongrong insisted. If it's what Sangqiu says, I believe it wholeheartedly. However, Sangqiu, you must keep a close watch on me. I fear I may inadvertently fall victim to some nefarious scheme. That shall not happen. You have cultivated the original true solution. Those dark hands can no longer reach you. Assured Shun Sangqiu. What about me? Questioned Ning Rongrong of the secondary original Douluo world, as she observed Shun Sangqiu and her alternate self engaging in earnest conversation. A wave of unease flooding her heart. Ning Fengji, the sect master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, implored, young Master Shun, please assist in rescuing my daughter. We are not of the same world. This presents a challenge, Shun Sangxiong responded. But, Sangxiong, do you not possess fragments of the interdimensional talisman? Once you gather 100 pieces, you can form a complete talisman and traverse over, Ning Rongrong urged. Currently, I only possess 30 fragments. Attaining 100 may take an indeterminate time, Shun Sangxiong confessed, concealing the fact that he actually had 50, with the remaining 20 being unaccounted for due to the absence of his unique abilities. I have a fragment of the interdimensional talisman, said Shui Binger from the Lamba Academy. It was a reward received from punishing the low-ranking participants on the leaderboard. Here, take it. That still leaves 69 fragments, Shun Sangxiong noted. I will find a way for the remainder. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School may lack many things, but we are not short on gold soul coins. I refuse to believe that 100,000 gold soul coins for an interdimensional talisman fragment, which holds no value for ordinary people, cannot be procured, Ning Fengji asserted. Fully aware that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School of the secondary world had no ties to Shun Sangxiong. His willingness to assist was already a tremendous blessing. I will also procure fragments in my world, at the same price of 100,000 gold soul coins per piece. This is my daughter from another world. How could I refuse to lend a hand? Ning Fengji added. Very well. I leave this matter in your capable hands, Shun Sangxiong replied, maintaining a composed demeanor, though internally reveling at the thought of having Tu Ning Rongrong by his side. Young Master Shun, Zhu Zhuqing from the secondary original Douluo world interjected. If it is not too much trouble, could you also assist me? Despite her usual demeanor, the prospect of potentially losing her identity compelled her to make this unusual request. Of course, Shun Sangxiong affirmed. And Xiaogang, if you also harbor concerns about dark schemes in the future, do not hesitate to voice them. Double the joy is always welcome, especially with Zhu Zhuqing's captivating figure and by Chunxiang's unique twin tails, truly the delights of an experienced connoisseur. Thank you, Zhu Zhuqing responded. I shall await you in the Minji clan, by Qinxiang offered. Shun Sangxiong, Xiaowu from Lamba Academy spoke. Well, my alternate self. You do not mention her at all. You chose your path willingly, unlike the three of them who had no choice. Why should I bring you into the conversation? He replied. Who said I was willing? I always regarded Tang San as merely an older brother. There are no other feelings involved, Xiaowu protested. What are the other Xiaowu? Does she feel the same? Shun Sangxiong asked, his curiosity piqued. As the conversation unfolded, Bai Qinxiang in the comparative video completed her task of walling in Ma Hongjun for the duration of a single incense stick. Is it possible she has so easily advanced a rank in her soul power? Pondered an anonymous figure from the first variant Douluo world. Indeed, it is said that completing the yellow rank first examination grants a level increase. What are the 6 tasks of the black rank 6th examination? Could one not ascend by dozens of ranks? Another queried. Has anyone formed a party to venture to Sea God Island for the divine examination? We do not seek the black rank assessment, merely the purple rank first examination, completing that might elevate our soul power by 2 or 3 levels. This is infinitely more efficient than our arduous training, suggested another voice from the first variant Douluo world. Do not harbor such hopes. We have decided to leave Sea God Island in phases. Even if you locate it later, it shall be of no consequence, the first variant Douluo world voice remarked. Ah, what a pity, another sighed. Inwind Tower. Little Fox, have you participated in the divine examination of the angel god from the Wuhuan temple? Shun Sangxiong inquired. No, I was unaware of what a divine examination was even before the comparison video appeared, Hulaina replied, shaking her head. The depths of this matter are indeed profound. Shun Sangxiong mused inwardly. At this moment, he dismissed the notion that the Shura god acted before the sea god. Given the sea god's public announcement that anyone could participate in the divine examination at Sea God Island, it seemed that even the Shura god was merely a pawn in the sea god's game. This could explain why the Shura god, despite being a divine king, consented to allow Tang San to inherit both his and the sea god's divine positions. Perhaps at that time, the Shura god had already been thoroughly deceived by the sea god, losing all sense of direction. After all, it could be argued that the sea god ascended not through strength, but by deceiving sea soul masters and sea soul beasts, and with such a talent for manipulation. It would have been exceedingly simple for him to deceive an arrogant Shura god. Unfortunately, the inhabitants of Sea God Island had already fled. Otherwise, we might have formed a team to embark on a divine examination at Sea God Island, and upon returning to Douluo continent, we would likely have attained at least the Soul King level. Shui Yuer remarked wistfully. Do not be tempted by such divine examinations. Do you think those gods are so generous? Once you accept the divine examination, you effectively become a subordinate of that deity, granting them the right to treat you as they please. At that point, even if other so-called benevolent deities wish to intervene on your behalf, they would lack a legitimate reason to do so, Shun Sangxiong retorted. But surely finding a benevolent deity to participate in their divine examination would pose no issue? Shui Yuer, the little sloth, was truly reluctant to forego such a straightforward and swift method of elevating her soul power. You must first locate those truly benevolent deities. Shun Sangxiong shot her a disapproving glance. From his understanding, there was not a single genuinely benevolent deity in the entire divine realm. In truth, it was impossible for a truly good person to ascend to divinity, similar to how only the duplicitous or truly vile can rise to positions of authority within a faction. Meanwhile, the comparison video continued. Alas, I, too, find myself at the 6th level of the black rank. After amusing the crowd for a while, Ma Hongjun appeared somewhat dejected upon learning his divine examination level. Rong, please take care of Xiao Wu. At this moment, Tang San, having entrusted Xiao Wu to the nearby Ning Rong, approached the Sea Horse Daw and said, Senior, let us begin. Very well. Among the 8 individuals, the Sea Horse Daw was most intrigued by Tang San, and without wasting any time, pointed directly at him. Strangely, this time, the blue light enveloping Tang San's body did not change color as it had for the others. It remained blue, although its brilliance intensified. Just as the crowd was puzzled, the resplendent blue light abruptly split in two, with one portion continuing to envelop Tang San while the other enveloped Xiao Wu, who was not far away. Subsequently, the blue light surrounding Xiao Wu flickered, and amidst the astonished expressions of Tang San and his companions, Xiao Wu was transported to Tang San's side by the blue light. At the very moment Xiao Wu was transported beside Tang San, the blue light enveloping both of them began to change colors at an unprecedented speed. In mere moments, a red mark representing the pinnacle of the 7th examination appeared on their foreheads. However, before Dai Mubai and the others, as well as the inhabitants of Sea God Island, could react, the red mark on Tang San's forehead shone brightly, and in a stunning display, transformed from crimson to a dazzling gold. In an instant, the entirety of Sea God Island and its surrounding area was bathed in this extraordinary golden light. Even Dai Mubai and his companions, in close proximity to this golden glow, entered a state of epiphany. The variant Douluo from the first world, In Longwang Guiwena, remarked, the sea god's 9th examination. If before I had merely 100% confidence, now I possess 1,000%. The original Douluo from the second world, In Longwang Guiwena, asserted, the divine realm cannot interfere with a mortal realm. The sea god has clearly violated this principle. I find it utterly unbelievable that the Shura god is unaware of such matters. The variant Douluo from the first world, Deep Sea Demon Whale, King Lon Di, noted, the sea god's ability to bestow the sea god's 9th examination upon someone like Tang San indicates that the future Shun Sangxiong's quest to eradicate Sea God Island is indeed a righteous endeavor for Douluo continent. The original Douluo from the second world, Deep Sea Demon Whale King Lon Di, continued, the sea god's capacity to transfer his divine position to Tang San indirectly reveals what kind of entity the sea god truly is. It is laughable that, apart from my Deep Sea Demon Whale clan, all other sea soul masters and sea soul beasts regard this duplicitous sea god as virtuous. The variant Douluo from the first world, Plant Academy's Yao Zi, exclaimed, a hammer martial spirit and a plant martial spirit can inherit the sea god's clearly water-attributed divine position. I am genuinely astounded. The variant Douluo from the first world, Blaze Academy's Wu replied, you should have been astonished long ago. Shun Sanxiong has long stated that inheriting a divine position does not necessitate a match between the attributes of the divine position and the inheritor. Chapter 1, 50thLevel Mang Iran. The variant Douluo from the First World Plan Academy's Yao Zi declared, "This is sheer nonsense. It is evident that the sea god has granted Tang San a privileged opportunity. If Tang San truly inherits the divine position, what will he be? The sea god, the hammer god, or perhaps the plant god? The inhabitants of Sea God Island are indeed both malicious and foolish." The variant Douluo from the First World, an anonymous individual from Sea God Island, retorted, "What do you mean? Did our ordinary soul masters from Sea God Island offend you?" The variant Douluo from the First World, Tianshui Academy's Shui Yuer, challenged, "Isn't what Yao Zi said correct? I even believe Yao Zi has shown restraint. Your sea god is so shameless. How could you subordinates possibly be virtuous? Everyone, please be cautious in your dealings with the people from Sea God Island. Do not fall prey to their deceptions. After all, a crooked beam leads to a crooked plank. It is wise to remain vigilant when confronting those from Sea God Island." The variant Douluo from the First World, an anonymous individual from Sea God Island, had no retort. The variant Douluo from the First World, Lanba Academy's Ning Rongrong, affirmed, "Yuer is correct. Perhaps the people from Sea God Island are unaware that teaching the future Sea God Tang San a lesson is truly gratifying." The variant Douluo from the First World, Lanba Academy's Tai Long suggested, "How about we record the entire process the next time we teach Tang San a lesson and send it to the people of Sea God Island?" The variant Douluo from the First World, Lanba Academy's Ning Rongrong, responded, "That sounds like a splendid idea." Just as the inhabitants of Sea God Island were rendered speechless by the backlash, a new scene appeared in the comparison video. Senior Seahorse, red signifies a top-level examination. What then does this golden color signify? I sense that my examination is not 7 times, but 9. Is it possible that I am unable to pass the supreme 9th trial? After a moment of clarity from his epiphany, Tang San inquired, "Please do not place undue pressure on Jaime Douluo. Since our arrival at Haishan Island, such a situation has never occurred before. This is not merely a supreme 9th trial, but rather the Haishan 9th trial." Upon hearing this, Jaime Douluo intended to express his ignorance regarding the classification of this assessment when a voice, as melodious as a celestial choir, approached from afar. "I pay my respects to the High Priest." Upon her arrival, Jaime Douluo promptly bowed in greeting. Observing this, Tang San and his companions, taken aback by the respectful demeanor of the esteemed Jaime, instinctively prepared to return the gesture. "Young man, I have awaited over a century, and at the twilight of my years, I finally meet you. May I inquire about your lineage?" The newcomer did not acknowledge their salutation, but rather shifted slightly to the side and asked, "I am Tang San, hailing from Haotian sect. My ancestor's name is a single character, Chun." Although Tang San found the remark about the twilight of her years somewhat perplexing, he responded with deference, "So you are his great-grandson. Time indeed flies. In the blink of an eye, your great-grandson has grown so much." A hint of nostalgia flickered in her eyes upon hearing Tang San's introduction. "I am Posiasai, the High Priest of Haishan Island. Tang San, remember this, while on Haishan Island, you need not and cannot bow to anyone, myself included. Do you understand?" However, Posiasai did not linger in her daze for long and quickly regained her composure. "Why is that?" Tang San asked in confusion. "I have already stated it. Your divine trial is the Haishan 9th trial. Should you succeed in the assessment, you will become the next sea god." At this moment, with Posiasai's arrival, the other 6 Saint Pillars also gathered, and upon hearing Posiasai's explanation, they looked at Tang San with astonished expressions. While the people of Haishan Island may not be remarkable, the High Priest is truly captivating. Each time I see her, I'm utterly entranced. Yet, her claim of being in the twilight of her years is something I cannot accept. It does seem a bit far-fetched, remarked Long Gong Meng Shu. I wonder how Posiasai maintains her youth. Despite being older than I, she appears to be merely around 18. "Are you suggesting that you think I am aging?" asked Shi Pachao Tianxiang. "Not at all. I am merely expressing my sentiments," replied Long Gong Meng Shu. "Ha! Do you think I would believe you?" teased Shi Pachao Tianxiang. "Grandma, Please do not overthink it. Posei is clearly reserved for Shun Sangqiu. Even if Grandpa had the audacity, he wouldn't dare to pursue Posei, interjected Meng Iran. Child, what nonsense are you speaking? Posei responded. In the comparison video, Shun Sangqiu explicitly stated it. We all heard it, Meng Iran insisted. Shun Sangqiu, look at what you have done. Posei had initially dismissed the remarks made in the comparison video, but now they have been brought to light, causing her considerable distress. Haha, my Captain Meng. It seems you have inadvertently offended both young Master Shun and Posei, a student from the Beast Academy remarked. Young Master Shun, I apologize. I believe she did not mean any harm, Long Gong Mengshu said. We hope that young Master Shun can forgive Iran's unintentional misstep. The Meng family is willing to make amends, added Shipa Chao Tianxiang. It's nothing. I'm a very easygoing person. As long as it is not a deliberate slander against me, there is no need to worry about my reaction. In truth, Meng Iran had not been incorrect. Although those words were not spoken by him in the present, they were indeed uttered by the version of him in the comparison video. Shun Sangqiu had never been the type to be unreasonable. He only disregarded those he found displeasing. Thank you, young Master Shun. At this moment, Meng Iran felt her admiration for Shun Sangqiu increase significantly. Chapter 158. The conclusion of Tang San's fourth comparison, the comparison video continued. In the days that followed, due to Tang San's influence, the group received the most esteemed hospitality on Haishan Island, and they engaged in their respective divine trials in this extraordinarily amiable environment day after day. Years later, High Priest, is this the Sea God Trident? Tang San inquired. Indeed, this is the Sea God Trident, the divine artifact wielded by the Sea God, Posei confirmed, standing beside Tang San. Divine artifact? This term is unfamiliar to me, Tang San admitted, as it was the first time he had encountered such a concept in Douluo continent. It is entirely normal for you not to have heard of it. A divine artifact, as the name implies, is an existence transcending the mundane. Such supreme beings are scarce even in the divine realm, let alone on Douluo continent, Posei explained, a hint of pride on her face. An existence transcending the mundane? Does that mean that possessing it would render one invincible across Douluo continent? A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Tang San's eyes. That is approximately the essence. However, gaining the Sea God Trident's recognition is no simple task. Even I, as the High Priest of the Sea God, find it exceedingly challenging to wield the Sea God Trident, Posei stated, nodding before shaking her head. Even you find it difficult to use? This revelation surprised Tang San. The primary reason is that the Sea God Trident is incredibly heavy, weighing a staggering 108,000 pounds. Even I must exert my utmost strength, supplemented by soul power, to barely wield it, Posei elaborated. What? The Sea God Trident weighs 108,000 pounds? Tang San was genuinely astounded, his heart swelling with admiration for this wondrous world of martial souls, far surpassing that of his previous life. Tang San, give it a try, Posei encouraged, pleased to see his astonishment, as she gestured towards the Sea God Trident atop the high platform. Very well. The weight of the Sea God's Trident, an astonishing 100,800 pounds, did not intimidate Tang San. Rather, it ignited within him an unyielding spirit. He reasoned that if Poseidon, the High Priest of the Sea God, could wield it, there was no reason that he, the next Sea God, should not be able to do the same. In the variant Douluo world, Shui, wearer of the Shui Water Academy, remarked, in the past, I would have been utterly astonished by the weight of the Sea God's Trident. However, after experiencing the tales of my brother Tsang Qiong's past lives, I now perceive the weight as merely that. Ning Rongrong from the Lanba Academy concurred, saying, indeed, it is just so. I have only recently begun to cultivate the original true solution, and with my current strength, lifting something weighing around 1,000 pounds poses no difficulty. Huowu of the Qihua Academy added, impressive indeed. With the enhancement of my soul power, even lifting something weighing 200 pounds proves quite challenging. An anonymous figure from the original Douluo world remarked, having great strength seems rather inconsequential, does it not? We are soul masters, not mere brutes who rely solely on strength. Bai Qinxiang from the Lanba Academy responded, indeed, it holds little significance. However, should you fail to evade my punch, which possesses a force of 1,000 pounds, you would likely find your bones shattered. Shui wearer inquired, Xiang, I have heard that the initial weight of the Haotian hammer is 500 pounds, and when cultivated to perfection, it can exceed 10,000 pounds. Is this true? Bai Xiang laughed. I have often heard such rumors. However, they are merely jokes. If you take them seriously, you will be the one to lose. Wu countered, but that is what everyone claims. Can it truly be false? Bai Xiang replied, of course it is false, and rather absurdly so. To put it plainly, the newly awakened Haotian hammer, in its initial form, should weigh around 10 pounds. Only when cultivated to its zenith does it reach approximately 500 pounds. Xiaoyu of the Wuhuan Hall asserted, such a weight is indeed reasonable. After all, how could a 6-year-old child with a recently awakened martial soul possibly lift a Haotian hammer weighing 500 pounds? Zhao Wujing from Shrek Academy reflected, upon hearing Xiang's explanation. My confusion has finally been resolved. I thought that during the entrance ceremony, when Tang struck me with the Haotian hammer, the purported weight of 500 pounds should have caused me harm. It appears the rumors were mistaken. An anonymous figure from the variant Douluo world interjected, wait, are you all so quick to believe what Bai Xiang has said? Bai Xiang retorted, how could we not know the true weight of the Haotian hammer martial soul from the Haotian sect, being members of the 4 single attribute clans? Another anonymous voice from the original Douluo world scoffed, fool. If your eyesight is poor, I suggest seeking a healing soul master for treatment. Did you not see the commotion caused by Tang lifting the sea god's trident in the comparison video? The entire sea god island was shaking, as was the surrounding sea. If the Haotian hammer truly weighed over 10,000 pounds at its peak, who could withstand an attack from a Haotian sect member wielding it along with their soul skills? Would it not follow that if 10 Haotian hammers, fully cultivated, struck the ground simultaneously, the entire province would tremble? After all, according to that rumor, the combined weight of 10 fully cultivated Haotian hammers is roughly equivalent to the 100,800 pounds of the sea god's trident, and the size of Sea God Island is comparable to that of a province on our Douluo continent. Another anonymous voice from the original Douluo world replied, your analysis is quite astute. I share your sentiments. Yet another anonymous voice from the variant Douluo world exclaimed, wait, what is happening? Why has the comparison video suddenly zoomed out and frozen? Is this how the comparison regarding Tang concludes? Another anonymous voice concurred, it seems so. After each character comparison, the scene typically zooms out, freezes, and then fades to black. Indeed, as the screen dimmed, the sound from the comparison video began to resonate. In Chapter 159, titled Shui Yuer's Little Maneuvers, Otherworldly Mission Card, the 4th comparison video concluded. Based on the internal approval ratings from all beings observing the comparison video across the 2 worlds, the final victor of this round was Shun Sangqiang. The following are the approval votes received by the 2 protagonists. In the variant Do world, Shun Sangqiang received 431, 241, 18 votes. In the original Douluo world, Tang received 3 votes. Next, the rewards for the protagonists in the comparison video will be distributed. First, we present the rewards for Shun Sangqiang, the victor from the variant Douluo world. Reward 1, 10 pieces of cross-border symbol fragments. Reward 2, 1 piece of Qinglian Earth Fire. Reward 3, Volume 6 of the original True Solution. Reward 4, 100,000 comparison video points. The rewards for the victor, Shun Sangqiang from the variant Douluo world, have been fully distributed. Now, we shall present the rewards for the defeated Tang. Reward 1, 1 piece of cross-border symbol fragments. Reward 2, 1 ordinary beast fire. Reward 3, a complete set of silver needles for practicing the sunflower scripture. Reward 4, 10 comparison video points. The rewards for the defeated Tang have been fully distributed. We will now draw 10 lucky slots. Each lucky recipient will receive 100,000 comparison video points. The names of the lucky recipients are as follows. Shun Sangqiang from the variant Douluo world. Qian Rinxue from the variant Douluo world. Sea Demon Whale King Lan Di from the variant Douluo world. Inlong Wangu Yuna from the variant Douluo world. Wei Xianzhong from the variant Douluo world. Xiaogang from the variant Douluo world. Li Feiyu from the variant Douluo world. Zhu Zhuqing from the variant Douluo world. Zhu Zhongba from the variant Douluo world. Zhu Zhuqing from the original Douluo world. The list of lucky recipients has been announced. To further enhance participation, starting at midnight tonight, the challenge mechanism for the Tangtian Tower will be opened. At that time, anyone can enter the Tangtian Tower to engage in challenges. By defeating the guardian puppets on each level of the Tangtian Tower, one can progress to the next level. Note 1. The difficulty of challenges at the same level is uniform for all participants. Note 2. Each challenge will yield corresponding comparison video points based on the final score. Note 3. The same level can be challenged an unlimited number of times, but each person may only attempt the same level a maximum of 3 times per day. Note 4. Falling during challenges will not cause any harm in reality. The Tangtian Tower challenge mechanism has been announced. From this moment forth, the variety of items that can be redeemed with comparison video points will be increased. This concludes the comparison video. In the realm of the variant Douluo world, an anonymous figure from the first variant expressed excitement over the newly launched activity, which was open to all. I cannot sleep tonight. I must be the first to partake in the Tangtian Tower challenge. Meanwhile, another anonymous figure from the original Douluo world pondered. I wonder how formidable the guardian puppet will be. I hope we, as ordinary individuals unable to cultivate, can at least surpass the first level. They continued. Even if we cannot succeed at first, it matters not. As long as we engage in the challenge thrice daily and give our utmost, we will accumulate points over time and eventually triumph. Indeed, agreed the second figure. Why are you still discussing this challenge? A significant matter has arisen. Quickly, let us check the points exchange mall for the comparison video. At that moment, in the Infone building, a voice called out, "Sister, look, this otherworldly task card, requiring 100 million points, can lead us to undertake missions in different realms. Moreover, as stated, this task can be accomplished by multiple teams. The rewards are astonishingly generous." Shuei gazed at the million-year soul rings and soul bones displayed, nearly overwhelmed with desire. What good are the rewards if you do not possess 100 million comparison video points? Shuei Binger remarked, her excitement tempered by practicality. Even if you had such points, do you have confidence in completing the task? After a moment's reflection, she concluded, completing the task should not pose a problem, as we can team up with Brother Tsang Qiong, right? She cast a flirtatious glance at Shun Tsang Qiong, subtly resting her delicate foot upon him. Perhaps, he replied, his resolve wavering under the gentle touch. Brother Tsang Qiong is the best, Shuei teased, playfully winking while her foot made further advances. You're not genuinely considering exchanging for this otherworldly task card, are you? Fire Dance questioned, her expression revealing her concern. Knowing Shuei well, she sensed the earnestness in her sister's desire to obtain the card. Aren't you interested in rewards that start at million-year soul rings and soul bones? Shuei retorted, retracting her foot. Of course I am interested. The real question is where to procure the points. Fire Dance, ever eager for opportunities to enhance her strength, proposed. Since the maximum team size for the otherworldly task card is 100, why don't we gather points from everyone in the 4 Elements Academy who wishes to participate? Pooling them together, we should be able to amass 100 million points in no time. But who will hold the points? You must realize that comparison video points are not ordinary. Entrusting them to anyone could be risky, Fire Dance cautioned. The dilemma was evident. Regardless of whom the points were entrusted to, trust was a significant concern. After all, points represented strength, and while the comparison video guaranteed the rewards would not be seized, it did not protect against deception. Naturally, we should entrust them to Brother Tsang Qiong, Shuei asserted confidently. Upon hearing this, all eyes in the Infone building turned toward Shun Tsang Qiong, who was striving to maintain his composure. After a brief silence, Shuei Binger broke the tension. I believe my sister's idea is feasible. I have no objections, Fire Dance concurred after casting a sidelong glance at Shun Tsang Qiong. Whatever works. After all, Shun Tsang Qiong is considered one of our own in the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. With the agreement from both the Tianshui Academy and the Qihua Academy, Yu Tianxin smiled and added, I also consent. Finally, Feng Xiaotian sighed, a hint of resignation in his tone as he nodded. Very well. Since we are all in agreement, let us calculate for 50 participants, with each contributing 2 million points. Is that acceptable? Absolutely. That is quite fair, replied Fire Dance and the others. Your Highness, will the Tiando royal family participate? Shui Yuer inquired, directing her attention towards Shui Qinghe, Qianren Shu. Certainly. Shui Ku, and I will sign up. With the Tiando royal family's points, enhancing our strength is an opportunity one cannot decline. With the inclusion of the 2 members from the Tiando royal family, the total now stood at 30. Brother Tsang Xiong, how many from the Blue Tyrant Academy will join? Shui Yuer asked as she calculated the numbers. Dean Long, Rong Rong, Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu, Xiang Xiang, and Jiang Zhu are confirmed. The rest will depend on their individual desires, Shen Tsang Xiong replied, glancing at Ma Hongjun and the others. Awaiting their responses. We cannot afford such points, so we will not participate. Huang Yuan and Jing Ling exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. They were grateful for the chance Shen Tsang Xiong had given them to confront Tang, San, and his companions. But they could not dare to ask him to cover the 2 million points. We will also refrain from joining, Demu Bai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun echoed, shaking their heads. Among them, Ma Hongjun and Oscar genuinely lacked funds, while Demu Bai understood that acquiring 2 million points from his family was implausible. I need to consult my grandfather before I can decide. Tai Long hesitated. If that's the case, then the Blue Tyrant Academy will tentatively have 8 participants. We still need 12 more to reach 50. Brother Tsang Xiong, may I seek out some individuals in the barrage section? Shui Yuer asked. Certainly, as long as they are not Tang San, Tang Hao, or Yu Xiaogang. I am indifferent to who joins us, Shen Tsang Xiong replied. In the variant Douluo world, Tianshui Academy's Shui Yuer queried. Yao Zi, would your Plan Academy's battle team be interested in participating in that otherworldly task? Each participant would contribute 2 million points, led by Brother Tsang Xiong, and the points would be entrusted to him. In response, Yao Zi from the Plan Academy asked, is there a deadline for submitting the points? Shui Yuer replied, it should not exceed 3 months. Given the Tongtian Tower challenge, the entire Douluo continent will see a significant influx of points in a short time. In 90 days, acquiring around 30,000 comparison video points daily should be manageable. In the variant Douluo world, the Plan Academy's Yao Zi stated, no problem. All 7 members of our main team can attend. Among the Advanced Soul Master Academies, aside from the Wuhuan Temple Comprehensive Soul Master Academy, Lanba Academy, and Tian Shui Academy, the other elite academies only accept disciples from noble families or affluent clans. For such individuals, any matter resolvable with gold soul coins is regarded as trivial. In the variant Douluo world, Shui Yuer from Tian Shui Academy remarked, with the addition of the 7 from the Plan Academy, we are still short 5 members. Who else intends to join? The poisoned Bo responded, my granddaughter Dugu Yin will also participate. Yi Ling Long, the head of the Jiuxin Haidang family in the variant Douluo world, added, my daughter Yi Lingling will be going as well. Yu Qianheng from the Tiando Royal Academy declared, I will join too. Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple from the original Douluo world, mentioned, my disciple Hu Laina from another realm will also participate. I will cover the points. Shen Sanqiong from the variant Douluo world affirmed. That works. Zhu Zhuyin from the Xing Luo Royal Academy inquired. May I attend? Shui Yuer responded, Brother Sanqiong. Will people from Xing Luo be accepted? Shen Sanqiong replied. How many from Xing Luo intend to come? Davis, the Crown Prince of Xing Luo, stated, our Xing Luo Royal Battle Team consists of 7 members. Shen Sanqiong responded, that's acceptable. You will be counted as auxiliary members and provided a package price of 50 million points. Davis acknowledged this, and the Emperor of Xing Luo, Dai Xianfeng, agreed, we consent to this arrangement. Although the 50 million points seemed like an unfair deal imposed by Shen Sanqiong upon Xing Luo, the potential rewards upon successful completion of the task made Dai Xianfeng believe this venture was highly profitable. Moreover, since the task involved real-life risks in another world, it was prudent to have the strongest Shen Sanqiong lead the expedition to gauge the challenges of the otherworldly mission, thus providing ample information for his subsequent plans, a strategy yielding dual benefits. In the variant Douluo world, Dai Mubai from Lanba Academy voiced, Father, Isn't this rather unfair? Why can Davis go while I cannot? Davis retorted. Dai Mu Bai, have I not disciplined you in a while? You seem quite audacious to address my name so casually. Shun Sangxiong interjected. There is one last official spot. Meng Yiran, will you join? Ignoring the bickering between the Dai family, he directly extended the invitation. His intent was simple, to experience the thrill of the unknown, orchestrating a performance akin to a dragon and serpent tale. Meng Yiran from the Beast Academy expressed her surprise. Can I really? Initially, she was unsure about signing up, but Shun Sangxiong's invitation took her by surprise. Of course. Shun Sangxiong assured her. We are acquainted, are we not? Yes, indeed, Meng Yiran affirmed. In the variant Douluo world, Long Gong Meng Shu suggested. Young Master Shun, how about we allow Iran to attend school at Lanba Academy? After all, the Beast Academy is run by our family, and her decision to stay or leave is merely a matter of words. Shun Sangxiong replied, I will await her at Lanba Academy. Very well, Meng Shu acknowledged. Shui Wearer from Tian Shui Academy remarked, now we are fully staffed. I am eager to discover what kind of otherworldly realm we will be tasked with exploring. Yao Zi from the Plan Academy suggested, why not inquire with a comparison video to see if it might provide an answer? Shui Wearer excitedly added, right? I am so thrilled I hadn't thought of that. Comparison video. Can you tell us what kind of otherworldly task card we will receive? The comparison video responded, I do not know. It is randomized. Shui Wearer remarked, I see. It appears we must rely on luck. Nonetheless, I hope we are sent to a realm where we can contribute. Otherwise, it would be too burdensome for Brother Sangxiong to handle everything alone. Huo Wu from the Chihua Academy commented, considering the overall strength of Douluo continent, it is likely that very few worlds could surpass us. Moreover, we are not overly powerful, mostly at the Soul King level. Thus, worlds weaker than us must be exceedingly rare. Yao Zi from the Plan Academy suggested, I believe we should hope to visit the world where Shun Sangxiong resided in his previous life. At the very least, he possessed the mightiest force there, enabling us to accomplish our task effortlessly. As the group engaged in idle chatter, the night deepened. At this moment, Shun Sangxiong sat alone, sipping wine and awaiting Shui Wearer. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Young Master Shun, may I enter? Came the voice of Shui Binger from outside. Please come in, he replied, puzzled as to why Shui Binger would visit him so late. However, given that she was his favorite female character, he could not turn her away. Did I interrupt you? She asked upon entering, glancing at the spread of dishes on the table, feeling somewhat awkward. Not all. Please, have a seat, Shun Sangxiong assured her, refraining from mentioning that her sister, Shui Yue, had written, I will come to find you tonight in elegant characters using her delicate foot at the Yinfeng Tower. Young Master Shun, I was wondering if I could exchange some points for a replacement ring symbol? Shui Binger, being astute, did not take Shun Sangxiong's polite words at face value. She opted for brevity, addressing the matter directly. Previously, without the Celestial Tower Challenge event, Shui Binger had lacked sufficient points and felt hesitant to discuss the exchange of replacement rings. However, the situation had changed with the emergence of the challenge event, and she was determined not to stray further down the wrong path. Oh, is there no replacement ring symbol available in the point shop? Shun Sangxiong inquired, finally understanding the reason for Shui Binger's late visit. None, she shook her head. In that case, I happen to have one replacement ring symbol each for Soul Master. Great Soul Master, Soul Venerable, Soul Sect, and Soul King levels, he said, retrieving 5 uniquely shaped replacement ring symbols, acquired from by Qinxiang and her companions, from his storage soul guide, and handing them to Shui Binger. Thank you, young Master Shin. Please name your price. I assure you I will not bargain. Upon receiving 5 replacement talismans, Shui Binger exclaimed with excitement, I am uncertain of their value. Please, take them and make use of them. For Shun Sangxiong, the worth of Jin Hun coins and points paled in comparison to the favor owed by Shui Binger. After all, a wise saying goes, when one accumulates more debts of gratitude than one can repay, one has no choice but to offer oneself in return. Just then, a knock resounded at the door, followed by Shui Yuer's voice, Brother Sangxiong, I am here. Shui Yuer must not discover my presence here, Shui Binger thought anxiously. Otherwise, The entire Shui family and all the students and faculty of Tian Shui Academy will be informed of this matter. I must hide in the wardrobe. In a flurry, she dashed towards the wardrobe, her mind racing with the urgency of concealing herself, oblivious to the reason for Shui's late visit to Shun Sanqiu. Why is it taking so long to open the door? Shui inquired, her curiosity piqued. Why does it seem that my sister, Shui Binger's fragrance lingers in your room? Perhaps I spent the day quite close to your sister, which explains the scent. Shun Sanqiu replied, wiping a bead of sweat from his brow as he sought a plausible excuse. Indeed, that could be the case. My sister's natural fragrance is quite potent, Shui mused, nodding in agreement. Let us not discuss her any further. Instead, let us enjoy a late-night snack. Upon hearing Shui unwittingly divulge her sister's secret, Shun Sanqiu felt a wave of embarrassment and swiftly diverted the conversation. Very well, let us have something to eat. It would be a disappointment if hunger interrupted our evening. Shui nodded, pouring herself a glass of drink. Shun Sanqiu chuckled awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. Why are you still standing? Come, sit down and finish your meal so we may attend to more serious matters, Shui urged. Ah, right, Shun Sanqiu replied, casting a furtive glance at the wardrobe concealing Shui Binger, feeling quite conflicted as he took a seat. Half an hour later, Shun Sanqiu, now agitated by Shui's boldness, could no longer concern himself with the sister hiding in the wardrobe. Have you truly given this matter considerable thought? If I had not, do you think I would act in this manner? Shui retorted, her cheeks flushed as she shot him a glance. With that, Shun Sanqiu fell silent, and soon the room filled with the sound of a melodious song. The following morning, Shui said, Brother Sanqiu, I shall return to my own room now. But remember, do not speak of this matter. Understood. Whenever you feel ready to share, you may do so. Shun Sanqiu affirmed with a nod. Yes, I comprehend. I shall take my leave now. Shui discreetly peered outside before stealthily making her way back to her room. May you not disappoint my sister, Shui Binger remarked, emerging from the wardrobe with a complex expression. Rest assured, I'm not the kind of person to turn my back on someone, Shun Sanqiu replied. In fact, I expected you might emerge to intervene. Once my sister has made a decision, she will follow through, regardless of any attempts I might make to stop her. She would seek another opportunity to see you. Shui Binger understood her sister's temperament well. Ah, I see, Shun Sanqiu said, reflecting on Shui's determined demeanor from the previous night, deepening his understanding of her character. I shall take my leave now. I will accept the replacement talismans, Shui Binger decided, recognizing that since Shun Sanqiu had become akin to family, she could no longer hesitate about accepting the talismans, though she would remember the favor. Very well, Shun Sanqiu noted, perceiving the shyness and awkwardness concealed beneath Shui Binger's calm exterior. After a brief moment, he finished his morning routine and opened the wardrobe to change, only to be greeted by a familiar scent that wafted through the air. It seemed that Shui Binger had not fared well either the previous night, causing Shun Sanqiu to chuckle softly. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Shun Sanqiu, are you awake? Came the weary voice of Bai Qinxiang. Why do you appear so exhausted? He asked, startled as he opened the door and saw her nearly collapsing. He quickly guided her to a chair. It is your fault for making me transcribe the 6th chapter of the original true explanation 100 times, leaving me utterly drained, Bai Qinxiang huffed. I did not require you to complete it in a single night, Shun Sanqiu replied, bemused. With whom were you secretly dining in your room last night? Bai Qinxiang queried, glancing at the remnants of the meal laid out on the table. Nobody. I was merely bored and had a drink by myself, Shun Sanqiu shrugged. Huh. You expect me to believe that? You have 2 cups here as evidence of your so-called solitary drinking, Bai Qinxiang scoffed. Whatever. I cannot be bothered with your excuses. By the way, what is that scent in your room? Though Bai Qinxiang only asked casually, Shun Sanqiu chose not to elaborate. As she prepared to hand him her completed transcription, she caught a whiff of what seemed to be a familiar aroma. It must be the scent of the fish. She concluded, Now, you should return to your room and tidy up. We are set to depart for Lanba Academy shortly. With that, Shun Sanqiu ushered her out, not allowing her a chance to speak further. An hour later, inside the carriage, Shui Yuer observed the azure flame flickering at Shun Sanqiong's fingertips and inquired, "Now that you possess this extraordinary fire, will you attempt to refine some elixirs?" "Indeed, I have 2 recipes," Shun Sanqiong replied. "In the coming period, I shall endeavor to concoct the pills as outlined in those recipes." He referred to the Zhenhundan recipe and the Shenghuandan recipe, both obtained after the first and second comparison videos. "What effects do these pills possess?" Shui Yuer asked, confident that within the confines of the carriage, they were among trusted company, unafraid of any information leaking out. "The Zhenhundan enhances one's soul power," Shun Sanqiong elucidated. "In other words, one could entirely forego the arduous journey of self-cultivation, for by merely consuming an ample quantity of Zhenhundan, one could elevate their soul power level." As stated by Shun Sanqiong, is that not akin to the effects of Dashi Zundan and Hun Zundan? Upon hearing this, Shui Yuer exclaimed in astonishment. Her companions equally wide-eyed in disbelief. Indeed, the effects are somewhat similar. However, while a single Dashi Zundan can elevate one's corresponding soul power level by 1 rank, numerous Zhenhundan are required for even a single rank increase. Of course, Zhenhundan possesses its own advantages. Unlike the aforementioned Dashi Zundan, which is effective only for soul masters of the corresponding rank, Zhenhundan can be utilized by any soul master, regardless of their power level, Shun Sanqiong elucidated. Senior Sanqiong, is a concoction of Zhenhundan a simple task? Are the required herbs rare? Ning Rongrong inquired, her breath somewhat labored, revealing her inner turmoil. The process is not particularly difficult, and the necessary herbs are not exceedingly rare. At least, there are plenty within the Douluo continent. In fact, Shun Sanqiong had already instructed Lu Erlong to secretly procure a significant quantity of the required herbs. That is reassuring. By the way, does this imply that we can treat Zhenhundan like candy, consuming one whenever we desire? Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement. If you enjoy such privileges. However, it remains uncertain for those who join the inner court in the future. Firstly, you are among the first to join my inner court. Thus your treatment will invariably differ from those who come after. Secondly, as the number of individuals in the inner court inevitably increases, relying solely on my ability to concoct pills, even to the point of exhaustion, would not suffice to supply dozens, let alone hundreds, of individuals, Shun Sanqiong acknowledged. We are already aware of the efficacy of Zhenhundan. What are the Ascension Ring Dan? Bai Qinxiang initially considered suggesting that they could seek assistance from the Yang family of the Piji clan due to the shortage of alchemists, but ultimately decided against it. Guess what? I could provide you with a hint. Consider the name of the pill, Shun Sanqiong said mysteriously, gazing at the women. Could it be a pill that extends the lifespan of soul rings? Upon uttering this, Shui Binger shook her head with a wry smile, realizing her thoughts were rather fanciful. You guessed accurately. Without dwelling on Shui Binger's feelings, Shun Sanqiong gave her a thumbs up. What? Upon hearing this, the women's expressions changed dramatically in unison. Had they not developed a certain understanding of Shun Sanqiong, they might have thought he intended to silence them, revealing such a secret before their demise. According to the records on the Ascension Ring Dan, each pill can approximately increase a soul ring's lifespan by about a year. Shun Sanqiong did not linger on the suspense. Chapter 163. The Messenger of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Brother Sanqiong, I have a feeling that the comparison video intends to set you up. It even provided you with a formula for Ascension Ring Dan, which could incite chaos. Are you not concerned about being coveted by everyone? After a long pause, Shui Yuer, the first to react, expressed her astonishment, tinged with deep concern. It is likely that the comparison video understands that no one can pose a threat to me in the Douluo continent, which is why it provided me with this. Rest assured, previously, I was unaware of my true ranking in the Douluo continent, which is why I refrained from revealing these 2 formulas. Shun Sanqiong himself was uncertain about the implications of the now-vanished golden finger, but he believed it unlikely to endanger him. That is true. Previously, our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was only aware that Lanba Academy was extensively acquiring various herbs. Yet, even with our intelligence network. We could not glean any useful information, only managing to ascertain that the herbs were being secretly procured by Lu Erlong, the second director of Lanba Academy. At this point, Ning Rongrong playfully stuck out her tongue and spoke in a slightly coquettish tone, saying, "Brother Sanxiong, you do not hold it against our seven-treasure glazed tile school, do you? We did not intend to pry. It is simply that all the herb shops are operated by our school. No worries. In any case, for the sake of confidentiality, I instructed Erlong to procure all herbs, whether useful or not." Shun Sanxiong was fully aware that once a substantial quantity of herbs was acquired, it would be impossible to conceal from watchful eyes. That is a relief. Ning Rongrong secretly exhaled in relief. "I have a question. How large is an ascension ring Dan when it is created?" Bai Qinxiang inquired. "Approximately this size," Shun Sanxiong indicated, pointing to the smallest gem on Ning Rongrong's attire. "That is not small at all. I was contemplating that if we wish to transform a soul ring into one exceeding 1,000,000 years, starting from an initial 10,000-year soul ring, would we not require at least 90,000 ascension ring Dan? Shall we, in the future, forego meals altogether and subsist solely on ascension ring Dan?" Bai Qinxiang mused aloud, breaking into a sweat as she did. "Haha, I wonder if consuming ascension ring Dan as a staple would cause weight gain. By the way, brother Sanxiong, how long does it take to refine a single ascension ring Dan?" Ning Rongrong's greatest fear was that the refining process would take an excessively long time. If that were the case, the ascension ring Dan would become a seemingly priceless treasure, yet ultimately tasteless and regrettably wasteful. According to the explanation provided in the formula, the ascension ring Dan dissolves upon ingestion, requiring no refinement. However, the formula also recommends that, if conditions permit, one should avoid consuming them one by one, as it would waste too much time. Fortunately, the formula further states that as long as the alchemical furnace is sufficiently large, producing hundreds or even thousands in a single batch is not a daunting task. Otherwise, Shun Sanxiong might have considered abandoning the endeavor altogether. If that is indeed the case, then consuming 90,000 ascension ring Dan does not seem so daunting after all. Ning Rongrong felt a surge of joy. "Shun Sanxiong, come out for a moment. A messenger from the seven-treasure glazed tile school is looking for you." At that moment, a voice from outside the carriage called out, belonging to Hulaina. "A messenger from the seven-treasure glazed tile school? Are you certain that this messenger is seeking me and not Rongrong?" Hearing this, Shun Sanxiong paused, stepping down from the carriage to inquire. The messenger specifically mentioned seeking young Master Shun. Hulaina replied, glancing at Ning Rongrong, who had followed her down. "Since they are here for you, brother Sanxiong, I shall not intrude." With that, Ning Rongrong returned to the carriage. "Let's go see what the seven-treasure glazed tile school wants from me." Shun Sanxiong had already located the messenger. "You go ahead. I shall not accompany you." Since Ning Rongrong had the good sense to return to the carriage, Hulaina would not be so inconsiderate as to follow and create a nuisance. "Suit yourself." Shun Sanxiong shrugged. "Young Master Shun." Meanwhile, the messenger from the seven-treasure glazed tile school, upon seeing Shun Sanxiong approaching, hurried a few steps forward to bow respectfully. "No need for formality. Did Sect Master Ning send you to seek me for something?" Shun Sanxiong gestured dismissively. "It is as follows. The Li family launched a surprise attack on Lu Erlong, the director of Lanba Academy, a few days ago. Currently, all members of the Li family have been apprehended by the envoys of the Snow Knight Emperor. The sect leader inquired whether our Qibao, Liuli Zong, should also capture those accomplices who acted against us. The messenger replied respectfully, "As for the Li family, forget it. Inform Ning Zongzhu that I harbor a greater disdain for accomplices than for the mastermind." After pondering for a long while, Shun Sanxiong could not discern what faction the so-called Li family belonged to. "Understood. Might I inquire if young Master Shun has any further instructions?" The messenger felt a chill in his heart, yet he maintained a composed demeanor. "None." Shun Sanxiong shook his head. "A Li family devoid of any notable reputation hardly warrants my ire. Regarding Lu Erlong, a formidable super Douluo at level 98. She is not someone to be trifled with by mere nameless figures from the Tiando Empire." The messenger took his leave with another bow and mounted his steed to depart. Moments later, Sanxiong Gij, what business do the members of Qibao, Liu Zong have with you? At that moment, Shui, you were engaged in conversation with several women, turned to Shun Sangxiong as he lifted the carriage curtain, concern etched upon her face. That messenger informed me that a Li family from Tiando City ambushed Lu Erlong a few days ago, Shun Sangxiong stated. What? Shui Yuer exclaimed, her expression mirrored by the other women, who appeared equally distressed. No worries. Lu Erlong is now a level 98 Super Douluo. Should that Li family trouble her, it would be fortunate if they do not end up regretting their actions. Shun Sangxiong offered reassurance. That's a relief, Shui Yue sighed, patting her ample bosom. After all, Lu Erlong would be her sister in the future, and she certainly did not wish to see her encounter misfortune. Wealth stirs the heart. Presently, the efficacy of the Zhenhuan Dan and Shenhuan Dan has yet to be disclosed, yet there are already factions daring to target Shun Sangxiong. If the effects of these potions were to inadvertently leak, it is feared that even more factions would succumb to their avarice and take action. Thus, I believe that only a select few among us should be privy to the effects of Zhenhuan Dan and Shenhuan Dan, and even within our own families, we should refrain from disclosing this information. At the very least, it must remain undisclosed for the time being. Shui Binger asserted with utmost seriousness. Indeed, my sister speaks wisely. I share her sentiments, Shui Yuer concurred. We shall not disclose it to outsiders. After exchanging glances, the others nodded in agreement. Chapter 164. Discussing strategies against Tang San. By the way, Sangxiong Gij, whom do you intend to assign the ranking on the Tianjiao battle power list to? After a moment of silence, Shui Yuer inquired. There were numerous matters to attend to yesterday, and I did not have the opportunity to contemplate this. However, now that you all have your respective rankings on the battle power list, I find myself in a dilemma, Shun Sangxiong mused, stroking his chin as he surveyed the women within the carriage, his brow slightly furrowing. This indeed presents a challenge. Shui Yuer nodded in agreement. Whether it be Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, by Qin Xiang, Zhang Zhu, or herself and her sister Shui Binger, they all held notable standings on the list. It is not that those on the list cannot challenge one another. Rather, even in victory, a ranking would be squandered, indicating that true allies are still too few. Perhaps it would be best to assign Tang San's spot to Zhang Zhu, as her ranking on the Tianjiao battle power list is currently the lowest. Shun Sangxiong suggested. Zhang Zhu has already joined the inner court of Lamba Academy, and is thus considered one of our own. Shun Sangxiong would certainly not shortchange her. But I am not Tang San's match. Having already incurred countless debts to Shun Sangxiong, Zhang Zhu was resigned, prepared to accept whatever Shun Sangxiong offered her. This is straightforward. I will seal away Tang San's Xiantian Gong and Guijing Mitzi, along with all his assorted hidden weapons, and provide you with some powerful items. With this trifecta of strategies, subduing the likes of Tang San should be effortless. Before the golden finger vanished, it had bestowed upon him some combat items. However, Shun Sangxiong, possessing considerable strength, found them unnecessary. Is this truly feasible? What if your seals prove ineffective on that peculiar arena? After all, based on previous challenges, once one steps onto that arena, their body reverts to its optimal state. Bai Qinxiang expressed her concerns. That is a valid point. Let us proceed with caution. I shall prepare a few additional pieces of equipment to enhance your combat power. Shun Sangxiong resolved, gritting his teeth at the prospect of bringing forth some rather revealing gear. Equipment to enhance combat power? The women gazed at Shun Sangxiong in confusion. These, he replied, producing some almost transparent garments. In truth, rather than enhancing combat power, these garments resembled an indescribable attire from the previous world. The women exchanged peculiar glances at the items laid upon the table, particularly Zhang Zhu, who was about to don these garments, her face flushing crimson as she struggled to articulate her feelings. Sangxiong Gij, do these so-called garments truly augment combat power once worn? Shui Yuer inquired with a teasing smile. They indeed enhance combat power. However, once activated, the enchantments only last for an hour. After that, these garments are no different from ordinary clothing. At times, Shun Sangxiong even suspected this was merely an expression of the Golden Finger's twisted humor. Otherwise, why craft a power-enhancing garment to be nearly transparent, only to limit its use to 1 hour? How absurd. I knew you were a great lecher. A perfectly good piece of equipment fashioned in such a manner. I believe it is your wicked heart that desires to have us wear it for your enjoyment. Bai Qinxiang's face flushed with disdain. Upon hearing this, the other women cast even more peculiar glances at Shun Sanqiong. In response, Shun Sanqiong could only offer a wry smile. There was no denying Bai Qinxiang's accurate observation. Although the peculiar design was not his intention, he indeed harbored a desire to see his beloveds adorned in them. Relishing the sight, just as he had previously compelled Lu Erlong to wear them several times. Very well, though these garments may appear somewhat indecent, if they genuinely enhance combat power, it is not an unacceptable compromise. Shun Sanqiong, could you elucidate the specific functions of these garments? As the atmosphere inside the carriage grew increasingly awkward, it was Shui Binger who, at a crucial moment, forcibly redirected the conversation back to the matter at hand. This garment grants its wearer the combat prowess of a Soul Emperor in defensive abilities for 1 hour. This item allows its user to possess the agility of a Soul Emperor in offensive capabilities for the same duration. This rope bestows the wielder with control-type Soul Emperor strength for an hour. In truth, these pieces of equipment are not overly powerful. Otherwise, Shun Sanqiong would have long since distributed them among all the members of the Inner Academy. The fact that he remembers every detail of their effects so clearly suggests he must have frequently examined them. Jiangzhu, you must be cautious. It is possible that Shun Sanqiong has used these garments for unspeakable purposes, Bai Qinxiang remarked, observing Shun Sanqiong's familiarity with the items, which conjured a rather unsettling image in her mind. Upon hearing this, Jiangzhu's already crimson face flushed even deeper. You know far too much, Shun Sanqiong retorted, feeling compelled to marvel at how, despite their youth, everyone in this legendary Douluo continent was already a master in their respective fields. Based on his earlier observation, Shun Sanqiong noted that even the youngest among them, the aloof Zhu Zhixing, displayed a flicker of indiscernible emotion upon hearing Bai Qinxiang's complaints. All right. Let us continue discussing how to ensure Jiangzhu triumphs over Tang San, he suggested, seeing Bai Qinxiang spring at him like a feisty little leopard. Shun Sanqiong had to intervene as Shui Yuer quickly restrained her. Yuer is correct. In just over an hour, the 24 hours will be up. If we do not secure Tang San's ranking within this time frame, he will receive his point rewards, Ning Rongrong added. Fully aware that Bai Qinxiang and Shun Sanqiong often bickered like a pair of playful rivals without ever truly falling out. Thus she refrained from mediating. Then shall I don these garments now? Jiangzhu inquired, picking up the pieces of equipment that made her blush profusely, glancing toward Shun Sanqiong. Wait, I have other items yet to reveal. Shun Sanqiong, understanding Jiangzhu's intent, waved his hand and retrieved dozens of talismans from his storage soul tool. Were these papers? Shui Yuer asked, examining one of the talismans but unable to discern its purpose. These are talismans, each sealing a lightning technique. Once we are on the arena, if we simply toss these talismans, even if Tang San is swift, he will have no way to evade them. And once he is struck, Jiangzhu can confidently confront him, Shun Sanqiong explained. All right, Jiangzhu, you should change into the equipment. I will wait outside. With these preparations, Shun Sanqiong had no doubt that Tang San, that little rascal, could not possibly defeat Jiangzhu. In the Douluo world, Tianshui Academy's Shui Yuer announced friends. Soon our Jiangzhu will challenge that incompetent Tang San. If you're interested, be sure to prepare your snacks for the show. An anonymous voice in the Douluo world responded. Jiangzhu? Can she truly overcome Tang San? It is worth noting that despite his questionable character, his combat strength remains formidable. Another anonymous voice chimed in, indeed. Tianshui Academy's Shui Yuer reassured, fear not, for we are thoroughly prepared. An anonymous voice from the Qihua Academy queried, has something occurred that I am unaware of? Hey, you'll find out shortly, Shui Yuer replied with a grin. I loathe those who enjoy keeping secrets. Another voice from the Qihua Academy lamented. Tang Yuehua, the master of the Yuexian sect, sighed, it is nearly 24 hours now. I initially thought Shun Sanqiong would not pursue Tang San's ranking. Yuehua Andy, do not dwell on Tang San. Such a person is not worth it, Ning Rongrong from the Blue Tyrant Inner Academy advised. Thank you for your concern, Rongrong. yet he remains the sole heir of my second brother. As Tang Yuehua felt a bitter pang in her heart. The voice of the commentary video echoed across both Douluo worlds. The challenge between Jiang Zhu and Tang San is about to commence. We invite both parties to enter the arena. 3, 2, 1 challenge begins. With the final word of the commentary. Jiang Zhu promptly followed Shun Sangqiong's teachings and threw all the talismans from her hand, exclaiming, "Release!" Boom! In the next moment, dozens of bolts of lightning descended upon Tang San with blinding speed. On the other side, Tang San had not even managed to unleash his first soul skill before becoming a disheveled mess, spewing white smoke from his mouth before collapsing straight to the ground. Seeing this, Jiang Zhu wasted no time. Harnessing the power of her equipment, she swiftly approached Tang San. Her cheeks flushed as she employed the ranged flame attack technique Shun Sangqiong had taught her, launching a barrage at Tang San. Before long, Tang San stood exposed before all in both Douluo worlds, utterly vulnerable and stripped of any pretense. An anonymous voice in the original Douluo world exclaimed, "No way. The sea god actually has no bells? Is this meant to be a jest at my expense?" Another anonymous voice noted, "Tang San has completely suffered social death. He will likely be too embarrassed to show his face again." A third anonymous voice remarked, "Your use of she here is quite clever." Tang Hao, the Haoqinghua, roared in anger. "How is this possible? Wasn't the injury in that area already healed?" As Tang Hao seethed at the sight of his son, once again rendered without bells. The commentary video announced the battle's conclusion upon confirming Tang San's unconsciousness. 3 days later, at the Tiando execution ground, a young man, newly arrived in Tiando City, gazed in astonishment at the throngs of individuals being led away for execution. What is happening? Why are so many people being sentenced all at once? Good heavens! This must be over 10,000. At that moment, a gregarious middle-aged man beside him inquired, "You must be new to Tiando City?" "Yes, I just arrived today." "Uncle, what major event has transpired in Tiando City?" Upon hearing this, the young man thoughtfully presented a silver coin. It was not a significant matter. It was merely that the individuals before him were somewhat irrational. They audaciously attempted to ambush the esteemed Dean Lu Erlong of Lamba Academy. Alas, the endeavor ended in failure. Those who were not obliterated by Dean Lu Erlong on the spot were now gathered here. With a smile, the middle-aged man accepted the silver coin from the young man and began to narrate the events leading up to the incident in vivid detail. However, there seemed to be a discrepancy. The number of individuals awaiting punishment here was approximately over 10,000. Was it possible that they all participated in the assault on Dean Lu? Yet if that were the case, it was likely that they had been intercepted by the city guards of Tiando before they even reached Lamba Academy. The young man voiced his confusion. Of course, not everyone was involved. The middle-aged man replied, his eyes gleaming with a sense of schadenfreude. Most of the people here are actually the relatives of the participants. Relatives? Every grievance has its source, and debts have their owners. Isn't this a bit excessive? The young man seemed somewhat reluctant. Excessive? Young man, you must understand one thing. It was these individuals who sought trouble with Dean Lu Erlong first. Consider the consequences had they succeeded in capturing her, the middle-aged man concluded, distancing himself from the young man, clearly uninterested in further dialogue. Meanwhile, not far from the Tiando execution ground, on the observation tower, Song Qiong interjected, "The young man below is correct. Every grievance has its source, and debts have their owners. It suffices to eliminate the instigators and accomplices. There is no need to complicate matters for their families." Lu Erlong urged once more. She was not compassionate towards the families. Rather, she wished to preserve Shun Sangqiong's previously untarnished reputation. That is of no concern. I simply wish to convey a message to those restless individuals. Should they dare to lay a hand on those dear to me, they must not blame me for my resoluteness. Shun Sangqiong waved his hand dismissively. He was indifferent to the opinions of those inconsequential to him. "Alas, there's truly no reasoning with you," Lu Erlong remarked, though inwardly she felt a surge of happiness knowing she mattered to Shun Sangqiong. "By the way, since you just returned, I haven't had the chance to tell you. 3 days ago, Tang Yuehua came to see me, expressing her desire to invite you to Yuxian." After a moment of sweetness, Lu Erlong seemed to recall something and spoke. "An invitation to Yuxian? Is she intending to summon me to fulfill our previous agreement? Shen Sanqiong smirked. You are overthinking it. I heard that Tang Yuehua first visited the Yi family of Jiu Xian Haidang. It seems she received an unsatisfactory response there. Hence her invitation regarding Tang San's injuries. Lu Erlong shot Shen Sanqiong a glare. She noticed that ever since their last encounter, when she was coerced into making certain promises, Shen Sanqiong had become increasingly audacious. It seems Tang Yuehua does not intend for me to discuss matters with Yiling Long, but rather to concoct a revival pill. The luck of Tang Hao and Tang San is truly enviable, Shen Sanqiong remarked. Tang Hao is indeed fortunate to have such a sister as Tang Yuehua. I have seen her proclaiming in the comment section that Tang San is the son of my second brother more than once. Lu Erlong agreed with Shen Sanqiong's sentiment. Let's go. Since she extended the invitation, it would be somewhat impolite not to attend. Just then, as the execution time approached, the cacophony of pleas and curses from below intensified. However, Shen Sanqiong merely cast a fleeting glance before striding toward the exit. You should go alone. She invited only you, not me. Should she indeed harbor intentions towards you, it would be unwise for you to blame me for complicating your affairs. Lu Erlong, no stranger to defiance, remained unaffected by the outcries below, following Shen Sanqiong out of the observation tower. Half an hour later, young Master Shen, please follow me. Our master has been awaiting your arrival. A staff member, brimming with respect, approached Shen Sanqiong as they neared Yuxian. Tang Yuehua's information network is quite effective. I have only returned to Tiando City less than 2 hours. And she is already aware? Shen Sanqiong raised an eyebrow. Please do not misunderstand, young Master Shen. Our master has not been surveilling your residence. Rather, we have stationed individuals at each city gate to await your arrival. The guiding staff member hastily clarified. Shen Sanqiong smiled subtly at this explanation, but refrained from further comment. Please, young Master Shen. Our master is inside. As they spoke, the attendant led Shen Sanqiong to a room that starkly contrasted with the overall decor of Yuxian. Shen Sanqiong nodded and stepped inside, the door gently closing behind him as he entered. You have arrived. Tang Yuehua's voice was soft and inviting. Tang Xian Master, your feigned gentleness is unconvincing. Let us speak candidly. Shen Sanqiong could not tolerate Tang Yuehua's deliberate sweetness. Moreover, her greeting could easily lead to misunderstandings. I am here concerning Tang San. Shen Sanqiong's remark caught Tang Yuehua off guard, prompting her to pause before reverting to her usual tone. I had anticipated as much. After all, it is not as if you came to inquire about my absence during your last visit. Shen Sanqiong teased. I wish to obtain a revival pill. Tang Yuehua, flustered and indignant at Shen Sanqiong's teasing, struggled to suppress her irritation, redirecting the conversation towards the matter at hand. Revival pills can only be acquired through interdimensional tasks. I currently do not possess any. Truth be told, had Shen Sanqiong owned such a pill, he would have been willing to part with it for the right price. Not out of a desire to aid Tang San, but rather to allow him to experience the depths of despair once more, once he had regained his confidence. I can wait. You plan to assemble a team for the interdimensional task soon, do you not? Tang Yuehua was unhurried. After all, Tang San was still young. Then, what do you intend to offer in exchange for the revival pill? Understand that a pill capable of resurrecting the fallen and healing any ailment is priceless, Shen Sanqiong inquired. With this, as she spoke, Tang Yuehua rose and adjusted her clothing, revealing a figure as resplendent as white jade before Shen Sanqiong. Shen Sanqiong spat out a mouthful of tea, staring in astonishment at the formidable Tang Yuehua before him. As long as you agree to give me the Wanfu Dan, you can do as you wish within a year. Tang Yuehua's eyes reddened, her body trembling slightly. Why must you do this? Shen Sanqiong sighed. Do you think I am not worth a single Wanfu Dan? Or do you disdain me? Noticing Shen Sanqiong's stillness, Tang Yuehua inexplicably grew furious. Tang San is fortunate to have you as an aunt. Although Shen Sanqiong remained seated, his keen eyes did not miss any of Tang Yuehua's exquisite features. Do not feign sympathy like a cat mourning a mouse. Can you honestly claim that you were not scheming behind the scenes during the arena match between Jiangzhu and Tang San 3 days ago? I have investigated Jiangzhu. She is a kind-hearted girl. If it weren't for your behind-the-scenes manipulation, even if she could defeat Tang San, she would never have allowed him to be humiliated before everyone in two worlds. Just look at the barrage of comments on the comparison video. Even now, 3 days later, people still use Tang San's situation to make a fuss. How can he face anyone after this? Tang Yuehua was no fool. Her polite demeanor towards Shun Sangxiong had solely been to negotiate for the Wan Fudan. Now, seeing Shun Sangxiong's apparent lack of interest in the exchange, despair overwhelmed her defenses. Chapter 167. The terms for Tang Yuehua. Perhaps you should compose yourself before speaking? Shun Sangxiong observed as Tang Yuehua, in her emotional turmoil, displayed her inner turmoil before him. And he gently reminded her. Hypocritical. Tang Yuehua could see clearly the gaze Shun Sangxiong had directed earlier. If he were truly an upright gentleman, he would have turned away long ago. I never said I wouldn't exchange the Wan Fudan with you, did I? Why put on such a desperate and defensive expression? Hypocrisy is hypocrisy. After all, it is not as if one could choose not to see the obvious. Are you implying that you agree? Hearing this, Tang Yuehua, who had been gathering herself, paused, uncertain whether to continue her assent or let go. I have 2 requests. Shun Sangxiong raised 2 fingers. I agree. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Yuehua accepted, hardly even hearing Shun Sangxiong's conditions. In her eyes, willing to offer her most treasured possession as a bargaining chip, rendered his 2 requests trivial. Hold on. Listen to me first. First, you must not see Tang Hao again. Second, during your free time in the day, you must stay by my side. Shun Sangxiong waved his hand, believing Tang Yuehua's affection for Tang Hao had reached an irredeemable level. As a responsible individual, he could not simply watch her sink deeper into this quagmire. What? Tang Yuehua was taken aback by Shun Sangxiong's unexpected demands, momentarily frozen in place. Think carefully about it. With that, Shun Sangxiong ignored the dazed Tang Yuehua and resumed eating from the table. After a long pause, she exhaled softly. I agree. The internal conflict she had just experienced felt as if it had lasted for centuries. However, ultimately, Tang Yuehua dared not gamble. Should she refuse Shun Sangxiong now? What if the task from the other world proved exceedingly difficult, requiring only Shun Sangxiong's leadership to accomplish? She could not believe that if she rejected him this time, he would be so accommodating in the future. You must consider this carefully. Once you agree, if you later violate our agreement, I shall capture Tang Hao and slowly torment him before your eyes using various methods. Shun Sangxiong stated, setting down his bowl and chopsticks. I have made up my mind. Despite feeling a tremor at Shun Sangxiong's serious expression, Tang Yuehua did not regret her decision. No one knew the depth of her feelings for her second brother, Tang Hao. Since she could not bear him children, she would do everything in her power to protect Tang San. Even if Tang San was utterly unreliable, she felt it was worth it for Tang Hao, a brother with whom she could never be together. Was such sacrifice truly worthwhile for a brother she could never have? As Tang Yuehua pondered these thoughts, a single sentence from Shun Sangxiong caused her pupils to constrict, and her gaze shot up to him in sheer horror. What do you mean? Tang Yuehua stammered, her greatest secret laid bare by Shun Sangxiong's words, leaving her engulfed in fear. It is exactly what I just articulated. Frankly, Shun Sangxiong was somewhat incensed. Why would such an exceptional beauty fall for someone as unworthy as Tang Hao? How did you know? Tang Yuehua questioned herself. She had never confided this secret to anyone, not even to her second brother Tang Hao. Perhaps only Ain back then had harbored some suspicions. Do not concern yourself with how I know. The comparison video has already exposed Tang Hao's actions. Why do you remain so deluded? Shun Sangxiong rose and draped a coat over the now red-faced Tang Yuehua, who had turned crimson again from shock. If you truly love someone, how could you let external factors sway your affections? Regardless of whether he is the revered Hao Yandao or a detestable scoundrel, his standing in my heart will never waver. Tang Yuehua let out a bitter laugh, mourning her identity as Tang Hao's sister. Do you truly love Tang Hao that much? Shun Sangxiong inquired. You have never seen his youthful splendor. You will never understand. Moreover, the girls who adored him back then could line up from the Wuhuan Hall to the Haotian clan. Even Ain, a soul beast from 10,000 years ago, fell for him. Perhaps recalling her youth, Tang Yuehua's eyes shimmered with a peculiar light. Can you not exaggerate even further? Girls who like Tang, how could line up from the Wuhuan Hall to the Haoyin clan? Even I, who am stronger and more handsome than Tang Hao, do not dare claim so many admirers, Shun Sangxiong retorted, rolling his eyes. Indeed, love blinds the beholder. Tang Hao, who even now could repel others with his sour demeanor, was still regarded as a treasure by the infatuated Tang Yuehua, though she held many grievances against Shun Sangxiong. Tang Yuehua could not refute this point. In an unbiased evaluation, Shun Sangxiong was indeed far superior to the former Haoyin Douluo, Tang Hao. Enough. Get up. How long do you plan to sit on the ground? As Shun Sangxiong spoke, he awkwardly halted, realizing he was standing while Tang Yuehua was seated, creating an awkward imbalance between them. Could you please step back a bit? As soon as Shun Sangxiong fell silent, awkwardly gazing at himself, Tang Yuehua quickly realized the situation and blushed as she reached out to push Shun Sangxiong. Unfortunately, by a stroke of unfortunate luck, she inadvertently touched a sensitive area of Shun Sangxiong, plunging the atmosphere further into embarrassment. 3 hours later, I implore you to keep my second brother's secrets to yourself. At that moment, Tang Yuehua struggled with her words. I understand. If I had wished to speak, I would have done so long ago. Shun Sangxiong merely sought to create troubles for Tang San, Yu Xiaogang, and Tang Hao, and he would not harm anyone who could potentially be of assistance from these three. How about this? When you embark on the task in another world, I shall accompany you as well. Tang Yuehua proposed. You wish to join? Very well. However, you possess no combat prowess, so do not stray more than 3 meters from my side. Shun Sangxiong hesitated to impart the original true solution to Tang Yuehua for fear that she might hand it over to Haoyin sect along with Tang Hao and Tang San. I understand. Tang Yuehua felt somewhat better in her heart. At the very least, after that forceful encounter earlier, Shun Sangxiong's demeanor towards her had markedly improved, even showing signs of concern. Chapter 168, Tang Yuehua, on the brink of tears. By the way, did you assist others in such a manner in the past? Particularly Tang Hao? Alas, before Tang Yuehua could relish the warmth in her heart for much longer, Shun Sangxiong's subsequent remarks nearly drove her to a boiling point. What nonsense are you spouting? From any perspective, you're my first. In the end, Tang Yuehua refrained from continuing, instead glaring at Shun Sangxiong with gritted teeth. How is it that you're so well-versed in playing techniques, then? Shun Sangxiong looked at Tang Yuehua with suspicion. He doubted her relationships with others. But the connection with Tang Hao was another matter entirely. I am the master of Yuexian. Yuexian is a place where royal and aristocratic offspring come to learn etiquette. These young scions, save for a rare few, are well-versed in a myriad of skills. As their instructor, I have seen much and thus learned as well. Were it not for her reliance on Shun Sangxiong, Tang Yuehua would not have offered any explanation, even a single word. Really? You are indeed exceptionally gifted. Without practice, you learned merely by observation. Shun Sangxiong expressed admiration. How infuriating. I shall not yield to you. Tang Yuehua seethed, lunging at Shun Sangxiong. 3 hours later. Now are you subdued? Shun Sangxiong gazed at the utterly exhausted Tang Yuehua with a sense of triumph. It has grown dark. You may leave now. I am weary and need a rest. Tang Yuehua was genuinely at a loss, feeling as though she had been overwhelmed by anger, resulting in a complete breach of her last bastion of dignity. Do you not require my company? Shun Sangxiong hesitated, feeling it might be somewhat inconsiderate to depart just like that. No need. Tang Yuehua did not even open her eyes, her tone decidedly frosty. Very well then. Remember, you belong to me. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, feel free to confide in me. Noticing Tang Yuehua's genuine desire for solitude, Shun Sangxiong fell silent for several seconds before conceding. I shall take my leave then. Rest well. Aware of Tang Yuehua's discomfort, Shun Sangxiong had no intention of forcing her to respond, merely offering his words before exiting. Sigh. Today has been rather chaotic, he mused on his way. This is not a matter of hypocrisy. Prior to meeting Tang Yuehua, he had no such intentions. Had he been inclined, he would have acted upon it the moment Tang Yuehua displayed her vulnerability. Nevertheless, it is all in the past now. There's no point in dwelling on it. Besides, he had never intended to let Tang Yuehua off the hook, and now it was merely a matter of hastening the inevitable. Shun Sangxiong tapped his head, resolving not to dwell on matters that had already transpired. He chuckled to himself. Yet, I must admit, my abilities are quite remarkable. Initially, Tang Yuehua resembled a despondent fish, devoid of any reaction. Yet in the end, she was far more proactive than I. Perhaps it is true what they say, that with age comes wisdom. With this realization, Shun Sanqiong's innate thoughts surged forth. In retrospect, Tang Yuehua is indeed impressive. Her grasp of knowledge in that regard was nearly complete after a single review. She is capable of gracing both the banquet hall and the kitchen, embodying the essence of a noble woman in public while being relatable in private. Shun Sanqiong thought with satisfaction. Director Shun, Dean Liu Erlong has asked me to inform you that she is in VIP room number 1 receiving guests. At that moment, Shun Sangxiong unknowingly arrived at the entrance of Lamba Academy, where the guard promptly approached him with respect upon recognizing him. Understood. Shun Sangxiong nodded amiably in response. Considering the time, it should be that Yi Linglong and Dugu Bo have brought Yi Lingling and Dugu Yin over. With this thought, Shun Sangxiong smiled at the guard and made his way swiftly towards VIP room number 1. Meanwhile, inside VIP room number 1 at Lamba Academy. Enough waiting. Serve the dishes. We shall dine first. Who knows when that fellow will return? Sitting at the secondary position, Liu Erlong glanced at the darkening sky and instructed the maid beside her. This may not be appropriate. Should we not wait a little longer? It is only about 7 o'clock now, hesitated Yi Linglong. Liu Erlong may disregard Shun Sangxiong, but as outsiders, they could not afford to do the same. It is fine. It is uncertain whether he will return today at all. Are we to wait until tomorrow? Rest assured, Sangxiong is not one to fuss over trifles. Liu Erlong waved her hand, encouraging Yi Linglong to relax. You're correct, Dean Erlong. I, too, have observed that young friend Sangxiong does not seem like one to nitpick over trivial matters. Dugu Bo chimed in to provide comfort, considering himself somewhat familiar with Shun Sangxiong. Grandfather, are your judgments truly reliable? What about this matter concerning Tang San? Dugu Yin, who had been dragged along by Dugu Bo, interjected like a deflated balloon. That was an accident. Do you understand what an accident is? Who would have anticipated that a seemingly 12 or 13-year-old child harbors the mindset of a 40-year-old from another world? Dugu Bo retorted, slightly exasperated. Huh, if your judgment is flawed, then what excuses can you offer? The first time I viewed the comparative video of Tang San, I recognized him as a nefarious character. How do you explain that? Dugu Yin scoffed, rolling her eyes dramatically. Really? At this moment, not only was Dugu Bo perplexed, but everyone present, with the exception of Yi Lingling, also turned their gaze towards Dugu Yin. These individuals had previously heard Dugu Yin utter similar sentiments, but at the time, they believed her words to be mere jest. Yet it was indeed true. The first instance of character comparison commenced when Tang San made his initial appearance on the scene, prompting Yin Yin to inform us that Tang San was no exemplary figure. Before Dugu Yin could speak, Yi Lingling, seated beside her, preemptively stepped in to elucidate on Dugu Yan's behalf. So, my granddaughter possesses a unique talent for discerning character? There was no need for deception in such matters. With Yi Lingling as a witness, everyone opted to believe Dugu Yin, and Dugu Bo jestingly remarked, as for whether I possess such a talent, I cannot say. However, upon first encountering Tang San, I felt an inexplicable and profound aversion towards him, a sentiment I had never experienced with anyone else. This was Dugu Yin's candid truth. Chapter 169, The Inquiry of Liu Erlong. Oh, everyone seems to be in high spirits, remarked Shun Sangxiong as he entered the room, just as the assembly was expressing astonishment at Dugu Yan's assertion. Finally decided to return? Have you? Liu Erlong shot a glare at Shun Sangxiong. Brother Sangxiong, come sit. In contrast to Liu Erlong's demeanor, Shui Yuer, upon seeing Shun Sangxiong's return, eagerly rushed over to embrace his arm. Excellent. I am quite famished as well. After an arduous 6-hour endeavor in the afternoon, Shun Sangxiong was indeed ravenous. Cold, do you not find a relationship between Shui Yuer and Shun Sangxiong to be somewhat unusual? Duguyan whispered to Yi Lingling in a tone audible only to them. However, unbeknownst to Duguyan, every woman present who had cultivated the original true solution heard every word she spoke with clarity. What does that have to do with us? Yi Lingling responded in a similarly hushed tone. Her personality was rather aloof, devoid of any inclination towards gossip. You are such a bore, always like this. Duguyan retorted with a discontented glance at Yi Lingling. Now, let me introduce you, my young friend Sangxiong. This is my granddaughter, Duguyan. Dugubo, having observed Shun Sangxiong take his seat, promptly pointed to his granddaughter for introductions. Miss Dugu, a pleasure to meet you, Shun Sangxiong said kindly, nodding to Duguyan. Hello. Duguyan replied coolly. Miss Dugu sounded a bit too formal. Noting the stark contrast in demeanor between the two, Dugubo's brow furrowed slightly. Then I shall call her Yinner. Shun Sangxiong recalled that this address seemed to be used by anyone towards Duguyan, as her friends typically refer to her as Yin Yin. Agreed. Let be so, Dugubo decisively stated, not allowing Duguyan any opportunity to protest. Young Master Sangxiong. This is my daughter, Yi Lingling. Yi Linglong interjected with a smile as Shun Sangxiong concluded his conversation with Dugubo and turned his attention toward her. I imagine Lingling must be quite beautiful, otherwise she would not be wearing a veil. Shun Sangxiong mused inwardly, wondering if Yi Lingling, akin to Mu Wanqing, would marry the first person who beheld her true visage. Isn't that a given? Lingling ranks 5th on the Rouge list. How could she not be beautiful? While there was another individual present ranked 4th on the list, Duguyan, being one of the few who had witnessed Yi Lingling's true appearance aside from her parents, believed that Yi Lingling surpassed the others on the list in beauty. In fact, she thought that even the most stunning ranked individual she had encountered, Bai Dong, paled in comparison to the unveiled Yi Lingling. Perhaps only the first-ranked individual on the Rouge list could rival her. Please forgive me, young Master Sangxiong. For certain reasons, Lingling is unable to remove her veil for the time being, Yi Linglong quickly clarified, thinking that Shun Sangxiong might be expressing dissatisfaction. You need not worry, Yi Clan head. How one chooses to adorn themselves is a matter of personal freedom. As long as the makeup does not induce discomfort, I have no objections, Shun Sangxiong reassured her, allowing Yi Linglong to breathe a sigh of relief. I presume you are Mengeran? After concluding his conversation with Yi Linglong, Shun Sangxiong's gaze shifted to the girl who had been intently observing him. Yes, indeed, I am Meng Iran, she replied, appearing somewhat anxious. I shall call you Iran from now on, if that is agreeable? Shun Sangxiong inquired. Yes, Meng Iran nodded fervently. By the way, where are your grandparents? Upon entering, Shun Sangxiong had scanned the room and noted the absence of Long Gong and Shi Pe, initially thinking they had gone to the restroom. But their prolonged absence led him to reconsider. My grandparents left right after bringing me to Lamba Academy. They mentioned they needed to return to the family to assist with acquiring comparison video points, Meng Iran explained. Ah, I see. Shun Sangxiong understood now. The Meng family's direct line consisted solely of Long Gong, Shi Pe, and Meng Iran. If the three of them did not return and entrusted the task to their subordinates to acquire points, it was uncertain how much gold soul coins they would be deprived of. Young Master Sangxiong, may I pose a question? Meng Iran inquired curiously, gazing at him. Please do, Shun Sangxiong encouraged, picking up a chicken leg as a gesture for her to continue. Why is there no ranking for you on the Tangtian Tower? This was a point of confusion for Meng Iran. In recent days, not only had the humans taken advantage of the opportunity to acquire comparison video points, but the Soul Beast had as well. Currently, the individual ranked first in the Tangtian Tower was the Silver Dragon King, Guyuna. I have been quite occupied and lacked the time to challenge the tower, Shun Sangxiong replied, catching Shui Yuer once again becoming restless. Of course, this was merely an excuse. In reality, he had been accompanying Shui Yuer, as she would soon return to Tinshui Academy, and they would only meet once every 7 days thereafter. Thus, it was imperative to make the most of their time together. Regarding the Tangtian Tower challenges, I am currently stuck at the 100th level, required to defeat 2 Soul Kings. It is exceedingly challenging. As time progressed, upon Meng Iran's mention of the Tangtian Tower, Duguyan was the first to express her discontent with the difficulty of the challenges. Subsequently joined by the likes of Huo Wu, Ning Rongrong, and by Chen Xiang in the discussion. 5 hours later, upon returning to the exclusive courtyard, Lu Erlong's expression darkened as he questioned, "Confess, did something happen between you and Tang Yuehua? How did you know?" Shen Sanqiong responded, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Hee. How could I possibly know? You might want to consider the scent that clings to you. Surely, everyone in the entire compartment must have noticed it. Lu Erlong remarked with a cold smile. Well, that is a matter of concern, Shen Sanqiong replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Let it be, Sister Erlong. Such occurrences are quite normal. Besides, did you not promise? At that moment, Shui Yuer interjected, attempting to mediate Lu Erlong's irritation. Aren't you worried that, in the future, he may have an increasing number of companions? Lu Erlong replied helplessly. She had consented, yet she never anticipated that just as she began to accept Shui Yuer's presence, Shen Sanqiong would also take Tang Yuehua under his wing. I am indifferent. Brother Sanqiong is too formidable. Relying on just the two of us in the future will surely be unsustainable, Shui Yuer remarked. Chapter 170. Yi Lingling's observations, you little girl. What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Erlong's serious demeanor was instantly shattered. What I say is merely the truth. If he only appeared once every few days, it would be tolerable. However, after graduation, living together day in and day out, I fear that I may not survive even a year. Shui Yuer expressed her trepidation. Lu Erlong could deeply empathize with this sentiment. The reason she agreed to Shen Sanqiong was not only that such matters are commonplace among the strong, but also because she found it unbearable to endure Shen Sanqiong's relentless antics. Let us just consider it as a debt from our past lives, she finally sighed, a loss for words. How could that be? One ought to say that gaining your favor is indeed a blessing I earned from my previous life. Shen Sanqiong replied with a cheeky grin. Haha, you may leave now. This evening, I wish to share some private words with you, heir. You are not invited to stay, Lu Erlong firmly stated, dismissing Shen Sanqiong from the room. But this is my room too. If you push me out like this, where am I supposed to sleep? Shen Sanqiong initially hoped to linger a while longer, but was unwilling to be sent away so abruptly. That is your concern. If it becomes unbearable, you may always sleep in Tang Yuehua's room, came Lu Erlong's irritated voice from within. Sigh. It appears we shall have to endure a night apart, Shen Sanqiong thought. Upon hearing the sound of something heavy being placed against the door, he turned to glance at the husky beside him, who was tilting its head in curiosity, and gave an annoyed scratch on the head. Meanwhile, within the suite occupied by Devian, Yi Lingling, and Meng Aran, the three were gathered, engaging in light conversation. Look, Senior Sanqiong has begun his challenge in the Tongtian Tower, exclaimed Meng Aran, pointing at the enormous light screen in the sky that could not be obscured by any object. Wow, his speed is astonishing. It is no wonder he is referred to as someone capable of altering the entire landscape of Douluo Dalu. The time I took for each of the first 10 levels was at least 5 minutes, yet he completes each in about a second. After Meng Iran's observation, Yi Lingling also expressed her astonishment at Shen Sanqiong's nearly instantaneous advancement through the levels. Setting everything else aside, in terms of combat strength, Shen Sanqiong is indeed impressive. Sigh. It seems Qianheng will be feeling quite uncomfortable for a while, Devian thought, wanting to check on Yu Qianheng, but then recalling her agreement with her grandfather. She felt disheartened. What discomfort could Yu Qianheng be experiencing? Meng Iran asked in confusion. The captain has been secretly competing with Shen Sanqiong, believing that with enough effort, he could measure up to him. For instance, in this Tongtian Tower challenge, the captain has already passed 150 levels, while Shen Sanqiong has yet to clear a single one. This has given the captain a false sense of superiority in certain aspects over Shen Sanqiong. Yi Lingling, disregarding Duge Yan's presence, spoke with a peculiar tone. Where does he derive such confidence? Upon hearing this, Meng Aran was momentarily speechless. Perhaps he was stimulated by the comparison video in which Yin Yan ultimately ended up with Shen Sanqiong. This was Yi Lingling's conjecture. After all, prior to the fourth character comparison, while Yu Qianheng might have felt some resentment towards Shen Sanqiong, he had not yet reached the point of openly challenging him. His jealousy must be the cause of such unreasonable notions. Seeing her only close friend and new roommate Meng Iran sharing expressions typically reserved for discussions of foolishness, Yin felt compelled to affirm Yi Lingling's hypothesis to prevent Yu Tianheng from further embarrassing himself. So that is the case. Indeed, upon hearing Yin concede that Yu Tianheng's jealousy was the impetus for his unfounded confidence, Meng Iran's expression shifted to one of understanding. To her, it was entirely normal for a man to act irrationally when consumed by jealousy. If a man does not experience jealousy, it does not signify maturity or steadiness. Rather, it suggests he has no genuine feelings for the other person and is merely seeking to play games. Thus, in this respect, Yu Tianheng possesses some redeeming qualities, as he is not the type to play around and abandon someone afterward. By the way, Lingling, what are your plans for the future? At this moment, in order to steer the conversation away from Yu Tianheng, Yin seized the opportunity to change the subject. What do you mean by plans? Yi Lingling was taken aback, unsure of Yin's intent. Do not forget, in the fourth character comparison, Shun Sanxiong is not only accompanied by me, but also by you. Yin reminded her. I am indifferent. However, my mother wishes for me to be with Shun Sanxiong. Therefore, my purpose in coming here, aside from joining the inner academy of Lamba Academy, is primarily to observe Shun Sanxiong's character. Yi Lingling held a nonchalant attitude regarding this matter, as she had no love interests. You little girl, you are not developing a crush, are you? He already has other women, yet you still claim indifference and even plan to observe him, Yin teased. Yin, you do not think that Yu Tianheng will only have you as his woman, do you? He is a core disciple of the Lan Dianba Wang Long family, regarded as one of the twin stars of this generation. Even if he fails to become the leader of the Lan Dianba Wang sect, it is certain that he will assume a position of power as a core elder. Have you ever seen a core elder of the Lan Dianba Wang family with only one wife? Yi Lingling remarked. I believe Tianheng would not do that. Yin shook her head. Suit yourself. I merely wish to prevent you from being hurt in the future, which is why I mention these matters. Some things are clearer to outsiders than to those involved. And what Yi Lingling did not disclose to Yin was that Yu Tianheng had previously hinted to her about wanting her to be his girlfriend. However, Yi Lingling looked down upon the arrogant Yu Tianheng, considering herself to be the foremost amongst the younger generation of Dalu, and chose to ignore him. Don't talk about me. Let's discuss you instead. Is this truly your justification for not minding that Shun Sanxiong has other women? Yin, not wishing to delve into such matters, redirected the conversation back to Yi Lingling. Nevertheless, Yi Lingling's words inevitably began to take root in Yin's heart. Chapter 171. Yu Xiaogang's astonishing maneuver. On the other side, within the Tongtian Tower. This is rather too easy, isn't it? Shun Sanxiong shattered several puppet shadows before him with a single palm and stepped toward the next level of the Tongtian Tower. Boom, boom. A series of rumbling sounds echoed for over 5 hours. Finally, this posed some difficulty. After another palm strike obliterated the puppet shadow he had been entangled with for half an hour, Shun Sanxiong finally felt a flicker of interest. Congratulations, Shun Sanxiong, for breaking through the 1000th level. An additional reward of 1 high-level Wuhuan card is now issued. Note 1. The Wuhuan card allows the user to select a new Wuhuan of the same level as the card. Note 2. The newly acquired Wuhuan will not erase the existing old Wuhuan, but will instead become a twin Wuhuan. Note 3. There is no limit to the number of Wuhuan cards one can use. Just as Shun Sanxiong began to take the challenge more seriously, intending to ascend to a higher level of the Tongtian Tower, the sound of the comparison video suddenly resonated throughout the 2 worlds of Douluo. Variant Douluo World No. 1. What the heck? Wasn't it said that the rewards for challenging the Tongtian Tower were only based on comparison video points? Why are there additional rewards now? Even more astonishing is that this additional reward is supposedly a Wuhuan card. Will this lead to everyone possessing twin Wuhuans, or even 3, 4, or even 100 Wuhuans? Original Douluo World Number 2. I think you just woke up from the noise of the comparison video and aren't fully awake yet. If you look or listen closely, this is the additional reward granted for Shun Sanxiong passing the 1000th level. Do you think it is that easy to obtain? Look at your pathetic title for clearing the 3rd level. I estimate you will never pass the 1000th level in your lifetime. Variant Douluo World Number 1. Ignore him. Some people simply lack self-awareness. Variant Douluo World Number 1. By the way, When did Shun Sangxiong start challenging the levels? I remember before I went to sleep, I specifically checked Shun Sangxiong's progress and found it was still at 0 levels. Variant Dalu World Number 1. He probably started about 6 hours ago. I got lucky and caught the moment when Shun Sangxiong's progress changed from 0 to 1. Original Dalu World Number 2. This has completely reshaped my worldview. To successfully pass 1,000 levels in about 6 hours is astonishing. It took me around 5.5 hours just to clear the 10th level. Variant Dalu World Number 1. You have good stamina to spend 5.5 hours on the 10th level. Original Dalu World Number 2. Hee, what can I say? I am quite popular around here. Original Dalu World Number 2. Shrek Academy. You Xiaogang. Shun Sangxiong. Are you selling that Wuhan card? Variant Dalu World Number 1. Shun Sangxiong, you want it? Shun Sangxiong was taken aback that his world's Yu Xiaogang had temporarily ceased his antics, while another Yu Xiaogang from a different world had emerged. Original Dalu World Number 2. Shrek Academy. You Xiaogang. Yes, I want it. Name your price. Variant Dalu World No. 1. Shun Sangxiong. This price is not low. Are you certain you can afford it? With nothing else to do, Shun Sangxiong intended to engage Yu Xiaogang in casual conversation. And if he could take advantage of the situation, that would be even better. Original Dalu World Number 2. Shrek Academy. You Xiaogang. Just name your price. I lack nothing but comparison video points at the moment. Variant Dalu World Number 1. Shun Sangxiong. Oh, you have that many comparison video points? Shun Sangxiong was puzzled. Logically, after the trash list exposed Yu Xiaojing's character, no one should be sending him points. Especially not Bibi Dong. She wouldn't go to Shrek to ruin Yu Xiaogang like her counterpart in this world, and it was inconceivable that she would maintain any connection with him. However, if it weren't for Bibi Dong, Shun Sangxiong genuinely couldn't fathom who else would support Yu Xiaogang, even leading him to lament about being left with nothing but points. Original Doulu World Number 2. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong, brother, Sangxiong. Yu Xiaogang earned his own points. After saying this, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but laugh, collapsing on a Zhu Zhuqing beside her. Variant Doulu World Number 1. Shun Sangxiong. Really? Is Yu Xiaogang that impressive? He can earn points on his own? Upon seeing the comments from Ning Rongrong in another world, Shun Sangxiong was even more baffled. Original Doulu World Number 2. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong. It's not that Yu Xiaogang is impressive. Rather, he learned from the Wuhuan Temple's methods, collecting points to have others teach him a lesson at Shrek Academy. I've taught him a lesson once. Variant Doulu World Number 1. Shun Sangxiong. This method is quite clever. It allows him to avoid being hunted while still accumulating points. Original Doulu World Number 2. The method is indeed clever, but has put a strain on the food system's sole masters of Shrek Academy. I've heard they are about to collapse from exhaustion. Variant Doulu World No. 1. Huh? Didn't Yu Xiaogang say that points are what he lacks the least? Why doesn't he hire more healing system soul masters to take turns helping him, instead of exhausting his own academy's personnel like this? Original Doulu World Number 2. He's just stingy, that's all. Original Doulu World Number 2. Shrek Academy. Yu Xiaogang. Shun Sangxiong? Why do you stop speaking? Name your price. Yu Xiaogang disregarded the ridicule in the comments section and anxiously urged again. His potential rise depended on this high-level Wuhuan card. Variant Doulu World Number 1. Shun Sangxiong. 1 billion points. Shun Sangxiong casually quoted a price. Original Doulu World Number 2. Shrek Academy. Yu Xiaogang. Isn't that price a bit outrageous? Yu Xiaojang's expression darkened. Variant Doulu World Number 1. Shun Sangxiong. Didn't you say for me to name my price? Didn't you say you weren't lacking in points? Original Doulu World Number 2. Shrek Academy. Yu Xiaogang. I asked you to name your price, but not to mock me. Variant Doulu World Number 1. Shun Sangxiong. When did I mock you? Reflect on yourself. Is it really that expensive to sell this high-level Wuhuan card for 1 billion points? Original Doulu World Number 2. Shrek Academy. Yu Xiaogang. At these words, Yu Xiaogang fell silent. For others, that price was indeed exorbitant, even astronomical. However, for someone like him, who had always aspired to become powerful and prove himself, having the opportunity to rise, even at the cost of 10 billion points, was worth it. Chapter 172. The evaluation of Yu Xiaogang compared to Bibi Dong in the original Douluo world, Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaogang implored, "Could you grant me a little more time?" After contemplating, he resolutely decided to make the purchase, and a more audacious idea began to blossom in his mind. In the variant Douluo world, Shun Sangxiong inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Yu Xiaogang reassured him, "Rest assured, I will certainly make the purchase. However, my current points are insufficient. If you could allow me a little time, I could offer you an additional 100 million points." He further added, "Could you also sell me a herb beneficial for my Luo, San, Pao martial soul?" As he spoke, Yu Xiaogang made his way toward Flinder's office, intending to persuade Flinder to allow Dai Mubai and Oscar to also adopt the approach of earning points through lessons. He even hoped to convince Tang, San to accept this method, if possible. Shun Sangxiong expressed surprise. "Oh, I had no intention of selling the martial soul card to you. But your sudden request for the herb has inspired a rather intriguing plan." Shun Sangxiong continued, "Surely your world possesses herbs as well? Why seek to purchase from me?" With a plan in mind, he aimed to gather more information to better tailor his strategy. Yu Xiaogang replied, "At the moment the comparison video was released, our world's Dagu Bo swept away all the herbs and headed to the Spirit Hall with his granddaughter." Shun Sangxiong acknowledged, "I see. That is indeed a clever idea. After all, the Spirit Hall remains the only reliable force across the entirety of Douluo continent." He found himself rather impressed by Dagu Bo's decisiveness. Had he hesitated even slightly at that time, he might have been surrounded by forces such as the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Shun Sangxiong stated, "Yu Xiaogang, I do possess the herbs you seek and can sell them to you." Yu Xiaogang replied, "Name your price." He was acutely aware that he might be taken advantage of by Shun Sangxiong once again. Yet, the thought of soon becoming a peerless prodigy with dual martial souls, both of which were of high rank, made him indifferent to the impending loss. Shun Sangxiong remarked, "Your martial soul is, in fact, the golden sacred dragon. However, due to your inherent lack of potential, the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul could not evolve into the golden sacred dragon, resulting in the failed evolution of your martial soul into a lesser form. I can prepare 2 herbs to assist your lesser martial soul in evolving into the golden sacred dragon, but I require a single phrase from you." While Shun Sangxiong was unable to manipulate the martial soul card, tampering with the herbs would be a trivial task. Yu Xiaogang asked, "What phrase?" Confusion washed over him. Shun Sangxiong demanded, "Express your evaluation of Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong in your heart. The more critical, the better. I will not hold back in extracting from Yu Xiaogang." Yu Xiaogang sighed, "Is that truly necessary? The comparison video has already exposed me." Shun Sangxiong countered, "The video lacks comprehensiveness. Besides, you've stated that you've been exposed. Surely you wouldn't mind elaborating further." With a resigned sigh, Yu Xiaogang acquiesced, "Very well. Since you wish to know, I shall share freely." Just as Shun Sangxiong had surmised, the comparison video had indeed revealed everything, and Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong had completely severed ties with him. Even if he divulged more secrets, the worst outcome would hardly differ from his current predicament. Shun Sangxiong urged, "Proceed." Yu Xiaogang began, "Let me first address Bibi Dong. I have quite a few thoughts on her. In fact, I largely agree with the video's unfavorable assessment of her. To say nothing of her past, Bibi Dong was an orphan. Everything she possessed, her cultivation and status, was bestowed upon her by the Spirit Hall. She enjoyed the privileges of the future pope without any consideration of repaying the Spirit Hall, instead proposing that we elope. Honestly, I was taken aback when she earnestly suggested that to me. While you all label me as despicable, I perceive myself as a better person in comparison to Bibi Dong. If I had been nurtured by a powerful force at any cost, I could never abandon that force for a woman. I cannot commit such an ungrateful act. Thus, my evaluation of Bibi Dong is that she is an exceedingly selfish person, loving only herself. To her, everyone, including myself, is merely a means to express her self-love. Perhaps this explains why Bibi Dong is an orphan. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. One can infer the nature of her parents from her actions, abandoning their child solely for their own pleasure. With a bold resolve, Yu Xiaogang continued, "In truth, I hold considerable resentment towards Bibi Dong. I never intended to engage in anything untimely with her before I became strong. My sole intention was to use her to acquire what I desired, and that was contingent upon her retaining her identity as the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall. Yet, all of that was shattered by her bewildering proposal to elope. Regarding Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaogang stated, "I can only describe her as a foolish girl. Though her temper may flare, her character is relatively decent. Had I not been driven by my dreams and the desire to become stronger, I believe I would have been with her. Alas, there are no what-ifs in this world. Therefore, to pursue my dreams, I had no choice but to hurt Lu Erlong, hoping to make Bibi Dong, now the Pope, aware that my one true love has always been her." Pausing briefly, Yu Xiaogang added, Chapter 173. Gu Yuna prepares to seek Shun Sangqiong. Shun Sangqiong chuckled, "Well done. You have successfully obtained the qualification to purchase the herbs." He could envision the expression of the unsecluded Bibi Dong in another world upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's evaluation of her. Yu Xiaojiang expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Shun Sangqiong replied, "There is no need for thanks. You have merely gained the qualification to purchase the herbs. Ultimately, whether you can afford them will depend on the points you possess." In the original world of Douluo, Shrek Academy's Yu Xiaojiang declared, regardless of the method, he would expedite his efforts to accumulate sufficient points. At that moment, he had resolved to ensure Tang would also learn the lesson of earning points, thus enabling him to realize his own aspirations sooner. In the variant world of Douluo, Shun Sangqiong responded, "Very well. A single immortal herb is worth 10 billion points, and 2 would amount to 20 billion. Additionally, the martial spirit card is also valued at 10 billion points, totaling 300 billion points. I do not require the additional 1 billion points you intended to offer, but I will grant you 1 year to gather the 300 billion points. Should you fail, our agreement will be nullified." Yu Xiaojiang, hesitant to say more lest he jeopardize this hard-won opportunity to acquire the martial spirit card and the immortal herbs, acquiesced. "All right, it is settled." In the original world of Douluo, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's Ning Rongrong chimed in, "Brother Sangqiong, we have already received 3 fragments of the interdimensional token. I will proceed to trade them with you." After concluding their exchange, Shun Sangqiong and Ning Rongrong continued their conversation. While a quarrel erupted in the core region of the Stardow Forest in the variant world of Douluo. "Master, I oppose your plan. It is far too perilous." Black Dragon King D. Tian contradicted Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna's decision. "Indeed, Master, your plan is exceedingly dangerous." Shun Sangqiong managed to pass the 1000th level in approximately half an hour, which speaks volumes of his formidable prowess. The dark gold fearsome bear, Hunjun, unusually concurred with D. Tian. Nevertheless, he refrained from explicitly mentioning Gu Yuna's defeat at the 1000th level, subtly alluding to Shun Sangqiong's accomplishment. After all, Shun Sangqiong's intentions towards our Spirit Beast clan are merely conjecture on your part, Master. What if he is merely feigning goodwill to lure you into a trap? The Emerald Swan Bai Ji added, "Do you find me beautiful?" Observing her typically obedient subordinates, now voicing their concerns against her meeting Shun Sangqiong. Gu Yuna transformed into her human form, inquiring, Master, being the top of the Rouge list, you are undoubtedly beautiful." "No, rather, you possess an ethereal grace." D. Tian affirmed, though perplexed by her question. "Then it is settled. If I have misjudged, I shall simply compensate him. Let's not forget, he is the recognized Liu Mong," Gu Yuna declared. "I refuse to believe that the true Liu Mong would choose to extinguish me over my existence." To Gu Yuna, the dynamics between powerful beings were of little concern. She believed they were meant to unite, rendering preferences irrelevant. "This is unacceptable," D. Tian retorted. "Why not?" Gu Yuna gazed at him impassively. Because he is human. Indeed, Master is a divine beast, while he is merely human. They cannot possibly be of the same species. Under Gu Yuna's unwavering gaze, D. Tian felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his brow, struggling to formulate a suitable argument. What of it? The Medusa in the comparison video is not human either. In the end, did she not find happiness with Shun Sangqiong? Gu Yuna waved her hand dismissively. But there are no buts. When D. Tian attempted to continue, he was promptly interrupted by Gu Yuna's gesture. ZG and Bai Ji, You will accompany me. Having quelled Tion's protests, Gu Yuna turned to the dragon and the swan, her tone brooking no dissent. Yes, they replied, exchanging resigned glances. The remaining fierce beasts sighed in exasperation, reflecting on their master's solitary journey being insufficient. Now desiring the company of ZG and Bai Ji, particularly Tion, who felt a sudden pang of jealousy. However, this was Gu Yuna's decree. Even he, the Black Dragon King, dared not voice any opposition. Meanwhile, in the secluded courtyard of Lanba Academy, the dawn had begun to break, and Shui Yuer, unable to sleep, questioned Shun Sanxiong, Brother Sanxiong, you cannot seriously intend to sell the martial spirit card and the 2 immortal herbs to you Xiaogang from another world? Indeed, that is my plan, Shun Sanxiong affirmed. Why? Do you not harbor disdain for you Xiaogang? Shui Yuer inquired, puzzled. What other reasons could there be? He likely harbors some ulterior motive. Before Shun Sanxiong could elaborate, Lu Erlong's voice echoed from within. Having grown up alongside him, she knew Shun Sanxiong well. Brother Sanxiong, is what Sister Erlong said true? Shui Yuer blinked her enchanting eyes at him. To some extent, yes, Shun Sanxiong replied with a smile. What do you intend to do? Shui Yuer's interest piqued upon his admission. It is quite simple. While I cannot tamper with the martial spirit card, I can manipulate the 2 immortal herbs. For instance, I could ensure that upon consuming them, Yu Xiaogang gradually loses his abilities and his inclinations begin to shift. Such knowledge stemmed from Shun Sanxiong's encounters with a fortuitous source. Chapter 174. Zhu Zhuqing decides to join the inner court. See, I was not mistaken. This fellow often pretends to be nonchalant, yet his heart is quite devious. Lu Erlong's voice resounded once more from within. Brother Sanxiong, you are quite mischievous. Yuer adores it. Remarkably, Shui Yuer seemed unfazed, her face alight with admiration for Shun Sanxiong. Hee, I possess even more wicked ideas. Would you care to try? Without waiting for Shui Yuer to respond, Shun Sanxiong seized her hand and led her back inside, inadvertently pushing Lu Erlong back as well. Soon, the sounds of Lu Erlong's protests mingled with Shui Yuer's melodious singing filled the room. In the Lanba Academy's rear mountain, having already enjoyed lunch, Duvian languidly basked in the sun, muttering, why hasn't he arrived yet? What is the rush? Our agreed time is 1 o'clock. It is merely 12:30, came the reply. Beside them, Yi Lingling was engrossed in a book. Upon hearing Du Guyan's complaints, she glanced at the time before resuming her reading. It was unclear what he intended for us. With so many individuals in Lanba Academy, why did he choose only Jiang Zhu, Xiao Wu, and the 3 of us to accompany him? Du Guyan squinted as she spoke. Perhaps he intends to present us with some immortal herbs. When Rong Rong and Xiang Xiang joined the inner academy, they each received an immortal herb, Xiao Wu speculated. Those immortal herbs originally belonged to my Dugu family. My grandfather is truly foolish to have given them all to Shun Sanxiong. Du Guyan huffed in dissatisfaction. That is because Shun Sanxiong helped your grandfather detoxify. Your grandfather expressed his gratitude by granting him that precious land. I heard Shun Sanxiong say that without his assistance, your grandfather would have had only about 10 years left to live. Hearing Du Guyan's ingratitude, Xiao Wu could not help but retort. Thanks to Shun Sanxiong, she no longer needed to live in hiding, and she felt immense gratitude towards him. So naturally, she would not choose to remain silent when defending him. Even so, Shun Sanxiong is still too greedy. That precious land I often visit is filled with countless rare treasures. He saved my grandfather's life. I believe sharing half of those treasures with him is more than fair. Faced with Xiao Wu's rebuttal, Du Guyan realized her position was weak. Yet her nature compelled her to respond defiantly. You are not wrong. If it were merely to rid your grandfather and yourself of toxins, sharing half of the treasures would indeed suffice. However, if that were the case, my Dugu family would lose any future connection with you. At that moment, Shun Sanxiong's voice suddenly resonated from behind Du Guyan and the others. You, how can you walk so silently? You startled me. Also, who said anything about having a connection with you? Perhaps due to overhearing disparaging remarks about him, Du Guyan felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation. It's not that I walk silently. Rather, you were too engrossed in your complaints about me. As for having no connection with me, you might find that unfortunate. Without paying heed to Du Guyan's increasingly flustered expression, Shun Sangxiong turned to the group of Daimyu that had gathered due to his arrival and said, "Everyone, disperse. You have the day free for activities." "Ha! Wonderful. Finally, a day of rest. I plan to indulge at the Zue Shengmeng Sea building for an entire day and night." Ma Hongjun exclaimed with joy. "Ma Hongjun, I advise you to keep a low profile. My cousin will be arriving in a few days. Don't scare her away," Bai Chunxiang admonished, displeased by Ma Hongjun's exuberance. Xiang, rest assured, when your cousin arrives, I will definitely refrain from going out to play any longer," Ma Hongjun replied, thumping his chest. "Let's go." Ignoring the excited Ma Hongjun, Shun Sangxiong waved at Du Guyan and the others newly admitted to the Inner Academy. Wait, just then, Zhu Zhuqing stepped in front of Shun Sangxiong. "What is it?" Shun Sangxiong halted his steps. "May I speak with you privately?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired. "Of course, follow me." "You all wait here for a moment," Shun Sangxiong said before leading the way into the distance. "Zhu Zhuqing, what do you intend to discuss?" Seeing Zhu Zhuqing wanting to speak privately with Shun Sangxiong, Daimyu Bai felt an uneasy sensation. "Does it concern you?" Zhu Zhuqing replied coldly, disregarding Daimyu Bai's grim expression as she hurried after Shun Sangxiong. "Speak then. What is it you wish to discuss?" Stopping about 30 meters away from Du Guyan and the others, Shun Sangxiong turned to inquire of Zhu Zhuqing, who followed behind. "I wish to join the Inner Academy." Previously, only Ning Rongrong and Bai Qinxiang had joined the Inner Academy, and Zhu Zhuqing thought little of it. However, as the number of female students in their ranks increased, all being members of the Inner Academy, she felt an unsettling sense of being abandoned at any moment. "Have you truly made up your mind? Once you join my Inner Academy, there is no turning back," Shun Sangxiong cautioned. "I have made up my mind," Zhu Zhuqing nodded. "However, after graduation, I will need to return to the Zhu family to handle some matters. This may have significant implications. If you mind, then I shall forego joining the Inner Academy." Zhu Zhuqing hesitated before continuing. This was one reason she had not chosen to join Lanba Academy's Inner Academy. Though her demeanor was aloof, she was not ill-natured. She did not wish to bring unnecessary trouble to the academy and her classmates due to her own circumstances. Had it not been for the sudden, inexplicable sense of unease, she might never have considered joining Lanba Academy's Inner Academy. How significant could it be? Even if you were to overturn the entire Xing Luo Empire, what then? With me here, could the Xing Luo Empire truly turn against us? Besides, if a force cannot protect its own disciples, it might as well dissolve on the spot. Shun Sangxiong was indifferent to what Zhu Zhuqing referred to as significant implications. A force without even a title Douluo had no right to speak. It was merely that Bibi Dong and Qianren Xue were too foolish, having spent years without successfully subduing the Tiando and Xing Luo empires. Were it Shun Sangxiong, as long as he wished, he could bring about their downfall within a year. Enough. Do not overthink it. Since you have decided to join the Inner Academy, come along, Shun Sangxiong said as he patted Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder, signaling her to follow. 2 hours later, Jiang Zhu, this immortal herb is for you. Xiao Wu, this one is yours. Zhu Qing, here, this is yours. Meng Yiran, come, take this, it's yours. Within the ice and fire yin yang eye, Shun Sangxiong selected the most suitable immortal herbs for Jiang Zhu, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Meng Yiran based on the knowledge in his mind. And what about me? Du Guyan, seeing that Jiang Zhu and the others had each received their respective immortal herbs and were beginning to refine them according to Shun Sangxiong's instructions, felt puzzled. Do not rush. I have prepared something else for you. First, let us discuss Lingling's matter. With that, Shun Sangxiong turned his gaze towards Yi Lingling. My matter? Is there something wrong with my martial soul? Yi Lingling inquired. Your Jiuxin Haitang martial soul can only be possessed by 2 individuals simultaneously. Does that not constitute a problem? Shun Sangxiong retorted. This Yi Lingling found herself at a loss for words. As Shun Sangxiong pointed out, among all the martial souls in the Douluo continent, only the Jiuxin Haitang martial soul of the Yi family bore such a limitation. Since you say so, does that mean you have a solution to the limitations of Lingling's martial soul? Dugu Yin was well aware that Yi Lingling's family had suffered numerous tragedies due to the constraints imposed by the Jiuxin Haitang martial soul. It was difficult to articulate. Let's proceed this way. Summon the martial soul, as I need to perceive it thoroughly. Shun Sanxiong speculated that the Jiuxin Haitang martial soul was targeted by the divine realm because of its immense strength, but the truth required meticulous investigation to ascertain. Very well. Yi Lingling nodded, and a magnificent flower of Haitang materialized in the palms of her hands. It was as Shun Sanxiong had anticipated. As soon as he scanned the interior of the Jiuxin Haitang martial soul with his divine sense, he detected an extremely elusive force that was persistently suppressing its essence. How does it appear? Yi Lingling gazed at Shun Sanxiong with anticipation. I have identified the root cause. If Shun Sanxiong's perception is correct, that obscure power belongs to the Shura god. After all, Shun Sanxiong had visited the city of slaughter and had acquired the domain of the god of killing. Thus, he was quite familiar with the powers of the Shura god. Is it solvable? Dugu Yin was even more anxious than Yi Lingling. Yes, but it may be somewhat painful. You must endure. It is merely a small remnant of the Shura god's power, lacking any subsequent force. Hence, it poses no significant challenge for Shun Sanxiong. I can endure. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling's expression turned serious, her determination unwavering. Compared to the tragedies faced by her Yi family, this was but a minor ordeal. Very well, I shall begin. With that, Shun Sanxiong extended a finger, directing it toward the Jiuxin Haitang martial soul nestled in Yi Lingling's palms, in the divine realm of Douluo continent. At the moment when Shun Sanxiong was aiding Yi Lingling in expelling the Shura god's power from her martial soul, the Shura god, far away in the divine realm, sensed that the power he had left within the Jiuxin Haitang martial soul was rapidly dissolving. What is it, Shura? Noticing the fleeting anomaly in the Shura god's demeanor, the life god king inquired with suspicion. It is nothing. The Shura god dared not disclose his actions on Douluo continent to the other four deities. Otherwise, as the law god of the divine realm, he would be guilty of violating the law, risking a joint suppression by the four present. The reasoning was simple. Gods may harbor their own selfish desires, but moderation is essential. Otherwise, it would disrupt the rules established by all. If each deity acted solely on their whims for personal gain, the divine realm would descend into chaos. Is that so? The life god king scrutinized the Shura god. By the way, what has become of my previous proposal to exile Douluo Star? Seeing the life god king's clearly disbelieving expression, the Shura god quickly seized upon the previous topic. Let's wait and see. When discussing serious matters, the life god king ceased her scrutiny of the Shura god and conveyed the results of her discussions with the destruction god king. What is there to wait for? The entirety of Douluo Star has already escaped our control. Should those soul beasts regain their strength, it would spell disaster for our divine realm. And that Shun Sanxiong is undoubtedly an unstable factor. Do not forget how powerful Shun Sanxiong was at his peak. I am not underestimating myself. Even with all the deities of our divine realm combined, we could not withstand a mere glance from him at his pinnacle. Although the Shura god's proposal would jeopardize his millennium-long plans, it was far better than being destroyed by others or exposing all of his clandestine schemes. From the comparative footage, it is evident that Shun Sanxiong belongs to the lawful faction. As long as we do not provoke him, he is unlikely to trouble us. Moreover, there are numerous beauties in another world awaiting him. I believe that once he regains some of his strength, he will surely depart Douluo continent in search of his original world. Regarding the soul beasts, even the dragon god at his strongest was no match for us. What could a severely injured avatar of the dragon god possibly achieve? Clearly, the evil god king's stance aligned with that of the life god king. I hope you do not regret your decisions later. With that, the Shura god rose and exited the council chamber. When words failed to connect, and he could not persuade the four present, he could only prepare some contingencies for himself. Meanwhile, in the sunset forest at the Eye of Ice and Fire. Very well. Shun Sanxiong retracted his finger, speaking with slight exertion. Lingling, are you all right? Dugu Yin supported Yi Lingling, who was drenched in sweat, her eyes filled with concern. I am. All right. Yi Lingling closed her weary eyes, weakly shaking her head. Please take Lingling to her room to rest for a while. Next, it will be your turn. Shun Sangxiong gestured toward a nearby room. Understood. Du Guyan lifted Yi Lingling on her back and hurried toward her designated room. Brother Sangxiong, are you well? Once Du Guyan departed with Yi Lingling, Shui Yuer, who had been silent, looked at Shun Sangxiong with concern. I am fine. Merely a slight depletion of source energy. I will recover shortly, Shun Sangxiong replied. Then you should rest for a while. Shui Yuer insisted on helping Shun Sangxiong to a nearby chair, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Chapter 176. The New Martial Souls of the Women. Are you all right? After a while, Du Guyan returned, having settled Yi Lingling, and noticed Shun Sangxiong resting in the chair, a ripple of concern passing through her heart. It is nothing. Shun Sangxiong rose and waved his hand. I now present you with two choices. The first option is, like the others, I will find you the most suitable celestial herb. The second option is to absorb the energy left by the Ice Dragon King. However, the energy left by the Ice Dragon King is exceedingly potent, requiring my assistance for you to refine and absorb it, during which some physical contact between us will be unavoidable. Thus, consider your choice carefully. Shun Sangxiong continued. What is the Ice Dragon King? And what do you mean by physical contact? Du Guyan understood that Shun Sangxiong's inquiry indicated that refining and absorbing the energy left by the Ice Dragon King would yield greater benefits than the celestial herb. The Ice Dragon King is a divine beast. Explaining further would be cumbersome, so I shall refrain. As for the type of physical contact you inquired about, rest assured, it is nothing inappropriate, merely a matter of holding hands tightly, were it not for the desire to repay the Dugu family. Shun Sangxiong would not have offered the Ice Dragon King's energy for Du Guyan to refine and absorb. A divine beast? Does that mean the Ice Dragon King is a deity? Du Guyan's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, it is precisely for this reason that I must assist you in the refinement and absorption process, Shun Sangxiong affirmed. Is it truly sufficient to merely intertwine our fingers? In that fleeting moment, Du Guyan felt her heart flutter. Indeed, I cannot possibly stage a grand performance before so many onlookers, unless they are genuinely my allies. Otherwise, Shun Sangxiong possesses no such inclination. Liu Mong, Du Guyan retorted with a hint of annoyance. Very well, I acquiesce. The notion of merely holding hands is something Du Guyan can indeed accept. Let us commence. Yuer, please take a moment to regain your composure. Once we have resolved matters with Du Guyan, it will be your turn. Before leading Du Guyan away, Shun Sangxiong cast a suggestive glance back at Shui Yuer, raising an eyebrow. Upon witnessing this, Shui Yuer felt a slight blush creep onto her cheeks as she shyly nodded. After a morning of exertion at Shun Sangxiong's hands, she was indeed somewhat fatigued. Thus, following the departure of Shun Sangxiong and Du Guyan, she sought a vacant room and succumbed to slumber. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Yuer, might you share what transpired during that moment in the red and blue pool? Why do you emit such sounds? At this juncture, the rather bored Xiao Wu recalled the events of 3 days prior. We did not engage in anything of note. Shui Yuer replied, somewhat bashfully. It is all Shun Sangxiong's fault. He promised not to disclose it. Yet he did not speak of it, but instead showcased the event to others. Despite Xiao Wu's seemingly innocent inquiry regarding that day, Shui Yuer could discern from the mischievous glint in Xiao Wu's eyes that she had already unraveled the truth. In fact, it was not just Xiao Wu who had seen through it. From the actions of the other women over the past few days, Shui Yuer suspected that everyone present was acutely aware of what had transpired within the pool. Alas, they are all incorrigible mischief makers, Shui Yuer lamented internally. Is that so? I find it hard to believe. If nothing of significance occurred, then what was the source of that almost earth-shattering commotion in the pool? Come now, Yuer, do enlighten us. We're all good sisters here. What is there to fear? Ignoring Shui Yuer's thoughts, Xiao Wu remained undeterred, shaking Shui Yuer's arm back and forth. Silly rabbit. Shall I pull you into the pool so you may experience that day's events firsthand? Meanwhile, Shun Sangxiong, having just completed his alchemical concoctions of Zhenhuan Dan and Xinhuan Dan, observed Xiao Wu, the mischievous rabbit, pestering Shui Yuer for those embarrassing details, and could not help but respond with annoyance. Your thoughts are rather fanciful. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu released Shui Yuer, tightening her clothing to conceal her modest curves. Here, take this. Within are the Jinhuan Dan and Shenghuan Dan I have refined over the past few days. Shen Sangxiong disregarded Xiao Wu and approached Shui Yuer directly, presenting her with 4 storage soul guide devices. Why 4? Shui Yuer questioned, slightly taken aback as she accepted the storage devices. 2 are for you, and 2 are for your sister, Shui Binger. The red ones are Jinhuan Dan, and the blue ones are Shenghuan Dan. Do not confuse them, Shen Sangxiong explained. For my sister, you do not harbor any intentions toward her, do you? Though I can understand, my sister possesses an ethereal beauty that may seem unremarkable at first glance, yet reveals itself to be exquisite upon closer inspection. By the way, if you truly have an interest, I could inquire on your behalf. Shui Yuer had a penchant for teasing her sister. You little rascal, Shen Sangxiong sighed in exasperation. Shen Sangxiong, could you help me assess my martial soul's condition? At that moment, Xiao Wu suddenly recalled some concerns regarding her martial soul and stepped forward to ask, summon your martial soul so I may observe it. In truth, based on the knowledge imparted to Shen Sangxiong, he already knew the nature of Xiao Wu's martial soul evolution without needing to look. Behold, as she twirled, a luminous white rabbit emerged from a palace in the moonlit sky and bounded toward her. Your martial soul is named Xiaogang Yu Tuesday. When fighting at night, all soul skill effects are enhanced by 30%. As he confirmed his suspicions, Shen Sangxiong relayed his knowledge in detail. Xiaogang Yu 2? An increase of 30% in all soul skills at night? What a pity it would be if the effects could also be amplified during the day, Xiao Wu mused, frowning. Since we have some free time now, let everyone summon their martial souls for me to see. Ignoring Xiao Wu's fanciful thoughts, Shen Sangxiong turned his attention to the other women. Very well, the group responded, each summoning forth their new martial souls. This is the reincarnation cat of misfortune martial soul. It possesses 9 tails, each capable of shielding the soul master from a lethal attack. After blocking a fatal strike, one tail will become ethereal and require 30 days to recover. Furthermore, with each tail that becomes ethereal, the soul master's attributes will increase by 1% for the next hour. Shen Sangxiong elaborated on Zhu Zhuqing's new martial soul. Chapter 177, Return to Yuxian. Zhuqing's new martial soul seems significantly more formidable than mine, Xiao Wu remarked. However, it cannot be said thus. It ultimately depends on individual usage. If Zhuqing misuses her new martial soul, whether in defending against lethal attacks or in the attribute enhancement from ethereal tails, it may become a liability. Against a powerful adversary, even with 9 chances to escape death, one may still find themselves unable to flee. Conversely, against a weak opponent, it may not even be necessary to use. Unlike your new martial soul, which can be utilized without hesitation at night, Shui Yuer offered a differing perspective. By the way, now that Zhuqing's martial soul has transformed into the reincarnation cat of misfortune, does that not imply she can no longer combine her martial soul with Dai Mubai's white tiger martial soul? Upon mentioning this, Shui Yuer exhibited a trace of schadenfreude, though it was not directed at Zhu Zhuqing, but rather at Dai Mubai. Even if my martial soul remained the phantom cat, I would not fuse my martial soul with Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing stated flatly. Clearly, Zhu Zhuqing had become impervious to any emotional fluctuations regarding Dai Mubai. Jiangzhu's new martial soul is named the Sacred Scepter. Upon summoning her martial soul, a transparent protective shield appears within a 1-meter radius centered around her. This shield draws upon the soul master's soul power as its energy source and can withstand any attribute attack until the soul power is completely expended. Shen Sangxiong did not engage in the conversation between Zhu Zhuqing and Shui Yuer. After explaining the general characteristics of Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul, he turned his gaze to Jiangzhu. Capable of defending against any attribute attack, this is truly a coveted skill for support-type soul masters, Yi Lingling remarked enviously. You need not envy Jiangzhu. Your new martial soul, Chuangshi Shengtang, while lacking the protective shield of Jiangzhu, has significantly enhanced healing abilities. and the soul power consumed when using soul skills is merely half that of the Jiuxin Haidang martial soul, remarked Shun Sanqiu. And what about my new martial soul? Du Guyan inquired, curious about the unique capabilities of her new martial soul. Your new martial soul shall be named Ice Dragon King, Shun Sanqiu posited, considering it reasonable to name it after the energy transformed from the fallen Ice Dragon King. Does it possess any special abilities? Du Guyan asked, her face alight with anticipation. It grants immunity to ice attribute energy attacks. Furthermore, it has a frost domain. In addition, it emphasizes immense strength. This already qualifies as a divine-level martial soul, Shun Sanqiu elaborated. Yet, he felt a twinge of regret. Had Du Guyan been willing to cultivate under his protection within the Ice and Fire 2EI, her Ice Dragon King martial soul would undoubtedly have been even more formidable. However, cultivation within the Ice and Fire 2EI necessitated the presence of Hongguogua, which Du Guyan was reluctant to accept, leaving Shun Sanqiu with no recourse. It's my turn now, Water Yuer interjected, eager as Shun Sanqiu had finished introducing everyone else's new martial souls. Your new martial soul is named Wuxing Dolphin. Its unique ability is to grant immunity to energy attacks of the gold, wood, water, fire, and earth attributes, and it possesses a 5 elements domain. This too is a divine-level martial soul. Naturally, Shun Sanqiu prepared something splendid for his beloved. This little creature is surprisingly powerful, Water Yuer exclaimed, gazing at the vibrant dolphins swimming nearby, occasionally playfully approaching her. All right, we have been out for several days. It is time to return. After completing the mission, under Shun Sanqiu's directive, the group promptly retracted their new martial souls, tidied their belongings, and followed Shun Sanqiu away from the Ice and Fire 2EI. Night fell at Yuxian. Didn't I ask you to come to Lamba Academy during the day when you had time? Why didn't you show up? In a lavish yet uniquely adorned room, Tang Yuehua sat alone, lost in thought, unaware of Shun Sanqiu's entrance. Startled by his sudden voice, Tang Yuehua nearly lost her composure. You still haven't answer my question, Shun Sanqiu said, ignoring her glare as he settled onto her fragrant couch. You haven't been at Lamba Academy these past few days? Why would I go there? Tang Yuehua replied expressionlessly. How disobedient. I even brought you a gift. Shun Sanqiu said, producing a jade box. I don't want it, Tang Yuehua replied, not even glancing at the jade box in his hand. Really don't want it? Shun Sanqiu's lips curled into a playful smirk. No, she affirmed resolutely. Then it settled. I had intended to gift you a celestial herb to help your martial soul evolve into one that could cultivate, he sighed, pretending to retract the jade box into his storage soul guide. Wait. Upon hearing that it was a celestial herb, Tang Yuehua immediately called for a halt. What is it? Shun Sanqiu, amused internally, feigned disappointment on the surface. Is what's in that jade box truly a celestial herb that can help my martial soul evolve? After a moment's hesitation, Tang Yuehua could no longer resist the temptation of cultivation and asked, Of course. Just take a look, Shun Sanqiu replied, opening the jade box to release a fragrance that enveloped Tang Yuehua in comfort. You genuinely intend to give me this celestial herb? It's worth a staggering 100 billion comparison points, she mused, her heart unsettled. No, you're mistaken. To me, you are the true priceless treasure. Shun Sanqiu said earnestly, gazing at Tang Yuehua. Such words had been uttered to her countless times before, yet she had never taken them to heart. However, hearing them from this young man, who could be her grandson, momentarily left her in a daze. Take it. I specifically chose this for you, Shun Sanqiu insisted, extending the jade box toward her. After several seconds of hesitation, Tang Yuehua silently accepted the box from Shun Sanqiu. She understood that no matter what she said, her words would seem feeble in comparison. Yuehua, Shun Sanqiu said, smiling as he grasped her delicate hand and pulled her onto the couch. I have accepted your gift. It's getting late. You may leave now. However, this time, Tang Yuehua did not resist Shun Sanqiu's grasp, but instead lowered her head and declared, I will not leave tonight. The atmosphere had escalated to such a degree that Shun Sanqiu would not depart even if he were forced. Thus, under Tang Yuehua's gentle persuasion, Shun Sangqiong successfully crossed another threshold. Chapter 178. Departure from the Four Elements Academy. Xiao Wu's new attire, once again. Several hundred words have been deleted, but I have supplemented the new content. The moon rabbit sank in the west as the golden crow ascended in the east, revealing the dawn's light at the horizon. Yuehua, upon my return, do not forget to refine and absorb that celestial herb. I will come tomorrow to assist you in hunting for soul rings, Shun Sangqiong reminded, glancing at the exhausted Tang Yuehua, who struggled to keep her eyes open. I understand, she replied hoarsely. By the way, have you practiced over the years? Shun Sangqiong inquired. Initially, I refused to believe I could never surpass level 9, so I practiced daily. After 5 years of relentless effort, I realized that no matter how hard I tried, my soul power level would not exceed level 9. In despair, I ceased my cultivation. She recounted. Previously, Tang Yuehua would have avoided discussing this topic, but now, with the hope of evolving her martial soul through the celestial herb, she felt inclined to reminisce about her struggles. All right, since it's still early, let us take a moment to rest, Shun Sangqiong suggested, sensing her weariness. She nodded, warmth blossoming in her heart as she smiled and closed her eyes. At noon, in the first private room of the Lamba Academy cafeteria, Brother Sangqiong, I will return to Tianshui Academy after lunch, Water Yuer said, her face clouded with disappointment as she shot a resentful glare at the seated Shui Bing. Your Tianshui battle team has been out for quite some time. It is indeed time for you to return. Don't worry, we will see each other every 7 days henceforth. Furthermore, if I have time, I will also visit Tianshui Academy to see you, Shun Sangqiong comforted, affectionately brushing Water Yuer's hair. All right, it seems that is the only option. However, we have made a pact that you will visit me at Tianshui Academy when you have time, Water Yuer said, first frowning and then brightening. Indeed, a young woman should not linger too long at home. Meanwhile, Shui Binger observed her sister, who had been in a quarrel with her for quite some time, being effortlessly appeased by Shun Sangqiong with just a few words, prompting her to emit a sigh reminiscent of those typically expressed by parents. Shui Yuer, dismissing her sister's sentiments, merely scoffed and chose to disregard them. Shun Sangqiong, shall we consider advancing our plan to undertake missions in another realm? To date, the Hua family has assisted my brother and me in accumulating 500,000 points. I estimate that in about a month, we will be close to the 400,000 points my brother and I require. At this moment, Hua Wu interjected. I am indifferent. As long as you have sufficient points on your end, it matters not whether it is 3 months or 1 month from now. For Shun Sangqiong, it remains the same. Very well. I shall inform Yao Zi and the others in the bullet chat area. Hua Wu nodded. I cannot fathom why some individuals would be willing to sell their comparative video points. Do they not understand that possessing points signifies a promising future? Although Bai Chunxiang lacks wealth, she has never contemplated selling her points. You are a scion of a prestigious family. Naturally, your actions differ from those of ordinary folk. For those unable to cultivate, acquiring coveted items with points may take decades. Yet, how many decades can an ordinary person hope to have in a lifetime? Thus, rather than waiting until old age to exchange points for something they desired decades ago, it would be more prudent to sell their points now to enjoy a more comfortable present. Jiang Zhu's mother was an ordinary person unable to cultivate. Hence, she clearly understood the mindset of ordinary folk. Yet, you are mistaken. During the most challenging times for our Min family, we often went hungry for days, lagging behind beggars, let alone competing with ordinary people. Even so, we never considered selling our cultivation resources. Bai Qinxiang's previous frailness was merely a result of her childhood experiences of intermittent hunger. It is only since she joined the inner court of Lanba Academy that her concerns regarding sustenance have diminished, allowing her to gain a little weight. I believe the crux lies in differing mindsets. Even the most destitute noble families foster a vastly different education within their ranks compared to that of ordinary individuals. Shui Binger shook her head. Perhaps. In this regard, Jiang Zhu had to concede that Shui Binger made a valid point. Since becoming a soul master, she had encountered some scions of noble families at the academy, albeit from lesser clans, yet their perspectives were indeed worlds apart from those of ordinary people. As the gathering continued, Filled with laughter, the banquet gradually approached its conclusion. Brother Sangxiong, remember to think of me every day. At the gates of Tiando City, Shui Yuer turned back to wave goodbye to Shun Sangxiong repeatedly. Certainly, Shun Sangxiong reciprocated the gesture. Enough, it is not as if we are parting for eternity. Shui Binger pulled Shui Yuer into the carriage. How irritating. You must remember, I am the elder sister, and it is my role to look after you, not the other way around. As the carriage began to move, Shui Yuer's voice of discontent could be heard from within. Youth is truly wonderful. Lu Erlong observed the retreating carriage, listening to the sounds of merriment from within, and sighed. You are not that old yourself. At this moment, Shin Sanxiong would not act foolishly. Ha! You certainly have a way with words. Let us return now that the carriage has departed. With that, Lu Erlong turned and led the way back to Lanba Academy. Xiao Wu, your attire is quite lovely, far more appealing than the previous pink outfit you wore. Upon hearing this, Shen Sangxiong nodded and focused his attention on Xiao Wu. It was Ning Rongrong and Yuer who insisted on taking me shopping. They paid for everything. Xiao Wu felt slightly bashful. Money is trivial. The key point is, you look truly beautiful in that outfit. One might say that your current ensemble perfectly reflects your standing on the Rouge rankings. Ning Rongrong remarked. Indeed, the silver-pink attire is strikingly similar to what you wore in the comparative video as you matured. Rongrong is correct. This appearance befits your ranking on the Rouge rankings. Shen Sanxiong wholeheartedly agreed. Chapter 179. Preparing to assist A-Een in transformation. It seems something is amiss. I just realized we are missing a bunny cloak. With that cloak, Xiao would not only be beautiful but also exceedingly adorable. Pausing, Shen Sanxiong pondered another matter. The comparative video was released not long ago. The merchants in Tiando City have yet to replicate all of the garments worn by Xiao Wu in the video. However, last night, when we took Xiao Wu shopping, we did place an order for 100 bunny cloaks with the finest merchant in Tiando City. Ning Rongrong stated. 100 is far too many. I could never wear them all. Xiao Wu expressed a hint of helplessness. It does not matter. They're not expensive after all. Ning Rongrong shrugged. I wonder if we will one day have our own exclusive outfits. I have a feeling that Xiao Wu's current silver-pink attire and that light pink bunny cloak were designed specifically for her. Bai Qinxiang expressed her anticipation. Who can say? Though that said, Ning Rongrong shared a similar hope in her heart. Now that Xiao Wu possesses an ensemble that accentuates her beauty and charm, she naturally desires an outfit that highlights her own unique traits. By the way, Shun Sangxiong, when I went to water A-Een today, she asked me when you plan to help her transform. At this moment, Bai Qinxiang suddenly recalled a yin situation. I shall speak with her shortly. Even if A-Een did not inquire, Shun Sangxiong intended to assist her with her transformation in the coming days. Very well, I will leave this matter to you. Bai Qinxiang nodded. You brought back Tang Hao's wife? Hearing Bai Qinxiang and Shun Sangxiong discuss A-Een, Dugian's expression became peculiar. She recalled the reasons and evaluations regarding Shun Sangxiong's standing on the scum rankings. Indeed, it is unsafe for A-Een to remain in that place, Shun Sangxiong remarked. Is that so? Dugian's expression grew even more peculiar, silently lamenting. I believe it is far less safe for A-Een to be by your side. What problem could there be? Noticing Dugian's increasingly strange demeanor, Shun Sangxiong inquired. None. Dugian contemplated. Never mind. After all, Tang Hao is not a good person. It is quite fitting that he has been slighted by Shun Sangxiong, as this indirectly avenges my Dugu family. Amidst the conversations of the crowd, Shun Sangxiong and his companions returned to Lanba Academy. Following Lu Erlong, he went to his office to attend to academy matters, while Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and others retreated to their dormitories to cultivate. Shun Sangxiong, feeling bored, also returned to his exclusive courtyard on the back mountain. A-Een, how have you been these days? Upon entering the courtyard, Shun Sangxiong kicked aside the Siberian husky that was wandering near A-Een and sat down, gently stroking a yin's leaves. Quite well. The girl named Bai Qinxiang is very devoted to me. A-Een conveyed a wave of mental energy. She is kind and was the only one in my team who truly cared for you. This was precisely why Shun Sangxiong entrusted the task of caring for A-Een to Bai Qinxiang. For, aside from Bai Qinxiang, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu were indeed unsuitable for this responsibility. If entrusted to Ning Rongrong, it was uncertain how a Yin would be treated. If given to Xiao Wu, with her carefree nature, it was likely that a Yin would soon be forgotten in a corner. She is kind, yet you continue to bully her? A Yin's tone turned somewhat displeased as she spoke of this matter. Well, have I ever bullied her? Who told you that? Shun Sanxiong replied, speechless. I saw it with my own eyes. You frequently make her do this and that. What Yin did not mention was that by Qinxiang often murmured to herself when alone, and having witnessed everything firsthand, she naturally sided with Bai Qinxiang. What do you know? I asked her to work for her own benefit, Shun Sangxiong explained. Not to mention, aside from Lu Erlong and Xue Yuer, Bai Qinxiang has received the most benefits from me. It was indeed true that Shun Sangxiong took pleasure in teasing the dual ponytail Bai Qinxiang. And it was also a fact that he wished to assist her. If he wished to help Bai Qinxiang, why not simply give her the benefits directly? Yin remained as innocent as ever. Without merit or toil, it is naturally no problem to grant benefits occasionally, but if done frequently, it may instead cause Bai Qinxiang distress. Shun Sangxiong sought to educate this naive little grass, who had already faced downfall once, yet showed no signs of progress. Yin fell silent. After Shun Sangxiong's reminder, she began to reflect. She placed herself in the situation, thinking that if someone continually bestowed benefits upon her, over time, it would indeed create discomfort. If she liked that person, it would be acceptable. At worst, she would offer herself in return. However, if she did not like that person, she would likely feel inferior in their presence forever. As the saying goes, great kindness begets great enmity. All right, let's not speak of these matters any longer. Now, I shall assist you in transforming, Shun Sangxiong declared. Have you devised a way? Upon hearing this, a Yin spirit was immediately invigorated. In truth, since the introduction of the function to exchange points for items through comparison videos, it has become exceedingly simple to augment one's cultivation lifespan, provided one possesses sufficient comparison video points. However, the reason for the increased difficulty in a Yin's transformation was that her soul rings remained with Tang Hao and could not be reclaimed. Nonetheless, as fate would have it, I possess a divine herb named Luan Hui. It can prove beneficial to you. As he spoke, Shun Sangxiong produced a red divine herb. Why do I sense something amiss with this divine herb? Yin excitedly sensed the herb that was said to aid her, yet after a moment, she felt perplexed. It is a poisonous divine herb. This is also why I had obtained those divine herbs from Douluo long ago, yet delayed in preparing to assist you in transforming until now, Shun Sangxiong elucidated. Poisonous? A Yin's leaves, which had been trembling with excitement, came to a standstill. Indeed, Shun Sangxiong nodded. Are you confident? Yin remained silent for a moment before inquiring. Yes, as long as we use this bind as a guide. Supplemented with other medicinal materials, we can suppress the side effects of Luan Hui. With this, Shun Sangxiong produced another divine herb and waved it before Yin. Isn't this a bit extravagant? We have no relationship, and yet you present me with 2 divine herbs worth billions of points. I fear I may never be able to repay you. Yin expressed excitement mixed with hesitation. Do not worry. This is a promise I made to you when I brought you to Lamba Academy. Shun Sangxiong waved his hand, showing no signs of regret. When shall we commence? As soon as the question left her lips, Yin felt a twinge of embarrassment. For just a moment ago, she had been pondering whether it was too extravagant. Yet now she appeared eager. Perhaps in 7 days. I have yet to procure some auxiliary medicinal materials. It was only after visiting the Binghuo Liangyi that I stumbled upon these 2 divine herbs and suddenly conceived this unconventional method, Shun Sangxiong mused, providing a definitive timeline. Thank you. Under the curious gaze of the tilting husky, the 2 exchanged a lingering look, and Yin emitted an indescribable wave of energy. The following noon, at Yuxian, the absorption of the divine herb has been going smoothly, I trust. Shun Sangxiong swaggered into Tang Yuehua's chamber, observing her as she organized her luggage. Very smoothly, Tang Yuehua did not turn back, placing a beautifully crafted suitcase into her storage soul guide. That is good to hear. Do you need to prepare anything else? If not, we can depart now, Shun Sangxiong suggested. Let us go. I'm all set. Tang Yuehua was already prepared. Yesterday, she had been so exhilarated by the evolution of her martial soul that she had only dozed off around 5 in the morning, which was why she awaited Shun Sangqiong's arrival while still organizing her belongings. I am unsure of your current soul power level. However, barring any unforeseen circumstances, reaching level 20 should not pose a problem. As they descended the stairs, Shun Sangqiong sensed Tang Yuehua's soul power and discovered her energy fluctuations far exceeded the limit of level 10. Could it truly be that high? Tang Yuehua was aware that divine herbs were precious, yet she did not fully grasp the advantages of absorbing them or what they represented. You underestimate the efficacy of divine herbs. Not only can they evolve your martial soul, but they also enhance soul power levels. Coupled with your original level 9 soul power, it is entirely plausible that your soul power will soar to level 20 upon absorbing your first soul ring. Shun Sangqiong recalled that in the original narrative, the members of Shrek Academy typically experienced an increase of 5 to 6 levels after absorbing those divine herbs. Moreover, it was crucial to note that at that time, the soul power levels of the Shrek's 7 monsters were already in the range of 20 to 30, necessitating significantly more soul power to ascend those 2 realms compared to the energy required for a soul master to elevate their level by around 10 levels. If that is indeed the case, then my debts to you are ever increasing, Tang Yuehua said with a complex expression. There is no need to overthink it. If you truly wish to repay me in some manner, then simply perform well during the game. As she spoke, Shun Sangtian's gaze swept over Tang Yuehua. Liu Mong. Noticing this, Tang Yuehua shot Shun Sangtian a glance and quickly took a few steps to leap onto the carriage. Young Master Shun, where are we headed? At that moment, the coachman, seeing that Shun Sangtian had also jumped onto the carriage, hesitated for a moment before directly asking Shun Sangtian instead of inquiring about Tang Yuehua. To Hanhai City. Upon hearing this, Shun Sangtian nodded in satisfaction at the coachman, appreciating his understanding. Are we not supposed to hunt for soul rings? What purpose do we have in going to Hanhai City? Tang Yuehua looked at Shun Sangtian, who had lifted the carriage curtain, perplexed. We're going to hunt for the soul rings of the sea soul beasts. Those creatures are the beasts of the sea god, and it brings great joy to Shun Sangtian to slay them. At least, before the sea soul beasts completely rebelled against the sea god, they were regarded as adversaries in Shun Sangtian's eyes. Why complicate matters? Why seek far when we can have what is near? Surely there are suitable soul rings for me in the Stardew Forest. Tang Yuehua could not comprehend why Shun Sangtian would choose the more distant Hanhai City over the closer Stardew Forest. I detest the sea god, and those sea soul beasts are his subordinates. Do you understand? This is no secret, and Shun Sangtian would not conceal it. I see. Tang Yuehua recalled having seen Shun Sangtian's disdain for the sea god through comparative videos, yet she had not anticipated that his aversion had escalated to such a degree. By the way, you have yet to see my new martial soul. Have you? As she spoke, Tang Yuehua summoned her new martial soul. This should be the Zhouqian Xianzheng martial soul, a control-type martial soul belonging to the category of musical instruments. It suits you far better than wielding the Haotian hammer to strike. Shun Sangtian possessed a celestial herb that could restore Tang Yuehua's martial soul to its original form as the Haotian hammer. However, the image of such a stunning beauty wielding the Haotian hammer was simply too jarring for Shun Sangtian, and he quickly dismissed the thought. Do you recognize this martial soul? Tang Yuehua had only attempted to understand the basic abilities of her new martial soul the previous day, but she was unaware of its other fundamental properties. Indeed, I have. When I was young, I read a book titled Dalu, Martial Soul Compendium. However, I must reiterate, this knowledge is merely a fabrication I have woven from the comparative video character analyses. Oh right, this was mentioned in the comparative video. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua nodded, not harboring any doubts. Although your new martial soul is not a divine-level martial soul, it will still grant you a Xianing domain. Shun Sangtian explained. A Xianing domain? No wonder. I was puzzled as to why I always felt a shift in my surroundings whenever I summoned this new martial soul. It turns out to be related to the domain. Tang Yuehua realized. In fact, Tang Yuehua's original martial soul also possessed a domain. But she was acutely aware of how rare martial souls with innate domains were, so she had not considered that aspect before. The Xian domain will gradually expand as your strength increases. Within the Xian domain, opponents are utterly incapable of defending against your soul skills and can only rely on their own strength to endure. Possessing a Xian domain can be considered a unique ability of your martial soul, Shun Sangtian added. To be honest, I was originally content with merely receiving an ordinary martial soul suitable for cultivation. Yet, you have bestowed upon me such a grand surprise. At this moment, Tang Yuehua felt a genuine urge to perform exceptionally well during the game. Chapter 181. Announcement of the team rankings just as Tang Yuehua's heart was in turmoil. The voice echoing across the two worlds of Douluo Dalu once again resonated. Today, we shall announce the positive rankings of the team leaderboard and the fifth comparative analysis. Inside the carriage where Shun Sangtian and Tang Yuehua were seated, the announcement of new rankings and character comparisons was commencing once more. Another round of rankings and character comparisons? This comparative video is truly prolific. Shun Sangtian remarked, gazing at the sky where the comparative video was illuminating once again. I must say, this runaway golden finger is indeed diligent. Previously, when I read such novels in the original world, many golden fingers would only release a ranking or conduct a character comparison every 3 months, 6 months, or even a year or several years, unlike this one, which seems to create a stir every few days. At that moment, Tang Yuehua, who was lost in thought, suddenly burst into laughter upon hearing Shun Sangtian's critique of the comparative video. This was the first time she had genuinely laughed in front of someone other than her parents or Tang Xiao and Tang Hao since the failure of her Hao Ian Hammer martial soul awakening at the age of 6. What are you laughing at? Am I wrong? Shun Sangtian rolled his eyes. Yes. You're absolutely right, Tang Yuehua giggled, covering her mouth. This positive team leaderboard will be based on the final rankings of each team in this Continental Elite Soul Master Academy competition. We shall now announce the positive team leaderboard. 20th place, vacant. Team captain's reward. Permanent 10 increase in cultivation speed. Main team members reward. Permanent 5 increase in cultivation speed. Substitute team members reward. Permanent 1 increase in cultivation speed. Academy reward. Permanent 10 increase in cultivation speed for all current faculty and students of that academy. Note 1. If an academy sends multiple teams and achieves 2 or more team rankings, the academy rewards can be stacked. Note 2. A team may consist of a maximum of 10 members. Note 3. Participants in the elite competition must not exceed the age of 25. Variant, Douluo World. Tianshou Royal Academy's Chief Meng Shinji. This is bad. Our academy's team is missing 2 main members. It seems difficult to attain a good ranking. Variant, Douluo World. Xingluo Royal Academy's Chief Li Wudi. Difficult? Not at all. Even if your Tianshou Royal Academy team was at full strength, you would still struggle to secure a respectable ranking. If I may be blunt, with the subpar members from your Tianshou Royal Academy, I doubt your so-called main team would even pass the preliminaries without the advantage of guaranteed spots. Variant, Douluo World. Spirit Hall Academy's Dean Zhang Xinghe. This elite competition will eliminate all guaranteed spots. Everything will depend on one's strength to compete. Variant, Douluo World. Xingluo Royal Academy's Chief Li Wudi. We, the Xingluo Royal Academy, wholeheartedly endorse the proposal put forth by Dean Zhang of the Wuhuan Palace Academy. Dean Sparta of the Spartan Academy in the variant Douluo World 1. Our Spartan Academy also supports Dean Zhang's proposition. Dean Zhang Shui of the Lingfeng Academy in the variant Douluo World 1. Our Lingfeng Academy stands in agreement as well. The rewards for the competition are as follows. For the 15th place, the position is yet to be filled. For the team captain, a permanent increase of 60 in cultivation speed. For the main team members, a permanent increase of 30 in cultivation speed. For the reserve team members, a permanent increase of 6 in cultivation speed. For the academy, a permanent increase of 60 in cultivation speed for all faculty and students currently enrolled. For the 10th place, the position is yet to be filled. For the team captain, a permanent increase of 110 in cultivation speed. For the main team members, a permanent increase of 55 in cultivation speed. For the reserve team members, a permanent increase of 11 in cultivation speed. For the academy, a permanent increase of 110 in cultivation speed for all faculty and students currently enrolled. For the fifth place, the position is yet to be filled. For the team captain, a permanent increase of 160 in cultivation speed. For the main team members, a permanent increase of 80 in cultivation speed. For the reserve team members, a permanent increase of 16 in cultivation speed. For the academy, a permanent increase of 160 in cultivation speed for all faculty and students currently enrolled. For the third place, the position is yet to be filled. For the team captain, a permanent increase of 200 in cultivation speed. For the main team members, a permanent increase of 100 in cultivation speed. For the reserve team members, a permanent increase of 20 in cultivation speed. For the academy, a permanent increase of 200 in cultivation speed for all faculty and students currently enrolled. An anonymous individual from variant Douluo World 1 remarked on the sudden escalation of rewards. Another anonymous voice from the original Douluo World responded affirmatively, expressing surprise at the expectations that each rank increase would yield only a modest increment for the team captain's rewards. The first speaker noted that the distinction between the top 3 and subsequent ranks is significant. The first anonymous individual expressed concern regarding the number of teams that Lamba Academy would dispatch and the potential number of slots on the team ranking list. The second anonymous individual speculated that Lamba Academy would likely send at least 2 teams, one led by Ning Rongrong and the other comprised of Shun Tsangxiong and 9 others who would merely observe. The first anonymous individual expressed curiosity about Shun Tsangxiong's participation in the tournament, given his reputation as the strongest in the world. The second individual asserted that if Shun Tsangxiong were determined to compete, no one could hinder him. They acknowledged that past victories had yielded little beyond fame, but the introduction of ranking rewards could alter perceptions of participation. The first anonymous individual voiced support for Shun Tsangxiong's involvement, revealing a desire to join a competing academy, if not for age restrictions. The second individual mentioned that age would not be a barrier, as they would simply affiliate with the academy that offered the greatest cultivation speed boosts. Chapter 182. The fifth comparison begins for the second place. The position is yet to be filled. For the team captain, a permanent increase of 260 in cultivation speed. For the main team members, a permanent increase of 130 in cultivation speed. For the reserve team members, a permanent increase of 26 in cultivation speed. For the academy, a permanent increase of 260 in cultivation speed for all faculty and students currently enrolled. For the first place, the position is yet to be filled. For the team captain, a permanent increase of 350 in cultivation speed. For the main team members, a permanent increase of 175 in cultivation speed. For the reserve team members, a permanent increase of 35 in cultivation speed. For the academy, a permanent increase of 350 in cultivation speed for all faculty and students currently enrolled. The announcement of the team rankings is complete, and the rewards will be distributed in real time upon the conclusion of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. Inside the carriage occupied by Shun Tsangxiong, the question arose whether he would choose to participate in the elite competition given the recent announcement of the rankings. Tang Yuehua withdrew her gaze from the comparison video and inquired. Certainly, as some viewers in the comment section have suggested, Shun Tsangxiong is currently contemplating forming a team, intending to have Ning Rongrong by Chun Xiang, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Jiang Zhu constitute the second team, while Duge Yin, Yi Lingling, and Meng Iran will form the third team, aiming to secure the top 3 spots on the rankings. Tang Yuehua remarked that, given these considerations, the first place appears to be a foregone conclusion. Shun Tsangxiong nodded in agreement, acknowledging the confidence in his prospects. Tang Yuehua rolled her eyes dramatically, but noted that the timing of the announcement of the rankings serves as a timely boon, allowing all factions ample opportunity to strategize. Had the comparison video been released just days before the elite competition commenced or after its conclusion, many factions would have been left in a state of frenzy, unable to prepare adequately. As anticipated, representatives from major forces, including the Qibao Glaze sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and other significant organizations, gathered to strategize for the upcoming elite competition. The fifth comparison segment is set to commence, focusing on Shun Sanqiu. In the office of the Lamba Academy Dean, with a hearty laugh, Liu Eryong exclaimed that he had just heard the news about Bibi Dong preparing 3 high-grade soul bones for the championship team, suggesting that she must be confident in her Wuhuan Palace team's chances of victory. He speculated on what expression Bibi Dong might wear when she witnesses Shun Sanqiu's might during the finals. Shun Sanqiu, slightly exasperated, dismissed Liu Eryong's jesting remark, noting that their past grievances stemmed from Xiaogang, and since he is no longer connected to him, there is no need to dwell on Bibi Dong. Upon hearing this, Liu Erlong was momentarily taken aback, but soon burst into laughter, saying, "However, it is quite rare to witness a joke about Bai Dong. The absence of Yu Xiaogang does not prevent me from finding humor in her predicament. Be careful not to provoke Bai Dong. She may very well retaliate against you. You must understand, she has always regarded you as a rival competing for Yu Xiaogang's affections." Shun Sanqiu was well aware of the depths of Bai Dong's infatuation with Yu Xiaogang. Even if Liu Erlong refrained from mocking Bai Dong, it was likely that Bai Dong was constantly devising ways to eliminate Liu Erlong, whom she perceived as a romantic adversary. If Liu Erlong were to unwittingly provide Bai Dong with an excuse to create trouble, she might even wake up laughing in her sleep. I am now a peerless Dalu at level 99. If Bai Dong dares to trouble me, I shall ensure she understands why the flowers bloom so red. Liu Erlong clenched her fist. Bai Dong is far more formidable than you might imagine. Do not think that, as a mere level 99 peerless Dalu, you could stand against her. Even a demigod would find her a daunting opponent. Shun Sanqiu cautioned. Is she truly that powerful? Liu Erlong inquired skeptically. Let me put it this way. At the same level of soul power, only I can assuredly defeat Bai Dong. The only one who could potentially match her without a clear victor is Shui Binger from Tianshui Academy. Aside from that, even the likes of Poseidon, Qian Dalu, and Tang Chun, who are seasoned demigods, would find themselves easily subdued by Bai Dong. Shun Sanqiu stated, if she is so strong, why does her reputation differ so greatly from that of Tang Hao, who is of the same era? Liu Erlong pondered. She simply prefers to keep a low profile. Just as I do, apart from you, very few are aware of my true strength. As for Tang Hao's notoriety, it is entirely due to his foolish vanity. In fact, to indulge his desire for recognition, he even schemed against his elder brother, Tang Xiao. Shun Sanqiu's disdain was evident in both his expression and tone when discussing Tang Hao. Oh, Tang Hao schemed against his brother Tang Xiao? What is the story behind that? Liu Erlong's interest was piqued. The title of Haotian Duo, exclusive to the Haotian sect, should rightfully belong to Tang Xiao. Yet, Tang Hao somehow managed to usurp this title for himself. It is worth noting that the title of Haotian Duo has always been reserved for the current sect master of the Haotian sect. Tang Hao has no justification for claiming it. Shun Sanqiu could not help but express his contempt. Indeed, it seems to be the case. Hiss. I hadn't considered that point until you mentioned it. Could it be that the previous sect master of the Haotian sect intended for Tang Hao to be the next sect master, hence acquiescing to this matter? Liu Erlong's face was filled with curiosity. Chapter 183. The complete revelation of the efficacy of immortal herbs. Variant Douluo World Tianshui Academy, Shui Yuer. Brother Sanqiu is truly astute. He can conceive of matters that others have never considered. Variant Douluo World Qihua Academy Huowu. Shun Sanqiu makes a compelling argument. For someone else to use a title exclusive to the sect master is undeniably unreasonable. Variant Douluo World Wuming. Is it possible that since Tang Hao entered the realm of titled Duo before Tang Xiao, the title of Haotian Dalu fell to him? Variant Dalu World Wuming. You must be a devoted follower of Tang Hao. As I have stated, the title of Haotian Dalu belongs to the sect master of the Haotian sect. Even Tang Hao is not entitled to misuse it. Whether Tang Hao advanced to titled Dalu before Tang Xiao holds no relevance. Variant Dalu World Wuming. As Shun Sanqiu previously suggested, Perhaps there are no normal individuals within the Haotian sect. Our discussion here is ultimately futile. Let us continue to observe. Tang Xiao is no less capable than Tang Hao. Moreover, Tang Xiao is the eldest son. Unless the previous sect master of the Haotian sect was deranged, how could he possibly have passed the sect master position to Tang Hao? Shun Sangxiong shook his head, dismissing Lu Erlong's speculation. That may not be entirely accurate. Take the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, for instance. They have two brothers, Yu Qianxin and Yu Qianheng, competing for the position of the next sect master. The clan's challenge is based on who is stronger, not who is older. Lu Erlong countered, somewhat unconvinced. That is not the same. Though Yu Qianxin and Yu Tianheng are also direct descendants of the current generation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, they are not of the direct lineage of the clan head. This is why Yu Yuanjin allowed them to compete. Do you believe that if Yu Qianxin and Yu Tianheng were of the clan head's direct lineage, the clan's next master would undoubtedly be the elder brother, while the younger would not even qualify to compete? Shun Sangxiong asserted. Enough. I cannot argue with you. In any case, the truth behind why Tang Hao acquired the title of Haotian Duo, exclusive to the Haotian sect, is something we outsiders can hardly fathom. If what you suggest is true, that Tang Hao schemed against Tang Xiao, then aside from Tang Hao himself, even the unfortunate Tang Xiao would likely remain oblivious to the truth. Lu Erlong suddenly lost interest in this gossip, realizing a pressing question. Be honest, how do you know so much about Bai Bai Dong? Is there some hidden connection between you? In the past, whenever I inquired, you would skillfully divert the topic elsewhere. This time, I will not be led astray. Lu Erlong glared fiercely at Shun Sangxiong, exuding an air of determination that he must clarify matters today. I simply wish to convey that it is better to resolve enmity than to nurture it. Where did your thoughts wander? Moreover, in light of our relationship, Bai Bai Dong is in no way comparable to you. Shun Sangxiong protested vehemently. He has not even met Bai Bai Dong once. Even if he harbored such thoughts, it would be impossible at this stage. Lu Erlong disregarded Shun Sangxiong's first two statements, yet his third remark instilled a measure of belief within her. Her relationship with Shun Sangxiong had indeed grown intimate, and in this regard, she believed that Bai Bai Dong, a woman whose heart was solely devoted to Yu Xiaogang, could not possibly compare. Sangxiong, actually, I do not oppose your having other beautiful companions. However, such matters must be disclosed to me. Do you understand? Lu Erlong spoke with great seriousness. Rest assured, Shun Sangxiong nodded earnestly in agreement. Humph, the fox's tail has finally been revealed, still attempting to deceive me. Upon seeing Shun Sangxiong, Lu Erlong's expression darkened slightly, as she readily agreed without a second thought. When did you become so astute? Shun Sangxiong felt a bead of sweat form, feeling somewhat awkward. Let me tell you, Bai Bai Dong is no ordinary opponent. You must be cautious not to be exploited by her. This woman would go to any lengths for Yu Xiaogang, especially if she were to discover that the celestial herb could aid Yu Xiaogang in breaking the everlasting limitation of his soul power at level 29. She might employ every means necessary to obtain that herb. Lu Erlong was well aware of Bai Dong's mindset, as there was a time she too would stop at nothing for Yu Xiaogang. If she could offer enough benefits, what harm would there be in exchanging a celestial herb for it? Shun Sangxiong shrugged nonchalantly. You are quite generous. Did you not say that as long as one refines and absorbs any of these celestial herbs, they will possess the potential to become a deity? Lu Erlong remarked. You also mentioned that it must be a genius soul master who refines and absorbs it to attain such potential. But is Yu Xiaogang truly a genius? Shun Sangxiong scoffed. In the first variant of the Douluo world, an anonymous figure exclaimed, Wow, this celestial herb, upon refinement and absorption, can grant a genius soul master the potential to become a deity. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? If someone else had said this, I might have expressed doubt. But coming from Shun Sangxiong, I have no reason to disbelieve. In the second original Douluo world, another anonymous figure lamented, Why didn't I learn of this sooner? Otherwise, I could have secretly taken one of those celestial herbs before the poisoned Douluo transferred them. The poisoned Douluo, Dugabo, retorted, You little brat. You have quite the audacity to attempt stealing my celestial herbs. The anonymous figure stammered, I got carried away and revealed my thoughts. Senior Douluo, could you overlook that? Chapter 184. Shui Yuer traps Shui Binger in the first variant of the Douluo world. Shui Yuer from the Tianshui Academy declared, Brother Sangxiong, I will forever love you. I am deeply moved. I never anticipated that Brother Sangxiong would silently grant me such a significant advantage. This is the potential to become a deity. Shui Yuer does not consider herself worthy of such value. Moreover, on that day, not only did Shun Sangxiong provide her with the celestial herb, it seemed he also bestowed upon her some other incomprehensible benefits within that blue and red pool. In the first variant of the Douluo world, Shun Sangxiong responded, There is no need to be so excited. It is merely the potential to become a deity. Even if one truly becomes a deity in the future, the only commendable benefit is the possession of infinite longevity. In the first variant of the Douluo world, Shui Yuer asserted, I do not care. Brother Sangxiong is simply wonderful. I have made up my mind. As the next head of the Shui family, I shall betroth my sister Shui Binger to you, Brother Sangxiong. In the first variant of the Douluo world, Shui Binger protested, Sister, how long do you intend to trap me? You should be grateful to Shun Sangxiong. Why not marry him yourself instead of involving me? In the first variant of the Douluo world, Shui Yuer replied, I have already expressed my gratitude. However, such a significant favor cannot be repaid solely by me. You must also contribute to the repayment. In the first variant of the Douluo world, Huowu from the Chihua Academy remarked, The more I hear, the more I feel that the phrase to repay a favor sounds rather indecent. In the first variant of the Douluo world, Yao Zi from the Plan Academy questioned, Is Shui Yuer really going through this? In the first variant of the Douluo world, Shui Yuer retorted, You all do not understand anything. In the first variant of the Douluo world, Douluo finally realized why Shun Sangxiong once expressed a hope that he would not regret such words in the future. In the first variant of the Douluo world, Yin from the Lamba Academy commented, Grandfather, we are not a loss either. At least, Shun Sangxiong is infinitely superior to that selfish and ungrateful Tang San. In the first variant of the Douluo world, Douluo acknowledged, I certainly understand that. I'm merely feeling a bit sentimental. However, it is indeed rare for you, Yin, to speak in favor of Shun Sangxiong. In the first variant of the Douluo world, Yin clarified, Grandfather, do not misunderstand. I am simply stating the truth. Compared to that foolish and stingy Tang San, Shun Sangxiong has indeed provided our Douluo family with ample benefits. In the first variant of the Douluo world, by Chunxiang from the Lamba Academy side, I originally only knew that celestial herbs are priceless treasures that can enhance one's martial soul. Now, learning that refining and absorbing a celestial herb can grant the potential to become a deity elevates its value from priceless to an unparalleled rarity. How can I ever repay such a gift? In the first variant of the Douluo world, Shui Yuer suggested, by repaying a favor, of course. In the first variant of the Douluo world, by Chunxiang countered, if the celestial herb merely had the effect of enhancing martial souls, then repaying the favor might suffice to some extent. However, once the term potential to become a deity is mentioned, aside from the two unparalleled beauties ranked first on the Yenji list, no one else is truly worthy. In the first variant of the Douluo world, Jiang Zhu from the Lamba Academy advised, just do your utmost to assist the inner academy from now on. In the first variant of the Douluo world, Zhu Zhuqing from the Lamba Academy agreed, absolutely. In the first variant of the Douluo world, Meng Yiran from the Lamba Academy concurred. Sister Jiang Zhu is correct. Meanwhile, as the individuals from both worlds engaged in fervent discussions about the true efficacy of the celestial herb, the footage from the video continued to unfold. You Xiaogang despises being called useless more than anything. Your words are akin to pouring salt on his wounds. Fortunately, he did not overhear. Otherwise, he might very well retaliate with his little fists. Lu Erlong was also amused by Shun Sangxiong's repeated jests about Yu Xiaogang. Do not disgust me. The image of Yu Xiaogang hitting Shun Sangxiong's mouth with his little fists suddenly flashed in Shun Sangxiong's mind, causing him to shiver. Disgusted? You should be content. Bai Bai Dong wishes to experience a little of Yu Xiaojing's punches, but cannot even attain that. Lu Erlong chuckled softly, covering her mouth. You truly are not afraid of Bai Bai Dong confronting you? Shun Sangxiong sighed, exasperated. Oomph. I have often heard you extol the prowess of Bai Bai Dong. And just now, your admiration for her makes it seem as though she is invincible. I truly find it hard to believe she possesses such strength. Just wait. In the future, should the opportunity arise, I will not wait for Bai Bai Dong to confront me. I shall take the initiative to challenge her. This is not due to you, Xiaogang, but rather because Lu Erlong has noticed that Shun Songqiong appears to be more intrigued by Bai Bai Dong than by her. This realization has left Lu Erlong with a sense of discontent, feeling as though this woman, Bai Bai Dong, is omnipresent. I genuinely do not know what to say about you. At a loss for words, Shun Songqiong rose and pulled Lu Erlong into his embrace. Enough of those individuals. Let us discuss the selection of participants from Lanba Academy for the upcoming elite competition. After a moment of tranquil repose in Shun Songqiong's arms, Lu Erlong suddenly recalled that there were pressing matters to address. What is there to discuss? Ning Rong, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Jiang Zhu, Du Guyan, and that little cat girl, Lu Qingqing, will suffice. Shun Songqiong responded nonchalantly. That does not seem appropriate. Ning Rong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao are all students from Flanda Shrek Academy. Lu Erlong hesitated slightly. If Flanda is unwilling, we could have Rong and the others withdraw from Shrek first, and then join Lanba Academy. Shin Songqiong remarked with a hint of cunning. You are becoming increasingly mischievous. Lu Erlong lightly tapped Shun Songqiong's mouth. I am not being mischievous. I am merely considering the dignity of Ma Hongjun and the others. Just think about it. The training pace of the male students from Shrek cannot possibly keep up with the three of them. If we let them form a team, the audience will undoubtedly look down upon Ma Hongjun and his companions. Shun Songqiong explained with a feigned benevolence. Enough of this nonsense. Flanda has had a difficult time over the years. While I cannot be with him, I wish to assist him in realizing his dream within the academy. Lu Erlong shifted her previous stance. No, you were hesitating just now, and now you've done a complete 180. Who is truly spouting nonsense here? Lu Erlong's rapid change of expression nearly startled Shun Songqiong. What do you think? Lu Erlong narrowed her eyes, exuding a demeanor that suggested she would strike if Shun Songqiong spoke incorrectly. Very well, you win. Pray tell, what are your plans? Faced with Lu Erlong, who had raised him and was now turning the tables, Shun Songqiong could only concede. After all, he was not one to appear domineering while being cold-hearted. I propose we name our team the Lanba Shrek United Team. The main team members will be arranged as you suggested, and the substitutes will include Tang San, Daimu Bai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Tai Long, Huang Yuan, and Jingling. Seeing Shun Songqiong yield, Lu Erlong felt quite satisfied, and after contemplating, she spoke. Can we bring this many substitutes to the elite competition? Shun Songqiong inquired, confused. Yes, we can. Generally speaking, as long as the team's substitutes do not exceed 10. The organizers will turn a blind eye. Lu Erlong, as the dean, was well aware of this. In that case, let us proceed as you suggest. Shun Songqiong agreed. 3 days later. That will be all. The aforementioned list comprises the main team members and substitutes for the Continental Elite Competition. Shun Songqiong announced the agreed-upon list before the faculty and students of both Lanba Academy and Shrek Academy. Hold on. I am not satisfied. While I have no objections to Ning Rong and Zhu Zhuqing making it to the main team, why does that cat girl, whom we bought from the auction, also make the cut? As Shun Songqiong prepared to leave after announcing the list, Yu Xiaogang, with his hands clasped behind his back, stopped Tang San, who also wished to voice an opinion, and stepped forward, expressing his displeasure. Oh, what is it? Do you have an objection? Upon seeing Yu Xiaogang step forward, Shun Songqiong's lips curled into a slight smile, amused. Indeed, I do have an objection. I believe that Tang San, Daimu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar could easily replace Jiang Zhu, Du Guyan, and that cat girl. Yu Xiaogang, however, did not dare suggest that Shun Songqiong be removed from main team. Yet, when faced with Jiang Zhu, the cat girl Lu Qingqing, and Du Guyan, a defeated opponent of the Shrek 7, he showed no sign of politeness. Yu Xiaogang, what do you mean by that? In response to Yu Xiaogang's provocation, Du Guyan did not remain silent like Jiang Zhu and Lu Qingqing. Instead, she glared at him with a fierce expression. My meaning is simple. You are merely a defeated opponent of the Shrek 7. What qualifications do you have to be a member of the main team? This elite competition is Yu Xiaogang's opportunity to prove to the world that he is not worthless, and he will not allow anyone to undermine that. For this reason, he is willing to offend both Shun Tsangqiong and Du Gubo outrageous. Upon hearing this, Du Guyan was furious. She felt that Yu Tianheng's uncle was the epitome of shamelessness. Anyone with eyes could see that during the battle at the Soto Great Soul Arena, their royal battle team did not lose due to a lack of strength, but rather due to arrogance. If only their royal battle team had fought seriously against the Shrek team back then, they could have easily and joyfully defeated them. Enough. Since you are all dissatisfied, further words are pointless. Since everyone from the academy is present today, let us proceed with a battle competition right now. As long as Tang San and his companions can triumph over Du Guyan, Jiang Zhu, and Lu Qingqing, it will be perfectly acceptable to grant them the positions of the 3 female main team members. Since Yu Xiaogang insists on putting Tang San through some trials, how could Shun Tsangqiong refuse? Is this truly the case? Yu Xiaogang's eyes brightened. He certainly did not believe that his prized disciple would succumb to the trio of Du Guyan. His concern lay in Shun Tsangqiong's obstinacy, potentially denying Tang San even the slightest opportunity. After all, this is Lanba Academy, not the Shrek Academy where he holds sway. In front of so many spectators, could I still jest with you? Shun Tsangqiong scoffed disdainfully. Very well, the first to take the stage will be Tang San. Who will you send? Over the years, Yu Xiaogang had encountered such contemptuous glares too often to take Shun Tsangqiong's disdain to heart. Moreover, he believed that Shun Tsangqiong's concession was a victory in itself. I will step forward. Du Guyan, her heart ablaze with indignation due to Yu Xiaogang's comments, stood up with a determined expression. Very well, Yu Xiaogang nodded indifferently. He held great confidence in Tang San, convinced that he could easily overcome Du Guyan. In truth, when Yu Xiaogang referred to Du Guyan as a defeated foe of the Shrek team, it was not out of shamelessness, but rather a reflection of his inability to see why the Emperor Do team had lost. Otherwise, he would not have dared to show off before his nephew, Yu Tianheng. Chapter 186. Du Guyan publicly teaches Tang San a lesson. You might as well admit defeat. If your martial soul were not the Bai Lin Shi, you might have had a slim chance of victory. Alas, on the arena, Tang San's eyes momentarily flickered with a hint of disdain before he feigned a gentle demeanor and replied. As a disciple of the Tang sect, poison is one of their methods alongside hidden weapons, and in this regard, Du Guyan is completely outmatched by Tang San. Just as in the battle years ago in Suo Tua City, with a slight application of technique, he could easily nullify Du Guyan's seemingly formidable poison martial skill. Truly deserving of being master and disciple. Even their words are equally detestable. Du Guyan's anger swelled further. I merely spoke the truth, Tang San replied calmly. Very well. I hope you regret it later, Du Guyan retorted, her amusement turning to resolve as she summoned her new martial soul. Hiss, what is this martial soul of yours? No, wait. Could it be that you also possess a dual martial soul? As Du Guyan summoned her martial soul, Tang San, who had initially scoffed at her warning, suddenly felt a jolt of surprise, his expression shifting dramatically. Summon your martial soul. Do not make excuses if you lose later. Du Guyan was determined to publicly teach Tang San a lesson and would not strike before he had summoned his martial soul. As for Tang San's inquiries, she had no interest in answering. In another realm, the variant Douluo world, Inlong Wang Guyuna, is that truly the Ice Dragon King? Original Douluo world, Inlong Wang Guyuna. This martial soul indeed resembles the Ice Dragon King perfectly. But how can that be? Variant Douluo world, Lanba Inner Academy. Du Guyan, are you familiar with the Ice Dragon King? Variant Douluo world, Inlong Wang Guyuna. Indeed. Have you now become this martial soul? Variant Douluo world, Lanba Inner Academy. Du Guyan, yes. Variant Douluo world, Inlong Wang Guyuna. Can you tell me where this Ice Dragon King's martial soul originated? Variant Douluo world, Lanba Inner Academy. Du Guyan, I'm afraid I cannot. Variant Douluo world, Inlong Wang Guyuna. Since you are unwilling to share, so be it. Use it wisely. and do not tarnish its reputation. Even if Du Guyan remained silent, Guyan could surmise that this was certainly another scheme by Shun Tsangqiu. Variant Douluo World, Lanba Inner Academy, Du Guyan. Do not tarnish its reputation? What does that mean? Variant Douluo World, Inlong Wang Guyuna, alas. Guyuna sighed and began to recount the legendary tales of the Ice Dragon King in the barrage section. Meanwhile, as Guyuna narrated the saga of the Ice Dragon King word by word, Tang San in the video began to make new moves. Oomph. Even if you possess a dual martial soul, so what? Do you think I, Tang San, would fear you? As he spoke, a shadow flickered in Tang San's eyes. Were it not for the public setting, he would have surely unleashed his full arsenal against Du Guyan in solitude. Regardless, possessing a dual martial soul is a rare talent, and one Tang San alone suffices. Du Guyan is clearly superfluous. At this moment, Du Guyan had merely summoned her martial soul without invoking a soul ring, which led Tang San to underestimate her, believing he could easily control the situation. Truly more arrogant than I was before. With that, Du Guyan lost interest in further conversation and charged directly toward Tang San, delivering a powerful punch. You will soon find out if I am arrogant. Seeing Du Guyan's punch coming, Tang San's hands transformed into a silvery hue, countering with a punch of his own. Boom! The collision of their fists produced a deafening sound. However, in the next moment, the once cocky Tang San found his face paling as he was sent flying backward, leaving a trail of crimson in his wake. Is this all? How dare you utter such words about arrogance? Du Guyan suddenly felt that dealing with someone like Tang San, who relishes in posturing, was best handled with a fist. You, how could you have grown so strong? Tang San glared at Du Guyan, his face drained of color as she approached him step by step. I told you, you're even more arrogant than I was. Last time, at the Su'ada Great Soul Arena, had our Emperor Do team not been blinded by arrogance and fallen for your Shrek's trick, how could we have lost? You Xiaogang may be a fool for not recognizing this, but you, a genius who reached level 29 at the age of 12, cannot lack such insight. Du Guyan was genuinely perplexed as to whether Tang San truly could not discern the circumstances of that day, or if he was hypocritical enough to believe his own lies. My master is not someone you can casually criticize. Upon hearing Du Guyan label his master a fool, Tang San was instantly overcome with fury, struggling to rise and swinging his fist toward Du Guyan's face. In truth, Tang San had long since discerned that Yu Xiaogang possessed no genuine prowess. Otherwise, he would not have disregarded Yu Xiaogan's repeated admonitions and opted to absorb the soul rings of higher ages. However, Tang San was an individual exceedingly concerned with his reputation. He could not bear to have even a single blemish upon his life. Thus, even though he was already aware of Yu Xiaogan's ineptitude, he could do nothing but stubbornly defend him to avoid being ridiculed for his own foolishness. On the other hand, before Tang San could strike, Du Guyan preemptively delivered a resounding slap across his face. Enraged by this public humiliation, Tang San's eyes blazed with fury, resembling a wild beast poised to devour Du Guyan. He scrambled to his feet, retrieving all his hidden weapons and hurling them at her. These tactics are futile against me. Shun Sanqiong had long since informed Du Guyan about hidden weapons and trained her to counter them, so she remained completely unfazed by Tang San's assault. How could this be possible? As Du Guyan effortlessly evaded all of his attacks, Tang San, who had initially been brimming with confidence, was left wide-eyed in disbelief. There's nothing impossible. I simply did not expect that, during what was merely an ordinary soul duel, you would resort to such malicious hidden weapons against me. As she spoke, Du Guyan picked up several fallen longshu needles from the ground after demolishing the arena's railing, a cold smile gracing her lips. What do you intend to do? For some inexplicable reason, upon seeing the smile on Du Guyan's face, Tang San felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively stepped back. It is nothing. I merely wish to return the favor in kind. Without waiting for Tang San to react, Du Guyan swiftly kicked him down and stepped forward, pinning him to the ground with her foot. Then, under Tang San's horrified gaze, she plunged all the longshu needles into his body. The next moment, Tang San's shriek echoed throughout the Blue Tyrant Academy. Cease this. It was only then that Yu Xiaogang snapped back to reality, having been momentarily stunned by Tang San's swift defeat. ignoring his own meager strength. He leapt onto the arena and rushed toward Tang San. You are far too vicious, you little underachiever. Regardless of the circumstances, you and Tang San are classmates. How could you bear to strike him so mercilessly? This cannot stand. I must revoke your eligibility to compete. Allowing someone as malicious as you to represent the Blue Tyrant Academy and Shrek Academy in the Elite Tournament would only tarnish the reputations of both institutions. After all, in significant events like the Elite Tournament, friendship comes first and competition second. Strength alone does not grant one the right to act with impunity. Having examined Tang San's injuries and witnessing the numerous swollen wounds on his body, Xiaogang furiously pointed at Du Yan, entirely disregarding the truth of the situation, as he laid all the blame squarely upon her. You seek death. Du Yan was no pushover. Upon hearing Xiaogang's twisted accusations and his insolent remarks, she retaliated with a flurry of punches and kicks. In comparison to the scene depicted in the video, this behavior is entirely inconsistent with Du Yan's character. Based on my understanding of her, had Xiaogang dared to insult her, she would undoubtedly make him regret it profoundly. Indeed, the Du Yan in the video is so benevolent that I scarcely recognize her. Although she was reprimanding Xiaogang, her actions were remarkably restrained, only causing him discomfort. Du Yan, have you become arrogant, or do you believe I am incapable of wielding a blade to dare concoct such fabrications about me? However, the Du Yan portrayed in the video did indeed hold back too much. To insult me as an underachiever was deserving of far worse. I suspect that perhaps Brother Xiaogang has influenced Du Yan's demeanor. That is impossible. Do not dismiss it so quickly. Observe how the Du Yan in our world remains silent in the face of such insults. Du Yan, do not speak nonsense. I simply find such baseless discussions unworthy of my time. While Shui Yuer and the two versions of Du Yan conversed, a new scene emerged in the comparison video. At that moment, Tang San, taking advantage of Du Yan's focus on reprimanding Xiaogang, grit his teeth against the pain and stealthily launched another Longshu needle at Du Yan. In his fury and humiliation, he disregarded the public setting, aiming directly at her vital points. Du Yan, you have truly provoked my ire. Contrary to Tang San's belief, Du Yan had not devoted all her attention to Xiaogang. She had maintained a portion of her awareness on Tang San's every movement. Upon realizing that he sought her life, her anger flared. Without hesitation, Du Yan retaliated, catching the Longshu needle he shot and hurling it back at him with precision. This time, Tang San's wail pierced the heavens. If the three of you are unconvinced, you may step forward to challenge me. I shall grant you the opportunity to strike together. Having incapacitated Tang San, Du Yan ignored Xiaogang, who was wailing beside him, and fixed her cold gaze on Dai Mubai and his companions. No. We concede. Faced with Du Yan's icy glare, Dai Mubai and his companions shivered, hastily shaking their heads in acknowledgement of her superiority. It was evident that Du Yan was in a furious state. They had no desire to provoke her further, fearing that she might incapacitate them as well. Du Yan, do you understand what you're doing? Do you even comprehend Tang San's identity? Just wait. Your entire Du family will be plunged into irreparable ruin due to your actions today. Having spoken, Xiaogang hoisted the unconscious Tang San onto his back and limped away from the Blue Tyrant Academy. This is the Du Yan I recognize. Indeed, this poor Tang San is truly pitiable. Whether in the comparison video or in reality, he cannot escape the fate of being rendered powerless. In the variant Douluo world, an unnamed individual mused, Tang San has been incapacitated. I wonder if Tang Hao will seek trouble with Du Yan. Another voice responded affirmatively. Certainly. After all, he is, in a sense, half his own child. If someone bullies him, how could a father not stand up for his son? The first speaker continued. If Tang Hao intends to confront Du Yan, he will undoubtedly encounter Shen Sanqiu. Amidst their previous clash in Tiando City, this time I shall witness it. Chapter 188. A comparison video of Tang Hao's fall. The video continues. Night. Outside the dormitory of Du Yan at Lamba Academy. It's so late. What are you doing lingering outside my door? Du Yan inquired, opening the door to find Shen Sanqiu perched on a tree. Naturally, I am waiting for Tang Hao. Shen Sanqiu replied. Are you so certain he will come tonight? Yan's brow furrowed slightly. That lad is quite protective of his own. Do not think that just because you have incapacitated Tang San, he will not come to settle the score with you. Even for something as trivial as a light slap on Tang San's ear. Tang Hao has been known to confront Zhao Wujuan over injuries inflicted on Tang San during the Shrek Academy's entrance examination, let alone the matter concerning Yan. Do you have confidence in facing Tang Hao alone? Should I call my grandfather for assistance? Yan was aware of Shun Sangxiong's formidable strength, but remained uncertain of its true extent. If it were anyone else, she would not doubt their capability against Shun Sangxiong. However, facing the renowned Hao and Dalu Tang, Hao left her apprehensive. No need. You should go to sleep. Shun Sangxiong waved his hand dismissively. Sleep? Oof. I advise you to savor this last moment of wakefulness. Otherwise, once you are gone, even if you desire to awaken, it will be impossible. Before Yan could respond, a chilling voice suddenly resonated, sending shivers down their spines. Finally, you have arrived. Hearing this arrogant proclamation, a smirk crept across Shun Sangxiong's lips. You knew I would come? Tang Hao halted, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily, fearful that this was a trap. Tang Hao, there's no need to look around. It is just Yan and myself here. Shun Sangxiong descended from the tree, stating, knowing I would come, and even my identity. Yet you chose not to inform the Wuhuan Hall, instead opting to wait for me here. What should I say about you? After a moment of observation, realizing there were no ambushes, Tang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. I understand your grievance as the father of the incapacitated Tang San. However, do you know the circumstances of what transpired? Do you comprehend the anger that led to Tang San's incapacitation? At this, Yan interjected. I need not know the details or the reasons. All I know is that you have harmed my son. For that, I will demand your life as restitution. Seemingly incensed by Yan's words, Tang Hao's aura surged powerfully, and a pitch-black hammer materialized before him. Now I understand why Tang San is so despised. It is all inherited from you. Who would have thought that the illustrious Hao Dalu Tang Hao secretly embodies such a morally ambiguous character? Yan chastised. Regardless, if Shun Sangxiong could triumph, even if she scolded fervently, Tang Hao would be left helpless. Conversely, if she could vent her frustrations before her demise, she would have no regrets. Boldness indeed. Initially, Tang Hao intended to instill profound fear in both Yan and Shun Sangxiong through words. Yet, he found himself chastised by Yan instead. Consequently, he abandoned his previous strategy and launched a direct assault with the Haotian hammer towards Yan. Your opponent is me. Witnessing Tang Hao's hammer strike aimed at Yan, Shun Sangxiong enveloped her with one arm, while effortlessly countering Tang Hao's furious blow with the other. What? Tang Hao, who had initially been confident that a single strike would eliminate Yan, was taken aback upon seeing Shun Sangxiong block his attack with mere bare hands. I have absorbed your strike. Now, it is your turn to endure mine. Ignoring Tang Hao's grim expression, Shun Sangxiong smiled slightly, extending his index finger toward Tang Hao. You are too excessive. Despite being a dignified Haotian, Tang Hao felt humiliated at being so belittled by this peculiar youth, who only used a finger to attack him. Let me enlighten you. Excessive arrogance will lead to one's own destruction. Though shaken by Shun Sangxiong's single-finger strike, Tang Hao seized the opportunity presented by Shun Sangxiong's overconfidence, channeling all his strength and even detonating his ninth ring, intending to annihilate Shun Sangxiong in one fell swoop. Alas, Tang Hao ultimately underestimated Shun Sangxiong's power. As their finger and hammer collided, Tang Hao was sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth, and his Haotian hammer shattered into pieces. Tang Hao, do you still regard me as arrogant? Retracting his finger, Shun Sangxiong, with Yan still in his embrace, advanced toward the fallen Tang Hao. Cough, cough. Who exactly are you? Tang Hao gasped, incredulous as he regarded Shun Sangxiong, who was steadily approaching. Suddenly, he recalled something and exclaimed in horror. Could be your deity? Upon hearing Tang Hao's exclamation, Shun Sangxiong merely smiled noncommittally. No, I have many matters yet to attend to. I cannot fall here. I must flee. Seeing Shun Sanqiong neither confirm nor deny his suspicion, Tang Hao's pupils constricted. As he observed Shun Sanqiong's unwavering advance, his resolve hardened, and he unleashed his eighth ring's full power. Humph, you think you can escape? Have you not heard that one must accept their fate upon arrival? Facing the might gained from his eighth ring, as Tang Hao attempted a hasty retreat, Shun Sanqiong scoffed before glaring at him. In the blink of an eye, Tang Hao, who had been secretly rejoicing at the thought that Shun Sanqiong had not pursued him, was suddenly reduced to a mere pile of dust. Chapter 189. Shun Sanqiong's Mischief. Tian Shui Academy's Shui were. A brother Sanqiong, the phrase "since you are here, make yourself comfortable" does not quite fit here, does it? Shun Sanqiong of the Douluo world. Since you have arrived, let us bury you here. Doesn't that fit perfectly? Shui where? Ah, is that how the phrase is interpreted? Shun Sanqiong. Indeed, that is the correct interpretation. Shui where? All right, whatever brother Sanqiong says goes. Lu Erlong, Dean of Lamba Academy. Shun Sanqiong. You should refrain from reading absurd books and misinterpreting various maxims. If you are uneducated, do not lead others astray. By Chenxiang from Lamba Academy. Dean Lu. You have no idea. When Shun Sanqiong is in private, he spouts nonsense in front of me. For instance, he interprets at 30. One stands firm to mean that only when 30 people attack me together am I worthy to stand and confront them. He interprets at 40. One is not confused as meaning that even if 40 people attack me together, I can make them doubt their existence. The saying with parents present, do not wander far. If you must wander, have a plan is interpreted as, if you commit a crime, do not think of escaping, for your parents are still here. Even if you run away, there are ways to bring you back. Wu from the Academy of Blazing Fire. Shun Sanqiong is quite the prankster. Isn't. He truly doesn't show it on a regular basis. Feng Xiaodian from Xiaogang Academy. No. Wu, are you not focusing on the right issue? Shouldn't we be discussing the fall of Tang Hao as depicted in the comparison video? Wu, what is there to discuss about someone who was killed with a mere glance from Shun Sanqiong? His reputation is indeed outrageous, but when he strikes, one can only wonder what is going on. Tang Yuehua, the master of the Moon Pavilion. Sigh. Brother, you should keep your distance from Shun Sanqiong in the future. It would be best to avoid him for a lifetime. Meanwhile, the comparison video continued. Is this it? Has Tang Hao really vanished? Du Guyan stared blankly at the spot where Tang Hao had turned to dust, seemingly unable to believe it. What is there to be so shocked about? He was just a minor character. Dealing with him was as easy as pie, Shun Sanqiong remarked. Tell me honestly, just how strong are you now? Also, what did Tang Hao mean by God? Du Guyan inquired. I don't even know how strong I am at present. Regardless, someone like Tang Hao, who is merely a name without substance, cannot possibly harm me. As for what Tang Hao referred to as God, at this point, Shun Sanqiong paused and recounted some fundamental information about God to Du Guyan in detail. I always believed the legend of achieving divinity at level 100 was merely a beautiful lie. I never expected it to be true. Du Guyan was first astonished by Shun Sanqiong's strength, then was left utterly astounded by the information he had just shared regarding God. Well, the matter has been resolved. We can return to rest now. With that, Shun Sanqiong released Du Guyan. The scene shifted to the following morning. Today, the city of Tiando is truly bustling, Jiang Zhu remarked as she observed the throngs of people on the way to the elite competition venue. The elite competition is indeed a grand event held once every 5 years across the entire Douluo continent, hence the excitement. Du Guyan had witnessed such lively scenes numerous times throughout her life, and thus did not share Jiang Zhu's exuberance. Sigh, the more bustling it is, the more embarrassed I feel, Ning Rongrong lamented. Unlike Jiang Zhu, the students from Lamba Academy donned mysterious and striking blue-purple competition uniforms, while those from Shrek Academy wore uniforms that were simply appalling. One can only say that your dean has an exceptionally unique taste, Du Guyan thought, fully aware of what Ning Rongrong meant by feeling embarrassed. Stifling her laughter while also feeling fortunate that Shun Sanqiong and Lu Erlong were not like Flinder with his peculiar sense of humor. If it weren't for Dean Lu's persuasion, I would never have worn such an ugly and repulsive competition outfit. Look at Xiao Wu, who is usually so lively. Now she resembles a quail. keeping her head down and avoiding eye contact. To be honest, Ning Rongrong genuinely regretted wearing this competition outfit under Lu Erlong's advice. The outfit's design was passable, but the color was unbearable. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu, who had been keeping her head down since putting on the outfit, finally lifted her petite face and let out a wry smile. This is just the beginning. Let me share some good news. Flinder is currently out there securing various advertisements. It won't be long before your competition outfits feature all sorts of advertisements. Shun Sangxiong chimed in mischievously. What? This time? Not only did Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu exclaim in unison, but even Zhu Zhuqing, who had been silent, instinctively gasped. No way. I must go speak with my dean and have him buy up all the advertising space. Wearing an unbearably ugly uniform was already Ning Rongrong's limit. If the uniform were to sport random advertisements, she would have no face left to show. Rongrong, I support you. You could take care of this. Xiao Wu encouraged as she quickly voiced her support upon hearing Ning Rongrong's intentions. Rest assured, it's just a small matter. My dean dotes on me the most. The moment I ask, he will surely agree. Ning Rongrong patted her little chest confidently. Uh-huh. Xiao nodded vigorously. Chapter 190. Standing firm. Ning Rongrong from Lamba Academy. Phew. Thankfully, I have already joined Lamba Academy. Otherwise, I would truly be in tears over the hideous Shrek competition uniform in the comparison video. Xiao Wu from Lamba Academy. Me too. If I were made to wear such an ugly outfit, I would absolutely be too ashamed to face anyone. In the variant 1 Douluo world, Lamba Academy, Ma Hongjun expressed his frustration. It is truly vexing. You all have gone to Lamba Academy. Yet we are unable to escape. In the original Douluo world, Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun continued with a chuckle. Regardless, at least there are a few unfortunate souls from another world to share in our embarrassment. The dean of Shrek Academy, Flinder, remarked, Hongjun, it seems you harbor some dissatisfaction with the uniform personally designed by this dean, do you not? Ma Hongjun quickly replied, Not at all, dean. The uniform you designed is the most exquisite, right, Oscar? Oscar concurred, Ah, yes, indeed. In variant 1 Douluo world, an unnamed observer commented, How pitiable. Clearly, the Shrek uniform is atrociously ugly, yet they must deceive themselves into claiming it is beautiful. Bai Chunxiang from the original Douluo world mentioned, This might be why Dean Lu Erlong prefers to choose that useless Yu Xiaogang over Flinder. Just by comparing the uniforms of Lanba Academy and Shrek Academy in the videos, one can see their vastly different perspectives on certain matters. Flinder, having noticed Bai Chunxiang's remarks, was struck with a jolt, akin to being struck by lightning. Dean Lu Erlong of Lanba Academy interjected, Since the alternate version of me is unwilling to speak, I shall take it upon myself. Flinder, in a certain sense, Bai Chunxiang is correct. We have little common ground in many respects. Thus, from the moment I truly began to understand everything about you, I realized that we could never be together. Lu Erlong's words were not only meant for Flinder of the alternate world, but also for the Flinder of her own world. Flinder responded, Erlong, I believe I comprehend your meaning. As both versions of Flinder came to this realization, Shun Sangxiong and his companions arrived at the exclusive box of Lanba Academy. Fortunately, we have access to the contestants' passage. Otherwise, we would have no idea how long we would have to wait to enter. After settling onto the sofa, Ma Hongjun exhaled with relief. Indeed, Demingbai remarked, I just estimated that there are at least several thousand people queuing to enter. We are already quite late, he continued. Otherwise, we would have likely witnessed hundreds of thousands waiting to enter. During each elite competition, Dugu Yin always attends, so she is well aware of this. Wow, Ma Hongjun exclaimed. Hundreds of thousands, huh? Just the ticket sales alone must be staggering. The thought of such a crowd ignited a spark of excitement in Oscar's eyes. On the first day of the elite competition, there is always a warm-up match. I wonder which two academies will be drawn this time. Dugian expressed with anticipation. I hope one of them is our team, Ma Hongjun eagerly stated. If it is indeed our team, how do you plan to arrange the participants? Dugian inquired, looking towards Shun Sanxiao. Daimu Bai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Talon, Huang Yuan, Jingling, and myself, Shun Sanxiong replied after taking a sip of tea, contemplating for a moment. Since I promised Lu Erlong, I must provide the members of Shrek with an opportunity to compete. If you go up, what good will that do? Dugian rolled her eyes. I will only be there to support. Unless they cannot win, I will not intervene, Shun Sangxiong clarified. I see. That is indeed feasible. Du Guiyin nodded in agreement. The scene shifted. Suddenly, the sounds of fireworks erupted from outside. It has begun. Prepare yourselves. Once our team's name is announced, you will proceed along this path, Lu Erlong instructed, opening the box door and pointing to the left passage. With a series of booming fireworks, a woman's voice echoed throughout the entire Tiando Great Soul Arena. Welcome everyone to this year's All-Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. I am your host, Dodo. First, let us welcome the Snow Knight Emperor of the Tiando Empire. Dodo paused, smiling as she initiated applause. Next, we welcome the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, Salus. Again, Dodo smiled and gestured for applause. Finally, let us greet the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, along with the Sword Doa. It must be said that as the premier host of the Great Soul Arena, Dodo's hosting skills are simply unparalleled. With just a few words, she captivates the audience, making them feel like the center of attention. Now, she continued, we will invite all participating academies to make their entrance. Please direct your attention this way. The first team to appear is, of course, the members of the Tiando Royal Academy's second team, representing the Tiando Empire. Surely, everyone can see their imposing presence. I believe they will achieve commendable results in the upcoming matches, so let us await their performance. In truth, although the Tiando Royal Academy is often looked down upon by other prestigious Advanced Soul Master Academies, it still holds significant esteem in the hearts of the common populace. Immediately after Dodo concluded her introduction, the crowd erupted into cheers. Dodo remarked, your eyes are in for a treat. As the second team to take the stage is the Water Academy's water team. Those familiar with the Water Academy surely understood her implication. With a playful raise of her eyebrow, Dodo wore an expression that conveyed, you know what I mean. Chapter 191. The appearance of Lanba Shrek Academy Water Team. Water Girl Group. Water Team. Water Girl Group. Regardless of the time or place, the beauty of young maidens will always be the most captivating topic of discussion. As the 7 students of the Water Academy stepped out in their refreshing blue battle attire through the exclusive passage, the atmosphere in the venue reached its zenith. While our stature is elevated, we cannot compete with the popularity of these young, beautiful girls, Shui Yi remarked, turning to Ning Fengji with a playful tone. Ning Fengji, momentarily taken aback, offered a wry smile, unsure of how to respond. Are these spectators out of their minds? Tianshui Shuyuan is merely distinguished by its refreshing attire and attractive appearance. What is so remarkable about that? Is it truly worth such excitement? No wonder they remain ordinary throughout their lives, a group lacking even the slightest discernment. Meanwhile, a somewhat decent-looking female member of the Tiando's second team, who had been quite pleased moments ago, felt her irritation peak upon witnessing the overwhelming popularity of the Tianshui team, nearly shattering her silver tooth. I shall remember this grievance. When we encounter the Tianshui team in the preliminary rounds, we shall reclaim our honor. The captain of the Tiando's second team intercepted his girlfriend and declared with a cold gaze. In comparison to the Tianshui team, the Tiando's second team, appeared as mere embellishments, a fact that displeased their captain, whose heart was already narrow. In a variant Douluo world, Shui wearer of Tianshui Shuan remarked that the Tiando's second team has truly become arrogant, foolishly aspiring to regain their dignity in the preliminaries. Even the first team of Tiando Royal Academy would not dare to act so brazenly before Tianshui Shuan. What gives the second team the right? In the original Douluo world, Shui Yuera responded, attributing it to their lack of intelligence. Wu from Chihua Academy added that there was no need to pay heed to the foolishness of Tiando Royal Academy. When they meet in the elite competition, they can simply be dealt with directly. Feng Xiaotian from Xiaogang Academy concurred, stating that as long as they do not perish, they should be dealt with mercilessly. Do they truly believe that our 4 Elements Academy is to be trifled with, allowing any Tom, Dick, or Harry to bully us? Yu Shenheng of Tiando Royal Academy suggested to let the matter rest, as their true opponents are the Wuhuan Temple Academy and the academies from Xinghua. There is no need for infighting among ourselves. Rest assured, I will handle them for you. Shui wearer of Tianshui Shuan stipulated a 3-day time frame for him to teach them a lesson. Otherwise, they should amuse themselves without Tianshui Shuyan's involvement. Tianshui Shuyan, bold enough to defy the Wuhuan Temple, certainly does not regard Tiando Royal Academy or the Tiando royalty with any seriousness. The captain of Tiando Royal Academy's second team protested, questioning whether Tianshui Shuyan had gone too far. Yu Shenheng retorted sharply, silencing him. His expression darkened, realizing that Shui Yuer from another world was indeed correct. These students from Tiando Royal Academy displayed a concerning lack of intelligence. It is essential to recognize that Tianshui Shuyan is not merely a group of ordinary individuals to be bullied by Tiando Royal Academy. While they may not rival the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, they are, aside from the Wuhuan Temple and the top 3 sects, nearly a top-tier force. If they provoke Tianshui Shuyan, even the Tiando royalty may find it ineffective. The chief of Tiando Royal Academy, Meng Shinji, expressed his intent to bring the entire second team to Tianshui Shuyan to apologize the following day. At this moment, not only was Yu Shenheng deeply dissatisfied, but even Meng Shinji could no longer tolerate the situation. He had no desire to make an enemy of Tianshui Shuyan over trivial matters. Moreover, Tianshui Shuyan had done nothing wrong. Their popularity eclipsed that of the Tiando second team, and the entitled science used to arrogance were inexplicably hostile toward the women of the Tianshui team. This was, in itself, a sign of their own wrongdoing. Shui Lingwei, the vice president of Tianshui Shuyan, agreed, stating they would await their arrival. Meanwhile, the introduction of the next teams continued. Now, let us welcome the talents of Qihua Academy to the stage. As the women from Tianshui team took their positions, Douluo cheerfully announced, "Wu." The popularity of Qihua Academy was commendable. Though it could not surpass that of Tianshui Shuyan, yet it certainly exceeded that of Tiando's second team, especially when Wu, clad in fiery red, confidently strode into view. The crowd erupted into cheers. Next, let us welcome Xiaogang Academy to the stage. Following that, we invite Leitang Academy and Jiwu Academy. Douluo continued to introduce each academy in her unique hosting style. When she mentioned Jiwu Academy, it inevitably generated a stir. Although the main players of Jiwu Academy did not possess the breathtaking beauty of Tianshui Shuyan's 7 main players, they were still quite lovely. Particularly the captain and vice-captain of Jiwu Academy, whose appearances were not inferior to those of Tianshui Shuyan students. We are now about to witness a rather unique academy. They are a combined team formed by Lamba Academy and Shrek Academy. Now, let us welcome the talents of Lamba Shrek Academy to the stage. Dodo's voice rang out once more. Is it permissible for 2 academies to team up? Doesn't that seem a bit unfair to the other academies? If it truly were unfair, the other academies would have raised objections long ago. Do you think those academies are like us, just now discovering this? In fact, I find Lamba Academy to be quite honest. As long as they do not disclose it, who would know that their team is actually composed of 2 academies? What a peculiar situation. I'm not sure what is peculiar, but I feel nauseated. The uniforms of Lamba Shrek Academy are truly unappealing. Not to say that merely the green uniforms are unattractive. I find the blue-purple uniforms to be more aesthetically pleasing than any from previous academies. As the audience continued to criticize the uniforms of Lamba Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong and her companions, clad in Shrek uniforms, whispered amongst themselves, their faces flushed with embarrassment. "This is utterly mortifying," Ning Rongrong expressed, feeling as if she might burst. Indeed, Xiaowu echoed her sentiments. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, letting out a resigned sigh. Despite having developed a resilience to external mockery over the years due to her family circumstances, even she found it difficult to endure this moment. On the other side, Douluo, who had been smiling brightly, felt her expression falter upon seeing the uniforms of Lamba Shrek Academy. She chuckled awkwardly. It seems our Lamba Shrek Academy is quite the character. Struggling to suppress her laughter, Douluo feigned a smile. Unsure of how to proceed with her introduction in light of Lamba Shrek Academy's unconventional approach, the scene shifted. "Everyone, please be quiet. Due to the presence of the unconventional team, Lamba Shrek Academy, among this year's participating institutions, The organizing committee has decided to change the traditional single match on the opening day into 2 matches. One of these matches will be designated for Lamba Shrek Academy. Now, I invite the esteemed coach, Salas, to draw the opponents for Lamba Academy and the participants for the second match. The scene shifted once more. I hereby announce that in this elite competition of advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent, the first match will feature the Lamba Shrek Academy team against the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy. The second match will pit the Lamba Shrek Academy team against the Xiaogang Academy team. Please prepare for the matches. The first match will commence in 10 minutes. Having spoken, the somewhat fatigued Douluo descended to the resting area, intending to take a brief respite during the 10-minute interval. In the VIP area, Feng Ji remarked, "Salas is clearly up to something. Should we intervene?" Snow Knight cast a wary gaze at Salas, who was conversing with members of Xiaogang Academy. "No need," Ning Feng Ji replied, shaking his head. "I trust Lamba Shrek Academy can handle this trouble." At this moment, he felt a hint of confusion as he did not see Tang San among the Lamba Shrek Academy team. However, with the enigmatic Shun Sangxiong present, victory should be within reach. "You seem quite confident in Lamba Shrek Academy," Snow Knight observed, surprised. "To be honest, my daughter is part of Lamba Shrek Academy and is a member of the main team," Ning Fengji admitted after a brief hesitation, knowing that Snow Knight was acquainted with Ning Rongrong and would soon discover the truth. "Oh, Rongrong is also at Lamba Shrek Academy?" Snow Knight exclaimed, pondering why he had not seen her earlier. "Perhaps it's because she was keeping her head down," Ning Fengji suggested, noting the team's rather unappealing uniforms. If Ning Rongrong were not the daughter of Ning Fengji, he would likely not recognize her either. "Ah, I see," Snow Knight acknowledged, recalling that many members of Lamba Shrek Academy indeed walked with their heads bowed. "By the way, since you mentioned Rongrong is in this team, does that mean Shrek Academy is supported by your 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School?" He knew that Lamba Academy was backed by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, which made Ning Rongrong's presence there plausible. "Not quite," Ning Feng Ji clarified, sharing some information about Shrek Academy and revealing that Tang San was the son of Tang Hao. "Is this true?" Snow Knight understood the gravity of the situation and would not take it lightly. "It is," Ning Feng Ji confirmed. "It seems that with the combination of the Haotian Hammer and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda from your school, Xiaogang Academy is bound to lose. Now it makes sense why you have such confidence in Lamba Shrek Academy," Snow Knight remarked, considering the formidable combination of the Haotian Hammer and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. "But you have overlooked the captain of the Lamba Shrek joint team, Shun Sangxiong," Ning Feng Ji added, revealing information unknown to Snow Knight. "Shun Sangxiong?" Snow Knight recalled a figure leading the Lamba Shrek joint team, wearing a faint smile. "According to my sources, Shun Sangxiong's strength is undoubtedly superior to Tang San's." Ning Fengji and the Douluo Jiangu had speculated that Shun Sangxiong's soul power level was at the Soul King level, and he possessed treasures that concealed his soul power level from being detected. Otherwise, they would not have been unable to ascertain it. However, Ning Fengji would not divulge all this information to Snow Knight. "This elite competition is becoming increasingly intriguing," Snow Knight thought, suddenly filled with excitement for the current elite competition. Meanwhile, in the box of Lamba Academy, "We are being targeted by the Spirit Hall," Shun Sangxiong said. "When we face the Tiando's second team and Xiaogang Academy, should we go all out or take turns?" Ning Rongrong, also trained from a prestigious family, had already grasped the situation from Salas's actions. "The Tiando's second team can proceed, as I previously suggested, with Dai Mubai and his 6 comrades taking the lead. As for Xiaogang Academy, let's send someone to wipe them out while we sit back and watch," Shun Sangxiong replied nonchalantly. "How about I take the lead?" Ning Rongrong eagerly volunteered. "All right, you go ahead," Shun Sangxiong agreed. In the face of overwhelming strength, there was no need for restraint, since Ning Rongrong was eager to participate. He would not refuse her. With Shun Sangxiong's consent, Ning Rongrong gleefully pumped her small fist in excitement. As the 10-minute interval concluded, Shun Sangxiong, accompanied by Dai Mubai and the 6 others, stepped onto the stage, standing face-to-face with the 7 members of the Tiando second team. "You now have 1 minute to unleash your soul powers," Douluo announced, flapping his wings as the host and referee. "The outcome is in your hands. Remember, either you will defeat the 6 of them, or I will defeat you." As Dodo's words echoed, Shun Sangxiong turned his back to the stage and walked towards the rear, casually warning, "How outrageous! A mere Lamba Academy and an obscure Shrek Academy dare to be so arrogant." Before he could finish mocking, the Tiendo second team found themselves looked down upon first, which was intolerable for a group accustomed to superiority. They erupted in anger, shouting, and cursing. "You all heard that, right? When the time comes, don't hold back," Shun Sangxiong said calmly, not pausing his steps despite the taunts from the Tiendo second team. Captain of the Lamba Shrek joint team, are you not planning to summon your soul power?" As Shun Sangxiong reached the rear of the arena and came to a standstill, Dodo could not restrain her curiosity and posed a question. It was not that she had not heard Shun Sangxiong's previous remarks, but rather that his nonchalant attitude toward the competition was unprecedented in any elite tournament she had witnessed before. "No need," Shun Sangxiong replied kindly, nodding slightly. "All right then." Although Shun Sangxiong's approach was somewhat unconventional, it did not contravene the rules of the elite tournament. Dodo chose not to comment further and redirected her attention to Dai Mubai and the members of the Tiendo second team. Meanwhile, at the 4 Elements Academy gathering place, Shui Yuer nudged her sister Shui Binger, who was engrossed in a book. "Sister, do you think the captain of the Lamba Shrek United team is genuinely skilled? Or is he merely putting on an act?" "How would I know?" Shui Binger, interrupted from her reading, closed her book and rolled her eyes. "Aren't you the clever one? Analyze it for me," Shui Yuer insisted, shaking her sister's arm, eager for her opinion. "He must possess real skill. Otherwise, the other 6 members of his team wouldn't have been so intimidated at the outset," Shui Binger deduced, compelled by her sister's persistence to offer her analysis based on what she had observed. "Isn't that an obvious conclusion? It would have been better if you had stated it outright from the beginning." "Such an unreliable sister," Shui Yuer remarked, pinching Shui Binger's cheek in jest. "Look, the battle is about to commence. I wonder if the Lamba Shrek Academy can secure a victory despite missing 1 member," interjected Shun Liuyu suddenly. "That's hard to say. Judging by the martial souls and spirit power levels of both combatants, they seem evenly matched. However, the individual known as Dai Mubai is already a spirit master of level 41. Yet he still does not hold a position as a key player in the Lamba Shrek United team," she observed. This raised a critical question. Was the Lamba Shrek team intentionally using Dai Mubai as a distraction? Or had they truly grown so formidable that they dismissed a level 41 spirit master? As she pondered this, Huo's expression turned grave. A level 41 spirit master could easily lead a mid-tier team, and even within their own elite 4 Elements Academy, such a rank would guarantee a pivotal role. "I believe Dai Mubai is more likely a decoy set forth by the Lamba Shrek Academy. It is not that I look down upon Lamba Academy or the so-called Shrek Academy. In fact, in past elite tournaments, Lamba Academy has consistently ranked at the bottom, while Shrek Academy was virtually unheard of. In this context, it is already a stroke of luck for Lamba Shrek Academy to have recruited someone like Dai Mubai. To claim that the other 6 main team members who are not participating are also above level 41 would be sheer fantasy," Feng Xiaotian expressed after a moment's hesitation. "Yu Qianxin, why do you bear such an expression? Do you know something?" Shui Yuer queried, noticing the peculiar demeanor of Yu Tianxin just as she was about to agree with Feng Xiaotian. "Actually, I don't know much. I am unsure of the strength of the other 6 main members of Lamba Shrek Academy. However, I can confidently say that Shun Sangxiong's power far surpasses that of anyone present here," Yu Tianxin admitted, feeling the collective gaze of the group upon her due to Shui Yuer's remarks. "Oh, are you suggesting that Shun Sangxiong is a spirit king?" Huo Wu's interest was piqued. "Don't ask me. I only overheard snippets of conversation among the elders of my family that hinted at Shun Sangxiong being a formidable figure. But I lack specific details," Yu Tianxin replied, shaking her head in frustration at having been ejected from the room by the elders while eavesdropping. "Well then, once this opening ceremony concludes, I shall personally assess what makes Shun Sangxiong so remarkable," Huo Wu declared, undeterred and intent on seeking out Shun Sangxiong for practice. "Shouldn't I go instead?" Feng Xiaotian suggested meekly. "No need," Huo Wu cut him off, refocusing her attention on the arena where the outcome was already determined. Chapter 194. Hu Yanli challenges Shun Sangxiong at this moment. On the arena, the battle concluded. The Lamba Shrek United team emerged victorious. As the last member of the Tiando's second team was overwhelmed and fell to the ground, Douluo promptly announced the results. Fearing that Dai Mubai and his companions would continue their onslaught on the already incapacitated opponents. Not bad. At least they didn't embarrass the Lamba Shrek Academy. Shun Sangxiong remarked with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Honestly, when you first said not to hold back, I was ambivalent, thinking we might teach those arrogant fellows a lesson while worrying whether we could take on all 7 of them. But to my surprise, once the fighting began, they turned out to be paper tigers, Ma Hongjun said, jogging over to Shun Sangxiong with a grin. Don't be careless. Otherwise, you may regret it later. Shun Sangxiong warned, pausing briefly before adding, all right, you all can step down now. Also, bring Rong and the others over. Got it, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, eager to comply, and quickly dashed off the stage. In the world of Douluo, the Tiando Royal Academy's chief, Meng Xinji, observed the unfortunate spectacle where 7 members were utterly defeated by just 6, deeming it a display of utter incompetence. Your Highness, what do you wish for me to say? He retorted, unperturbed by Prince Xuexing's presence, for the reputation of the Tiando Royal Academy was well known across Douluo continent. His ability to manage the Tiando Royal Academy without any significant issues is commendable. Can we truly expect those inept individuals, accustomed to a life of ease, to achieve any remarkable results? Tiando Prince Xuexing, if you cannot oversee the academy, then relinquish the position of chief. I too find myself with ample time and would be willing to accept the role of managing the Tiando Royal Academy. While the sole master strength within the academy may not be formidable, each student hails from distinguished families. If I, Xuexing, can assist some of these noble heirs in my capacity as chief and forge these connections, it would undoubtedly provide immense support to Xuebing. Tiando Emperor Xuye, just ensure that Xuebing receives a proper education. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Tiando Prince Xuexing understood. Xuexing sighed inwardly, having once again failed to seize actual control of the Tiando Royal Academy. Meanwhile, the comparison video continued. Does your Lamba Shrek alliance need a moment of respite? Dalu inquired. Not necessary. Let the members of Xiaogang Academy take the stage. Shun Sangxiong urged. Do you think winning against Tiando's second team with a 6 versus 7 advantage grants you the right to be arrogant? Let me inform you, our Xiaogang Academy is not to be compared with the likes of Tiando's second team. Feeling belittled by Shun Sangxiong, Hu Yanli, who had been waiting beneath the arena, could no longer contain himself. He immediately leapt onto the stage with his companions from Xiaogang Academy, pointing angrily at Shun Sangxiong. Oh, Shun Sangxiong responded dismissively. Infuriating, Hu Yanli's fists cracked ominously. Rong, they are in your hands now. After speaking, Shun Sangxiong, accompanied by the other 5 women, walked towards the rear of the arena once more. Wait, what do you mean by that? Upon hearing Shun Sangxiong's words and noticing he had only left one person behind, Hu Yanli was nearly beside himself with rage. Isn't it obvious? Shun Sangxiong halted, turning to speak. Huh, do you dare to challenge me in a one-on-one duel? Suppressing his inner fury, Hu Yanli, following the Platinum Bishop Salis' suggestion, directly issued a challenge to Shun Sangxiong. You wish to face me one-on-one? Upon hearing this, Shun Sangxiong wore a bemused expression. Indeed, do you dare? Hu Yanli taunted. Hey, you are facing me. Ning Rong protested. You, as a support-type soul master, think you can challenge all 7 of us? What a grand joke. Enough. You should remain at the back. We wouldn't want to accidentally injure you during our battle. Hu Yanli recognized Ning Rong, the young master of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. You. Now it was Ning Rong's turn to be enraged. All right, Rong, step back for now. Shun Sangxiong stopped Ning Rong, who was about to rush at Hu Yanli, and entrusted her to Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. It seems you have agreed to a one-on-one duel with me? Hu Yanli inquired. One person is not sufficient. Shun Sangxiong shook his head. You all may come together. Pausing, Shun Sangxiong added, very well. Congratulations. You have successfully angered me. Hu Yanli felt that he had endured a lifetime's worth of grievances in his encounter with Shun Sangxiong today. Referee, may we commence? At this moment, Hu Yanli was too weary of further conversation with Shun Sangxiong, turning instead to Dalu beside him. If both parties have no objections, the duel can commence at any time. Dalu stated, I have no objections. Neither do I. Then let us begin. You have 1 minute to summon your martial spirits. With the declaration made, both Shun Sangxiong and Hu Yanli expressed their consent. Dalu took to the air, flapping her wings, and issued the command. Xiaogang Academy, Captain Hu Yanli. Martial Spirit, Diamond Mammoth. 43 Extreme Defensive Battle Spirit Sect. Upon completion, Hu Yanli and his 6 companions simultaneously shouted, summoning their martial spirits. Lamba Shrek Alliance, Captain Shun Sangxiong. Martial Spirit, True Dragon. I shall refrain from discussing the level of soul power. Shun Sangxiong likewise provided his basic information according to the customs of the Soul Master community. Chapter 195. Conclusion of the preliminary and advancement matches, since both parties are prepared. I announce. The duel begins. Seeing Yan Li's frustration escalate at Shun Sangxiong's failure to disclose his soul power level, Dalu, eager to conclude the duel and allow for some rest, did not grant Hu Yanli a chance to speak and promptly announced the duel's commencement. What the? Witnessing this, Hu Yanli's eyes widened as he looked at Dalu, pondering whether she was secretly favoring Shun Sangxiong due to his looks. However, before Hu Yanli could deduce anything further, he heard the urgent calls from his teammates and the astonished gasps from the audience. Boom! In the next moment, a cloud of dust erupted where Hu Yanli and his Xiaogang team stood, and he ultimately failed to comprehend what had transpired before he, along with his 6 teammates, succumbed to darkness. In the one variant Douluo world, Chihua Academy, Huwu, poor Hu Yanli. He didn't even see what happened before being knocked unconscious. In the one variant Douluo world, Tianshui Academy, Shui Yuer. This is the consequence of putting on airs before Brother Sangxiong. However, Huwu, it seems you also intend to practice against Brother Sangxiong in the comparison video. Hee. I wonder if Brother Sangxiong would also knock you out with a single strike. The thought is truly exciting. In the one variant Douluo world, Chihua Academy, Huwu. Do you take me for fool? How could I challenge such an evidently overpowering figure, unlike the version of me in the comparison video? In the one variant Douluo world, Tianshui Academy, Shui Yuer. That is indeed a pity. I still prefer to see your rebellious demeanor. Just as Shui Yuer was teasing Huowu, the scene in the comparison video shifted. It seems Sangxiong is on the verge of becoming renowned throughout the entire Douluo continent. Within the exclusive box of Lamba Academy, Ning Rongrong, listening to the unceasing cheers from outside that had persisted for several minutes, felt an overwhelming sense of pride as she remarked, "This is merely an appetizer." Duge Yin recalled the scene from last night when Shun Sangxiong effortlessly vanquished Tang Hao, feeling that it was merely a prelude to what was to come. Shun Sangxiong, it was evident, had been sent by the Platinum Bishop Salas of the Wuhuan Temple to instigate trouble for Lamba Academy. Why did he not directly incapacitate them, but instead merely rendered them unconscious with a gentle touch? At this moment, Xiao Wu inquired with confusion. You, spicy rabbit head, possess quite a ruthless heart, Shun Sangxiong retorted, tugging at Xiao Wu's scorpion braid in exasperation. I detest being called spicy rabbit head. Furthermore, did you not say that when confronting foes, we must show no mercy? Xiao Wu swatted Shun Sangxiong's hand away in dissatisfaction. The individuals from Xiaogang Academy and Xiaogang sect had almost become subservient to the Wuhuan Temple, leading Shun Sangxiong to likely not categorize them as enemies. After all, he had repeatedly expressed his intent to conquer the entire Wuhuan Temple, including its 3 beauties. Upon mentioning the 3 beauties of the Wuhuan Temple, Duge Yin distinctly sensed a fleeting displeasure on the faces of the 3 beauties from Shrek, prompting her to awkwardly smile and cease the conversation. Are the 3 beauties of the Wuhuan Temple more beautiful than our Shrek 3 beauties? Ning Rongrong scoffed. Ha! The truth will be revealed when we visit Wuhuan City and compare, came the response. Now that the opening ceremony has concluded, let us return to the exclusive chambers prepared for us by the host, Lamba Academy, to rest. This evening, we are to attend the banquet arranged by the Snow Knight Emperor for all participating academies. Lu Erlong waved her hand, interrupting the escalating tension among Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. As days passed, due to Shun Sanqiong's astonishing display of strength during the opening ceremony, every subsequent battle that the Lamba Shrek United team faced resulted in their opponents conceding defeat. Ultimately, the Lamba Shrek United team secured the first position in the preliminaries of the Tiando division with an impeccable record and later advanced successfully in the subsequent rounds, again claiming the top spot. Xiao Wu, do you know where Tang has gone? Shun Sanqiong queried within the carriage heading to Wuhuan City. I do not know. Xiao Wu shook her head. Isn't he your brother? Shun Sanqiong had not sparred with Tang San for several days and felt a sense of unease. I have long parted ways with him, Xiao Wu replied. I see. No wonder when Yenner incapacitated Tang San on the arena, you showed no reaction. I thought the two of you had an unbreakable bond, but it seems that was merely a rumor. Shun Sanqiong feigned surprise. He had to maintain his facade, as revealing his knowledge would complicate matters. Indeed, there was once a sense of mutual antagonism between Tang San and me. However, everything changed once our Shrek team arrived at Lamba Academy. I realized that Tang San's control was excessive. As soon as I drew near to you, he would secretly argue with me. Over time, our feelings dwindled. Xiao Wu felt melancholic as she recounted this. She had clearly expressed to Tang San that her relationship with Shun Sanqiong was strictly platonic, devoid of any romantic inclination, yet Tang San remained unconvinced. This left Xiao Wu feeling that her sincere affections had been misplaced. So, it was indeed my presence that caused you to drift apart from Tang San? Shun Sanqiong remarked, somewhat playfully. Yet, it seems we spend the majority of our time together with the entire team, and our private conversations hardly exceeded 5. His tone was somewhat teasing. Who knows what Tang San thinks? Even during those few private conversations, apart from the first, the others lasted only a few minutes. He should realize that even a few minutes is insufficient for meaningful discussion. As the conversation progressed, Xiao Wu's rabbit-like nature resurfaced. Perhaps Tang San is simply quick in his own pursuits, leading him to suspect your relationship with Sanqiong. Before Shun Sanqiong could respond, Ning Rongrong interjected, exhibiting a similarly playful demeanor. Perhaps. I cannot follow him every moment. He might have taken the opportunity to do something while alone. Xiao Wu shrugged. Stop. We are still in this carriage with others present. If you two wish to discuss such matters, do so when you are alone tonight, Dugian interjected, covering the mouths of both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, bemused by their escalating conversation. In a variant of the Douluo world, Ning Rongrong expressed, this comparison video has begun to reveal everything again. Is it not enough to risk my social demise? Enough already. Your reputation as the spicy rabbit is already widely known. Bai Qinxiang replied, let us keep our secrets intact. For the sake of our friendship, Ning Rongrong retorted. No worries, with both Xiao Wu and me by your side. We can call ourselves the Tiando Trio, Shui Yuerer chimed in. We are no longer merely the Shrek 3 beauties. We are now the 9 beauties of Lamba. Qinxiang, you are one of the 9 beauties, Xiao Wu added. 9 beauties are of little consequence. The beauty of Sister Qian Rinxue cannot be measured by mere numbers. Hu Laina stated, I do not believe Sister Qian Rinxue is that beautiful. If you dare, let her show herself, Ning Rongrong challenged. There will be an opportunity, Qian Rinxue responded. Meanwhile, as the comparison video shifted, the participants from Tiando had already arrived in a valley. Prepare for battle, declared Shun Sanqiong. There is an ambush ahead. He initially believed that, without Tang San's team, Bibi Dong would refrain from sending anyone. To his surprise, he had overestimated the situation. An ambush? Who would be so audacious as to lay a trap for the Tiando Empire and so many esteemed Soul Master Academies? Upon hearing this, the lively group of women in the carriage fell silent. Ning Rongrong, the first to regain her composure, furrowed her brows and inquired, the Spirit Hall? Shun Sanqiong responded without reservation. The Spirit Hall? But why would they ambush us, the competitors? Is it because of you? In Ning Rongrong's recollection, while the Spirit Hall was indeed malevolent, It was not the type of force to act recklessly. After much contemplation, she concluded that only Shun Sangxiong, an individual not part of the Spirit Hall's plans, warranted such an unprecedented mobilization. It should be because of me, he acknowledged. Of course, I cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that you all are targets as well. After all, the abilities you showcased during the qualifying rounds may also have caught the Spirit Hall's attention. As he spoke, Shun Sangxiong stepped down from the carriage. Anonymous from Variation 1 of the Douluo world. Is it possible? The Spirit Hall actually sent people to ambush the Tiando team? Xuexing, Prince of Tiando. What is so strange about that? Over the years, the Spirit Hall has secretly engaged in numerous similar actions. They simply execute their schemes with great discretion, unbeknownst to the ordinary populace. Anonymous from Variation 1 of the Douluo world. Haha, no matter how poorly we in the Spirit Hall might act, we are certainly more reliable than you, Tiando Empire. Xuexing, Prince of Tiando. Utter nonsense. Anonymous from Variation 1 of the Douluo world. Though I am one of the Tiando Empire, I still place greater trust in the Spirit Hall. Anonymous from Variation 1 of the Douluo world. I too have more faith in the Spirit Hall. When I was bullied in the past, it was a soul master from the Spirit Hall who came to my rescue. Anonymous from Variation 1 of the Douluo world. A mere small favor is enough to sway your hearts towards the Spirit Hall. Your aspirations are quite limited. At that moment, the video continued to play without interruption, despite the heated exchanges in the comment section. How did you discover our ambush? As the Tiando convoy came to a halt, the Royal Knights, serving as guards, rushed to the front, assuming defensive positions. Aware that they had been discovered, Zhu Douluo ceased to conceal his form and floated to a spot several meters away from the Royal Knights, inquiring, "Who are you? Why do you obstruct our path?" The leader of the Royal Knights did not respond to the masked man's question, but instead retorted with caution, "You are not here with good intentions. A single misstep could lead to our demise. Do not concern yourself with my identity. Knowing who I am brings you no benefit. Heed my advice and step aside obediently. I only wish to capture one person from your group. Once I have them, I will depart without causing harm to the rest of you." Upon realizing that further questioning would yield no fruitful results, Yuguan abandoned his line of inquiry and instead began to coax the Royal Knights with feigned cordiality. "That is impossible." The leader of the Royal Knights resolutely shook his head. "What a joke! If I were to heed the masked man's words, what fate would await me upon my return? What a pity! I had no intention of engaging you. Yet, your obstinacy leaves me no choice." With that, Yuguan's gaze suddenly sharpened, and he prepared to strike. Chapter 197. What is your strength now? The one you wish to capture is me, isn't it? Just before Yuguan could make his move, a voice tinged with amusement resonated from afar. By the time the last syllable fell, Shin Sangxiong had positioned himself at the forefront of the group. "Your resolve is commendable. Here's the deal. I want to lay a hand on you if you recognize the situation and come with me willingly. What do you say?" Upon seeing the newcomer, Yuguan lowered his raised hand and pulled out a drawing depicting Shun Sangxiong's likeness, carefully comparing it before chuckling softly. "You want me to come along willingly? Perhaps if the person behind you had asked, I might have considered it. But coming from you, I find it hard to comply." Shun Sangxiong retorted, "So, you are indeed aware of my background?" Yuguan, dismissing his earlier demeanor, replied, "Of course." Afterward, Shun Sangxiong leaned in and whispered into Yuguan's ear, "Spirit Hall. You little rascal. Knowing where I come from and who stands behind me, you still dare to show such disrespect. It seems the person with the surname you is correct. You truly are a reckless and unstable factor." Upon hearing Shun Sangxiong pinpoint his origins, Yuguan recalled the words spoken by Xiaogang. Despite his disdain for Xiaogang, he had to concede that the latter's insights were indeed quite astute this time. "The person with the surname you? What? Did you, Xiaogang, take Tang San's grandson to your place?" Shun Sangxiong picked up on the insinuation in Yuguan's words. Since you refuse to recognize my authority, I shall have no mercy." Yuguan did not respond to Shun Sangxiong's question, but instead lunged towards his shoulder. However, before Yuguan could seize Shun Sangxiong, and without waiting for the sword awe from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to intervene, Shun Sangxiong smirked and swiftly maneuvered behind Yuguan, delivering a powerful kick to his back. With a resounding thud, Yuguan found himself suspended against the mountainside in an undignified manner, slowly sliding down. Shui wearer from the Water Academy of Variation, one of the Douluo world, daring to lay hands on Brother Sanxiong? One can only say that Zhu Douluo is truly courageous. Gue Dao from the Spirit Hall of Variation, one of the Douluo world. Though indeed rather embarrassing, thankfully, I still retain my life. This can be considered a stroke of good fortune, right? Ha! Zhu Douluo Yuguan from the Spirit Hall of Variation, one of the Douluo world. Old Gue. Do not celebrate too soon. We essentially act in unison. You cannot escape, can you? Indeed, just after Yuguan's comment was sent, the situation in the comparison video took a new turn. As the video comparison revealed, when Yuguan plummeted to the ground, a shadowy figure swiftly appeared behind Shun Sanxiong, intent on launching a surprise attack. Just in time, the wall on the other side was left for you. However, despite the shadow's rapid speed, it could not surpass Shun Sanxiong. Almost at the moment the shadow was about to seize him, a gentle whisper accompanied by an irresistible force propelled him towards the opposite wall, causing the shadow to hang there momentarily, much like Yuguan, before it gradually slid down. Hiss! On the other side, the sword Douluo, who was rushing to rescue Shun Sanxiong, gasped at the dreamlike scene before him. He was acutely aware of the identities of the two individuals on the ground. It was evident that even if he were to intervene personally, without the assistance of Ning Fengji's 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, defeating either of these two would require considerable effort. After all, any titled Douluo who had cultivated to the 95th level was formidable, making it unrealistic to easily conquer one another. To do so would either be fanciful dreaming or a sign of being yet to awaken. Sword Douluo, you have arrived too late. Shun Sanxiong smiled at Chen Xian. What is your current power level? Chen Xian stuttered unusually. Previously, he and Gu Rong had conducted research on Shun Sanxiong, concluding that he was a high-level Soul King. However, it now appeared that both he and Gu Rong were gravely mistaken. Perhaps he is at the pinnacle of the 99th level. Of course, this merely represented Shun Sanxiong's soul power level, not his true strength. My young friend, you jest, Chen Xian replied. By the way, how do you intend to deal with these two individuals on the ground? Chen Xian assumed that Shun Sanxiong was merely jesting about his true abilities and diverted the conversation towards Yuguan and Gue Mei. It was no wonder that the sword Douluo found it hard to believe Shun Sanxiong's claim. The assertion of being at the pinnacle of the 99th level was simply too outrageous. In truth, had Shun Sanxiong claimed to be a 95th level title Douluo, Chen Xian would have reluctantly accepted and believed him. Let's take them back to the Wuhuan Palace, Shun Sanxiong stated. At that time, let Bibi Dong come personally to negotiate their release. What about the others lying in ambush? Chen Xian inquired. If they do not reveal themselves, we shall pretend not to see them. Shun Sanxiong replied nonchalantly. Most of them are ordinary individuals and soul masters below the soul emperor rank. I have no desire to capture them. Fair enough, Chen Xian agreed, confident that the sight of Yuguan and Gue Mei's fate would deter any further disturbances. Very well. I shall return to protect Fengji now. We shall meet again in Wuhuan City. With that, Chen Xian leaped onto his 7-killing sword martial spirit and flew away. Among the remaining ambushers, the highest-ranked soul power was merely that of a soul Douluo, and Chen Xian was equally disinclined to seek trouble with them. In the world of Douluo, Wuhuan Palace's Zhu Douluo Yuguan remarked, "This is what it means to share burdens as good brothers." Gue Dave Mei retorted, "I have no desire to become your burden-sharing brother." Yuguan chuckled, "Ah, but you have no choice. We possess a martial spirit fusion technique." 3 days later, so this is Wuhuan City? Although it appeared significantly smaller than Tiando City, it exuded a far greater sense of majesty. At the entrance of Wuhuan City, Ma Hongjun remarked, "Wuhuan City is the sacred ground of soul masters. It cannot be compared to any mundane city." Yuguan scoffed. "Wuhuan City is the sacred ground of soul masters? Is that a saying? I was unaware." While saying this, Ma Hongjun glanced at Flanders. "It's not particularly important, so I didn't mention it," Flanders awkwardly explained as he adjusted his glasses. "Fine." In truth, Ma Hongjun felt somewhat vexed. Flanders often dismissed various topics as unimportant, leaving him feeling embarrassed in front of outsiders due to a lack of education. Let's proceed into the city. At that moment, Shun Sangxiong waved his hand and stepped into Wuhuan City. The scene shifted to the conference room of the hotel where the Lamba Academy was located. Speak, Bibi Dong stated calmly. What do you desire in exchange for Yuiguan and Gue Mei? It seems I lack nothing, Shun Sangxiong replied. Perhaps you should propose what you are willing to offer to secure their release. Shun Sangxiong appraised Bibi Dong, internally admiring her beauty and charisma. 2 pieces of 50,000-year soul bones, Bibi Dong said, clearly displeased with Shun Sangxiong's gaze, as she quickly presented a bottom-line offer to expedite their departure. You wish to exchange 2 95-level title Douluo for 2 50,000-year soul bones? These title Douluo are of such low value? Shun Sangxiong shook his head. It was not his intention to make things difficult for Bibi Dong. Rather, she was attempting to outwit him. Even a 91-level title Douluo was worth considerably more than a 100,000-year soul bone. I can offer you 100 million gold soul coins at most. Soul bones are exceedingly rare, and Bibi Dong was surely unwilling to part with another piece. Thus, she opted to negotiate with gold soul coins. How about this? I will provide you with 2 50,000-year soul bones, along with 100 million gold soul coins, if you agree to sell me the 2 title Douluo. Rest assured, I'm not greedy. These 2 title Douluo do not need to be 95 level. Reaching 91 level suffices. Upon finishing his statement, Shun Sangxiong produced 2 50,000-year soul bones and a golden card, tossing them before Bibi Dong. It seems you are quite confident in your abilities, Bibi Dong remarked, suppressing her urge to seize the soul bones as she cautiously probed. Naturally. Otherwise, how could I dare to send someone to negotiate with you? Shun Sangxiong replied with a smile. Since you're dissatisfied with my offer, feel free to propose your own terms. Faced with Shun Sangxiong's audacious demeanor, Bibi Dong hesitated to reveal her true power too soon and softened her tone slightly, saying, I have heard your disciple Hulaina is quite remarkable. Bring her to my side for a year, and should you agree, I shall forego the soul bones and gold soul coins. Yuiguan and Gue Mei. I can let go of it right away. Sitengcheng was well aware that Bibi Dong would never accept such terms. His intention was purely to tease this icy beauty, who only showed warmth in front of Xiaogang, while maintaining a cold demeanor towards others. Impudent. Bibi Dong slammed her hands on the table, fury evident on her face as she glared at Sitengcheng. Wasn't it you who suggested that Tangcheng set his own terms? Why is it that when he speaks, you become enraged? At that moment, Dong pushed the door open, casting a disdainful glance at the furious Bibi Dong. Lewarlong, how dare you come to Wuhuancheng? Upon seeing him, Bibi Dong's anger intensified. Don't look at me like that. I have no feelings left for you or Xiaogang. Only you would consider him a treasure, scoffed. What? Bibi Dong was taken aback. Are you serious? After a pause, she quickly inquired again. Of course it's true. As he spoke, directly confronted Sitengcheng. You? Seeing this, Bibi Dong was utterly dumbfounded. She could not fathom how, with his feelings for Yu Xiaogang, could possibly have shifted his affections. Yet, the reality before her compelled her to believe. Now do you believe? Leung looked at Bibi Dong with pride. Why? In the past, Bibi Dong had always sought to separate Leung from Yu Xiaogang. However, upon witnessing the apparent change of heart, she felt a strange sensation within her. What else could it be? I no longer have any regard for Yu Xiaogang. Looking back, I realize I was truly foolish. What merits does Yu Xiaogang possess? He lacks physical appeal and talent for cultivation. Apart from his laughable pride, he is utterly worthless. Luong stated nonchalantly. It appears this is indeed the case. Bibi Dong recognized that Feng were merely pretending. She would never have spoken so disparagingly of Yu Xiaogang, as it pertained to the dignity that Yu Xiaogang held dear. What do you think? Do you believe I would say such things merely to please you? Luong responded, exasperated. No. Bibi Dong understood him well enough to know that he was hot-tempered and would not go out of his way to curry favor with her. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. After a moment of silence, Bibi Dong spoke once more. Without even glancing at Agon and Kumoi, she left the meeting room with a complex expression. In the first variant of the Douluo world, Su remarked, So, Douluo have been abandoned? Shi Huoxian S. Huo retorted, So you have this unfortunate tendency to rub salt in others' wounds. Zhu Shen Xiaoju added, you'll get used to it. Zhu Douluo, you're gone side. This is not the Pope's fault. I can understand her. Chapter 199. Preventing fire, theft, and betrayal of friends. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the Wuowenchang of Wuowenchang. Zhu Qing, Dalu shouted, his eyes ablaze. You could have ignored me before, but this time, the battle with Guisu concerns our future. I absolutely cannot allow you to act recklessly. Inside the private box belonging to Lamba Shiyun, you're only at level 41. What use would you be? Do you really think you could defeat the level 49 Daiweisu? Zhu Qing remained indifferent, not as eager to devour her opponents as Damu Bai. I am 6 or 7 years younger than Daiweisu. It is quite normal for my soul power to be lower than his. Besides, can you guarantee that you could defeat your sister? Do not forget, Zhu Jiyun is already at level 47. Dainu, still unaware of Zhu Qing's true strength, naturally doubted her ability to overcome Zhu Jiyun. Enough. Do you really think I wouldn't know how much younger you are than your elder brother? Zhu Qing found Damu's ignorance laughable. I will not argue with you over this. I must participate in the battle against Daiweisu. I do not wish to leave my fate in the hands of others. Dai Mubai waved his hand, clearly unwilling to discuss age with Zhu Qing. Impossible. I have already agreed with Fin Tongcheng that I would fight alone in this match against Xingjia Yan. Zhu Qing had her own selfish motives. If the entire Lamba team was to compete, she would have no objection to Damubai joining her. However, now that she was the only one from Lamba Shundri entering the arena, she was concerned about what Fin Tongcheng would think if she allowed Mubai to accompany her. What? You actually still want to enter alone? Zhu Qing? Did you drink fake wine this morning? Why are you talking nonsense? Dai Mubai's face turned pale with fear. After all, today's battle against Xiaogang was no trivial matter. A loss would mean the countdown to their demise. Do you think I would be as unreliable as you? All right, this matter is settled. After speaking, Zhu Qing ignored the ashen-faced Wei and, after a brief hesitation, approached Sin Tongcheng. The scene shifted again. An hour later. Now let us welcome the Lanba Shirleker, Lanhe, Janduri, and Xinglo Hongjia, Janduri to the stage. A referee from Owendan announced loudly from the main arena. Have you truly made your decision? Understand that not only Gamuba is watching, but your sister and Awesu can see you as well. Once you proceed, there will be no turning back. Just before stepping onto the stage, Sin Tongcheng asked Zhu Qing one last time. I have made my decision. Zhu Qing nodded earnestly, murmuring to herself, I had already decided long ago. Very well. Since Zhu Qing was so proactive, Sin Tongcheng, as a man, naturally would not falter at this moment. He extended his hand with a smile, and Zhu Qing unhesitatingly placed her small hand into his large one. In the first variant of the Douluo world, Lambayan lamented, how infuriating. I thought either I or Shou, the 10,000-year-old Monko, will be the first to be with Tongcheng Sr. I never expected that the usually quiet little Amal, Zhu Qing, would beat me to it. It seems we truly must guard against fire, theft, and our closest friends. In the variant 1 Douluo world, at the Lamba Inner Academy, Zhu Qing remarked, if you wish to jest, do so, but please do not involve me. Ning Rongrong interjected, Humph, what are you pretending for? Let's not forget, among us, you are the first to have a little one. Xiao Wu chimed in, Rongrong's combat prowess is truly formidable. This assertion rendered both Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu momentarily speechless. Ning Rongrong laughed. I am indeed known as the Little Witch, so my strength is only to be expected. As Ning Rongrong basked in the glory of her past, a comparative video played slowly in the background. What are you doing? Zhu Qing questioned, her tone laced with sarcasm as she raised the small hand intertwined with Shun Tongcheng's. Do not tell me that a master, such as yourself, cannot decipher my meaning. With a pause, Zhu Qing continued disdainfully, you. Dai Mubai, unable to withstand the implications, spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Let's ascend the arena. Zhu Qing suggested, unaffected by Dai Mubai's feigning spell. Very well, Shun Tongcheng agreed, and together they walked onto the stage side by side. What is happening? Who is this person? Where is Dai Mubai? Zhu Qing's sister, Zhu Qing, upon their arrival at the arena, was taken aback by the scene before her and furrowed her brows in confusion. Is it not obvious? Dai Mubai has succumbed to his own indignation, Zhu Zhuqing retorted, raising the hand still clasped with Shun Sangqiu. Such nonsense. Are you aware of your actions and their repercussions? Zhu Zhuqing's sister scolded with a grave expression. I am fully aware of my intentions, Zhu Zhuqing replied coolly. Who are you? Do you grasp the significance of Zhuqing's identity? Do you understand what burden she bears? Recognizing Zhu Zhuqing's stubbornness, Zhu Zhuqing's sister knew that once her cherished younger sister made a decision, there was no turning back. And thus, she directed her furious gaze towards Shun Sangqiu. I am Shun Sangqiu, he responded. As for the petty disputes between the Zhu and Dai families, who in the Spirit Master realm is unaware? Facing Zhu Zhuqing's sister's angry inquiry, Shun Sangqiu remained unfazed. If you are so knowledgeable about Zhuqing, why then provoke her? Are you not aware that such actions might endanger her? Zhu Zhuqing's sister seethed with rage, wishing she could dismantle the audacious Shun Sangqiu. Will you endanger Zhuqing? Do not jest. Your families lack the capability to do so. Shun Sangqiu, knowing her concerns stemmed from a place of care, found no reason to engage further. Dear friend, Davis interjected, from which lineage do you hail to speak so brazenly as to dismiss the Zhu and Dai families? Are the Zhu and Dai families truly formidable? I recall that neither has produced a title Dalu, Shun Sangqiu remarked, his disdain evident. It is not that I hold them in contempt. They simply fail to assert themselves. Do you wish to test the sharpness of my blade, wielded by 1,000,000 warriors? Davis' demeanor darkened as the truth struck a nerve. After all, among the Spirit Hall, Tindo, and the Star Luo, the Zhu and Dai families had yet to produce a single title Dalu. Regardless of their numbers, they remain but mere mortals, Shun Sangqiu asserted, and pose no threat to true high-ranking spirit masters. It seems you possess great confidence in your abilities. Pray tell, what is your current spirit power level? Davis inquired, begrudgingly admitting that only those at the soul sage level could dismiss the multitude of ordinary people. However, he remained skeptical that Shun Sangqiu could be a soul sage of level 70 or above, let alone a soul Douluo of level 80 or a title Douluo of level 90. This battle is between you and me. Should you wish to ascertain Shun Sangqiu's spirit power level, you must first defeat me, Zhu Zhuqing interjected. In truth, she was uncertain of Shun Sangqiu's spirit power level, only aware of his overwhelming strength, which rendered her a 57th level spirit king, utterly defenseless. Very well, let me witness the extent of your growth, Davis scoffed, recalling the days when she had to flee to preserve her life, now transformed into such a brazen figure. Zhu Zhuqing's sister could only sigh inwardly, unable to intervene. Ahem. Have both sides concluded their discussions? The referee, who had been observing in silence, finally cleared his throat and inquired. He had refrained from interrupting their conversation not out of curiosity, but due to a directive from Bibi Dong to leave this match unattended. Yes, we are finished, Davis replied darkly. Let the match commence. Commence? But what are the remaining 5 members of your Lambashrek United team? The referee stammered. There are but 2 of us. Zhu Zhuqing clarified. In truth, only I shall take action. Very well, the referee conceded, recalling the Pope's orders and nodded in agreement. Moments later, at the referee's signal, Zhu Zhuqing and the 7 members of the Star Luo Royal Academy summoned their spirits simultaneously. However, when Zhu Zhuqing's sister beheld Zhu Zhuqing's spirit, a form entirely distinct from the Nethercat, she gasped in astonishment. Zhuqing, your martial spirit, what is its nature? Zhu Zhiyun's greatest concern at present is whether her sister's martial spirit has mutated in an unfavorable direction. I have encountered fortuitous circumstances, causing my martial spirit to evolve. As she spoke, 5 black 10,000-year spirit rings gradually materialized and hovered around Zhu Zhuqing. The arena erupted in astonishment. Even Bibi Dong was taken aback and instinctively stood up. Am I seeing things? How can it be that this soul king named Zhu Zhuqing possesses 5 black 10,000-year spirit rings? An elderly man, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. You are not mistaken. The individual indeed possesses 5 black 10,000-year spirit rings. But how is this possible? Nearby, a young man in his 20s, despite witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's 5 black 10,000-year spirit rings with his own eyes, remained incredulous. Alas, this young girl is still too inexperienced. Were I in her position, I would have refrained from participating in the elite competition and instead hidden away in absolute safety until I reached the status of a title de law. Upon hearing this, the old man shook his head in disappointment. Indeed, this little girl is now in danger. A middle-aged man seated in front lamented. Meanwhile, in the VIP area, Ning Zhongzhu. I have heard that your daughter is also part of this Lamba Shrek United team. I wonder if you are aware of the nature of the spirit rings possessed by Zhu Zhuqing. At this moment, Bibi Dong had regained her composure from the earlier shock and began to inquire with Ning Fengji. Haha, Your Holiness, I sincerely apologize. Since Rong Rong joined Shrek Academy and became part of Lamba Academy, she has only returned home once. I truly have no knowledge of Zhu Zhuqing's spirit rings. Ning Fengji replied with a wry smile. In fact, Ning Fengji was also quite frustrated, feeling that his little cotton-padded jacket had already become too exposed. Otherwise, such a significant matter should have been hinted at to him, her father. Is that so? Bibi Dong expressed skepticism, evidently doubting Ning Fengji's words. Daughters grow up. Many matters are no longer shared with their parents. Were it not for the fear of being struck down by Bibi Dong, Ning Fengji would have been tempted to reveal that his daughter, like the young Bibi Dong, had become quite exposed due to external influences. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression changed rapidly as she seemed to recall something, and she fell silent, redirecting her gaze to Zhu Zhuqing on the competition stage. Meanwhile, on the central platform, Zhu Qingyu. At this moment, Zhu Zhiyun felt a mixture of joy and melancholy, an indescribable complexity within. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. This must be a fabrication. I consider myself well-versed, yet I have never heard of anyone absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring as their first. Zhu Zhuqing. Do not think that this sleight of hand can deceive me. In contrast to the complex emotions within Zhu Zhiyun, Davis felt a sense of foreboding upon witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's 5 10,000-year spirit rings. Though not inherently malicious, he had not hesitated to employ ruthless tactics against his rivals, such as Dai Mubai, to ensure his own survival over the years. Although it seemed that Zhu Zhuqing had already fallen out with Dai Mubai, who could predict what unforeseen events might arise in the future. Think what you will. Zhu Zhuqing was aware that the configuration of her spirit rings was indeed hard to believe. However, facts were facts, and she was disinclined to provide explanations. The match begins. Yet, before Davis could finish speaking, the referee, prompted by Bibi Dong's transmission, commanded the match to commence. Zhu Qing, be cautious. Sister, I am about to strike. Upon hearing the match had begun, Zhu Zhiyun disregarded Davis, who was displeased at being interrupted, and charged toward Zhu Zhuqing. To her astonishment, Zhu Zhiyun could not withstand a single attack from Zhu Zhuqing and was struck in the abdomen, losing her combat ability. Before Zhu Zhiyun could let out a bitter laugh, she heard 6 muffled groans in succession. As she struggled to endure the pain and turned to look, she was astonished to find Zhu Zhuqing standing expressionlessly before her once more. Zhu Qing, you have triumphed. I never anticipated that in just a few years away from home, you have grown to such an extent. At this moment, Zhu Zhiyun knelt on one knee, glancing at the incapacitated Davis and the other 5 team members, and conceded defeat. That is because I encountered the right person. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated for a moment, but eventually approached to help Zhu Zhiyun to her feet. Indeed, you encountered the right person. Zhu Zhiyun nodded. She refrained from asking further questions, as this was a secret between Shun Sangxiong and Zhu Zhuqing. Moreover, this was not an appropriate place for such discussions. The Lamba Shrek United team has emerged victorious. At this time, upon hearing Zhu Zhiyun concede defeat, the referee approached and proclaimed loudly from a short distance away. With the referee's announcement of the match result, the audience erupted into lively discussions. Zhu Zhuqing is exceptionally powerful. The individuals from Xingluo Royal Academy are simply not on the same level as her. One spectator exclaimed excitedly, "You are absolutely correct." This match lasted no more than a minute from the referee's start to finish, and it felt as though a child had faced no challenge at all. Another spectator concurred. "Now, Our Spirit Hall's team is in peril. I wonder if Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin, the three representatives of the Golden Generation, can defeat Zhu Zhuqing. Of course, not everyone in the audience was merely enjoying the spectacle. A concerned individual from Spirit Hall, witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's terrifying combat prowess, displayed signs of worry. It seems quite challenging. Let's not forget that currently, the Lambus Shrek United team has only Zhu Zhuqing participating. If, when they face our Spirit Hall team, the other 6 similarly enigmatic main members join in, it is likely that even the Golden Generation will not last long. A companion nearby shook his head, lacking faith in the Golden Generation of Spirit Hall. Amidst the shouts and discussions of the audience regarding the contrasting video footage, the grand screen transitioned once more. Tang-san, you have unexpectedly joined the Wuhuan Hall and even ascended to become the 4th member of the Golden Generation. Days later, when the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy across the continent reached its final showdown, Shen Sanxiong was astonished to discover that Tang San had appeared among the opposing Wuhuan Hall battle team. I can join whichever faction I choose. I have not sold myself to Lamba Academy or Shrek Academy. Do you have any authority over me? Tang San coldly retorted, his voice tinged with a sharpness. It seems the lessons of that day were not sufficient for you. You still dare to be so arrogant before us, mocked Duge Yin upon witnessing Tang San's insolent demeanor. Times have changed. This time, it should be you who must tread carefully. As she spoke, a sinister smile crept onto Tang San's face. Since being brought to the Wuhuan Hall by Xiaogang, he had access to an array of precious metals, enabling him to craft numerous advanced hidden weapons. Fueled by his vow to take revenge on Duge Yin, leveraging the connection between Xiaogang and Bibi Dong. Oh, how intriguing. I am genuinely curious about the source of confidence that a defeated foe who lacks the ability to retaliate possesses. Duge Yin dismissed Tang San's threats entirely. After all, she was now a level 69 Soul Emperor and did not believe that someone who had recently been unable to fight back under her command could surpass her so swiftly. You will see, Tang San replied confidently, while secretly contemplating. Not only will you see, but you will also regret it. Very well, let us discuss this after the match. It is now 1 minute into the Wuhuan activation period, announced the referee. At that moment, the referee interrupted Tang, San, and Duge Yan's conversation. Activate your Wuhuan, everyone. There's no longer a need to conceal your strength. Observing that the 7 members of the Wuhuan Hall battle team had activated their Wuhuan, Shen Sanxiong retreated behind the 6 women and spoke. Understood. The 6 women nodded in agreement. Duge Yin, vice captain of the Lambus Shrek United team. Wuhuan, Ice Dragon King. Level 69 Assault System, Soul Emperor, Duge Yin, stated first. Ning Rongrong, main force of the Lambus Shrek United team. Wuhuan, 9 Treasure, Glazed Tile Pagoda. Level 57 Support System, Tool Soul King. Followed Ning Rongrong as she introduced herself. Xiao Wu, main force of the Lambus Shrek United team. Wuhuan, Moon Palace Jade Rabbit. Level 58 Assault System Soul King. Xiao Wu was the 3rd to announce. Zhu Zhuqing, main force of the Lambus Shrek United team. Moon, Reincarnation Kat. Level 57 Agility System Soul King. Zhu Zhuqing introduced herself 4th. Jiang Zhu, main force of the Lambus Shrek United team. Wuhuan, Sacred Scepter. Level 57 Healing System Tool Soul King. Jiang Zhu stated 5th. Lu Qingqing, main force of the Lambus Shrek United team. Wuhuan, Light and Shadow Cat. Level 55 Agility System Soul King. Lu Qingqing concluded the introductions. Hiss. As Lu Qingqing's words fell, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the arena. Fortunately, the finals were held within the Wuhuan Hall, attended by prominent figures, and despite their shock, they quickly regained their composure. Will you not summon your Wuhuan? Awakened by Bibi Dong's telepathic message, the referee inquired, casting a probing glance at Shen Sanxiong, the only one not to have summoned his Wuhuan. You need not concern yourself with me. If necessary, I will summon my Wuhuan, Shen Sanxiong replied, disregarding the stares directed at him and shaking his head nonchalantly. Very well. The referee expressed regret. Now I declare that the Lambus Shrek United team is victorious. This command was issued directly to him by Bibi Dong. What? I'm the captain of the Wuhuan Hall team. I have not conceded defeat, and you, a mere referee, have no right to make such decisions on my behalf. Tang San, initially weighed down by his worries, erupted in fury upon hearing the referee, whom he had already marked as doomed, declare their team's defeat. This is the command of His Holiness the Pope. If you have objections, do not seek me out. The referee, a sole saint of the Wuhuan Hall, retorted coldly, having always harbored disdain for you Xiaogang and Tang San's arrogance. How is that possible? Tang San incredulously gazed at Bibi Dong on the high platform. It was my command, Bibi Dong clarified, explaining that facing the Lamba Shrek United team, they had no chance of victory. I do not believe it, Duguyen. Do you dare to engage me in a one-on-one soul battle? We shall represent our respective teams, and the losing side, along with their team, will face defeat. How does that sound? Tang San had awaited this moment for far too long to consider yielding. Go ahead, he responded without hesitation, meeting Duguyen's gaze. Let us commence. With Shun Sanqiong's consent, Duguyen smiled sweetly before turning to Tang San and coldly declaring, very well. Witness my king of hell's decree. In response to Duguyen's agreement, and to avoid any unforeseen delays, she immediately employed her ultimate technique. Skillfully evading Tang San's near-surprise attack and witnessing the terrifying scene caused by the king of hell's decree, Duguyen's expression shifted multiple times before settling into a faint, cold smile. In the next moment, Duguyen vanished from her spot. Number 1 variant Douluo world, Shui wearer of the Tian Shui Academy. Hiss. Fortunately, Duguyen evaded Tang San's attack. Otherwise, she would have been utterly annihilated. Tang San is truly ruthless. Number 2 original Douluo world, Tang San of Shrek Academy. What do you mean by me being ruthless? Did you not see how Duguyen treated me in the comparison video? In that video, she had completely incapacitated me. This deeply ingrained grudge warrants any means I employ against her as justifiable. Number 1 variant Douluo world, Shui wearer of the Tian Shui Academy. Indeed, those who lack shame are invincible in this world. You only mentioned how Duguyen incapacitated you in the comparison video. Why do you not speak of what you did in that video that provoked her to act so ruthlessly against you? Tang San, one may be shameless, yet there must be a limit. What is there left to debate when everyone clearly sees the truth? In variant 1 of the Douluo world at the Qihua Academy. Huowu, Shui wearer, do you still not understand? Engaging in discourse with such a worthless individual is futile. In any case, I reiterate my sentiment. Each time I view the character comparisons of Tang San, my disdain for him only deepens. In variant 1 of the Douluo world at the Plan Academy. Yaozi, my opinions and thoughts align with Huowu's. In variant 1 of the Douluo world at the Blue Tyrant Inner Academy by Chen Xiong. Speaking of which, the demise of Tang San's mother, Ain, partially stems from the Spirit Hall's machinations. Now that Tang San has joined the Spirit Hall and is serving it, does this not amount to acknowledging a thief as one's father? In variant 1 of the Douluo world at the Tinshui Academy, Shui Yuer, it should not be considered so. After all, in this matter, Tang San's biological father, Tang Hao, is the true mastermind. And since Tang San has already acknowledged the mastermind Tang Hao as his father, it seems quite reasonable for him to recognize another accomplice as his father as well. In the original Douluo world at Shrek Academy, Tang San, meanwhile, as Shui Yuer and the others mocked and derided Tang San, a sudden cry of despair echoed from the comparison video. The grand screen displayed Tang San, who lay on the ground, clutching his face marred by numerous wounds, suffering in agony. Chapter 203 reveals Tang San's exposure. Xiao Wu is 100,000-year soul beast. Since you have lost all shame, it would be a waste to preserve that face. Out of pity, I shall personally assist in its destruction, remarked Duguyen, her expression unyielding as she observed Tang San's lamentations. You, Tang San, covering his face with one hand while pointing at Duguyen with the other, was rendered speechless by rage. You need not express gratitude, she assured him. Rest easy. The power I have left within your wounds ensures that no one, apart from our few, can restore your face on the entire Douluo continent. Consider this your just rewards. Duguyen's words cut deeply. What? Upon hearing that outsiders could not remedy his face, Tang San's pupils constricted, a look of horror engulfing him. Xiao Wu, since arriving at the Blue Tyrant Academy, you have constantly associated with Shan Sanqiong. You should have learned of Dugu Yan's methods by now, right? Can you assist me in expelling the power Dugu Yan has left within my wounds? After a moment of contemplation, Tang Sen seemed to recall something, gazing at Xiao Wu with hopeful anticipation. I am sorry, she replied, I cannot do it. As Tang Sen pleaded, Xiao Wu glanced at Shun Sanqiong, who merely exchanged a silent look with her, hesitating for several seconds before ultimately shaking her head. Xiao Wu, do not forget, Dugu Yan and Shun Sanqiong are but transient figures in your life. Once this elite competition concludes and you graduate, you will have no further ties with them. Unlike me, who has been your brother since childhood and will always be a dependable family member. Witnessing Xiao Wu's refusal to assist him, a glimmer of cold fury flashed in Tang San's eyes. Yet, for the sake of his visage, he suppressed his anger and appealed to her emotions. I plan to remain at the Blue Tyrant Academy after graduation, Xiao Wu stated. That is unacceptable, he retorted, having long viewed Xiao Wu as his own possession. How could he allow her to slip from his grasp? Moreover, if she graduated and did not accompany him, his face would truly be beyond redemption. What right do you have to disagree? Xiao Wu nearly laughed in disbelief at Tang San's audacity. Xiao Wu, have you forgotten the bond we once shared? Sensing his assertiveness falter, Tang San quickly shifted to a more tender demeanor, gazing sorrowfully at Xiao Wu. However, his countenance, marred by injuries, only evoked a sense of dread rather than empathy. I remember everything from the past, Xiao Wu replied, a hint of nostalgia clouding her expression. If that is the case, then when you graduate, will you return to my side, brother? I promise I shall never quarrel with you again and will treat you as kindly as before. Seizing upon Xiao Wu's moment of distraction, Tang San pressed his advantage. It is too late. Tang San, do you realize? Once, I believed you were my one and only. Yet, I later discovered that you were not. Xiao Wu returned to her senses and once again rejected Tang San. What do you mean? He was utterly confounded. Do you recall the time when I was captured by the Titan giant ape, and you risked everything to rescue me? Xiao Wu reminisced. Of course I remember. Tang San responded, his gaze evasive. Xiao Wu remained unaware that, at the time, his actions were more for show than genuine concern. After all, no one would believe that a rank 29 soul master could survive an encounter with a Titan giant ape. His reckless demeanor was merely a facade to uphold his reputation as a loyal and righteous individual before the faculty and students of Shrek Academy. Otherwise, after being forced to defeat Meng Iran in a hidden weapon contest, he would not have delayed seeking out Xiao Wu, instead opting to impart to Meng Iran techniques for using hidden weapons and absorbing soul rings. Indeed, in Tang San's heart, Xiao Wu had long since been in the clutches of the Titan giant ape, and retrieving her corpse could not compare to the importance of absorbing the soul ring before him. As for his assertion that absorbing the soul ring would facilitate Xiao Wu's rescue, it was merely an excuse among many. In the face of a Titan giant ape, whether one was a great soul master with 2 soul rings or a soul sovereign with 3, there was no discernible difference. Do you also remember the time after our return from the Stardow Forest, when I asked you to help me comb my hair? Xiao Wu continued, oblivious to the unusual glint in Tang San's eyes. You know, that wooden comb was given to me by my mother. She told me that if I ever encountered someone I wished to entrust my life to, that person should use this comb to style my hair. As she spoke, a serene smile graced Xiao Wu's face as she turned to look at Tang San. She shared this with him not out of longing for the past, but as a complete farewell to everything that had come before. Xiao Wu, what do you mean by that? As she finished speaking, Tang San's face lit up with hope, believing there was a turning point in their conversation. Tang San, I simply wish to convey that we are no longer possible. Whether as siblings or in any other capacity, it is impossible. From this moment forth, let us become familiar strangers. Xiao Wu shook her head, interrupting Tang San's fantasies. Are you serious? She asked. Tang San stared in shock at Xiao Wu, who dealt him a devastating blow. Would I joke about such matters? Xiao Wu spoke with utmost seriousness, shattering Tang San's last glimmer of hope. Haha, in that case, do not blame me. You can only blame yourself for your lack of kindness towards me. Tang San fell silent for several seconds before bursting into a fit of laughter, increasingly maniacal. What do you mean? Xiao Wu frowned. Haha, what I cannot obtain. No one else shall have. Tang San did not respond to Xiao Wu, but after laughing for a few more seconds, he abruptly ceased, turning darkly to Bibi Dong at the VIP table. Your Holiness, this Xiao Wu before you is a 10,000-year-old transformed soul beast. In Chapter 204, Tang San's actions elicited ire from Ning Rongrong, who was infuriated upon witnessing the video comparison where Tang San so easily sold Xiao Wu out. Zhu Zhuqing remarked, I'm not at all surprised that someone like Tang San would do such a thing. Xiao Wu noted, however, the moment depicted in the comparison video where I was taken by Air Ming did not occur in my reality. Perhaps having long since grown indifferent to Tang San, or perhaps having seen through his true nature, Xiao Wu did not share Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's disdainful ridicule, but instead contemplated other matters. Xue Binger from the Tianshui Academy observed, the grand screen does not reflect the world of the comparison video. However, the real world does have that comparison video. In such circumstances, some discrepancies are entirely normal. Xue Weir added, my sister is clever. She has articulated my thoughts. It is akin to a small butterfly fluttering its wings at an inconspicuous time and place, potentially causing cataclysmic events elsewhere. Xiao Wu conceded, all right, you do have a point. Deming, the 10,000-year-old Tianqing Yomang, questioned Xiao Wu. Sister Xiao Wu, are you not angry that Tang San has betrayed you? Xiao Wu replied, I was blind myself. There is nothing to be angry about. Air Ming, the 10,000-year-old Titan giant ape, suggested, in my view, it is primarily because Sister Xiao Wu has found a new love. Thus, she no longer cares much for her old flame, Tang San. Xiao Wu retorted, Air Ming, do not speak nonsense. My feelings for Tang San have always been that of a sister toward her brother, not the old love you imply. As Xiao Wu rolled her eyes, the comparison video continued. What? At that moment, as Tang San was exposed, the previously lively scene fell into a hushed silence, leaving only Bibi Dong's voice filled with shock. Mother? Initially incensed by Tang San's revelation, Xiao Wu furrowed her brows, ready to confront him. However, the next second she felt a surge of power emanating from the agitated Bibi Dong, causing her to momentarily forget everything around her, her gaze fixated on Bibi Dong. Capture her. Previously hesitant to confront Shun Sangxiong due to some reservations, Bibi Dong's apprehensions vanished in the face of the temptation posed by the transformed 10,000-year soul beast. Xiao Wu. Yes. Following Bibi Dong's command, the soul masters of the Spirit Hall rushed toward Xiao Wu without hesitation, while Tang San cast a cruel glance at Shen Sangxiong. Xiao Wu and the other members of the Shrek Alliance. Sigh, since I dare to bring Xiao Wu to the Spirit Hall, I naturally have complete confidence in ensuring her safety. Can your Spirit Hall's people not comprehend this? Disappointed, Shun Sangxiong shook his head as he observed the rapidly approaching members of the Spirit Hall, then unleashed a dragon's roar, summoning 9 soul rings, 5 red and 4 gold, around him. Simultaneously, Shun Sangxiong exerted his formidable pressure, pinning the encroaching soul masters of the Spirit Hall to the ground. Impossible. Witnessing Shun Sangxiong's 9 soul rings, Tang San's cruel smile froze, and he staggered to the ground, muttering to himself, how can this be? According to Xiaogang's theory, such a soul ring configuration should not exist. On the other hand, Bibi Dong wished to assert that the soul rings on Shun Sangxiong were illusions. But the immense pressure radiating from him confirmed their authenticity. Could it be Shun Sangxiong also possesses twin martial souls? Realization dawned upon Bibi Dong as she considered this possibility, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Bibi Dong, do you not owe me an explanation? Shun Sangxiong's voice resonated. What do you wish? Coming to her senses after understanding the gravity of the situation, Bibi Dong realized that matters had escalated beyond her expectations. If mishandled, Shun Sangxiong might retaliate against the Spirit Hall. While she did not care about the Spirit Hall's fate, her original intent was to destroy it. She feared the aftermath might endanger Yu Xiaogang. I have 2 conditions. The Soul Masters of the Spirit Hall had committed no wrongdoing, as long as they did not provoke further. Shun Sangxiong would only administer a mild lesson and would not trouble them excessively. However, Bibi Dong, being an unstable factor, could not be easily overlooked. Speak. As the powerless party, Bibi Dong had little choice. Of course, had she not feared for Yu Xiaojang's safety, she might not have been so accommodating. My first condition is that you must remove the 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit-s, soul ring, and soul bone from your body. My second condition is that you must resign from your position as Pope and remain by my side for 3 years. Shen Sangxiong stated. Are you jesting? Bibi Dong could not accept either of these demands, let alone both simultaneously. You may disagree, but I shall replicate all that has transpired with Tang San onto Yu Xiaojang. Upon observing Bibi Dong's evident disapproval, Shen Sangxiong smirked slightly and directly communicated with her through thought. Shen Sangxiong had never claimed to be a virtuous individual. Knowing Bibi Dong's vulnerabilities, he intended to firmly assert his influence over her. Are you not afraid of a mutual destruction? Bibi Dong's pupils contracted as she countered Shen Sangxiong's threat with her own mental warning. You may certainly attempt it. After conveying her thoughts, Shen Sangxiong regarded Bibi Dong with a flicker of intensity in his gaze. Can you assure that Xiaojang will remain unharmed? Feeling the fleeting surge of Shen Sangxiong's overwhelming power, Bibi Dong's interest waned, prompting her to inquire through thought. She had initially believed herself sufficiently powerful, yet in that brief moment, she felt akin to a small vessel amidst a towering wave, utterly incapable of resistance. That rests upon your performance, he replied reassuringly. Rest assured, I'm not one to act recklessly. My notion of performance pertains to your demeanor during the 3 years you have spent by my side. Shen Sangxiong stated, maintaining his boundaries. This was not hypocrisy, but rather a refusal to transform into the very person he once despised. Very well, I acquiesce, Bibi Dong conceded through thought, resigning herself to the situation. As she accepted Shen Sangxiong's terms, the grand screen's imagery gradually receded until it froze, concluding the 5th comparative segment featuring Shen Sangxiong. In the realm of the first variant Douluo world, Tinshui Academy's Shui Yuer exclaimed, why has it abruptly ended? Let's continue with the video that punishes Tang San. From the first variant Douluo world, Chihua Academy's Huo Wu remarked, Tang San was first crippled by Yen, and now his visage is marred by her hands. The exciting segments have already been shown. Continuing would merely result in mundane scenes of him being beaten, lacking in intrigue. Yen from the Blue Tyrant Academy mused. It appears Shen Sangxiong possesses considerable skill. According to the information received during the 4th comparative session, he must have thoroughly won the heart of the Pope away from Yu Xiaojang over the span of 3 years. Shui Yuer affirmed, indeed. Brother Sangxiong not only captured the Pope's heart, but has also won yours, Yen. Simultaneously, the voice of the comparative video resonated, transitioning into the segment focusing on Tang San. Third brother, allow me to make my entrance. I must avenge the humiliation our Shrek Academy suffered at the hands of the Tiando Royal Academy, Ma Hongjun declared, tightly clenching his fists, undeterred by the disdainful gazes around him. No, we will proceed as planned, Tang San responded, glaring at Ma Hongjun. Very well, Ma Hongjun sighed, deflated. Xiao San, you take charge. At this moment, Dai Mubai approached, placing a reassuring hand on Tang San's shoulder, entrusting him with the task of organizing their formation. Understood. Those who will appear shortly include Dai Mubai, myself, Xiao Wu, Jing Ling, Huang Yuan, Jiang Zhu, and Tai Long, Tang San stated without hesitation, nodding firmly. We shall execute our first plan of attack. Although the humiliation we endured at the Tiando Royal Academy was instigated by Prince Xuexing, the Royal Academy symbolizes the Tiando imperial family. Although Dean Flanders and our instructors are absent, their intentions are clear. If we wish to have a prosperous future, we must swiftly vanquish the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy. I believe that 1 minute will suffice for us. Tang San's expression hardened at the conclusion of his statement. Indeed, just a mere second team from the Tiando Royal Academy. 1 minute will be more than enough. Dai Mubai echoed, his eyes gleaming with determination. Prince Xuexing of the Tiando Royal Academy scoffed. Our side seeks to reclaim our dignity. But what right does a star Luo prince like Dai Mubai have to be so brazen within Tiando territory? Truly, I have found the right target in Shrek Academy. It seems these individuals have already been swayed by the Star Luo's side. Xuesheng, be silent. Emperor Xia of the Tiando Empire commanded. Am I mistaken? As a Tiando individual consorting with a Star Luo prince, boasting of teaching a lesson to the Tiando Royal Academy. If that does not reek of conspiracy, what does? Do you truly believe everyone is a fool? Enough. We have discussed this matter extensively. Do not dwell on it, Emperor Shuya insisted. At this juncture, the grand screen shifted once more. This is infuriating, Huang Yuan declared, seeing the Tiando Royal Academy's second team basking in glory. It is evident that we are merely the backdrop to highlight their achievements. How naive, Jing Ling retorted. We are not merely the backdrop. We are being treated like refuse. Allow everyone to witness who the true refuse is, Tai Long stated with a fierce clench of his fist. Let us proceed. It is our turn to take the stage. Dai Mubai's tone remained icy. I do not quite comprehend, Shui Yuer mused. The humiliation suffered by Shrek Academy was directed at them, and their disdain for the Tiando Royal Academy is understandable. Yet why do Huang Yuan, Jingling, and Tai Long from the Blue Tyrant Academy seem to harbor even greater contempt for the Tiando Royal Academy than the Shrek Academy members? Huang Yuan responded, bewildered. I'm uncertain as well. Jingling speculated. Could it be that we have been influenced by Tang San? That is likely the case, Tai Long concurred. Chapter 206. The critique of those who fear trouble as mediocre. The comparative video continues. A group of toads indeed, dressed in this manner. They dare to participate in the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent. As the members of Shrek stepped onto the arena, a petite boy from Atiendo's second team disdainfully remarked in a soft voice, what bad luck. How could we be competing against such a team? It feels like a toad has landed on my foot. I may be unharmed, yet it is quite off-putting. Upon hearing this, a flamboyantly dressed girl beside him covered her mouth and nose in discontent, seemingly afraid of catching an unpleasant scent from the Shrek participants. What a pity for such a lovely girl to attend an academy notorious for its distasteful reputation. The petite boy nodded, his gaze lingering in a rather infatuated manner on Xiao Wu. With one who is androgynous and another who is a courtesan, it seems we are the unfortunate ones. Upon witnessing the disdainful attitude of the Tiando's second team, Xiao Wu scoffed, returning the sentiment without a hint of politeness. You are truly fierce, Xiao Wu. The title of the 10,000-year Luwang rabbit is indeed well-deserved, commented Shui Yuer from the Tianshui Academy. I am pure, thank you very much. I am not a 10,000-year Luwang rabbit, retorted Xiao Wu. Yes, you are pure. Shall I, like Brother Sanxiong, call you Spicy Rabbit Head from now on? Shui Yuer jested. Just as Xiao Wu was ready to challenge Shui Yuer to a duel, the video comparison continued unabated. Following the exchange of barbs between Xiao Wu and the Tiando's second team, the atmosphere on the arena became increasingly tense. In a fleeting moment, when the referee finally announced the start of the match, the members of Shrek Academy, already filled with rage from past grievances, unleashed their full power, swiftly overwhelming the Tiando's second team, leaving them no opportunity to respond. Even when the teachers from Tiando Royal Academy protested, Tang San silenced them with a scathing retort. The Tiando's second team is not composed of good individuals, but neither is Tang San a paragon of virtue. One might say they are simply two sides of the same coin, remarked Shui Yuer. Indeed, the members of Tiando's second team are simply too arrogant. Had they not been so careless from the start, they would not have been so easily defeated by Tang San and his team, noted Huo Wushuang from the Qihua Academy. Absolutely. Except for Dai Mubai and Tang San, the other members of Shrek Academy, including Xiao Wu, have not yet reached the 40th rank in soul power. Compared to the overall strength of the Tiando's second team, the difference in soul power levels is not particularly vast. With a competent commander, they could at least contest with Shrek Academy, added Feng Xiaodian from the Shenfeng Academy. Oh, what a disgrace, sighed the chief dream mechanism from the Tiando Royal Academy. Meanwhile, the scene on the grand screen shifted. Days had passed since the opening ceremony. During this interval, the remarkable performance of Shrek Academy transformed the attitude of other Academy teams and the audience from initial disdain to one of seriousness and admiration. Soon after, following several matches, Shrek Academy encountered another academy with whom they had a grudge. The outcome was unsurprising. In their match against the Songhui Academy, led by Tang San, the members of Shrek Academy exhibited no mercy, leaving the 7 participants from Songhui Academy utterly defeated. Wow, Tang San, along with the students from Lamba Academy and Shrek, are truly despicable. Initially, it was your Shrek Academy that instigated trouble for us at the hotel outside the Stardew Forest. Yet, now it seems we are in the wrong? Exclaimed Zhang, he from Songhui Academy. What's the situation? Can you elaborate? Inquired Shui Yuer. Certainly. On that occasion, a junior from our Songhui Academy needed a soul ring upgrade. So our director Yi Jiqiu decided to personally lead us to hunt souls in the Stardew Forest. However, as fate would have it, while we were resting at and outside the forest, we encountered the Shrek Academy team, who were also there to hunt. Had we encountered a more reasonable academy, we likely would have had no interaction. But alas, we crossed paths with the unreasonable Shrek Academy. As soon as we entered the inn, before we could do anything, we were provoked by Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai. In the end, it was not just us students who suffered. Even our director Yi Jiqiu was thoroughly taught a lesson by Zhao Wujia. Oh, and I distinctly remember the Shrek students saying that those who do not instigate trouble are mediocre. They claimed that this saying was imparted to them by their academy head. Zhang, he recounted, those who do not instigate trouble are mediocre? Who uttered such nonsense? It leaves me at a loss for words. Shui Yuer responded, visibly appalled. As a headmaster, to educate students in such a manner is utterly shocking, added Huo Wuxuan. Such a headmaster is truly confounding. What we should strive for is to avoid trouble, yet not fear it, rather than perpetuating the idea that avoiding trouble equates to mediocrity. What if a student, influenced by such teachings, provokes the wrong individual and loses their life as a consequence? Remarked Feng Xiaotian. Chapter 207. Investigation. As the members of Shrek Academy in Flanders faced another round of harsh criticism in the comment section, the video comparison shifted to the tournament committee investigating the actions of Shrek Academy. Excuse me for the intrusion, Dean Flanders, Ning Fengji greeted with a kind nod. Your presence is an honor, Sect Master Ning. It truly elevates our Shrek Academy, replied Flanders, not daring to act arrogantly in front of the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Allow me to introduce you to Dean Flanders. This is the Platinum Bishop Salis, the head of the Wuhuan Hall in Tiando City. Ning Fengji smiled faintly, then stepped aside slightly to allow room for Flander. This is His Eminence, Bishop Salis, he introduced. Flander responded with courtesy. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's introduction, Flander gracefully bowed once more, ensuring that Salis was not given an opportunity to cause trouble. Let us dispense with pleasantries. I did not come here to engage in idle chatter, Salis stated bluntly. We're your participating students. Bring them forth. I have questions to pose. Unfortunately, Salis had come precisely to stir trouble, and with an ostensibly justifiable reason to do so. He offered Flander no semblance of goodwill. Ah, esteemed guests, it is not appropriate for us to converse here. Let us proceed to the conference room, Flander suggested. Very well. Please lead the way, Director Flander. Given the connections between Tang San, Tang Hao, and the Hao Ian School, as well as his own daughter Ning Rongrong's association, Ning Fengji had no choice but to uphold Flanders' dignity. Nearby, Salis glanced at the ordinary Shrek Academy students in the distance who were pointing and whispering, hesitated briefly, but ultimately did not voice any objections, tacitly accepting the situation. Please follow me, he instructed, noting Flanders' subtle signal to Yu Xiaogang. Director Flander, I trust you are aware of our purpose in visiting Shrek Academy, Salis continued, his tone commanding. I expect your institution to cooperate fully with the investigation conducted by our competition committee. Do not harbor any false hopes or engage in unnecessary schemes. Throughout the journey, Salas spoke unreservedly. He had noticed Flanders' earlier gestures, but dismissed the notion that a mere academy could devise any significant stratagems. Salis, we have yet to initiate the investigation, and it is premature to conclude that the student from Shrek intentionally inflicted harm upon those from Songhui Academy. Ning Fengji interjected, countering Salis's assumptions. Regardless of the circumstances, the 7 from Songhui Academy have all been severely injured by the students of Shrek Academy. This is an undeniable fact, Salas retorted, unperturbed by Ning Fengji's defense of Shrek. After all, as long as he could establish that Shrek's students had caused harm to Tsanghui's, he would be on solid ground. There are always exceptions to the rule. Our purpose here is to uncover the truth. Otherwise, we could simply announce the results without the need for investigation. Ning Fengji replied defiantly. My inquiry is solely to ascertain whether the students from Shrek Academy intentionally harmed those from Tsanghui Academy. This is of utmost importance. Should it be proven that Shrek's actions were deliberate, every participant present that day will face the consequences for my spirit hall. Of course, regardless of the investigation's outcome, those who participated must be expelled from the competition. That is the greatest mercy I can offer, Salas stated coldly. Esteemed guests, we have arrived at the conference room. Please, do enter, Flander interjected, having remained silent until now. Director Flander, you heard my earlier dialogue with Sect Master Ning, did you not? Salas nodded and took a seat upon entering the room. I heard everything. I implore you, Bishop Salas, to show some leniency. After all, these students are still children. Flander said, feigning urgency and concern, though inwardly he remained calm, confident in Xiaogang's ability to handle the situation. However, he preferred not to involve Xiaogang unless absolutely necessary, fearing the wrath of Lu Erlong. Ha! Salas scoffed, taking a sip of tea, only to grimace at its poor quality. Ming Tianxing? Director Flander, your tea leaves are rather subpar. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji suppressed a smile at Salas's displeasure and turned to Flander, saying, Alas, I must ask for your indulgence. Our Shrek Academy is quite impoverished, with all funds allocated to student training. I seldom indulge in this Ming Tianxing myself. These leaves were purchased years ago for the purpose of entertaining esteemed guests to our academy. Ah, I see. It appears you are indeed a dedicated director, willing to endure hardship for the sake of nurturing your students, Ning Fengji remarked, begrudgingly admiring Flander's performance. Had he not previously interacted with Flander, he might have been convinced by his words. Enough of this circumlocution. Where are the students? Salas pressed. To be frank, Bishop, those children are gravely injured and find it difficult to move, Flander replied. You mentioned that our Shrek students harmed those from Tsanghui Academy and have come to investigate us. However, who shall we hold accountable for our own wounded students? Feigning agitation, Flander continued. If your students have indeed been injured, why not report it to the committee? I warned you from the outset, do not attempt to play games with me. Otherwise, Shrek Academy will face severe penalties as well, Salas retorted, unfazed by Flander's tactics. We simply wish to avoid burdening the committee and do not wish to jeopardize the futures of the Tsanghui students over matters that can be resolved. However, it seems Tsanghui Academy has not accepted our goodwill, Flander stated. Bishop Salas, since they from Tsanghui Academy lack compassion, we cannot be blamed for lacking righteousness, he concluded. They are not accusing our Shrek Academy students of having suffered severe injuries at the hands of their Tsanghui Academy students. I too wish to accuse the Tsanghui Academy students of having inflicted grave harm upon our Shrek Academy students. Flander would not be easily intimidated by a few words from Salas. Rather, he retaliated against Tsanghui Academy. Such muddled reasoning and inversion of truth is all too familiar to Flander, a man who inherently revels in chaos. You may certainly file a complaint against Tsanghui Academy. However, you must ensure that the students from your Shrek Academy, who have been gravely injured, come forth for examination. Otherwise, your solitary testimony cannot serve as evidence. Salas remarked coolly. That is not possible. The children's injuries are too severe. They cannot be brought out to meet anyone. Otherwise, it would delay their treatment. Flander insisted. This cannot be done, nor can that be done. It seems you intend to oppose our organizing committee, Flander. I can now interpret your actions as Shrek Academy's refusal to cooperate with our committee's investigation. Consequently, our competition's organizing committee has the right to disqualify Shrek Academy from this Continental Elite Soul Master competition. After all, Salas's true aim is to eliminate Tang San, and the means of achieving that is of little consequence. Wait a moment. To hastily decide to disqualify Shrek Academy without an investigation seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Seeing that Salas was about to make a decision, Ning Fengji, who had been silent and observing the exchange between Salas and Flander, quickly intervened. This is not a matter of denying Shrek Academy an opportunity. I requested their students to come forward for investigation, yet they refused to cooperate, insisting on accusing Tsanghue Academy. I also asked them to provide evidence of the alleged harm inflicted by Tsanghue Academy, yet they similarly declined to cooperate. In such circumstances, Ning Zhongzhu, how do you believe I should adjudicate Shrek Academy? Salas maintained an expression of indifference, feeling that the logic was firmly on his side. Dean Flander, are your academy's participating students truly gravely injured? I seem to recall that one student was not significantly harmed at the time. Might we request him to come forth for our investigation? This matter pertains to the rules of the competition. I kindly ask for your cooperation. Ning Fengji understood that if Shrek Academy remained silent, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Why must we submit to an investigation? Since the competition upholds rules. The judges ought to have witnessed the situation at the time. Did Tsanghue Academy, employing their 7-in-1 fusion technique, show any mercy towards our Shrek Academy? Had our Shrek Academy students not managed to block their attacks, it is likely that none would have returned alive. Everyone saw that our students were merely defending against the attacks from Tsanghue Academy. They did nothing wrong. If under these circumstances, the competition's organizing committee still seeks to disqualify our Shrek Academy, then we have nothing more to say. Flander's eyes were red with indignation. This is what you have said yourself. A glimmer of light flashed in Salas's eyes. Your Grace, the Platinum Bishop, what grievance have we Shrek Academy committed against you that you would target us so? After a pause, Flander continued, I am quite eager to see how you will manage to disqualify our Shrek Academy from this competition. Tomorrow, I shall take Xiaogang to meet His Holiness the Pope in Wuhuan City to seek justice. In his concluding remarks, Flander slammed the table, fuming with anger. There was no other choice. Flander, not being foolish, recognized that Salas was intentionally targeting Shrek Academy, and thus, he could only helplessly invoke Yu Xiaogang. In the realm of Douluo, one anonymous commentator remarked on Flander's audacity, realizing that he regarded Yu Xiaogang as a contingency plan. However, it remains uncertain how the matter will unfold when it reaches the Pope. Another commentator quipped that it was evident the Pope would side with Yu Xiaogang, considering their relationship. Yet another voice expressed skepticism, suggesting that the Pope might lean towards Bishop Salas, as Salas's actions were purportedly in service of the Wuhuan Temple and aimed at Shrek Academy. If in this context the Pope were to favor an outsider like Yu Xiaogang, it would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. The initial commentator countered, asserting that the Pope's affections for Yu Xiaogang are singular, while aspirations for the position of Platinum Bishop abound. Should Bishop Salas choose to disregard orders due to this incident, he could simply be replaced. The second commentator remarked on the audacity of discussing such matters so openly, questioning whether they feared repercussions from the Pope. In Chapter 209, one commentator mused that Flander initially appeared to play the victim card, feigning a weak and oppressed demeanor, but as events unfolded, he seemed genuinely enraged. Another contributor noted that the comparative footage revealed Shrek students had sustained no injuries. Thus, if they were summoned for investigation, the truth would be exposed. Faced with the unyielding Bishop Salas, Flander had no choice but to feign righteous indignation to conceal the truth. A further contributor suggested that Bishop Salas did not need to complicate matters to target Shrek Academy. Flander had already proclaimed their financial struggles, lacking even the means to purchase basic tea. This presented an ideal excuse to disband Shrek Academy, as any advanced Soul Master Academy unable to afford basic necessities would lack the qualifications to continue. The first commentator concluded that while Flander appeared shrewd, he was merely a somewhat self-satisfied fool, devoid of genuine cleverness. Meanwhile, the footage continued to reveal the audacity of Shrek Academy. If no punishment is meted out to them, how shall we account for the other participating academies? Salas disregarded the exuberant Flander and turned to the anxious Ning Fengji beside him. Upon hearing Salas's words, Ning Fengji fell silent. Even if he had the intention to assist, he felt powerless against the unreasonable Flander. Were you not planning to petition His Holiness the Pope? You may set forth at once, Salas declared. I announce that Shrek Academy has violated the rules of the competition. Observing Ning Fengji rendered speechless, Salas smirked with satisfaction. But before he could finish his declaration to expel Shrek Academy, a stern voice suddenly resonated from outside the door. Salas, you must think carefully before making a decision. Many matters, once a wrong step is taken, lead to irrevocable consequences. At that moment, although Xiaogang, who had entered the room, did not display the rage that Flander exhibited, the fury within him was potent enough to scorch the entirety of Douluo continent. In truth, he bore no intention of boasting. If Salas dared to expel Shrek, thereby preventing Xiaogang from redeeming his name through this elite competition, he would stop at nothing to ruin Salas's entire family. Who are you? Since arriving at Shrek Academy, Salas had found the somewhat unremarkable crew-cut individual before him vaguely familiar. However, after pondering for some time, he still could not recall who the person was. Now faced with such a formidable demeanor, he hesitantly inquired. When questioned about his identity, Xiaogang remained silent, letting out a cold snort as he tossed a medallion toward Salas. Hiss! Upon receiving the medallion, Salas quickly glanced at it, his heart jolting, and he inhaled sharply. It was only at that moment that he fully remembered who this pretentious individual was. How absurd, given the connection between Xiaogang and the current pope. Not to mention Salas being but a platinum bishop, even a titled Douluo elder would find themselves at a disadvantage if they crossed paths with Xiaogang. I take my leave. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Salas promptly altered his earlier bravado, respectfully placing the Pope's medallion on the table before hastily departing Shrek Academy without a backward glance. Anonymous from Variant Douluo World. I told you the Spirit Hall is unreliable. Yet some insist on arguing with me. And now, it's merely a Pope's medallion, and it has cast aside all the regulations they established. Anonymous from Original Douluo World. Alas. I understand Bishop Salas's actions, yet I feel indifferent towards the Spirit Hall now. Anonymous from Original Douluo World. No way. This is merely a comparison of the plot in the video. How did you elevate it to reality? Anonymous from Original Douluo World. Don't forget. Without the exposure of the comparison video, BB Dong would not have seen through Xiaojiang's true nature. Therefore, everything depicted in the comparison video will inevitably come to pass. Anonymous from Variant Douluo World. And that is not all. Those who committed wrongdoings, who were to be captured by the Spirit Hall, might find leniency through Xiaojiang's connections. Right? Anonymous from Original Douluo World. Listening to you all, I truly see the light. It seems the Spirit Hall is no different from the likes of Tiando and Xingluo. Perhaps the only distinction is that the latter's misconduct is often overt, making it more glaring, while the Spirit Hall's misdeeds are concealed, invisible without substantial power and backing. Anonymous from Original Douluo World. Oh, you are becoming increasingly absurd. The Spirit Hall is not as unreliable as you claim. At most, there are one or two individuals who disrupt the rules due to their status. Anonymous from Original Douluo World Spirit Hall, Pope BB Dong. You still have the audacity to show your face. Look at the havoc you've wreaked. The reputation of our Spirit Hall is nearly in ruins because of you. Anonymous from Original Douluo World Spirit Hall, Qianren Shua. You truly have become increasingly bold. Do you really think I won't take action against you? Anonymous from Original Douluo World Spirit Hall, Hu Laina. Teacher, please calm down. Sister Xue did not intend to offend you. Witnessing the two proud individuals bickering, Hu Laina could only helplessly intervene once more to mediate. Chapter 210. The Dance of the Tianshui Team. While the distressed Hu Laina busied herself mediating between the two, the scenes in the comparison video continued to unfold. In the following days, due to the presence of Yu Xiaojiang as a backup, the incident where the Tsanghui Academy students were heavily defeated by Shrek Academy ultimately faded into obscurity. Nevertheless, Shrek Academy did not take the situation too far. After the investigation team from the organizing committee departed, Shrek Academy publicly announced a 2-day suspension to recuperate, thereby indirectly saving face for the committee. During the 2 days of recuperation, the preliminary rounds of the elite competition approached their conclusion. Currently, the top-ranked teams in the Tiando division were Thunder Academy. With 26 matches and 25 victories, the only team to have defeated them being Xiaogang Academy. Xiaogang Academy also boasted 26 matches and 25 victories. With their sole defeat at the hands of Qihua Academy, Shrek Academy had 26 matches and 24 victories, having lost to Thunder Academy and Xiaogang Academy due to their 2-day recuperation. Chihua Academy had 26 matches and 23 victories, as did Tianshui Academy. Xiangjia Academy had 26 matches and 21 victories. At this moment, although the preliminary rounds had one last round remaining, the 5 advancing teams had already been determined. The only uncertainty lay in their rankings within the preliminary rounds. Anonymous from Variant Dalu World Tianshui Academy, Shui Yuer. Based on this ranking, if it weren't for the comparison video, Xiaogang Academy should be the strongest among the 4 Elements Academy. It is a pity that Xiaogang Academy has Feng Xiaotian, who is somewhat lacking. Otherwise, they would have achieved 26 matches and 26 victories, securing the top spot in the preliminary round ahead of time. Anonymous from Variant Dalu World Xiaogang Academy Feng Xiaotian. Anonymous from Variant Dalu World Thunder Academy Yu Tianxin. Speaking of which, this elite competition poses a significant risk for Chihua Academy. If Xiaogang Academy did not deliberately lose to Chihua Academy, then Chihua Academy might have to face Xiangjia Academy in a tiebreaker for that final 5th spot. Anonymous from Variant Douluo World Xiangjia Academy Hu Yanli. Damn it. Feng Xiaotian. You rascal, just wait for me. This time at the elite competition, I shall make you doubt your very existence. Feng Xiaotian of the Shunfeng Academy in the A0 Variant Dalu World. Your imagination is quite vivid. Have you forgotten that I can fly while you cannot? You think you can make me question my life? Truly amusing. Besides, we have faced each other before in the comparison videos, and who emerged victorious? It was none other than our Shunfeng team. Feng Xiaotian is not one to be trifled with. Apart from Huowu, he fears no one. Hu Yuanli of the Xiangjia Academy in the A0 Variant Dalu World. Those are mere tales of old. In any case, you better be prepared. With the comparison video scores now available, I can acquire invaluable treasures I once only dreamed of, thus boosting my confidence immensely. Huowu Shuang of the Chihua Academy in the A0 Variant Dalu World. Feng Xiaotian, you are indeed a suitable choice for a brother-in-law. However, Huowu is truly not meant for you. Observing the comparison video, where Feng Xiaotian tirelessly cheered for Shrek Academy due to a promise made to his sister, Huowu Shuang couldn't help but lament. Alas, her perspective remains unchanged. Unless a miracle occurs, Huowu and Feng Xiaotian will never be together. Feng Xiaotian of the Shunfeng Academy in the A0 Variant Dalu World. Meanwhile, the comparison video transitions. As 2 days pass, the Shrek team, in peak condition, reappears on the arena. This time, their opponents are none other than the Tianshui team, known as the Tianshui Girls. During this round, the once celebrated Shrek team, buoyed by their winning streak, finds themselves overshadowed in popularity by the Tianshui team, whose captivating dance performance leaves them completely eclipsed. As the Tianshui team's dance reaches its zenith, several members of the Shrek team find themselves captivated, their eyes shining in admiration of their competitors. Anonymous in the A0 Variant Dalu World. Tianshui Girls. Anonymous in the A0 Original Dalu World. Tianshui Girls. Huowu of the Chihua Academy in the A0 Variant Dalu World. Shui Binger, I am genuinely impressed. You managed to dance on the competition stage. Shui Binger of the Tianshui Academy in the A0 Variant Dalu World. This is our signature performance. Every elite competition, we present a dance. Huowu of the Chihua Academy in the A0 Variant Dalu World. I am well aware. I merely did not expect you, Shui Bing, to willingly dance in such a public setting. It seems I still have much to learn about you. Shui Yuer of the Tianshui Academy in the A0 Variant Dalu World. Huowu, why should you as a girl concern yourself with understanding my sister? Are you perhaps preparing to become true sisters in the future? Huowu of the Chihua Academy in the A0 Variant Dalu World. Yaozi of the Plant Academy in the A0 Variant Dalu World. I am currently contemplating whether our Plant Academy should also perform a dance on the arena when the elite competition commences. Yu Tianxin of the Thunder Academy in the A0 Variant Dalu World. Go ahead. Although your team may not match the Tianshui team in appearance, you still possess genuine beauty. Should you choose to dance during the elite competition, your popularity will surely soar. Huowu Shuang of the Chihua Academy in the A0 Variant Dalu World. Undoubtedly. The captain and vice-captain of the plant team, along with their 5 main members, have all made it onto the NG list. How could they possibly fall short? Shui Wearer of the Tianshui Academy in the A0 variant Douluo world. Brother Xiaogang, does my dancing look good? At this moment, Shui Wearer suddenly inquired. Shin Xiaogang of the A0 variant Douluo world. Quite splendid. Shui Wearer of the Tianshui Academy in the A0 variant Douluo world. Hee. When I arrive in Tiando City, I shall perform just for you. How's that sound? Shin Xiaogang of the A0 variant Douluo world. That sounds wonderful. Shui Wearer of the Tianshui Academy in the A0 variant Douluo world. Then it is settled. Now I must go rehearse my new dance. Shin Xiaogang of the A0 variant Douluo world. Very well. Chapter 211. The conclusion of the 5th character comparison. The comparison video continues. At this moment, the dance of the Tianshui team has concluded, and the match against Shrek Academy officially begins. However, aside from a few matches in the preliminary rounds where they voluntarily conceded, Shrek had never tasted defeat. Moreover, the arrogant Tang San completely misjudged the true strength of the Tianshui Academy team. As a result, the Shrek team, which believed itself invincible, for the first time experienced the bitterness of loss in this match against Tianshui. Had it not been for Shui Binger's kindness in sparing Tang San, he would have sustained injuries severe enough to prevent him from participating in the subsequent rounds and finals. Even with Shui Binger's mercy resulting in a draw between the Shrek and Tianshui teams, Tang San still found himself shaken, questioning his very existence. Ultimately, had it not been for Douluo's counsel, the seemingly composed Tang San, who was unable to accept defeat, might have spiraled into a pit of despair, committing acts that would undermine his own foundation. Huowu of the Qihua Academy in the A0 variant Douluo world. Shui Binger is indeed formidable. This further affirms that the comparison video's praise of her is entirely justified. It seems that among the current 4-element academies, Tianshui Academy reigns supreme. Shui Binger of the Tianshui Academy in the A0 variant Douluo world. It is the fusion technique of my martial soul with Shui Wu that proves strong. Alone, I would not be able to defeat Shrek Academy. Huowu of the Qihua Academy in the A0 variant Douluo world. You are far too modest. Clearly, in this match, the overconfident Tang San was completely dominated by you. In fact, had the so-called Shrek 7 not consumed the divine herb, you alone could have easily vanquished them all. Even with Tang San's enhancements, they would have proven useless. Shui Wearer of the Tianshui Academy in the A0 variant Douluo world. Speaking of the Shrek 7, is quite amusing. With their talents, how can they shamelessly claim to be undefeated champions? My sister, Shui Binger, is about 2 years younger than Dai Mubai. Yet her soul power level is comparable to that of Dai Mubai after consuming the divine herb. Even so, I have never seen her display any arrogance. Ning Rongrong of the Blue Tyrant Inner Academy in the A0 variant Douluo world. My innate soul power is not low. Xiao Wu's innate soul power has even reached level 10, while only Zhu Qing falls slightly behind at level 7. The ones truly lacking are Dai Mubai and his companions. Before the comparison video surfaced, they each boasted about their innate soul powers, claiming them to be level 10 or 9. And what we have now, they are nothing more than a bunch of frauds. In the variant Douluo world at the Tianshui Academy, Shui Wearer remarked, "Well, you are right. I just saw the comparison video where you all consumed the celestial herb and realized that your soul power levels were not particularly high, which caught me off guard." Ning Rongrong from the Blue Tyrant Inner Academy retorted, "Humph. That is merely due to my lack of diligence and cultivation. Otherwise, when I first entered the Shrek Academy, I would undoubtedly have had the highest soul power level." Du Yin from the same academy interjected, "I have been observing your conversation for quite some time, and it seems you are not addressing the crux of the matter. Do you not find it regrettable that Shui Binger showed mercy to Tang San?" Shui Wearer agreed, "Indeed, it is quite a pity. If my sister had been a bit harsher at that time, Shrek Academy would not have existed. However, it cannot be helped. My sister is inherently kind-hearted and would never inflict severe harm or obliterate an opponent over a soul battle." As the discussion among Shui Wearer, Yin, and others shifted back to the topic of Shui Binger's mercy towards Tang San, the comparison video transitioned. During the subsequent period, after a brief respite, Shrek Academy successfully advanced through the qualifying rounds without any unexpected incidents. Later, while en route to the Spirit City, Shrek's group encountered an ambush by the Spirit Hall. Fortunately, with assistance from various parties, they managed to fend off the Spirit Hall and arrived safely at the Spirit City. In the finals, Shrek Academy triumphed over the combined forces of the Qihua Academy and the Xiaogang Academy, as well as facing the formidable Xingluo Academy in what seemed a fated confrontation. Ultimately, leveraging some of Tang San's strategies, they overcame the Spirit Hall team, led by Hu Liena, celebrated as the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, thus securing the championship of this elite competition. However, at that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, dislodging the Xiangxi Dunqianghong from Xiao Wu, thereby exposing her identity as a 100,000-year transformed soul beast before all title Dalu and soul Dalu present in the square. The comparison video concluded with a scene of Tang, how rescuing Tang San and Xiao Wu, gradually pulling away. Following this fifth comparison video, the ultimate victor, based on the inner recognition of all beings observing the comparison video, was Shun Sangxiong from the variant Douluo world. Here are the recognition votes for the two protagonists. Shun Sangxiong from the variant Douluo world received 431, 241, 019 votes, while Tang San from the original Douluo world garnered merely 2 votes. Now, the rewards for the protagonists in the comparison video will be distributed. The following rewards are granted to the victor, Shun Sangxiong from the variant Douluo world. Reward 1, 10 fragments of the interdimensional symbol. Reward 2, 1 Xiaogang furnace. Reward 3, Volume 7 of the original True Resolution. Reward 4, 100,000 points of comparison video credits. Special reward, the ability to resurrect a being without harm, simply by stating the individual's name, birth date, and place of demise. Note, the special reward is an additional prize for winning 5 consecutive character comparisons. The distribution of rewards to the victor, Shun Sangxiong from the variant Douluo world, has been completed. Now, the rewards for the defeated Tang San will be distributed. Reward 1, 1 fragment of the interdimensional symbol. Reward 2, 1 ordinary alchemy furnace. Reward 3, a complete set of golden needles for cultivating the sunflower manual. Reward 4, 10 points of comparison video credits. The distribution of rewards to the defeated Tang San is complete. Chapter 212, Xiao Wu's request and conditions. Now, we shall draw 10 lucky slots, and each recipient of a lucky slot will receive 100,000 comparison video credits. The list of lucky slot recipients is as follows. 1. Xiao Wu from the variant Douluo world. 2. Shui Binger from the variant Douluo world. 3. Hu Wushuang from the variant Douluo world. 4. Xia Wuji from the variant Douluo world. 5. Lin En from the variant Douluo world. 6. Han Zhao from the variant Douluo world. 7. Luo Hua from the variant Douluo world. 8. Janet from the variant Douluo world. 9. Yi Xingyu from the variant Douluo world. 10. Lan Baobao from the variant Douluo world. The list of lucky slots has been announced. This comparison video has concluded. Xiao Wu from the Blue Tyrant Inner Academy implored, Shun Sangxiong, could you grant me the opportunity for resurrection? If you agree, I would be willing to comply with any request you make. Tang San from Shrek Academy replied, no. Xiao Wu, you must not do this. Did you not see the scenes in the comparison video? If you're ever in danger, I will stand before you to protect you. This remains true, even if our foe is the Spirit Hall. Therefore, no matter what difficulties you encounter, I will assist you without needing to seek help from others. Previously, Tang San had been repeatedly ensnared by the comparison video, diminishing Xiao Wu's trust in him, leaving him with unexpressed grievances. However, this time, the video clearly showcased his courageous act of shielding Xiao Wu during her peril, providing Tang San the evidence he needed to explain himself to her. Hu Wu from the Qihua Academy scoffed, in 5 character comparisons, you have not won even once. Yet, you brazenly claim you can help her without needing assistance from others. What gives you the confidence to think you can triumph over Shun Sangxiong 5 times in character comparisons? Did you not notice that in this round, the number of people truly supporting you has dwindled again? Furthermore, while I may not have interacted much with Xiao Wu, I know she desperately needs her mother revived. And you You constantly profess your intentions to care for Xiao Wu, yet you remain oblivious to what she truly requires. I feel disgusted that the character I portrayed in the comparison video is repaying you in such a foolish manner. Shui Wearer from the Tian Shui Academy remarked, I still believe Tang San is not ignorant of what Xiao Wu truly desires. Rather, he cannot fulfill it, thus pretending to be unaware. Huo Wu responded, What you say makes some sense, Shui Wearer. We should view that scoundrel Tang San with the darkest perspective. I reiterate, the breeze that dislodged the Xiangxi Duanshanghong from Xiao Wu in the comparison video is highly suspicious. In such an intense soul battle, the Xiangxi Duanshanghong remained steadfastly on her. It was a slight breeze that blew it away after the battle. This is simply outrageous. Shui Wearer concurred. You make a valid point, Huo Wu. I maintain my stance. Even if that breeze was not orchestrated by Tang San, it is inextricably linked to Tang San. In the variant Douluo world, at Shrek Academy, Tang San said to Xiao Wu, Do not heed their words. Tang San, suppressing his fury, spoke. Shui Wearer and Huo Wu, in a duet, relentlessly criticized Tang San, uncovering his inner turmoil and some unspeakable thoughts. Were it not for his apprehension of Shun Sanqiong, Tang San would have stormed to Tianshui Academy and Qihua Academy to teach Shui Wearer and Huo Wu a lesson about the consequences of their words and the path to self-destruction. In the variant Douluo world at the Blue Tyrant Academy, Xiao Wu asked Shun Sanqiong, Are you watching? Unperturbed by Shui Wearer and Huo Wu's taunts, Xiao Wu was solely focused on resurrecting her mother. Shun Sanqiong replied, I'm watching. Xiao Wu then asked, Do you agree? Shun Sanqiong responded, Erlong's mother also deserves this chance for resurrection. This was a veiled rejection. In truth, Shun Sanqiong had been contemplating whether this opportunity for revival should be granted to Xiao Wu's mother or to Lu Erlong's mother. Ultimately, he decided to bestow the chance upon Lu Erlong. Although Xiao Wu's offer was enticing, Shun Sanqiong was not one to take for granted what he had received. Since Lu Erlong had followed him first, her claim took precedence over Xiao Wu's. Lu Erlong, the head of Blue Tyrant Academy, said, Sanqiong, grant this opportunity to Xiao Wu. My mother has been gone for so long, I have grown accustomed to it. Moreover, compared to the video, I am also Xiao Wu's mother. For her to call out mother to me, I will not snatch this chance for revival. Of course, this was not due to Lu Erlong's indifference toward her mother, but rather her belief that, given Shun Sanqiong's prowess, he would eventually have another opportunity to revive beings. Xiao Wu, with tears streaming down her face, expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Mama. Hearing Lu Erlong's words, she was deeply moved and instinctively called out to Lu Erlong as Mama, just as she had in the comparison video. Lu Erlong replied gently, Good. Sanqiong, let this matter be settled. If you ever acquire the opportunity to resurrect other beings freely in the future, it will not be too late to grant me that. Shun Sanqiong inquired, Have you truly made up your mind? Lu Erlong affirmed, I have. Shun Sanqiong then asked, Very well. Xiao Wu, please provide me with your mother's name, birth date, and the location of her demise. Xiao Wu promptly detailed her mother's name, birth date, and the place of her fall, anxious that a single misstep might thwart the revival. In another carriage, Shun Sanqiong and Tang Yuehua were conversing. Tang Yuehua, somewhat envious, asked, Are you really going to resurrect Xiao Wu's mother now? She too longed for such an opportunity to revive her own mother. However, she understood the transactional nature of her relationship with Shun Sanqiong. Receiving the celestial herbs was already a significant favor, and she felt embarrassed to ask for more. Shun Sanqiong nodded and began to mentally recite all the information regarding Xiao Wu's mother. As he completed the final word, a resplendent, nine-colored pillar of light descended from the heavens, visible throughout the Douluo continent, shining directly upon Shun Sanqiong's carriage. In the next moment, a voice filled with both vigilance and confusion emerged from within the radiant column, asking, Who are you? Where's this place? How'd I end up here? Wasn't I already deceased? Xiao Wu's mother remained trapped in the memories of her demise, unaware of the unfolding events. Shun Sanqiong urged, Yuehua, please take out some of your clothes for her. As the light dissipated, Xiao Wu's mother stood before Shun Sanqiong and Tang Yuehua, prompting him to turn to her. All right, Tang Yuehua responded, producing a set of unworn clothing from her storage soul tool and handing it to Xiao Wu's mother. Thank you. Feeling the kindness emanating from Tang Yuehua, Xiao Wu's mother's vigilance eased slightly, and after a moment's hesitation, she accepted the clothes. Now, let me explain what has transpired. Tang Yuehua said, glancing at Shun Sangxiong, who had turned away. Xiao Wu's mother, eager to understand the situation, nodded in agreement, choosing not to mention the earlier awkwardness. After all, despite being a 10,000-year-old transformed soul beast, her thoughts were not entirely dissimilar from those of humans, and she found the earlier incident too embarrassing to discuss. My name is Tang Yuehua. This is Shun Sangxiong. He is the one who resurrected you. With Xiao Wu's mother's consent, Tang Yuehua recounted the events from the appearance of the comparison video to the present. Xiao Wu in the Blue Tyrant Academy asked, Shun Sangxiong, was that 9-colored pillar of light the commotion caused by my mother's resurrection? Shun Sangxiong confirmed, indeed. Xiao Wu then inquired, but where is my mother? Why do I not see her? Shun Sangxiong replied, she is here with me. Mother, can you see Xiao Wu's messages? Xiao Wu's mother, Roqing Shuang, answered, I can see them. Xiao Wu, as long as you are safe, I am relieved. Earlier, Tang Yuehua had informed her of Xiao Wu's circumstances, sending shivers down her spine. Fortunately, Xiao Wu had encountered Shun Sangxiong, and the comparison video had appeared. Otherwise, her Xiao Wu would have faced a tragic fate. Xiao Wu joyfully exclaimed, this is wonderful. Mother, I can finally see you again. I miss you so much. Overwhelmed with emotion at the sight of her mother, Xiao Wu could not contain her tears. In another realm, Xiao Wu from the original Douluo world, belonging to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, added, Mother, I miss you too. Although this mama is from another world, the little Wu from the second world still cannot help but call out for her mama. In the first variant Douluo world, the 10,000-year softbone rabbit, Roqing Shuang, sighed, saying, you're also a good daughter of mama. If there is a chance in the future, mama will definitely come and pick you up. Seeing the little Wu from another world calling out to her, Roqing Shuang felt a deep ache in her heart. She understood that the little Wu in the second world had endured far greater hardships than her counterpart in this world and could encounter dangers at any moment, as there was no Shun Sangxiong to protect her in that second world. In the second original Douluo world, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's little Wu replied, Yes, mama. Little Wu is waiting for you. The little Wu from the first variant Douluo world asked anxiously, Shun Sangxiong, where are you now? She was eager to find her mama. Shun Sangxiong responded, I am on my way to Hanhai City. You must stay put at the Lamba Academy. Don't let your mama revive, only for you to end up in danger. Roqing Shuang agreed. Shun Sangxiong is right. Little Wu, be obedient and do not cause trouble, or mama will be angry. Roqing Shuang was well aware of how highly humans valued the 10,000-year soul rings and soul bones. Even though there were comparative videos and scoring systems now, the 10,000-year soul rings and soul bones were no longer regarded as priceless treasures. Yet who would ever complain about having too many precious possessions? The little Wu from the first variant Douluo world replied, all right. She understood that leaving Lamba Academy alone would surely lead to danger, so she did not act recklessly. That's a good girl, Roqing Shuang sighed in relief. She feared that after her years of absence, the lack of necessary guidance would lead the little Wu to follow Tang San's bad example. By the way, Dean Lu Erlong, I have not yet had the chance to thank you. If it weren't for your generosity, I would not have had the opportunity to revive. Dean Lu Erlong of the Lamba Academy responded, You don't need to thank me. I care for little Wu, which is why I granted her this chance to revive. Besides, I fully understand the feeling of losing one's mama. No matter what, you can decline my gratitude, but I cannot show no sign of appreciation, Roqing Shuang insisted. Moments later, she continued, In truth, I owe you the greatest thanks, Shun Gongzi. Without you, all of this would be mere empty talk. After finishing her conversation with Lu Erlong in the comment section, Roqing Shuang turned her gaze to Shun Sangxiong and bowed deeply. At that moment, her heart was free from the previous vigilance, filled only with sincere gratitude. Even without me, little Wu could use the Wanfu Dan to revive you. Shun Sangxiong waved his hand dismissively. That is different. The Wanfu Dan's effect is more akin to a miraculous healing medicine, but the conditions for using it to revive a being are far too stringent. Ro Qingxuang shook her head in disagreement. She knew the capabilities of the Wan Fudan and understood that without Shun Sangqiong's assistance, Little Wu alone would find it nearly impossible to meet the revival conditions, regardless of her efforts. In fact, if it weren't for the bond between you and Little Wu, I would have had Little Wu acknowledge Dean Lu Erlong as her mother. Seeing Shun Sangqiong merely smile without speaking, Ro Qingxuang continued, I have not yet engaged in anything with Little Wu. Despite her words, Shun Sangqiong thought to himself, that wasn't he that even more exhilarating? I know, but it's hard to say what will happen in the future. Having learned from Tang Yuehua that her precious daughter would have a little one with Shun Sangqiong, Ro Qingxuang felt the need to sever any inappropriate relationships in advance. All right, you have a point, Shun Sangqiong conceded, understanding that Little Wu's mama had already spoken. Moreover, he had his own intentions toward Little Wu. Otherwise, Little Wu would have long since transformed into a 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit soul ring, a 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit soul bone, and an entire set of spicy rabbit dishes. By the way, Qingxuang, how is your current strength? At this moment, Tang Yuehua, who had been listening, suddenly inquired after Shun Sangqiong and Ro Qingxuang concluded their conversation. If I were to categorize myself by soul master standards, I would say I am at a soul power level of approximately 93. This comparative video is indeed remarkable. My current state is identical to how I was before my fall. Even my soul rings and soul bones remain intact. These details had already been thoroughly examined by Ro Qingxuang when she first revived. Haha, it seems I must congratulate Lamba Academy on gaining yet another title Douluo powerhouse. Tang Yuehua chuckled awkwardly, her expression slightly unnatural, her words not entirely sincere. Her inquiry was not born from mere curiosity, but rather a concern regarding whether Ro Qingxuang would pose any threat to Tang San. However, given the current situation, it appeared that if she did not take action, once Ro Qingxuang utilized the video replay function to observe Tang San's actions towards Little Wu, his fate would not bode well. Qingxuang, may I request a favor from you? After a moment of hesitation, Tang Yuehua decided to be forthright. What is it? Ro Qingxuang furrowed her brow slightly, sensing that Tang Yuehua was being a bit excessive. They had only known each other for a little over an hour, hardly enough time to establish any meaningful friendship. Could you refrain from causing trouble for Tang San? The look on Ro Qingxuang's face did not go unnoticed by Tang Yuehua, who could not help but smile wryly. She had never imagined that, as a person of etiquette, she would one day utter such unreasonable words. Yet, for Tang Hao's sake, she felt compelled to speak. Who is Tang San? Ro Qingxuang pondered carefully, realizing she did not know this so-called Tang San. Tang San is Little Wu's brother. Tang Yuehua deliberately withheld the details of Tang San's actions, fully aware that first impressions hold great importance. Thus, she sought to present Tang San's identity as Little Wu's brother as a means to ensure Ro Qingxuang's initial impression of him would be favorable. Little Wu's brother? If that is the case, then you should be more concerned about others causing trouble for Tang San rather than asking me not to. As she spoke, Ro Qingxuang subtly gestured towards Shun Sangqiong. It is not like that. Upon realizing the misunderstanding regarding Ro Qingxuang, Tang Yuehua sighed deeply and proceeded to recount all the scenes depicted in the comparison video to Ro Qingxuang. How absurd! What is Tang San implying? Is not Xiao Wu recognized as a sister? Did he not declare that anyone daring to harm Xiao Wu would have to step over his dead body? Yet, here he is, living well and basking in immense fame, while my daughter Xiao Wu has tragically become merely a soul ring and soul bone for Tang San. Tang San is truly calculating. He verbally insists that others must first overcome his corpse to touch Xiao Wu, yet in reality, he treads upon her corpse to attain the sea god-s position. As Tang Yuehua spoke, Ro Qingxuang's expression shifted from initial indifference to a deepening pallor, finally transforming into a dark scowl, culminating in a chilling smile. It is all Tang San's fault. However, Tang San has already faced the most excruciating lesson. In hopes of providing Ro Qingxuang with some sense of vindication, and to elicit a modicum of sympathy for Tang San, Tang Yuehua revealed the secrets surrounding Tang San's situation. He deserves it, Rooking Shuang declared with fierce resentment. I only ask that you forgive Tang San for all his actions to this point. I assure you, he will never commit any malevolent acts again, Tang Yuehua promised. Whether he will do evil in the future is of no concern to me. However, since young Master Shin and Xiao Wu have already chosen to overlook the past, I too can erase previous grievances. Remember, keep Tang San away from my daughter, otherwise, I will not hesitate to ensure he suffers consequences he cannot bear. As a transformed 10,000-year soul beast, Rooking Shuang possesses the means and ferocity to ensure that Tang San will indeed face dire repercussions should he cross her. This is not merely Rooking Shuang's sentiment. Even a gentle Bon Yin Huang A Yin, when provoked, can unleash a terrifying wrath. Thank you. I shall keep a vigilant watch over Tang San. Tang Yuehua expressed her heartfelt gratitude upon seeing Rooking Shuang relent. She feared that Rooking Shuang would never forgive Tang San. If that were the case, even if she later obtained the complete recovery pill to heal Tang San, his fate would remain perilous with Rooking Shuang harboring such profound disdain. Chapter 215, Meeting Zizenzu. The intent of Sea God Island, young Master Shin. What are we preparing to do now? Rooking Shuang disregarded Tang Yuehua's gratitude and promises, turning her gaze towards Shin Sangqiong. We are going to assist Yuehua in hunting for soul rings, Shin Sangqiong replied, retracting his gaze from Tang Yuehua. Hunting for soul rings? Is it not possible to exchange comparison video points for soul rings now? Rooking Shuang was not reproaching or questioning Shin Sangqiong. Having once been a member of the soul beasts and a victim of their hunting, she naturally harbored some aversion toward such endeavors. The sea soul beasts do not count as soul beasts. Their master is the sea god. Their complete annihilation would be inconsequential. In response to Rooking Shuang's inquiry, Shin Sangqiong reiterated the rationale he had previously shared with Liu Erlong and Tang Yuehua. So that is the case. Does young Master Shin also have grievances against those deities? Upon hearing this, Rooking Shuang's resentment dissipated significantly, replaced by heightened curiosity towards Shin Sangqiong. The matters between the divine realm and the soul beasts are unknown to Xiao Wu, who is still young, yet she vaguely comprehends certain truths. The sea god bestowing his position upon Tang San is the greatest sin. For this alone, the divine realm deserves thorough cleansing. These sentiments have been expressed by Shin Sangqiong previously, and he saw no reason to withhold them now. Is that the sole reason? Rooking Shuang was taken aback. She had assumed Shin Sangqiong was displeased with the arrogance and hypocrisy of the divine realm, which prevents unparalleled talents from ascending to divinity through their own efforts. Is this truly the case? Yes, indeed. In the original world, Shin Sangqiong was infuriated by Tang San's deeds, and upon arriving in Douluo Dalu, he felt compelled to unleash all the pent-up frustrations within him. I shall oversee Tang San and ensure he undergoes transformation. While I do not expect him to become a virtuous person, he must at least not descend into villainy, nor should he resort to the extreme measures depicted in the comparison video. Before Rooking Shuang could continue, Tang Yuehua interjected. I intended to tell you this. Do not harbor excessive hopes for Tang San. He is exceedingly selfish, consumed by his own interests. Do not think that as his aunt, whom he has scarcely met, you would be spared. Even his biological parents would not be exempt from his cold calculations should they obstruct his gains. Shin Sangqiong believed that Tang Yuehua's hopes for Tang San to change in a manner contrary to his interests were utterly fanciful. Circumstances are shaped by human endeavor. Tang San's reckless behavior stems from a lack of parental guidance during his formative years. Fortunately, he is still young. With proper education, I believe I can guide him back onto the right path. While saying this, Tang Yuehua conveniently overlooked that Tang San's psyche resembles that of a 30-something adult. Do as you wish. Observing that Tang Yuehua's mindset was unyielding, Shin Sangqiong shrugged and chose not to pursue the matter further. After all, he was all too familiar with Tang San's true nature from his experiences as a critic in the original world. It is merely a matter of time before Tang Yuehua's relentless supervision leads to Tang San retaliating. When Tang Yuehua eventually realizes Tang San is unworthy of her assistance and chooses to leave in anger, it would certainly be a noteworthy spectacle. After all, witnessing Tang San become estranged from all is something Shin Sangqiong eagerly anticipates. In the ensuing hours, The three within the carriage refrained from further discussions regarding Tang San or the divine realm, instead engaging in light conversation. Soon, propelled by the coachman's swift driving, they arrived at Hanhai City by midday the following day. Shin Sangxiong, upon disembarking the carriage at the gates of Hanhai City, heard a somewhat familiar voice reach his ears. Zizenzu, what brings you here? Shin Sangxiong expressed his surprise. I saw you were on your way to Hanhai City in the bullet comment section, so I deliberately waited for you here. Zizenzu smiled as she approached Shin Sangxiong. I see. By the way, what of He Jinju? The last time you brought her along, you left the Blue Tyrant Academy without even a word. Had I not seen the note you left behind, I might have thought you both had been captured. Shin Sangxiong nodded and then inquired further. He Jinju is accompanying a guest? As she spoke, Zi Jinju's smile deepened. A guest? Who might that be? Shin Sangxiong asked with curiosity. In the time he had spent with He Jinju and Zi Jinju, he had never heard of them having any acquaintances. Take a guess. I can offer you a hint. This guest is here to seek you. Zi Jinju replied mysteriously, encouraging Shin Sangxiong to deduce the answer himself. Could it be someone from the Sea God Island? Shin Sangxiong speculated. How did you know? Zi Jinju was taken aback, showing a hint of frustration upon realizing he had guessed correctly. The only force capable of visiting me directly in Hanhai City, apart from Sea God Island, would be which other power? Shin Sangxiong rolled his eyes. Even if you guessed it was someone from Sea God Island, so what? You certainly cannot guess who the visitor is or their purpose. Zi Jinju retorted, unwilling to concede. Regardless, the people from Sea God Island are either here to trouble me or to reconcile. However, since they are regarded as guests by you and He Jinju, I believe they are here to seek peace. As for who they are sending, I truly cannot deduce that. Shin Sangxiong acknowledged his limitations, realizing he could not predict everything. Never mind. I will just tell you directly, Zi Jinju said, having lost interest in prolonging the banter. This time, the representatives from Sea God Island are the Sea Maiden Douluo, Haimajuan, and the Spirit Soul Great White Shark, Xiaobai. They have come under the orders of the High Priest of Sea God Island, Poseidon, to discuss reconciliation with you. Additionally, to demonstrate their sincerity, Sea God Island will allow Spirit Soul Great White Shark Xiaobai to remain by your side. If necessary, even Sea Maiden Douluo Haimajuan can stay. After a brief pause, Zi Jinju continued. Even Sea Maiden Douluo can remain. It seems Sea God Island is genuinely investing heavily this time. Shin Sangxiong remarked in astonishment. Indeed. To be honest, I did not expect this either. The once lofty Sea God Island and its sacred pillars would resort to such unprincipled actions in the face of absolute power, Zi Jinju responded, reflecting on her prior ignorance regarding the machinations of great powers. This was entirely normal. A spokesperson of any force without the skill to adapt would risk their faction's annihilation at any moment. Unless it pertains to Tang Hao. Tang Yuehua's intellect has returned to its peak, transforming her into the adept Tang Xianju, capable of navigating through the royal and prominent families of Tiando with ease. So hypocritical. Aren't you tired? Upon hearing Tang Yuehua's explanation, Zi Jinju scoffed, unimpressed. She suddenly felt that those from powerful factions, while appearing glamorous, were living in a manner that lacked the freedom she enjoyed. At least, as long as she did not act foolishly or undertake tasks beyond her ability. She could pursue her desires without the burden of excessive consideration. This is not hypocrisy. It is an unspoken principle of survival among great powers. If you were not by Shin Sangxiong's side, I would not share these insights with you. Tang Yuehua felt somewhat speechless at Zi Jinju's accusation of hypocrisy. Yet she patiently explained to maintain good relations with Shin Sangxiong's circle. Forget it. I have no interest in learning such things. Shin Sangxiong aptly stated. In the face of absolute martial power, any schemes are but paper tigers. Rather than waste time learning this, I would prefer to dedicate that time to my cultivation. Zi Jinju favored a straightforward approach. All right then. Tang Yuehua had initially thought that Zi Jinju, being a minor spokesperson of a small faction, would find such knowledge intriguing, only to realize she had misjudged. This is it. Kumein. As she spoke, Zi Jinju led Shin Sangxiong and the others to a highly decorated inn, eventually guiding them to the largest private room within. Shen Sanqiong, please take a seat. I will go arrange for the dishes and call He Jinju along with the Sea Maiden and Xiao Bai over. After ensuring that Shen Sanqiong and the others were comfortably seated, Zi Jinju announced her departure. Understood. Go ahead, Shen Sanqiong nodded. How do you plan to handle Sea God Island? Tang Yuehua curiously inquired as she watched Zi Jinju exit the room. As long as the people from Sea God Island do not associate with the Sea God anymore, I believe there will be no significant grievances between us. Shen Sanqiong replied while sipping his tea. In the comparison video, you managed to subdue Sea God Island entirely. This time, do you not intend to conquer them again? Tang Yuehua looked at Shen Sanqiong with a peculiar expression. Huh? Why do I feel as though you harbor hostility towards Sea God Island? Shen Sanqiong responded with a similarly odd gaze. You are overthinking it. I have never had any interaction with Sea God Island, so how could I harbor animosity? Dan Zuhu, feeling a bit guilty, averted her gaze as she weakly explained. If you say there is none, then so be it. Shen Sanqiong was not one to pry deeply into others' affairs. Everyone had their secrets, and since Tang Yuehua did not wish to disclose hers, he would not press further. As long as she did not betray him, he would grant her freedom regarding other matters. Actually, it is nothing much. I just have some dissatisfaction with Poseidon. After Shen Sanqiong finished speaking and closed his eyes, Tang Yuehua, not yet fully understanding him, hesitated before choosing to be honest. Dissatisfaction with Poseidon? Logically, she is your grandfather Tang, Chen's beloved, and can be considered your elder. Shen Sanqiong was utterly perplexed by Tang Yuehua's sentiments. Precisely because Poseidon is my grandfather Tang, Chen's beloved, that I feel discontent. Whether they are women of our Tang family by blood or those who married into our family, they often meet tragic fates. Yet why should Poseidon, an outsider, be able to receive my grandfather's affection and the respect of my Tang family? As she spoke, Tang Yuehua abruptly fell silent, pondering, what is happening to me? Why do I feel as though I am revealing my thoughts so openly in front of Shen Sanqiong? It was at this moment that Shen Sanqiong, though not privy to her full words, grasped the essence of her feelings. However, one could not blame Tang Yuehua for her sentiments. Upon careful contemplation, one can truly discern that the entire Tang family is, as Tang Yuehua has articulated, a tragic lineage. Every woman within the Tang family is steeped in misfortune. Whether it be Tang Chun, the unparalleled Daluo's wife, or the mothers of Tang Xiao, Tang Hao, and Tang Yuehua, or even those like Yin, who is a spouse of a core member of the Haoyan sect, none have managed to escape their early demise. This unfortunate fate extends even to the women among the family's own kin, who are equally not exempt. If such occurrences were sporadic, it might be forgivable. Yet the relentless repetition of this grim pattern invites suspicion. Who would believe there is no conspiracy at play? Shen Sanqiong. It has been a while since our last encounter. As Shen Sanqiong pondered these matters, the cheerful voice of He Jinju reached his ears. Indeed, it seems you have gained a bit of weight. Upon hearing this, Shen Sanqiong redirected his thoughts, casting aside his disquieting speculations, and began to jest with He Jinju. How annoying. He Jinju shot him a glance before settling beside him. Young Master Shen, I am the Sea Maiden Douluo, known as the Sea Witch. This is my companion, the magic soul Great White Shark, Xiao Bai. I trust that our intentions have been conveyed to you by Zi Jinju. Indeed, Zi Jinju has informed me of your purpose. Shen Sanqiong nodded. Then may I inquire, what is your stance, young Master Shen? The Sea Maiden Douluo asked. I harbor no animosity towards your Sea God Island. Shen Sanqiong reiterated his earlier sentiments expressed to Tang Yuehua. Chapter 217, Xiao Bai and the Sea Maiden Douluo's decision. What? You seem skeptical of my words? Observing the Sea Maiden Douluo's astonished expression, Shen Sanqiong shot her an irritable glare. Not at all. I merely did not anticipate that this matter would unfold so smoothly. The Sea Maiden Douluo hastily shook her head. In truth, she had expected a challenging negotiation, one that might require sacrifices from both her and Xiao Bai to resolve their differences. However, the conversation had almost concluded before it had even begun. I have noticed a peculiar trend. Many people believe I'm difficult to engage with. This perception is prevalent among those from Tiando, as well as your people from Sea God Island. I have repeatedly stated in the bullet chat that I am a congenial individual. For instance, regarding this matter with your Sea God Island, as long as you sever ties with the Sea God and cease support for Tang-san, I will not harbor any ill will towards you. That being said, Shun Sangxiong understood the larger context. After all, among all the formidable beings on the Douluo continent, those who attain the rank of titled law or higher often embody a certain pretentious demeanor. During our first meeting, we from Sea God Island must uphold our decorum. As for the Sea God and Tang-san, rest assured, ever since the High Priest personally obliterated the Sea God's phantom during the comparative analysis, we have crossed a point of no return. Furthermore, regarding Tang-san, that exceedingly hypocritical individual, we dare not offer him our support, nor do we possess the means to do so. The Sea Maiden Douluo had indeed seen Shun Sangxiong declare himself a kind person in the bullet chat. However, lacking any prior personal interaction, she was reluctant to take his words at face value. So is that settled then? Given that your Sea God Island has made the right choice, does this not mean, as I initially stated, that there is no enmity between us? Shun Sangxiong remarked. Yes, indeed, young Master Shun, you're absolutely correct. Upon his conclusion, the Sea Maiden nodded vigorously, while internally she mused, such charming words. Had we not severed ties with the Sea God and Tang-san, your expression would have surely darkened considerably. By the way, Xiaobai, has Poseidon assisted you in capturing that malevolent Orca King? Shun Sangxiong, oblivious to the Sea Maiden Douluo's internal musings, shifted his focus to the magic soul great white shark. Xiaobai, no, she replied, glancing at the Sea Maiden Douluo, who appeared momentarily stunned, before shaking her head. I see. Shun Sangxiong paused for a moment, then continued. Gulme, let us sit and prepare for our meal. After dining, we shall venture out to capture the malevolent Orca King. Coincidentally, the first soul ring for Yuehua can be derived from the Orca King, making it a mutually beneficial endeavor that Shun Sangxiong would not overlook. Really? As for the prospect of bestowing the Orca King's soul ring upon Tang Yuehua, Xiaobai was less concerned about that, and more about whether Shun Sangxiong was being earnest or jesting. Of course, it's genuine. Shun Sangxiong's sincere gaze met Xiaobai's excited, yet slightly apprehensive eyes. Thank you. If you truly assist me in capturing the Orca King, I, Xiaobai, shall be your fish. Henceforth, if you bid me to go east, I shall not venture west. Upon perceiving the sincerity in Shun Sangxiong's eyes, Xiaobai promptly made her promise. You have stated this yourself. I shall hold you to it. Do not renege. Given Xiaobai's earnestness, it would be disingenuous for Shun Sangxiong to feign reluctance. I shall not renege. To reiterate, her willingness to heed the counsel of Poseidon's followers and seek out Shun Sangxiong stemmed from her desire to see if he could aid her in annihilating the Orca clan. In this pursuit, Xiaobai, as the leader of the Magic Soul Great White Shark clan and an elder sister, had already resolved to pay any price necessary. Will there be any danger in absorbing 100,000-year soul ring for the first soul ring? In contrast to Xiaobai's focus, the Sea Maiden Douluo's immediate concern was safety. With my presence, there shall be no peril. With Shun Sangxiong's current strength, subduing the energies unleashed during the absorption of 100,000-year soul ring poses no challenge whatsoever. Very well. It seems my worries were unfounded. Initially, the Sea Maiden Douluo had raised her concern about the potential dangers of absorbing 100,000-year soul ring merely to leave a favorable impression on Shun Sangxiong. With her goal achieved, she had no intention of prolonging the discussion, as it would shift from a well-meaning caution to an outright challenge of Shun Sangxiong's capabilities. By the way, what are your plans for the future? Do you intend to return or remain at Lanba Academy? As the conversation unfolded, an array of delectable dishes was presented by the attendants. Shun Sangxiong took a bite of the vegetables and continued his inquiry towards the Hainu Douluo. It depends on your perspective. If you wish for me to remain at Lanba Academy, then I shall accompany you back there. If that is not your intention, I shall return. Regarding the question of whether to go back or not, Hainu Douluo had already made her decision upon arrival. In that case, you should accompany me back to Lanba Academy. Shun Sangxiong found no reason to push her away, as having her around, even if only for a short time, without any immediate action, was a pleasing sight. You decide, he said. Haina Douluo not det obedini. This scene left Zhizhenju, who had just sat down, momentarily speechless, while secretly admiring Shunt Sangxiong for his ability to suppress any dissent without lifting a finger. In the following moments, after quickly concluding the formalities, the two parties, now considered allies, began to engage in casual banter while enjoying their meal. During this time, Shunt Sangxiong utilized various humorous remarks, eliciting continuous laughter from Hainu Douluo and Xiaobai, thereby swiftly bridging the gap between them. Before long, the gathering gradually came to a close amidst the cheerful noise of the guests. 3 hours later, Shunt Sangxiong found himself aboard the command ship of Zhizhenju's fleet. Xiaobai summoned her daughter, Bai Xiao, from the sea to introduce her to Shunt Sangxiong. Frozen fish? Upon Xiaobai's introduction, Shunt Sangxiong instinctively uttered the nickname he had for Bai Xiao in his previous world, as he noticed her curious gaze directed at him. What frozen fish? Xiaobai seemed puzzled by Shunt Sangxiong's words. Oh, it's nothing, he replied with an awkward smile, glancing at the numerous MO Honda by Sha circling around the ship, and changed the topic. Do you intend to bring all your kin along? Yes. Our MO Honda by Sha and the CMO Hu Jing have been mortal enemies for ages. Now that we have the opportunity to eliminate the CMO Hu Jing clan, of course, all our kin must be summoned. The enmity between the two clans had long transcended mere familial grievances. Xiaobai would not be so selfish as to disregard her kin for her own satisfaction. When we locate the CMO Hu Jing clan, should your kin directly engage their ordinary fish, or shall I immobilize them first, allowing you to strike afterward? Shunt Sangxiong aimed to enhance Xiaobai's favor, knowing that if their bond was not sufficiently strong, she would likely refuse his unspoken intentions. If convenient, it would be preferable for you to immobilize the CMO Hu Jing first. Xiaobai initially wished for her kin to take action themselves, but upon reflection on the potential losses, she hesitated and ultimately opted for Shunt Sangxiong to act first. After all, it would be a grave dereliction of duty as the leader of the MO Honda by Sha to choose a method that could lead to heavy losses when a safe route was available. There is nothing inconvenient about it. Leave this matter to me. When the time comes, your ordinary kin can simply charge ahead without worry. Suppressing mere ordinary soul beasts that haven't even reached 100,000 years is a trivial task for me. Thank you. Hearing Shunt Sangxiong's words, Xiaobai expressed her gratitude again, feeling that following him was infinitely better than following the sea god. We are all allies here. There is no need for constant gratitude. Shunt Sangxiong waved his hand dismissively. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he turned to Bai Xiao and asked, "How old are you?" "I have only recently taken form. In total, it has been about a few months. So, I can say I'm not even a year old. Yet I could also claim to be several thousand years old." Bai Xiao, unsure of Shunt Sangxiong's reasoning behind the question, answered honestly out of gratitude. "Since you have chosen to take form, your age should be calculated according to your appearance after transformation. How about this? Once we return to Lanba Academy, you can join the Academy's battle team and participate in the upcoming elite tournament for Soul Master Academies across the continent." Although Shunt Sangxiong was somewhat puzzled as to why Bai Xiao did not transform like Xiao Wu, starting from child, he did not press further. Content as long as Bai Xiao could join the Lanba battle team. "That sounds fine. I will speak on behalf of Xiao." Xiaobai interjected, recognizing that joining the Lanba battle team would only bring benefits to Bai Xiao and viewing it as yet another opportunity Shunt Sangxiong was providing for their clan. She would not allow such a chance to slip away from her daughter. "My mother decides." Bai Xiao rolled her eyes at her mother and then turned to Shunt Sangxiong, nodding in agreement. She had no objections to joining the Lanba Academy's team. Rather, she felt somewhat frustrated that her mother still treated her as a naive child. "Let us head to the cabin and select our rooms." At that moment, Zhizhenju approached gracefully after speaking with her subordinates. "Very well. Lead the way," Shunt Sangxiong replied, following her lead as they walked together. The ship was neither too large nor too small, and after approximately 3 minutes of walking, they arrived at the entrance of several rooms on the top deck. "This is my room. The one next to it is He Zhenju's room. Aside from these two, you may choose any of the other rooms on this floor." Zhizhenju indicated. "Please, Go ahead and select first. The remaining rooms are for me. Upon hearing Zi Zhanzhu's words, Xiao Bai and the others looked towards Shen Sangxiong, who gestured for them to choose first. This was not an act of humility. In truth, Shen Sangxiong intended to have an in-depth conversation with Zi Zhanzhu that evening and had no plans to return to his own room. I can't shake the feeling that your gaze lingered on Zi Zhanzhu's room with some ulterior motive, He Zhanzhu remarked with a hint of amusement, breaking her silence as Zi Zhanzhu opened the doors one by one. Ha, you know me too well, Shen Sangxiong replied with a playful wink, revealing a side of himself that only emerged in the company of true allies. I don't understand at all, He Zhanzhu retorted, opening her own door. But before she could react further, Shen Sangxiong playfully pushed her inside. Soon, within a room with inadequate soundproofing, a series of melodious voices emerged, causing expressions of discomfort among Xiao Bai and her companions. It was late at night. What are you doing here? Shen Sangxiong approached Zi Zhanzhu from behind, retrieving a cloak from his storage soul guide and draping it over her shoulders. Enjoying the sea view? Zi Zhanzhu did not turn back, merely tightening the cloak around herself. You've been watching for over a decade. Are you not yet weary of it? Shen Sangxiong stepped forward, standing beside Zi Zhanzhu. Aren't you entangled with He Zhanzhu? How come you are out here? Zi Zhanzhu replied in a flat tone. Hee. You wouldn't be feeling down because of that, would you? That's why you came out to enjoy the sea view? Shen Sangxiong detected a hint of jealousy in Zi Zhanzhu's words and chuckled. Chapter 219. Shen Sangxiong and Zi Zhanzhu, you think too much. Upon having her thoughts exposed by Shen Sangxiong, Zi Zhanzhu's face flushed. Yet her usual assertiveness and somewhat eccentric preferences made her reluctant to admit it. Really? Shen Sangxiong moved in front of Zi Zhanzhu, a smirk curling his lips. Where did you learn that smile? It truly makes one reluctant to look. Zi Zhanzhu observed Shen Sangxiong's lips, nearly reaching his ears, and retorted. Reluctant to look? Is this smile not pleasing? It's the standard crooked smile of the war god Dragon King. I practiced for quite a while to perfect it. In fact, I almost dislocated my jaw in the process. Shen Sangxiong spoke with a playful tone. Hee, I can't be bothered to banter with you. I'm heading back to my room to sleep. You should continue your pursuits with your He Zhanzhu. Shen Sangxiong's teasing lifted He Zhanzhu's previously gloomy mood considerably. She promptly disregarded Shen Sangxiong's presence, tossing the cloak back to him and turning to leave. Now you wish to leave? Do you not think it's a bit late? After saying this, Shen Sangxiong swiftly stepped forward, completing an assembly in the blink of an eye amidst Zi Zhanzhu's startled exclamation. In Xiao Bai's room, it seemed the melody had resumed, and this time, it appeared there was a different singer. The sea woman Douluo, who had been discussing matters in Xiao Bai's room, barely recovered from the enchanting voice of He Zhanzhu when another captivating song reached her ears, causing her heart to race and her cheeks to flush. Judging by the sound, it should be Zi Zhanzhu this time. Beside her, although Xiao Bai's face was also flushed, she seemed considerably more composed than the inexperienced sea woman Douluo. You, of all people, when others encounter such situations, they cover their ears, yet you are listening intently. The sea woman Douluo remarked in disbelief. Ahem, I was merely curious and wanted to know who it was this time. Xiao Bai coughed a few times, hurriedly explaining. Speaking of which, if one day Shen Sangxiong were to make such a request of you, would you agree or refuse? Ignoring Xiao Bai's explanation, the sea woman Douluo hesitated momentarily before her expression turned serious. Do I have a choice? Moreover, I have already stated that as long as young Master Shen helps my Mohan Dabesha clan eradicate the evil Mohan Hujin clan, I will willingly be his fish. By then, even if I truly became his, I would not regret it. But what about you? If he were to propose such a request to you, would you agree or disagree? Xiao Bai calmly expressed her thoughts before promptly countering the sea woman Douluo. As for what the future holds, I cannot say. However, I know that if Shen Sangxiong were to make such a request of me right now, I would not agree. To be honest, I do not feel a strong sense of belonging to the original Sea God Island. I cannot sacrifice everything for the sake of the Sea God Island. The sea woman Douluo stated. I understand that. Individuals of your caliber, the title 50thLevel, on the original Sea God Island, cannot be said to be entirely loyal. At least 99% of them are gathered around the sea god solely for their own interests. Xiaobai had lived longer than any individual on the original sea god island and had witnessed every generation of the sea god's 7 sacred pillars grow. In such circumstances, how could she be oblivious to the true nature of each generation of the sea god's 7 sacred pillars? In fact, before the comparative video was released, she, the king of the Mohan Dabesha, who was ignored by the sea god, was perhaps the most loyal to him. Unfortunately, her unwavering loyalty only earned her the sea god's indifference. What truly baffles me is why the final test of the sea god's divine examination requires the fall of the high priest as the key. One must understand that as an unparalleled Douluo, one exists at the pinnacle of Douluo continent. How could such a figure willingly sacrifice everything for another? To speak of myself, if I were to discover that everything I obtained was merely to serve as a key for someone else to unlock the divine examination, then during my tenure as the high priest, no one would ever pass the sea god's divine examination on Sea God Island. Even if someone did, I would ensure they vanish without a trace. Ever since uncovering the truth behind the high priest position, the sea woman Douluo had come to believe that the sea god was quite foolish. Perhaps the sea god was overly confident. After all, having attained divinity through his own efforts, he might believe that the world should revolve around him. Xiaobai, who had spent time with the sea god, understood clearly how overly confident or even arrogant he was back in those days. Such inexplicable confidence. He fails to consider that if he were in the position of the high priest, would he be content merely to be a key? In such a precarious position, where one could easily become a pawn for others, how could one possibly harbor any loyalty towards the individual responsible for such a fate? It is no wonder that in the comparative video, the high priest ultimately chose to act against the sea goddess phantom. The sea woman Douluo continued her critique. If you truly wish to know the reason, you may inquire in the barrage section with the sea god. Xiaobai observed the sea woman Douluo's perplexed expression and suggested, "Excellent idea." Without hesitation, the sea woman Douluo directed her focus to the bustling barrage section. Variant Douluo World Sea Woman Douluo Sea Witch. Sea God, are you there? I have a question for you. Variant Douluo World Anonymous. Wow. That tone is rather impolite, akin to a parent commanding a child. Primitive Douluo World Anonymous. The Sea Woman Douluo is a female. Variant Douluo World Anonymous. Oh. Then let us say it's like a mother commanding her son. Primitive Douluo World Anonymous. Variant Douluo World Sea Dragon Douluo Sea Dragon. Sea Witch, what do you intend to do? In the realm of Variant Douluo, the Sea Maiden Douluo, known as Haimoni, expressed her desire to inquire of the sea god. Sea god, are you present? Speak a word. Meanwhile, Shui Wearer from Tianshui Academy remarked, I have yet to encounter a deity from the divine realm, nor have I witnessed any utterances in the barrage area. Haimoni pondered, is it possible that this Guo Tiao is absent? The next morning, as Shun Sangxiong entered the exclusive dining hall shared by Zi Jinju and He Jinju, he noticed the peculiar expressions on the faces of the women present, apart from He Jinju, and curiously inquired, what troubles you all? Why do you look at me with such melancholy? He Jinju candidly replied, last night, the commotion caused by you and Zi Jinju was quite considerable. None of us could sleep. Shun Sangxiong, taken aback, retorted, wait a moment. While I can believe that Tang Yuehua was disturbed, the rest of you were engaged in silencing the sea god, were you not? If the sea god were even slightly fragile, you might have found yourselves venerating him today. The previous night, the barrage area erupted with excitement following Haimoni's remark. Is it possible that this Guo Qiao is absent? The ensuing fervor reached unprecedented heights. He Jinju, astonished, asked, but you were engrossed in your work. How'd you come to know of this? Zi Jinju informed me. I was indeed focused on my tasks, whereas her work was quite the opposite. As Shun Sangxiong began to smile proudly, he was abruptly kicked by the blushing Zi Jinju. Enough of that. Let us return to the matter at hand. According to Haimoni and Xiao Bai, we shall soon enter the territory of the evil demon tiger whale. Is it so soon? Shun Sangxiong expressed surprise. Hanhai City is not particularly distant from Sea God Island. Previously, we had to circumvent certain perilous areas, which made the journey seem lengthy. However, with your presence, The fleet has boldly traversed through various dangers without detours, Xiaobai elucidated. Is that so? Shun Sangqiu nodded, then questioned. Doesn't Sea God Island control the entire sea? Are there truly perilous areas that even you deem dangerous? There are indeed many such places. The intelligent soul beasts of 100,000 years will not harm those from the original Sea God Island, but the mindless ones may act otherwise, Xiaobai clarified. In truth, the Sea God governs the entirety of the ocean, not merely the original Sea God Island. All sea soul beasts and soul masters heed the Sea God's command. Yet they may not regard the inhabitants of the original Sea God Island with the same respect. After all, in the eyes of those soul beasts and masters, they are all subordinates of the Sea God, just like the people from Sea God Island. Otherwise, the conflict between the evil demon tiger whale clan and the magic soul great white shark clan would not have arisen. Haimoni, after a moment of hesitation, added, there exists such a dynamic. Shen Sanxiong had long been perplexed by the audacity of the evil demon tiger whale king in provoking the guardian beast of Sea God Island. Now, with Haimoni's explanation, the reasoning became clear. It made sense, for the Sea God, whether one hails from Sea God Island or is another soul beast or master. As long as they are loyal, they are considered his subordinates. Unless he feels a particular attachment to a subordinate, he would not concern himself with their disputes. Ultimately, the outcome would determine who ascends to the position of high priest or becomes the Sea God's sacred pillar. A matter easily resolved by the Sea God with a mere word. Upon hearing this, I feel rather foolish, no, rather like a simple fish. Unlike Shun Sanqiong's contemplative demeanor, Xiao Bai's resentment towards the Sea God deepened upon hearing Haimoni's addition. Do not be disheartened. Opportunities to confront that Sea God shall arise in the future. Here, have a youtiao. As Shun Sangqiong regained his focus, the attendant presented the prepared breakfast. He promptly offered a youtiao to the rather sullen Xiao Bai. This is for you, he stammered, realizing that multiple gazes were fixed upon him. His smile faltered as he hurriedly distributed youtiao to the other women. This is more like it. You cannot show favoritism simply because Xiao Bai aligns with your tastes. Remember, only through equitable treatment can harmony be preserved, He Zhenju warned. Upon hearing this, Shun Sangqiong remained unfazed, while Tang Yuehua and Zi Zhenju, familiar with his playful demeanor, felt no offense. However, Xiao Bai and her companions exchanged uneasy glances, particularly Xiao Wu's mother, who, upon glancing at the youtiao just handed to her, was suddenly reminded of Xiao Wu. An awkward silence enveloped the once lively dining hall. Soon, over half an hour passed in quietude as everyone enjoyed their meal. Considering the time, we should soon reach the domain of the evil demon tiger whale clan. Shun Sangqiong broke the silence. Xiao Bai, have your kin prepare accordingly. Nodding, Xiao Bai clenched her fists and swiftly made her way towards her kin. And you all? Do you intend to accompany me or return to your chambers for rest? Shun Sangqiong inquired of Zi Zhenju and He Zhenju. Is that even question? Of course. We shall accompany you, replied Zi Zhenju, to which He Zhenju nodded in agreement. What about you? He turned to Haimoni and Roqing Shuang. I shall remain to protect Tang Yuehua. Haimoni stated, aware of the underlying tensions between Roqing Shuang and Tang Yuehua, thus opting to safeguard Tang Yuehua, achieving multiple objectives at once. In that case, I will protect both Zi Zhenju and He Zhenju, Roqing Shuang declared, casting a meaningful glance at Haimoni before taking on the responsibility. Very well, it is settled. Although Shan Sanqiong was confident that he could prevent the Xie Hu Jing clan from even having a chance to retaliate, there was no need to disregard the goodwill of Douluo and Roqing Shuang. Chapter 221. Xiao Bai's idea at this moment. Shun Sangqiong and his companions had arrived at the front deck of the command ship. Can I start a live stream? Black Pearl suddenly inquired, just as Shun Sangqiong was about to take action. Go ahead, Shun Sangqiong replied, aware that the live streaming feature had been newly released at midnight the previous night. Then I shall commence, Black Pearl said, tapping a few buttons. In the next moment, a luminous screen appeared in the sky. Number 1 variant Douluo World, Tian Shui Academy, Shui Yuer. I never expected that Brother Sangqiong would also start a live stream. I must lend my support to Brother Sangqiong. Live stream space message. Shui wearer supports Black Pearl with 520 points of comparison video credits. Live stream space message. Shui wearer supports Black Pearl with 1314 points of comparison video credits. Live stream space message. Shui wearer supports Black Pearl with 9,999 points of comparison video credits. Number 1 variant, Douluo World, Tian Shui Academy, Shui wearer, What's going on? Am I not supporting brother Tsangxiong? Why is it turned into Black Pearl? Number 1 variant, Douluo World, Lanba Academy, Black Pearl. I am the person Shin Tsangxiong brought from the city of slaughter. Therefore, when you support me, you are supporting Shin Tsangxiong. Number 1 variant, Douluo World, Tian Shui Academy, Shui wearer. So it's you. No one of that name sounds so familiar. It's fortunate that you are one of our own. Then my comparison video credits were not wasted. Number 1 variant, Douluo World, Qihua Academy, Huwu. The title blind monk indeed refers to someone as talented as you, Shui wearer. I truly don't know whether to commend your adorably naive nature or to call you a fool. Did you really not see the prominent words Black Pearl livestream above? Number 1 variant, Douluo World, Tian Shui Academy, Shui wearer. My eyes are solely on brother Tsangxiong. I have no time to observe anything else. Number 1 variant, Douluo World, Qihua Academy, Huwu. Number 1 variant, Douluo World, Tian Shui Academy, Shui wearer. By the way, Black Pearl, what is brother Tsangxiong planning to do? Number 1 variant, Douluo World, Lanba Academy, Black Pearl, to assist the king of the magic soul, Great White Shark, Xiaobai, in dealing with the CMO Hu Jing clan. Number 1 variant, Douluo World, Shiwan Yin CMO Hu Jing Wang. What? The news revealed by Black Pearl startled the CMO Hu Jing king, who had been secretly eavesdropping. He immediately disregarded his fellow clan members and attempted to flee. 7th soul skill, true dragon form. Unfortunately, before the CMO Hu Jing king could escape far, the chilling voice of Shin Tsangxiong reached his ears. Then, with terrified eyes, the CMO Hu Jing king watched helplessly as an enormous claw, moving with an unperceivable speed, scooped him from the sea as easily as one would lift a common seafood. Spare me. Lying in Shin Tsangxiong's grasp and gazing at the colossal form of his martial soul, which towered over 10,000 meters. The CMO Hu Jing king trembled and pleaded for mercy, harboring no thoughts of resistance. There was no escaping the fact that his 30-meter frame was merely a diminutive creature in the presence of Shin Tsangxiong. I leave him to you. Shin Tsangxiong ignored the CMO Hu Jing king's pleas. With a slight squeeze of his claw, he rendered the CMO Hu Jing king completely incapable of movement before tossing him toward Xiaobai. True dragon domain. In the next instant, a thunderous sound erupted as an invisible force enveloped the sea below. Soon, numerous CMO Hu Jing appeared, belly up, their eyes filled with despair as they floated to the surface. These ordinary CMO Hu Jing are entrusted to you. Sensing that the entire CMO Hu Jing clan had surfaced without a single escapee, Shin Tsangxiong finally addressed the eager ordinary magic soul Great White Sharks. Roar! Hearing Shin Tsangxiong's words, the ordinary magic soul Great White Sharks excitedly roared, rushing toward the now defenseless ordinary CMO Hu Jing. Number 1 variant, Douluo World, Tian Shui Academy, Shui wearer. Am I the only one who finds the contrast between brother Tsangxiong and the CMO Hu Jing king somewhat adorable? It's just a pity that the CMO Hu Jing king cannot display those pitiful starry eyes. Otherwise, it would double the cuteness. Number 1 variant, Douluo World, Qihua Academy, Huwu, Shui wearer. Your unique thought process truly astounds me. Number 1 variant, Douluo World, Jiwu Academy, Yaozi. No wonder your martial soul reached level 50 from the outset. It is indeed different from our ordinary martial souls. Just the sheer size of this martial soul form could easily blow away an opponent. Number 1 variant, Douluo World, Sea God Douluo, Bosei Shi. Even the martial soul form of a divine level martial soul is powerless in the presence of Shin Tsangxiong's martial soul form. Number 2 primitive, Douluo World, Wuming. This is merely the effect of a 100,000-year soul ring. I wonder how powerful Shin Gongzi will become when his soul ring reaches 999 million years. Number 1 variant, Douluo World, Wuming. I cannot imagine how powerful Shun Sangqiong's martial soul form will be with a 999 million year soul ring. However, if Shun Sangqiong's martial soul form increases in size with the age of the soul ring, then he might truly be able to cover the heavens with a single hand. Number 1 variant Douluo world, Wuming. When that day comes, it will have no relation to us, nameless figures without titles. Number 2 primitive Douluo world, 100,000-year magic soul, great white shark. Xiaobai. Seeing the plight of the CMO, Hu Jingking and his clan in another world puts me at ease. I just wonder when I will possess enough strength to annihilate the CMO, Hu Jingking and his clan in our world. Number 1 variant Douluo world, Lanba Academy. Xiaobai. Shun Gongzi will inevitably come to your second world. Just wait at the Qibao Glaze sect, and you will not lack for opportunities to seek Shun Gongzi's assistance. At this moment, the CMO Hu Jingking had already been rendered dazed by Xiaobai's various methods. To prevent him from passing out, she paused her actions and, upon seeing her counterpart in another world express her sentiments, she immediately offered what she believed to be a very reliable suggestion. Chapter 222. Confrontation within the Haoyan sect Monthua. You may come to collect the soul ring now. Meanwhile, Shun Sangqiong, ignoring Xiaobai, who was conversing with her counterpart in the second world, called out to Tang Yuehua upon seeing that the CMO Hu Jingking was on the verge of collapse. And, upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua nodded with slightly rapid breaths, then retrieved a dagger from her storage soul guide. Gritting her teeth, she took several steps forward and dealt with the already gasping, evil demon tiger whale king. Are you ready? If you are, let us commence. Rest assured, there is no need for any burden. With me here, you shall not face any danger. As the evil demon tiger whale king fell completely, a crimson soul ring of 100,000 years began to coalesce. Shun Sangqiong, having released his martial soul's true form, approached Tang Yuehua and said, "Let us begin." "I am prepared." Sensing the subtle concern in Shun Sangqiong's tone, Tang Yuehua felt a surge of emotion. However, she refrained from saying much, took a deep breath to suppress the tumult of thoughts within her, and nodded. "Then let us begin." Upon saying this, Shun Sangqiong placed a hand on Tang Yuehua's shoulder, who sat cross-legged, and began assisting her in refining the soul ring of the evil demon tiger whale king. In an alternate Douluo world, an anonymous observer remarked, "What is happening? Isn't Shun Sangqiong at odds with the Haoyan sect? Why is he now assisting Tang Yuehua, a member of the Tang family, in absorbing a soul ring of such high caliber?" Another voice chimed in, "It is quite simple. A hero finds it difficult to overcome a beauty's charm. Do not let Tang Xuanju's age deceive you. She is strikingly beautiful. The noble aura she exudes adds to her allure." The first voice concurred, indeed. Few can rival Tang Xianju in her noble demeanor, perhaps only Qian Renxue, Guyu, the Pope, and Poseidon, the four extraordinary beauties of high status. Furthermore, there is a crucial point. The Haoyan Tang family is distinct from Tang Xianju herself, who says that marrying Tang Xianju means one cannot continue to oppose the Haoyan Tang family. In the same alternate world, the Haoyan sect's leader Tang Xiao interjected, "Our Tang great sect leader has made an appearance. Do you not wish to share your thoughts?" Tang Xiao replied, "My sister has long departed from the Haoyan sect. She has her own choices, and I shall not interfere with her decisions." The leader of another faction, Niogao, chuckled, "Is it that you will not interfere? Or is it that you dare not? After all, if you anger young Master Shun, your Haoyan sect may find itself swiftly returned to the depths from which it came." The second elder of the Haoyan sect retorted, "Impudence." Provoked by the former subordinate's irreverence, the elder's fury ignited. Niogao laughed derisively. "You call us impudent? How amusing. Do you still believe the past holds any weight? I, Niogao, am a level 95 defense system titled Dalu. Shall we find a place to duel and see who truly is impudent?" Since the advent of comparison video points, Niogao had converted approximately 95% of his family's assets into these points, rendering him unafraid of confronting the elders of the Haoyan sect. Yang Wudi, the leader of another faction, added, "If necessary, I too can spar with your Haoyan sect members. I, Yang Wudi, am a level 95 assault system titled Dalu. The Pa family possesses greater wealth than the Yu family, yet most of their assets are in various herbs. Thus, Yang Wudi had only converted about 20% of his family's assets into comparison video points. Otherwise, his soul power could be even higher. As the elder of the Haotian sect observed both Niu Gao and Yang Wudi standing at level 95, he fell into silence, muttering "you too" as he processed the situation. Although he was not the sharpest tool in the shed, he was not foolish either. He recognized that the rapid ascension of Niu Gao and Yang Wudi to level 95 was due to the utilization of comparison video points. In that moment, the elder felt a profound sense of unfairness. Why could the former subordinates of the Haotian sect thrive so comfortably while their esteemed family was relegated to hiding in desolate places, unable even to afford the acquisition of comparison video points? Leader, can we persuade WhoRoasts to send us more gold soul coins each year? Times have changed. The 3 million gold soul coins we received annually barely sustain the Haotian sect. Now we must not only survive, but also acquire comparison video points, or our sect will soon be eliminated. The elder, lost in thought, shifted his focus back to Tang WhoRoasts. Believing her recent delivery of 3 million gold soul coins indicated Shen Sanqiong's indifference towards such affairs. 3 million gold soul coins are insufficient? How many members does our Haotian sect even have? If not for your inability to let go of past glories and your desire to enjoy life, we could save at least 290,000 gold soul coins annually. As the elder continued to urge for more gold soul coins from Tang WhoRoasts, Tang Zhao's gaze shifted back from the Black Pearl livestream, stating coldly, "What are you implying? Regardless of whether we indulge in pleasure, is it not your lineage's Tang that has brought our Haotian sect to this lowly state? Frankly, do not even mention having Tang WhoRoasts return 3 million gold soul coins yearly. Even 30 million would be warranted. This is a debt owed to us by your lineage." With the hope of rescuing Tang, Chen shattered, and without any concerns, the elder showed no respect toward Tang Xiao. "You know you're merely a branch family, yet you dare to challenge authority?" Tang Xiao slammed the table, his gaze icy as he regarded the elder. The atmosphere in the Haotian sect's conference hall grew tense, suggesting an impending internal conflict. Meanwhile, as Tang WhoRoasts absorbed her first soul ring, she marveled at the rapidity of the process, far exceeding that of a 10-year soul ring. Black Pearl furrowed her brow. Is this speed normal? Could something go awry? Being a soul master herself, she understood the principle that the higher the age of the soul ring, the slower the absorption. Do not worry. There will be no issues. The troubles arising from absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring are mere trifles before me. In fact, once you cultivate the original true understanding to a basic level and study the structure of soul rings and soul bones, achieving this feat will be effortless. Shen Sanqiong calmly explained to Black Pearl, "I am now at level 20. At this moment, Tang WhoRoasts opened her eyes and discovered that her soul power level had indeed reached level 20, just as Shen Sanqiong had mentioned earlier at Yuexian. She looked at him with delight. It is quite normal. The soul ring from the evil demon tiger whale king alone is sufficient to elevate your soul power to level 20, Shen Sanqiong remarked with a nonchalant expression. Thank you. Without you, even with the existence of comparative videos, I might never have become a true soul master, she expressed, acknowledging the reality of her situation. As someone of Tang WhoRoasts standing in Haotian sect, even the worthless cultivation resources that ordinary disciples of Haotian sect discarded were beyond her reach, let alone the various rare treasures. Although she was not short of money and could purchase ordinary cultivation resources, acquiring those immensely precious resources that could transform her martial soul and allow her to continue her training was another matter entirely. Not to mention the potential lack of sellers willing to part with such treasures. Even if there were, she might not outmaneuver the superpowers in doing so. Furthermore, it was highly likely that when she finally managed to acquire those invaluable resources, the first to trouble her would not be external forces, but rather her own people from Haotian sect. You have repeated this to me many times. In fact, I prefer hearing your nonsensical banter while we are engaged in our playful exchanges, rather than merely receiving thanks, Shen Sanqiong replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and with a mischievous smile, he leaned closer to whisper in Tang Yuehua's ear. "I." Tang Yuehua was taken aback by Shun Sanqiong's unexpected words. Even someone as seasoned as she was momentarily left speechless, standing there dumbfounded. "Yuehua, what are the 2 soul skills of your first soul ring?" Noticing Tang Yuehua's reaction, it became evident to those around her that Shun Sanqiong was, at his core, a mischievous black pearl. They quickly intervened to alleviate her embarrassment. The first soul skill of my first soul ring is named Whale Fall. All things live. It can ignore the opponent's soul power level and absorb all types of energy from them to replenish our side. The second soul skill is called Azure Waves. Wild Tides. This is an attack type skill, and its power depends on the soul master's soul power level, Tang Yuehua explained, casting a grateful glance at the one who came to her aid before playfully shoving Shun Sanqiong away. Indeed, it is no surprise that the soul ring of 100,000 years possesses such astonishing effects, commented one observer. I believe that Tang Xian can rely on the skill Whale Fall. All things live to ascend to the ranks of frontline, support soul masters. Indeed, I envy Tang Xian. Another chimed in. Rather than envying Tang Xian here, we should devise ways to follow Shun Gongzi. Have you not noticed? Anyone associated with Shun Gongzi has gained tremendous benefits. Unlike that selfish character, Tang San. Let us not speak of Tang San. Just hearing his name brings me misfortune. However, I must say, your other points are quite reasonable. If only I were in the first world, I would immediately go to Lamba Academy and plead with Shun Gongzi to let me become his follower. Your ideas are commendable, but perhaps a bit naive. Let me put it this way. Unless you're a rank member of the Yenji list, most of you will only be able to become ordinary disciples of the Lamba Inner Academy. Becoming an ordinary disciple of the Lamba Inner Academy is still an achievement. At least I would receive a portion of the original true comprehension. Another one who merely talks big. The Lamba Inner Academy has been open for quite some time. Those who truly wish to join have already applied. For instance, I applied the moment I learned they were recruiting. I have already completed 1 trial task. Once I finish 2 more, I will be a registered disciple of the Lamba Inner Academy. You only have 3 trial tasks? You must have graduated from Lamba Academy or are currently studying there, someone noted. I applied to join the Lamba Inner Academy as well. Unfortunately, I am neither a graduate nor a current student, so I must complete 9 trial tasks before I can truly become a registered disciple. Is that how it works? No wonder the Lamba Academy has been expanding. I was curious where all these new students were coming from. Meanwhile, as the discussion regarding the Lamba Inner Academy heated up in the comment section of the live stream, Shun Sanqiong and his group returned to the fleet of Zijinju, swiftly heading towards the territory of the next sea soul beast that had reached the 100,000-year mark, closest to the domain of the evil demon tiger whale. In no time, guided by the well-acquainted Zijinju fleet, they arrived at the territory of the 10,000-year sea soul beast, known as the evil swordfish king, after approximately an hour. Chapter 224. Shun Sanqiong and Gu Yuna 3 days later, in the afternoon, at the entrance of Lamba Academy, as Shun Sanqiong's group had just disembarked from the carriage. A pink figure darted like a sword into Ro Qing embrace, accompanied by a choked sob. "Xiao Wu, do not cry. Mama is back." Ro Qing finally reunited with her beloved daughter, gently stroking Xiao Wu's head, her eyes glistening with tears. The scene was undeniably touching. "Sanqiong, the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna has come to see you," said Lu Erlong, who, while observing the heartfelt reunion between Xiao Wu and her mother, wiped away a tear and suddenly recalled something. She approached Shun Sanqiong, her voice tinged with emotion. "Oh, where is she now?" Shun Sanqiong asked, surprised. "I have arranged for them to stay in your courtyard," Lu Erlong replied. "Them?" Shun Sanqiong paused. "Besides Gu Yuna, there are 3 other women?" They introduced themselves as Bai Ji, Ziji, and Gu Qiuer, Lu Erlong clarified. "Gu Qiuer? Who is that?" "Never mind, I shall go see for myself. I leave this matter in your hands." Having concluded his thoughts, Shun Sanqiong made his way towards his courtyard, soon arriving at its entrance. "Come in, the door is unlocked." Just as he was about to knock, a melodious yet slightly cool voice resonated from within. Without hesitation, Shun Sanqiong pushed the door open and entered. Instantly, 4 exquisite visages, each embodying distinct qualities of aloofness, gentleness, allure, and charm, appeared before him. You three may leave for now. I have matters to discuss privately with young Master Shun. After observing Shun Sangxiong for a few moments, Gu Yuna smiled gently, waving her delicate hand to dismiss Bai Ji and the others present in the room. You. Shun Sangxiong began to turn back, intending to say something, but was momentarily taken aback by Gu Yuna's transformed appearance, instinctively stepping back a pace. His mind swirling with questions. Are you serious with that step back? Does my appearance frighten you? Gu Yuna, her complexion slightly unnatural due to her recent transformation, raised her brows at Shun Sangxiong's unexpected reaction. No, he quickly denied, noticing the darkening expression on her face, a sweat forming on his brow. Then why did you retreat? She pressed, not willing to relent. Believing herself to be nearly flawless in every aspect, Gu Yuna felt genuinely disheartened by Shun Sangxiong's response. In her view, despite her current state, he should at least have been captivated or intrigued by her. I simply did not react in time. This was not mere excuse. Previously, he had taken the initiative to deal with Lu Erlong and Shui Yu but encountering Gu Yuna, who approached things differently, caught him off guard. Then tell me, how do I measure up? Perhaps sensing that Shun Sangxiong's earlier retreat was unintentional, Gu Yuna's demeanor softened slightly, though she still sought affirmation of her striking attributes. Is it not obvious? Being ranked first on the Rouge list already provides the answer. Since Gu Yuna herself seemed unconcerned about being scrutinized, Shun Sangxiong, too, felt no need to feign modesty, openly gazing at her for a moment before offering a candid response. Then let us not waste words and proceed. Receiving a satisfactory answer, Gu Yuna's displeasure dissipated, and she opened her arms, returning to her aloof demeanor. As a spirit beast, she had no inclination towards the human tendency to be coy. Her desires were always direct and unambiguous. Is that appropriate? After all, this is our first meeting. Shun Sangxiong found himself at a loss for words. It was true that he appreciated beauty, but Gu Yuna, the Silver Dragon King, conveyed an impression that she was pursuing him rather than the other way around. Furthermore, he preferred to cultivate a foundation of emotional connection before engaging in intimacy, rather than jumping in without hesitation. What is inappropriate about it? If the ultimate goal is to engage in such actions, and you're interested, why concern ourselves with the fact that we have just met? Although Gu Yuna was a divine beast, transcending mortal understanding, she could not grasp human sentiments. In the Spirit Beast clan, if both parties felt a mutual attraction, they would simply return home together, without any convoluted pretense. Am I truly coming? With Gu Yuna's words reaching this point, any further hesitance from Shun Sangxiong would appear disingenuous. Let's proceed. Gu Yuna nodded expressionlessly, seemingly unfazed by the significance of their relationship. Yet, the faint blush on her face betrayed her true feelings at that moment. Shun Sangxiong noticed the blush, but, seeing Gu Yuna's unwavering determination, hesitated only briefly before stepping forward to embrace her. In a flurry of soft sounds, he lifted Gu Yuna's delicate form onto his shoulder, embarking on a delightful interlude. In the ensuing moments, enchanting sounds emanated from Gu Yuna, while outside the door, Bai Ji, Ziji, and Gu Qiu'er felt a mix of discomfort and acceptance. Clearly having been informed by Gu Yuna about her intentions on their journey to Lanba Academy. Sigh, Bai Ji, Ziji, why must our master choose this path? Gu Qiu'er, struggling to shake off the peculiar sensations stirred by Gu Yuna's melodious voice, finally halted her pacing and spoke with difficulty. Perhaps for our master, having a child with Shun Sangxiong is the most secure form of collaboration. At this, Bai Ji redirected her gaze from the room, contemplating and providing what she deemed a reasonable answer. Meanwhile, Ziji playfully teased Gu Qiu'er, letting out a soft chuckle. Do not rush. The three of us cannot escape this fate, either. Chapter 225, Conversation with Gu Yuna. Our master mentioned it was entirely our choice. If it must be done, let it be you who engages. I shall not accompany you. Gu Qiu'er, flustered and embarrassed by Ziji's remark, swatted her hand away and fled to the courtyard. Too bashful to further discuss such matters with the unabashed Ziji, nor could she bear to listen to the enchanting songs resonating from within. This girl is still too young, Ziji mused, shaking her head. Well then, let the spirit beast decide for itself. I believe, with our master and the two of us, we have sufficiently demonstrated the sincerity of our spirit beast clan. If necessary, we can also include that blue-silver emperor over there. As she spoke, Bai Ji gestured towards the blue-silver emperor, basking in the sun in the courtyard. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? I recall that in previous comparisons, it was mentioned that Shun Sangxiong has a particular fondness for the wives of others. And this blue-silver emperor perfectly fits that description. Moreover, it is even more enticing as this wife belongs to Shun Sangxiong's enemy, adding to its allure. ZG's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing Bai Ji's reminder. Wait a moment. Those two soft-boned rabbits also have appealing attributes, not only embodying the essence of a wife, but also possessing additional attractive qualities. Yes, it is settled then, Bai Ji affirmed. You and Xiaoer shall remain here while I venture to retrieve the two Rugitu. ZG, oblivious to Bai Ji's peculiar expression, continued her monologue, suddenly becoming animated. She greeted Bai Ji and, without awaiting a response, dashed toward the vicinity where Xiao Wu and Roqing Shuang were sensed. Wait, Bai Ji, initially speechless at ZG's self-talk, attempted to intervene, but alas, ZG had already exited the courtyard, leaving her unheard. Sigh, that ZG, she mused. It matters not. After all, they are merely two Rugitu, with the master and myself, alongside fierce beings like ZG, sacrificing so much for the future of the Soul Beast clan. Surely those two little rabbits cannot refuse. They cannot truly believe they are now a part of humanity merely because they have transformed. As ZG disappeared from sight, Bai Ji sighed, relinquishing her concerns. Meanwhile, within Shun Sangxiong's chamber, he inquired, Now, you may enlighten me on your motives for such actions. Having concluded a game, Shun Sangxiong asked, slightly breathless. It is naturally for the future of our Soul Beast clan, Guyuna replied, tightly embracing Shun Sangxiong. After a prolonged moment, her tense form finally relaxed, and she released him, speaking wearily. Is that the sole reason? If so, it seems you have incurred a significant loss, he remarked. For Shun Sangxiong, the issues between the Soul Beast clan and humanity would ultimately require his intervention. There was no necessity for Guyuna to pay such a steep price in exchange. I wish to understand how you intend to treat our Soul Beast clan in the future. Guyuna deftly redirected the conversation. If it were in the past, once I gained control of the divine realm, I would wield its authority to alter the state wherein Soul Beast generates soul rings and soul bones on Douluo continent. Concurrently, I would advocate for the implementation of alternative cultivation systems for both soul masters and soul beasts across Douluo continent. Naturally, I am not unreasonable. Should soul masters and soul beasts wish to persist in their original cultivation systems, I would not oppose. However, the prolonged training duration of soul beasts and the issues surrounding soul master soul rings mean that I could only allow soul masters to rely on themselves for soul ring formation. Beyond that, I will be powerless. Shun Sangxiong candidly articulated his original thoughts. And what of the present? Guyuna, having given herself entirely to Shun Sangxiong, found herself curious about her standing in his heart, despite her fierce demeanor. Currently, the Soul Beast clan shall indeed be guided by your hand. As long as you ensure equality with humanity, you may pursue your desires freely. I shall support you, Shun Sangxiong stated earnestly, gazing into his sincere eyes for several moments. Guyuna averted her gaze, feeling a slight relief within her heart. By the way, I wish to personally eliminate the Shura god. Will you assist me in capturing him? She asked tentatively, recalling her adversary. Certainly, that is entirely feasible, even without your request. I would not allow the Shura god to escape. In fact, I could overlook any deity within the divine realm, but the Shura god and Sea god are exceptions. There is no other reason than their transgressions in the original narrative, where they transferred their divine positions to Tang San and repeatedly intervened on his behalf. The thought of those two wretches ignites my ire. Then we have an agreement. Guyuna's face blossomed with a captivating smile upon receiving Shun Sangxiong's assurance. However, I must admit, I never anticipated you harbored such inclinations. You did not find it distasteful? As the weight of her concerns lifted, she felt a refreshing sensation from her yuju, Yet her smile faltered, and a hint of disdain emerged in her eyes. What is distasteful about it? I hold a particular fondness for Yuju. Shan Sanxiong replied nonchalantly, recalling how Lu Erlong, Shui Yu Er, and Tang Yuhua had previously expressed similar sentiments. All things jade will only lead to your detriment, Gu Yuna retorted without reservation. Huh, allow me to witness how this jade proves detrimental to me, Shun Sanxiong declared, seizing Gu Yuna's Yuju and embarking on a new round of their game.